In my previous life, I was a surgeon who worked around the clock, but my life came to an abrupt end due to an unexpected sudden death during an operation. However, I did not die completely, but was reborn in a world of beast control. In this world, everyone has the opportunity to awaken into a beast control master, sign a contract with monsters, and become a powerful warrior. However, my talent level was only F, and my beast to buy was just an iron-eating beast with no fighting power at all, just a cute pet. This made me almost uncompetitive in this world. However, my fate changed in an unstable secret realm outbreak. Monsters rushed into the city, and I was caught up in the disaster. When I tried my best, I was powerless in front of the monsters. At this moment, a mysterious talent in me awakened: infinite plunder. This talent allows me to kill alien monsters, plunder their lifespan, skills, and strength, and use them for my own growth and the growth of the beasts I control. With this mysterious talent, I am no longer the weak F-class Beastmaster. And I started to become stronger. With the help of the lifespan I plundered, I not only accelerated my own cultivation, but also helped Dubai break through bottlenecks one after another, gradually gaining astonishing strength. I decided to speed up Dubai's growth. This time, I directly consumed 8 years of his lifespan. Although there were no other resources available, this acceleration was crucial to Dubai's growth. The acceleration began. In the first year, the iron-eating beast Dubai didn't have the right resources to advance, and his realm stagnated. Although I have been guiding it and practicing repeatedly, it seems to be a little slack. By the 5th year, Dubai finally realized something. With my encouragement and help, he understood the importance of persistence, learned not to give up, continued to train, and gradually broke through the skill of powerful slapping and reached the iron sand palm mastery level. In the 8th year, Dubai devoted almost all his energy to the practice of iron sand palm. After thousands of times of practice, he was able to beat the cold iron sand to the point of burning red, and iron sand palm reached the perfect level. Perfect! This result makes me extremely excited. Although I'm not a combat-type beastmaster, I know how much effort it takes to achieve perfection in a skill. It took more than 10 years for Dubai to go from entry level to perfect level. This process was not easy. If it were really the passage of time in reality, I would be almost 40 years old by then. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the potential of a beast tamer. The problem is that the lifespan of the beast tamer and the beast tamer is limited. Now, I am finally ready to be the one who breaks through the growth limit of the beast tamer. Perhaps Dubai can reproduce the power of the ancient gods and accomplish a miracle. However, the most important thing now is to find a way to survive first. Just as I was thinking about this, a scream broke my thoughts. It was the howl of a demon wolf, which had obviously attracted other demon wolves. They began to dig the soil, intending to dig me out from the ground. Quick, Dubai, drag that demon wolf in. I hurriedly commanded. In this way, the demon wolf's body could block the cave entrance, and other demon wolves could not get in. Dubai responded, stretched out his claws, and threw the wolf's body into the corner. Listening to its movements, I couldn't help but remind him, keep your voice down, don't collapse the house. This hut has already collapsed by more than half. The rest won't have much impact on me. But if the house collapses again, I'll really have to find a place to hide. The most terrifying thing is always the monsters outside. The death of that green-skinned demon wolf was not unjust. There might be trophies, such as demon beast crystal cores in its body, and its fur and flesh also have certain value, but now is not the time for me to think about these. Suddenly, there was another wolf howl at the cave entrance. Apparently, another demon wolf was coming. Dubai, I called out again, ready to face a new round of challenge. Dubai, it responded, and then quietly waited for instructions. The wolf outside obviously didn't stop, and one wolf head stretched out. Its fierce eyes were full of desire to attack, and it was obvious that it was going to rush in and bite me. I was about to respond when I suddenly heard a gust of wind. Bang! With a loud bang, the demon wolf's head exploded, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Dubai shook his paw in disgust, throwing away the red and white thing. Kill the 7-star green-skinned demon wolf of the chilling level, and plunder the alien's lifespan for 7 years. Seeing the system prompt, I was speechless. The perfect iron sand palm is indeed so terrifying. Originally, it should have been the demon wolf that attacked me, but now it has become Dubai's chance to show his strength. Although the perfect level of iron sand palm is very powerful, it is not the ultimate limit of the skill. There's another level above it. That is the peerless level, which is almost the pinnacle of beast taming skills. In history, there are only a handful of people who have reached this level, and they have even been written into textbooks and become role models for future generations. Reaching the peerless level requires more than just repeated practice. It requires time, perseverance, resources, and understanding. Without these, there's no way to break through. At this time, I got some alien lifespans, a total of 7 years of lifespan. This time, I did not hesitate and immediately chose to continue to accelerate Debai's growth. Consume 7 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the first year, Debai and I had a very clear goal. Since the Iron Sampalm had reached a bottleneck, we would focus on improving the Iron Head skill. In the 5th year, the Iron Head skill broke through and reached the perfect level. In the 7th year, although Debai's skills and realm had reached a bottleneck, we chose to take a break in the past 2 years. Even Debai's cuteness broke through to the perfect level. Although the last 2 years seemed a bit wasted, in the long run, my main goal was achieved. Debai is now a strong beastmaster among the awakening level beasts. Beast Tamer, Iron-eating beast, Debai can be accelerated. Level, 9 stars. Skills, cuteness, perfect. Iron Sampalm, perfect. Iron Head skill, perfect. Loyalty, 100%. Debai suddenly had a lot of cute ideas and couldn't wait to show off his cute skills. I couldn't help but interrupt him. Stop being cute. Go kill the monster first. Debai, I shouted again, and Debai instantly switched to anger mode and began to fight back angrily. These demon wolves forced it to continue working. Next, it was the same old routine. Open the door to let the wolves in, and then smash their heads with one hand. Ouch. Bang. Ouch. Bang. After 3 consecutive wolf howls, 3 awakening-level green-skinned demon wolves were killed one by Debai, directly contributing 20 years of alien lifespan to me. But what's strange is that these demon wolves don't seem to bring any new skills to Debai, or rather, their levels are too low to provide anything more useful. Just when I thought everything was over, it suddenly became quiet outside. What's going on? I wondered, were these demon wolves scared, or have they retreated? I felt a little uneasy and decided to stay here until help arrived. At this moment, I suddenly heard a sharp explosion. Then, the ruins I was hiding in finally collapsed completely. Fortunately, the collapse was outwards, and I was not buried inside. However, when I saw the situation outside, the tension in my heart increased instantly. A large number of green-skinned demon wolves surrounded this place, and the leader was obviously much stronger than the other demon wolves. He should be a small leader. Its aura was powerful, at least extraordinary. I immediately realized that the enemy I was facing was no longer an ordinary demon wolf. My heart sank. Although the extraordinary monsters were very strong, the only way I could think of was to fight to the death. No matter what, I had to struggle before I died. Let's fight, I shouted, trying to provoke the leader. The wolf leader looked at me coldly, then looked around at the other wolves behind him. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes, obviously mocking me. Roar! It gave a sudden command, and the surrounding wolves began to approach Debai and me, while the leader prepared to launch a wave of energy attacks, obviously intending to launch a sneak attack. Seeing this situation, my anger suddenly exploded. Fuck! Do you think I'm afraid of you? Not only does it mean you can't just fight in a group, you also want to launch a sneak attack. I'm ashamed of myself for being so shameless. I thought to myself and decided to fight to the death. If I survive this time, I will definitely contract a beastmaster who can fight in groups when I return and never be a fool in a one-on-one fight again. Debai, I'm counting on you, I said, praying silently in my heart. Debai nodded vigorously, indicating that he would not let me get hurt no matter what. I was anxious because I had nothing and couldn't even beat an ordinary green-skinned wolf. The only thing I could do was to use the alien's lifespan to heal myself and Debai. At the moment when the demon wolves approached, I used the alien lifespan to accelerate Debai's growth. Consumed 2 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. Then, I accelerated my own cultivation. Consumed 2 years of lifespan to accelerate my own cultivation growth. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. With these 2 accelerations, my cultivation level improved slightly, reaching 8 stars, but what puzzled me most was that I didn't feel any damage. Although I should have felt tremendous pressure facing the siege of the demon wolves, I found that these demon wolves were actually frozen, as if time had been frozen. Dubai, I roared in a low voice, and then watched Dubai react in an instant and slap several demon wolves one after another. Puff, puff. Several demon wolves were instantly turned into minced meat. Dubai's performance also stunned me. When did it become so strong? However, the battle was not over. Dubai continued to attack, and the demon wolves behind were also dealt with. At this moment, I felt a bloody smell spreading. Good boy, you made a breakthrough before the battle and remained fearless in the face of danger. Well done. A voice came from above his head, with generous praise. I looked up and saw an armored war eagle slowly landing, and 3 people walked down from it. The leader was a sturdy man in his 20s, his body covered in blood. It seemed that this was the person who had just praised me. Behind him, there was a woman with a red and black spotted spider on her shoulder. Obviously, this was the real strong one. Thank you, sir, for saving me. I finally got rescued and breathed a sigh of relief. I almost died here. I couldn't let the bright future I had after crossing over end like this. No need to thank me. I am a member of the Tian'an City Guard. This is my duty. The big man looked at the devastated streets around him and sighed. However, there are too many secret realms that have erupted this time, resulting in a shortage of manpower. So, I am late. Tian'an City, located in the southern border of Xia State, is an outpost leading to the wilderness of monsters and beasts, and also an important military city. I remember that the outbreak of such an unstable secret realm was not a big deal. The real danger was the tide of monsters outside, which was the disaster that everyone had to be vigilant about. Unfortunately, when the monster tide broke out 3 years ago, my parents didn't survive and died in the disaster. Now, although the problems in the secret realm are not small, compared with the monster tide, it is nothing. Several people landed from the sky, and the demon wolf leader was so frightened that he was stunned. I almost forgot, there's another one. The big man smiled and pointed at the green-skinned demon wolf leader. Boy, didn't you say you wanted to fight one-on-one just now? Do you still dare now? Dare. I knew in my heart that these people had already arrived and were just observing me from above. Now was a good opportunity to pick up ahead. How could I miss it? Dubai. Dubai responded, immediately attracting the woman's attention. Looking at this cute beast, I knew it didn't look like a combat-type beast. The perfect cuteness technique was indeed very lethal. Captain, isn't this a bit too big? This little guy doesn't look like a combat beast. Another man said, It's okay, let's take a look first. The big man replied, not seeming to be worried. The wolf leader was frightened, but when he saw Dubai rushing towards him, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He decided to fight back desperately. Dubai, don't forget your neck and waist. Dubai responded, I never relax my mind, always ready to use the alien's lifespan to restore it. The alien's lifespan is only 16 years left, enough to deal with the current situation. Although Dubai should be safe with these strong men around, I don't want its kill to be taken away by others. The wolf leader rushed forward and used his claws to catch Dubai's attack. However, his claws seemed to hit a steel plate, and he lost consciousness instantly. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, and the shock of the people could almost be seen from their eyes. Perfect skill. The big man was surprised. This attack obviously exceeded his expectations. I looked at Dubai and felt a surge of pride in my heart. It turns out that perfect level skills are indeed not to be underestimated. The demon wolf leader howled miserably and tried to retract the attack with his claws, but he began to brew a cyan energy bomb. Dubai, Iron Head skill. Bing! Dubai kicked his legs hard and directly hit the wolf leader's head with his head. Bang! The impact force of this was no less than that of a solid iron ball. Although Dubai was a little shaken, it was not a big deal. The wolf leader was in a terrible state. Blood was coming out of his mouth and nose. His eyes instantly lost focus, and his skills were interrupted. Seize the opportunity. Iron Sand Palm. I quickly ordered, and Dubai slapped the wolf leader's head. The head of the demon wolf leader exploded. Killed the extraordinary 3-star green-skinned demon wolf. Plundered the alien's lifespan for 13 years. Plundering skill-tough skin. The iron-eating beast has automatically comprehended it. Good. The big man couldn't help but cheer, obviously shocked by Dubai's performance. He took out a device similar to a mobile phone from his arms and said to me, This is your credit for killing the monster alone in the city. Are you interested in joining our city guards? By the way, what's your name? You look young. You should have just graduated. My name is Xu Ming. I just graduated from high school. Xu Ming, you are the one with 7 stars in the first level and 5 stars in the Iron-Eating Beast Spirit Enlightenment. The big man seemed a little bit unbelievable. After all, 2 months ago, the Iron-Eating Beast had just awakened to 5 stars, and there was nothing special about it. I didn't expect that it could show such a powerful strength now. Well, I think no one can take such a handsome ID photo except me. I responded calmly, it's no big deal. As for why I became so strong, that was because I didn't pass the college entrance examination, so I just wrote down my identity as a high school student when filling out the form and ended up registering in F-level talent. F-level talent? The woman finally couldn't help asking, obviously suspicious of me. Well, maybe not getting into college stimulated me. I think my talent may have improved. I explained this in advance to avoid them having more doubts about me. The 3 of them were speechless. How could talent improve so quickly? Okay, let's get down to business. Are you interested in joining me? My name is Wu Yan, and I'm the person in charge of this district. Wu Yan asked again, with some anticipation in his tone. I was silent for a while. I knew very well that Wu Yan really wanted me to join, not to use me as cannon fodder. But I had too many secrets, so I might not be suitable to join such an official organization. Chapter 5. You predicted my prediction. Captain Wu, thank you for thinking highly of me, but I'm only at the first level now. I plan to work hard for another year to see if I have a chance to repeat my studies and enter university. I quietly rejected Wu Yan's proposal, knowing in my heart that it was just an excuse. After all, with the golden finger, I was fully capable of improving my own strength and did not need to rely on the meager subsidy from the university. As for the knowledge of beast control, as long as I am willing to spend money, it is not impossible to enter anywhere. Wu Yan glanced at me and seemed a little surprised. Is that so? He obviously didn't expect me to refuse such a good opportunity. After all, it's not easy for people like us to join an organization like the City Guard. I actually rejected such an opportunity. Since you insist, I do have another choice. He spoke slowly, his tone suddenly becoming relaxed. I have a special recruitment quota for Tian'an City Beastmaster Academy this year. As long as you are a non-staff member and assist in the mission when necessary, your graduation diploma will be the same as that of the regular admissions, and you can enter school next year. I was stunned for a moment. What the hell? You predicted my prediction? However, seeing that Wu Yan didn't have any special expression on his face, I could only put aside my guess and re-examine him. Captain Wu, there is no reward without merit. If you give me such an opportunity directly, I'm worried. It's okay. All my team members have graduated from college. It would be a waste if I don't take the quota. It was as if he was giving me free benefits. For me, this quota was just an opportunity to receive a subsidy and a diploma for free, exclusive to the military. Okay, stop dragging your feet. Let's make it happen. I'll help you update your information, and the acceptance letter will be mailed to you next week. After he finished speaking, without waiting for my reaction, he continued, take the crystal core of the monster you killed. The remaining materials will be converted into military merit points, and you can exchange them for what you want later. He arranged everything in one breath, and then, without waiting for me to speak, he prepared to leave. Wait a minute. I hurriedly called him, feeling a little unwilling. What? You still don't agree? Wu Yan's face darkened, and he was obviously a little dissatisfied. No. I have 5 corpses of demon wolves buried below me. I killed them all. It can also be considered a credit, right? After all, it is my credit, so I can't waste it. Well, very good. The anger on Wu Yan's face instantly dissipated, and he smiled. You do have a contribution. When the time comes, I will send you a communicator specifically to record your contribution in killing monsters. Ha. Wu Yan laughed loudly and seemed to be in a much better mood. He then took 2 team members and walked onto the back of the armored warhawk and flew into the air. Looking at the direction they were going away, I couldn't help but be speechless. This was the first time I encountered such a forced sale, and they even took the initiative to give me benefits. I don't think I am that worthy of attention. Instead, maybe they think I can be of other use to them, or they see my potential and think of it as an investment. The crystal core of the green demon wolf was in its head. Luckily, Dubai exploded its head. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to dig it out. I wiped the blood off my hands, but I didn't feel anything special. Captain, are you planning to let this child carry out the arrangements made by the higher-ups? The woman on the ironclad warhawk asked. It's a coincidence. The child has good talent. Since he has this idea, let's satisfy him. Wu Yan replied in a deep voice with a hint of appreciation in his tone. The key is that the roughnecks in our team don't look like college students at all, and they were exposed on the first day. Huh. I ignored their discussion and went straight home. When I got home, the door was not damaged at all, as if I was fine hiding at home, but those who escaped suffered. The corridor was covered in blood, the wounded were supporting each other, and the atmosphere was heavy. Even if I met some acquaintances, I was not in the mood to say hello. I was lucky to be able to save my life. I walked all the way to the 4th floor and locked the door. Then I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Damn, it's just a time travel. Why is it so exciting? I almost died here. The only thing that worries me now is whether Wu Yin will treat me as an extra member and assign me to do some troublesome things. If he asks me to perform special tasks every few days, I'll be really worried. However, there is no point in thinking about these things. The most important thing now is to improve my own strength. Improve my talent. I whispered to myself, recalling what I said to Wu Yin before. My talent will indeed improve. In fact, the speed of cultivation between F level and SSS level differs by 100 times, which is simply two extremes. Even E level is twice as fast as F level. The alien has 24 years left in his lifespan, so now is the time to sprint. Dubai and I have reached a bottleneck, and the resources for upgrading are very important. For a Beastmaster, upgrading is actually very simple and only requires potions. As for the resources I need, I still need to check. No matter what, let's just charge first. Consume 10 years of lifespan to accelerate your talent growth. No extra resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the first year, the direction of talent improvement is unclear. You can only rely on your own understanding and slowly explore. In the third year, you still haven't found any ideas. Your practice is stagnant, and you are almost crazy. The iron-eating beast comes to comfort you. In the 7th year, your talent has entered the primary cultivation stage, and your training and cultivation efficiency have improved. You and the iron-eating beast have become a family, sharing life and death together. In the 10th year, your talent has been improved from F-level primary training to E-level intermediate training. The efficiency of training and training has been greatly improved, but you no longer care about these. The improvement is over. I took a casual glance and no longer cared about it. Chapter 6, Express Delivery Allowance. It's just E-level. If I live long enough, it is entirely possible to upgrade my talent to C-level. The acceleration process is not only for the purpose of improvement, but also provides me with ideas and insights, which is not just a simple increase in values. As for the level after C, I myself have no idea. C level represents the top cultivation attribute, and in the series of talents of cultivation, it has reached the pinnacle. In other words, without special insights and knowledge inculcation, my first talent can only reach level C. But it is too early to consider these now, and there are still many goals to be achieved. Improving my talent is my 3rd or 4th goal, but it is not that urgent. As for the lifespan of the alien, it is only 14 years left, so it is better to keep it for backup. The only skill that can be upgraded now is the tough skin skill entry level that Dubai just learned. This skill is not particularly urgent. Even if I want to fight monsters now, I don't have much chance. In the next few days, the whole city will enter a state of rest and martial law, and entry and exit will be strictly restricted. Even the secret realms of the Beast Taming Academy and the Beast Tamer Association are restricted from opening. Therefore, it is not too late to improve this unimportant skill slowly in the future. Everything was planned. I took a cold shower and then fell asleep. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, I hardly went out and stayed at home to digest the basic knowledge of the world. I will temporarily call this planet the Beast Taming Planet. Since ancient times, the beast taming civilization here has been developing, and the human race has been loving and killing each other with monsters, demons, ghosts, spirits, and other alien species. Among them, there is the god-level Yin Emperor, who contracted this as who. The Qing Emperor contracted the Azure Dragon, leading the human race to fight against alien races and expand the territory. In another period of history, the appearance of the world-destroying dragon almost wiped out the human race. But at the critical moment of life and death, the Sword Emperor appeared with the immortal Executioner Sword Spirit and turned the situation around. That battle almost broke the entire planet in half, and in the end, the planet was saved by relying on the rules of the Supreme Will. The original continent was split into 2 parts, east and west, and there were some small islands. The body of the world-destroying demon dragon eventually fell into the sea, forming the Forbidden Demon Sea, which became a natural barrier between the east and west lands. The Forbidden Demon Sea has become a symbol of taboos and monsters. However, there are still space-based masters who use a small number of teleportation arrays for remote communication. The two pieces of land in the east and west are called East Continent and West Continent respectively. 10,000 years have passed since the Sword Emperor slew the dragon. The myth gradually faded away. History continued to move forward, but the disputes between humans and aliens and between humans never stopped. The place where I am now is the most powerful country on the land of Dongzhou, Xia Country. In addition to Xia Country, there are some small countries, such as Wu Country, Han Country, Mania Country, and some island countries. The ruling family of Xia Country is the Xia family, and it is said that they're the bloodline of the Sword Emperor. Even in a powerful country like Xia Country, transportation between cities is not absolutely safe, and there is a possibility of encountering a tide of beasts in the wild. Except for some fixed long-distance freight routes, they're specially protected. Ordinary people will basically never leave their own city in their lifetime. Rich beast masters can take the teleportation array, and those with strength can choose flying mounts. Those who don't have these two can only stay at home and don't run around. Knock, 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 Xu Ming home? Your package has arrived. Yes. Okay. Open the window. I need you to sign for it. I opened the window in the living room, took the package from the courier, signed, and took a photo. It was that simple. Uncle, you can actually find my house number accurately outside? I couldn't help but ask curiously. Nowadays, delivering packages on a bird is nothing new. That's right. Those who do this job can judge the location by listening to the echo with their eyes closed. The courier uncle said proudly. I thought to myself, is this uncle the reincarnation of a bat spirit? Unfortunately, the uncle's talent and strength don't seem to be good enough. Otherwise, he could switch to a long-distance flying mount passenger transport job, which would definitely earn more and be much easier than delivering couriers. I opened the package and first saw an iron box with a seal. No wonder it's so heavy. The seal says top secret, no opening without me, and the seal of the city guard is stamped in red font. But I know that this kind of seal is only a deterrent to ordinary people. How can something really important be mailed? I tore off the seal and opened the iron box. There were several things inside. A certificate of the city guard, which meant that I could enjoy the allowance of ordinary soldiers. For ordinary people, this was also equivalent to a talisman. An admission letter from the Beast Taming Academy, telling me that I must report before September 1st at the latest. There is also a palm-sized communicator, which seems to be the one Wu Yin mentioned, which can record my achievements in killing monsters. I turned on the communicator, and the screen lit up. Ding-dash activation starts. Fingerprint binding is successful. Ding-dash face recognition is successful. Ding-dash iris binding is successful. Ding-dash military merit scanning system automatically turned on. From the moment I turned on the phone, the communicator kept making a dinging sound. Although it was annoying, I knew it must be a product of high technology. After all, there's a team of beastmasters who specializes in studying intelligent mechanical life, and the technology in Shizhou is particularly advanced. In Xia Country, intelligent life networks are strictly prohibited. The knowledge about beast control on the internet is also very superficial. If you want to learn more, you must go to the university library to check it out. Perhaps this is also a kind of prevention against intelligent life. Ding-dash account, 1 million yuan has arrived. When I heard the news, I almost jumped up in fright. My financial situation is so bad that I have to eat dirt, but I didn't expect to receive such a large sum of money so soon. It's really a big gift package for me. I wouldn't be so polite if I had known. This 1 million is simply amazing. Just as I was sighing, the communicator vibrated, and it showed that it was Wu Yin calling. Boy, did you receive the stuff? Wu Yin asked. This is nonsense. How could I receive the call if I didn't receive it? The facial recognition can't even pass. I received it. Thank you, Captain. I answered simply. Well, what I just sent you is 1 month's salary and overseas allowance. Overseas allowance? Yes, since you're stationed at the school permanently, it counts as overseas stationing. And it is only 1/3 of the allowance of regular team members. Going to school with pay? This is simply great. The academy seemed to have subsidies, but money was not important. The key was resources. Although 1 million seemed like a lot, it was not enough to buy cultivation resources. Chapter 7. Confidential Mission, Beast Tamer Association. In addition to these, you will also receive resource allocations of spirit stones and potions every month. The types are not fixed. You can apply according to your needs. Wu Yin continued. Captain, this benefit is too good, isn't it? I couldn't help but sigh. Ah, Do you regret not agreeing to become a regular member? Wu Yin laughed. Well, I just feel that I'm not strong enough and I don't deserve it. I quickly responded. Well, then you should improve yourself and don't embarrass me. Although you're a non-regular member, my name is also listed internally. He said, besides, the welfare of the city guards is earned with their lives. I won't put any restrictions on you at ordinary times, but if you encounter a crisis, don't think of deserting. I understand. I nodded. Of course I understand this. I am quite satisfied with the current result. As for what Wu Yin needed me to do, since he didn't say, I didn't bother to ask. Okay, you can figure out the functions of the communicator yourself. Wu Yin said casually, by the way, don't reveal your identity as a city guard in school. After that, he hung up the phone directly, acting swiftly. I opened the communicator and found that its basic functions were similar to those of ordinary mobile phones. There was an additional locked avatar icon on the main interface, indicating that it needed to be unlocked every time before it could be opened. I clicked on the icon, and my personal information was displayed on the interface. Xu Ming, editable. Military rank, non-staff member. Military merit, 172, click to redeem. Level, first order 8 stars, editable. Talent, F level, editable. Beast, iron-eating beast, spiritual awakening peak, editable. Mission status, level 2 confidential. The above information can only be viewed by generals at the general level. Seeing this information, I was a little stunned. I didn't even know what my mission was. What's even more ridiculous is that Wu Yan didn't have the authority to view my mission. Not even he had the right to know. But judging from Wu Yan's performance, the mission didn't seem that important. What's even more outrageous is that I can edit my basic information at will, which is universal across the country. This kind of authority is too bizarre. Anyway, with such authority, no matter what level I am at, it is reasonable and no one will doubt it. Then I clicked on the exchange button and saw a wide variety of items on it, including potions, equipment, materials, and even military ranks that could be directly exchanged for upgrades. This could save me a lot of time, and I didn't have to go through the trouble of looking for materials. Killing a monster not only robs you of your lifespan, but also earns you military merit. However, killing monsters in the wild and in secret realms will earn you much less military merit. After all, military merit is more often used to reward soldiers who defend their homeland, and will only be rewarded during wartime. I looked carefully and found an item I needed and could exchange for. First level promotion potion, 100 military merits. However, I didn't rush to exchange it, but looked at the welfare allowance column. Monthly allowance, Spirit Stone X10, first level physical potion X5, first level soul potion X5. These resources are distributed according to my military rank rather than my level, which should be the lowest level. If I want to upgrade, I can go to Wu Yin to apply. Whether it is spirit stones or potions, both Beastmasters and Beastmasters can use them. The key is to see my own needs. Spiritual stones are mainly used to improve realms, while physical and soul potions are used to improve physical and mental strength respectively. Now, what I need most is the first level promotion potion. I checked and found that I only need 10 spiritual stones to exchange for 1 potion. Without hesitation, I directly deducted the spiritual stones and received the allowance. Ding, received a text message. Pick up successfully. Please go to the Beast Tamer Association to pick up the potion within 3 days. The pickup number is 21821888. If you need door-to-door delivery, please call us. Door-to-door delivery will require an additional escort fee of 10% of the item's value. As an official organization, the Beast Tamer Association is relatively free, but it also has certain regulations. In addition to the need to register personal information when awakening, there are not many restrictions on members. In fact, the stronger the Beast Tamer, the better the treatment. If I hadn't received Wu Yan's arrangement, I would probably go to the Beast Tamer Association first and do some first-level tasks. As for going into the wild alone, that would be courting death, and monsters are not something to be trifled with. The Beastmaster Association not only has many members, but also has various talents and professions. The association also undertakes the regular supply of medicines from the military, so most of these resources are circulated internally. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I decided to go to the Beastmaster Association this afternoon to get the medicine back and then directly get promoted. As for door-to-door delivery, the price of 200,000 yuan for shipping is too expensive, which is equivalent to wasting a spirit stone and a potion. I don't want to be so extravagant. The escort fee for door-to-door delivery looks more like a way to earn extra profit for a high price. In the afternoon, I took a taxi to the Beast Tamer Association. The association is located on the outskirts of the city, seemingly to facilitate the delivery of prey by beast tamers returning from hunting. The geographical location here seems dangerous, but also extremely safe. After all, 1/3 of the high-end forces in this city control the territory here. With this as the center, a prosperous commercial district has been formed, and almost all commodities are related to beast taming. Elite firefox fur. Do you want it? If not, I'll give it to the association. Freshly baked, top-grade beast eggs. Take a look. Let's bet. Ancestral monarch-level sword. Who wants to see it? The hawking sounds from the stalls outside were one after another. As a first-level beastmaster, I have no pressure here. Even the scammers don't bother to pay attention to me. After entering the association, the atmosphere became much quieter. Everyone talked in low voices. Most people came to purchase items or post tasks. On the task board, the first-level tasks were mostly simple jobs such as cleaning up the poop of beasts, delivering goods, and feeding and breeding. These tasks are not difficult, but they're not interesting to me, especially with the recent martial law. It is even more difficult to leave the city. If you want to fight monsters, only the secret realm is the right place. The academy has a novice secret realm suitable for people of my level. Looking at the task board, I already had a plan in mind. It was time to go to the college. I walked directly to the counter and showed my pickup code. Hello, I'm here to pick up something. Okay, please wait. The staff nodded and went to the warehouse to help me arrange the pickup. Chapter 8, Promotion to the Second Level. While waiting, I discovered that the Beastmaster Association actually has its own website. I never paid attention to this information before, and now that I have traveled through time, I have no idea about it. The website has a cross-regional trading system, a task collaboration system, and even a knowledge-sharing system. Of course, knowledge requires payment. Out of curiosity, I typed in the word iron-eating beast, and immediately a lot of related content appeared. Guide to cultivating iron-eating beast, guide to cultivating iron-eating beast, iron-eating beast recipe, precautions for advanced iron-eating beast. I couldn't help but frown when I saw these titles. What kind of guides and pointers are all garbage? Especially those trial chapters, which are about choosing bamboo. Bamboo? Do iron-eating beasts eat bamboo? What I eat every day has nothing to do with these. As for the precautions for the iron-eating beast advancement, the first one is keep a stable mood, a gentle personality, and avoid overwork. I am really drunk. Dubai's iron sandpalm has now reached a high level. If he doesn't chop something every day, he will feel uncomfortable. If there was nothing for it to chop, it would do one-handed push-ups to relieve boredom. If that didn't work, it would use the iron palm and iron head kung fu to see which one was tougher. I thought to myself, either there was something wrong with their information, or there was something wrong with me. Anyway, I have no problem with that. After reading these materials, I know that they obviously treat the ferruginous beast as an ornamental pet. Dubai is cute, but its combat power is not bad. Cuteness and combat power, I want them all. Soon, the staff came out and handed me a small box. I checked it and found a first-level promotion potion and 5 potions of the other 2 potions. After that, I left the Beast Tamer Association and took a taxi home. When I got home, I couldn't wait to take out the first-level promotion potion and carefully read the instructions. Directions. Take it directly. The promotion success rate is 90%. Take it with the Soul Power Potion. The success rate can be increased to 95%. Possible side effects during the advancement process: dizziness, tinnitus, auditory hallucinations, uncontrolled strength, etc. Usually return to normal within 2 to 3 days. Side effects? There will be side effects? I don't want to endure this pain. Not to mention I have other things to do. So, I took out a soul potion, held it in my hand, and decided to take it together. I twisted open the 2 potions and drank them in one breath. Consume 1 year of life and accelerate your own cultivation growth. This acceleration consumes an additional first-level promotion potion, X1, and a first-level soul potion, X1. Accelerating. This year, you successfully advanced to the second level in the first 3 days. It took you a week to completely get rid of the side effects and fully adapt to the new power and the discomfort brought by the newly opened beast control space. In the following time, you have been improving your talent. Although there is still a long way to go, it is all easy work and not difficult. Success. I closed my eyes and looked inside. A new space appeared next to Dubai's beast-controlling space. Although it was empty now, at least it existed. Moreover, my lifespan increased by 20 years, so at least I didn't have to worry about dying young. As for the second beast, which one should I decide to contract? Originally, I plan to find one that can fight in a group, but each beast has only one beast space, and I haven't heard that you can contract multiple beasts. In fact, the level of the Beastmaster is actually equivalent to taking multiple beasts to fight together. A ninth level Beastmaster can basically take a group of beasts, which is almost enough. If you can't contract a group, then flying type, possess type, long-range turret type, or even Beast-Eared Girl are also good choices. Thinking about it, I was a little distracted and fell asleep in a daze. Nothing happened that night. The next day, I woke up with panda eyes. Although I slept for a long time, I almost didn't sleep well. I had all kinds of strange dreams one after another that night, which made my mental state extremely bad. I even wondered if the side effects of the advancement had not completely subsided. I washed my face vigorously and forced myself to cheer up. Today, I decided not to wait any longer and report directly to the Tianan Beast Tamer Academy. Whether it was the endless monsters to kill or the expectation of the second beast, they were urging me, act quickly, don't delay any longer. So, I simply packed a few sets of clothes, took the few things Yin gave me, put on my backpack, and took a taxi to Tianan Beastmaster College. If nothing unexpected happens, I probably won't return to this residence in the short term. Anyway, there's nothing worth reminiscing about. After arriving at school, I found that the school gate was already crowded even though the school was still half a month away from opening. Apparently, the old students who had experienced the outbreak of the secret realm had returned to school early. There were also many new students like me. After all, compared to wandering around during the holidays, school was the safest place. I guess no one comes here specifically to kill monsters like me. I've heard enough about monsters. I walked into the campus without any hindrance and began to look for my class reception desk. On the way, I saw classes divided by elemental attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, etc. There were also classes divided by race such as flying, insect, fighting, etc. Even some unpopular classes such as curse, undead, auxiliary, healing, etc. Most of them were female beastmasters. However, I did not see the ordinary class marked on my admission letter. I only glanced at it casually before and did not pay much attention to it, thinking that the ordinary class was just a second-tier echelon relative to the key class. As a student who entered through the back door, it was normal to be assigned to this class. Now it seems that I was wrong. The ordinary class did not seem to be a secondary class, but rather seemed a little special. After some thinking, I thought that it was probably to accept students like me who got in through the back door. Anyway, I went to school purely for the sake of going through the motions, getting some subsidies, killing some monsters, and improving my strength as soon as possible was the key. As for the diploma, who cares? I walked to the welcome banner and finally found the welcome banner for the ordinary class on the side of a high platform. The platform looked quite large, probably used to hold some important events. This momentum was much higher than any other class in the department. It seemed that the ordinary class was not bad. Chapter 9, Tradition of the Ordinary Class. I found that I seemed to have gone in the wrong direction. I only needed to change direction to reach the platform directly, and there was no need to go around so much. I was too lazy to go back and just jumped. I jumped onto the platform steadily. As soon as I got up, I realized that the situation here was a little different from what I thought. It was indeed the welcome venue for ordinary classes, but the registration table was on the edge of one side of the platform. The platform was obviously used for competitions. The crowd was clearly divided into two camps, one of which was much more powerful than the other. In the weaker camp, many people were still squatting on the ground with injuries. It seemed that the duel between Beastmasters was not enough, and even Beastmasters could not avoid some physical pain. However, not everyone was beaten, and the few people standing seemed to be fine. The competition here is obviously to screen out unqualified freshmen. There is no doubt that the one who was beaten must be a freshman. Hey, are you also a freshman in the regular class this year? A boy came up and asked me, so what if I am? So what if I am not? I replied, if you are, go register first, and then let me beat you up. If you are not, I will beat you up right now and then throw you out. Does it make any difference whether you register or not? Stop talking nonsense. If you keep dithering, I will beat you up first. Just as I was about to teach him a lesson, a guy who was beaten next to me spoke up. Dude, they said this is the tradition of the regular class. Those of us who got in through connections have to be taught a lesson first. After you register, you will be given a points card. Our subsidies are all distributed through points. If you lose the battle, your points will be deducted. Really, I heard it and realized that the rules of the ordinary class were indeed like this. What about them? I pointed at the people standing there and asked, brother, my family has some money, and I can get rid of the disaster by spending some money. As for that guy, his last name is Xia, you know? The other guys also have good backgrounds, especially that girl. He is kind and gentle to women and doesn't hit them. A plump boy answered. Last name is Xia. I took a look at the boy. He stood straight. His temperament was calm. He looked not simple. It seems that these people are either rich or powerful. However, even so, the strength of the boy surnamed Xia should not be underestimated. Okay, then let's register first. We cannot sign up. I decided to complete the formalities first. By the way, what are the rules? I don't quite understand how to fight a Beastmaster, I said as I walked towards the registration desk. The girls were in charge here and didn't seem to be beaten. The rule is one-on-one. I beat your beast first. Then I beat you, said a senior boy. Student, what's your name? The girl in charge of registration asked in a low voice, as if she couldn't bear to see me being beaten. Xu Ming. I answered. Okay, I found it. This is your points card, which can also be used as a student ID. The girl handed me a crystal card. By the way, how do I get points? Will they be automatically deducted? I took the card and saw that it showed 30 points remaining. I was secretly happy. 30 points is equivalent to 15 spiritual stones. It's a good start. It's about right. As long as you are within the monitoring range, the system will automatically record it. The girl pointed around. At this moment, I suddenly understood that although I couldn't kill him, at least it could be considered some gentle training. Senior, I only have one beast, and it's at the spiritual awakening level, I said, and summoned Dabai directly. Ying. As soon as Dabai appeared, he immediately captured the hearts of all the girls on the field, and even the boy was a little speechless. Is this what you said about not being good at fighting against beast masters? You contracted a cute pet and wanted to use it to fight? It's really unbelievable. At this moment, an old man with a white beard on the surveillance screen began to glare in anger. This is just nonsense, and it's getting more and more nonsense. The old man stared at the picture on the screen, his eyes almost popping out. The other old man, sitting next to him, seemed calmer. He sat there and watched calmly. Well, it's indeed a bit ridiculous. How can we allow old students to snatch new students? It's not conducive to unity. The other old man spoke slowly. Principal, you know that's not what I meant. Look, even people like this can come in. It's getting too much. The old man with a white beard began to get angry. There is no discrimination in education. Besides, he just didn't choose the right beast for the first time. There is still a chance. The principal responded with a chuckle. The white-bearded old man was so angry that he could not speak. He could only stare blankly. After a while, he said, there are no cowards among Tiannan's students. Without a practical beast, he will only die faster. Okay, Lao Ji, let's focus on the 5-school competition at the end of the year and try to select 2 good candidates to participate. This year, we must be in the top 3, otherwise. The principal said indifferently. What else? Do they really dare to ask us to move? Vice President Ji Dingon cursed, spitting far away. If we don't move, we have to become the first affiliated school. This is what the Wen family wants. The principal responded calmly. Fuck, what do those guys think of us? The first prize? We are outstanding students of Tiannan, dying on the front line. Is this how we should be used? Ji Dingon was furious. Principal Liu Tongxing looked at the screen quietly without saying anything. How about you just admit defeat and I'll just beat you up? The senior on the stage became a little confused. He would rather beat me up than attack the cute Dabai, who was still clapping. Clap your hands, warm-up exercise for Iron Palm. Dabai clapped his hands while doing warm-up exercises, looking very cute. It's okay, try it. I've never fought against a Beastmaster before. Senior, if you don't summon a Beastmaster, I'll win. I challenged. Since you said that, don't blame me. Let you, a flower in a greenhouse, have a taste of pain. The senior shouted and summoned his own Beastmaster. Come out, Iron Bull, he shouted. Moo, the huge body of the Iron Bull appeared on the battlefield, shining with metallic luster, and the 2 short horns on its head were as sharp as daggers. I won't bully you either, so I'll use this Iron Bull that has just advanced to the extraordinary level, said the senior. Facing a cute pet of the awakening level, he actually took out a super-level beast, which was a bit shameful. But he didn't have any other beast to use. After all, in the ordinary class, strength is everything. The battle begins. I looked at the new information displayed on the scorecard. New battle. The loser will be deducted at least 10 points per time. It seems that although the school is a bit strict, it is at least humane and does not deduct all the points at once. The so-called ordinary class tradition is to teach the transfer students a lesson. Chapter 10. You have to pay more. Go ahead, Iron Bull. Be gentle. the senior boy ordered. He had been through many battles, but this was the first time he had officially fought against such a weak opponent. He felt embarrassed if it got out. He just wanted to finish it as soon as possible, beat me up, and leave. Looking at the eyes of those girls, they wanted to chop themselves up. Damn, can appearance determine everything? Moo! The armored bull buried its head and rushed towards Dubai, ready to knock Dubai out of the field with one blow. Dubai, be gentle. I also hurriedly ordered. Although it's a pity that I can't kill it directly, for long-term considerations, I certainly won't lose the big picture for the small. Dubai seemed to recall the process of killing the wolf leader. In that case, using 50% of his strength should be enough. He put his palms together to face the enemy, looking a little cute. So cute. Is he asking for a hug? Woo woo woo. I can't bear to watch it. So cruel. Why are you bullying Dubai? Ta-ta-da. The iron bull rushed at full speed, without using any supernatural skills, intending to use brute force to ram the little thing. Its speed was getting faster and faster, and it was about to collide with it like Mars hitting the Earth. Snap! Iron Sand Palm, weakened version. Moo? Bang! Instantly, golden stars appeared on the top of the armored bull's head, and its head turned several times before it fainted on the ground. Dubai took a few steps back, relieving the impact of the armored bull. Huh! No one expected such a reversal of the situation. For a moment, the field suddenly became quiet. Iron Armored Bull. The first person to react was the senior student. He quickly sensed it and found that the Iron Armored Bull had just fainted and lost its fighting power. He was relieved and took it back to the beast control space. Then, he looked at me angrily. Fuck, you are cheating on purpose. Why would I cheat? Didn't you challenge me? I shrugged indifferently and secretly glanced at the scorecard in my heart. Cross-level challenge. 5 times the reward. Points plus 50. Oh, 5 times the reward? There's such a good thing? Haha. Thank you for the points, senior. I didn't expect to earn so many resources before the start of the semester. It seems that I really chose the right one this semester. At this time, the freshman who had been beaten up also started to make a fuss. Senior, you can't afford to lose to a freshman. Yes, everyone is watching. It's a fair fight. How can you say someone is cheating you? The boy was so angry that his face turned red and white. Zhang Hao, you did lose. You lost because you underestimated your opponent. A senior student on the other side said. They were just casually watching this drama that happens every year, but they didn't expect to see a wonderful plot. The senior students were beaten by the freshmen from the ordinary class, which would probably become big news in the school. Moreover, it was a spiritual level student who killed the extraordinary level student in seconds. Although there was an element of underestimation, it was still enough to cause a sensation. Since the challenge is over, I'm leaving now. I said, pretending to leave. Wait, I don't accept it. Let's have another match. Zhang Hao walked out of the crowd of senior students with a dusty face. Obviously, someone had already given him advice, telling him to get back his face now. Otherwise, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Of course, there are also many people who like to watch the fun and think that this drama is more interesting than simply bullying freshmen. Another match? I had walked to the edge of the field and stopped. Senior, I only have one Spirit Awakening level beast, and after a match, I am already a little tired. Are you planning to win by fighting it around? I said with a smile. The people around were speechless for a moment. Someone else's beast was knocked down by my cute beast, and he actually said he was tired. This is ridiculous. Seeing Zhang Hao still persisting, everyone couldn't help laughing. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Hao actually wanted to fight for real. How could this be a round-robin battle? So, you refuse to fight? Or are you afraid? Zhang Hao frowned and said, if I refuse, he can't force me to fight. After all, the tradition has been completed, and it is a fact that he lost. Besides, no one with a brain would agree to use the Spirit Awakening to challenge the extraordinary peak. No, I want to pay more. I said slowly. Everyone, huh? Brother, you are a little arrogant. Others will definitely use the peak of the extraordinary level of beasts, but my peak of the awakened spirit against the peak of the extraordinary level? The peak of the awakened spirit can kill the 1-star beast of the extraordinary level, which is barely acceptable, but can the full-star level of the awakened spirit really be done by the beast? Moreover, it was the cute baby who everyone generally believed was an iron-eating beast. These outrageous actions made the students watching realize that this year's ordinary class might not be so ordinary. Interesting. Then what are the conditions for you to take the challenge? At this time, a question with a slight smile suddenly came from the side of the high platform. The crowd dispersed, and two energetic old men walked in. Principal, it's over. Old man G is here too. Although Principal Lu Tongxing looked like a kind old man, Vice Principal Ji Dingon was different. He was more strict. Senior students were generally afraid of Ji Dingon. Listening to the discussions of my classmates around me, I roughly understood the identity of the visitor. It seems that the attention of the school's top management has been attracted. At least some teachers will be watching here to prevent major accidents. I didn't expect that the biggest boss of the school would be lured out. Not only did I not expect it, but the two old men did not expect it either. They had only intended to watch the excitement, but they actually witnessed the strange sight of a spirit-enlightened, iron-eating beast knocking out a transcendent, iron-armored bull with a single slap. Such a bizarre thing actually happened to an unknown transfer student. The two old men from the capital might be understandable, but where on earth did this kid come from? If he was from Tianan City, how could he be left out of the college entrance examination? When they came, they took a quick look at my registration information. It was ordinary, with almost no highlights. It was hard to tell from the information what kind of relationship he had to get in, but it was a bit mysterious. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that this person was the one who had just challenged him. Principal, are you asking for him or for yourself? I asked with a roll of my eyes. Chapter 11, Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Oh, is there any difference? Principal Lu Tongxing seemed to think that this kid must have no good intentions. But there was no obvious impatience in his words, but it made people feel a little interesting. If it was him, the chips he could offer would only be points or something like that. But if it was you, the principal, wouldn't the stakes be higher? I asked back with a smile. The students around me were speechless. Obviously, no one thought that I would target the principal so directly. This freshman dared to set his sights on the principal on the first day of registration. It was simply shocking. Brother, you are awesome. Shang admits defeat. At this time, the plump boy secretly gave me a thumbs up. Even the Xia family kid next to him in black couldn't help but look at me seriously. At first, although Dabai defeated the Iron Bull in seconds, the man in black just glanced at me casually, but when he found that I seemed to be able to fight against the peak of the extraordinary level, he finally got serious. Well, if you can win, I can agree to a condition within your ability. Principal Lu Tongxing pondered for a moment and then gave his answer. Any conditions are fine. I didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward, and he didn't even ask me what I wanted first. Anything within the school is fine. Lu Tongxing's answer made me drop my jaw. It turned out to be so simple. If I win, he will directly let the other party send me to the secret realm or give to buy the advanced materials. Since the principal has spoken, I definitely cannot back down. Xu Ming, will take this fight, and I'll bet all my points on it. After saying that, I went straight back to the edge of the arena. Good. The crowd cheered, led by Shangren. Regardless of the outcome, this fight has undoubtedly made me famous. Haha, very good. Then old G and I will be the referees. Lu Tongxing said with a smile. Yeah, not bad. Vice Principal Ji Dingon responded, which was considered to be recognition of my courage. Let's start. Following the principal's order, Zhang Hao also began to summon his beast. Come out, Earth Dragon Beast. The Earth Dragon Beast, a peak 9-star supernatural beast, looks like a large khaki lizard covered with barbs and scales. Roar. Its roar is much stronger than that of the Iron Bull just now, making people feel very intimidated. Dabai. Dabai nodded seriously and looked at the huge monster opposite. That big guy seemed difficult to deal with. Don't you need to take a break, or you will say that I am bullying you, Zhang Hao said through gritted teeth. Even if he won this battle, it would be an unfair victory. He still wanted to vent his anger by crushing him. After all, with the principal present, he was not afraid of making any mistakes. Forget it, it didn't take much effort anyway, I said, and gave Dabai a 10-year acceleration. Consumed 10 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the first year, your goal is very clear, which is to improve the iron-eating beast's ability to resist attacks. This is also the direction in which the iron-eating beast is more likely to improve. In the fourth year, the Iron Eater's skill, Tough Skin, was upgraded from entry level to master level, greatly improving its ability to withstand blows. In the 8th year, the Iron Eater decided to use Iron Sand Palm to slap its own body, and the effect was remarkable. Tough Skin, Mastery Level, was promoted to Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Mastery Level. In the 10th year, The Iron Eater has completely adapted to the strength of its iron sand palm, and its skill, copper skin, and iron bones has been upgraded from the mastery level to the perfection level. At the same time, the Iron Eater's perception of the iron sand palm seems to have improved. Acceleration ends. Time in the outside world passed almost instantly, but Dabai had already completed 10 years of anti-strike training. Its outer hair was still black and white, and it didn't look any different, but its inner body was already made of iron and steel, indestructible. Ing, Dabai took the initiative to step forward and shouted provocatively at the Earth Dragon Beast, which was probably, "Come here, Higme, idiot!" Roar! The Earth Dragon Beast roared angrily, and circles of khaki halos lit up all over its body. Obviously, it did not intend to fight Dabai in close combat, but directly used its ultimate move, Earth Spike Technique. Boom boom. In an instant, the ground under Dabai's feet suddenly produced 3 or 4 waves of sharp spikes, which were not only extremely sharp, but also had a shock and stun effect. Dabai was not fast enough to dodge, so he could only resist. Most beasts would be dead after such an attack, but Dabai was just lifted up and flew 1 or 2 meters high. He didn't bleed at all and didn't scream. Instead, he said bing. Fun. Bing. A few more hits. Its reaction was like playing on a trampoline, taking the attack without a care. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the little guy was having a lot of fun. This little bit of damage was nothing compared to a single finger of iron sand palm. How is that possible? This Earth Spike technique must be at least at the mastery level. How could it not break the defense? Everyone was shocked. Even if it was a strong Beastmaster, it would be injured. Especially this powerful skill, it could not hit Dabai's defense. The one who couldn't accept it the most was naturally Zhang Hao himself. Earth Dragon Beast, use your tail to attack me. Zhang Hao roared. The Earth Dragon Beast's tail swung over, and that tail was as thick as a tree trunk. If it was hit, it could at least break the tree trunk that 2 people could hug together. Roar. Dabai, let's clash. Iron head skill. Bing. Since the opponent wanted to kill Dabai's head, Dabai was not polite. It adjusted its direction and took the initiative to rush towards the tail of the Earth Dragon Beast. Bang! The giant tail of the lizard flashed like a residual image and collided violently with Dabai. Dabai's body was blown away, and he rolled several times before he stood up, still looking cute. However, Dalaman was obviously not as good as Dabai, and his limbs were trembling. Obviously, he had suffered a lot of injuries. Among them, there was a crack sound that no one heard, and Dalaman's tailbone was broken. How about it? Are you still going to fight? Look at its appearance. Is it going to be in trouble? I teased from the side. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell the winner was already decided. If you keep fighting, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing you. After all, I just spent 10 years of the alien's lifespan, so I can still make some money by killing this thing. Impossible. How could my Earth Dragon Beast, with 2 master-level skills, not be able to defeat the Spirit Awakening level Iron-Eating Beast? Zhang Hao's face became more and more crazy. So, do you want to continue? I looked at Zhang Hao, my eyes filled with an indescribable light. Zhang Hao shuddered violently, and finally realized that if he didn't admit defeat, he might really have to pay a more serious price. He waved his hand violently, took the still trembling Earth Dragon Beast back into the beast control space, and hurried off the stage to find a doctor. Chapter 12. Xu Ming's Conditions. I won this battle. Cross-level challenge. 5 times the reward. Points plus 400. I was a little dissatisfied. How can challenging both the extraordinary 1-star and the peak give 5 times the reward? The difficulty is not at the same level. I guess the person who set this rule never thought that someone would challenge like this. Just one like that? Cross-level challenge? So easy. The crowd was in an uproar, and it was obvious that everyone couldn't accept it. All my points. All lost. At this time, there was a wailing sound from the sidelines. I turned around and saw Shangren happily giving me a thumbs up. Damn, this guy's name is not for nothing. He found an opportunity to open a market in such a short time. However, I will definitely not let him get the benefit for nothing. I have to make him spit something out. Old G, what do you think? Lu Tongxing turned around and asked. Perfect. Attack, defense, everything is perfect. Even among the students who are about to graduate, it is difficult to find such a beastmaster. Ye Dimgun exclaimed. Yes, perfect skill proficiency. Lu Tongxing also nodded in agreement. The 2 walked towards me. Xu Ming, you are really good. Lu Tongxing praised with a smile. Just average. I only played half of my ability. I said modestly. Oh, what if I give it my all? Lu Tongxing asked curiously. That big lizard can be served on the table tonight, I said with a smile. The two of them didn't expect that I was much more brutal than they showed. So, I don't bother to have a Beastmaster duel. It's meaningless. I continued. What do you think? Lu Tongxing asked curiously. Fighting for life and death is the best way to improve. I want to enter the secret realm and kill monsters. I said my thoughts directly, too lazy to hide them. Yes, your idea is correct. Ji Dingon agreed and admired me very much. There's no rush. After school starts, the class will organize a group internship in the secret realm every 2 months. However, due to the recent special circumstances, we may have to wait until 3 months later. Lu Tongxing explained. I want to enter the secret realm earlier. Is there any way? I asked directly. Is this the condition you put forward to me? Lu Tongxing raised his eyebrows. Yes. This opportunity is rare, and you just took it so easily? You can even let me take you as my disciple, which is also a condition within my ability. Lu Tongxing confirmed with a smile. What are the benefits and privileges of being the principal's disciple? I asked curiously. Lu Tongxing's smile froze, as if he had never thought about this question. Haha, principal, this kid is a man who won't show his hand until he sees the rabbit. There are so many students, and every one of them can claim to be your disciple. He is not stupid, Ji Dingon said with a smile. Lu Tongxing blushed. This was not what he meant originally, and now he couldn't bring it up again. For me, no matter what resources or the principal's disciples, it's better to kill the monster directly. The life of the monster is a resource to me. Principal, I don't have any other requests for now. I just want you to enter the secret realm for training as early as possible. I said again. Well, it's not that I can't make an exception, but the school's secret realm is at least level 2, ordinary difficulty. More than half of the aliens are extraordinary, and you may even encounter elite leaders. You can enter early, but your iron-eating beast must reach the extraordinary level. Finally, Lu Tongxing told me his conditions. I thought about it, and felt that there was nothing wrong with this request. If I can't get Dubai promoted to the extraordinary level within 3 months, then it's not his fault. Of course, if I can get Dubai promoted within 3 days, the principal will not break his promise. After all, he still has this authority. As for why my Iron Eater is different for what the public thinks, and why it has so many perfect skills, the two principals seem to have tacitly agreed not to delve into it. It's still early. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Okay, that's it. I agreed. I didn't plan to rush into the secret realm in the next 2 days. I had to at least understand some basic common sense. Just like the principal said, there are elite leaders in the secret realm. Although I'm not afraid, I can't be arrogant. By the way, if my beast is advanced, who should I look for if I want to enter the secret realm? I asked. Go find me directly in the principal's office. I will personally take you in. Lu Tongxing replied with a smile. Well, you are now officially a member of Tianan Beast Taming College. I will take you to the dormitory first, and then you can adapt to the environment. Don't bother the principal. I can do it myself. Before I finished speaking, I suddenly felt the light and shadow around me change. The next second, I was already in the living room of a house. Principal, are you from a space department? What kind of beast is this? I asked in surprise. This method is so convenient. It's not a space-based one, but it doesn't affect my contract with this void shadow spirit. This is a space-based beast from the possession system, which is equivalent to you being able to teleport through space. Lu Tongxing explained. I looked at him carefully, but still didn't find any signs of beast possession. Principal, your possession system seems to be different from what I know. While you are young, learn more knowledge and watch less beast girls with possession systems on the internet. Maybe they're all male beast masters in disguise. Lu Tongxing responded with a smile. I was speechless. How'd he know so much? Well, your roommate hasn't come back yet, so the remaining empty room is yours. After saying that, Lu Tongxing's figure flashed and disappeared. I looked around. The doors of the other 2 rooms were closed, and only one room's door was open. I walked in. The furnishings in the room were relatively simple, with all the basic facilities, enough for one person to move in with just a bag. There were also several sets of school uniforms for different occasions and a notice of admission. It contained rules and regulations, a campus map, and indexes and URLs of various commonly used functions. I took a quick look, and the most striking rule was that it was not allowed to intentionally kill the opponent's beast in a battle on campus. However, this rule had many loopholes. What does it mean to intentionally kill? It is normal to occasionally lose control in a beast battle. Since it is not allowed on campus, then it is not allowed outside of the school. In theory, The number of beasts a Beastmaster can contract is determined by the rank of the Beastmaster. If a beast is killed, the Beastmaster's mind will be seriously affected. What's more serious is that the Beastmaster's space will collapse and it is almost impossible to repair it, which is equivalent to losing a contract quota. Therefore, at least during the student stage, schools generally prohibit death fights. I also found that as a transfer student, in addition to some public knowledge courses, the rest of the time can be arranged freely. If you want to take a class, you can apply for it with a points card, and then you can go directly to the class. Even if I don't attend some classes, I can still get a diploma as long as I pass the assessment. This free arrangement is the most suitable for me. I don't plan to stay here for too long. After accumulating enough strength, I can directly apply for graduation. Chapter 13. Enemies meet on a narrow road, cooperation plan. It was getting late, and I had been running around all day, so I planned to go out for something to eat. Just then, I heard a voice coming from outside the door. "Hey, has anyone come in?" "Xiaofeng, our house has been robbed." I heard that. Isn't this a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road? I was just about to go find that guy, but I didn't expect him to find me in advance. I opened the door directly. I ran into Shang Ren head-on. It seems that he also wants to get to know his new roommate. Brother, why is it you?" "Huh, what a coincidence," Shang Ren said awkwardly. Shang Ren obviously didn't dare to provoke a tough guy like Xu Ming. "The principal sent me here. Let's not talk about anything else. How much did you earn?" I asked directly. "What do you mean?" Shang Ren was stunned and looked at me in confusion. I didn't answer. I just stared at him quietly. Not much. Not much. Just less than 1,000 points." Shang Ren saw that he couldn't pretend anymore, so he admitted it directly. "I don't want more, just half." I said directly. "No, this is not possible. This is the startup capital I worked so hard to earn. I have been squatting there for several days just to make a big move. Fortunately, you showed up." Shang Ren paused here and said, "No, I mean you are awesome. If you don't give it to me, I'll let Dubai beat you up every day." I threatened rudely. Shang Ren was stunned. He obviously didn't expect me to be so direct. "Xiaofeng, speak up. You accepted my points and agreed to be my bodyguard." Shang Ren saw that the situation was not good and began to turn the topic to Xiaofeng. At this time, the young man in black also walked out of the room. "I'll return the points to you. I want to attack beasts with lower levels than me," Xiaofeng said coldly. "Damn, I think you're afraid of being defeated by a higher level." I said sarcastically. "When his beast is upgraded to the extraordinary level, I will naturally challenge him." Xiaofeng paused, his eyes turned cold. "But I want to beat you up first." As he said that, Xiaofeng turned against him on the spot, clenched his fists, and prepared to attack Shang Ren. Seeing that a mixed doubles match was about to take place, Shang Ren begged for mercy quickly. "Slow down. Let's talk it over nicely. Sit down and eat something first." As he said that, he swept the debris on the coffee table to the ground, and then with a wave of his hand, several plates of delicious, steaming dishes appeared on the coffee table, and even a bottle of wine. Storage props. I was shocked. This guy is really a rich guy. "Come here. I packed this specially from Weizhai in the imperial capital. I can't bear to eat it myself. I just smell it occasionally." Shang Ren recommended it with a smile. "Weizhai? Isn't that owned by your family?" I asked curiously. "It's just the surname Shang, and it's several generations away from my family. Even I had to wait for half a year to book this table." Shang Ren replied with a smile. "Okay, let's eat first and settle the bill after we finish eating." I poured a glass of wine and smelled the aroma, which immediately whetted my appetite. It can be seen that Weizhai is indeed worthy of its reputation. It's fate that we met. Why do you have to make it so strange? Shang Ren saw Xiaofeng and I sitting down and quickly poured wine. Seeing that I didn't respond, he said, "Brother Xu Ming, points are really useful to me. How about I convert them into spirit stones for you? Points can be exchanged for spirit stones, but spirit stones cannot be directly exchanged for points. The use of points in school is far more than just exchanging for spirit stones. Whether it is applying for a training room, reading library materials, or purchasing some rare materials, you can basically only use points. In addition to the subsidies issued by the school, the way to obtain points is to either complete the tasks issued by the school or trade with each other. Generally speaking, everyone basically does not have enough points and rarely trades them. Or, I saw you were carrying a bag when you came here, which is very inconvenient. I have a storage ring here, which is worth 300 spirit stones. Can I give it to you in exchange?" Shang Ren took out a storage ring and handed it to me. "This is a birthday gift from my uncle when I was 8 years old." "I'm so sorry. I took the storage ring and sensed it, and found that there was only about 10 cubic meters of space. It was very convenient to store and take out. Although it was not big, the price was quite high. Such a small space was actually worth 300 spirit stones, nearly 30 million yuan. Practicing and not practicing are simply two different worlds. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I have more than 20 cousins, and I can't even remember which one it is. Shangren responded with a smile. I was a little surprised and smiled. Since the other party said so, I won't be polite. Shangren heaved a sigh of relief when he saw me accept the storage ring. Even if it was spirit stones, he didn't bring many. If he gave it to me, he would be under a lot of financial pressure. But using a storage ring that he didn't need now to offset, it was the most appropriate. We tacitly agreed not to inquire about each other's identities, but instead focused on the battle just now. Brother, when I saw your Beastmaster knock out the armored bull with one slap, I knew that the following competitions would be easy. My vision was right. Shangren smiled and praised me. Unfortunately, this is probably a one-time deal. I took a sip of wine, which tasted good. That's not necessarily true. If you have an idea, we can cooperate, but it will require a little sacrifice. Shangren's eyes sparkled. What do you mean? I asked curiously. I can spread a rumor that your Beastmaster took several strong drugs before going on stage. If word of mouth spreads, it will naturally become true. Shangren whispered. So this is what Shangren meant by sacrifice. Besides, after the start of the school, there will be a school-wide ranking survey. Then, how about we do something big? Shangren continued, his eyes full of confidence. Sure, but how we split the bill? I asked. 50-50, Shangren asked tentatively. Ahem. At this time, Xiaofeng cleared his throat and signaled Shangren to give him a discount. Fuck, I'll give you 10 of it. But you have to work hard, too. I said directly. Brother Xu Ming, how about you still take 50, Shangren said sincerely. Although Shangren was responsible for the preparation and implementation of the entire plan and took the greatest risk, he did not benefit as much as I did in the end. However, without me, all this would be empty talk. Well, since you are willing to trust me, I have no problem. I agreed. Okay, that's decided. When the time comes, let's show them the shock of the ordinary class. Shangren clapped his hands and said excitedly, By the way, Xu Ming, try not to fight with others in the next 2 months and wait for the rumors to ferment slowly. Shangren reminded, Well, I'm not interested in this kind of playful fight. I nodded. By the way, have you really never sparred with a Beastmaster before? Shangren asked curiously. Yes, the previous moves were all sure kills. I replied with a smile. Awesome. Shangren's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xu Ming, after your Iron Eater advances, let's find a place to spar with each other. Xiaofeng said. It seems that he was not joking when he said he wanted a challenge. Oh, are you stronger than the previous person? I asked curiously. He is not my opponent. He is just a little higher in star level. Besides, my Beastmaster skills have reached the perfect level. Xiaofeng said confidently. Well, let's talk about it later. I responded calmly, already having my own plan in mind. Chapter 14. Searching for information. I'm not very interested in sparring or anything like that. When Dubai reaches the second level, the Beastmasters of the same level may not even be able to see the back of his car. However, I'm still somewhat concerned about Xiaofeng's identity and the significance behind it. How could the son of the most powerful family in Xia country come to such a remote place? It's not that Tian'an City is weak or underdeveloped, but compared to the imperial capital, it is obviously much more dangerous. Coupled with the secret mission arranged by the city guards, I vaguely feel that a storm is coming. Damn it, I'm just here to get some benefits. Don't take the initiative to cause trouble for me. After finishing the meal, it was already dark, and the three of us went back to our rooms to rest. There was no conversation that night. I slept well last night, making up for the sleep I had the day before. After getting up, I put everything I might need into the storage ring and kept the communicator on me because it couldn't receive a signal when it was in the storage space. Afterwards, I went out to eat something and headed straight to the library. In the library, many valuable materials are in paper form, and the internet only serves as a catalog and index. Some book collection rooms can only be consulted but not borrowed, and to enter, you need to consume points. Fortunately, only 1 point is required per day. The literature I needed about the iron-eating beast belonged to this category. However, I had enough points, so I naturally didn't care about this small consumption. In the entire library, besides me, there was an old woman with gray hair who was reading a newspaper. Looking at the covers of the books, I picked a few yellowed books, found a seat in a corner, and started to read. Research on the strength of the ancient iron-eating beast. In the year 3291 of the Xia calendar, a skeleton suspected to be that of an ancient iron-eating beast was excavated in Zhukling. Judging from the hardness of the bones, its strength was at least at the overlord level when it was alive. Analysis of the bone composition showed that the metal content was seriously exceeded. In addition to the normal bone composition, the largest proportion of it was magnetic black refined gold, wind and thunder god iron, etc., which was completely different from the bones of the existing iron-eating beasts. Analysis of the iron-eating beast diet. As we all know, the iron-eating beast no longer eats iron, and its food includes bamboo and other omnivorous foods. So, what effect will it have if it is fed bamboo or other foods with special properties? 11th experiment record. Food. Ice bamboo shoots. Eating reaction. Like to eat. Eating result. 3 days later, the subject died. 20th experiment record. Food. Thunder bamboo shoots. Eating reaction. Like to eat. Eating result. That night, the whole body convulsed and returned to normal 3 days later. I was speechless after watching this. This was not a diet analysis. It was simply a biological experiment. Of the dozens or hundreds of experimental results, nearly half resulted in the death of the test subjects. Many had adverse reactions, and only a few were edible, with almost no special effects. However, the only similarity is that the iron-eating beast likes to eat everything. It is really a foodie. This also shows that, at least in their genetic memory, there is nothing that they cannot eat, but now they have degenerated and their bodies have become fragile. I began to wonder if most of the ferruginous were used for experiments, as there were so few of them now. The less ideal the experimental results were, the fewer people were willing to contract and breed ferruginous, leaving only a small number for viewing and cuteness. Then, I found a few books on common advancement methods, but there was no direct answer. Most of them mentioned that by feeding metal for a long time, it is possible to make the iron-eating beast revert to its ancestral advancement. Of course, this is only a theoretical possibility. After so many years, I have not seen anyone succeed. However, an iron-eating beast that can challenge a higher level has rarely appeared before, but now it has appeared. I opened the first book, Research on the Strength of Ancient Iron-Eating Beasts, again and read it again. Magnetic, mysterious, refined gold, wind and thunder god iron. What are these? I murmured in a low voice. This is a 6th or 7th level metal material, which is not something you can touch now. At this time, an old voice suddenly came from behind me. I turned around and saw that it was the old lady in charge of registration. Thank you, teacher. I stood up quickly. I'm not a teacher. I'm just an old doorman. It's just that I've been a doorman for a lifetime, and I've also been reading books for a lifetime. If you want to know something, you can ask me directly. If I can't remember it, you can look it up in the book again, which will save you some trouble. She said with a smile. My iron-eating beast is now at the peak of the awakening level. I want to make it advance, but I asked with some embarrassment. Combat system. She interrupted me. I was stunned, knowing that she was definitely not just an old lady who was watching over the door. Please tell me, senior. I asked hurriedly. Just call me Granny One. Senior teacher sounds harsh. She smiled and sat down to continue reading her newspaper. The book you're looking for is not in this school, but in the Imperial Capital Beast Control Academy. She suddenly said, I was shocked. What the hell? We actually have to go to the Imperial Capital. Isn't there a mechanism for cross-school networking here? However, those books are not important secrets. I just remember some of them. If you have confidence in your iron-eating beast, slowly feed it the first level black ironstone powder. After eating it for half a year, it will be effective. Granny One said slowly. Can it advance steadily? I asked quickly. It's possible that he had diarrhea and fainted, or there was no reaction at all. She smiled and didn't seem to care. I was speechless. Then I asked, what about the wind and thunder iron? Don't you need to feed the wind and thunderstone? This is something that needs to be considered later. You should get through the first hurdle first. She answered while flipping through the newspaper. Okay, thank you, Granny One. Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. I said, don't rush it and don't get stuck in a dead end. Take your time. Granny One kindly reminded me. I understand. I nodded and prepared to leave. I said goodbye and walked out of the library, already thinking. Back in my room, I checked my points card, which quickly showed the exchange information for the first level black ironstone. It turned out to be just a first level material, which was not rare. The only problem was that the black ironstone I found was not in powder form. Do I have to grind the powder myself? I hope there is such a service. Moreover, Granny Wen said that she had been eating for half a year, which made me a little worried. Can I use the alien lifespan to speed up the process? Thinking of this, I decided to walk towards the comprehensive building. Chapter 15, Sudden Enlightenment, Dark Power, Iron Sandpalm. Comprehensive building. There's not just one building, but several buildings connected together. It includes exchange materials, practice rooms, some classrooms, teachers' offices, etc. It seems that Principal Lu Tongxing's office is also here, but Xu Ming is not here to see him this time. At this time, there are not many students at the exchange center. However, Xu Ming clearly felt that as he came in, many people's eyes were on him. And, accompanied by a whisper, "It's him, that money tough guy. Senior, that fierce freshman yesterday. Not bad, quite handsome. To be able to cultivate a cute creature like the iron-eating beast into something so ferocious. Maybe it has some perverted fetish. Don't say that. It makes me even more excited." Hearing this, Xu Ming couldn't help but look at the two girls over there. One is tall and pretty with a ponytail, while the shorter one looks a little silly. Seeing that Xu Ming seemed to have heard the conversation, the short man obviously shrank back and didn't dare to look at him. As for the tall senior schoolmate, she smiled slightly and greeted Xu Ming. "Junior, I heard that you earned a lot of points yesterday, so you can't wait to spend them now? If you want to exchange anything, you can come to my side to check. The windows are the same. Are you all students at school as well?" Since the other party said so, Xu Ming had no objection and asked as he walked. "Yes, I'm 1 year older than you, but I'm not as good as you. I can't compete with you to gain points. I can only do this miserable part-time job. However, there are some juniors who have defeated seniors, but you're the only one who has done it before the start of the school year." As she spoke, the senior looked at Xu Ming even more intently. Rather than being interested in Xu Ming, I would be more interested in Xu Ming's secret. It's just SOSO, just luck. Xu Ming laughed casually and then said, "I want to exchange it for a first-level black iron stone." Xu Ming's abrupt entry into the topic made it impossible for the senior sister to continue the previous topic. She originally thought that boys of this age would definitely be unable to resist showing off. Could it be that I am not charming enough? However, serious work must also be done. First-level black iron stone, 10 points each. The standard size of a spirit stone is about the size of a thumb, similar to an ordinary spirit stone. Well then, 10. Xu Ming said directly that he was rich and powerful. 10 pieces? Junior, this material is usually only used as a supplementary material. 1 piece is almost enough. The senior student couldn't help but say, "If you redeem too much and want to convert it into points, it will depreciate a lot." "It's okay, senior. I have a lot of points. Use them up quickly before someone else takes them away." Could it be that this child is suffering from paranoia? Since Xu Ming insisted, there was nothing to say. After a while, 10 first-level black iron stones were taken out and handed to Xu Ming. At the same time, Xu Ming's points also decreased by 100. "By the way, senior sister, can you guys do powder here?" Xu Ming did not put the black iron stone away directly, but asked casually, "What?" The other party didn't react for a moment. "I mean, can we grind these in a black iron stone powder?" "Well, if it's ordinary medicinal materials, there are such crushers. But for the black iron stone powder, I'm afraid the crusher here can't achieve such an effect." "Okay, that's it for now." After saying that, Xu Ming put away the black iron stone and prepared to leave. "Junior, Emmy is a friend, so we can do missions together in the future." Seeing Xu Ming was about to leave, the senior student hurriedly said, "Okay, but don't ask me for boring tasks." As he spoke, Xu Ming took out the communicator. The information on it currently only contains the contact information of Wu Yan, the principal Lu Tongxing, and 2 roommates. The current Xu Ming has almost completely cut off from the past. If he were to meet some of his former classmates here, he might not be able to recognize them at first sight. Boring task. The senior student curled her lips. "Xu Ming, my name is Lu Xiuwei. What kind of people are you interested in?" After adding the contact information, Lu Xiuwei took the initiative to introduce herself and asked casually, "With lots of money." After saying that, Xu Ming waved his hand and turned to leave. The reputation of the Jiaqing gangster is well-deserved. On the campus network, stories about Xu Ming were still spreading like wildfire. Apart from his record of challenging levels with full stars, the most widely circulated news was the 3 words, "You have to pay extra." In addition, he snatched 400 points from Zhang Hao, almost taking away all the points he had saved for a long time. His reputation as a brutal bandit became more and more serious. If Ren wanted to wash away Xu Ming's evaluation of his combat effectiveness with a few rumors, it would probably not be easy. However, this is not something Xu Ming needs to worry about, earning a windfall of points or something. If there is, it is the best, but if not, it will not affect Xu Ming much. Of course, Xu Ming will also try his best to cooperate with Ren and keep a low profile. After a long time, there will naturally be no topic of discussion. Back in the dormitory room, Xu Ming summoned Dabai out. Bing! Dabai thought it was time for dinner and shouted happily. Then, Xu Ming handed a box of iron lumps. Dubby, what are you standing there for? Eat. Dabai picked up a black iron stone, looked at it carefully for a long time, and finally did not eat it. Brother, this thing is really not edible. If you show off your whole body, you still feel a little psychologically stressed. No wonder you want to grind it into powder. They're just used as food additives. Who would swallow them whole? Dabai, try using your iron sand palm to see if you can break this thing into pieces. Why break it? Do you still have to eat it? However, Dabai would not resist Xu Ming's orders. A bare paw was spread out, a black iron stone was placed on it, and then the two palms were put together. Bang! When it was spread out, the black iron stone was flattened, but it did not break, nor did it turn into powder. Bang! Once again it cracked slightly. Bang, bang, bang. During the clapping process, Dabai seemed to enter into a rhythmic rhythm. This state seems to be a prelude to enlightenment. Xu Ming quickly took out a soul power potion. Dabai, open your mouth. Consume 1 year of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes 1 first-level soul potion and 1 first-level black iron stone. Accelerating. In the first half of the year, when the iron-eating beast hit the black iron stone, some vague, inherited memories flashed by, which seemed to come from ancient times. During the slapping process, the experience of using strength was elevated to a new level, and the iron sand palm, perfect level, evolved into the dark power iron sand palm, perfect level. In the second half of the year, the black iron stone gradually shattered during the beating process and merged into the palms of the iron-eating beast, and the advancement completion rate reached 10. Bang! The originally dull sound of flesh clapping turned into the sound of metal clashing. It seemed that Dabai's pair of bare paws were transforming into gold and iron. Xu Ming touched it with his hand, and it was still soft and fleshy. It seemed that it would only harden when he used force. Chapter 16 Dabai is promoted to extraordinary and becomes a diamond body. Dabai's eyes were full of confusion, as if he didn't understand what was going on. Why did I improve so quickly in just a few seconds? Could it be that I am a genius picked out of a million? Dabai, now you understand my good intentions. This thing is a good one. Xu Ming pointed at the remaining black iron stone and said, since Dabai can provide for himself, he doesn't have to find someone to make powder for him. Dabai can do it himself. Oh, Dabai responded, then took a black iron stone in each hand and squeezed them hard, and the black iron stone turned into powder. Eat what you need, don't waste it. As he spoke, Xu Ming handed all the black iron stones to Dabai. In addition, he gave it a soul power potion and a physical strength potion. Anyway, everything he has is here, no matter whether it is useful or not. He will use it first. Consume 2 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes 1 first-level soul potion, 1 first-level physical potion, and 9 first-level black iron stones. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast smashed all the black iron stones into powder, and then used the Dar Power Iron Sand Palm to infiltrate the black iron stone powder into all parts of its body. The effect was very significant. The skin and flesh of the iron-eating beast all over the body have a tendency to turn into gold and iron. The degree of advancement completion has reached 50. In the second year, realizing that advancement could not be achieved by external application alone, the iron-eating beast overcame the psychological pressure and chose to take the black iron stone internally. Because of the solid foundation, all parts of the body have long adapted to the presence of the black iron stone and are even hungry for it. There are no adverse reactions, but the effect is obvious. Only half a year had passed, and the iron-eating beast's advancement completion rate had reached 100. The rest of the time was spent on consolidating its realm. The iron-eating beast was successfully promoted to extraordinary and learned the skill. Diamond Body Transformation Beginner. Metal Body. Entry-level metalize part of your body to greatly increase hardness, combining offense and defense. Dabai awesome, Xu Ming said excitedly. and couldn't help but walk forward and stroke Debai's head hard. Debai is confused. I just felt that I had advanced suddenly without realizing it. And then I realized, I am really a genius. Although Xu Ming's remaining alien lifespan had been completely used up, and if he accelerated further, he could only rely on his remaining 30 years of lifespan. But Xu Ming would definitely not be so extravagant again. Moreover, his goal has been fully achieved, and now he can go and explore the secret realm of the Academy. As long as he can kill the monster, plenty of alien lifespans are waiting for him. However, before that, he still had to understand what the secret realm of the Academy was like. So, he turned on his communicator and logged into the school network and started to check. Generally speaking, the difficulty of secret realms is divided into 4 levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Then there are 2 special secret realms: the unstable secret realm and the disaster abyss. The abyss of disaster is actually an unstable secret realm. The creatures inside are all demonized. They overdraw their vitality to mutate and kill violently, targeting all living things. Once such a secret realm appears, all the creatures inside must be exterminated, and then the secret realm must be completely sealed off. Moreover, other normal secret realms may also transform into the abyss. The specific extreme is unclear, but it is known that it is related to the forbidden magic sea and even the remains of the world-destroying demon dragon. There are usually level restrictions for entering secret realms. The so-called second-level secret realm is that only second-level beastmasters can enter, which is the simplest secret realm for novices. The classification of difficulty is not absolute. Generally speaking, if you can stay there for an average of more than a week, it's considered normal difficulty. 3 to 7 days is difficult. 1 to 3 days is a nightmare. And if you can't even stay there for a single day, it's hell. For example, in a secret realm, all of them are extraordinary level peak monsters, so densely packed that a general second-level beastmaster has to retreat after less than 10 minutes. That can be classified as hell level. On the other hand, if a secret realm is filled with monsters as high as a 4th-order commander level monster, but as long as you don't actively provoke it, everything will be fine, and it can also be classified as an ordinary level. As Liu Tongxing mentioned before, the simplest secret realm in the school is of the second-level ordinary level, most of which are extraordinary level, and there are also a small number of elite level. The density of monsters is moderate, which is considered to be average for a normal level secret realm. Most of the areas inside have been explored. There are 4 main locations: Wild Wolf Slope, Flower Demon Forest, Skeleton Canyon, and Black Mist Volcano. Moreover, the degree of danger is gradually increasing. Among them, the Skeleton Canyon and the Black Mist Volcano have been clearly marked as having the appearance of elite monsters, and they have not been fully explored. As long as you don't do anything stupid, there's generally no major danger. In addition to the geographical location, some monster types and possible specialties are also marked. This is the advantage of the school secret place. It is very convenient. If you are in the wild, you will be completely in the dark, and no one will care who you are. However, Xu Ming did not find anything particularly interesting in it. Ordinary beasts such as wild demon wolves, flower demons, and small skeletons are not within his consideration. So, Xu Ming opened the exchange column again to see if there were any better beasts to exchange for in the school. Black Rock Turtle, Super 1 star, 100 points. Features: dual bonus of water and soil, gentle personality, low contract difficulty. Night Cat, Super 3 stars, 200 points. Features: shadow speed type, changeable personality, requires long-term emotional cultivation, high contract difficulty. It is recommended to start with the beast egg. Greenwood Spirit, awakening 5 stars, 50 points. Features: long growth cycle and simple contract difficulty. Of course, there are also quite a few beast tamer eggs whose species have been identified, as well as a small number of beast tamer eggs whose species are unknown. However, none of them interested Xu Ming. As for higher-level beast tamers, there are also some, but the higher the level, the more difficult the contract will be. Moreover, if a low-level beastmaster tries to contract a high-level monster beast, not only will it be more difficult, but even if he succeeds, the beastmaster's level will be forcibly lowered, which is like a small horse unable to pull a big cart. The star level of a beast tamer can be slightly higher than that of a beast tamer, but not at a higher level. Damn it, there really isn't anything good on display. Xu Ming looked around, but didn't find anything particularly outstanding. In other words, he was not sure what kind of beast he wanted. because, for him, no matter how ordinary the beast is, he is confident that he can train it to the limit of its species. Therefore, when choosing a beast tamer, he focuses more on the future potential. He didn't really want a beast tamer that wasn't very innovative. For example, Xu Ming thought the principal's shadow spirit was pretty good. He wondered if he could make any progress. Chapter 17. Opportunity to contract with the Dragon Clan and enter the secret realm. Shang Ren and Xia Feng didn't come back until the evening, but they probably didn't gain much today. Xu Ming's enthusiasm for cross-level challenges has not diminished, and even the senior students who follow the tradition have disappeared. I was worried that if Xu Ming got a taste of success, he would strike back. You know, as long as you stand on the right platform, you cannot retreat in principle. What's more, it is the lower grades challenging the higher grades. Judging from Zhang Hao's miserable appearance yesterday, even if it was 2 against 1, they might not be able to beat Xu Ming's 1. Brother, where have you been? You haven't seen me since early in the morning. As usual, Shang Ren took out the packed food and started eating. However, this time it was more ordinary. I went to the library. You guys went to the registration office again. Yeah, it's a pity that no fish was caught. Originally, Xia Feng was a very suitable guy, but he didn't want to act. Brother, you are better. What about you? Me? No, I really can't beat him. Today is the last day. You will go alone after this. Xia Feng said. All right, it's almost done anyway. We have bigger plans. By the way, I'm considering the choice of the second beast. Do you have any suggestions? Xu Ming asked casually. These two are obviously from big families, and their knowledge may be broader than that of the teachers here. Well, everything was arranged by my family, but it's always right to go according to your own talents. For example, I will definitely go for the wealth route, with lucky cats, fortune trees, lucky birds, etc. Shang Ren replied. If you have a chance to go to the imperial capital, I will give you a chance to contract with the Dragon Clan. Xia Feng answered directly. Dragon Clan? Xu Ming turned his head and glanced at Xia Feng. How could this guy, who is so low-key, be so arrogant? Even Shang Ren couldn't hide his shock when he looked at Xia Feng, but then he calmed down. It seems that you have really made up your mind? Well, it's no use to me anyway. Fuck, what do you mean? You two, just speak directly, don't be so mysterious. Xu Ming cursed. It's not a big secret. The ancestors of the Xia family had an agreement with the Dragon Clan. Every direct descendant has a chance to make a contract with the Dragon Clan. However, as time passed, the feelings gradually faded. The dragons sent over were all inferior dragon eggs. Although they were also dragons, their bloodline awakening was at a lower level. As for Xia Feng, he had his own reasons. All in all, you made a killing, bro. Shang Ren told the story slowly and leisurely. This, no merit, no reward, it's not appropriate. Xu Ming just wanted to ask them for advice, but he didn't want to take the opportunity to contract with the Dragon Clan for free. Even a dragon is definitely a first-tier beast taming choice. I'm going to follow the path of the sword and won't make a contract with the Dragon Clan, so it would be a waste to give it to me. If you feel embarrassed, just treat it as a bet for the challenge. If you win, it's yours. Kendo? Sword Emperor? Xu Ming thought of the legend from 10,000 years ago. Well, although it's vague, this is the path I decided to take. Okay, if there's a chance to go to the imperial capital, we'll talk about it. However, if we want to spar with each other, we can choose a time now. Your iron-eating beast is now at the second level. The two looked at Xu Ming at the same time, asking with their eyes. Yeah, I was lucky. I advanced successfully directly. Xu Ming replied. What does it mean to have good luck? Isn't it a long-term accumulation process to advance in beast taming? Why do you make it sound like a lottery? Since Xu Ming said so, they could only assume that Xu Ming's iron-eating beast was already on the verge of advancement, but it just happened to advance today. Okay, let's set a time as soon as possible. Xia Feng suddenly became eager to fight. The next day, Xu Ming slept until 10 o'clock to recharge his energy. After tidying up, he took out the communicator and called the principal. Principal, my beast has advanced to the extraordinary level. Please take me to the secret realm. So soon? A lot of accumulation leads to a lot of success. Just wait, I'll be right there. Others may not know, but Lu Tongxing knows it very clearly. Xu Ming clearly found the clue to advancement only yesterday, and he succeeded today? Even taking drugs isn't this strong, right? In less than a minute, Lu Tongxing appeared in the living room of the dormitory. Headmaster. The other two hurriedly greeted him. Today, they were too lazy to go out. There was nothing to gain anyway, so they might as well plan how to discredit Xu Ming on the campus network. Xu Ming, summon the iron-eating beast. I'll see if there's any problem. Lu Tongxing ordered. Then Dabai appeared. There's no change in body shape, but the aura is completely different. Yes, it is indeed the second level. Lu Tongxing sensed the place inside and out, but found nothing wrong, nor any aftereffects of forcibly accelerating the breakthrough. What the hell? Is this guy pretending to be stupid on purpose? Principal. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. However, this time I will give you at most 10 days, and you must come out within 10 days. That's not enough. Xu Ming was planning to spend a lot of money in there. Normally, freshmen would be scared to death when they heard about going to a secret place. But what was wrong with this kid? He treated the secret place as his hometown. If you come back safely after 10 days, and there are no problems, you'll be allowed to come and go freely after school starts. This is fine too. Xu Ming agreed. This condition is considered quite generous and is equivalent to an exclusive privilege. By the way, you two, if you have nothing else to do, come in together this time. Lu Tongxing pointed at the two people who were eating melons on the side and said, I'm going too. Shangren looked unwilling, but Xia Feng didn't care. You guys are in the same dormitory, so you should naturally look after each other. Hurry up and clean up. I'll give you 5 minutes. Lu Tongxing didn't give Shangren a chance to refuse and gave the order directly. Although we were given 5 minutes, everything was in the storage props and there was nothing to pack. A minute later, Lu Tongxing appeared in a hall with 3 people. There are 3 such halls in Tianan Beast Taming Academy, representing 3 secret realms. However, at this time, there were no teachers or students in the hall except for the routine guards. Headmaster. Well, is there any special situation? No, everything is fine. Open the entrance to the secret realm. Yes. If you're in danger, you can use the points card to call for emergency help. Lu Tongxing gave instructions before Xu Ming entered. Will the principal send someone to rescue us? If nothing else, there's definitely enough time to find your body. The light in front of my eyes alternated between bright and dark, and when I opened my eyes again, I had arrived at another camp. Chapter 18 Competition. A guard force is also stationed here. The entrances and exits are all here. However, the guards here did not pay much attention to the arrival of Xu Ming and the other 2, and just stood guard and performed their duties in an orderly manner. Perhaps someone will report that Lu Tongxing opened the secret realm, but it is harmless, and that is his right. Brother, is this the condition you set for the principal? On the way out of the camp, Shang Ren asked with a bitter face. Yeah, what do you think? Follow me and benefit from it. Why don't you just ask the principal for 10,000 points, which you can use until you graduate? Why bother to go through some secret realm on your own? Shang Ren directly called Xu Ming a waste of a great opportunity. You don't understand. If you do it yourself, you will have enough food and clothing. I just like to enjoy the fruits of my own battles. Shangren didn't say anything and gave Xu Ming 2 sticks. Stop talking nonsense. It's better to do it today than today. This place is a perfect place for the competition. No one will disturb or find out. At this time, Xia Feng spoke. Now, Xu Ming really didn't expect this. Well, let's finish the competition and then do the other things. Oh well. Anyway, it won't take long. How are the rules determined? As long as you don't cut me, everything else is fine. Xu Ming said with a smile. He only has 1 beast, and if the battle is unlimited, Dabai can only passively defend and protect Xu Ming. Then I'll be welcome. Having said that, Xia Feng directly started the summoning. Ding ding. In an instant, 2 flying swords, 1 black and 1 white, 1 light and 1 heavy, appeared in front of him. Dabai, golden steel body. Instantly, a golden halo emanated from Dabai's body. Then, Dabai's palms and head were covered with a layer of gold. Let's get started. Shangren was acting as a referee on the side. Then, the black and white swords attacked Dabai at the same time. Ding ding ding. The tentative attack was easily blocked by Dabai, causing a series of sounds of metal clashing. Brother, your beast has become much stronger. Ordinary extraordinary beasts don't have such strong defenses, and they would have been stabbed with countless holes long ago. Shangren exclaimed in admiration. It's just SOSO. Xu Ming said modestly. Indeed, this is just the beginning. After Dabai was promoted to the extraordinary level, he has not been trained much. The defense is really strong. Xia Feng praised, then put away the white light sword. The light sword is elegant and agile, but against Dabai, it is just a scrape. How about it? No more fighting. I still have a perfect sword move, so be careful. Then, a black heavy sword floated in front of Dabai, with the blade facing upwards. Then he slashed straight at it. On the sword body, blue light bloomed. Skill-heavy blade, wave, slash, perfect level. In the light and shadow, one seems to be able to see a young man holding a heavy sword, slashing at the sea countless times. 10 years of consistent work, cutting through the sea in waves. Dabai. Since the opponent has used a big move, Xu Ming will not be careless. Then, all the golden light on Dabai's body gathered on his right palm, and the entire palm turned golden. Diamond, dark power, iron sand palm. Boom! The sword energy and palm wind collided, making an explosive sound. The ground where Dabai was standing was plowed into a gully. Boom! The sword blade collided with the palm, making a sound like a huge bell. Afterwards, Dabai's feet sank more than 10 centimeters. The black sword flew back, its body shaking continuously, as if it had suffered some serious injuries. The battle is over. Dabai wins. Awesome. What kind of skill is this? I feel like there is something similar between your sword skills and mine. Xiaofeng put away the black sword, without the slightest discouragement on his face. Instead, he asked with great interest, as if he had gained something. You were talking about dark energy, right? Xu Ming deeply dark power. Xiaofeng had heard of it before, but this was the first time he had seen it. Well, this thing is very simple. I asked Dabai to use his palm to beat the black iron stone into powder. At first, he couldn't do it, but after practicing a few more times, he did it and realized the dark power. Xu Ming said casually. The two were speechless. Command the iron-eating beast to smash the black iron stone into powder with its palm? Is this something a normal person could come up with? This iron-eating beast has suffered a lot following Xu Ming. The two thought at the same time. Thank you. I will try that direction. Xiaofeng Tenget Xu Ming. In a sense, this can be considered as teaching him real skills. For many beastmasters, special training methods are the untold secrets that determine their survival. If Xiaofeng could use a sword to chop the black iron stone and turn it into powder instead of cracking it, his strength would definitely be improved to a higher level. Okay, stop talking nonsense. We've already competed. Now let's get down to business. Xu Ming couldn't wait any longer. Business. By the way, what exactly do you plan to do in the secret realm? Needless to ask, of course it's to kill the monsters. Xu Ming answered as if it was a matter of course. Then what? Killing is all. What next? Abnormal. Kill a 5-star wilderness demon wolf of the awakening level and plunder the alien's lifespan for 5 years. Kill the extraordinary 1-star wilderness demon wolf and plunder the alien's lifespan of 11 years. Kill the extraordinary 3-star wilderness wolf and plunder the alien's lifespan of 13 years. Cool. After killing a group of wild demon wolves, he watched the lifespan of the aliens continue to increase, which had accumulated to 145 years. Xu Ming exclaimed it was so exciting. This scene seemed a bit perverted in the eyes of the other two. This kind of purposeless killing is meaningless to them. At most, we can only collect some crystal cores and monster materials. Perhaps they're full and do not know the hunger of the hungry, and do not understand the sufferings of the world. This is the only way for them to reflect on themselves. After all, hunting monsters and obtaining materials is how most people make a living. Thinking of this, they also joined the hunting operation and gave all the spoils to Xu Ming. Fuck you guys. Don't fucking steal the monsters. It's okay, we are all brothers. Xu Ming, damn. 2 days later, the three of them set up a tent on a hillside to rest. The wolves in the vicinity were almost all killed, and it was like a haunted place at Wild Wolf Hill. All the monsters took a detour. Xu Ming's accumulated alien lifespan broke through the 500-year mark and reached 523 years. Among them, many were killed by Xiaofeng and Shangren. However, without them, Xu Ming would not be able to be so comfortable. He would have to guard against the danger of being surrounded, and his efficiency might not be higher than it is now. The killing of monsters came to a temporary halt, and the three of them set up tents and camped, which was a good opportunity for Xu Ming to improve himself. Taking out a bottle of soul power potion, Xu Ming drank it all in one gulp. Consume 20 years of your lifespan to accelerate the growth of your own talents. This acceleration consumes 1 first-level soul power potion. Accelerating. In the first year, your training techniques have improved by leaps and bounds, and countless ideas have been proven. In the 10th year, the documents you had read before kept appearing in your mind. You realize that the cultivation of gold and stone for the iron-eating beast should not only be done during the advancement process, but also in normal times. In the 20th year, your talent level is upgraded from intermediate cultivation to de-advanced cultivation. Chapter 19 Talent Enhancement, Skeleton Canyon. Under normal circumstances, Xu Ming didn't expect that he could gain extra benefits in the process of improving his talent, which pointed him in a direction. By the way, after Dubai advances, he should go to Granny 1 to ask about the follow-up, and perhaps he can get some guidance. In just less than half a month, Xu Ming's talent was upgraded from F level to D level. No one would believe it if he told others about it. It's not that there is no improvement in acquired talent, but it usually only occurs in middle-aged and elderly beastmasters. For example, a beastkeeper, after accumulating decades of breeding experience, might be able to improve an F-level talent to a D level, which makes sense. But how old is Xu Ming, and how long has he experienced it? If it gets out, it will be considered unreasonable. Since it was all unreasonable, Xu Ming decided to do something bigger. Continue. Xu Ming has already seen the benefits of improving his talent. Even if there are plugins like acceleration, if your talent is improved, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Sometimes, you can even get a flash of inspiration and produce unexpected results. Consume 50 years of life to accelerate the growth of your own talents. This acceleration consumes one first-level soul power potion. Accelerating. In the 33rd year, you have improved and optimized all the previous training methods. Finally, your lifelong ideal has been realized. Your talent level has been raised from D-advanced cultivation to C-top cultivation. 50th year, your training method seems to have reached its peak. Perhaps you should not continue to persist in this. Call. Xu Ming let out a breath of foul air. The following 17 years could not be said to be a waste. It can only be said that they verified Xu Ming's previous conjecture. If you want to continue to improve your C-level talent, you can only find other ways. Then, Xu Ming turned his gaze to Dubai. Bing, please give me a hug. Consume 10 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the first year, you let the Iron Eater focus on its skill, diamond transformation. However, it only knows how to use it and has no idea about how to improve it. In the 5th year, the Iron-Eating Beast was upgraded to the Extraordinary 2nd star, but still had no idea how to improve its skills. In the 10th year, the Iron-Eating Beast was upgraded to the Extraordinary 3 stars. Regarding skills, the Iron-Eating Beast waved its 2 golden hands. Perhaps it should continue to replenish some iron, or? 10 years later, the skill, Diamond Body, is still at the entry level. Although time can be accelerated, resources will not be produced for no reason. If there is no iron, or there will be nothing. The skills were not upgraded, but Xu Ming also gained some things, such as black iron stone and so on. It seems that he needs to continue feeding them. In addition, even if Dubai did not deliberately spend time on cultivation, the 10-year acceleration allowed it to naturally rise to the extraordinary 3 stars. Under normal circumstances, if there are enough spirit stones, 1 year is enough to reach the 9th star perfection. As for star rating, Xu Ming doesn't plan to spend too much time on it for the time being. Even if you take drugs, you can't be promoted to extraordinary yesterday and achieve perfection in extraordinary today. What's more, there's the plan with Shangrun and the others. Dubai cannot improve too much, otherwise he won't be able to catch any fish. Thinking of this, I really need to get more points, otherwise there won't be enough points to exchange for resources. The Iron-Eating Beast is worthy of its name, and it can be renamed the Gold-Eating Beast in the future. After a night's rest, Xu Ming felt refreshed. Hey, brother, how come you feel different after just one night? Shangrun looked left and right and said in surprise. Nothing, just a little progress. You are in this state now, and you still want to make progress so easily? Are you giving others a chance to survive? Shangrun didn't know that the small improvement Xu Ming mentioned was that his talent had been upgraded by 2 levels. Otherwise, he would have probably called the police directly to report the monster. You can become stronger by bullying weaklings? Xiaofeng was also puzzled. What is bullying? Xu Ming was speechless, but couldn't explain. I didn't bother with him and opened the map to think about where to go next to kill monsters. The wolves in Wild Wolf Hill were driven away and dispersed. Xu Ming didn't want to spend time tracking the monsters. Moreover, there is still more than 400 years of alien lifespan left, which is enough to improve anything. There are 3 areas left: Flower Demon Forest, Skeleton Canyon, and black mist volcano. The flower demon forest is not a consideration as the terrain is too complex. Besides, the flower demons are from the plant family and are good at camouflage and control in the forest. You will be trapped if you're not careful. That only leaves Skull Canyon and Black Mist Volcano. Coincidentally, Xu Ming discovered that there were some open-pit minerals marked over there in the Skull Canyon, and there might be some suitable for to buy to eat. If all else fails, killing some skeletons will do. Come on, how about we go explore Skull Canyon? Huh? Still going inside? Shangren's Beastmaster is not a combat type, so naturally he doesn't want to take any risks. Xiaofeng readily agreed. It's just a skeleton. There's nothing to be afraid of. Just keep walking. As he spoke, Xu Ming took the lead, chose a direction, and walked forward. In Xu Ming's opinion, skeletons should be similar to zombies in movies, slow and shattered at the slightest touch, until a bone arrow flew from 100 meters away and almost pierced his forehead. Fortunately, it was intercepted by Xia Feng's flying sword. Xu Ming, be careful, they have long-range weapons. Xia Feng reminded. Xu Ming, is this a remote problem? Xu Ming saw something jumping around at the entrance of the canyon, more agile than a monkey. Was it a skeleton? There are also groups of skeleton archers, skeleton mages, skeleton swordsmen, skeleton knights, skeleton wolves. To be honest, it somewhat subverted Xu Ming's cognition. But think about it. Some skeletons are extraordinary species. How could they be so slow with you? Some of them are even much smarter than other monsters of the same level. Wait a minute. Don't be reckless, just stay calm for a while. Xu Ming quickly took the two of them and hid behind a rock. The two were speechless. It seemed that you were the most reckless one. If a bow and arrow had not been shot at them, they would have thought that Xu Ming was going to sweep the skeleton canyon alone. Xu Ming secretly observed inside again and found that it was not easy to deal with, as there were many organized groups of skeletons inside. Skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, skeleton knights, and skeleton archers form a assembled team. Seeing this, Xu Ming thought of his original dream again. How cool it would be if he could also fight a group of people. What is that? Xu Ming asked, pointing to a special kind of skeleton deep in the canyon. The guy waved his bone claws, and several skeletons stood up automatically in front of him. However, these skeletons are relatively retarded, which is in line with Xu Ming's initial idea of skeletons, with low speed and intelligence. Oh, that's the skeleton summoner, a mutant of the skeleton mage. But, as you can see, it's not very strong. Shangren introduced. Chapter 20, Undead Treasure Hunt. Isn't it cool to be able to summon a minion? No one has contracted a beast tamer like this. Xu Ming asked with interest. Brother, don't joke around, you can't raise that thing. As we all know, what is lacking in the development of the undead system is not resources, but time. As the saying goes, one ghost can pass on to 10 generations. Even if the person is gone, the ghost remains. Every undead beastmaster who has made a name for himself in history is a lunatic. Most of them have turned themselves into undead. That's true. Xu Ming nodded in agreement. The undead do not need to be fed to grow, but they do need the aura of death, which is not a place where the living can stay for long. Even the undead cannot practice and can only be kept alive. Be a zombie or a ghost, the longer they survive, the more powerful they become. The so-called 1,000-year-old zombies and 10,000-year-old ghosts. Thinking of this, Xu Ming suddenly realized, how come he fits in so well? I have plenty of alien lifespans, almost infinite. Wouldn't it be perfect to use them to feed the undead? Make a contract with a female ghost and make her an undead knight? Snore. Throwing aside this dangerous idea, Xu Ming still wanted something more practical, something that could summon an organized army of undead with a wave of his hand. However, the little skeletons in the skeleton canyon in front of him didn't look very promising, which made Xu Ming feel conflicted. The key point is that Xu Ming has never learned how to reach a contract with the undead. Xu Ming didn't want to think about the matter that hadn't been decided yet. Since Skeleton Canyon could not be taken for the time being, Xu Ming had to take the two of them and retreat first, wandering around looking for valuable minerals. At this stage, Shangren naturally took the lead. Shangren summoned one of his beasts, the lucky cat, and muttered, Wonkai Wonkai, take us to get rich. Meow. The lucky cat called out but didn't move and looked at Shangren. Shit, didn't I just feed you? Then, Shangren threw something like a gold coin into its mouth. Meow. The lucky cat closed its eyes in satisfaction. After a while, the lucky cat's paw pointed in one direction, The deepest part of Skeleton Canyon. Shit, there's an elite skeleton in there. I don't want to die. Let's change it. Meow. The lucky cat seemed a little aggrieved, and then reluctantly pointed in another direction. Come on, follow me. This time, Shangren was finally satisfied and took the initiative to lead the way. However, Xiaofeng was then pushed to the front. Xiaofeng, Shangren, what did you feed the lucky cat? Gold coins. Xu Ming is more interested in this unconventional operation. This isn't just any gold coin. It's the fruit of the fortune tree. You can think of it as a fruit, since it grows on the tree anyway. Money tree yours? Xu Ming had seen the money tree that Shangren contracted. It was covered with gold coins and gold leaves, and it used these gold coins to attack with quite a lot of damage, and it killed a lot of Dabai. No, my level is too low, and it's not time to bear fruit. The gold coins I picked up disappeared in a short while. These gold coins of mine are all from the fortune trees left by my ancestors. Each member of the tribe has a certain amount of money every month. I see. This is the legacy left by our ancestors. With such an inheritance, it is difficult for every generation not to get rich as long as they don't commit suicide or rebel. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade, and this moment perfectly reflects this. After walking for a while, Shangren led the two of them to find a large piece of open pit ore. A piece of this size of second-level flame jade is worth about 50 spirit stones. It's a small profit. However, judging from his expression, he made at least 3 or 4 times more. After all, the cost of making a fortune in gold coins also has to be calculated. Brother, go on. Shangren threw the ore to Xu Ming, and his meaning was self-evident. Xu Ming felt the burning breath coming from the ore, and then said, I don't think I need this kind of fire attribute. I want to find a metal or similar to black iron stone. As for this, Shangren, when you make your move, you can exchange it for spirit stones. You can take half, and Xiaofeng and I will split the rest. Since the other party has contributed both manpower and effort, Xu Ming naturally will not take all the credit. On the other hand, Xiaofeng had no objection. Okay, in that case, when we get out, I'll ask the Chamber of Commerce to help you exchange some metal ores. Yes, but let me go to the library to find out which mine is better. Dude, did you find and learn your guide and plan for training beasts on the spot? What else? Xu Ming asked back. They were both speechless. Xu Ming's performance was not even as good as that of an ordinary high school graduate. He was simply a completely wild beastmaster. However, it is unbelievable that he is strong enough to defeat Xiaofeng. In the next few days, the three of them were on the road to treasure hunting. Shangren, who was originally the most reluctant to enter the secret realm, became the most excited. In his words, coming in to search for treasures in advance when no one else can enter the secret realm is simply a genius idea. After all, treasures in the secret realm may appear at any time. After a long vacation, a lot of growth has been achieved. Finally, when the direction indicated by the lucky cat only showed the direction of Skeleton Canyon and the top of the Black Mist volcano, the few of them ended their active treasure hunt with a sense of unfulfilled desire. In Shangren's words, this means that there are no treasures worth more than 20 spirit stones in other directions. They ate the meat and left some soup for those who came in later. Besides, there is no need to use the lucky cat anymore. Next, the few of them went on their way and divided everything they came across equally. According to conservative estimates, each person can get hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones. Xu Ming took the opportunity to add some more alien lifespan until it reached 1,000 years. Finally, on the 10th day, Xu Ming received a call from the principal, Lu Tongxing. Boy, you didn't die in there, did you? Xu Ming was speechless. How could the call be connected even though he was dead? Could it be that the call was connected by a skeleton? Principal, is there anyone who curses students like you? I thought you would be out after 2 or 3 days at most, but you stayed for 10 days. How is it? Have you cleared out everything inside? It seems that Lu Tongxing also knows Shangren's abilities. In other words, it is an extra benefit given to Xu Ming for fear that he will return empty-handed after visiting a treasure trove. How could that be possible? The most valuable one seemed to be inside the canyon and on top of the volcano, and we didn't have time to go there. Not in time, or don't dare. Come on, stop talking nonsense and come out. Although you are in the ordinary class, you still have to attend the opening ceremony. Well, we're planning to come out anyway. Among these, the only 2 dangerous places that Xu Ming could be interested in were the last 2. Right now, it's not clear what that is. But then again, Xu Ming is actually more interested in Skeleton Canyon. Chapter 21, Opening Ceremony. Feeding the ghosts to absorb their yang. Energy? In the blink of an eye, Xu Ming had returned from the secret realm for 3 days. During these 3 days, the three of them hardly went out except to find something to eat. After all, in the secret realm, you have to sleep in the open air all the time and you can't relax your mind all the time. After coming back, you need to have a good rest. Xu Ming was not in a hurry to go to the library to find Granny when to inquire about the next demand for her. There was no need to rush for 1 or 2 days, so he decided to just go through the so-called opening ceremony first. The opening ceremony is today. Since the principal notified me personally, I have to give him some face. The three of them obediently changed into their school uniforms and went to the designated playground. However, unlike the imagined ceremony with lights and decorations, the layout here is full of solemnity. The black and white tones made Xu Ming feel as if he was attending a funeral. Soon, the ceremony began. Everyone stand up. Before we start the opening ceremony, let me introduce some seniors to you. Guan Lingji, Water Element, Level 6, 9 stars. Yan Haifeng, Healing Department, Level 6, 1 star. Huang Weiping, Water Type, 4th Level, 5 stars. Zhao Xiao, Fighting Tier 4, 2 stars. The above 107 people are all graduates of our school who have fallen in the battle against alien races for a whole year from last year's opening ceremony to today. The resistance here refers to actions such as guarding the city, handling secret realms, and gathering military intelligence, and does not include free exploration. The foreign races here refer to all ethnic groups that are not from the Daxia race, as well as traitors. Everyone, observe 3 minutes of silence for them. The Xia Kingdom's military also has its own Beast Tamer Academy, but it only caters to specific branches of the military. For other departments, we could just recruit graduates from other schools according to demand. Xu Ming made a rough estimate and found that there were only a little over 1,000 students enrolled in Tian'an Beastmaster Academy every year, and not all of them could graduate. The loss is more than 1/10 every year. Among them, there must be many very outstanding graduates. For example, those 6th-level beasts are already able to be trained into king-level beasts. This only counts those who died in the line of duty, not including those free explorers. The moment of silence ended, and the principal began his speech. This is a fixed ceremony every year. It is not for showing anything, but just to tell them that someone still remembers them. The first lesson I want to tell you is that the peaceful life we have now is not obtained for nothing. Since its establishment, Tian'an City has always been at the forefront of the fight against foreign races. It has experienced countless natural and man-made disasters, but it still stands firm. Tian'an Beast Taming Academy is the only non-military school that prepares for war all year round. Our strength may not be the strongest, but we never lack the courage to fight to the death. I won't ask you to do anything after graduation, but I hope that when you face aliens in the future, you will remember that you once belonged here. Then, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. No matter what happens next, at least my blood was boiling at that moment. Next, several leaders in charge talked about some precautions, and the opening ceremony ended. Xu Ming did not return to the dormitory, but went into the library. There are many more people in the library now than half a month ago. However, relatively few people choose to enter the paid library. Xu Ming came to the library where he had been before and saw Granny when still there, reading a newspaper. This made Xu Ming doubt for a moment whether she had not moved at all. It was not until I walked closer and noticed that the newspaper was dated the latest that my doubts were slightly dispelled. Granny one, I'm not going in to read. I'm standing outside to ask for advice. I don't need to swipe my card, right? Xu Ming asked tentatively. Swipe the card. Okay. Afterwards, Xu Ming swiped his card to pay quickly. After this joke, Granny one stopped reading the newspaper and asked, "How's your iron-eating beast? Is it having any effect?" Well, I have advanced to the 2nd level, and I have also realized that I need to add metal ores to my daily food. Just not sure which one I need. So fast. Could it be that he has already taken the black ironstone powder and is making fun of me, an old woman? Absolutely not. It's just that I used a larger amount, 10 pieces of 1st-level black ironstones at a time. Maybe it's because of great force that miracles happen. Granny one was speechless. By the way, what is your talent? Sea level, top level cultivation. Xu Ming answered without blushing or beating his heart. After all, this is the truth, although it has nothing to do with Debai's advancement. His talent is average, perhaps just right for the training of an iron-eating beast. As for the next metal mine, what do you think? I guess that 1st-order black ironstone or 2nd-order materials with the same properties can continue to be taken. In addition, Are wind and thunder attributes also acceptable? Yes, that's very close to the standard answer. According to the cultivation notes of a historical person who cultivated a 6th-level combat type, iron-eating beast king, minerals such as black ironstone are used throughout the process. When promoted to the elite level, one of the wind and thunder is selected, and then it is further consolidated after the advancement. When you are promoted to the commander level, you can choose another one. After that, you can consume treasures with both wind and thunder attributes at the same time. I see. If the other party didn't tell him, Xu Ming didn't know how long it would take for him to figure out the trick. However, I want to remind you that the other party only cultivated the iron-eating beast to the king level. There is no record of the rest in the book. The king level corresponds to the 6th-order beast tamer and is the pinnacle of the middle level. Going further up, you will reach the real high level, overlord, demigod, god level, which is definitely another level. Magnetic, mysterious gold and wind and thunder god iron. Could it be these two? Ha! When your iron-eating beast reaches the king level, its bones will naturally contain magnetic black gold. As for the wind and thunder god iron, what do you think is the most important word in it? God. Yes, once you reach this level, you will naturally understand. Well, you have paid for your points. Don't waste them. Read more books. Having said that, Granny One decided to go back and continue reading the newspaper. By the way, Granny One, do you know how to make a contract with the undead? With this living dictionary here, Xu Ming has no time to read. Undead? You have a talent for cultivation, and you want a contract with the undead? Are you planning to feed yourself to ghosts to suck their energy? Or feed yourself to zombies to suck their blood? It's really strange. Granny One sighed, then pointed to the bookshelf at the back and said, most of the contract conditions and formation descriptions of special races are in that row. You can find it yourself. I can't bother you to draw it for you. Thank you, Granny One. Xu Ming thanked him quickly and went to look for the book. Although he was criticized, Xu Ming was still grateful to the other party. Chapter 22. The Spirit of Empty Shadow. Did she give birth to a cub? Xu Ming spent most of the rest of the day in the library. In addition, most of the contract formations that might be used were simulated and engraved. Whether it is the undead or beast girls, it's no problem. The only problem is how to make the undead agree to the contract. For example, the more intelligent the monster is, the more difficult it is to successfully contract it. After all, a contract requires the other party's sincere submission and consent. High-level monsters are intelligent, and even threatening their lives may not necessarily make them agree. But the opposite is true for the undead. The more intelligent the undead are, the greater the chance of a successful contract. Rather than calling it a contract, it would be more accurate to say that the other party is greedy for your body. If you don't have the skills, you really won't be able to withstand the female ghost demand for yang energy. As for those low-level skeletons that have no intelligence, they may not understand your purpose even if you crush them. As for high-level undead, unless you have overwhelming strength in all aspects, you may fall into their trap. For example, if the undead summoner summons an ordinary undead to replace himself at the last moment of the contract, then that would be the end of him, and a complete waste of a beast tamer quota. As for the Lich, if you don't completely grasp the opponent's life box, he may rebel at any time. After seeing so many bizarre undead races, Xu Ming finally came to a conclusion. Dabai is more fragrant. However, one species is enough for each race. I don't want to form a team of iron-eating beasts. Moreover, my ability to accelerate my lifespan, after thinking about it, is very compatible with the undead, so I have to at least get one to try. With this thought in mind, Xu Ming did not return to the dormitory until the museum closed. Shangrun, exchange all of my share for first-level black ironstone or second-level black iron essence. This included the distribution of treasure hunts among the three people, and Xu Ming also packed up all the monster materials and crystal cores and handed them over to Shangren for processing. No problem, but are you really going to feed the iron-eating beast with, or? Of course, this is how I train you. Brutal, so brutal. As Xu Ming's iron-eating beast, it's so miserable. In the next few days, Xu Ming waited for Shangren's goods to arrive and occasionally attended some general classes. It is mainly about the subsequent selection and planning of beast-taming races. After all, most freshmen are at the beginner level of the second stage at this time, and most of them have not yet contracted a second beast, or are simply waiting to see if there's a cheap and useful one after entering school. After all, not every freshman is a rich guy like Shangrun and Xiafeng. Most of the families are not much better than Xu Ming's. In class, the teacher's suggestions, in addition to those that matched his own talents. The rest of the options were more inclined to protect the Beastmaster. For example, a beast tamer with maxed out defense attributes, or a beast tamer with a possessed body. After all, in school everyone believes in knowing when to stop, and generally they don't attack the Beastmaster directly. But in the wild, or when you encounter a vicious criminal, who cares about the rules of the underworld? The first person to be killed is definitely the Beastmaster himself. Possession-type Beastmasters can greatly enhance the Beastmaster's combat or escape abilities. Defensive Beast Tamers can block attacks, taunt enemies to draw fire, and even share life, all of which are quite practical abilities. It is generally not recommended to take an extreme offensive route. Of course, this does not apply to those with exceptional talents. If it is an S-level long-range turret-type talent, naturally people will rush to be your bodyguard. Xu Ming's target was the second or third one, and he would choose a possessed beast. Speaking of this, Xu Ming thought of Lu Tongxing's shadow spirit again. Space teleportation is simply superb. I really want it. I wonder if there is any chance of becoming the principal's disciple? Xu Ming did it as he thought. He picked up the communicator and dialed the principal's number. Xu Ming, what's wrong? I want to ask. It's about the secret realm, right? I've already said hello. You can go in any time. However, you can only enter the second level of normal difficulty now. Forget about the remaining two. No, I just want to ask your void shadow spirit. Has it given birth to a cub or something like that? Where are you? I'll come and rescue you right away. Dormitory, what do you mean? You'll soon find out. After saying that, Lu Tongxing hung up as if he was in a hurry. Immediately afterwards, Xu Ming saw a flash of light and was directly teleported into his room. Looking closely, it was Lu Tongxing. But it's a little different, as if it is made up of pure light, like a holographic projection. Principal you. Before Xu Ming could finish his words, he felt the scenery in front of him change. There was nothing in it, and he was taken away from the room in an instant. Then, I felt something empty underneath me and began to fall freely. Now, he finally knew where he was. It was thousands of miles high in the sky. What the hell? Following Xu Ming's shout, he began his unprotected bungee jumping mode. At first, he felt a little horrified, but then he thought that should be the real body of the void shadow spirit, and it would not kill him, right? That's okay. Just think of it as a cool breeze, but the wind speed will be a little higher. Xu Ming simply closed his eyes, thinking out of sight, out of mind. I was too lazy to watch myself getting closer and closer to the ground, for fear of being frightened and making a fool of myself. However, Xu Ming was not frightened, but instead frightened the students below. On this day, many people saw a figure falling from the sky, and just when it was about to be smashed into a meat pie, it disappeared. Some are quick enough to even record a video. Fuck, isn't that a gangster with extra money? What kind of look is this? Is this special training method? I could do it too. Soon, Xu Ming's free bungee jumping video began to go viral in the school again. Although Xu Ming is not in the martial arts world for the time being, he is still a legend in the world. Principal, 1 second away and I'll die. In the principal's office, Xu Ming slumped on the sofa, his legs weak. In this case, it was indeed a bit too much. I have already reprimanded it, and nothing has happened to you, so let it go. That won't work, it will cost me my soul. Xu Ming clearly wanted to extort money. Then I'll compensate you with 100 points. I don't want points. So what do you want to do? If it doesn't work, I'll let it jump once for you to see. Let a beast that can teleport do bungee jumping? You thought of that, but you probably didn't even blink an eye. I want. No, the Sky Shadow Spirit is not hatched from a beast egg. It belongs to the spirit of heaven and earth. Spirit of heaven and earth. Well, it was born and raised randomly. There might only be one of them. Not at all. If you really want to contract a possessed beast, I can introduce you to several beast spirit systems that can attack and defend at the same time. When you have nothing to do, you can also play cosplay. Principal, please watch less Beast Girl videos when you have nothing to do. Even if you don't have any extra void shadow spirits, you should at least show me a way. I definitely need some ability to protect myself. Don't transform into a beast. Xu Ming said that although he didn't have much moral integrity left, it was still there. Chapter 23 Principle, I understand. Do you think the spirit of heaven and earth is some kind of cabbage on the roadside? The spirit of heaven and earth does not exist for the time being and is not controlled by anyone. Everything requires chance. What opportunity? Xu Ming was determined to get to the bottom of the matter. Try to make the most of your strengths. Lu Tongxing didn't want to say too much so as not to hurt him. There are billions of people in this world, but the number of those who can make a contract with the spirits of heaven and earth can be counted on one hand. Moreover, it is not necessarily positively correlated with strength and talent. Then how did you make the contract, Principal? When I was young, I was quite reckless and accidentally fell into a space crack. Then what? Then I met the spirit of the Void Shadow, and we made a contract. So simple. Well, so you need a chance? Maybe it's because I happened to fall into a space crack, happened to bring a lot of spiritual fruits that the Void Shadow spirit likes to eat, and happened to have my talent and physique suitable for the Void Shadow spirit to possess me. It just so happened that at that point in time, the rank of this Sky Shadow spirit was not very high, and I just happened to have a contract quota. Tell me, is this a chance? Lu Tongxing calmly said more than a dozen coincidences, each of which was quite simple, but when combined together, isn't the probability of it being one in several billion? If one is missing, it won't work. Principal, I understand. Xu Ming was silent for a while, then spoke. Well, that's good. Just choose the Beast Spirit Possession System. I can recommend a few to you. No, I think since you can do it, so can I. Isn't it just about getting into trouble and exploring? When I improve my skills a little bit, I'll go to. Xu Ming is very confident about this. Lu Tongxing. No, I said so much, and you only listened to the first one. The first one, falling into the space crack. Without crisis, where would opportunities come from? Xu Ming finally grasped the essence. Don't worry, Principal. I won't fight a battle without preparation, nor will I seek death. Well, I'll owe you the mental damages first, just like before. When I think of something, I'll ask the Principal for it. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. Having said that, Xu Ming just ran away without giving Lu Tongxing a chance to refuse. You little brat. After leaving the principal's office, Xu Ming did not go back to the dormitory directly, but turned and went to the Resource Exchange Center. Coincidentally, it was the senior student from last time who was on duty, so Xu Ming went straight over. Senior, exchange things. Xu Ming, why are you here? Lu Xiuwei said in surprise. She had just watched the video of Xu Ming bungee jumping from the sky. As soon as he turned around, the protagonist appeared in front of him. What's wrong? Is it weird? This person, is it you? As she spoke, Lu Xiuwei sent Xu Ming a video. Yes, it's me. It's a long story. I plan to contract a flying mount and am practicing self-protection measures in case of an accidental fall. On the surface, I closed my eyes, but in fact, I was simulating a fainting state. Since there is no way to deny it, just make it up. Is that so? Lu Xiuwei couldn't tell the truth from the false for a moment. After all, what Xu Ming said seemed to make some sense. It would be very dangerous if you accidentally fell off the flying beast. Then why did you suddenly disappear? The principal practiced with me. Xu Ming quietly pointed upwards. Didn't I win a condition from the principal last time? This is the condition. I want the principal to be my last resort of protection. After all, I don't really want to commit suicide, right, senior sister? Oh. Lu Xiuwei nodded repeatedly. Everything became quite reasonable. Students who have been in school for a while know that the principal has the ability to teleport and can appear behind any student who is absent-minded in class at any time. He didn't say anything, just stood quietly behind the student until the air suddenly became quiet. Junior, why did you suddenly want to contract a flying mount? It's convenient to run away. After all, I have offended the seniors. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I will exchange my remaining points for a second-level promotion potion and a soul power potion. Exchange all? Junior, isn't it a bit early for you to exchange for the second-level promotion potion now? Even Lu Xiuwei, who is one grade higher than him, is only at the second level, 6 stars. I'll have to redeem it sooner or later anyway, so I'll use it all up in advance to prevent it from being snatched away by others. Xu Ming looked like he was still frightened. Now, there are some negative rumors about Xu Ming on the campus network. There was some shouting and provocation from the seniors, and Shangren also fanned the flames. Anyway, the limelight was definitely not as strong as it was more than half a month ago. Oh well, Lu Xiuwei had no reason to say anything and directly exchanged it for Xu Ming. 1 second-level promotion potion, 8 second-level soul power potions, a total of 360 points. In an instant, Xu Ming's points were reduced to just over 10 points, which was only enough to cover his occasional trip to the library. He also has potions, and the alien's lifespan is sufficient, so Xu Ming can upgrade to the 3rd level at any time. However, Xu Ming would definitely not make this choice now. After all, there are still many things worth exploring in that second-level ordinary secret realm. Moreover, it is meaningless for Xu Ming to upgrade himself. The training of Dubai also requires resources to keep up. Xu Ming will definitely participate in the school ranking competition in more than a month. It is said that there are many rewards, and the higher the ranking, the more subsidies. Since he has chosen to take advantage of the school, Xu Ming certainly cannot let go of such an opportunity. Moreover, Shang Ren's plan is being implemented steadily, and he will be able to make a big fortune in the future. Xu Ming did not lower his voice deliberately when talking with Lu Xiuwei at the exchange center, as there were many students there at the time. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Anyway, the news about Xu Ming practicing high altitude falling with the help of the principal spread out like this. It perfectly explained the content of the video and calmed down the storm a little bit. Moreover, neither Xu Ming nor the principal came out to explain anything and seemed to have tacitly agreed. In addition, the fact that Xu Ming wanted to contract a flying mount to facilitate his escape and to use up all his points seemed to further confirm that there was something fishy in the previous battle. As a result, Xu Ming's reputation gradually changed from a rising star who challenged opponents of higher levels to a shame in southern China. Many students criticized him verbally, regardless of whether they knew him or not. There were even many people who clamored to challenge him every time they met him, take away his monthly allowance, and expel him from the school completely. The happiest person among them is naturally Zhang Hao, whose reputation has turned around. I knew it wasn't my cup of tea, but I'm fine with it. Chapter 24, Bone-Dissolving, Palm Peerless Level. Xu Ming didn't care about the turmoil in the outside world at all, and he didn't often visit the school forum. Otherwise, you have to register an account and criticize yourself. The effect is definitely many times better than the water army hired by Shangren. But now, there is no need to hire any water army. All are tap water. There were even a few freshmen who swore that they were Xu Ming's high school classmates and exposed Xu Ming's lack of talent by real name. He even went back home without taking the college entrance examination. This was almost the final word, nailing Xu Ming to the pillar of shame for winning by cheating. Now, the only key question is how the disadvantages were done, but no one can explain it clearly. As long as Xu Ming doesn't show up or speak, they can only bark helplessly. However, those who reacted most violently were only from this class and the previous class. As for those in higher grades, they were all at least third-level Beastmasters and were definitely too lazy to get involved in such things. Dude, you're so awesome. How did you convince the principal to act with you? High-altitude fall training, this is too much. Huh. Inside the dormitory, Shangren smiled as he took out the second-level black iron concentrate that Xu Ming needed. Acting? Xu Ming was too lazy to explain. He couldn't say that he wanted the principal's shadow spirit to give birth to a child, so he was dropped from 10,000 meters in the sky. Here, a total of 20 pieces of second-level black iron essence. If it's not enough, we have more, and it's definitely the internal price. So many, that little bit of stuff can't buy this amount, right? Xu Ming estimated and said. He also took a look at the exchange price of the second-level black iron essence in the school, which was 10 times that of the first-level black ironstone. If I add my share and the materials, I would get about 17 or 18 yuan at most. I rounded it up for you, but don't worry, I definitely didn't lose money. The internal price is definitely cheaper than the market price. Shangren knew that Xu Ming would not take advantage of this little advantage, so he promised. Brothers should settle accounts clearly so that they can maintain good friendship in the future. Well, thank you very much. With Shangren's help in shipping the goods, Xu Ming really saved a lot of effort. You're welcome. That's what I do. Anyway, if you need business like this, just come to me. Alas, maybe I will have to rely on you, brother, to take care of me in the future. Shangren sighed and said, no problem. Xu Ming also knew something about Shangren's situation. It's nothing more than competition between the various branches of a large family. From this time on, Shangren began to practice business skills and accumulate personal connections. However, Xu Ming did not ask why he was sent here. As for why Xiaofeng came here, it was even more of a mystery. The three of them tacitly agreed not to dig into each other's secrets. Now it seems that Lu Tongxing threw Xu Ming into this dormitory intentionally. If Xu Ming wasn't there, the room might have remained empty. In the room, Xu Ming summoned a buyout. Then piled 20 pieces of second-level black iron essence in front of it. Dubai starts showing off. I may not be a human, but you're a real dog. Although black iron essence needs to be added to Dabai's food, how can such a large amount be consumed in one meal? Well, let's test the hardness first and see if we can break it. Xu Ming suggested. Bing. Afterwards, Dabai grabbed all the second-level black iron essence and planned to roll them into a ball. Ing. However, after trying for a long time, I could only deform it slightly, let alone crumple it into a ball. Golden steel body. Dark power iron sandpalm. Dabai's hands turned golden, and he used his skills to gradually squeeze all the iron blocks together. Such terrifying power, which seems very impressive to outsiders, can only be achieved with powerful equipment. However, Dabai was obviously not satisfied. I was used to having smooth sailing before, but now I have encountered a tough problem. Don't worry, come and have a drink of water. Seeing that Dabai and Taikwai were competing with each other, Xu Ming quickly took out 2 first-level stamina potions and poured them all into it, as there was no use in keeping them. Ing. Dabai recovered his strength and continued to compete. Xu Ming nodded as he watched. In this way, he could collect more hard objects and give them to Dabai to play with. There is no other purpose, just to consume his energy, so as to avoid using your own body to practice iron sandpalm all day long. Consume 10 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes an additional 2 first-level stamina potions. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast used up all its strength every day, trying to knead the hard second-level black iron essence at will, but with little success. In the 5th year, God rewards hard work and water drips through stone. Even the hard second-level black iron essence gradually softened during the constant kneading. Seeing this, the iron-eating beast seemed to be thinking about something. In the 10th year, the iron-eating beast had hardly practiced in order to knead iron, and its realm only improved by 1 star to the extraordinary 4 stars. However, its use of strength seems to have reached a new level called Huajin. Perhaps it will take time to accumulate. Huajin? Xu Ming was slightly surprised. It seems that expending energy every day really has an effect. Kneading the black iron essence day after day for 10 years is something that almost no one or iron-eating beast would do, except when accelerating. With this skill, you could directly advance to the 3rd and 4th levels. A high level does not mean a deep understanding of power. Still need time to accumulate? Is this a problem? The last thing Xu Ming lacks is time. Dabai, drink some water and replenish your brain. As he spoke, Xu Ming gave it a 2nd-level soul power potion. Dabai was a little confused. Was this piece of iron in his hand, which looked like a broken football, really something he just pinched out in a daze? Afterwards, as the soul power potion entered his stomach, Dabai instantly became more energetic and his comprehension increased greatly. I am such a genius. Consume 10 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes an additional 1 second-level soul power potion and 10 second-level black iron essence. Accelerating. In the 4th year, the iron-eating beast has completely comprehended the profound meaning of Huajin, and combined with the previous Injin, it can now lift heavy objects as if they were light, and light objects as if they were heavy, and can smash fruits into juice without damaging the peel. Skill Dark Power Iron Sand Palm, perfect level, advances to Bone-Dissolving Palm, peerless level. In the 10th year, with the help of the Bone-Dissolving Palm, the 2nd-order black iron essence was kneaded at will, sometimes turning into iron powder, sometimes turning into iron foil. During this process, the black iron essence was absorbed from the body surface of the iron-eating beast, and the absorption effect was close to 100. Skill Golden Steel Body, upgraded from entry level to perfect level. Awesome. Xu Ming finally discovered the ultimate reason why the iron-eating beast does not eat iron. This piece of iron is not for eating, but for practicing martial arts. In the process of tempering, the iron and stone will be hammered into your body. No Beastmaster would have thought of such a crazy training method. Moreover, it is too cruel and torturous. Doing the same thing day after day for decades without knowing whether there will be any results. Who can persist? Chapter 25, Red to Black. The iron-eating beast practices martial arts, on the one hand, to absorb iron stones, and, on the other hand, to improve its ability to control strength. Even Xu Ming had not expected that his Beastmaster could master a peerless skill at this stage. Is it difficult? It seems not difficult. Even a 2nd-level Baymax can master it. Is it simple? Let a 2nd-level Beastmaster train and knead iron without distraction for decades. and even use itself as the object of training and hitting. It's not certain whether it can be done, but it will definitely be crazy. Dabai, try your current diamond and steel form. Bing. Dabai didn't understand what was going on, but he just felt that he was much more awesome. Then, with a buzzing sound, Dabai's whole body emitted a thick dark gold color, no longer the original golden color. It looks like a layer of color-changing filter was installed on Dabai. Bang bang. When Dabai clapped his hands, it felt like two solid steel pipes were hitting each other. However, when Xu Ming pinched at himself, it felt the same as normal. At least, Xu Ming was satisfied with the effect. Dabai no longer had any obvious weaknesses on his body. Attack and defense are now at their maximum. After resting in the dormitory for a few days, Xu Ming couldn't stay there anymore and planned to visit the secret realm. Brother, take it. Before going out, Shang Ren handed him a package. What is this? A mask, a spray? Xu Ming asked doubtfully. Dude, you don't know how famous you are now. You're so famous that you're smoking. I don't want you to be blocked by people when you go out. It doesn't matter if they want to bully me. I don't want to affect our plan, you know? Shang Ren knew that Xu Ming had now mastered his magical powers and would definitely go out and have some fun. There is no way to stop it, so this is the only way. Such an exaggerated mask? Is it useful to wear it? You'll know if you try it. In addition, this spray can eliminate your own odor and drive away poisonous insects. It's useful in the wild. Shang Ren used it the last time he camped in a secret place. Okay, thanks. Xu Ming took it directly and put on the mask. Then, the mask completely sank into his skin, and at least from the outside, no trace of disguise could be seen. Xu Ming can adjust his facial features slightly by himself, and with just a pinch, he will become completely different from his previous self. Ah, good stuff. Xu Ming praised. It's just a toy within the second level. Even some extraordinary beast masters who are proficient in reconnaissance can see through it. Shang Ren waved his hand and said, however, it is enough to deal with the current situation. After completing the preparations, Xu Ming set off. This time, he brought enough basic supplies and was determined to take the treasures in Skeleton Canyon. Following the school map, Xu Ming walked to the secret hall by himself. Along the way, I could occasionally hear my own name. It's been quite some time since the incident. Why is it still on people's mind? By the way, I opened the campus forum and took a look and found that Shang Ren was complaining that the fire was not burning strong enough. He directly challenged all the second-level beastmasters in the school in Xu Ming's tone and sprayed all kinds of garbage words on 4 or 5 pages, which were updated every day. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that this was definitely someone trying to provoke a fight, and it might have been sent by Xu Ming's enemy. For example, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was so scared that he kept clarifying. But the problem is that Xu Ming, as the real owner, has never clarified it, which obviously means he has acquiesced. That's interesting. Regardless of whether he said it himself or not, those students who were furious would naturally blame Xu Ming. Even if Xu Ming kept hiding and not showing up, he could not avoid the school competition. It's been less than a month since school started, and the city guard's ban is still in place. Therefore, the secret realm cannot be open for the time being, and naturally only Xu Ming can enter the secret realm hall. After showing the points card, the guard just took a look at it and let him pass, helping him open the secret realm. Apparently, the principal's face still works. The light and shadow changed, and Xu Ming appeared in the secret realm again. Afterwards, Xu Ming headed straight for the Skeleton Canyon without hesitation. The scenery here has remained the same for thousands of years and has hardly changed at all. If it suddenly changes, it means that the foundation of the secret realm has been invaded or polluted, which is the prelude to turning into an abyss of disaster. Throughout history, many secret realms that were originally under control have fallen into abysses of disaster. Ordinary low-level ones are still okay, but if they are high-level hell-level ones, there is no other way except to abandon the city and move away. When passing by Wild Wolf Hill, Xu Ming found that the wolf ecology here had recovered a lot, although they were almost killed to extinction last time. This is the magic of the secret realm. The resources inside are almost endless. In addition to treasures, these monsters themselves are also a kind of resource. However, this time Xu Ming did not come to cause trouble for these prairie wolves. I killed so many last time, but apart from looting some lifespan, I didn't get any skills. This made Xu Ming wonder if the species were too different, so they had no skills. Therefore, apart from a few foolish ones who were looking for death along the way, Xu Ming was too lazy to bring bad luck to them. Under Dabai's bone-dissolving palm, any extraordinary level wasteland wolf will be turned into wolf juice in one blow. It is enough to leave an unforgettable psychological trauma on the remaining wolves. After a whole day's journey, Xu Ming finally arrived near Skeleton Canyon. This time, Xu Ming did not rush in recklessly and did not even intend to expose himself. After finding a secluded corner, Xu Ming summoned Dabai out. Then, let Dabai go to the entrance of the canyon and provoke. Xu Ming himself acted as the sixth person and observed secretly to make sure he could retrieve Dabai at any time. Boo-hoo. Dabai's provocation also sounds like he's just trying to be cute. Swish, swish. However, what responded to it were 2 bone arrows. Ding, ding. The hit on Dabai didn't hurt at all, but Dabai was angry. Although he was angry, he remembered Xu Ming's instructions. Don't go deep into the tiger's den when there are provocations outside. So Dabai grabbed a football-sized stone and threw it inside. He even used hidden strength. Bang! The stone hit a skeleton archer right on the forehead. Kill the extraordinary 1-star skeleton archer and plunder the alien's lifespan of 11 years. Plundering skill, bone strengthening. Iron Eater has already learned it automatically. Xu Ming. Unexpectedly, Dabai also has the potential to become a long-range bombardier. Bing! Dabai is extremely arrogant. I will let you launch a sneak attack and have a taste of my justice from heaven. But this time, the skeleton army inside was completely furious. Rows of skeleton swordsmen and skeleton knights quickly formed up and rushed towards Dabai. Dense numbers of bone arrows shot out from the canyon and headed straight for Dabai. Over the years, Skeleton Canyon has never been provoked like this by anyone alone. After all, the highest entry level here is only level 2. Without sending an army of level 2 Beastmasters of equal size, there is no way to make a dent in the Skeleton Canyon. Chapter 26, Solo Skull Canyon. Seeing the aggressive attitude of the other side, Dabai remained expressionless, but he was still a little panicked in his heart. Don't be afraid, Dabai. What is your special move? The bone-dissolving palm. Isn't that specially used to restrain these bone sticks? Just treat them as wooden stakes for practicing your skills. By the way, if the time for the King Kong incarnation is running out, please tell me immediately. Xu Ming explained while feeling relieved. Bing! Dabai nodded. Apart from anything else, when it comes to practicing, it knows how to do it, and it has almost become an instinct. It doesn't matter, just use them as iron balls for practicing martial arts. One by one, crush them all. Thinking of this, Dabai suddenly became full of confidence. The first to attack were a group of undead knights. However, they only had spears in their hands and were not equipped with undead warhorses, which were only available to elites. Moreover, it seems that there are no undead warhorses produced here. Perhaps there were some before, but they were all wiped out. After all, with the speed of the undead warhorse and the lethality of the undead knight, it was too threatening to the level 2 beast tamer students who came in. Once provoked, there would be nowhere to run. Although the wolves in Wild Wolf Hill are somewhat dangerous, they are close to the camp, and it is convenient to ask for help. The battle is about to begin. Without waiting for the bone spear to stab towards him, Dabai stood up and walked forward, like a butterfly flying among flowers, and slapped each undead knight on the body. Then, time seemed to be paused. A team of more than 10 undead knights all stopped moving. Then, like dominoes, they fell apart one by one. The places that were hit by Dabai turned directly into bone powder, causing damage to their body structure. However, even though he was scattered into a pile of bones and sticks, he was still not dead. As long as the fire of undead in their heads has not been extinguished, they are not considered dead and can still fight. This scene left Dabai stunned. So weak? Dabai never thought that it was because it was too strong. After all, in Dabai's memory, he is still a baby, but sometimes he would inexplicably have a lot of instinctive training memories. According to Dabai's own understanding, if you just daydream, you can become stronger. Snap! Dabai stepped on it, and a skull head exploded instantly. At the same time, Xu Ming received the hint to absorb the lifespan of alien species. Snap! Snap! Dabai stepped so vigorously that he intimidated the skeleton swordsmen who were planning to rush up from behind. What is this? It's perverted. The skeleton swordsmen stopped moving forward, but the ranged troops following behind did not stop. Swish, swish, swish. Dense bone arrows fell like raindrops and hit Dabai's body. Ding, ding, ding. It doesn't do any harm, but it's annoying. Dabai was having a lot of fun stepping on the skull's head, but he was disturbed and became very unhappy. Then, The group of skeleton archers were still hiding on the stone walls of the canyon in the distance and refused to come down. Dabai protected his eyes and searched around. He was originally planning to look for stones, but then he found a pile of bone sticks and a dozen bone spears on the ground. Suddenly, Dabai had an idea. Xu Ming, who was behind, also saw Dabai pick up a spear and weigh it in his hand. Dabai, can you use weapons? Bing, of course, go ahead. I saw the spear coming out like a dragon, and the long spear was like a crossbow, stabbing towards the place where the skeleton archers were densely packed. Boom! The spear pierced through the heads of the two skeleton archers and then hit the cliff, making a loud bang. The shattered bone spear fragments hit other skeletons, and a large piece of rock was blown down. Suddenly, that piece of skeletons were scattered in a pile, some dropped and some smashed. Fuck! Even Xu Ming was a little shocked by this move. The power of this throwing weapon is even more powerful than some range skills. Dabai suddenly has the ability to launch long-range attacks. Could this be the hidden talent of the iron-eating beast? If Dabai really has such a talent, Xu Ming can help it improve in this aspect. The only question is where the thrown weapons come from. While Xu Ming was thinking, Dabai was having a lot of fun, as if he had really awakened his racial talent. Boom! Boom! More than 10 bone spears were used by it to create a feeling of continuous artillery fire. Every few seconds, the canyon shook. Xu Ming received continuous killing prompts, and his lifespan was plundered. Dabai fought back from a distance under the rain of arrows, and for a moment, he actually overwhelmed the group of skeleton archers over there with the power of a single beast. After all, you can hit me without getting hurt, but I can kill you instantly when I hit you. How can we play this game? Roar! At this moment, a huge roar came from the depths of the canyon. In an instant, all the skeletons no longer hesitated and pounced directly towards Dabai. Dabai, this is serious. Can you handle it? Bing! Of course, it's just a warm-up. As he said that, Dabai threw away the last bone spear and once again met the enemy with both palms. His entire body was glowing with a dark golden luster. Ding, ding, ding. The bone sword chopped at Dabai, but not a single hair of Dabai was lost. Snap, snap, snap. With every palm strike, a skull would explode. Dabai was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. All the extraordinary skeletons died if they touched him, and were crippled if they touched him. Bing! About 20 minutes later, Xu Ming received a call for help from Dabai. I'm tired, take a break. Afterwards, Xu Ming directly summoned Dabai back. Looking at his remaining alien lifespan, 3,107 years. Xu Ming directly used the remaining money to speed up Dabai's recovery. Consume 7 years of life to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast was recuperating and recalling the previous battles. It seemed that it was just a bully, and there was no special feeling. In the third year, the level of the iron-eating beast was upgraded to extraordinary 5 stars. In the 7th year, the iron-eating beast's combat strength seemed to have reached a bottleneck, so the iron-eating beast simply studied long-range, throwing capabilities. In ancient times, bamboo seemed to be a weapon rather than food. Iron-eating beast learns the skill, spear throwing, entry level. Although Xu Ming's original intention was just to restore Dabai's strength. However, the blessing of longevity is real. It is equivalent to using the lifespan of an alien species to cultivate oneself. Xu Ming didn't care much about Dabai's level. Instead, he actually comprehended an entry-level long-range ability, which was a pleasant surprise. When Xu Ming was hiding here, he had already sprayed odor-eliminating spray. Unless they saw him, the skeletons would not be able to find him. Dabai's sudden disappearance surprised the skeleton group for a second. Then the remaining skeletons will withdraw from the combat state and resume wandering. After the skeleton died, in addition to a pile of bones, there were also some crystal-like undead crystals left at the place where they died, but their value was not as great as the monster crystal cores. However, since it is a tonic for the undead, many skeletons have instinctively begun to forage for food. Chapter 27 Elite, Skeleton Wolf, Skeleton Swordsman. Dabai continue. Bing! The loud roar just now must have come from the third-level leader inside. Xu Ming didn't understand the language of the dead, but he could hear a hint of frustration. It's anxious. That's easy, just keep playing with it. Snap! The skeleton swordsman who was wandering around and trying to pick up the undead crystal was smashed to pieces by Dabai's palm. This indicates that the second round has officially begun. As far as the eye can see, There are not many skeletons left except the skeleton archers hiding in the back. After all, nearly 200 of them had been killed before. In this short canyon, it is considered relatively dense. Moreover, even if they are all killed, they will slowly reappear after a period of time. Roar. This time, Dabai didn't need to waste too much energy, and the elite leader inside couldn't bear it anymore. At this time, the ordinary skeletons in the canyon all avoided it and did not want to get involved. I saw a giant skeleton wolf more than 3 meters tall slowly walking out from the depths of the canyon. The bones all over his body were not pale, but had a hint of dark color, like metal. His entire body was extremely open, and everything was visible, except for his head, which was covered by a skull, and his 2 eyes, which revealed the flames of his soul. Dabai, be careful. The opponent is a real elite, so Xu Ming dare not be careless. Moreover, it may not be the only elite one in there. Xu Ming's intuition told him that it was unlikely that something like this could give accurate orders to so many skeletons. Dabai was full of confidence and not afraid at all. Ho! The giant skeleton wolf growled, then rushed towards Dabai quickly, opening its huge wolf mouth and intending to bite it to pieces in one bite. Dabai was not afraid and didn't even try to dodge. Golden steel body. Iron head skill. Since you want to bite, I'll let you bite as much as you want. Click. There was no follow-up, as if it was stuck. In fact, it was true. The wolf bit Dabai's head and got it stuck. The sharp teeth did not bite through Dabai's scalp, but instead made a loud, crunching sound. Then, Dabai began to fight back. He opened his palms, then suddenly closed them and slapped them directly at the wolf's head. The giant skeleton wolf wanted to hide, but Big White was hanging on it. How could it hide? Bone-dissolving palm. Bang! The giant skeleton wolf's head did not explode like the extraordinary skeleton, but it was almost the same. Cracks quickly extended outward along the position where Dabai's palm hit. The entire skull wolf head could shatter into a pile of bone powder at any time. Kill the elite 1-star skeleton giant wolf and plunder the alien's lifespan for 21 years. The star rating is the same, and each level up adds 10 years. Then, killing a 9th-ranked divine beast would only take away less than 100 years of its lifespan, wouldn't it? Xu Ming's intuition told him that it shouldn't be that simple. Coax. Seeing that the elite giant skeleton wolves were killed instantly, the remaining skeletons fell into obvious panic. Roar. At this time, another roar came from the depths of the canyon. After this roar, all the skeletons were mobilized. The next second, all these skeletons rushed towards Dabai like a tide. It seems that they intend to adopt a group fight tactic and fight to the death. However, when the skeleton group was at its peak, Dabai was not afraid of it. So why would he care about such a small number? Although he had just killed an elite giant skeleton wolf, Dabai did not consume any physical energy. Anyway, whether it is against elite level or extraordinary level, it's the same move. A large number and a long time will actually consume more physical energy. At this time, Xu Ming was basically relieved. Since Dabai had defeated the elite level, he could basically walk around freely in this secret realm. After dealing with these little skeletons, go inside to see what the treasure is and what the final boss is. Then you can even venture into the Black Mist volcano. When the later students come in for internship, they will find that the 2 most threatening places have been conquered. You're welcome. Xu Ming was daydreaming when he suddenly realized that the situation seemed different from what he had imagined. It seems that these little skeletons are not planning to fight to the death, but are planning to rush out of the canyon and escape. It doesn't matter whether ordinary skeletons escape or not. The key is that the largest elite skeleton cannot escape. Otherwise, even if Xu Ming got the treasure, he would not be at peace in the secret realm, worrying that an arrow would be shot from somewhere. Afterwards, Xu Ming quickly perked up and stared intently at the skeletons that were pouring out to see if there were any special ones among them. Moreover, it consumed another year of the alien's lifespan to restore Dabai's energy and strength, allowing it to maintain its full concentration. The skeleton leader inside has a high IQ. Once he realizes that there are people here who can deal with the elite skeleton giant wolves, he will be able to completely devour the skeletons here. They simply gave up fighting and chose to disperse and break through to preserve the fire. I'm afraid that preserving the fire is a lie, and its main purpose is to take the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, the rest of the skeletons are fighting, and it would be too strange if only one ran away, so we might as well run away together. In this case, It means that the body shape of the skeleton leader should not be too different from other skeletons, at least not the skeleton wolf, undead warhorse knight, etc. In this case, if the opponent does not show his momentum, it will indeed be a bit difficult. At this moment, Xu Ming suddenly discovered a smaller skeleton, which seemed to be holding something in its bony claws. Aside from its odd posture, the object was also blood red in color, which was quite conspicuous. What is it that you can't bear to throw away when you're running for your life? Dabai, that's it. Xu Ming reminded quickly. Bing! Dabai nodded to show that he understood, and he was also paying attention to the little skeleton. In Dabai's vision, the skeleton was emitting a faint red light, as obvious as a light bulb in the dark. How could it possibly get away with it? Then, Dabai attacked the opponent directly. Bang! The little skeleton stretched out its bone claws and attacked Dabai, then used the force to retreat backwards. In its empty eye sockets, angry soul fire flickered. We have lived here in peace for hundreds of years. How come such a killer suddenly appeared? Click! Roar! The little skeleton growled, and a red light flashed in his eye sockets. In an instant, two tall skeleton swordsmen were summoned between it and Dabai. These two are obviously larger than the previous small skeleton swordsmen, and they are both elite level. Isn't it said that the skeleton summoner is extremely weak? How come this guy is so powerful? If the giant skeleton wolf before was also summoned by it, then it alone would be equivalent to the combat power of 4 elite level ones. Dabai, keep this little skeleton for me. At least, don't break its skull. Bing! Chapter 28, Unethical Lich. Dabai responded, then drove his diamond body and rushed straight towards the little skeleton. Since Xu Ming said he wanted the other party's head, Dabai could just go and pick its head off. As for the two big guys in front, only a fool would fight with them. What if the little skeleton runs away? Dabai is very smart. Bang! 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 The skeleton swordsmen wielded their heavy bone swords and chopped at Dabai with all their might. But Dabai didn't even try to dodge and just let them chop and tickle him. When the little skeleton saw how ferocious Dabai was, he was almost scared to death and turned around and ran away. Don't come over here. This script is not quite what it was imagined. In the undead plane, every war is fought with real guns and swords. Why don't you play by the rules? Dabai didn't care. Seeing that the opponent was about to escape, he directly attacked with a bone-dissolving palm. It didn't hit the opponent's head, but the opponent's spine. The other person's height is not much taller than Dabai. Looking at the skeleton, it looked like a woman or a child when he was alive. I don't know whether it was original or spliced together later. Anyway, there are all kinds of strange ways in which skeletons are formed. The little skeleton's spine was broken and its entire body immediately fell apart. The skull was caught in Dabai's hand. As the little skeleton disintegrated, the two skeleton swordsmen seemed to have lost the power to maintain their existence. They disappeared from the spot in an instant and returned to the undead plane from which they came. As for the other skeletons in the canyon, they had already run away by now. Dabai ran to Xu Ming happily and asked him for credit. Dabai, great job. Slow down, slow down. Xu Ming was terrified, fearing that it would crush the little skull. Bing! Afterwards, Xu Ming took the skull and felt a chill running from the palm of his hand straight to his forehead. Fortunately, my physical condition has improved a lot, and I am not weak at all. Immediately afterwards, Xu Ming took Dabai to search for valuable undead crystals among a pile of broken bones, and collected the other bone frames of the little skeleton. What's this? Xu Ming pried the red object out from his clenched bone claws. This is a piece of blood-red jade, not big and square in shape. There seems to be something hidden inside, but it is completely sealed on all sides and cannot be opened unless it is smashed. Moreover, its chilling feeling is just as great as that of skull. I don't understand it, so I'll put it away first. Afterwards, Xu Ming took Dabai and walked into the canyon. Strictly speaking, if this canyon continues to extend inward, it will reach the interior of the Black Mist volcano. There may be certain dangers, and Xu Ming did not take it lightly. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened until Xu Ming and Dabai completely entered a cave inside. Moreover, not only was there no sudden change, but even the treasures did not show anything special. Hey, where's my treasure? Xu Ming looked around, but didn't find anything that could be called a treasure. However, on the innermost rock wall, a mineral of the same material as the previous blood-red jade block was seen. Moreover, there are traces of excavation. Obviously, the jade was mined from here, and its purity is much higher than the remaining minerals. Dabai, Come over here and see if you can get it out. No matter whether it's worth it or not, just finish it first. Bing! Bang! The bone-dissolving palm directly turns into a mining hand. The result did not disappoint Xu Ming. A large piece of blood red ore was dug out by Dabai. What concerned Xu Ming the most was that this mineral seemed to be incredibly hard. Even Dabai's bone-dissolving palm could not break it, but it remained as a whole. In this case, the jade piece seems to be even more complicated and difficult to open. After all the hard work, the only thing that can be called a treasure is this kind of jade, or more specifically, this piece of blood-red jade. However, for Xu Ming, he was more interested in the little skull in his hand. Or were these two originally one? Ta-ta-ta! Xu Ming's fingertips kept tapping on the skull, creating a rhythmic rhythm. Can we communicate? Skeleton Summoner. Or Lord Lich. Xu Ming tried to use his mental power to communicate with the skull in his hand. In such a short time, he had figured out the whole thing and knew what the blood-red jade was and why the little skeleton couldn't give it up. You despicable human. I have nothing to do with you. Why are you attacking me? A wave of angry thoughts came into Xu Ming's mind. I don't know whether this guy was angry because Xu Ming attacked its nest or because of the way Dabai defeated it. Whether it is the former or the latter, it only shows that this guy is a little childish and ridiculous. Does a Beastmaster need any other reason to kill aliens? In addition, this guy can actually be regarded as a kind of alien Beastmaster. In a life-and-death battle, he will naturally kill the opponent's key figure first. However, this time Dabai wasted 2 opportunities to kill the elite skeleton swordsman, which was not a big deal as long as the main goal was achieved. Submit to me, or you will never be able to rise again. I know your Lich's phylactery is extremely strong. What if I throw it into the lava? Hee. You actually want to contract a Lich? You are so brave. Don't you know that Liches are the most likely undead race to rebel? The skull sneered. For the Beastmaster, rebellion means death, but the Lich is not afraid of death as long as the life box is not broken. What if I contract your phylactery directly? Xu Ming asked back. My life box belongs only to the god of the dead. After saying that, the skull fell silent, too lazy to waste time talking to Xu Ming. In its opinion, Xu Ming's beast taming lacks martial ethics, and Xu Ming is also a despicable human being. The life box is in the opponent's hands, and he will get it sooner or later. It is better to just ask for death now and put an end to it all. I bet that the opponent will have no good way to get my life box. Thousands of years later, there may still be a chance for a comeback. He, the god of the dead? Xu Ming didn't care about the skull's attitude. What was really important was the life box. The skull, or Lich, is just a body controlled remotely by the phylactery. The process is extremely complicated, but the meaning is basically the same. Xu Ming never thought that a Lich would appear here. Moreover, because he is in the second-level secret realm, this guy has little chance of improving his strength, nor does he have the opportunity to hide his life box in a more secret place. In this secret place, the safest places are here and the Black Mist Volcano. I didn't expect that this place could be accessed by a Beastmaster alone. I can only say that it's fate and timing, because the Lucky Cat always shows that there's a treasure here. This made Xu Ming feel itchy, and he would keep thinking about it if he didn't find it quickly. Moreover, he happened to meet Xu Ming, a pervert who had a little interest in undead beast taming. Chapter 29. The 100th year, it surrendered. Afterwards, Xu Ming carved the contract formation according to the method of contracting a Lich recorded in a relatively niche book he had read before. However, it only mentions the contracted Lich and not the Lich's life box. After finishing the carving, Xu Ming put the blood-red jade block into it. After a while, as expected, there was no reaction at all. It's not a failure, it's just no response. It seems to have nothing to do with it. If Xu Ming put the skull in, he would at least be able to feel its mental reaction of resistance. Isn't that right? It seems that people's research on the Lich's contract has not yet reached the stage of the life box. Then, Xu Ming picked up the life box again, placed it in the palm of his hand, and felt it with his mental power. Consume 10 years of life to speed up your own contract process. This acceleration consumes 1 second-level soul power potion. Accelerating. In the first year, the life box did not respond at all. In the 5th year, you seem to have felt a slight mental fluctuation. In the 10th year, the spiritual fluctuations in the life box are stronger, but it seems that they're just mocking you for your useless efforts. Xu Ming was not discouraged. This was just a simple attempt on his part. As long as the contract process could be accelerated, it would be fine. let alone 10 years. Even if it's thousands or even tens of thousands of years, it doesn't matter. Let's see who can outlast whom. Little Lich, I don't know what you are resisting. Haven't you experienced enough of my strength? I have a beast to tame, and I can wipe out everything you have. Follow me. I will take you out, say goodbye to this cage, and stand on top of the world. How about it? Xu Ming knew that verbal attacks were necessary to deal with such stubborn elements. It's a pity that he doesn't know any mental stimulation methods like soul whipping. Otherwise, he would have just increased the intensity. What did you do? There's an unconcealable sense of horror in the skull's mind. In its memory, there were traces of 10 years of time that appeared for no reason. However, it had always been here and had not gone anywhere, and this human had not changed at all. How is it possible that 10 years passed in the blink of an eye? It seems that you're really smart. Or are you also an outlier among the undead? Well, I'll show you again. Consume 100 years of lifespan to speed up your own contract process. This acceleration consumes 1 second-level soul power potion. Accelerating. In the first year, the spiritual fluctuations in the life box were quite strong, as if it was actively sensing. In the 10th year, no matter how the consciousness in the life box distinguishes, no matter how it tells itself that this is fake, the traces of time cannot be faked. 50th year, the consciousness in the life box is almost crazy and difficult to understand. In the 100th year, it surrendered. Just 100 years, are you convinced? Xu Ming chuckled. Who are you? The skull said tremblingly. It seems that such acceleration is not pleasant for it. Xu Ming laughed. Could this also be considered a form of torture? However, Debai doesn't seem to have such side effects. In fact, it is very easy to understand. Xu Ming's acceleration of Debai is like water carrying a ship forward, which plays a driving role. But when applied to a lich, it is like a stubborn rock in a river, constantly washed away by time but without any progress. How can it not be crazy? Moreover, this effect only affects its spirit and has no actual effect on its remaining lifespan. All I can say is that it was really scared. Who am I? I'm just a beastmaster who will lead you to the top. If you don't believe me, I can show you once. Watch it. Consume 3 years of lifespan to accelerate your own cultivation growth. This acceleration does not consume any additional resources. Accelerating. During these 3 years, you have only been practicing normally, without consuming any extra resources. You just need to control your cultivation level within a range that is not too outrageous. Your rank is upgraded from level 2 1-star to level 2 3-star. Lich Skull. Mom, come out and see the gods. This thought is a true reflection of its inner thoughts. With this ability, there's no point in practicing anymore. You can reach the 9th level in minutes. However, this human is a beastmaster, and it seems useless to upgrade by himself, so he needs the help of the beastmaster. Are you the reincarnation of a god? No, but I have the ability to bring you to the god level. Tintin. Hongyu is willing to surrender. Hongyu, is this your name when you were alive? No, it just happened that this blood-red jade stone suitable for use as a life box appeared here. After I successfully promoted myself to a lich, I gave myself this name. It sounds effeminate. Never mind, let's just use this name. Xu Ming was too lazy to come up with a name. Now, I want to renew my contract with you. However, since I don't want to raise the level to level 3 for the time being, I can only ask you to downgrade it. Is that a problem? No, it will just seal my elite lich power and regress me to the extraordinary skeleton summoner. Furthermore, my territory in the undead plane will also be lost. My elite subordinates will also be automatically dismissed. Are all your 3rd-tier skills summoning? No necromancy skills? Xu Ming asked doubtfully. If it casts some undead spells, it might not be so easy to deal with. Generally, a lich may have some frost nova, death and wither, etc. I was born a skeleton summoner. I'm not very good at necromancy, but I do know a little bit about summoning bone shields, bone nails, etc. Hong Yu said awkwardly. What's going on with the plane of the dead? Before contracting this lich, Xu Ming had to understand its abilities and all the information about it. For a necromancer summoner, summoning the undead is like signing a summoning contract with the undead in the undead plane. After the summoning time is over, they will return to the undead plane to continue fighting and growing. Of course, there's also the possibility of death. It is not as comfortable as the beast taming space. At the beginning, only undead of lower level than oneself will respond to the summons. Later, if these undead survive, they may grow to the same level as oneself. My undead plane territory has more than 30 elite skeleton soldiers, which I have accumulated in the last few dozen years. However, my mental strength can only support summoning about 2 at a time. It took decades to reach the elite level, and Xu Ming was too tired to complain. All I can say is that the dead live a pretty comfortable life. Well, so if you're downgraded to the extraordinary level, you can only summon the awakening level skeleton soldiers and then slowly upgrade them. Yes, it takes a long time. Time doesn't matter. What Xu Ming has the most is time. The wool comes from a sheep. Anyway, most of the lifespan of these aliens has just been plucked from the skeletons. Okay, let's start the contract now. What I want is unconditional trust and obedience. Don't waste your only chance in life. Yes, I understand. Chapter 30, Mutated Skeleton Summoner. Is it the same contract formation as before? Xu Ming asked the skull for confirmation. Sure, put the phylactery on it. I will completely remove all restrictions on the phylactery. Since Hongyu has made up her mind, she will not regret it. As mentioned before, the more intelligent the undead are, the easier it is to make a contract with them. Apart from some who have ulterior motives, there are also some who are truly convinced and willing to follow the Beastmaster till the end. Whether working alone or with a Beastmaster, the undead's goals are always clear. In their long and slow lives, they understand persistence best. Are you sure you want to sign a beast control contract with the Skeleton Lich? This was transmitted to Xu Ming's brain in the form of consciousness rather than in the form of words. Any Beastmaster will receive such a mental prompt when signing a contract. It seems that there is a god of contract in the dark who is watching over the execution of every contract. Xu Ming naturally had no problem with it, as long as it was a beast-taming contract. Sure, the contract is concluded. In an instant, a magic circle of light completely enveloped the Lich's life box, and then flew into Xu Ming's eyebrows with the life box. Xu Ming began to look inside, and saw that the life box had already steadily entered the second beast-controlling space. However, in addition to an invisible connection with the life box, the skull outside is more closely connected to it. At this moment, it has been downgraded to Extraordinary 3 stars. Beastmaster, Mutated Skeleton Summoner, Ruby, can be accelerated. Level, Extraordinary 3 stars. Skill, Skeleton Summoning. Mastery, summon up to 2 skeletons at a time to serve you. If no specific subordinate is specified, the soldier type is random. Bone Strengthening Mastery. Bone Shield, Entry Level. Bone Nail, Missile Entry Level. Loyalty, 90. Mutation. Perhaps this is why I was able to advance into a Lich possessing special potential. In general, after changing from elite level to extraordinary level, the skills have basically not changed. The biggest loss is the elite skeleton soldiers in the undead plane. This meant that Xu Ming lost dozens of elite fighters at once. There's nothing we can do about it. We can just cultivate it slowly. However, this loyalty cannot be achieved until it reaches full level. We must first give it a small shock. Therefore, Xu Ming first took out the broken limbs and bones that Hongyu had dropped earlier, and also placed the undead crystals he had picked up on the ground. Consume 100 years of lifespan to speed up the growth of the mutant skeleton summoner. This acceleration consumes a certain amount of undead crystals. Accelerating. In the first year, the mutated skeleton summoner began to try to restore his body. Since most of his limbs were preserved and he was nourished by the undead crystals, he recovered quickly. Loyalty increased to 100. In the 34th year, the level of the mutated skeleton summoner was raised to the extraordinary peak, and he realized that all skills were useful. Bone Shield and Bone Nail Missile were all raised to the mastery level. In the 76th year, the mutant skeleton summoner focused all his attention on practicing the skeleton summoning technique. With his full concentration, the skeleton summoning technique was improved to the perfect level. In the process, he gradually accumulated a mixed team of more than 200 extraordinary skeleton soldiers, half of whom were long-range skeleton archers and skeleton mages. In the 100th year, the skeleton subordinates of the mutant skeleton summoner gradually opened up a stable and developing territory in the undead plane. Although wars were happening all the time, they finally gained a firm foothold. This is related to the development strategy you formulated, which is to give priority to the development of cutting-edge long-range forces. Under the command of the mutated skeleton summoner, there are already 50 extraordinary-level, top-level skeleton archers and skeleton mages. Master, this is truly amazing. Hong Yu recovered her body, and her attitude towards Xu Ming was comparable to that of God. Although only a moment had passed here, his body, cultivation, territory, and subordinates in the undead plane were all the result of hundreds of years of accumulation. The reason why it was able to develop so quickly was naturally because Xu Ming used up all the undead crystals obtained from this side and built a top-notch long-range force. This is child's play. Once I finish my work outside, I will immediately promote you to an elite lich. Your subordinates will also be able to be promoted. Okay, thank you, Master. The perfect level skeleton summoning technique can summon up to 4 skeleton soldiers at a time. How long they can exist depends entirely on the mental power consumed by Hong Yu. If it consumes all of its mental energy every time and allows Xu Ming to use his lifespan to speed up its recovery, theoretically, it can continue to summon it. It is a little different from the skeleton sea race that Xu Ming imagined, but its level is low now, so he can just make do with it. In a battle of the same level, others have at most 2 extraordinary level beastmasters, but on our side, in addition to Dabai who can kill elite level beasts in seconds, Hong Yu can start with 4 extraordinary level peak skeleton archers. For not enough? Then keep summoning. How can others play? Moreover, Hong Yu has not been cultivated much, so there should be many areas that can be explored and improved. In any case, the gang-beating tactics that Xu Ming had been thinking about for a long time had achieved some success, and his fear of insufficient firepower was alleviated a little. By the way, you've been here for so long. Do you know what's going on the top of the volcano outside? After finishing this, Xu Ming only has one last target left. However, if it was just a third-order elite monster, Xu Ming would not be particularly interested. I have never been out since my spiritual wisdom was born here, so I'm not very clear about it. Is this or still useful to you? As he spoke, Xu Ming took out the piece of, or that looked like burning lava. This, or it seems to contain a special aura that can induce mutations, so it's better for the master not to have too much contact with it. I suspect that my lich talent comes from this. If this jade is pure, it will be useful to me, but this one has too many impurities. So I only refined the essence to make a life box, and the rest is just thrown here. Induced mutation? Could it be something like radioactive radiation? At this time, Xu Ming suddenly started talking about science, and quickly put the ore into the storage ring. After you get out, show it to Shangrun. Since it can mutate red jade, it must have some practical value. As for the origin of the ore, Hong Yu couldn't explain it clearly. Anyway, since she could remember, this stone had been embedded in the stone wall. It was gradually dug out bit by bit. It is possible that it was squeezed out from the interior of the mountain due to volcanic movement. It was getting late, so Xu Ming planned to rest there for one night. There is no safer place than camping in this original boss cave. Chapter 31 Black Mist Volcano Lava Monster. The next day, when Xu Ming woke up, a lot of skeleton soldiers appeared in the canyon again. I don't know if they were the ones that escaped before, or if they automatically gave birth to so many of them overnight. If it is the latter, this is indeed an extremely dark place. If the Yin energy is too strong, it will attract the undead from the plane of the dead. With Hong Yu here, all the little skeletons gave way and dared not act recklessly. Xu Ming was too lazy to kill these little skeletons anymore, so he decided to keep them as fire sources. Maybe more mutant monsters would appear in the future. His goal today is to advance to the Black Mist Volcano and see what is going on over there. The last time the 3 of them went treasure hunting, they all deliberately avoided the direction towards the top of the Black Fa volcano. In the introduction on the campus website, a black skull is used as a warning. Even senior students who have been promoted to 3rd and 4th level Beastmasters are very secretive about the Black Mist Volcano. Apparently, when they were at the 2nd stage, this place was also a forbidden area for them. When they reach a higher level and become stronger, they can no longer enter this 2nd level secret realm. There were danger warning signs everywhere on the mountain road, forming a complete circle. Attention! Elite monsters frequently appear ahead. Warning! Teams with less than 5 people are prohibited from going up the mountain. Danger warning! A 5-man team at the peak of the 2nd level was once wiped out here. There were some in the canyon before, but not as many as on the volcano. Almost pulling your ears and shouting, "Danger, get out!" However, Xu Ming insisted on not listening to advice. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. It's just that brutal. It's not because Xu Ming is not afraid of death. Quite the opposite. There is a team of 10 extraordinary level, top-level skeleton soldiers in front, behind, left, and right, responsible for warning of danger in all directions. What was consumed was just a few years of the alien's lifespan to help Hong Yu recover her mental strength. With such a military configuration, no extraordinary monster would dare to challenge them. Anyone who dares to come here can only be an elite monster. According to the information that has been explored, the monsters here are mainly rock and fire type, including rock giants, lava monsters, lava beasts, smoke elves, etc. The number of monsters is actually not that large. It's just because the terrain and resources here are too great for the lava-type monsters, making it easy to be promoted to the elite level. Roar. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a loud roar and the sound of gradually approaching footsteps, Xu Ming knew that he had finally officially entered the territory of an elite monster. I saw a giant lava beast covered in black with magma flowing on its body, rushing towards this side. Master, be careful. It has long-range skills. Xu Ming stopped and said, "Kill it for me." Yes. In an instant, the skeleton swordsman in the front moved forward with his sword, blocking the way, and the skeleton archers in the back began to fire at full power. As for Dabai, he also took the initiative to greet him. Everything else is just interference. The real fatal blow must come from Dabai. Bang bang. The lava monster swung its rock fist and knocked away the skeleton swordsman who was blocking its way. However, his own steps also paused for a moment. Ding ding ding. Dense bone arrows continuously attacked its body joints, causing little damage but being extremely insulting. Roar. Skill lava eruption. In an instant, two miniature lava volcanoes appear between the skeleton archer teams on both sides, and then violently spewed magma. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 4 or 5 skeleton archers were unable to dodge and were melted by the lava directly, and the rest were also burned. Sharp. This skill can almost instantly kill most extraordinary people. If the configuration and positioning are not good, this one move can kill a team of second-level Beastmasters in seconds. No wonder. The danger level here is full star. The point is, there is no need for ordinary second-level students to come and cause trouble. It can be said that over the years, whether it was the Skeleton Canyon or the Black Mist Volcano, the monsters inside were unlucky enough to encounter Xu Ming. Doubly. Taking advantage of the gap between the lava monster's attacks, Dabai had already approached its body. Faced with this tiny creature in front of it that was less than 1/10 of its own size, the lava monster didn't even bother to look at it. Their levels are not even as high as these skeletons, so they could be easily trampled to death. Bing! Dabai felt the contempt of the lava beast and became angry. Golden steel body. Bone-dissolving palm. Jump up and hit your chest with my little hands. Click, crack. After one palm strike, Dabai somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground, with his back facing the lava beast without even looking at it. He walked slowly to Xu Ming, acting like an expert. Roar. Crash. The lava beast howled halfway before stopping abruptly. Then, its entire body was crushed into a pile of rubble. Kill the elite 2-star lava beast and plunder the alien's lifespan for 22 years. The lava beast is not like a skeleton. It can be restored as long as there is a skull left. With one strike, Dabai directly destroyed the lava heart in its body, killing it instantly. It was even easier to deal with than the giant skeleton wolf. Great, Dabai. What Xu Ming praised was not Dabai's strength, but its innate ability to pretend to be cool. Afterwards, Hong Yu reorganized the team, sent the injured skeleton soldiers back to the undead plane to recuperate, and then summoned a new team. With Xu Ming's accelerated recovery, Hong Yu can be summoned with almost no consumption and infinitely. No undead summoner in the main plane can do this. Regardless of level and strength, no matter how strong you are, your mental strength is limited, and the time required to recover your mental strength cannot be ignored. After Xu Ming waited for the pile of rubble to cool down, he rummaged through it and found valuable loot, a 3rd-level lava crystal core. This one alone is worth 300 or 400 spirit stones. Continue. Xu Ming waved his hand, looking like a bandit entering the village. Today, he wanted to see how many elite creatures had accumulated here over the years. I took them all at once. I didn't plan to come in again later anyway. After that test, he planned to advance to the 3rd level, give them a little speed shock, and then go to other secret realms of higher difficulty to try out. Soon, Xu Ming encountered the 2nd elite creature, the rock giant. However, the route it took was somewhat similar to Xu Ming's, which was a group fight. As soon as the two sides collided, the rock giant activated his skill, puppetry, summoning a group of extraordinary rock puppet minions. However, this rock puppet was not summoned from another dimension, but was made from local materials and condensed from the rocks here. Once the time is up, it will turn into a pile of rubble again. The key is that there is no loot from killing this type of summon. Chapter 3230 Elites doing team building? Killing the summoned creature, the rock puppet, without any loot, and even the lifespan could not be plundered. Xu Ming could not tolerate this. The enemy can be strong or weak, but he cannot be poor. So, as usual, the rest of the skeleton soldiers served as auxiliary and support, while Dabai carried out the decapitation tactics. This rock giant has no special skills except puppetry. The only skills he has are rock spikes and rock throwing, which are not enough to cause any big waves. After Dabai smashed the thrown rock with one palm, this guy was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, Dabai rushed forward and shattered its rock core with another palm strike. Kill the elite 3-star rock giant and plunder the alien's lifespan of 23 years. Continue. After picking up a 3rd-level Earth crystal core, Xu Ming ordered to continue advancing. Since Xu Ming entered the Black Mist volcano, he has hardly seen any vegetation. Everywhere you look, there are black rocks or volcanic soil. It looks like this thing is still an active volcano. As Xu Ming climbed higher, visibility gradually decreased, as if there was really a layer of black fog covering him. Along the way, Xu Ming killed 5 elite monsters. They're all slow-moving big guys like rock giants and lava beasts. If you meet Baymax, you will really meet your nemesis. Not to mention that their bodies are made of rock. Even if they were made of steel, they would not work well. We harvested 5 3rd-level monster crystal cores with a value of nearly 2,000 spirit stones, which is almost the same as last time. Before Xu Ming came up, he had never thought that there would be so many of them, and they had only advanced halfway up the height. It is because these elite monsters have a certain sense of territory and did not rush forward all at once. Otherwise, if Xu Ming was besieged by a group of elites, he would not be able to hold on. As the altitude continued to increase, visibility became lower and lower, and Xu Ming became a little nervous. He is not afraid of a head-on confrontation, but he is afraid of an elite monster launching a sneak attack. Even Dabai can only kill one at a time. The time interval in between is the dangerous moment for Xu Ming. However, what surprised Xu Ming was that he walked up a little further but did not encounter any monster. This is obviously abnormal. According to the previous frequency, we should have encountered 2 or 3 more by now. Not only were there no elite-level monsters encountered, there were no extraordinary-level monsters either. It was as if they had all disappeared and become extinct. Fuck, you're not going to give me another big one, are you? Although Xu Ming wanted to see what was going on the top of the mountain, it didn't mean he wanted to die. Master, I don't think we should continue. Or, I will control the skeleton to explore the way first. At this time, Hong Yu communicated with Xu Ming through the power of the contract. Okay, you can check it out first. Afterwards, Xu Ming found a place to rest behind a huge rock, while Hong Yu commanded a team of 5 skeleton swordsmen to walk towards the top of the mountain. Click! After a while, Hong Yu suddenly trembled all over, as if she had a cold shudder. This situation means that the skeleton team connected to its consciousness has encountered an accident. As expected, Hong Yu reported the results of her investigation with lingering fear. Master, there's a situation up there. There are more than 1 elite monsters. The 5 skeleton swordsmen were killed instantly. They're gathering together, very close to each other. Yes, the top of the mountain is not very large, and there is a crater. This is strange. Shouldn't they start fighting among themselves first? It would be fine if they were all lava monsters, but if they were elite monsters of different races, they would definitely not get so close. No, anyway, it's quite weird. Explore again. Just one will be enough. Focus on what they are doing. As he spoke, Xu Ming used 1 year of his life to restore Hong Yu's mental strength. Yes. Then, an extraordinary skeleton archer was slapped over. This type of skeleton has better eyesight and is more agile. After a while, roar. There was an angry roar from the top of the mountain. Apparently, the continuous disturbances by the skeletons angered the elite monsters on the top of the mountain. Xu Ming was delighted. He was not afraid of your anger, but he was afraid that you would not react at all. Then he would be helpless. Master, I suggest that we retreat quickly, at least to the middle of the mountain. What's wrong? There are at least 30 elite monsters up there. What are they doing team building? They must have been cultivating or absorbing the same aura as the blood red jade, causing them to undergo some changes. I feel that the rocks in the crater have the same smell as that, or... No wonder. So, what would happen if I took out that piece of ore? Xu Ming instantly thought of some cool trick. I suggest not to do it here. At least, it would be safer to go a little further down. That makes sense. This matter needs to be planned carefully. Having said that, Xu Ming retreated towards the mountainside. Now that he has confirmed what the higher-ups are up to, Xu Ming has a solution. Moreover, there are 30 elite monsters. If all of them are wiped out, it will cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Even in a third-level secret realm, it is not easy to encounter such a good thing. Afterwards, Xu Ming retreated to the mountainside under 2 rock walls. The path here is relatively narrow, and at most only 1 or 2 monsters can pass through at the same time. If the elite monsters above really rush down, Xu Ming would be able to judge their number by the movements and would have enough time to retreat and avoid being surrounded. However, the sky became dark again at this time, and Xu Ming planned to rest for a night and take action during the day. Nothing happened overnight. With Hong Yu, the skeleton summoner, guarding him, Xu Ming doesn't have to worry about early warning issues in the wild. Spray some insect repellent spray, and you can set up your tent and camp anytime and anywhere. Above the Black Mist volcano, apart from the group of elite monsters on the top of the mountain, the rest of the small fish had long since disappeared. The next day, when Xu Ming was about to take out the ore, he suddenly thought of something. Hong Yu, can I borrow your life box for a moment? As he spoke, he summoned out its blood-red jade life box directly from the second beast controlling space. Wouldn't this be too much of a stimulus for them? Before Hong Yu finished speaking, there was a sudden rumble from the top of the mountain. Roar. Boom. Clearly, its words were directly fulfilled. Oh no, put it away quickly. Hong Yu reminded hurriedly, it was really a matter of life and death. Even the Lich probably never thought that the life box could have such a function. Well, first send a skeleton to watch over the route. Xu Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly put the life box back. Unexpectedly, the effect was too good. If he lured all 30 elites down at once, he would have no choice but to run away. Chapter 33, A Cool Operation, a half-demonized lava snake. Then, Xu Ming took out the ore and threw it on ground. This thing might have radiation, and Xu Ming doesn't want to get involved with it anymore. However, after 5 minutes, nothing happened. It seemed that those elite monsters were not interested in this or full of impurities. Damn, are you really a picky eater? Hong Yu, is there such a big difference between the two? In Xu Ming's opinion, they are all the same, and the volume of the ore is much larger than that of the life box. The life box is the essence of the essence. It was only after I refined it that it was reduced to this size. Hong Yu said a little embarrassedly. Well, I still don't believe that I can't cure them. As he spoke, Xu Ming summoned out the life box again. Roar. Then, Xu Ming put it away again. 5 minutes later, Xu Ming summoned the life box again. Roar. Xu Ming put it away again. Unfortunately, Hong Yu is just a skeleton without a physical body. Otherwise, he would definitely be swallowing hard at this moment, being left speechless by Xu Ming's outrageous actions. Even at this moment, the soul fire in its eye sockets was beating wildly, showing its inner unrest. Master, there is movement. Finally, Hong Yu reminded. Yeah, I see. In Xu Ming's eyes, 2 streams of smoke were coming towards this side quickly. There was also smoke and dust in other directions down the mountain, but the monsters did not continue to sense the breath and went back. Only here, the ore that Xu Ming threw aside finally played a role and attracted the attention of the 2 elite monsters. Although the ore is not as good as the life box, it is definitely better than the volcanic ash on the top of the mountain. Xu Ming stepped back again and threw the ore at Dabai's feet. You're such a dog. Dabai, first take down one, then take down the other. Can you do it? Dabai was speechless, and then focused his attention on the enemy in front of him. At this time, Xu Ming also saw the forms of the 2 elite monsters. A lava monster, a lava snake. However, it is different from what I encountered before. The lava creatures we encountered before had a black surface due to being burned by fire, but the magma inside was fiery red like blood. As for these 2, the colors are not very authentic. The magma flowing out is a dark color, like metamorphosed black blood. Originally, Xu Ming was worried that he would become their target, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't even look at him and rushed straight towards Dabai. Strictly speaking, they rushed towards the ore. Hong Yu, is the attraction of this thing so strong? Xu Ming was a little surprised. The skeleton seemed to have no reaction to the ore. I guess the influence of this, or on the consciousness of living beings with flesh and blood, far exceeds that of the undead. At least from the beginning to the end, I never felt that this was indispensable. The skeletons in the canyon did not show any special reaction either. Xu Ming was watching the battle situation while thinking. He vaguely felt that neither the ore obtained by Hong Yu nor the situation on the top of the mountain was right. Even with our strength, we have to be careful in dealing with the situation. If it were any other team, even a squad, or even more, they would have no chance of survival if they encountered this situation. It was as if there was a time bomb installed on the top of the mountain that could explode at any time. On the other side, the battle has begun. The first thing that collided with Dabai was the lava snake, which was much faster than the lava monster behind it. Hiss roar. The lava snake swung its tail, intending to blow away the big white that was blocking its way, and then have the ore all for itself. Snap! Dabai's palm collided with the snake's tail, making a muffled sound. Afterwards, Dabai took several steps back to relieve the force. As for the lava snake, it rolled on the ground and roared. Its originally extremely hard lava rock tail became limp. It was covered with cracks, and magma kept flowing out like blood. Roar! The lava snake opened its mouth suddenly, and the high-temperature magma sprayed towards Dabai like a water gun. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dabai dodged repeatedly, but still couldn't avoid being affected. The diamond body was fully activated, and there was no problem, but the high temperature still made Dabai uncomfortable. Now its properties are all about physical defense. It has no particularly strong defenses against energy and attribute attacks, and it all depends on its physical strength to withstand them. Resistance to high temperatures is already the strongest of Dabai's magic resistance attributes. After all, in his previous memory of accelerated practice of Iron Sand Palm, Dabai was already able to turn the iron sand red. Seeing this, Xu Ming quickly sped up the process by 1 year to allow Dabai to recover a little. There were some burns on Dabai's body, but they recovered instantly. Bing! The status is instantly full, so there is no need for Dabai to be weak, he just fights hard. Then, Dabai was seen rushing towards the lava snake against the burning magma. A section of the lava snake's tail had actually been completely shattered, and the huge tail had become a burden, seriously affecting its mobility. Seeing this little guy rushing straight towards him without fear of the lava, a trace of fear flashed in the lava snake's almost crazy eyes. No matter how the lava snake twists, you still have to bear what you have to bear. Snap, snap, snap. Dabai couldn't find the weak spot of the lava snake, and the huge snake head was twisting and turning. So Dabai had no choice but to hit the snake section by section along its body. Finally, when the camera captured a certain location, the wildly dancing lava snake suddenly became stiff and straight as if it had been acupunctured. Then, it turned into a pile of rubble with a loud crash. Kill an elite 2-star semi-demonized lava snake and plunder the alien's lifespan of 11 years. Plunder skill, fire resistance, Iron Eater, and Mutated Skeleton Summoner have already learned it automatically. Xu Ming. Half demon? How come the lifespan of Plunder is halved? No need to ask, it must be related to this half-demonization. However, it is very refreshing to be able to plunder a skill again. Consume 10 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration does not consume any additional resources. Accelerating. In the first year, the Iron Eater realized that its attribute resistance was not enough, but now it only has the skill of fire resistance, so it can only train its heat resistance first. In the 5th year, the iron-eating beast's ability to withstand high temperatures reached a new level. There is no other reason for this. Just cook it more, and it will naturally become cooked. Skill, fire resistance, upgraded from entry level to master level. In the 10th year, the Iron Eater has been upgraded to extraordinary 6 stars. At this stage, fire resistance can no longer be improved by willpower alone, and appropriate resources may be needed. Mastery level is almost enough at this stage. However, he will soon be dealing with more lava-attributed monsters, so if possible, Xu Ming still wants to improve to a higher level. Chapter 34, Demonized Monsters, Skyrocketing Military Merits. When the battle between Dabai and the lava snake ended, the lava beast had already caught up. Instead of joining the battlefield, it directly picked up the ore on the ground and stuffed it into its mouth. Roar! After the ore entered its stomach, it seemed to become even more violent. Then, it looked at Xu Ming, and then slowly turned its head to look at the lava snake. To be precise, he was looking at a blood-red monster crystal core within the remains of the lava snake. Judging from the color alone, that thing looks very much like pure blood-red jade. Dabai, kill it. Xu Ming was angry. How dare someone set his sights on his spoils? He didn't want to live anymore, did he? Bing! After 10 years of acceleration, Dabai has recovered to his original state, and his strength has also increased significantly. Bang! Dabai's bone-dissolving palm collided with the lava beast's fist, and stone chips flew everywhere. Then, the lava monster's arm broke directly in the middle. However, the lava beast seemed to feel no pain and continued to attack like crazy. Bang, bang, bang. The rocky mountain was smashed into pieces. Bang. Finally, Dabai seized the opportunity and, based on his previous experience, struck the lava beast directly on its chest with one palm. Ow! In an instant, a huge hole appeared in the chest of the lava monster. Black magma blood flowed out, and the broken heart could be vaguely seen. But this guy is not dead yet. Bing! Even Dabai was shocked. This was the first time he encountered an elite monster that could withstand his attack on a vital point without being killed on the spot. Roar! The lava monster struggled for a moment, its blood drained out, and finally it fell to the ground and died. Kill the elite 2-star demonized lava beast and plunder the alien's lifespan for 2 years. Xu Ming. I originally thought that it was outrageous enough that the half-demonized lava snake only plundered half of my lifespan, but I didn't expect there was such a master. This elite-level monster was directly downgraded to the same level as the awakened spirit level. A lifespan in the single digits is like sending away a beggar. Although Xu Ming's alien lifespan is more than enough, and he still has more than 3,000 years left, it does not mean that he is willing to suffer this loss. Afterwards, Xu Ming picked up the crystal cores dropped by the 2 elite-level monsters. From the outside, it was similar to an ordinary monster crystal core, but the color was obviously brighter like blood. Moreover, it had a hint of the same aura as the ore. Damn, this thing can't be worthless. Wouldn't Xu Ming suffer a huge loss then? As for the piece of ore that was swallowed by the lava beast, Xu Ming also found it among its wreckage. The entire individual has become much smaller, but this is mainly because a lot of the impurities on the outer layer have been digested and dissolved, and it is already showing a trend of transformation into pure jade. I didn't expect that the lava monster had such a function. If I had known earlier, I would have killed it more slowly. Maybe I could have further purified the ore. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, Xu Ming's communicator suddenly vibrated. Xu Ming took a look and found that it was his forgotten boss, Wu Yan. Captain, why are you looking for me all of a sudden? Do you have an urgent mission? Xu Ming answered the call directly. In name, he was still a member of the city guard, and if there was a mission, the other party had the right to recruit him. There is no urgent task for you, a freshman who has just been promoted to the 2nd level. Your task is to study hard. Wu Yan replied. Xu Ming, on my personal profile, the secret mission with a confidentiality level of level 2 was not written like this. Okay, Captain. By the way, how do you know I've been promoted to the 2nd level? Not only do I know that you've been promoted, I also know that you are in the secret realm of Tian'an College, and you have killed the monster. Captain, are you spying me? What the hell are you monitoring? Look at your military achievements. I've even received a reminder here. What does it mean? Xu Ming quickly clicked on the personal information on the communicator. Xu Ming, editable. Rank, non-staff member. Military merit, 1592, click to redeem. Xu Ming. What's going on? And that's because you're a non-staff member, so I gave you a discount. Tell me, what did you do? Your military merits suddenly increased by thousands, almost catching up with what I did to solve an unstable secret realm. At this stage, Tian'an City is still relatively peaceful, and the only place where one can accumulate military merits is in the secret realm in the school. Otherwise, even if the school was invaded, it would not be Xu Ming's turn to make a contribution. Afterwards, Xu Ming opened his military merit record. Killing a super-level monster, military merit +1. Killing a super-level monster, military merit +1. In peacetime, the military merit for killing monsters in secret realms is so little. Kill an elite demonized monster, military merit +500. Kill an elite semi-demon beast, military merit +500. Reminder, if you find evidence of suspected invasion of the Abyss of Disaster, you will receive additional military merits as appropriate after reporting it. The Abyss of Disaster invades? Damn, Xu Ming finally understood what this ore and the demonized monster represented. Abyss of disaster. This is a disaster that affects all of humanity. If things go wrong, even schools may have to move. Among all military achievements, those involving the abyss of disaster are definitely the highest priority, regardless of peace or war status. Captain, before we get down to business, tell me first, why did you receive a tip when I received military merit? Did you also get kickback? Really? Fuck. I recommended you. You made a contribution. So, can I get some credit for it? Stop the bullshit and get down to business. It's possible, and it's serious. At the end, Wu Yan's tone became serious. Well, this is what happened. I was exploring a secret realm, and I just killed 2 elite monsters. By the way, my beast has also been promoted to extraordinary level. It is reasonable to kill elite monsters by crossing levels, right? Reasonable bullshit. However, we no longer had the time to pursue this. No, let alone in the secret realm. Even in the city, if you kill an elite monster, you won't get that much military merit. What's more, you just killed them without handing in any materials. At the end of his speech, Wu Yan's voice gradually lowered, and he obviously realized something. Fuck, you don't mean to say that what you killed was a demonized monster, right? Wait, don't answer yet. Is there anyone else around? No, I'm the only one here. The principal gave me special permission to come in. Okay, our conversation is encrypted and won't be monitored. You can talk now. Captain, is it that serious? Xu Ming felt that Wu Yan was more concerned about someone rather than the invasion of the abyss of disaster. I didn't expect you to gain anything from this. Reading a few books and doing some soy sauce is not bad, but I didn't expect you to accidentally step into the center of the vortex. You can't stay out of it. Captain, you guessed right. I did kill 2 elite demon beasts. In addition, I also picked up a piece of, or that seems to be very attractive to those demon beasts. Since the other party had guessed it, there was no need for Xu Ming to deny it. Chapter 35, Abyss Blood Jade, Mission Content. Abyssal, or? Wu Yan's tone could not hide his shock. Then, he realized, no, according to the assessment back then, this secret realm is unlikely to evolve into a calamity abyss. Describe the, or in more detail. The whole body is blood red. After the demonized monsters devoured them, their crystal cores also turned bright red like blood. It's okay, it's just that the Abyss Blood Jade can easily induce monsters to transform into demons. Wu Yan's tone became full of relief again. It seemed as if they had been prepared for the entire building to collapse, but in the end there was only a hole in the roof. Abyss Blood Jade. Xu Ming didn't understand, but just by hearing the name, he could sense the bloody nature of this thing. Well, this stuff is harmful to the human body if you come into contact with it for a long time. However, it can stimulate the potential of monsters by overdrawing their vitality. Moreover, this thing can only exist in a very mature abyss of disaster, and is condensed from the flesh and blood of the creatures inside. Guess, how did the Abyss Blood Jade appear there? It's man-made, targeting the students of the academy. The answer is not hard to guess. Xu Ming felt that he seemed to have uncovered a shocking conspiracy in advance. If the timing is right, it might even be possible to directly wipe out most of the second-level students of Tian'an College. All you need to do is attract a few elite demon beasts to block the entrance and exit of the secret realm. The normal level difficulty instantly turns into hell level. That's right, Xu Ming, congratulations, you have accomplished a great feat, and I may also benefit from it and be promoted to the next level. However, the task is only half completed. There is still the other half left. Captain, you don't want me to catch the mastermind, do you? Xu Ming was speechless. He just wants to go to school and make some money, but he doesn't want to be a hero. It is impossible for a simple force to set up such a big plan in the secret area of the academy. Maybe there are spies of the other party in my class. In Xu Ming's eyes, so many students, teachers, and even the guards guarding the secret realm seemed no longer trustworthy. Once the role I played is exposed, I think it would be better to run away as soon as possible. Don't worry, they're just rats in the gutter. They can't make any waves. They can only use such despicable means. Since the captain arranged for me to enter the academy, he must have had information about this in advance, right? Yes, on the one hand, there are several important figures in Tian'an College who need protection this year, and on the other hand, we have indeed received intelligence that someone wants to harm the college. However, we cannot be sure of the exact means used and the exact time of launch. As long as the other party launches, we will definitely be able to investigate it. Xia family, merchant? Yes, these are two descendants of two of the four major families in Xia country. They're your classmates, right? They both joined the class as transfer students. Such an obvious bait. Will anyone fall for it? Even Xu Ming could see that this was a bait. Even if it's bait, it's attractive enough, isn't it? So, they have been preparing for so long and finally waited for a suitable big fish, and they will definitely launch the attack this year. As for the specific time, Wu Yin didn't say anything more about the rest. Maybe he wasn't sure. In that case, I will just watch the show quietly. When the time comes, don't forget to hide my name when you hold a celebration party. Just give me material rewards. I don't want false reputation. Xu Ming almost had the words, afraid of trouble, written on his face, leaving Wu Yin speechless. You don't need to worry about tracking down the mastermind, but you have to help resolve the potential dangers in the secret realm. I didn't expect you to be so fierce, challenging opponents of higher levels at every level. I really have a keen eye for talent. Now, Wu Yin remembered that Xu Ming was already able to kill 2 elite-level demonized beasts above his level. He estimated that there were only 5 or 6 left at most, no more. He made his estimate based on normal circumstances, but he had no idea that 5 or 6 were just appetizers and had already been slaughtered by Xu Ming. There were still about 30 demonized beasts left, gathering on the top of the mountain for a party. Don't worry about that. I came here to hunt, and I will definitely not let go of any elite monsters I encounter. But don't be so surprised. They are just 2 elite demon beasts. Next, Xu Ming has to kill another 20 or 30 of them. If they shock him every time and give Xu Ming a call, wouldn't that annoy Xu Ming to death? Fuck, you're awesome. When I was your age, I had never seen blood. Don't worry, I will turn off the reminder later, and in order to avoid alerting the enemy, I will try to contact you as little as possible. Well, by the way, should I report the situation here to the principal? Xu Ming asked. In any case, the principal is definitely not the mastermind behind this. No, you just need to ensure that the demonized monsters inside are wiped out. This is an order. All right. Okay, let's do this for now. As long as you complete this task, you may be able to take over my position when you graduate. You kid, you didn't want to join at first. Having said that, Wu Yin died. Now, in his eyes, Xu Ming is probably the legendary innate military saint body. Xu Ming definitely had no interest in being the captain of the city guard. He has lived his life again, and now his only goal is to train each of his beasts to perfection. Then, make contracts with more diverse beasts. In a sense, it is true that his talent for beast taming and cultivation has been awakened. It's just that the training method used by Xu Ming has nothing to do with his own talent. Putting the communicator back into his inner pocket, Xu Ming did not rush to lure the monsters, but instead recalled the whole story. Although there are still some doubts, the basic logic makes sense based on the known information. The fact that Xia Feng is qualified to get a chance to contract with the Dragon Clan means that his status is not low. The key point is that Xia Feng has already said that he will transfer this opportunity to Xu Ming. Moreover, it is unconditional. I give it to you as soon as I say it. With Shangren as a witness, Xu Ming didn't think he was joking. With Xia Feng's personality, he wasn't the type to joke around. Regardless of whether Xu Ming will go to the imperial capital to fulfill this promise later, at least he has to acknowledge this favor now. And that kid Shangren, although he described himself as a poor, excluded leftover from a big family, his status was definitely not low. If an attack were to start here, Xia Feng might be able to save his life, but Shangren probably wouldn't be able to outrun the elite demonized monster. This can be regarded as saving his life. When the time comes, what should I ask Shangren for? No, it is a legitimate reward. Chapter 36 all solved inside the volcano. Xu Ming rested for a while and ate something to replenish his strength. Then, continue to lure the monsters down the mountain. Communicate with the beast-taming space and take out the red jade lich life box. Roar. This life box, made of the essence of the abyss blood jade, is very attractive to demonized monsters. It is estimated that if the mastermind behind the scenes wants to launch an attack, he will use something similar, and it may not even be as effective as the life box refined by Ruby. However, if someone accidentally arranges for someone to sprinkle this mineral powder on the target student secretly, or on the road, the target will almost certainly die. To be more extreme, just sprinkle the entrance and exit of the secret realm with abyss blood jade powder, completely blocking it and destroying the secret realm. While he was thinking, several figures began to rush down. However, the quantity was too much at once, so Xu Ming quickly put away the life box and the ore. Having lost the scent of its target, The demonized monster that had rushed down began to return to the top of the mountain. Afterwards, Xu Ming used the same trick again. Only when there were at most 2 elite-level demonized beasts coming this way, he would lure them over and annihilate them. Kill an elite 2-star semi-demonized lava beast and plunder the alien's lifespan for 11 years. Kill the elite 3-star demonized volcanic gargoyle and plunder the alien's lifespan for 3 years. 4 days later, Xu Ming dealt with the last elite demonized creature that rushed down the mountain and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. These demonized and semi-demonized monsters are not only unafraid of death, but also have damaged brains. Under normal circumstances, how could it be possible to defeat them one by one? After counting the 3rd-level crystal cores containing special auras, there were 32 in total, which was almost the same as what Hong Yu had discovered at the beginning. However, there were only a few left on the top of the mountain, and no matter how Xu Ming tempted them, they refused to come down the mountain. He just keeps roaring like crazy, as if he has the will, but not the strength. Afterwards, Xu Ming asked Hong Yu to send out more skeleton soldiers to check what was going on. Master, there are no more monsters on the top of the mountain. Hong Yu reports the results. These past few days, his former skeleton, Lich, has been quite shocked. More than 30 elite, fearless demonic creatures were killed one by the cute Dabai, just like catching chicks in a chicken coop. The whole process is like spreading a little bait to lure the chicks to eat, then grabbing the chicken's neck and twisting it off with a snap, which is extremely smooth. The key point is that Dabai is only at the extraordinary level, which is lower than the level of the skeleton soldiers. The future Skeleton King now feels that Baymax is even scarier than the overlord of the undead. Go check the crater. Yes. After a while. Master, there's movement inside the volcano. It seems that there's a monster inside the volcano and can't get out. Inside the volcano? Let's go up and take a look. Afterwards, several teams of skeleton soldiers were still in the front as pioneers, and Xu Ming followed with Dabai and Hong Yu, exercising utmost caution. However, Xu Ming was obviously overly cautious this time. The group of elite demonized and semi-demonized monsters who were doing team building on the top of the mountain were all attracted down and were completely wiped out. Xu Ming took a casual look around and found that the concentration of the aura of the Abyss Blood Jade on the top of the mountain was not comparable to that of the Red Jade Life Box. They were not on the same level. No one of the other party could not refuse it at all. In other words, there is no real Abyss Blood Jade on the top of the mountain. It is just some volcanic rocks mixed with Abyss Blood Jade fragments that were erupted from the volcano. The real Abyss Blood Jade was probably thrown into a volcano by some wicked person, so it must be stored slowly and for a long time. Accompanied by magma and thick smoke, the bodies of these lava monsters are gradually eroded. Moreover, according to Wu Yin, this thing is harmful to the body, and if the concentration is too high, it will not have a good effect. Xu Ming looked down towards the crater. The bottom was filled with blood-red magma and black smoke, so he couldn't see the specific situation clearly. However, there must be monsters inside. Moreover, on the surface of the magma, there seemed to be several large pieces of Abyss Blood Jade floating. Although the Abyss Blood Jade is harmful to the human body, it is still a resource. It is a waste to just throw it in there. The key point is that Xu Ming didn't seem to see anything else of value, which means that the Abyss Blood Jade in the magma is the treasure that the Lucky Cat is obsessed with. Damn, this is a bummer. How do I get this? Master, please step back. Inhaling too much of this smoke is harmful to the human body. Ruby reminded. No harm to the undead, right? Master, you are joking. We are dead things anyway, so why should we be afraid of these things? However, there is no harm, and the impact is relatively limited, not as direct as the monsters. The elites that the Master has dealt with in the past few days should not have had such potential, but were forcibly stimulated. Yes, that's right. If you were given enough time, can you make use of the energy here? It would be best if you could absorb it all, leaving nothing behind. I understand what the Master means, and I will do my best. Go ahead and find a suitable location. Yes. Consume 100 years of lifespan to speed up the growth of the mutant skeleton summoner. This acceleration consumes a certain amount of the rich Abyss Blood Jade aura, accelerating. In the first year, the mutated skeleton summoner, having previously been influenced by the Abyss Blood Jade, quickly entered into an immersive training state. Moreover, under the influence of the volcanic aura, his fire resistance was also slowly improving. In the 10th year, the fire resistance level of the mutant skeleton summoner was upgraded from entry level to master level. In the 43rd year, the mutant skeleton summoner's entire body was infected by the aura of the Abyss Blood Jade, and its strength was greatly enhanced. Skill bone strengthening upgraded from mastery level to perfect level. In the 100th year, the mutated skeleton summoner has found the direction of transformation, but it will take some time. Acceleration ends. Xu Ming looked carefully and saw that the little skeleton, which was originally all white, had many parts gradually turned blood red. Real ones, like bones made of red jade. "Ruby, how do you feel?" Xu Ming asked, mainly worried that this guy would also turn into an abyss monster. Then it would be barbecue. "Master, I feel great. The abyssal demonic energy of the abyssal blood jade has no effect on me. On the contrary, the blood energy inside is of great help to me." The power of blood? Xu Ming didn't understand what blood power was. As long as there was improvement, he would continue. It has to be said that the growth of the undead is slow, or rather, long, measured in hundreds of years. Unlike Debai's improvement, decades are considered a long time. Of course, the two are different species, and their methods of improvement are also different, so there is no comparison. If Debai is allowed to be immersed in the aura of the Abyss Blood Jade for 100 years, he will definitely turn into a monster. Chapter 37 Evolution, Blood Skeleton Summoner. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan to speed up the growth of the mutant skeleton summoner. This acceleration consumes a certain amount of the rich Abyss Blood Jade aura. Accelerating. In the 100th year, the progress of the mutant skeleton summoner has reached 30, and nearly 1/3 of the body has been transformed into blood jade skeletons. In the 152nd year, the progress of the mutant skeleton summoner reached 40, however. Due to being immersed in cultivation, he had not taken care of the territory of the undead plane for more than 100 years, and all his subordinates were automatically dismissed. In the 472nd year, the progress of the mutant skeleton summoner reached 100. All the bones in the body were transformed into blood jade bones, and they were permanently immune to the abyss demonization. Mutated skeleton summoner. Start the race evolution. In the 625th year, the mutated skeleton summoner has evolved into the blood skeleton summoner. At the same time, the blood skeleton summoner once again began to expand his territory in the undead plane. In the 872nd year, due to continuous practice, most of the blood skeleton summoner's skills have been greatly improved. Blood burning technique, blood controlling technique, blood explosion technique, and blood puppet technique have all been upgraded from entry level to perfect level. Bone shield, bone nail missiles, fire resistance, all upgraded from mastery to perfection. In the 1000th year, the troops under the command of the blood skeleton summoner once again conquered a territory in the undead plane and gathered more than 1,000 extraordinary top-level skeleton soldiers, who will never betray and are always waiting to be summoned. Speed up. Master, I feel like a long time has passed. Even though Hong Yu was a skeleton undead, she felt that the feeling of 1,000 years in an instant was a bit too much to bear. It is because it is an undead that Xu Ming did this. If it was Debai, let alone 1,000 years, even if it was 100 years, Xu Ming would not dare to be so reckless at this stage. Debai just looked at him in a silly and cute way. Xu Ming doesn't want it to become a real idiot. Need a break? Xu Ming looked at the skull that was as red as blood jade and asked, "This guy looks like a work of art." "No need, master. The passage of time will only make me stronger." With that, Hong Yu turned and looked towards the crater. Then, several blood-red rays of light shot in. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, one after another, violent roars came out from inside. It seems that there are still several kinds of monsters hiding in the magma or inside the volcano. Then, Xu Ming heard a rumbling sound, as if something was churning in the magma, hitting. What skill is this? Xu Ming had already seen that several monsters were no longer hiding, but began to fight with each other. Blood-burning technique can greatly stimulate the energy of blood in living organisms, greatly increase attack speed and mental excitement, and reduce pain. In short, it is a benefit skill. It is a benefit, but when used on those demonized beasts whose brains are not very good, it will make them fight to death without distinguishing between friend and foe. Then, Xu Ming saw the protagonist of the battle clearly. A giant lava crocodile and 2 lava snakes. These are all monsters that can live in magma. They couldn't escape from Xu Ming's extreme temptation even if they wanted to. What's more, it is more of a disturbance than a temptation. They are in the magma, and can enjoy the most exquisite abyss blood jade. There is no need for them to covet the temptation of Xu Ming's life box. On the contrary, Xu Ming would take it out from time to mess with them, making them feel annoyed. It's like showing off a $100 bill in front of a billionaire. They tried to hit each other in the face, but their hands and feet were locked. But now, I finally have the chance to fight hard. After a while, the three elite monsters started fighting and caused magma to surge. I don't know if it's the magma from the volcano or their own blood. Master, are you satisfied with this performance? Not bad, not bad. We can wrap it up now. Okowo. Then, Hanyu stretched out her blood-red bone claws and grasped the air. Blood explosion technique. Boom, boom, boom. I saw three elite demonized monsters being instantly blown to pieces by the blood flowing from their own bodies. Kill the elite 9-star demonized lava crocodile and plunder the alien's lifespan for 9 years. Kill the elite 8-star demonized magma snake and plunder the alien's lifespan for 8 years. Kill the elite 9-star demonized magma snake and plunder the alien's lifespan for 9 years. Fortunately, these three main bosses were trapped in the magma. If they had come out at the beginning, Xu Ming might not have been able to eliminate them so easily. However, what surprised Xu Ming the most was undoubtedly Hong Yu's improvement. Her strength increased exponentially. The defenses, such as bone strengthening and fire resistance, are maxed out, and the attack skills are even more powerful. With one blood explosion technique, he instantly killed 3 demonized monsters that were close to the elite level, and it was also a full-star cross-level instant kill. This does not include the army summoned from the undead plane under its command, which are also elite troops that have experienced hundreds of battles in the undead plane. The alien's lifespan of more than 1,000 years was indeed not wasted. Even if it is a worm, Xu Ming will make it evolve into a dragon. Moreover, Xu Ming's guess was indeed correct. The accelerated lifespan and the undead beast taming were a perfect match. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the growth of the undead, whether it is a single skill or summoning thousands of troops, as long as there is enough time. And for Xu Ming, his lifespan is almost infinite. If Xu Ming is willing, he can specialize in the undead system in the future and definitely become the most powerful undead beastmaster in history, no doubt about it. However, there is no need for this. It would be too boring. Even if he only contracts one skeleton undead, Xu Ming is confident that he can push it to its strongest. The noise caused by the explosion of the 3 elite monsters gradually subsided, and the magma in the crater returned to its previous state, as if nothing had happened. Xu Ming sensed the atmosphere here, and only a faint trace of the breath of the abyss blood jade remained, which was negligible compared to before. After thousands of years of active absorption, the abyss blood jade inside the volcano was completely absorbed. This also indirectly confirms Wu Yan's statement that the demonization of the abyss here was not formed naturally, but a time bomb installed by humans. If it is formed naturally, no matter how the ruby absorbs, the concentration will not change significantly. Any disaster abyss is connected to the abyss plane, which cannot be absorbed by the ruby alone. After solving the hidden dangers here, Xu Ming had no reason to stay here any longer, so he turned around and walked down the mountain, not planning to stay any longer. Since Wu Yan wants to make something of this secret realm, there will definitely be some follow-up actions. Xu Ming estimates that it should be soon. Now that the biggest benefit has been obtained, Xu Ming can just wait and watch the show. As for false titles, such as meritorious official and model worker, he doesn't care. He does good deeds without leaving a name. All he needs to do is to be given corresponding benefits in the end. I looked at my military merit points. Wow. It was already over 10,000 and approaching 20,000. Fortunately, Wu Yan had turned off the reminder. Otherwise, he would have been scared to death. Chapter 38. Out of the Secret Realm, Training Hall. If Xu Ming is willing, he can now exchange for a military rank equal to Wu Yan's captain, but he will not have real power and will enjoy corresponding treatment and certain privileges. There is absolutely no need to wait until graduation to take over Wu Yan's position. However, Xu Ming would naturally not sit idle and exchange for any military rank. With such a large amount of military merit, he could exchange it for the materials he needed. To be honest, Xu Ming doesn't really need resources such as accelerated cultivation and spiritual energy absorption, and he can completely replace them with alien lifespans. What Xu Ming wanted mainly were materials to increase the level of his beast taming skills, materials to improve his comprehension, and materials needed for advancement. Especially for those required for advancement. The price is more than 10 times that of ordinary materials. Some of them may even be out of stock, so it is normal for them to become extinct. The rank of many beast tamers may be stuck in the middle level and cannot go up. It is not because of insufficient qualifications and talents, but simply because they no longer have the materials required for advancement. That's all. However, Xu Ming is not too worried for the time being. At least before Dubai reaches the king level, he should not have any problems with materials. As long as he has money, he can buy it. As for Hong Yu, in its words, time is the best resource for the undead to advance. Master, there are several elite monsters in other directions of this mountain. Do you want them? On the way down the mountain, Hong Yu suddenly reminded. More? Is it demonized? No, it's just ordinary, but it's not on our path. Squeak. At this time, several blood bats flew down from the sky and landed in front of Hong Yu. Obviously, this is a small eye it made casually, which is perfect for exploration. Forget it, let's not waste this time, save it for having a baby. Having said that, Xu Ming walked straight down the mountain. Along the way, there were traces of battles everywhere, and gullies created by many elite monsters rushing down the mountain. Moreover, on top of the corpses of so many rock-type monsters, some low-level monsters of the extraordinary level or even the awakened spirit level have begun to gnaw on the rocks. These rocks are like nutritious flesh and blood to these low-level rock-type monsters. However, they are slightly deteriorated, which is harmless. Xu Ming was too lazy to care about them. It would be better to have them to help deal with the corpses. They could be completely eliminated within a day, and maybe a few new elite monsters would be born. Moreover, the new monster may have some mutations, but it will not be demonized. After all, the most core things have been taken away by Xu Ming. Before going out, Xu Ming put Dubai and Hong Yu into his own beast-taming space. Put on the mask again to fine-tune your face, then walk out of the secret space. The moment he went out, he clearly felt the air around him suffocate. Looking around, he found that the number of guards had increased significantly, and they also looked at Xu Ming. Leave immediately. No one is allowed to enter until the ban is lifted, even with the principal's special permission. You don't need to come again. A guard checked Xu Ming's points card and urged him to leave after finding no problem. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but it seemed that one of the guards nodded slightly at him. Xu Ming did not stay or ask the reason. It was obvious that the military had tightened control. As for the ban, it just happens to be a good excuse. The city guards have the duty to guard the city and eliminate unstable factors. Whether it is the Beastmaster Association or the secret realm in the school, they are responsible for guarding them. If anything happens in the secret realm, this is also the first line of defense. I'm out. Where am I? I want to have a meal. On the way, Xu Ming contacted Shangrun and planned to have something delicious. I have been sleeping outdoors these days and eating only convenience foods. Unfortunately, accelerating lifespan cannot solve the problem of being full, and Xu Ming will still be hungry. We are in the training hall. You can come over and take a look at your next opponent. Shangrun replied. My next opponent? The opponent that Shangrun mentioned must be a student of the same level. Xu Ming touched his nose. He could even defeat elite 9-star monsters in groups. How strong and fierce a person must be to be his opponent. I'm afraid that only a Beastmaster of level 4 or above can be pulled over to fight. The 4th level students are all about to graduate, and most of them are not in school, but doing internships outside. As long as you reach the 4th level, you can apply for graduation. After graduation, in addition to receiving subsidies from the Beast Tamer Association, no matter what job you do, the salary is much higher than the school subsidy. Following the map, Xu Ming unlocked a new landmark, the training hall. It's funny to say that during this long period of time since school started, Xu Ming has only been to the dormitory and the cafeteria, and has only been to the library and the secret realm, and occasionally to the principal's office and the redemption center. As for proper classes or training, there were almost none, and as for the training room, I had never seen it before. Anyway, in Shangren's eyes, Xu Ming is a pure fighting maniac. Moreover, he is not the kind of person who only stops at the right time, but a fierce one with every move that is deadly. The training hall complex is the only one in the school that can rival the comprehensive building. Moreover, it is also a place where there are always many students. What is somewhat different from Xu Ming's expectations is that this place not only provides a venue for real-time beast battles, but also allows for online simulated battles. That is, scan your own beast into the network in real time to generate a virtual beast. Then, you can play against each other very conveniently, and even communicate online across schools. In order to avoid injuries in actual combat, and to simulate various combat situations more realistically and find out the shortcomings, this is also the choice of many students. Of course, the scanning system cannot guarantee 100 accuracy in scanning the beast's true strength. It can only give a rough idea of the basic attributes and skill strength. Besides, no one wants their true beast taming ability to be fully understood. The one who really came here for training must be Xiaofeng. Shangren was just here to make a cameo appearance and collect some information. Moreover, although his and Xu Ming's plan is to create a big upset, it does not mean that he will only offer a handicap for Xu Ming. Whether it is Xiaofeng or anyone else, as long as they have the ability, he can offer a handicap. At this moment, on the fighting stage, Xiaofeng's opponent is a girl. The opponents of the two flying swords are an extremely cold mammoth and an ice flower elf. Just by standing outside, one could feel the bone-chilling cold. It was obvious that the training levels of the two ice-type beasts were quite high. In addition to the extremely high physical defense of the Arctic ice mammoth, there's also the ice flower elf behind it that continuously adds buffs, refreshes ice shields, and provides treatment, allowing it to be both able to carry and fight. Xiaofeng was a gentleman. He didn't go around and killed the auxiliary beastmaster first. He even went straight to the girl and solved the problem directly. Obviously, they were just exchanging ideas now. There was no need to kill each other, and Xiaofeng was just testing the results of his training. Compared with the last competition with Xu Ming, it can be said that he has improved a little bit. Chapter 39, Book Spirit. Luo Shui is 1 year older than us. She has a level ice talent, and both of her beasts are at the peak of the extraordinary level. Shangren recognized Xu Ming and took the initiative to introduce him. She should be able to advance at any time, right? Are you suppressing her on purpose? Well, I want to get the title of first in the second level before I advance to the third level, and there will be rewards. Is this still possible? Xu Ming thought that it was just a competition among students of the same grade. Of course, students with higher talents than her have all reached the third level. Even if there are 2 S-level talents in our class, there's still no match for her because they haven't yet developed their proficiency in beast control. Well, it looks like her wish will not come true. Yeah, this kind of operation is normal. I just didn't expect that you 2 perverts would appear this year. Hee hee. Xu Ming shrugged and said nothing. At this time, the battle on the field was over. Xiaofeng did not use his ultimate move and was unable to pose a fatal threat to the ice mammoth. Senior, I can't break through your beast defense from the front, so let's end it like this. Having said that, Xiaofeng immediately put away his 2 flying swords. Xu Ming, you, Xiaofeng with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually show mercy to this girl? Then Xu Ming turned to look at Shangren beside him and guessed that it was this guy's idea as well. Xia, you are too modest. You should let me do that. It's getting late. Why don't we go get something to eat? Luo Shui also put away her beast and said with a faint smile. It seems that he has some feelings towards Xiaofeng. Let's talk about it later. I have an appointment with my roommate. After saying that, Xiaofeng turned around and walked off the stage. Fortunately, he didn't say some other day, otherwise the other party might have agreed. By the way, you mentioned there are 2 S-rank freshmen. What's the situation? On the way, Xu Ming asked casually. One is Yuan Jiefei, who has an S-level talent for fire. His beasts are Fiery Rabbit and Fire Snake, Ant Fire, and Ice counteract each other. Although he is not Luo Shui's opponent for the time being, there is still more than half a month to go. It's hard to say for sure. The other one is called Ge Xuan, who awakened an S-level pure auxiliary system. He has no advantage in single combat, and his beasts are Shu Ling and Mu Shu Tong. Pure support system? This made Xu Ming a little curious. I don't lack attack power now, but I lack some strange control skills. Yeah, pure auxiliary system. It is said that the Imperial Capital Beastmaster Academy once sent someone to invite him to study there, but he did not agree. Auxiliary beasts like Shu Ling, if grown to a high level, can also play a role in determining life and death with a single word. Xu Ming nodded in agreement. The so-called support can also become output, and the ultimate control can play the opponent to death. The ultimate treatment can keep your own team at full health forever and beat the enemy to the point of mental collapse. I feel like you've improved a lot. Shall we compete again? Xiaofeng can only use his full strength when fighting Xu Ming. Moreover, you will gain more and gain more insights. Forehead. Xu Ming glanced at Xiaofeng, then took out an elite-level 3rd-order crystal core and handed it to Shangren. Help me exchange these for second-level wind attribute metal ores. Unfortunately, the more than 30 crystal cores containing demonic energy cannot be taken out for the time being, so as to avoid Ren asking questions. What Xu Ming took out were the 6 normal crystal cores. But even so, it was enough to shock the two of them. Brother, is this what you gained in the secret realm? Challenging someone of a higher level once or twice is enough. Brother, you always challenge someone a higher level? How can others survive? Well, for an elite 3-star lava beast, Dabai only needs 1 palm. The rest of the actions are just to buy time to show off. The two were speechless, especially Xiaofeng. Before challenging Xu Ming, he had to think about whether his flying sword could withstand Dabai's palm. By the way, how's your heavy sword's dark power training going? If you use your ultimate move, you should be able to kill the mammoth in 1 second, right? Xu Ming asked Xiaofeng. If you use perfect level skills, it will definitely be possible. However, I think if the dark energy is used in ordinary attacks, accumulating power and then suddenly bursting out, it may be very powerful without the need for skills. Not bad. There is actually another level above the dark power, called the transformation power. If you're interested, let Dabai practice with you. Transformation of energy. Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with a strong look. He looked at Xu Ming seriously, then nodded heavily. Good. For the next half-month, Xu Ming basically went between the dormitory and the library, cramming various knowledge about the world. Basic knowledge, such as astronomy and geography, as well as various special alien species and their strange attack methods. The most important thing is, of course, the various characteristics of the abyss of disaster, demonization, and monsters, so that next time you encounter them, you won't have any idea of what they are. Some of this knowledge is actually common sense in high school, but the predecessor is basically just a waste of time, and I have long decided to stay at home, so it is almost equivalent to nothing. Through understanding, we can see that the demonized monsters are nothing compared to the real abyss monsters, and they are not on the same level. Moreover, monsters can actually be contracted, but one must be prepared to be attacked back at any time. To use an inappropriate analogy, Hong Yu's current state can be regarded as a pure abyss monster, and the best among them. However, Xu Ming will not suffer backlash. Another reason to supplement the basic knowledge is naturally to prepare for the selection of the third beast. After looking around, Xu Ming was not particularly interested in any of the 5 elements, flying mounts, or sword spirits similar to flying swords. Why don't you consider contracting a book spirit? If you're willing, I can introduce you to one. In the library, Granny Wen suggested. Beside her, there was another student, Xu Ming, who had S-level auxiliary talent. Xu Ming would occasionally meet Granny when he came to ask for advice. He is well-mannered, and you can tell at first glance that he is a good student. At this moment, Xu Ming couldn't help but look at Xu Ming curiously. Book spirits are not something that can be cultivated or contracted casually. They are exclusive to the One family, one of the 4 major families in the Xia Kingdom. The One family is the leading family of the academic school. Xu Ming was only given 1 S-level talent, which was equivalent to training him as a direct descendant of the One family. Moreover, almost every book spirit has a king or even overlord-level inheritance, which is equivalent to a king or overlord-level beastmaster at least, and there will be no accidents. By understanding the distribution of power in Xia country, Xu Ming roughly knew that Granny Wen was of great importance. It was even possible that she came here specifically to teach Xu Ming because he didn't want to go to the imperial capital. It's just that seeing that Xu Ming's qualifications are a bit weird, he was just excited to see the prey. Granny Wen, what special skills does the book spirit have? Let me see them, Xu Ming said curiously. Chapter 40. Competition Rules. Being Targeted. You are too utilitarian, kid. It seems that you are not suitable for this. Although Granny Wen said this, she did not refuse Xu Ming's request to see it for herself. I saw the shadow of an ancient book, glowing with light, spread out on Granny Wen's desk. Then, Xu Ming saw the word Jing flying out of the book. Suddenly, the library, which was originally quite noisy, became as quiet as a deserted night, and you could hear a pin drop. It is not just quiet in the physical sense, but everyone who enters the library becomes mentally calm and enters a deep state of reading or studying. Afterwards, the word Jing turned a circle, shrank countless times, and turned into a ray of light that sank into Xu Ming's body. In an instant, Xu Ming felt that his slightly impetuous mood of the past few days had calmed down, and he felt a lot more relaxed all over. Don't be too anxious. The road is taken step by step. If you walk too fast, you will miss a lot. Everything is predestined. Granny when taught. Yes, I will teach you. By the way, you just mentioned introducing me to the contract book spirit. It's too late. This means you've missed your destiny. What did you say? You missed a book spirit. In the evening, Xu Ming casually told his two roommates what happened in the library. I didn't expect them to react so strongly. Even Xia Feng, who was always calm, felt sorry for Xu Ming. Is it really that serious? Even though the book spirit looks very powerful, you don't have to be so surprised, right? It's not a question of how powerful it is. My grandfather wanted to use the fortune tree to exchange for a book spirit from the Wen family, but he was kicked out. In this generation of the Xia family, there are a total of 24 direct descendants, and only 3 of them caught the attention of the Wen family. What about you? My heart is in the way of the sword. If you're not liked, then you're not liked. There's no need to make excuses. Shangren exposed it without any hesitation. From this perspective, the book spirit is indeed quite precious. Once the contract is signed, it is equivalent to being labeled as a direct descendant of the Wen family. That's true, but these are opportunities that countless people would love to have. The key is that they are really strong. Forget it. Let's not think too much about it. Let's think about the assessment competition in 2 days. How are you preparing? There is no free lunch in the world, and Xu Ming does not want to be too tied to this family or that force for the time being. Don't worry. There are bets you can't win a game, and there are bets you don't dare to show up at all, but now they are all small fights. I just don't know what the specific rules are this time. Take it easy. Don't be too aggressive and scare the fish away. Obviously, Xiaofeng was also in Shangren's plan. Don't worry. I promise to catch them all in one fell swoop. Xu Ming is very sure about this. According to past experience, the rules of the competition are nothing more than each person is randomly numbered and then fights in pairs. Alternatively, if you want to be more efficient, you can directly use the battle simulation platform, and the results will be similar. Only in special years will there be more variety, such as team competitions. The next morning, the rules for this year's ranking competition were finally released on the campus website. This year's competition rules are divided into 2 stages. Phase 1, 5-game point system, lasting 2 days. Within 2 days, all 10 public battle stages in the school will be open. Everyone will have 5 chances to challenge or be challenged on stage. 1 point will be awarded for a victory, and no points will be deducted for a failure. 2 days later, a preliminary ranking will be made based on everyone's points, and the top 100 will enter the second stage. Note, this round is a battle between Beastmasters. Direct attacks on the Beastmaster are not allowed. Those who have not fought a single match will not participate in the school's ranking and will automatically be ranked below students with 0 points. Phase 2, Secret Realm Battle Royale, lasting 3 days. The second level and third level students who rank in the top 100 in points will enter the school's second level and third level secret realms respectively, fight freely, and decide the final winner, who will be ranked according to the survival time. If there is no final winner after 3 days, the ranking will be based on the number of kills. Note, in the secret realm, it is forbidden to commit fatal acts against classmates. There will be teachers and secret realm guards to monitor you. Fuck, we're being targeted. The first moment he saw the rules, Shangren cursed. In the previous election stage, there is either not much to watch or not much room for acting skills to be displayed. If a strong man came to challenge Xu Ming, Xu Ming's fighting power would not be able to be concealed at all. No matter how hard it is to win, a win is a win. There's no such explosion as without the process of reaching the top step by step. Although all 3 knew that Xu Ming would definitely win the Battle Royale, without a lot of topics in the beginning, it would definitely not attract many bets. Moreover, those with more points might be in the secret realm, so they don't have time to place bets. In general, Shangren's previous plans, such as the top 64 and top 32, are completely ruined. Is it here? Xu Ming did not pay attention to the rules of the competition, but only saw the word secret realm. It is estimated that Wu Yin reported to his superiors as soon as he ended the call with him, and then decided to take advantage of the situation by strengthening the blockade of the secret realm and not allowing anyone to enter or leave. Then we communicated with the school, using the first 100 students as bait to force the people behind the scenes to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps, when the plan was being discussed and finalized, some suspicious individuals would reveal their true colors. However, this matter has nothing to do with Xu Ming anymore. He was the first one to discover the conspiracy, and he had already solved it completely. There was no reason why he should play the game of eagle catches chicken with a bunch of weaklings. Shang Run, the plan proceeds as usual. Didn't you spread the word that I want to challenge all the second-level players in the school? Let's do it. I will advance with 5 wins. And as for the rest, you can make slight adjustments yourself. Xu Ming made his own decision. Well, that's all we can do. We'll make as much as we can now. Shangren had no choice but to agree. After all, he couldn't ask Xu Ming to play a fake game or anything like that. Don't worry, I will definitely not make less money. In the afternoon, a video suddenly appeared on the campus network. The protagonist of the video is naturally Xu Ming, who has been missing for nearly 2 months. At the beginning, Xu Ming could still be seen occasionally in the school, but after the free-fall incident, Xu Ming seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Many people privately thought that Xu Ming had dropped out of school and ran away because he was afraid of being beaten. In the video, Xu Ming was seen sitting casually on the bed. The layout of the room was similar to other dormitories, which at least proved that he was still on campus. Ahem. Someone spread a rumor not long ago saying that I was going to challenge all the second-level students in the school. Now, I'm officially refuting the rumor. When the video got here, some comments couldn't help but start to criticize. Damn, I knew this guy wasn't that brave. Yeah, now the school is going to conduct a basic assessment, and this guy can no longer hide. Brothers, give him a 0 and we'll all get 1 point for free. Chapter 41. Debunking rumors, all rubbish. I am now officially refuting the rumor. This is not a rumor. I just want to challenge all the second-level people in the school. Not only those in my class, but also those in the class before me, and even those in the class before me who are only at the peak of the second level. I challenge them all. It's not that I look down on you, but I think you are all garbage. Especially those seniors who are at the peak of the second level, deliberately stagnating for a little reward and false reputation. They're simply trash among trash, and a disgrace to Tian'an Beast Taming Academy. This declaration of war is valid forever, not just for this assessment. After 5 battles, if you're still not convinced, you can follow the regular challenge, and I will take them all. Those so-called first-class second-level ones. Come here if you have the guts. If I avoid the fight, I will be expelled from school. Coaxed. Once Xu Ming's selfie video was released, it immediately exploded the entire campus network. Whether you have paid attention to him before or not, you know there's such a madman. In fact, it was not only the group of second-level students, but also the third and fourth levels, and it even spread to some communication groups of previous graduates. Fuck, even though I was also called trash, why did it make my blood boil? The man upstairs, you're not just boiling with passion, you're raging with anger. Bullshit, I'm just passionate. Damn it, just because he's so brave, I've changed from a hater to a fan. Haha, what a moron. He will be beaten to death tomorrow. Fuck, who the hell are you? Zhang Jiang from Ice Class 1, right? I'm Wang Shuai from Fire Class 2. Tomorrow I'm going to challenge you in a one-on-one duel. I'll kill you. Well, before Xu Ming started fighting, the barrage and comments below had already started. Even the one with the highest number of likes is, brother, just blink when you're threatened. Another one is, I'm Shi Yong, a sophomore from the rock department, Class 1. I have an A-level talent at the peak of the second stage. Let me be the first to challenge you tomorrow. It's on the battle stage at the entrance of the academy. Come if you dare. There are many such declarations of war. It's just that the stronger it looks, the more likes it will get, and the easier it will be to be seen. I'm Luo Shui, level 2, peak. Count me in. I'm Qi Yunqing, second level peak. Count me in. Soon, the comment section automatically helped Xu Ming screen out the strongest opponents. They all have at least A-level talent and the strength of the peak of the second level. It's not that there weren't people with S-level or even higher talents in previous years. It's just that they have all been promoted to the third level and are just watching the show in silence. Back then, they were not so arrogant when they had S-level talents. After all, the strength of a Beastmaster is not only based on talent, but also on the degree of beast training and skill proficiency, neither of which can be missing. Unexpectedly, a skill that I had never even installed before was installed by an unknown freshman. Even if you go back a dozen or so classes, there are rarely any students who are so arrogant. Brother, your fire is burning brightly. Shangren gave Xu Ming a thumbs up. When it comes to attracting hatred, even if all the internet trolls he hired were combined, they wouldn't be as effective as Xu Ming's this time. Haha, if I want to win anyway, I naturally have to pick some heavyweight opponents to make it more interesting. So, how is the betting going now? It's rising rapidly, and you'll lose if you buy it. Well, You can open a few more bets, such as how many minutes you can last, and open a betting point for every additional minute. Either I bet on how many beasts I need to defeat me, or I can last until a certain number of challenges before I beg for mercy. Xu Ming listed more than 10 different ways of betting, which left Run and Xiaofeng stunned. Brother, this is really a one-shot deal. According to this method, you can get a lot from them in one game. Huh? Or you have a way to move the finals forward. The effect will be the same. It will save a lot of trouble. Okay, I'll try to perform until the last show tomorrow. When they react, you can open a market in real time on the campus website. No problem. I've already prepared it and will broadcast the whole process live for you. In the principal's office. This kid is really crazy. Just let me back then. Huh. Ji Dingan still admired Xu Ming, although they didn't have much interaction later. Yeah, what a pity. Lu Tongxing did not continue speaking. What a pity. His realm is a little low, but he is still young, and the future will eventually belong to the young. However, this time it is very strange that Lao Zhao and his team actually agreed to use the secret realm as the test location. Hasn't he always advocated gentle teaching? Perhaps he wanted to let those students see some blood. Well, you really should see more blood, otherwise it won't be very brave. This kid is pretty good, he's got guts. The next day, a strange sight occurred. Although all public platforms were open, most people gathered near the platform at the school gate. Just because Xu Ming had nothing to do, he replied to the comments on the challenge books with the highest number of likes. Wait, I'll kill you. Moreover, it does not distinguish between men and women. He didn't pay any attention and just copied and pasted them all. So, a few girls and their fans were completely furious. I wish I could just bypass the fighting rules and give him a brutal group beating. Anyway, no matter what the outcome of this battle is, Xu Ming's deeds are probably unprecedented and unparalleled. In a sense, it can also be regarded as leaving a mark in the school's history. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Xu Ming did not delay any longer and went directly to the fighting arena so that he could finish the fight early and still make it in time for lunch. Look over there. Here it comes. Fuck, it's real. You do what you say, what a dare. Kill him for speaking about my goddess like that. Under the escort of a group of live broadcast staff arranged by Xiaofeng and Run, they did not suffer from an offline fight. Although, most of the people present wanted to teach him a lesson and let him know that big talk is not so easy. The incident when Xu Ming challenged Zhang Hao across levels has long passed, and the current conclusion is Xu Ming did not give the iron-eating beast the potion to enhance its strength. Quite the contrary, they took some potions that concealed their true levels, just to catch their enemies by surprise and earn some points. As for Zhang Hao, he can only be considered as a middle-level student among the sophomores, so defeating him is nothing. The consensus among most people now is Xu Ming may have some ability, but he is not yet at the top. Could it be that you think that by defeating Zhang Hao, you're qualified to compete for the first place? No matter what, now is the best opportunity to verify his ability and let him know himself clearly and stop sitting in the well and watching the world from afar. In addition to the second-level students, many third-level students also came. They were not in a hurry to fight, but came to watch the excitement first. Those who are at the fourth level and many who have already graduated are also following the live broadcast online. Surrounded by thousands of people, Xu Ming slowly walked onto the fighting stage. Chapter 42. Match fixing? Then come on, follow yesterday's order one by one. Don't cut in line. I'm in a hurry. Xu Ming directly summoned Dubai. Fuck, I want to beat him up. Where's Shiyong? Let's hit him quickly. It's a pity that we can't attack him directly. Because Xu Ming's sarcasm was too harsh, Dubai was also hated by him, and even his cuteness skills were useless. Bang. At this time, at the other end of the platform, Shiyong, who had been waiting for a long time, jumped directly onto the platform. You only summon one? One is enough. You can't attack me directly anyway. Humph. I know there's something strange about your iron-eating beast, and I won't be polite to you. As he spoke, Shiyong began to summon his beast. Come out, rock giant. Come out, lava monster. Puff. Xu Ming almost spit it out. Damn, these are all old friends. In Xu Ming's storage ring, there are more than 20 elite crystal cores of these two monsters. I didn't expect that I would have to deal with two top-level extraordinary people now. Below the stage, Run was also speechless. The elite-level crystal cores that Xu Ming sold to him also had these two types. It's really weird. If it was an unlimited battle, these two beasts would have become two monster crystal cores by now. Dubai also had a look of disgust on his face. It's so weak. What if I accidentally kill it? Dubai, be careful and think about the previous training. Xu Ming explained. This was the feeling when Dubai Jo's swordsman Xiaofeng was taught to comprehend the dark power and the transform power. He was afraid that he would accidentally use too much force and get broken. It's too late to cram now. Shi Yong's tone was full of disdain, and then he commanded the two beasts to attack. Boom, boom, boom. Two rock-type beasts strode towards Dubai and swung their huge rock fists at him. Snap! Transformation of strength. The fist of the lava monster, which was slightly faster, arrived first and was directly blocked by Dubai's small palm. Then, something incredible happened. The extremely ferocious fist was actually guided by Dubai's palm to attack the rock giant behind. Bang! With a loud bang, the two giant beasts collided and stone chips flew everywhere. From Xu Ming's perspective, Dubai was just like performing a Tai Chi move, using the opponent's force to counter the opponent's force. However, there is no Tai Chi in this world for the time being. Dubai's moves were not just about using the opponent's force to counterattack. When defusing the attacks of the two giant beasts, his little hands were also not clean. He slapped each of them a few times and injected his hidden energy into them. Roar! Roar! The two rock-type monsters were provoked into a rage and attacked Dubai frantically. However, Dubai never used his skills to avoid killing them. One of them retreated to the opposite platform, and then, while avoiding the attack, it accidentally caused the two beasts to fall straight down and fall onto the opposite platform. Boom! The ground shook. At the same time, this sound also shook the hearts of every audience member. The Beastmaster was thrown out of the arena, and Shi Yong was defeated. What's going on? I don't know. Isn't this too careless? You fell down like this. It seems like there is something. Not only the onlookers were confused, but even Shi Yong was bewildered. My beast clearly didn't suffer any damage, so how could it be defeated for no apparent reason? Shi Yong asked the two beast masters how they felt, and they only had one answer. It's numb. Numb? What's wrong? Don't say you are numb. I am the one who is numb. Originally, Shi Yong wanted to give this arrogant guy a proper punishment, but he didn't expect this result. But he heard Xu Ming say lightly at the side, "Well, next person, don't waste time. You." Shi Yong's face turned pale and blue, but he didn't say anything threatening and had to step down. With so many people watching, if you lose, and you have to follow the rules. Moreover, Shi Yong is not a reckless person. After losing one game, there are still 4 games left, and I have to win them all. Otherwise, I will lose the chance to enter the secret realm for the final battle, which is really embarrassing. Thinking of this, Shi Yong squeezed through the crowd, turned around, and left. While his main competitors were waiting to challenge Xu Ming, he went to other stages to win 4 games first to avoid any more accidents. After all, not everyone is here to watch. Damn my points. Shi Yong was defeated inexplicably, and almost everyone's bet points were lost on the spot. Although each person invested a small amount, but with 1 or 2,000 people investing 5 or 10 points each, the total would be 18,000 points. Damn it, Shi Yong didn't collude to fix the match, did he? It's definitely possible. However, before they could criticize Shi Yong, the next round of guessing began. The next one is Luo Shui, whose strength is not inferior to Shi Yong. And, judging from her frosty expression, it was definitely impossible that the match was fixed. Everyone saw what Xu Ming said in the comment section. Xu Ming looked at the girl who was going on stage in front of him, and thought that Shang Ren's words were really coming true. He had said before that Luo Shui would be his opponent, and now, not long after, they were facing each other directly. I am the garbage that you deliberately stagnated in your mouth. If I win, please kneel down and apologize to me, and admit that you are worse than garbage. Luo Shui said coldly. What if you lose? I won't lose. Xu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. He was just trying to provoke her, but she took it seriously and picked it up and hung it on her body. Let's get started. Although it is a round-robin match, Dubai doesn't even count as a warm-up, so it doesn't matter at all. On the opposite side, Luo Shui's Extreme, Ice Mammoth, and Ice Flower Elf were still fighting one after the other. Dubai did not take the initiative to attack, but continued to wait for the opponent to take the initiative to attack. I'll make you pay. Frost Path. Ice Shield. Ice Encouragement. Fierce Impact. Boom, boom, boom. I saw the Extreme Ice Mammoth taking ferocious steps and charging towards Dubai. Moreover, Dubai couldn't dodge, because Xu Ming was standing behind Dubai. Although it is impossible to deliberately attack the Beastmaster, this kind of accidental injury is allowed. If Xu Ming was knocked off the stage, it would be considered a defeat. Fuck, this won't kill anyone, right? Yes, if you get hit by this, you will be seriously injured if not killed. Many people noticed that something was wrong and quickly dispersed to avoid being injured by mistake. Although the platform is spacious, the huge size and unstoppable speed of the Arctic mammoth still make people stay away. Xu Ming's eyes narrowed, signaling Dabai to relax a little. This girl looks weak and gentle, but she uses a killer move right from the start. However, Xu Ming didn't think there was anything wrong with this. If it were him, he might be even more ruthless. Anyway, in the end it all comes down to who has the heart of fist. As for now, let's teach her a lesson. Chapter 43, I Surrender, Blood Skull appears. Xu Ming would not kill the Arctic ice mammoth directly, as it would do him no good. After all, this is a school. But if I don't die, I'll have to take off a layer of skin. Golden steel body. Iron head skill. Dabai rushed forward and headbutted the ice mammoth on the head. Bang, pop. The ice shield shattered, and what followed was a direct head-on collision between the heads. Ouch. The Arctic mammoth screamed, its skull shattered, and its brains almost popped out. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Blood flowed out, leaving a bloody mark. Hurry up, rescue. At this time, a rescue team descended from the sky. They were all the school doctors, or it would be more appropriate to say veterinarians. If Xu Ming was seriously injured, they would also perform their duties and try their best to ensure that no one was killed, including the life of the Beastmaster. Hey, is your Beastmaster okay? A doctor asked Xu Ming. After all, it was just a collision of heads, and the force was mutual. No. Is its head bleeding? Help me bandage it. Also, is its head concussed? It looks so stupid. How can you touch your head to your head? Xu Ming asked a series of questions, which left the other party speechless. Finally, when the doctor was bandaging Dabai, he found that all the blood came from the opponent's extreme ice mammoth. This little guy hasn't lost a single hair, unlike me, who is almost bald before I'm even 30. It's all because of these restless students. So, the young doctor simply wrapped a bandage around Dabai's head, tied a bow, and called it a day. Then he started to rescue the Arctic mammoth. This extremely icy mammoth, his brain is almost like egg drop soup. Is he really going to become mentally retarded? No matter what, he can't bump his head around. On the other side, Luo Shui was completely confused and could only watch her mammoth being rescued. However, since I can't die, I won't participate in any of the next competitions. There's only one auxiliary ice flower elf left, which is little combat ability. For a moment, both on the field and on the sidelines, everyone fell into silence. Xu Ming was also speechless. He originally wanted to perform a few more shows, but ended up forcing Dabai to use only 10 of his strength right from the start. This has scared them, so how are they going to act next? Perhaps there's no need to act anymore. After all, this is just an appetizer and there's nothing to chew on. It's already pretty good to be able to earn 2 waves of points. From Shang Ren's secretly happy expression, you can tell that a lot of people have bet on Luo Shui. After all, beautiful women do have some appeal. Xu Ming ignored the murderous look below and said, "Who else?" "No, it's who's next. I accepted all the challenges yesterday. None of you can escape. If you don't dare to come up, I will shoot a video every day to criticize you by name." With the last sentence, Xu Ming was murderous. Xu Ming's verbal combat effectiveness is obvious to all. If you are targeted by him, you will be infamous for eternity. As they were talking, the place was cleared. "Hi." At this time, a boy came out. "My name is Qi Yunxing, and I had a copy of yesterday's declaration of war." "Yeah, good. I remember you. Let's get started." "Wait a minute." Qi Yunxing waved his hands repeatedly. "Well, don't remember me. I'll just admit defeat and surrender. Look, the battle record on the scorecard has been updated, and the battle is over." After saying that, Qi Yunxing just slipped away. Are you kidding? His strength is about the same as Shi Yong, even worse than Luo Shui. How can he beat him? Do you want to hit him on the head? The Arctic ice mammoth just now is a lesson for us. Now, they have realized that it was not Shi Yong who faked the match, but Xu Ming was showing mercy to Shi Yong's beast. Or in other words, he was just fishing. Next one. Although Xu Ming was speechless, he could only do so. Finish it quickly and call it a day. I give up too. At this time, a girl came on stage and admitted defeat directly. Anyway, I am not the first one. With Qi Yunxing as an example, it will not be difficult for others to accept it. Moreover, this girl also has a solid A-level talent, at the peak of the second stage, and she has not denied what she has said. It's my turn now. My name is Tang Qian. Sigh. If I had known, I wouldn't have made such a random comment. Just consider it a lesson learned. Xu Ming said to the petite girl on the stage. Yes. Tang Qian nodded, and then began to summon the beast. Come out. 5 elements civet cat. Come out. Wind spirit butterfly. It looks like he's a speed and agility-oriented guy. Why, you won't surrender? No, I want to see your second beast. Tang Qian said in a low voice. It turned out that her wind spirit butterfly was prepared here. Oh, how do you know I have a second beast? I've only been enrolled for a short time. If not, then you can't be considered the winner. It's a draw at best. That's true. Okay then. Having said that, Xu Ming directly began to summon Hongyu. Then a red light flashed, and in an instant, the blood skeleton summoner appeared in front of everyone for the first time. Wow. Shit, what is this, a skeleton? Although it's a skeleton, it looks so beautiful. Like a jade carving. Most people feel, apart from the initial sense of horror, a sense of strange beauty follows. What kind of beast is this? It's scary. Tang Qian's voice trembled a little. Scary? Now that we've met, let's fight. At this moment, Tang Qian might feel that she could still be saved for a while. This skeleton doesn't seem to be a ranged or flying unit. Well then, Hongyu, it's your turn to perform. As Xu Ming finished his words, the ruby-red bone claws drew an arc in the air. Then, for summoning arrays lit up. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 4 extraordinary-level skeleton archers appeared in the center of the battle arena. Moreover, he is a veteran of many battles and is not the kind of initial summon. I surrender. The moment the skeleton archer appeared, Tang Qian felt her hair stand on end, as if she was about to die at any moment. Not only herself, but also her 2 agile beasts felt the same way. So scary. Can't avoid it. Absolutely can't avoid it. After announcing her surrender, Tang Qian quickly put away her beast and looked at Xu Ming and Hongyu with curiosity. Of course, the same was true for the rest of the people present. I never expected that there would be such a twist in the battle, which I thought was already a foregone conclusion. The most important thing is that Xu Ming's second beast finally showed up. Its body was blood red like jade, and it looked like a skeleton summoner. Moreover, he summoned 4 extraordinary-level skeleton soldiers at the same time. Who can withstand this? When others have at most 2, you have 6. Chapter 44, The Principal's Good Intentions. Pity. In Hongyu's first battle, her opponent surrendered before she even started fighting. But it doesn't matter. If a real fight comes to that, Xu Ming may not be able to control the speed well, because the skeleton archers are not directly controlled by him. Moreover, bone arrows have no sight. Even if he wants to hold back, the opponent might crash into them in panic. If that wind butterfly was shot into a hedgehog, the little girl in front of me would cry for a long time, right? Hongyu, let's retreat. Yes. Then, the 4 skeleton archers turned around in unison and walked towards Xu Ming in a line. Swoosh! They all knelt on one knee before Xu Ming and bowed their heads in submission. Then, it disappeared in a burst of light. Xu Ming touched his nose, thinking that this guy was pretending pretty well. This was entirely Hongyu's own operation and was part of her exit ceremony after victory. However, in the eyes of the students around me, it was different. Handsome. Awesome. Like the kings of those extraordinary peak skeletons. At this moment, Xu Ming's reputation reversed dramatically. In the face of absolute strength, no one can raise any doubts. In a live broadcast room opened by Shang Run, the barrage of comments has filled the screen. In addition to our school, even other schools are paying attention. Especially when Hongyu summoned 4 skeleton archers at the same time, it was directly at the king bomb level. Perfect level summoning technique. 4 peak level transcendence. Do you know what this means? Invincible at the same level. Not only that, it means that he has directly subdued an undead leader that has lived for hundreds of years. This leader was at least elite level before. Moreover, it seems that a mutation has occurred. As soon as this comment came out, the popularity exploded. Many news media intend to use this as the headline of their new issue. Shocked. The story that the undead leader and the boy have to tell. Invincible at the same level. Simple and direct group fighting tactics. The rise of the undead? What is the living condition of a real undead beast tamer? Well, I have already finished my 5 matches, so I will not occupy this fighting stage anymore. As I said yesterday, if any of you want to challenge me again, I'll take it any time, and I just happen to have very few points left. Xu Ming waited until the audience gradually quieted down. Then he spoke loudly. Everyone was speechless. Why are we still fighting? Aren't we just asking for trouble? Now, it seems that Xu Ming will be the first in the second level this year. Wait a moment. Xu Ming was about to step down when he was stopped by Tang Qian. Why, you still want to fight? No, I just want to ask, how come you are so strong? Putting aside the blood skeleton summoner just now, Dabai is also ridiculously strong and can kill instantly in battle. The long-range healthy skeleton summoner makes up for the shortcomings and becomes directly invincible. The way to tame beasts is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. As I said before, I will not stop improving, nor will I deliberately suppress my own realm for the sake of so-called false reputation. After saying that, Xu Ming walked straight down the stage. It seemed as if nothing was said, and yet it seemed as if everything was said. Just when everyone was still immersed in Xu Ming's words, they suddenly felt Xu Ming's aura burst out. Cokes. After the war, it's reasonable to upgrade. Since Xu Ming and Shangren were not going to play the game of low-star level challenging high-star level, Xu Ming simply took this opportunity to improve his own cultivation realm. Consume 5 years of lifespan to accelerate your own cultivation growth. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the first year, you practiced diligently and your realm improved rapidly. The level is increased from level 2 3 stars to level 2 6 stars. Year 5. In these years, you have combined work and rest, and have not been in a rush for success. You have plenty of time. While practicing, he began to prepare for promotion to the 3rd level. The level was raised to the 2nd, level 9 stars. For a 2nd level Beastmaster, if one does not perceive it carefully, the difference between 1 and 2 stars is actually not obvious. However, such an exaggerated improvement speed as Xu Ming's is too eye-catching. Fuck, why does it feel like he's even more exaggerated than when I broke through from level 1 to level 2? It's just bullying, but he can actually break through? Say that again, or you'll get spanked. Almost all the 2nd level masters in the school are here, although it is indeed a bully. However, there were many people in the crowd who understood him. You forgot what he did before. Are you saying that you deliberately lowered your rank? Yes, I don't think it's a breakthrough. It's more like he doesn't want to pretend anymore. He just wants to show his hand and doesn't want to play with us losers. Or maybe they think we are not working hard enough and they just want to stimulate us. You forgot, he and the principal. Is that really the case? The principal really has good intentions. In an instant, Xu Ming turned into a big catfish invited by the principal to strengthen the school's academic atmosphere. What are you all doing here? Do you think 2 days is too much? Or how about compressing it into 1 day? And those who don't play all 5 games will all be counted as 0 points. At this moment, the serious voice of Vice President Ji Dingon suddenly sounded around. Boom. Afterwards, the gathered students dispersed immediately, no longer daring to watch the fun. Anyway, we have watched all the exciting parts, and now it is time for these normal humans to compete with each other. Immediately afterwards, Xu Ming saw flashes of light and shadows before his eyes, and he was forcibly teleported to the principal's office. This space system is really convenient. Hello, principal. Can you please say hello before you teleport next time? In the office, besides Lu Tongxing, Ji Dingon was also there. Then I'll send it back to you now and teleport again. That's not necessary. Xu Ming, not bad, not bad. I really didn't make a mistake in choosing you. Work hard, and by the end of the year... Ji Dingon's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. He was even happier than seeing his own grandson. Old Ji. However, he was interrupted by Lu Tongxing. You go out for a while. I want to talk to Xu Ming alone. Okay then, you guys take your time to talk. I'll go out and see how the competitions and other venues are going. Principal, please don't be so serious. It's not good to scare the children. When it comes to seriousness, who can be more serious than you? You dispersed thousands of people with just 1 sentence. Principal, what do you want from me? Xu Ming felt that Lu Tongxing seemed a little different from before and less approachable. Normally, I would not delve into the background of students who enter our school through transfer quotas, because our school has quite a few places for transfer students. There is nothing that can be done about it. After all, apart from students from Tianan City, students from other cities prefer to go to several other well-known schools. I've gone off topic. So many things have happened recently that made me have some guesses about your identity. But what I want to know is, you have done enough. Why do you still use yourself as bait? Could it be that you think the top 100 second-level students, including Xiaofeng, are not important enough? Chapter 45. You, Xu Ming, are the spy, right? Xu Ming saw the anger in Lu Tongxing's eyes, but he didn't know where the anger came from. It seems like I haven't done anything big, right? Principal, calm down. Let's talk about this one by one. Don't get so angry that you get yourself hurt. It's not a big deal if you get hurt, but it's a pity that there's no one to inherit the spirit of the empty shadow. Lu Tongxing. Okay, let's talk about it one by one. Let me ask you, you're from the military, right? The city guard? Well, I guess so. Very good. You have such a bright future at such a young age. The young are formidable, and you will definitely become a great general in the future. Let me ask you again, is there really a big problem in the second-level secret realm? Principal, do you know? I guessed it. The marshal of the Tianan military region secretly approached me to discuss the rules of an ordinary test. How could I not guess it? I almost became a suspect. Did you find this out during your investigation? Haha, it was an accident. It's not that I don't want to inform the principal in advance. This is an order. Xu Ming felt that the principal's anger might come from here. I understand. It's not because of this. It's just that, using one conspiracy to fight another conspiracy, what will happen to these students? They didn't die on the battlefield, but died in the secret place of their own school. Principal, I think that the school's secret realm is also an extension of the battlefield. You're right to think so. As long as we can catch the spies and the masterminds, sacrificing some students is worth it. It will save many lives in the future. However, I can't even protect the students in the school. As the principal, I don't have the face to continue to serve. No wonder Xu Ming felt that the principal was a little disheartened and looked like a hero in his twilight years. It turns out that this is the reason. Before Xu Ming could speak, he heard Lu Tongxing continue. Since you are a city guard, you're not a member of my school. The situation in the secret realm will probably be very dangerous, so you should not go in. Your mission has been completed. After this, you can leave school early. Although Xu Ming had not originally planned to enter the ordinary secret realm of the second level again, it was definitely not because of this reason. Moreover, this old man seemed to want to expel me from school in one sentence, which was not acceptable. Xu Ming only explored one of the most difficult secret realms, and he gained a lot. There are still 2 secret realms waiting for Xu Ming to go to explore. How could he accept being fired at this time? Well, Principal, do you know what is in that secret realm? It's nothing more than using the Black Mist Crater to make a fuss. There's no threat to other areas at all. Lu Tongxing was quite clear about this point. Has no one gone up to inspect in all these years? The Fire Peak is filled with black fog all year round. As you climb the mountain, you will encounter at least a dozen elite monsters and countless extraordinary monsters. It is impossible for an ordinary second-level Beastmaster to think of going to the top of the mountain. The most important thing is that they have lived in peace for hundreds of years. Yeah, that's true. If I didn't want to make a profit, who would have the time to go there and seek death? Not to mention the second level. Even for a third-level Beastmaster, it is not easy to get up there. Now you can tell me, what is on the top of the mountain? It is enough to attract the personal attention of the military marshal, and it may even kill people at any time. Well, in that case, it doesn't matter if I tell you now. By the way, I hope you won't leak any secrets here. Don't worry, the space has been blocked long ago. That's good. Having said that, Xu Ming directly took out the remaining piece of Abyss Blood Jade. Now, there were very few impurities in it, comparable to a whole piece of agate jade. Breath of the Abyss! Lu Tongxing exclaimed, and then a light flashed in the room, and another seal was set. Obviously, it was the work of the spirit of Void Shadow. You're risking your life. Don't make direct contact like this. As he spoke, Lu Tongxing snatched the Abyss Blood Jade directly from the air and observed it carefully while it was suspended in the air. Xu Ming thought it was not a big deal. Han Yu was already completely immune to demonization, and as the master, he could also enjoy some bonus of demonization resistance. To put it simply, he should not be affected by the changes in the Abyss Blood Jade now. Is this what you found on the Black Mist Volcano? That's about right. Besides, this is just a small part of what I picked up. The real big head has been completely absorbed by Hong Yu. So, there are many demonized monsters on the top of the mountain. So, their plan is to take advantage of this. In an instant, Lu Tongxing's face turned extremely ugly. He had already tried his best to overestimate the seriousness of the matter, but he didn't expect that it would involve the Abyss. No wonder the military took it so seriously. As long as it involves the Abyss, it involves the safety of the entire city or even the country, and it belongs to the first priority sequence. Not to mention 100 second-level Beastmasters, even an entire school, would have to be sacrificed when necessary. Fortunately, this time it was just the Abyss Blood Jade. Even if it couldn't be handled, at most a second-level secret realm would be destroyed. However, in this case, it seems that Tianan Beast Tamer College can only be reduced to a subordinate college. For a moment, Lu Tongxing thought of many things, including many suspicious people. Teachers, students, even some of the school's veterans. Over the years, anyone who had the opportunity to enter or arrange for someone to enter was suspected. Moreover, the Abyss Blood Jade is not so easy to obtain. It is strictly controlled in Xia country. It is very likely that they are colluding with other hostile forces. In that case, things would be much more complicated. Perhaps this incident will become an invisible fuse. Well, there are indeed quite a few demonized monsters. Xu Ming nodded. It did take a little effort for him to kill them. So how did you get up there? What's the situation on the mountain? Although he asked this, Lu Tongxing had already prepared for the worst. I knew those students were about to step into the abyss, but I could only watch. We kill them. There are about 30 elite demonic beasts on the top of the mountain. There are probably more than 30 of them in total. Say that again. How much? Lu Tongxing confirmed with difficulty, not paying attention to what Xu Ming said before. More than 30 of them, elite level. There was another long silence. How many of the more than 100 second-level warriors do you think can survive in a secret realm where more than 30 elite demonized creatures are wreaking havoc? It should be difficult for there to be survivors unless they escape. Since you know, then you still. The marshal assured me that there might be sacrifices, but they wouldn't be too great. How could this situation not be too big? Lu Tongxing said angrily. Maybe it's because the higher-ups don't know the exact number either. What the hell? You said you didn't report the number to your superiors? It's such an important matter, and we're the only ones who know about it. This time, Lu Tongxing was completely helpless. No, after all this time, you, Xu Ming, are the real undercover and spy, right? Chapter 46, they were all killed. What's there to report? At this moment, Lu Tongxing even wanted to strangle Xu Ming to death. He suppressed his anger and prepared to take Xu Ming to find the military marshal in person to cancel the operation. Yeah, they've been killed anyway, and the military merits have been recorded. What's there to report? Huh? What did you say? Lu Tongxing didn't react for a moment and put down his hand that was about to grab Xu Ming to go to the military to apologize. I said they were all killed, so I didn't report it. Xu Ming never considered himself as a serious military personnel, so he didn't have the habit of reporting every few days. Besides, Wien also said that there was no need to contact him. Therefore, after coming out of the secret realm, Xu Ming had long forgotten about this matter. How is that possible? You are only at the second level. What can you kill? You are so superficial. I know you don't believe it. As he spoke, Xu Ming emptied the fruit plate on the coffee table and then threw the magic crystal core into it. Afterwards, more than 30 demonized crystal cores, shining with blood-red light, piled up like freshly washed cherries. Didn't I tell you that among those killed, there were 6 ordinary elite crystal cores? I sold them. I don't know if the remaining ones are valuable. As long as the demonic aura inside can be purified, the value will be even higher. Is this the time to talk about this? This. The reversal came too quickly, and Lu Tongxing didn't know what to say for a moment. It's so awesome and shocking that words can't describe it. A mere second-rank Beastmaster killed more than 30 demonized elite monsters alone. This can no longer be described as a cross-level challenge. It can more accurately be described as a cross-level massacre. Are you really done killing them? Well, I've killed all the demonized monsters. There's still a few ordinary elite ones left, but I'm too lazy to kill them, so I'm leaving them for them to breed. Xu Ming said lightly. That's it? I don't know what this old man is so excited about. He was accidentally stimulated. Good kill, huh? It's better to keep it. How can there not be a few elite-level monsters in the second-level secret realm? Let the other second-level students try to challenge it in the future. You were right before. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. They are too lazy, Lu Tongxing said with a happy look on his face. Xu Ming, is this old man crazy? Well, principal, this kind of thing depends on the individual. Besides, there is one condition I didn't fulfill last time. Last time, Xu Ming had a 10,000-meter bungee jump for free, but he still hasn't asked for compensation for mental damages. Conditions? You tell me. Forget about dropping out of school. I'm here to study seriously. In addition, for this competition, please arrange for me to go to the third-level secret realm. I have had enough of the second-level secret realm. Even if Lu Tongxing didn't come to him, he was ready to come and make this request. After beating up the noobs, run away. I'm going to play on the advanced map. Lu Tongxing, what do you mean by having stayed long enough? It means that you should have swept out all the good things inside. You definitely can't drop out. If anyone ever asks you to drop out again, I'll get angry with them. However, you can enter the third-level secret realm at any time in the future, so why rush it now? Are you going to use up this condition now and don't want the spirit of Void Shadow? Does the principal have any other Void Shadow spirits now? No, that's all. Xu Ming rolled his eyes. He didn't know how long he could stay here. Maybe this incident would get out of hand, and he wouldn't have the chance to stay here any longer. Therefore, a bird in hand is worth more than 100 in the bush. So, seize the opportunity first and then talk later. Besides, if you accidentally defeat all the third-level Beastmasters, the reward should be even greater. Whether it is a school or Shangren's betting point. Shangren should make a fortune this time. The school's third-level secret realm is of difficulty. It is not easy for a team of third-level Beastmasters to stay there for 3 full days. The layout inside is completely different from the second-level secret realm, so don't think it's as easy as the second-level one. Will there be more than 30 elites in there? Xu Ming asked with interest. No, but almost every area has at least one commander-level leader. The commander class is not on the same level as the elite class, and certainly not something that the extraordinary class can handle. If Xu Ming could challenge 2 levels higher, Lu Tongxing would start to doubt whether the person he had contracted was a beastmaster or a monster. Xu Ming didn't know whether he could jump 2 levels and challenge the commander level, and he had no plans to enter the third-level secret realm as a second-level beastmaster. If I reach level 3, then there won't be any problems, right? It's not a big deal. What the hell? Do you really think challenging a higher level is like eating and drinking water? Although Xu Ming's strength has indeed surpassed many third-rank beastmasters, his intuition tells him that Xu Ming will definitely not just sit back and watch and kill elite-level monsters. Even perfect-level skills are useless. Probably about the same. That's not the calculation. Can a peerless skill do it? Peerless level? What a joke. I have lived for more than 100 years and have never seen a peerless skill. As he was talking, Lu Tongxing looked at Xu Ming and found that he was not joking at all. Peerless level really exists. Having said that, Xu Ming directly summoned Dabai. Dabai, show your skills to the principal. Bing! Then Dabai stretched out his 2 palms. Xu Ming. Did he hit his head? Then, Xu Ming picked up an apple and motioned to Dabai to clap his hands. Bing! Then Dabai patted him gently. Principal, please have some juice. Xu Ming handed over the apple. What the hell? Lu Tongxing took it casually, and before he took a bite, he found that the apple, although the skin was not damaged at all, was shaking inside and had completely turned into liquid. Some special skills can also do it. Really? Can other beast masters at the extraordinary level also kill an elite demonized monster with 1 palm strike? It is easy to hit an apple, but it is not so easy to destroy the vitality of an elite monster. Originally, I thought that after spending some time together, I would be able to discover the secret of Xu Ming's perfect level skills. But it turned out that I didn't discover the secret, and he directly reached the peerless level. All right, this matter is settled. With my strength, if I compete for the first place in the second level, wouldn't that be bullying? I think it's a bit of a bully for you to compete for first place in the third rank. Lu Tongxing could now imagine the scene of that group of third-level senior students crying for their parents after being abused by Xu Ming. Also, when I go to the third-level secret realm, I can also check to see if there are any situations similar to those in the second-level secret realm. If anything unexpected happens, I will be able to take care of you. Xu Ming said righteously. Is it really not for the resources inside? Don't worry, in the third-level secret realm, there is no dangerous terrain like the Black Mist volcano, nor the conditions for the continuous spread of the Abyss Bloodjade. If there is any abnormality, it will be discovered immediately. Well, I hope so. Honestly speaking, Xu Ming just wanted to get more resources and kill some monsters. What bad intentions could he have? He always felt like trouble was about to come his way. Chapter 47. Purify the demonic chi and absorb the crystal core. Well, since you insist, I'll satisfy you. If you can also get first place in the third level, I need to trouble you for something. Lu Tongxing agreed to Xu Ming's request. Oh, the principal's troubles? What's the good? Xu Ming didn't expect that his premonition was so strong. As soon as he thought of trouble, trouble came. You really don't get up early without benefits. Don't rush to use the third contract quota. I'll think of a solution for you. The spirit of the empty shadow. No, I don't know what it is either. It's the spirit of heaven and earth. It's hard to say. It depends on whether you have the chance. Is it so insecure? Okay, let's talk about it after I get the first place. I will try to advance to level 3 in the next 2 days, and then I will post a video, and the school will then just issue an announcement. You want to trick people again? If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have put you in the same dormitory with the business people. Who are you trying to trick? This is called paying for a lesson. Don't look at others with a fixed mindset. Even you, the principal, can't avoid this kind of mistake. By the way, principal, what level of Beastmaster are you? Only level 7. Goodbye. After seeing Xu Ming off, Lu Tongxing looked at the apples that had turned into juice on the table. There was still excitement in his eyes that could not be concealed. Peerless level. Variables, this is the variable. The key point is, why would the military send such talents here? Shouldn't such a person be sent to the Xia family as a direct descendant? Or is it that the military or the Xia family are also dissatisfied with the Wen family's arrangements? I couldn't figure it out. I really couldn't figure it out. How could he know that everything was just an unexpected decision made by Wu Yan? The only thing that is certain is that Xu Ming can help the school overcome the difficulties. However, he is not the kind of person who would stay content with what he has, so don't waste your time. It seems that the beast-controlling type of beast spirit is really not enough. When Xu Ming was sent back to the dormitory, Shang Run and Xia Feng had not returned yet, so the competition should not have ended yet. Strictly speaking, such rules are full of loopholes. As long as a person has money, he can almost be guaranteed a 5-game winning streak. Moreover, when it comes to the 100th place, there will definitely be many people with the same points. However, the original purpose of this competition was no longer strictly for ranking. The school doesn't matter, and the mastermind behind the scenes doesn't matter either. Almost all the top students in the school will be admitted anyway. No matter their goal is to destroy an entire class of top students in the school, or just Xia Feng, or simply to retaliate against the school. This is the best opportunity. Xu Ming took out his communicator and was speechless when he saw 99+ unread notifications on the campus network. Fortunately, I only exposed my campus network account and did not expose other contact information, otherwise I would be very annoyed. Xu Ming, I want to have a baby with you. Xu Ming randomly clicked on a private message, and it was this one. Not bad, not bad. My charm is so great that I have nowhere to put it. By the way, click on this person's homepage. Fuck, it's a real monkey. It turns out that this person's beast is a golden monkey spirit. Once possessed, the whole body will be covered with hair. Xu Ming was so scared that he blocked all similar private messages in one go, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's an eyesore. I won't click on it again. I aspire to become the world's #1 undead beast tamer. I didn't expect to meet someone of the same mind. I'm very interested in your skeleton summoner. I'd like to buy the training method at a high price. The man who is the world's #1 undead beast master? What the hell, block him. I just scanned it and didn't find any useful information. There is even one. You're not Xu Ming. Who are you? It was probably Xu Ming's former high school classmate who broke down. Xu Ming didn't bother to pay attention to these idiots and blocked them all. Afterwards, Xu Ming took out more than 30 elite crystal cores and summoned Hongyu. Can you purify the abyssal, evil spirit in here? Previously, Xu Ming was worried about the impact and had not dealt with it. Since the principal said the value will be even higher, what are you waiting for? Xu Ming is in urgent need of various resources now. Yes, this is easy. As he spoke, Hongyu grabbed a blood-red crystal core and held it in his bone claws. A minute later, the blood-red crystal core gradually became more restrained. Master, it's okay. Has anything changed? After the original crystal core tissue was eroded and purified by the demonic energy, it became pure attribute energy, which should be easier to absorb and digest. Hongyu estimated and said, it is not a living being and does not need to absorb these things. It can only rely on perception alone. Absorb and digest. Afterwards, Xu Ming directly summoned Dabai out. Dabai, there's something delicious. Bing. Dabai, who was originally a little confused, suddenly became alert. Take it. Then, Xu Ming handed it the rock fire purification crystal core in his hand. Although Dabai was a little stupid, he knew that this thing could not be eaten directly and could only be absorbed slowly. consumed 2 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes 1 elite-level rock fire attribute purification crystal core. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast grabbed the crystal core every day and spun it over and over again. The crystal core gradually became rounder, and its size was also decreasing. Due to the infection of the earth element, the Iron Eater has learned the skill Petrification Resistance, entry level. In the second year, the crystal core was absorbed, and the Iron Beast's fire resistance and petrification resistance were strengthened. The iron-eating beast is upgraded to extraordinary 7 stars. 2 years to make one. Xu Ming didn't know how long it would take to digest an elite-level crystal core under normal circumstances. Perhaps some other auxiliary means would be more efficient. However, Xu Ming only has time, and that is all he needs. Since these crystal cores are almost all of rock and fire attributes, there is no rush to sell them. Improving myself should be the first priority. If you have extra, consider selling it. A minute later, Hong Yu finished purifying another one. This time, it is purely of rock attribute. Consumed 2 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes 1 elite rock attribute purification crystal core. Accelerating. In the first year, the adaptability of the iron-eating beast to the rock system gradually increased, and the absorption efficiency improved. In the first year, the absorption was completed. The skill of the Iron Eater, Petrification Resistance, has been upgraded from entry level to master level. In the second year, the iron-eating beast focused on the cultivation of the realm, and its level was raised to the peak of the extraordinary level. It seems that it only takes 2 years the first time, and after you gain experience, it can be even faster. However, it is not a waste. Dabai's level has been raised to the peak of the extraordinary level, and he can prepare for the advancement. Shangren had already helped Xu Ming exchange the second-level wind attribute metal needed for Dabai's advancement. Compared with the general second-level black iron essence, the price has risen to a higher level. Just those few pieces of second-level wind spirit iron cost nearly 2,000 spirit stones, which should be enough. Chapter 48, just tell me if there is any success or not. According to Granny 1, in addition to the needs for advancement, continued replenishment is required after reaching the elite level. The subsequent commander level also requires thunder attribute. It's simply a bottomless pit. So, Xu Ming now has only one idea, which is to make money. The reason why he chose the wind attribute first was because Xu Ming felt that Dabai's most obvious shortcoming now, besides not being able to fly, was that its speed was not fast enough. If the wind attribute is supplemented, it should be possible to comprehend some wind or speed skills. Of course, this is only in theory, and the specific results still depend on Dabai's luck. If it really doesn't work, try killing more different kinds of monsters in the future. Maybe you can plunder some useful skills. Now, through killing a limited number of monsters, Xu Ming has roughly figured out the rules of this plundering skill. The first and foremost thing is that the Beastmaster has the basic conditions to learn and release such a skill. For example, Ruby cannot learn skills like Tough Skin because she doesn't have any skin. Dabai cannot learn skills like Lava Spray because he does not have the conditions. Therefore, some resistance or defense types that are more common can be learned. Next, Xu Ming waited until Hong Yu had purified all the demonized crystal cores before picking out some good ones with sufficient energy for Dabai to absorb. Finally, after consuming 10 high-star elite-level purification crystal cores, Dabai's fire resistance and petrification resistance were raised to the perfect level. A perfect level resistance skill that can reduce attribute damage and attribute effects by an additional 60. Coupled with his own physique and resistance, it is enough to directly destroy the attribute skills of the Beast Tamer, whose rank is not much higher than his own. As for the peerless skills, it's not that Xu Ming doesn't want them, but simply absorbing elite-level purification crystal cores can no longer provide any improvements. Not to mention upgrading, not even the resistance is improved. I don't know if this method has reached the limit of the resistance it can provide, or if a higher level crystal core is needed. There are still more than 20 inferior purification crystal cores left, and Xu Ming plans to give them to Shangren. However, we still have to wait until this secret realm event is over. It was not until the evening that Xiaofeng and Shangren came back together. Xiaofeng's competition had actually ended long ago. He also won 5 games in a row cleanly, and even defeated the sophomore A-level second-level peak, becoming another dark horse after Xu Ming. However, compared with Xu Ming, he is still slightly inferior. Xu Ming's performance during the day has established his position as the #1 person in the second level. As for why Xiaofeng came back so late, he must have been asked by Shang Ren to be a bodyguard again. Shang Ren's handicap probably offended all the second-level students in the school. It was almost like a net that wiped out everyone. Anyone who had any greed in their hearts was wiped out. Brother, we're rich. Replace my share with metals of wind or lightning properties. Xu Ming was too lazy to listen to him count how many points he had earned. Anyway, he was not worried that he would lose his share. Okay, I'll try my best to buy it for you at a price a little lower than the exchange center at school. If it's not enough, I'll just exchange it for you at school. Well, sure. Please help me exchange it for a level 3 promotion potion. The third level promotion potion is the highest level potion that the school can provide. Any higher, you can only buy it at a high price in the market. After you advance from level 3 to level 4, you are generally ready to graduate, so there is no reason to take advantage of the school anymore. Third level promotion potion? Did I hear you right? You haven't reached level 3 yet, only level 2, right? No, you seem to have exchanged for the second level promotion potion before. Do you really want the third level potion? Well, let's exchange it first and keep it there, just in case. Not to mention the third level. As long as Xu Ming has potions, it will only take a few minutes to upgrade to the 5th or 6th level. But you will be regarded as a monster. Moreover, high-level promotion potions have almost become controlled potions and must go through legal channels. All right. Although Xu Ming's tone sounded as if he could reach level 4 tomorrow, Shang Ren still nodded in agreement. What a pity. Although we made a lot of money this time, it's a one-time deal. They almost didn't let me come back because I didn't open the final betting on you. Shang Ren's behavior is no different from running away after winning money at the poker table. However, if it were opened, everyone would definitely bet on Xu Ming to win the championship, and the bookmaker would lose a lot of money. Unless Xu Ming fixed the match, given Xu Ming's current popularity, there is no need for that. My suggestion is that it's okay. Xu Ming spoke slowly as he ate the food Shang Ren had packed and brought back. What? Are you really going to open it? Although if you let Xiaofeng win at that time, you can earn more than now. But there's no need for that. Shang Ren still has a bottom line. What's more, if he really did this, it would not be good for Xu Ming's future, and he would be known as a person who was greedy for small profits. I'm not talking about the second-level handicap. It's level 3. Shang Ren's eyes gradually widened, and he instantly understood what Xu Ming meant. Well, I decided to upgrade to level 3 in the next 2 days, and then go to the level 3 secret realm to play, so I won't play with you guys anymore. Xu Ming's tone was like that of a talented teenager who had just started high school for a month and was about to go to college. Bye, classmates, I'm going to college. Fuck bro, you're awesome. I have never heard of anyone more awesome than you at this age in my entire life. Those cocky bastards in the capital are no match for you, whether it's strength or the ability to pretend. Xu Ming was speechless. Just tell me if it works or not. Anyway, I plan to post another video tomorrow. And then, there's a way, of course there is a way. Now, not only the second and third level students, but also the fourth level and those who have graduated may pay attention to it. It's a pity that there is not enough time. No, if we only earn points, the pattern is too small. We have to do it big. Earn points and spirit stones as well. Well, I'll leave these to you. I'm only responsible for driving those third level ones out of the secret realm. Okay, awesome. Shang Ren gave a thumbs up. In order to deal with follow-up matters during the day, he did not participate in any competitions and did not care about the ranking at all. He was not interested in this. As long as he followed Xu Ming, there would be business opportunities everywhere, and he would never be able to finish the work. Oh, this, feel it for yourself. As he spoke, Xu Ming took out the piece of abyss blood jade, or, what is this? It doesn't look auspicious. It seems that this rich man has relatively little contact with such dangerous things and only recognizes most of the valuable treasures. Even for Xiaofeng, it is not the right time for him to come into contact with such things at this stage. This is also normal. Why would ordinary people touch this stuff for no reason? Moreover, once you sense it, you will know that it is harmful to the body. Chapter 49, Advancement to Level 3. This is the Abyss Blood Jade. It has the effect of inducing monsters to mutate and transform into demons, consuming their vitality and stimulating their potential. For humans, it is also quite harmful if they come into contact with it for a long time. So dangerous? Shang Ren quickly took a few steps back. This guy is quite careful about his life. However, Xiaofeng took the initiative to walk closer even stretched out his hand and took the initiative to touch and sense it. It is indeed very strange. I've only come into contact with a few types of substances from the abyss, and none of them are this fierce. Remember this aura. If you encounter it in a secret realm, stay away from it. If you find someone actively spreading this, just kill him. Don't hesitate. Just leave him a mouth that can speak. It is easier to avoid an open attack than a hidden one. Xu Ming had better give this guy a warning in advance to avoid any accidents. Xu Ming has done the best he can. We can't let him go in and be a personal nanny. Even if Xu Ming was willing, Xiaofeng would not accept such protection. Yes, I understand. Xiaofeng didn't ask any more questions and just nodded. After eating and drinking, Xu Ming returned to his room. As usual, take out a second-level promotion potion and a second-level soul power potion. I carefully read the instructions for taking the second-level promotion potion. Well, the side effects still exist. However, the overall promotion success rate dropped by 10 to only 85. According to this ratio, the higher you go, the price increases exponentially, but the probability decreases. In the final analysis, any world, whether it is wealth, power, or strength level, is ultimately a pyramid structure. 85 chance, round it up, that's 100. Consume 1 year of your lifespan to accelerate your own cultivation growth. This acceleration consumes an additional 1 second-level promotion potion and 1 second-level soul power potion. Accelerating. This year, 3 days before the promotion, you thought about it over and over again, still a little worried. You burned incense and bathed to completely empty your mind for 3 days before finally starting the promotion. Maybe it really works, and you get super lucky and succeed directly. The level is upgraded to level 3, 1 star. It took 3 or 4 days to completely get rid of the effects of the side effects and fully adapt to the new power and the newly opened beast taming space. In the following time, you will be imagining the third beast and what kind of contract you should have. Xu Ming, I've been fantasizing about having a third beastmaster, and I've been doing nothing but fantasizing about it for a year. Xu Ming was too tired to complain. It doesn't matter as long as you succeed in advancing. Moreover, there is no need to spend time adapting to the promotion of new strength. It is a direct and seamless transition. After reaching the third level, all-around physical fitness is once again improved to a new level. More bonuses from taming beasts can be enjoyed, and lifespan is increased by several decades. Beastmaster, Xu Ming. Level 3, 1 star, can be accelerated. Talent. C. Top-level cultivation. The efficiency of cultivating beasts is increased by 60, can be accelerated. Hidden talent. Got unlimited plunder. Kill aliens to plunder lifespan, skills, etc. Alien lifespan. 2,315 years. You can consume the alien's lifespan to accelerate the growth of your pet or beastmaster. If the alien's lifespan is insufficient, you can use your own lifespan to replace it. The remaining lifespan is currently 65 years. If it is less than 1 year, it cannot be replaced. At least, there is no need to worry about dying of old age for now. There are still several decades left, enough for Xu Ming to upgrade his level to a higher level. After Xu Ming completed the upgrade, the next step was naturally to deal with Dabai and the others. Dabai come out and have some delicious food. Now, Dabai basically no longer believes Xu Ming's opening remarks. Every time, it's either a block of iron or a crystal core. Either your stomach will burst or your body will burst. Sure enough, when Dabai saw Xu Ming taking out the iron blocks again, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is Fengling iron. It's very expensive, but I can buy you tens of thousands of the sweetest and crispy bamboo shoots. Enjoy them. I want bamboo shoots, not iron. Consume 10 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes an additional 6 tier 2 wind spirit iron. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast was immersed in the sadness of bamboo shoots, turning into iron blocks. However, when it thought of the high value of these wind spirit irons, it could only turn its grief into food. It unexpectedly discovered that the taste of wind spirit iron was not bad. The wind spirit iron is compatible with the iron-eating beast physique and automatically merges into the various acupoints on the iron-eating beast's body and is in the process of advancing. In the second year, the acupoints all over the body of the iron-eating beast were nourished by the energy of wind attribute, and it gained affinity with the wind, and its speed continued to increase. Iron-eating beast comprehends the skill, wind affinity, entry level. In the third year, the iron-eating beast completely mastered the rhythm of the wind and successfully advanced to the elite level 1 star. The iron-eating beast has learned the skill, Swift Wind Step, entry level. In the 10th year, after being promoted, the Iron Eater has been practicing the use of skills, mainly training how to avoid hitting trees when accelerating suddenly. However, more wind attribute resources are needed to improve faster. The level of the Iron Eater has been upgraded to Elite 4 stars. Skill Swift Wind Footwork, upgraded from entry level to mastery level. Xu Ming's guess turned out to be correct. The wind-attributed metal provided a speed boost, and as for the thunder-attributed metal, it was unsurprisingly an attack. However, Dubai has no shortage of attacks now. Beast Tamer, Iron-Eating Beast, Dubai, can be accelerated. Level, Elite 4 stars. Skill, Cuteness Perfect. Bone Dissolving Palm Unrivaled level. Iron Head Kung Fu Perfect level. Copper Skin and Iron Bones Perfect level. Gold Tempered Body Perfect grade. Fire Resistance Perfect. Petrification Resistance Perfect. Wind Footwork Mastery. Wind Affinity entry level. Bone Strengthening entry level. Spear Throwing entry level. Loyalty 100. The number of skills alone is 3 or 4 times that of the general elite level. Not to mention that most of the levels are perfect level, and there is also a peerless level skill, which is simply luxurious. Finally, it is the biggest consumer of lifespan, Ruby. However, every year of life spent on Hongyu can almost be converted into instant combat power, which is the most terrifying thing. After raising one's own realm to the limit, one can also control his subordinates to conquer the undead plane, expand territory, or reserve more subordinate skeleton soldiers. Anyway, every minute and every second will not be wasted. It definitely wouldn't be like Xu Ming, who fantasized about a Beastmaster for a whole year. Ruby, after putting away to buy, Xu Ming summoned Hongyu and its Lich Life Box. These days, the Lich's Life Box is almost sealed, and Hongyu cannot enjoy the bonus of the Life Box. However, everything is in the past and can be unblocked now. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully advanced. Well, I said that advancement is not a difficult thing for me. Now, I will let you return to the top. Since I met the Master, every moment is my new peak. Indeed, that's the truth. Chapter 50 Perfect. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan to speed up the growth process of the Blood Skeleton Summoner. This acceleration does not consume any additional resources. Accelerating. In the third year, the Blood Skull Summoner unsealed and refined his natal item, the Lich Life Box. Because the Blood Skull Summoner and the Life Box made of the Abyss Blood Jade were very compatible, the advancement was very smooth, and some changes occurred. The Blood Skeleton Summoner advances to become Blood Lich Elite Level 1 Star. Skills Mastered. Blood Escape Technique, Entry Level. Skeleton Creation Technique, Entry Level. In the 252nd year, due to the extreme lack of cold undead aura in this environment, the Blood Lich's realm was not improved very quickly. It took more than 200 years to grow to the peak of the elite level. Most of the time, he was exploring the mysteries of the skills and commanding his subordinates to fight in the undead plane. Skills. Blood Escape Technique upgraded from entry level to perfect level. Skeleton Creation Technique upgraded from entry level to mastery level. In the 456th year, the power of the Blood Lich in the undead plane has approached that of an ordinary commander-level undead lord. The number of elite-level skeleton soldiers under his command has reached 1,000, and the number of skeleton soldiers of other levels is close to 20,000. This number seemed to be a limit. Any more would attract the attention of the undead lord. Skeleton Creation can create and transform skeleton soldiers. After 100 years of stagnation, the Blood Lich combined it with blood puppetry and comprehended a new skill, Blood Skeleton Transformation, perfect level. Skeleton Creation was upgraded to perfect level. In the 625th year, due to the lack of blood energy here, after the Blood Lich transformed 100 elite skeleton soldiers, it switched to research in other directions. Skill Blood Explosion, perfect level, promoted to Blood Explosion Nova, perfect level. In the 801st year, the skill, Skeleton Summoning, perfect level, mutated. When summoning skeleton soldiers that have been transformed by the Blood Lich's blood energy, the consumption is reduced to 1/3 of the original. In the 1000th year, the Blood Lich spent the rest of the time exploring the next stage of advancement. Currently, there are 2 ideas. One is the skeletons of high-level undead creatures, and the other is to continue to follow the path of the Abyss Blood Jade. Speed up. Master, your power is comparable to that of a god. After completing the advancement, Hong Yu's bones became more lustrous and emitted a faint red glow. From a distance, she looked like a person in a red robe. After consuming 1,000 years of the alien's lifespan, Xu Ming still has more than 1,000 years left. I can't say that it's completely unusable, but if you don't use it indiscriminately, it will definitely be enough for you to do anything for the time being. Besides, Xu Ming will go to the 3rd level secret realm next, where he will be able to kill everyone and make a fortune. Only in the case of Hong Yu did Xu Ming dare to unscrupulously use thousands of years as the unit. The cost is huge, but the benefits are also great. Beast Tamer, Blood Lich Ruby can be accelerated. Level, Elite 9-star peak. Skill, Skeleton Summoning, perfect level. Summon up to 4 skeletons at a time to serve you. If no specific subordinate is specified, the soldier type is random. Mutation Summon. When summoning modified blood skeletons, a maximum of 12 can be summoned at the same time. Skeleton Creation Technique, perfect level. You can use the bones of 1 or more skeleton soldiers to transform them into other forms of skeleton soldiers. Currently perfect mastery. Skeleton Giant Wolf, Bone Spur Bird, Skeleton Bat, Skeleton Swordsman. Blood Skeleton Transformation Technique perfect level. Perfectly transform the skeleton troops into blood skeleton troops, greatly improving their strength. Bone Strengthening perfect grade. Bone Shield perfect. Bone Nail Missile perfect grade. Blood Burning Technique perfect level. Blood Control Technique perfect level. Blood Nova perfect level. Detonate the blood energy in a living organism, or separate a ball of blood energy and launch it towards the target to detonate. Blood Puppetry perfect level. Blood Escape Technique perfect level. Loyalty 100. Perfect. After seeing Hong Yu's attribute panel, Xu Ming could only describe it in 2 words, perfect. If Xu Ming encountered such an opponent in the wild, he would not know how to deal with it with only Dubai. Even if Xu Ming was given 10 3rd-level teammates, it would be useless. The most important thing is that Hong Yu is immortal. In other words, the Lich will not die until his life box is broken. And Hong Yu's Lich life box has always been in Xu Ming's beast taming space. As long as Xu Ming is alive, the Blood Lich will not die. Even if it takes thousands or even millions of years for the Lich to be resurrected after death, it is not a difficult task for Xu Ming. Xu Ming's inexhaustible alien lifespan and the Lich's long growth process combined perfectly to create such a perfect Beastmaster. With the mutated skeleton summoning technique, ordinary skeleton summoning can almost be retired and only occasionally play the role of a red jade to supplement military forces. After all, the prerequisite for summoning the skeleton soldier from the undead plane here is to first summon some skeleton soldiers and sign a summoning contract, and then send them back to the undead plane for training. Some skeleton soldiers recruited during the battles in the undead plane cannot be used directly. However, it is not a big deal. There are thousands of star-level elite soldiers that have signed a summoning contract with Hong Yu and can be used. The most important of these are definitely the 100 modified blood skeletons. Whether it's the melee skeleton swordsman, the ranged skeleton archer, the mobile skeleton giant wolf, or the skeleton knight with a war horse, or even the flying unit skeleton bat, etc., it truly makes one person form an army, an absolutely perfect configuration. Although they are all elite level, as a 3rd-level Beastmaster, possessing more than 10 top-level elite-level combat forces at one time is absolutely crushing to the same level. What's going on? It's so cold all of a sudden. At this time, Shangren suddenly shouted outside. Xu Ming, are you okay? It's okay. I feel too hot, so I summoned my skeleton to cool me down. You're awesome, but I didn't expect you actually contracted a ghost. By the way, your undead is not simple either, right? It's just SOSO. Haven't you seen it during the day? Okay, then you should prepare for the advancement and leave the rest to me. Shangren said something outside the door and went back to his room. Little did he know that in just a few minutes, Xu Ming and his own beast had already been promoted. In fact, Hong Yu has grown to the limit of this stage. Next, Xu Ming's main task is to find the bones of high-level undead or blood energy, or that is higher than the Abyss Blood Jade. After all, Hong Yu has spent more than 100 years deducing 2 routes, and all he needs to do is verify them. As for to buy, he doesn't have that worry. He only needs one word, and that is money. The iron-eating beast, the iron-eating beast will eventually have to eat the metals with wind and thunder properties as food additives into its stomach. As for ordinary black iron, you can't stop either. Because after the upgrade, Dabai's body size increased a little, and after his body was transformed into diamond, the original black iron in his body was a little insufficient. Moreover, after replenishing the third-level black iron, the strength of the diamond body will definitely continue to increase. In the final analysis, it is a money-eating beast. Chapter 51, you guys. Just compete for the second place. The next day, 10 o'clock in the morning. Xu Ming deliberately waited until this time, when most people were most energetic, and released the video recorded in the morning. Now, there are only 2 videos on his own account. One is the last rumor-busting video, and the other is released today. In the picture, Xu Ming looks like he just woke up. Hey, you second-level weaklings, I just used a second-level promotion potion. If you're not careful, you'll reach level 3. So, I won't play with you anymore. As for the test, is there any need for a competition? Just give me the first place prize. You guys just compete for the second place. The video ends. As a prominent figure in Tianan Beast Taming Academy, the updates he released naturally attracted most people's attention immediately. Fuck you, Beast. I used 3 second-level promotion potions in a row, but I can't get any higher. Hello, non-African. He's invincible at level 2. What can you compare him with? No, he is now at level 3. Then he is at level 3 and can't enter the level 2 secret realm. Why does he get the first prize of level 2? This comment received a surge in likes instantly. Now, everyone reacted. The students who originally thought that it was reasonable to give Xu Ming the first prize suddenly realized, yes, he has reached the 3rd level, so he is in the 2nd level secret realm, and everyone has another chance. This guy must be regretting it so much that he deliberately made this video. He looks relaxed and indifferent, but he is actually panicking. Yeah, he hasn't even secured the number 1 spot in the 2nd tier, but he's already at the 3rd tier. If it were me, I'd be confused too. I guess he himself didn't expect to succeed in one go. Judging from his appearance, he's probably still suffering from the side effects. European Emperor, but tragic. The comment section was filled with a happy atmosphere, with most of the 2nd-level students gloating over other people's misfortunes. Of course, more importantly, people hope that the school will not really give the first-place award to Xu Ming. Although his first place in the 2nd level is obvious to all, rules are rules. How can he be directly selected before the competition is over? As long as Xu Ming does not participate in the 2nd-level competition, those peak 2nd-level players who were defeated by him before will have a chance. Being the first in the 2nd level, there are many honors and rewards. Many students at the peak of the 2nd level even stayed at that level for half a year just to wait for such an opportunity. There are those who strive to be the first, and there are those who weigh the pros and cons to maximize their benefits. Everything is just a personal choice. Then why not just let him participate in the 3rd level secret realm competition? At this moment, a light barrage floated by. However, his intentions are extremely sinister. Letting a Beastmaster who just got promoted to level 3 today go to a level 3 difficult secret realm, isn't that just asking him to die? Even if he teams up with a group of teammates, the safety of this rookie cannot necessarily be guaranteed. What's more, it's a battle royale mode where everyone is an enemy. The best outcome would be to admit defeat and surrender as soon as you enter to avoid suffering. He was originally the first in the 2nd level, but instantly became the last in the 3rd level. Whether it was honor or reward, there was a world of difference. The gap was really too big. For a Beastmaster who has just entered the 3rd level, the side effects of the potion have not yet subsided, and it will take at least a week before he can start to upgrade his beast. Naturally, no one believed that Xu Ming's Lich was now preparing to be promoted to the commander level. In fact, it has been prepared for hundreds of years. Of course, in addition to those who gloat over the misfortune, there are also some fans of Xu Ming who express their opposition to this. Strong people always have admirers, and they were impressed by Xu Ming's previous strong performance. Naturally, they didn't want to see Xu Ming, who had just made a name for himself, disappear like this. As a result, in less than an hour, the comments section under this video turned into a heated battlefield. However, most of the comments that fanned the flames and strongly demanded Xu Ming to enter the 3rd level secret realm were actually from the Water Army, arranged by Shangren. Otherwise, such a strong heat would not be formed. After all, they are all students from the same school, and most of them are relatively innocent and don't want to make things too difficult for Xu Ming. As long as Xu Ming withdraws from the competition for the second-level ranking and rewards, everything else will be none of their business. Principal, this Xu Ming. At the school's high-level meeting, after reconfirming all the preparations for the Secret Realm assessment, someone finally brought up Xu Ming's situation. Originally, he was just a second-level freshman and was not worth discussing. However, Xu Ming had been so popular in the past 2 days that he had the aura of a new generation leader and attracted the attention of many teachers and leaders. However, Xu Ming's sudden temporary breakthrough also made some teachers feel a little tricky. Logically speaking, such a talented youngster should be nurtured well and allowed to advance with honor and invincibility. Naturally, these teachers did not want to see the talented youngster fail after all the hard work. Yeah, I heard that. Lu Tongxing spoke in a calm tone, but his heart was not as calm as his expression. It was not surprising that Xu Ming was able to be promoted to the 3rd level. What shocked him was that the other party did what he said. He was promoted overnight without any preparation. And it seems that the impact of the sequelae has been resolved incidentally. Although Xu Ming looked sleepy in the video, an experienced person could tell at a glance that he did not show any signs of being affected by the aftereffects and the details. Even Lu Tongxing didn't dare to think. Could it be that this kid has already reached the 3rd level of beast control? Since he can't enter the 2nd level secret realm, let him enter the 3rd level secret realm. Just treat it as a lesson for him. Don't be so reckless next time. Lu Tongxing made the decision casually. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of many deans and leaders changed slightly. Principal, I object. Old G, then tell me a solution. He is the well-deserved 1st in the 2nd level. I think it's okay to give him the 1st place reward directly. As for the 3rd level secret realm, it is full of dangers for him who has just been promoted. It is not suitable for him to enter. As soon as these words were spoken, deans of other departments came out to object. Principal G, this is so unfair. Yes, now that the rules have been set, we should act according to them. Which is more important, rules or a genius? Moreover, at the end of the year, forget it, old G. I've already decided not to discuss this matter any further. A lesson is much more worthwhile than making the same mistake again in the future. We have sufficient protection measures in the 3rd level secret realm, so there will be no danger. In fact, he could just go through the motions and not get involved in it. If an accident really happens, it will be his fate. Haven't we seen enough geniuses who fell in the middle of their careers over the years? Finally, Lu Tongxing made the final decision and refused to accept any objections. At this point, the double act that Xu Ming asked him to cooperate in performing also came to an end. Chapter 52, 3rd Level Secret Realm, One-Time Teleportation Stone. Soon, in the afternoon, the school's temporary notice regarding Xu Ming came out. The general idea is that the school's assessment is always open and fair, and there is no such thing as a predetermined 1st place. In view of Xu Ming's situation, he will not participate in the next stage of the 2nd level secret realm competition, but will enter the 3rd level secret realm. This means that Xu Ming can directly enter the 3rd level top 100 list without going through the 1st round of competition, which can be considered a little compensation. However, compared to the title of the 1st and the 2nd level that Xu Ming lost, this small compensation is not even a fraction of the value. The announcement immediately caused a sensation. It was just talk before, but I didn't expect that the school would actually adopt this approach. Many students are waiting for Xu Ming to release another video. Whether they were unwillingly accusing the school of injustice or speaking out again and beating up the 3rd level, they all expected Xu Ming to make some response. However, it is bound to be disappointing. Until the evening, Xu Ming seemed to have disappeared, without any response or reply to any comments. Xu Ming stayed in the dormitory the whole day without going out. After posting the video, he no longer paid attention to public opinion. In addition to discussing the details within the 3rd level secret realm with Shang Run, he also checked the information within this 3rd level dangerous level secret realm. Public information from the school shows that the terrain in this 3rd level dangerous level secret realm is relatively simple. The whole is a large piece of land, surrounded by mysterious fog. The land is mainly divided into 2 major areas, the Griffin Forest and the Frost Plateau. As for the entrance to the secret realm, it is built in a hidden place at the junction of 2 areas. According to the monster species that have been discovered, those below the elite level can be ignored, and those above the elite level include One-Horned Eagle, Wind Blade Sparrow, 100-Vine Tree Spirit, Frost Saber-Toothed Tiger, Ice Wolf, Snowstorm Bear, Snow Sandworm, etc. Almost all of the above races have at least one commander-level leader, each ruling a small area. In the past, those third-level students who came here for internship were lucky to stay for 3 days. Moreover, hunting was not their goal. Their ultimate goal is to find some valuable materials in the dense forest full of monsters. After all, behind every elite-level monster is a large population, and there are even commander-level ones protecting them. Even though there are some protective measures in the third-level secret realm, they don't want to seek death deliberately. The terrain is a forest and a snowy plateau. No wonder there won't be any situation like that in the second-level secret realm. Xu Ming Panda. If you put some abyss blood jade in here, I guess not even a bubble will appear. The breath of the abyss is the number one enemy of all living creatures. Those commander-level monsters are quite intelligent and will not be easily fooled and will actively avoid it. As for the Black Mist volcano, it only has the advantageous geographical conditions of the volcano. Although he is not worried about the presence of abyss monsters inside, Xu Ming will not take it lightly and will make sure to get all the necessary information. Since there are conspiracies in the second-level secret realm, who can guarantee that there will be no problems in the third-level secret realm? Moreover, for Xu Ming, the danger does not necessarily come from the monsters in the secret realm. Instead, he should pay more attention to the Beastmasters who are also human beings. In the dark room, a person was communicating remotely. Elder, everything has been prepared and will be foolproof. Yeah, good. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's not waste our arrangements. Not only can it kill a genius of the Xia family, but it can also sever the lineage of an entire generation of Tian'an College, settling all the old and new hatreds of these years together. By the way, the newly emerged genius Xu Ming was promoted to the third level, but it's a pity that he escaped this disaster. It doesn't matter. There will be others to deal with it. Yes. The next batch of demon-suppressing pills will be delivered to you on time. For the next period of time, please remain silent and do not contact us. Yes, thank you, Elder. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. The 100 people on each of the 2 rank lists gathered in different secret halls. However, the exact number of people was not exactly 100. Some of them had the same points, so they were all thrown in directly. There might even be some spies planted by the city guards among them. It's a mess anyway. Moreover, there's a ranked student at the entrance to the third-level secret realm. Xu Ming arrived neither too early nor too late, and stood alone at the back. Many senior third-level students looked at him with curiosity. The look in his eyes was very obvious. He looked at Xu Ming as if he was a husky that had mixed into a wolf pack. Although they are all at level 3, most of the students here have already trained 3 elite beast tamers. None of those who can make into the top 100 among more than 2,000 third-level students are easy to bully. The total number of students at the third level is also the largest in the school. At this level, there is no longer a division by grade. Most of them are sophomores and juniors, and there are also seniors. As for the new students, there was obviously only Xu Ming. However, Xu Ming obviously does not think of himself as a husky, but more like a crane standing out from the crowd of chickens. The time is up. The secret realm is open. Please enter in turn. At this time, a teacher announced loudly in the front. Z. The secret realm guard turned on the instrument. Then a light blue entrance to a secret realm slowly opened. Xu Ming had never been there, but just looking at its aura, it was much larger than the second-level secret realm. Moreover, the difficulty level is not the same. Although the secret realms are dangerous, each one of them is obtained through untold hardships by predecessors and is extremely precious. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the most important assets of the school. Soon, everyone entered the secret realm. The light and shadow in front of Xu Ming's eyes changed, and he found himself in a spacious cave. There are many students and secret realm guards around him. Everyone, come here in turn to receive a one-time directional teleportation stone. If you encounter an emergency, you can teleport back here directly, and it will be considered as elimination. A teacher stationed in the secret realm said, "One-time teleportation stone? I didn't expect the school to be so generous, giving each student one. Yeah, you usually need 300 points to redeem it. Keep quiet and get started." Soon, everyone had received theirs. Xu Ming held the gray stone in his hand and felt a familiar power. It seems that this was the feeling I had when I was being moved around by the spirit of the empty shadow before, the power of space. This thing is only useful in secret realms of level 3 and above. Secret realms of lower levels cannot withstand the power of space teleportation. No wonder. Even if the conspirator behind the scenes wanted to cause trouble, he couldn't do anything with the third-level secret realm. Instead, the relatively safe second-level secret realm became their target of choice. No fighting is allowed within 3 kilometers of this place. Anyone who stays within the 3 kilometers range within half an hour, or who enters this range on their own initiative, will be eliminated. Now you can each choose a direction to set off in. After saying this, the teacher stopped talking. Chapter 53. Entering the Secret Realm, Investigation. Afterwards, most of the students began to leave quickly according to their respective plans. Many of them were moving in groups of 2 or 3. Obviously, they're already very familiar with this place. Xu Ming looked around and saw more than 10 different exits. Teacher, which exit leads to the Eagle Forest? Xu Ming stepped forward and asked, "Is this your first time coming in?" The other party glanced at Xu Ming and asked casually, as if he didn't know who Xu Ming was. "Yes, I was promoted to level 3 just yesterday." The other party was speechless and then pointed in a direction. "That's all over there. The other side leads to the Frost Plateau." "Thank you, teacher." After saying that, Xu Ming planned to leave. Don't go too deep. In some places, the teleportation stone may not work. Xu Ming was speechless. Is this so deceptive? He only checked the basic information here. As for this kind of not-so-glorious information, it would naturally not appear on the internet, and the teacher would have to remind everyone one by one. "Oh, by the way, teacher, since only Beastmasters below level 3 can enter here, what if a commander-level monster attacks us?" Xu Ming still asked for advice humbly. "And this is very important. Guess what level I am?" "Level 4. Since the other party asked this, Xu Ming could naturally guess the answer. Being in the 3rd-level secret realm doesn't mean you can't advance to the 4th level. It's just that if you want to come back after leaving, you can't. Yes, the peak of the 4th level. I see. You should be more than one of the 4th level ones, right? There are a few more guards. Okay, then I'm relieved. Huh, I didn't realize you were quite afraid of death. If you are afraid, then why bother trying to be powerful? Just quit. Ha, I'm afraid that the noise here is too loud and might cause monsters to riot or something. Don't worry, no matter what you do, those beasts won't dare to come here and cause trouble. The teacher is awesome. After saying that, Xu Ming said goodbye and walked towards the Horned Eagle Forest. When Xu Ming walked out of the cave, there was an endless green jungle in front of him. As for this side, it is just an inconspicuous rock hill. Behind it is the towering Frost Plateau. The range of 3 kilometers is just the distance to enter the Griffin Forest or the foot of the Frost Plateau. Obviously, this is the safe zone opened up by these people. Come out, Dabai Hongyu. Xu Ming directly summoned his own beast. Bing! When Dabai saw the forest, he was quite excited, as if there were a lot of delicious food inside. When he was near the woods, Xu Ming stopped. Hongyu, send some scouts to check out the situation first. Xu Ming was the last one to come out, so naturally it is not ruled out that there is someone hiding in front as the 6th. Yes, Hongyu responded with her mind. Then he stretched out his bone claws, and a ball of blood-red energy condensed in the air and then exploded. Blood puppetry, perfect level. Use blood energy to create some servant puppets for reconnaissance or combat. The quantity, strength, and duration are related to the amount of blood energy consumed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In an instant, more than a dozen bloodbat puppets formed in the air and then flew into the woods. Then, a large summoning circle appeared in front of Hongyu. Skeleton summoning. 3 blood skeleton giant wolves and 9 blood skeleton bone spur birds were summoned at the same time. Click, click, click. Soon, the giant skeleton wolf ran directly towards the forest, and the bone spur bird circled in the air for a while and then dispersed and flew into the forest. Well, this feels much safer, let's go. Having said that, Xu Ming went straight into the forest. What surprised Xu Ming a little was that after entering the forest for more than 10 minutes, there was no trace of a single person, let alone an ambush by Lao Lu. Come to think of it, this is a battle royale, not a one-on-one fight. The key point is not how many opponents you can defeat, but whether you can survive to the end. Now that it's just the beginning, most people probably want to save their energy first. Even in the outskirts of the Griffin Forest, no one probably wants to start a war so early and cause any commotion. Very good. Let's play hide and seek for now. Anyway, Xu Ming didn't want to expose his strength so early. The result of his discussion with Shangrun was to keep still on the first day and wait until Shangrun attracted enough bets before making any move. When they entered the secret realm, everyone's real-time ranking was displayed on the campus network, and all surviving students were ranked according to the number of defeats. Among the third level, each of the top 10 is at the peak of the third level, and the 3 beasts in the contract are all at the peak of the elite level. The odd for the recognized favorites are generally only around 1:1.2-1.4. In order to attract bets, Xiangren directly increased everyone's odds by more than 50. The effect was immediate, and the number of people betting spirit stones or points increased dramatically. In the eyes of peers, it is simply a loss-making business. In order to grab business, people are willing to sacrifice their lives. As for the bets on the second level, Xiangren no longer cared about it. Anyone who knew the business could see how strong Xiaofeng was, and the odds were as low as 1.1. Kill the 6-star man-eating grass of the Qilin level, and plunder the alien's lifespan for 6 years. Kill the extraordinary 8-star green-boned snake, and plunder the alien's lifespan of 18 years. Plunder skill, poison resistance, Iron Eater, and Blood Lich have already learned it automatically. Xu Ming strolled leisurely along the way, heading straight into the depths of the forest, and kept receiving notifications of kills. These were all killed by the skeletons summoned by Hong Yu. Only by killing them here could Xu Ming plunder the lifespan of the aliens. Otherwise, in the undead plane, they have been fighting all over the place and would have plundered Xu Ming's alien lifespan of tens of millions of years. Even in the third-level secret realm, the majority of monsters are still spiritually awakened an extraordinary level. Or, it should be said that this is true for any ecosystem except for some special secret realms. Low-level creatures are the foundation of the pyramid and always occupy the largest base. Along the way, he did detect the presence of other students through the bloodbath puppets, but Xu Ming did not choose to confront them head-on, but took a slightly detour. These students cannot be killed, and there is no need to fight. At night, Xu Ming found a big tree to rest. He was surrounded by third-level peak-boned thorn birds guarding him. There were also skeleton archers and skeleton swordsmen guarding the tree. It was very safe. Xiangren, what's going on? A few of the old men are blocking my way, and I can't help but take action. That's enough. That's enough. There are only a few people who bet on you to win. Could they be your diehard fans? But it doesn't matter. You'll just earn a few thousand less spirit stones. Xiangren replied with a smile. It can be heard that this guy is very happy now and doesn't even care about the thousands of spirit stones. A conservative estimate is that he has at least tens of thousands. But, brother, please don't let me down. My life and property are all at stake here. Is it that serious? Aren't your family the richest in the country? Well, it's a long story. I'll talk about it later. Anyway, we have to make our own money. My life and property depend on you. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Just give me a share of the money you make. That's a must. Chapter 54. Undead Invasion. Even the richest businessmen's sons in Daxia are working hard to make money and support themselves. What qualifications do ordinary people have to not work hard? Don't fucking sleep. So, Xu Ming asked Hong Yu to send a few bone-spurred birds to fly towards several big trees 3 kilometers ahead. According to previous reconnaissance results, there is a 3-person team hiding here. Hong Yu, harass them first, don't really kill them. Yes. No one should be coming. You guys should rest first. I will keep watch for 3 hours before taking over. On a thick branch, Zhang Cheng said to the 2 teammates beside him. Zhang Cheng, level 3 peak, ranking 4.5. This means that he has defeated and eliminated 5 people. In other words, this team eliminated 5 people. Okay, Brother Cheng, I'll have my shadow wolf come out to keep watch. My 3-eyed night owl can do that too. Zhang Cheng nodded. At the bottom of the tree trunk, a large blue-striped snake was coiled on top and dozing off. This was Zhang Cheng's beast. The rest were resting in the beast control space. Half an hour later, chirp. Suddenly, a rapid and fierce roar was heard in the forest at night. This is the cry of the 3-eyed night owl. Enemy attack. The one who gave the reminder was not Zhang Cheng, but the owner of the 3-eyed night owl. Even if he was in a deep sleep, the 3-eyed night owl could give him a reminder and wake him up. Not to mention, he had only rested for 30 minutes. In the air. What kind of monster is it? I don't know yet, but there are more than one. As they spoke, the 3 of them quickly summoned all of their beasts. Click, click, click. Soon, they saw 6 flickering flames floating in the air. This is the undead. With the faint light, the 3 of them finally distinguished each other's appearance. There was no skin or flesh, only hideous bone spurs all over the body. Moreover, the faint flickering soul fire frightened them. Ale, can you handle it? Among the three of them, only Ale has a flying beast. Brother Chung. These three seem to be at the top of the elite level. Alu answered with a sad face. What's more, the three-eyed night owl is not good at combat, but mainly at assisting and reconnaissance. Okay, then don't rest tonight. Be on guard at all times. Zhang Chung made a decision. The sudden appearance of three elite-level undead gave him a bad feeling. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The three blood skeleton bone spur birds did not attack, but kept flying around the big tree where the three people were hiding. There's a clicking sound from time to time, which is very annoying. Another half-hour later. Brother Chung, they don't seem to pose any threat. The words haven't finished yet. Oh, what's wrong? Brother Chung, my shadow wolf has been badly damaged. How could such a serious blow come from such a short while? They can fire bone spikes that hit the shadow wolf right in the anus. After saying this, the three of them felt a chill on their backs. Lean against the tree, use all your life-saving skills, and stay alert. Hold on till dawn, and we'll kill them. In the Griffin Vulture Forest at night, they didn't dare to make any big noise. In the end, even if they could drive away the three bone-spurred birds, they had to withdraw from the competition. However, they couldn't figure out where the flying undead came from in the Griffin Forest. The point is, this undead is too mean. Soon, there will be something even more despicable waiting for them. Every half an hour, they were attacked by the bone spurs of the spurred birds. Not fatal, but very disgusting. These undead birds have no need to sleep at all, they just harass them tirelessly. This requires them to remain in a state of high mental tension at all times. They had entered this horned griffin forest at least a dozen times, and none of them had been so frustrating. Finally, at dawn, the three undead birds suddenly disappeared at the same time, as if they had never appeared. Fuck, I know it. This is someone else's summoned creature. Zhang Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, and he was obviously on the verge of going berserk. The other two were not much better, with panda eyes and a listless look. For a third-level Beastmaster, not sleeping for 1 or 2 nights is nothing. However, this highly tense and constantly alert state consumes several times more energy than usual and is simply unsustainable. Brother Chung, what kind of Beastmaster can summon 3 elite peaks at the same time? Stay alert, the other side will appear soon. Damn it, even if I'm out, I have to know who the other party is. On the other side, Xu Ming had a good night's rest and was full of energy. He was recharged and ready to work hard today. On you. Start. Summon with all your strength. Yes. Then, summoning arrays lit up one after another. After 3 waves, Han Yu's mental strength was exhausted. Xu Ming directly consumed 1 year of his lifespan to speed up her recovery. Originally, I would have recovered by just resting for a few days at most. There's no other way. The smallest unit of acceleration is 1 year, so Xu Ming can only be extravagant. However, it will not be wasted anyway, and the extra time can be used to cultivate the Blood Lich's mental power or study various skills. After a few rounds, all of Han Yu's 100 elite blood skeletons appeared on the scene. As for ordinary skeletons, they're not needed for the time being. Set off. Xu Ming asked Han Yu to command the army to advance in the front, while he followed behind with Dabai. Brother Chung, there seems to be movement ahead. I feel it. It seems like there's more than one person. I see. Rustle, rustle. At this time, more than 10 bone arrows shot over from a distance. Careful. Ding, ding, ding. Alu transformed into a violent bear, surrounded by an earth shield, and stood in front of the 2 men. This is his possessed beast, the earth bear's spirit. Then, they saw a scene they would never forget. A large number of blood-red skeleton soldiers appeared in the forest below. There are all kinds of soldiers, melee, ranged, and cavalry. The bone arrows just now were obviously their attack. Is this an invasion of the undead? This skeleton looks familiar. The blood-red skeleton. Isn't that the new student? Fuck, you told me that a super-level skeleton summoner can summon so many elite-level soldiers. Click, click, click. In addition to the army of skeletons below, the annoying bone spur bird is here again. And this time it was no joke. The firepower was full, and dense bone spurs shot down at the few people like raindrops. The reason why the bonethorn bird was not allowed to deal with them yesterday was because Xu Ming did not fall within the judgment range of the scorecard. If they surrender directly, the points will be wasted. As for now, they have entered the combat state. Even if they use the teleportation stone now, the points will belong to Xu Ming. Xu Ming wants to get first place, so naturally he cannot allow any accidents to happen. Chapter 55. Drag someone into the water, bait. Brother Chung, do you want to fight? Fight for nothing, retreat quickly. After saying that, Zhang Chung directly crushed the disposable teleportation stone. A white light flashed and left the spot directly. Afterwards, the other two followed him. Until the end, they didn't see Xu Ming's shadow. Although I had some guesses, I still didn't dare to believe it. This kind of thing is far beyond their understanding. If the undead Beastmaster is so awesome, then he should just contract with the undead summoner, form an army of one person, and summon thousands of troops. The problem is, even if you live for hundreds or thousands of years, it will be of no help against the long cultivation cycle of the undead. Moreover, if it weren't for Xu Ming's strong recovery ability, Hong Yu would not be able to do such an outrageous thing as fighting one against 100 people. Xu Ming, level 3, 1 star, ranking 2 points, 8. The sudden change in the points ranking instantly attracted the attention of everyone who was paying attention to the competition. Hey, why was Zhang Chung eliminated? What happened to Xu Ming? Why ask? Xu Ming killed Zhang Cheng's team. It's a fact that can be known with a little analysis. But why is it so outrageous? Didn't this guy just get promoted to level 3 not long ago? After finally getting through the night, the score is still 0. He must be hiding somewhere shivering. How did he kill 3 people in the blink of an eye? Soon, someone contacted Zhang Chung directly and planned to conduct a post-match interview. After all, he was originally considered one of the favorites to win the championship. Student Zhang Chung, may I ask how you were defeated by the freshman Xu Ming? Xu Ming, is it him? Yes, he got all your points. Could it be that you were defeated without even seeing him? No, what I meant is that our team fought a group of monsters for a whole night. By the next day, we were so exhausted that we were ambushed by someone. Zhang Chung reacted quickly. Damn it, I can't suffer this alone. I have to drag more people into this. Is that so? The interviewer clearly didn't believe it. If you don't believe me, let me show you what we look like. After saying that, Zhang Chung pulled 2 teammates together, took a group selfie, and sent it over. In the picture, the 3 people's eyes were bloodshot, more serious than those of people who have been staying up all night. Obviously, it is a manifestation of huge energy consumption. This situation can be explained by fighting all night long. It looks like you guys really went through a tough battle. Well, that guy's in the middle area of the Horned Eagle Forest. If anyone is interested, go and collect his points. The interview ends here. Soon, the content of the interview was also posted on the campus website. I didn't expect Xu Ming to be so courageous that he could reach the middle of the Horned Eagle Forest alone. Yeah, that really gave him the chance. Next, I just need to find a place to hide. Maybe I'll have a chance to make it into the top 10. Then you better hide well. From now on, many people who are ranked lower will probably go after this big fat sheep like him, As for Xu Ming, he also saw this content. I didn't expect this guy to be so good at flattering himself. However, Xu Ming would not refute anything. With this guy's endorsement, he turned from a big bad wolf into a little white sheep, attracting more students who wanted to take advantage of him, which was just right for him to gain some points and save him from having to search again. In this case, Xu Ming's strategy could be slightly adjusted. Let the team disperse and advance 2 kilometers ahead, and we will follow slowly from behind. Also, scout and keep an eye out for any human movements within a 5-kilometer radius. Xu Ming collected the crystal core, fur, and other materials of a 3rd-level monster and gave instructions to Hong Yu. As for the other flesh and blood, it was all refined into blood energy by the red jade and used for the transformation of the blood skeleton. Wherever the skeleton team passed, all the monsters were killed. In order to have enough storage space, Xu Ming specifically asked Shangren for a large space ring. Unfortunately, Shangbao did not come in, so he could not play the role of a lucky cat. Otherwise, Xu Ming would definitely search the place thoroughly for anything valuable. As for now, the lifespan of alien species has increased by nearly 1,000 years. There are more than 100 crystal cores and monster materials of various levels, which can be exchanged for a lot of spirit stones. Master, someone is coming. Hong Yu suddenly reminded. So soon, in heaven, send over some archers. Xu Ming, you don't seem to know that in this competition, within a 1-kilometer range, 2 scorecards will sense each other and enter a battle state. A boy's voice was heard in the air. You think I'm hiding? Xu Ming walked out from behind a big tree and saw the other party's flying beast clearly. Elite level peak unicorn eagle. No wonder they are so confident flying over the Griffin Forest. They feel like a family, right? I just don't know whether the horned eagle population here recognizes this relative. It is said that in this situation, the hatred value of the monster leader is even greater. Isn't it? You don't think a few crappy skeleton archers can shoot my unicorn eagle, do you? The boy said disdainfully. Russell, Russell. As soon as the other party finished speaking, several bone arrows flew straight towards the unicorn eagle. Chirp! Bone arrows approached rapidly, blocking all movement. The unicorn eagle flapped its wings and shot out several wind blades in an attempt to block. However, the archer's attack was too sudden, and one of the arrows hit the unicorn eagle's abdomen. Suddenly, blood spilled. Your skeleton is not extraordinary level, but elite level. The boy screamed in surprise and quickly raised his altitude. Xu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and was about to let the bone spur bird in front give chase. Suddenly, Xu Ming received a message from Hong Yu. Master, there's something wrong with this blood. What's the meaning? It feels like I've been demonized, but it's not as strong as the previous monsters. Moreover, ordinary people can hardly perceive it. Oh, no wonder you're so positive. Your feelings are directed towards me, not for the points. It doesn't matter what level my beast is. What matters is, man, you've been exposed. Xu Ming said loudly. What did you say? The boy, who was preparing to find a place to heal the horned eagle, asked vigilantly. I said, your horned eagle is infected with the abyss. Obviously, you are one of them, right? As for who the so-called they are, Xu Ming has no idea, but there must be an organization behind the scenes. What nonsense are you talking about? The boy was obviously a little panicked, but he was trying hard to remain calm. Xu Ming didn't need evidence, even if he just wanted to report it. Some things might be able to escape the ordinary people's perception, but they couldn't stand up to scrutiny. Chapter 56, Heavenly Demon Palace. I said, you are colluding with the abyss. Is that clear enough? Are you rushing here to hunt me down? Xu Ming didn't hide anything at all and just revealed everything to him. The boy's face turned red and white, and he was a little at a loss. He is only at the 3rd level, and his position in the organization is probably just a peripheral member. Xu Ming said this to cut off his retreat and fight him to the death. Demon Palace. At this time, Lu Tongxing's voice came from Xu Ming's communicator. Xu Ming, the 6th kid, had already dialed the principal's number. Principal, you heard it. This guy couldn't refute it, so he must have agreed. Ningzhua, Peak Level 3, B-Class Flying System. A local of Tian'an City. I will notify the city guards to investigate. No, I am innocent. When I contracted this unicorn eagle's egg, it was already contaminated, and I was also infected by the evil spirit. If I don't listen to them, I will become a useless person. Ningzhua in the air looked crazy and kept making excuses. Come out and accept investigation. If you resist, you can be killed. Lu Tongxing's words made Ningzhua fall into despair. Although he said he was forced, some things are done, and now it is hard to say whether it was forced or voluntary. Hey man, you heard it all. The principal has spoken. You should just go somewhere cooler. By the way, leave your points. Xu Ming's mean voice sounded at an opportune time. It's you, it's all your fault. As he spoke, Ningzhua summoned another flying beast to replace the unicorn eagle. As for the unicorn eagle, he ordered it to fly towards Xu Ming quickly, intending to knock a hole in him. Act recklessly. The principal has already given the order to kill, so Xu Ming naturally won't be polite. Ruby, I saw Hong Yu releasing a long blood thread, which extended all the way to the body of the unicorn eagle. Blood control technique. Afterwards, the unicorn eagle flew in the air like a puppet, allowing Hong Yu to manipulate it. The eagle turned its head and flew towards Ningzhua. One-horned eagle, wake up. The other flying beast stretched out its sharp claws to cut off the blood thread, but it was useless. As long as the opponent is still injured and bleeding, he will be controlled. Or the opponent attacks Ruby's body. Chirp! At this moment, the unicorn eagle let out a scream. Then, its body suddenly swelled violently. Boom! A loud bang echoed through the sky. The unicorn eagle exploded. The power of the explosion directly caused Ningzhua and another flying beast to be severely injured and fall to the ground. I can't die. With the last bit of will to survive, Ningzhua crushed the teleportation stone. However, what awaits him is definitely the investigation by the city guards. Kill the elite 9-star unicorn eagle and plunder the alien's lifespan of 29 years. Apparently, the demonization level of this unicorn eagle was not very high, so it was given the full reward. Perhaps, just as he said, he had fallen into the conspiracy of some heavenly demon palace. B-level talent is considered to be above average aptitude, but it's a pity that he was targeted. Principal, it's done. While reporting, Xu Ming put away the crystal core of the unicorn eagle. I heard you. What's going on over there? It doesn't seem like something an elite beastmaster could do. Don't worry, it's definitely elite level. It's just that it's the power of the entire elite unicorn eagle's blood exploding. By the way, what is the origin of the heavenly demon palace? Is it related to the abyss? That's about right. They worship the destroyer dragon and advocate that the abyss cover the entire world. Moreover, most of their beasts have a tendency to become demonic. It is even possible to directly contract with the abyss monsters. I'm being targeted by them. Should I be okay? It's okay. Their hall master is at most at the peak of the 8th level. Principal, it seems that you're only at the 7th level, right? Yes, but if he dares to enter the city, I will die in front of him and then drag him to be buried with me. The principal is awesome. It's not me who is awesome. It's the ancestors of the human race who are awesome. You mean Emperor Yin, Emperor Jian, and the others? Yes, if an 8th level warrior enters Daxia and slaughters people wantonly, the immortal execution sword spirit will still have some strength left. Let me guess. Is it the kind that is released once and then falls asleep for 1,000 years? That's about right. It's a recognized fact. It just depends on who dares to give it a try. Don't worry. The Heavenly Demon Palace has been hiding behind petty tricks for thousands of years and has only ever dared to resort to petty tricks. Speaking of which, they use the beast eggs to spread the pollution of the abyss. Isn't there any way to prevent it? If this continues, won't everyone be in danger? First of all, this kind of beast-controlling egg is also quite precious to the Heavenly Demon Palace. It is not something that can be thrown on the ground for people to pick up. Secondly, even if he contracted a polluted beast, it was not as serious as Ning's was said. If he was willing to pay a little price, there was hope that he could return to normal. Unfortunately, in short, you should be careful and don't make a contract with an unknown beast. All right. After saying that, Xu Ming hung up. I checked my score and it had reached 12 points. In addition to his own point, Ningzhuo also got 3 extra points, which now all belong to Xu Ming. However, even so, Xu Ming is not the first. The first place is Fangya, at the peak of level 3, with 15 points. Xu Ming had vaguely heard Shang Ren's analysis of this girl. She was recognized as the best among the 3 levels and seemed to have the ability to challenge the commander-level monsters. Ningzhuo's exit did not attract much attention. However, Xu Ming's points increased again, which made many people feel uncertain. What's wrong with this kid? He was lucky the first time or the second time. However, there were still a few people who did not believe in it and were still heading this way, and even formed a makeshift team. Instead of becoming a stepping stone for others without knowing why, it is better to give it a try. As for Fangya, they didn't dare to challenge her at all. No matter how weird Xu Ming was, he was just a newly promoted 3rd-level cultivator. He couldn't be so awesome, right? So, they really saw Xu Ming ascend to heaven. Xu Ming was seen standing on the back of an undead bone bird, actively welcoming their arrival. This undead creature was created by Hong Yu according to Xu Ming's idea. It has densely packed bones all over its body and is not at all like the other undead creatures. There was no way. Xu Ming felt uncomfortable with those spurred birds covered with barbs. Xu Ming tentatively called this skeleton creature the skeleton pung bird. It had almost no combat power and could only fly. Moreover, the chest cavity is hollow, so other types of skeleton soldiers can be transported. Are you here to see me? Standing on the skeleton rock, Xu Ming stood in the air and looked down at them. What the hell is this? Man, you're not even halfway there. Some people started talking to Xu Ming, while others took out their phones to start filming. Others are preparing to attack. Chapter 57. One-on-one or group fight. Enough of small talk. Do you want a one-on-one fight or a group fight? Xu Ming was too lazy to waste time. I don't think there's much hope in a one-on-one fight. If we team up temporarily, it will definitely be a group fight. Wait a minute, you guys fight first. I want to take a video. No matter who wins, I will surrender, okay? The person holding the phone quickly stepped back. Depend on. Forget it, it doesn't matter if he's missing. One less for left. Well, since you guys are the ones who want to fight, I won't be polite. As it spoke, the chest cavity of the skeleton pung bird opened and skeleton soldiers were dropped down one after another like dumplings. All of them are at the top elite level. 30 in total. However, They were all ordinary white skeletons. That's all for now. If you're not enough, add more. Let's get started. Xu Ming's tone was as if these were really a bowl of dumplings, and he would serve more after he finished eating. What are you doing? One student's eyes were glazed over before he even started to summon his beast. I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. The other one, who didn't believe in evil, directly summoned the beast and started attacking. Come out, hell, smoke tiger, jade scale snake, and bone-eroding giant lizard. The rest of the people, whether they believed it or not, also followed suit and summoned their own beasts. There are 4 people, with a total of 12 elite beast tamers. Although the number is more than twice as much, they are still beast tamers and enjoy the talent bonus of the beast tamer, so they are not impossible to fight. However, they soon discovered, it's like hitting a chicken feather. There's no way to hit it. In the sky, Hong Yu beside Xu Ming did not use any violent blood skills. She just waved her hand and put bone shields on the skeleton soldiers, which was enough to give the beast masters a hard time. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch hit the flesh, but it was the beast master who got beaten. As for the skeleton stick, there is no pain at all. There was no suspense in the battle. More than a dozen beast masters were beaten to the point of crying for their parents, and were finally taken back to the beast master space. Then, several people admitted defeat and turned in a white light and retreated, including the photography enthusiast. Judging from his expression, he definitely felt that he had earned his money back by being able to capture such a scene. 5 people gave Xu Ming 6 points, and it is not known who got 2 points. Anyway, Xu Ming is currently ahead of Fang Yu in points. Therefore, Xu Ming is not in a hurry to harvest points for the time being. After this battle, I guess no one will take the initiative to give away points. At this moment, just half of the time had passed, and the number of people had dropped sharply to less than 30. The remaining people had more or less experienced battles and had extra points in hand. The longer you survive, the higher your ranking will be and the more rewards you will receive. After wasting some time to collect points, Xu Ming planned to continue his mission of killing monsters. Soon, a video about Xu Ming was circulated again. Do you want to fight one-on-one or in a group? From here on, the style of painting gradually became weird. This is the skeleton summoner. Fuck, I've decided the next beast to be controlled will be the undead. Think twice, brother. I have a friend who contracted a female ghost and now has kidney deficiency. Fuck, there's a death knight upstairs? I'm so sorry. I told you I have a friend. I understand. It's not that the style of the comment section tends to become weird, but that no one can analyze the reason for this. Theoretically, unless Xu Ming has a large number of items that can be used by the skeleton summoner to restore his spiritual power, it would be difficult to achieve. Note, it is an item, not a soul power potion. After all, how can skeleton drink potion? Such things, even the lowest grade first-level bone spirit flower, are very valuable and can even be used to repair the soul of a beastmaster. The more advanced ones can be used to repair the beast taming space. Who would spend money on an item like this to restore the skeleton summoner's mental strength, just to summon a few more skeleton soldiers to show off? I can't figure it out. I can't figure anything out. There are too many mysteries surrounding Xu Ming. No matter which one, it is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Finally, everyone simply summed him up with the most common word, which is genius. The competition in the 3rd level secret realm is in full swing, and there is no suspense about the 2nd level. Moreover, Xiaofeng was far ahead with a score twice that of the 2nd place. The area of the 2nd level secret realm is much smaller than that of the 3rd level secret realm, and the main safety measure is to rely on human rescue rather than teleportation stones. Therefore, after entering the secret realm, most students try to find a hidden place to hide, and if they can't hide, they will just fight and be done with it. Xiaofeng did not go too deep, because the moment he entered the secret realm, he smelled a familiar scent, the scent of the abyss or that Xu Ming had taken out, and it seems to be more refined. However, he didn't see who released the substance. This kind of thing is relatively easy to deliver covertly as long as it is ground into powder. In an instant, Xiaofeng realized that there must be someone with ulterior motives here. Therefore, Xiaofeng did not go deep into the secret realm, but just checked the periphery of the camp one by one. Soon, a boy was found wandering nearby. The other party looked into the distance from time to time with an anxious look. What do you seem to be waiting for? Haha. I admit defeat and surrender, okay? You are a genius, but you are such a coward. The other party pretended to be calm and did not answer the question directly. After saying that, he planned to go straight back to the camp. When When passing by Xia Feng, a speck of dust was flicked out by him as if by accident. The moment it landed on Xia Feng's trouser legs, Xia Feng dodged it by twisting his body. Clang! The heavy sword was swung out instantly, and with a crack, the opponent's legs were broken. Ah! The other party rolled on the ground and screamed. At this time, no one summoned the beast to fight back. Soon, the other party's screams attracted the two guards responsible for the rescue. Seeing the person on the ground with bone spurs on both legs, he was secretly shocked. What deep hatred could lead to such a heavy blow? Contact your superiors. This person intends to spread abyssal matter and has evil intentions. As he spoke, Xia Feng took out a token with the word Xia printed on it. Summer. Abyss. The two guards did not dare to delay and reported immediately. As soon as Xia Feng finished speaking, the person rolling on the ground stopped screaming and stared at him with a pale face. The other party was so confident, it was obvious that he had expected it. This is a bummer. Isn't it just a very simple task? Just sprinkling some ash at the entrance to the secret realm would be a success, and sprinkling it on Xia Feng would be a great success. But in the end, after sprinkling for so long, nothing happened. After handing this little karami over to the other party, Xia Feng continued to investigate thoroughly. As a result, his points rose steadily, like a secret realm boss. As for the others, they just need to be responsible for hiding. Chapter 58. Collusion with the Heavenly Demon Palace, Single Challenge. While the secret realm assessment was being carried out, an investigation of the Heavenly Demon Palace was also being carried out simultaneously. Under the personal supervision of Tian'an Military Region Marshal Xiao Wushang, the City Guard and the Tian'an Advance Army acted simultaneously, with one side responsible for the investigation within the city, including Tian'an College and the City Guard. One side was responsible for the outside of the city, and followed the clues to find out several secret strongholds of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Old Zheng, Old Zhao, you have been in the college for decades, but you never come to chat with me. Lu Tongxing poured a cup of tea for each of them. If the principal wants to talk to us about something, just tell us. After that, I have something else to do in the department. Dean Zhao really cares about his students. Let me be frank. Why would you collude with the Heavenly Demon Palace and frame your own students? What is the principal talking about? Colluding with the Heavenly Demon Palace? Ridiculous. Once you leave here, you will be personally interrogated by Marshal Xiao Wushang. At this point, is there anything you can't say? Dean Zhao's face turned red, as if he had really been wronged. What about Lao Zheng? Don't you have anything to say? The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Since you have calculated me, I have nothing to say. Over the years, I have taught so many students. How many of them have been corrupted? You can check it out by yourselves. Old Zheng, if I remember correctly, your family members should have died in the monster riot planned by the Heavenly Demon Palace, right? They just went to the Abyss Plane. As long as this place becomes the Abyss, they will come back. As he spoke, waves of demonic energy from the Abyss gradually surged from Lao Zheng's body, and he fell into a delirium. A trace of sadness flashed in Lu Tongxing's eyes. Old Zheng, you are actually a running dog of the Heavenly Demon Palace? At this time, Dean Zhao reacted, and the surprise in his eyes did not seem to be fake. He quickly distanced himself from Lao Zheng. So you really aren't? I'm not. I was just used by him. Dean Zhao quickly denied it. Are you kidding? The Demon Palace is just rats in the gutter. Who would collude with them? Well, it seems that you are really just an idiot who has defected to the imperial capital. After saying this, without waiting for their reaction, Lu Tongxing directly detained the two men and sent them to the Tian'an military region for interrogation by the military. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what the school has discovered. From now on, all those involved will be subject to strict scrutiny. Although the Demon Palace can stir up trouble in the neighboring countries of Xia State, within the territory of Xia State, it is like a rat or cockroach in the gutter and cannot stand the light of day. The outside world seems calm on the surface, but in reality, there are undercurrents. As for the secret realm, it was really a turbulent situation. Xu Ming sat on the skeleton Peng bird, with Dabai and Hong Yu beside him, and below him was an army of thousands of elite skeletons led by 200 blood skeletons. There are dozens of bone-spurred birds and skeleton bats around as guards. Within one day, Xu Ming was like a swarm of locusts, killing the monsters here and making them cry for their parents. Even the commander-level monsters had to retreat and move around with their tribes. Xu Ming's alien lifespan soared to 10,000 years, and there were countless materials of all kinds. Hong Yu took the opportunity to use the absorbed blood energy to transform another 100 blood skeleton soldiers. However, Xu Ming also discovered fact. That is, the skeleton troops' movement speed was still too slow. Especially in forest terrain, it is very restricted. Originally, he planned to raid the lair of the unicorn eagle leader here, but the other party slipped away too quickly, and the skeleton archers only shot down a few elite minions, and then ordered the entire tribe to migrate, which was very slippery. The same is true for the other wind blade bird race, which is even faster than the unicorn eagle. One person can form an army, which is impressive indeed, but what ultimately determines the outcome is the cutting-edge combat power. Xu Ming's perception of this will not change. After returning and exchanging resources, it is time for Dabai to accelerate his improvement. During this period, in addition to the alien lifespan, a lot of skills were also plundered, such as resistance to binding, wood resistance, swamp resistance, and so on. In short, it's better than nothing, and now they are all entry-level. Buzz! Xu Ming swept through the horned eagle forest from one end to the other and cleared the area. When he was about to return home, he suddenly received a call from Shangrun. Brother, there's only half a day left. Stop playing. Don't worry. I know what's going on. Fanya, right? I'll go get her now. That's good. I thought you were kind to women. How is that possible? There is no woman in my heart. That's good. However, it is okay to not have a woman in your heart, but you cannot have one by your side. When you come out, we'll have some fun. Before Shangren could finish speaking, Xu Ming hung up. Then, I took a look at the latest news. Fanya has been staying on the Frost Plateau and has hardly moved. The key point is that some dogs are willing to give away points just to catch a glimpse of the goddess, but in the end they end up with nothing. Xu Ming sneered at this. Now, let me show you how I ravage your goddess. An excellent woman needs to be conquered by strength. Xu Ming had no interest in conquering Fanya. He was only interested in her points. Otherwise, if Shangren really went bankrupt, Xu Ming would feel bad. After confirming the direction, Xu Ming asked Hong Yu to send the skeleton army back to the undead plain, while he led the flying troops to fly towards the Frost Plateau. Fortunately, this is the deepest part of the Griffin Forest, and no other students saw the skeleton army, otherwise they would have been frightened to insanity. It is much easier to find people in the Frost Plateau than in the Griffin Forest. As long as they are not hiding in the cracks of the rocks underground, you can find them. Moreover, even if you hide underground, you can use the scorecard to determine your approximate location. As for Fanya, as the proud goddess of most boys, she naturally disdains to hide. Now, her points have reached more than 30, which is twice that of Xu Ming. Soon, Xu Ming found Fanya resting cross-legged at a place where ice and snow met less. The other person was wearing a thin shirt and jeans, but he didn't seem to feel the cold. On the contrary, Xu Ming honestly put on another layer of thick clothes. You're here. Are you waiting for me? Not really. I just thought you would come and challenge me. It's a pity that I'm too lazy to go through the woods. Otherwise, I would go find you. Well, do you choose a one-on-one fight or a group fight? Fanya remained silent. She had also seen Xu Ming's inhumane video. If she chose to be gang-fighted, 30 big men would definitely jump down from the sky. No, skeletons, and beat her up inhumanely. One-on-one. After saying that, Fanya stood up. She is not very tall and has a bit of a girlish temperament. I have S-level dual talents of ice and rock, and my combat power is not inferior to that of commander-level monster. You should be careful. As if in order not to take advantage of Xu Ming, Fanya took the initiative to speak. Chapter 59. You win. Assessment is over. Well, let's get started. As he said that, Xu Ming threw Dabai down from the air. Dabai bounced twice on the ground before he could stand firm. So cute. Hearts appeared in Fanya's eyes for a moment, but she quickly realized that she had a fight. Come out, dragon-horned ice lion. Roar. Won't your other beasts be on the field? There is also a spider as white as jade on Fanya's shoulder. No, didn't you say it was a one-on-one duel? All right. What Xu Ming meant was that Dabai picked her group. But since the other party has already said so, there is no need for Xu Ming to defend himself. This is fair. The battle begins. The dragon-horned ice lion has hair as white as frost, except for two twisted khaki dragon horns. With a spit from his big mouth, the ground in front of him was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. But it is as easy as walking on flat ground. Dabai, just do what you want. Don't be too harsh. Dabai nodded to show that he understood. Golden steel body, gale footwork, iron head skill. In an instant, Dabai turned into a shadow as fast as the wind and rushed towards the dragon-horned ice lion. What a fast speed. Fanya was shocked. According to previous intelligence, this iron-eating beast does not have such a fast speed. The other party also reacted very quickly. Ice shield, ice tornado, ice breath storm. However, Dabai has an affinity with the wind, so even if he moves against the wind, his speed does not decrease much. However, the frosty terrain and environment do have an impact on its speed. Bang! The ice shield shattered, and Dabai and the dragon-horned ice lion each retreated several meters. Swamp magic. Rock protrusion. At this moment, a khaki light flashed on the horns of the dragon-horned ice lion. Since the ice element doesn't work, then let's try the rock element. Apart from the flying-type beasts, in previous duels, this dragon-horned ice lion was enough to fight 1 against 3. Attack, defense, and terrain control are all available, and moreover, it is a dual system talent. However, meeting Dabai is like meeting his nemesis. Dabai doesn't have much other features, but it has sufficient defense and various resistances, and its main feature is that it can both carry and fight. Yin 2 pushed Dabai up to the sky, but Dabai was not hurt at all and was directly hit with a palm strike from the sky. Woo! Even though the dragon-horned ice lion had an ice shield and rock armor on its body, it still couldn't withstand the blow. It let out a wail and fell to the ground unconscious. You win. Fanya recalled the dragon-horned ice lion, looked at Xu Ming deeply, then crushed the teleportation stone and exited. As soon as Fanya withdrew, Xu Ming's points skyrocketed several times, and the points of all the others combined were not as high as his. Now the outside world went into an uproar. What the hell? What's going on? My goddess Fanya. There is definitely something fishy going on. Damn you, can you withstand the beating of more than 30 peak level 3 warriors? No matter what happened outside, there was still some time before the end of the assessment. So, Xu Ming started to sweep the Frost Plateau directly. Kill an elite 3-star Ice Wolf, and plunder the alien's lifespan for 23 years. Plundering skills, Frost Resistance, Iron Eater, and Blood Skeleton have already learned it automatically. Kill the elite 5-star Blizzard Bear and plunder the alien's lifespan of 25 years. Plundering skills, Cold Resistance, Iron Eater, and Blood Skeleton have already learned it automatically. Kill the extraordinary 8-star Frost Snow Rabbit and plunder the alien's lifespan of 18 years. Xu Ming attacked from high ground and attacked low. 7 or 8 blood skeleton archers on the back of the skeleton pung shot at them at the same time, and the elite monsters were killed instantly. Thus, the same scene in the Horned Eagle Forest was repeated, and countless populations of Snow Mountain monsters were driven down the mountain. With only 1 hour left, the teacher that Xu Ming had met before flew over on a unicorn eagle, looking at Xu Ming with complicated eyes. Stop it. Now, he finally remembered what Xu Ming had been worried about before. If there were no 4th-level guards here, the commander-level monsters that were chased everywhere by Xu Ming would have destroyed the camp at the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Teacher, what are you doing here? Could it be that you're also sent by some force to deal with me? Logically speaking, the other party should not interfere with the assessment. You are suffering for paranoia, right? You have caused chaos in the entire secret realm. Except for you, all other students were driven away by monsters and forced to retreat. The assessment is over. You can go out now. Real. Xu Ming was a little bit unconvinced. More than that, there's a feeling of wanting more. If I had known this earlier, I would have come here to sweep the Frost Plateau first. The monsters here are really kind and don't fight back or talk back. However, that's not necessarily the case. If I had come here first, the assessment might have ended earlier, just like it is now. Okay, stop wasting time. Damn it. My house is about to be demolished. In another 6 months, my contract will expire and I can go out and have fun. Don't come in and cause trouble for me again. This teacher, who usually had a mild temper, was directly broken down by Xu Ming gone. Oh well. At this point, Xu Ming could only say goodbye to these lovely monster crystal cores and furs. The only regret is that a commander-level monster was not killed. Those things are as smart as humans, and they run away so fast. After taking a look at the ranking list and realizing that he was the only one left, Xu Ming reluctantly left. Even a teleportation stone was saved. However, this thing is only useful here, and I can sell it for money later. There's no way. We're just too poor. Mainly, Dabai is a money-eating beast. No amount of spirit stones will be enough. If all these materials were sold, they should be able to exchange for tens of thousands of spirit stones. Adding in the dividends from Shang Run, it is estimated that they could buy a batch of third-level attribute metals. If you think about it from another perspective, Debai's advancement only requires sufficient materials, which is a very convenient advantage. As for why other beastmasters who bred iron-eating beasts failed, Xu Ming roughly summarized one point. That is, the order was reversed. Debai first consumed several decades of his alien lifespan to inject the black iron stone into his body, allowing his body to completely adapt to the metal, and then he began to officially eat iron. But other iron-eating beasts can never do this. If the iron-eating beast starts eating iron from the awakening level, it may cause irreversible damage, which has been described in some previous reports. So, now most people can only eat bamboo. As for how the ancient iron-eating beasts advanced to the first step, there is no reference information now, and Xu Ming is too lazy to look for it. Anyway, his biggest advantage is his Krypton life. He'll get angry with anyone who doesn't let Xu Ming survive. Even his future beast-taming plans will definitely rely on this aspect, and he must maximize the advantages of plugins. For example, for Hong Yu, the mutant skeleton summoner was its first opportunity, but it was Xu Ming who magnified it infinitely. Otherwise, it will always be just a small elite leader in the second-level secret realm. Chapter 60. What the hell? The Spirit of Fortune. After leaving the secret realm, Xu Ming did not see many students, but instead saw that the number of guards had doubled. Even outside the secret hall, the atmosphere in the school seemed a bit solemn, with many city guards patrolling. It looks like the final inventory has begun. I don't know what the specific gains are. Xu Ming didn't want to get into trouble, so just give him substantial benefits. So he took out his communicator to see how many military merits he had. When I calculated the resources I had before, I never included my military achievements. Because, deep down, Xu Ming didn't think of himself as a member of the military. Or, at most, he was an informant. He could take the reward, but forget about the other restrictions. He doesn't want to be stationed in one place all the time or be on call at any time. Xu Ming, editable. Rank, Captain, in Reserve, Tian'an Military Region. Military Merit, 51241. Click to redeem. Level, First level 8 stars, editable. Talent, F level, editable. Beast Tamer, Iron-Eating Beast, Peak of Spiritual Awakening, editable. Mission Status, Level 1 Confidential. Only those above the rank of Military Marshal are authorized to view the above information. Preparation means that you are still on a secret mission and can collect your certificate at any time later. Xu Ming. Damn it, what's going on? Am I not a non-staff member? How did I directly skip the soldiers and non-commissioned officers and become a full-fledged officer? Moreover, the confidentiality level of the mission status is even higher. As for other information, Xu Ming has not updated it. Only the Marshal can check it. What the hell? I always feel that bigger troubles will come to me. As for military merits, they mainly include exposing the conspiracy of the Heavenly Demon Palace, assisting in the capture of senior members of the Heavenly Demon Palace, assisting in the capture of low-level members of the Heavenly Demon Palace, etc. A series of arrest information, but the names are kept confidential. It's like Xu Ming worked as a middleman, and these scattered military merits were commissions, and the source anyway was with him. The military has been trying to uncover the Heavenly Demon Palace's activities here, and now they have finally found an opportunity. If Xu Ming exposed this information, he would definitely be put on the Demon Palace's must-kill blacklist. Walking on the campus, Xu Ming felt that the surroundings were unsafe, so he decided to go back to the dormitory first. Is this what it feels like to have done too many bad things? Bah, you are getting rid of harm for the people. Can you do good things without leaving your name? Hee, it's posted. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Xu Ming saw Shang Ren grinning foolishly. After this battle, Shang Ren became famous in the circle. However, everyone wanted to beat him up. I guess this business won't be able to continue at Tian'an Beast Taming Academy anymore. But I've made enough money. Shang Ren has captured almost everyone who had spare money to place a bet, and even many former graduates have joined in the fun. Each person doesn't lose much, but if Shang Ren the banker takes all, the total amount will be a lot. I say, you are the richest man of the nth generation. Why are you so excited over a few 100,000 spirit stones? Xu Ming took a bottle of drink to quench his thirst and asked casually, don't tell me that you work so hard to make money just to prove that you're qualified to inherit a multi-billion-dollar family business? Xu Ming was almost sick of listening to such a cliched plot. Well, no, but almost. We are brothers, so I will tell you. Didn't I say before that the merchant's ancestors left many fortune trees for their descendants? Those fortune trees were secretly protected in the private secrets of the merchants, forming a forest of fortune trees. No one knows when a spirit of fortune was born in it. The spirit of fortune? The spirit of heaven and earth. Well, I guess so. Anyway, all the younger generations of merchants are working hard for this now. Is this also how you earn money? Almost. Based on my experience over the years, I have a guess. The more wealth one earns through one's own ability, the more favor one will receive from the spirit of wealth. However, no one has ever succeeded. Moreover, there are no shortcuts. Asking others to give it to you, or relying on external forces to rob or steal, it will not work. No wonder. Xu Ming thought for a moment, but couldn't figure it out. He just felt that the various beasts in the world were quite magical. Then, he took out Shang Ren's large space ring. Take it. Give me the 5-element crystal core inside. Sell the rest. It seems that you have gained a lot. Shang Ren took the space ring and was stunned before he could finish his words. I made a mistake. I should have gotten you a bigger storage ring. Shang Ren sensed it and found it was full, and he murmured, We have almost plundered all the low-level ones, but it's a pity that the commander-level ones ran away too quickly. Otherwise, we could have gotten some. It's still the same as before. You help me exchange it for the 3rd-level wind attribute metal and the 3rd-level black jade iron ore. You also take your share. Don't be polite. Don't worry, I understand. By the way, where is Xiaofeng? It seems that he helped the city guards catch a few spies from the Heavenly Demon Palace and is assisting in the investigation. It seems that he has solved the big case. Didn't you see when you came here? Now the school is only open for entry, but not for exit because of this incident. Yeah, I see. Xu Ming nodded. Xiaofeng, a descendant of the Xiao family, should be able to shoulder this big pot. Snap! The door was wrenched open. Speak of Cao Cao, and he will appear. Xiaofeng's expression seemed to be quite relaxed, with a hint of pride. Xiaofeng, I heard that you have made great contributions. That's great. Not bad. Thanks to you for letting me sense that aura earlier. After entering the secret realm, I found that someone was playing tricks. Huh, you're welcome. Anyone can kill any member of the Heavenly Demon Palace. I didn't expect them to set their sights on the secret realm. Well, they seem to be looking for something in the secret realm, but I beat them up before they found it. Awesome, huh? What else can I look for? Look for those demonized monsters. The crystal cores had long been purified and swallowed by Xu Ming, and the rest were given to Shang Ren to exchange for money to buy iron. What a money-eating beast. Next, the 3 of them had a few drinks to celebrate and then went back to rest. Originally, according to past experience, the discussion should be more heated right after the assessment. However, this year is a little different. Many people discovered that their roommates, who they had been living with day and night, might actually be peripheral members of the Heavenly Demon Palace, who usually did not show their true colors at all. Moreover, some teachers and even the dean were called in for investigation, which shows the seriousness of the situation. Tianan Beast Taming Academy, Tianan City, and the entire Tianan military region have always been on the front line of fighting against alien races and are at odds with the Heavenly Demon Palace. Even this city has been infiltrated to this extent, not to mention other cities that are relatively lenient towards the Heavenly Demon Palace. A few years ago, some cities even openly promoted the idea of freedom to taming beasts and advertised that contracting demonized beasts could greatly enhance one's strength. However, this was quickly suppressed. It is enough to show that time can wear away everything, including the fear of the abyss. Chapter 61, The Storm Has Subsided. Follow your heart. The next day, Xu Ming was browsing some messages on campus when he heard Shang Ren knocking on the door. This is what you asked for last time, and this time the points are too many, so I will exchange all your points for the medals you asked for at school. There's still some left, plus the materials you gave me yesterday. I sorted them out and gave you all the crystal cores you need, and I will sell the rest later. Shang Ren is worthy of being from a family of merchants. He does things in an organized manner. Anyway, Xu Ming wanted to pack up all the materials and sell them by the kilogram. Whether it was calculating the maximum value or bargaining, it would be a life-threatening task. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Aha, thanks. If my Dabai doesn't eat iron, he will become thin and hungry. Now I really believe it. You really are feeding it iron as food. Awesome. After delivering the goods, Shang Ren withdrew. Next, he had to deal with Xu Ming's batch of goods. If he managed it well, he could make a small profit. In short, he is not motivated to do anything else and is only interested in doing business. Moreover, now relying on his own abilities, he is also gradually gaining recognition from some Chamber of Commerce managers. Xu Ming put the 5 pieces of lightning metal that he did not need for the time being, 3rd level lightning silver, into his small storage ring. There was also a 3rd level promotion potion worth 2,000 points, which was also collected. The rest, whether it is the 5 elements crystal cores or the 3rd level metals, are all Dabai's resources. Dabai, come out and eat. Dabai looked hopeless, and I knew it was this. However, every time I finish eating, I feel like I haven't eaten anything. Dabai, absorb and digest it well. I'll give you jade bamboo shoots as a reward when you're done. Xu Ming learned from the last lesson and decided to make a big plan first. Bing, consume 10 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration will consume a number of crystal cores and 13 3rd-level wind meteorite gold. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast was full of energy and put all its energy into absorbing the wind meteorite gold. In the 4th year, all the meteorite gold was absorbed. Skill Wind Affinity upgraded from entry level to perfect level. Skill Wind Step upgraded from mastery to perfection. In the 10th year, for the rest of the time, the iron-eating beast focused on absorbing crystal cores of various attributes. Skill Wood Resistance increased from entry level to master level. Skill Water Resistance increased from entry level to master level. Skill Ice Resistance increased from entry level to master level. The level of the Iron Eater has been upgraded from Elite 4 stars to Elite 5 stars. The Dragonhorned Ice Lion had already experienced the mastery level of Gale Footwork before, and the opponent couldn't even touch Dabai's shadow. As for the perfect level, I don't know who the next victim will be. Attack, defense, speed, all are perfect. As I said, it's a pity that there is no commander-level monster for Dabai to try his hand at. In a one-on-one fight, Han Yu couldn't withstand Dabai's palm. It can be said that the two have their own advantages and can be regarded as complementary. Han Yu's ability is quite comprehensive. As for Dabai, it is the ultimate single-target output. There is no need for a second palm against any enemy. That is its goal. For the 3rd beast, Xu Ming had to contract a beast for his own safety and self-protection. Otherwise, he would not dare to use Dabai at full power, for fear that Lao Lu would steal his beast. 3 days later, the turmoil caused by the Heavenly Demon Palace gradually subsided, and people could at least enter and leave the campus and attend classes as normal. Students don't dare to discuss such things casually. Now, the hottest topic is still about Xu Ming. Especially after Fanya, the undisputed #1 in the 3rd rank and the goddess of countless boys, personally admitted that it was Xu Ming who defeated her fairly and squarely. Xu Ming's fame reached its peak again. Xu Ming did not respond to this matter. Why would he do something that has no benefit? Is he free? The other one is the biggest contributor to the conspiracy of exposing the Heavenly Demon Palace. Some sources say it was Xiaofeng. If it weren't for him, many people would have died. For a time, Xiaofeng's reputation reached its peak. There was no way out. Several traitors who attempted to attack Xiaofeng were strictly followed by Xiaofeng in Xu Ming's instructions. They were directly crippled and carried out. Their brutality was shocking. Many students saw that scene. It is unlikely to say that Xiaofeng has nothing to do with this matter. What's more, Xiaofeng was originally the target of the Heavenly Demon Palace, so there was nothing to say about being killed in return. Anyway, Xu Ming is very satisfied with the current situation. Of course, Xu Ming would be more satisfied if his military identity was not forcibly assigned to the Tianan military region. I'll take you to see Marshal Xia. Don't be so depressed. Lu Tongxing couldn't help but scold. Until now, Lu Tongxing still believed that Xu Ming was sent by the Xia family. Such a genius, and a military man at that. Who else but the Xia family would be willing to send him here? Principal, is Marshal Xia a relative of Xiaofeng? That's a real question, but it's many generations away. Beast masters who live longer, perhaps for hundreds of years, can become ancestors. Whether Xu Ming is willing or not, he is the person that the Marshal of the Tianan military region has designated to meet. With a flash of light and shadow, Xu Ming found himself on top of a city wall. The walls are also inlaid with densely packed crystal core cannons. In the world of beast taming, there are hot weapons, but there are no ordinary firearms. One shot from this crystal core cannon is enough to vaporize a commander-level monster. Not far away, there stood a figure in black uniform, gazing at the wilderness and forest outside the city. Marshal Xia, Xiaolu, let me talk to him alone for a while. Then I'll send him back. Okowo. As he spoke, Lu Tongxing winked at Xu Ming, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Xiaolu, Xu Ming looked at Marshal Xia, who looked like a middle-aged man, and then thought about the principal with white hair and beard. Once you reach the 8th level, you can also regain your youth. 8th level. The 8th level, the corresponding beast rank, is the demigod level. Marshal Xia, what conditions are needed to advance to the 7th and 8th ranks? It shouldn't be potions, right? You dare to think so. However, it's useless to think about it now. Let's live to this time first. Do you know what I thought when I first noticed you? So, when did you notice me? After your skeleton emerges. I guess you would want to kill me, thinking that I'm also a member of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Yes, I've been in contact with the Abyss for so long, I know too well about monsters with such strange characteristics. So what now? You're not from the Heavenly Demon Palace, nor from the Xia family, nor from the Tianan Beast Taming Academy. So who are you anyway? Xu Ming was silent for a moment, then said, Of course I'm a native of Tianan City. I am now affiliated with the Tianan military region and have the rank of captain, right? At this moment, Xu Ming was very happy. Chapter 62. Breaking into the Heavenly Demon Palace? The Necronomicon. Yes, you are indeed from my Tianan military region. I thought you would be very resistant to this identity. Xu Ming wanted to resist. But if you don't accept this identity, you will become an illegal resident. Don't worry, I won't ask you too much. A genius without secrets and adventures is not a genius. Thinking back to when I was at the 2nd level, I picked up a dormant ancient black dragon egg. I must have felt the same way as you did at that time. I really miss it. Marshal Xia, what do you want me to do? I'm just a rookie at the 3rd level. Xu Ming was sure that this guy had no intention of taking his life for the time being, so he asked directly. Nothing much, I just wanted to talk to the young people of today. If there is anything I want to say, it's that I hope you will keep up the good work and show your genius. Then what? Guess. You don't want me to break into the Heavenly Demon Palace, do you? Xu Ming could only guess the best. Fuck, is that true? In front of this 8th rank military marshal, Xu Ming directly cursed. Damn, this is really impossible. It's more dangerous than you breaking into the Heavenly Demon Palace. I suspect that there are spies from the Heavenly Demon Palace among the military marshals. Xiao Wushang answered directly. So, if that's true, when I came into contact with the Heavenly Demon Palace, that was when I was exposed, just to verify your conjecture. The more Xu Ming thought about it, the more he felt that this thing was unreliable. Not to mention the distant past, I have already left behind many clues that I belong to the military, which cannot withstand investigation at all. That's about it. It doesn't matter whether those clues are exposed or not. Anyway, you just need to keep acting in a high-profile manner. They dare to lure and drag even military marshals into the water, so they don't care about your military identity. Even if you openly say that you're one of my soldiers, it doesn't matter. Judging from Xiao Wushang's tone, it seems very certain that there is a traitor from the Heavenly Demon Palace among the military marshals. It is even possible that we have already guessed who it is, but there is no evidence. Then I can just play freely? Xu Ming asked tentatively. This task seems to be there and not there. It seems that there are no restrictions, but it feels like a knife is hanging over your head at any time. Well, I told you to keep doing what you're doing now. Don't feel any pressure. Just treat everything I just said as a joke. Are you kidding? This won't do. How can you just play with your own life? Marshal Xia, such a dangerous mission must have some funding. Just give me 1,000,000 or 800,000 military merits to spend. There's no such thing as genius or not. It all depends on the resources. Xiao Wushang was left speechless by Xu Ming. 1,800,000 military merits? How about I just give you the position of marshal? You need to earn military merit yourself. I can't just give it to you. How about giving you a chance to contract with the Dragon Clan? Xu Ming, to be honest, Marshal, Xiafeng has already said that he will give me a chance. Can one person contract 2 dragons? You're dreaming, brat. Although you may not succeed, you probably won't want another chance. Since you have an undead, even a completely abyssal undead, I will give this to you. As he spoke, Xiao Wushang took out a book that emitted a black light. Book Spirit. Xu Ming was on top and had a familiar feeling. Well, it's a dead book spirit, or you could call it dead book. At the beginning, a kid from the one family had a sudden idea to combine the power of book spirits and undead spirits, and ended up driving himself crazy. I killed him, and the Necronomicon has been in my hands ever since, and only the undead can use it. The one family has been trying to get it back from me, but I told them to get lost. Good stuff. Xu Ming knew that this thing was worth a lot of money without touching it. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, the other party took it back. If an ordinary person touches this, He will be weak for 3 months if he doesn't die. Afterwards, Xu Ming directly summoned Hong Yu out. Xiao Wushang looked Hong Yu up and down before handing the Necronomicon to it with satisfaction. Yes, yes. This aura of the abyss that gathers and persists. People would believe it is the direct bloodline of the demon dragon. You can even use this opportunity to become a high-ranking official in the Heavenly Demon Palace. While asking Hong Yu how she felt about the Necronomicon, Xu Ming replied, "Are you really not afraid that I am from the Heavenly Demon Palace? Maybe you think this is a simple matter, but without you, Xiaofeng might really die in that secret realm. Although the chances are slim, he is the one who has the greatest hope of truly awakening the sword spirit of Zhu Xian in the past 1,000 years. Once he succeeds, all the Heavenly Demon Palace and 10,000 Demons Cave will be gone. Do you think the people from a Heavenly Demon Palace would take the initiative to expose such an arrangement? What's more, your qualifications are better than Xiaofeng's. If I were the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Palace, I would just take you back and train you as my successor. Why would I take such a big risk? All right, Master, there is a strong aura of the dead inside, which is enough for me to advance to a higher level. Moreover, this is a piece of equipment that nourishes the undead." At this time, Xu Ming also received feedback from Hong Yu. Hearing this, Xu Ming was relieved. Marshal Xia was quite generous and would not write a blank check. He was not stingy with the benefits that should be given. Originally, Xu Ming was still struggling over whether to advance Hong Yu through skeleton enhancement or blood energy enhancement, but now he doesn't have to choose. Using the Necronomicon to advance is no worse than any other way. All right, I just wanted to see the younger generation, but ended up losing a quasi-7th level treasure. I'm at a big loss. I'll send you back now. What if the one family asks me for it too? Get them out. Awesome. Xu Ming finally realized that this was a reward specially given to him. However, a quasi-7th level treasure is indeed generous. At the 7th level, even a strand of hair or a piece of bone is a rare material. Moreover, sometimes you can use Xiao Wushang's banner. Throat. At this moment, a dragon roar interrupted Xu Ming's thoughts. What caught his eye was a huge black dragon head facing the city wall, and its eyeball was several times larger than Xu Ming's. Let's go. As he spoke, Xiao Wushang grabbed Xu Ming and landed on the black dragon's back the next second. Then, the black dragon flew into the sky and reached a height of tens of thousands of meters in an instant. The people below had no idea that there was a black dragon flying above their heads. As he got closer to the college, Xu Ming had a bad feeling. Finally, the black dragon stopped at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and Xu Ming could already see the buildings of Tianan Beast Taming Academy. We are here. You can go down by yourself. I will not go down. Xu Ming, I knew this would happen. Then, Xu Ming jumped directly off the black dragon's back. This time, he was much calmer. He kept his eyes open and watched himself getting closer and closer to the ground. Soon, many students below saw Xu Ming falling from the sky. Hi. Chapter 63. 5 Schools Competition, Disaster Abyss. Principal, can you please not wait until the last second every time? In the principal's office, Xu Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although I knew I would not die, I was still a little scared. Oh, you seem to be having a lot of fun. From your tone, do you think you want to play some more? Hee, I will contract a flying beast myself in the future, Xu Ming said through gritting his teeth. If that happens, you won't have that thrill anymore, and it will be less fun. Just like me, I can go anywhere in an instant, but I have lost the mood to travel around. Okay, what you said makes sense. Then, Principal, can you give me the reward for being the first in the 3rd level? Due to the turmoil in the Demon Palace, there was naturally no award ceremony, and Xu Ming was not interested in it. You'll need 20,000 points or an item of equivalent value. It looks like what you want is not on the redemption list. Well, then a 4th level promotion potion, Xu Ming said casually. You're only at level 3, 1 star, and you're already thinking about level 5? You must be mistaken. What you need is the 3rd level promotion potion. I have the 3rd level one. How many? 1. Xu Ming answered as a matter of course. The success rate of a one-time promotion to the 3rd level is only 50 to 60. You'd better not expect to succeed every time. It's okay. The 3rd level ones are easier to get, but the 4th level ones are not that easy. Xu Ming has made up his mind and will not change it. Okay then, I'll help you change one. Lu Tongxing didn't force him to do so, as it was not an important matter. By the way, Principal, last time you said you needed my help with something, what was it? It's rare that you still remember. Of course. The principal's business is my business. Xu Ming would naturally not forget. After all, from Lu Tongxing's tone, there seemed to be clues about the spirits of heaven and earth, so Xu Ming must remember it. There was the spirit of empty shadow and the spirit of fortune, which made Xu Ming feel itchy. They're all things that can be heard but not touched. Lu Tongxing was too lazy to expose Xu Ming and said directly, "At the end of the year, the 5-school competition will be held in the imperial capital. I hope you can participate. It's not enough to participate. You have to win, right? Generally, there will be an individual competition for the 3rd and 4th levels, and then a team competition. The scores of individual competition and team competition each account for half, and then the ranking is based on the total score. Our goal is to be in the top 3 in total score. Aim so low. Low? You don't know what kind of monsters those are. Each one of them has an S-level talent and has a record of challenging higher-level monsters. If Fanya is sent there, she will probably only be ranked last in the 3rd-level individual competition, not to mention the team competition. So you want me to participate in the 3rd-level competition? Well, the candidate for the 4th level is one of your brothers. With the 2 of you, we won't get 0 in every competition. We still have a good chance of entering the top 3. What if it doesn't go in? Then I can finally retire, and this school will become a #1 affiliate. So serious? Xu Ming also had some knowledge of the beast tamer schools in the entire Xia Kingdom. The so-called 5 schools, except for Tianan and Imperial Capital Beast Tamer School, which were named after cities. There are also Baijian Academy, Elemental Academy, and Hanhai Academy. The specific characteristics can be seen from the name. As for other smaller local colleges, there are also quite a few, but the gap is quite large compared with the 5 schools. Tianan College is able to rank among them entirely because of the fame earned by generations of predecessors through their own strength. If Tianan College were to be downgraded to a vassal state, naturally no one would be willing to accept that. The specific situation is very complicated. There are calculations from the upper echelons, and there are also problems with the Tianan Beastmaster Academy itself. In short, I don't want this school to be humiliated in my hands. Okay, I understand. Xu Ming thought for a moment and nodded in answer. He is quite confident in the 3rd-level individual competition. As for the 4th level, he didn't dare to guarantee it since there was no contract with the 3rd beast. After all, in the subsequent battles, the Beastmaster himself is also a key factor in victory or defeat. No matter how powerful your beast tamer is, if someone else takes it away from you, you're doomed, right? Moreover, according to the principle, you can only participate in one event at the 3rd or 4th level, so the score for winning will be the same no matter which one you win. Then, it's the team competition. Xu Ming naturally wouldn't ask such a stupid question as what's the use of forming a team of level 3 and level 4. Not to mention that those 3rd-level beasts are all S-level talents, more or less able to challenge higher-level beasts. Sometimes a good auxiliary beastmaster can multiply the combat power of an offensive beastmaster. Okay, I'll take this job. After saying that, Xu Ming looked at Lu Tongxing with burning eyes. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise to you. As for whether you can find it, it depends on your luck. As he spoke, Lu Tongxing grabbed Xu Ming's arm. Then, the 2 of them disappeared at the same time. The sky is grayish-white and the earth is dark red. Rivers, mountains, forests, grasslands, rocks, clouds, everything follows this color division. For a moment, Xu Ming thought he had arrived in hell. However, looking around, there were no other living creatures except Lu Tongxing beside him. There was not even any sound. The dark red rivers flow quietly. Principal, where is this place? The 3rd secret place of the school. Isn't the school's 3rd secret realm a 4th level, difficult level? Xu Ming still remembers that he had specifically looked up information and planned to conduct a thorough investigation. Well, that's information from 20 years ago. That's not right. If it's a 4th level secret realm, how did you get in? That's what I'm saying. This is a real abyss of disaster. After the disaster breaks out, all the creatures inside will die, and there will be no level restrictions. The abyss of disaster. Xu Ming felt a chill all over his body. I looked around again. Is the purpose of the Demon Palace to turn the outside world into this? 20 years ago, when there were signs of a disaster here, I directly used a huge amount of spatial power to move the entire secret realm to the center of the earth. All the demonized creatures were burned to death outside. Even if they're not burned to death, they will eventually run out of vitality and cannot get out anyway. Marshal Xian knew about this and did not pursue it. The center of the earth, in a sense, This place is really no different from hell. If Lu Tongxing left Xu Ming in here, Xu Ming would be trapped here to death. Principal, are there spirits of heaven and earth here? This is what Xu Ming cares about most. According to Shang Run, the spirit of wealth in his family was born in the Fortune Forest. This is the abyss of disaster. It is impossible for the spirit of disaster to be born here, right? Chapter 64, Top Secret Files. Do you remember what I told you about how my shadow spirit came about? You mean accidentally entering a space crack? Is it possible? Yes, there's one more thing, which is the spatial crack in the abyss of disaster. Xu Ming. Damn, it's not that fooling. If Xu Ming was a little more stubborn, he might really try to drill into the space crack in the future. In the abyss of disaster, all life is cut off and the rules are in chaos. However, it is slowly reshaping itself. In a few thousand or tens of thousands of years, maybe there will be a chance for life to be restored. In this sense, the purpose of the Heavenly Demon Palace, to destroy the world first and then restart it, is really possible to achieve. Principal, stop joking. The world is fine now. Why do we need to restart it? We'll be better after the restart. That's why the Heavenly Demon Palace has become a gathering place for lunatics. I've gone off topic, so I guess that maybe some spirits of heaven and earth will be born here, and everything depends on luck. This is a bit unreliable. Then do you think that the merchant's mission to accumulate wealth by making money and then obtain the spirit of wealth is reliable? It's a bit metaphysical. That's all. At least I have a successful example. You can try it slowly. There are still more than 2 months left. If it doesn't work, I'll compensate you with a beast spirit to control the beast. Okay, forget about the beast spirit. At worst, I can just contract with the Dragon Clan. Just keep it in mind. I'm leaving now. There's no danger here. I'll come in to see you every 3 days. Well, next time you come, please ask Shangren how my material acquisition is going. I'll just practice in seclusion during this period of time. Very good. This is what a genius should be like. Your achievements are not obtained for nothing. Lu Tongxing praised him and left. Xu Ming touched his nose, feeling a little awkward even though there was no one around. Practice? It's useless to practice. Inside the marshal's barracks of the Tianan military region, Xiao Wushang sat behind the desk working, while Xiao Feng stood in front of the desk, waiting quietly. After a while, Xiao Wushang finished his official business. Don't be shy, take a seat. Thank you, Marshal. This is a military camp, so Xiao Feng cannot call the other party uncle. I'll let you enter Tainan to study, not only to get you away from the troubled capital, but also to use you as bait. I hope you don't blame me. No, I can understand. Besides, I have gained a lot here in Tianan. Friend, yes, I can feel that Xu Ming doesn't care about my identity and background and treats me with sincerity. Moreover, it is because of him that Well, I know. Since we are friends, we should cherish each other. There are not many people who can be friends of the Xia family. As for the rest, it is your contribution, so just accept it. I will also reward and punish Xu Ming accordingly. Okowo. Xiao Feng felt that there seemed to be a deeper meaning behind Xiao Wushang's words, but it was not something he could ask about. The following conversation was mostly just Xiao Wushang teaching, and Xiao Feng had no choice but to listen carefully. Even so, it is an opportunity that many members of the Xia family, both contemporary and previous generations, have longed for. Being able to show your face in front of the ancestor will make your status in the family rise sharply. After chatting for a while, Xiao Wushang let Xiao Feng go back. In front of him was a top-secret file of Xu Ming, suspected to be an orphan left behind in Tianan City before the death of the previous saint of the Heavenly Demon Palace. To a certain extent, he is immune to the influence of the Abyss aura and can perfectly contract with demonized monsters. If Xu Ming knew about this, he would definitely jump up and down and curse. Damn it, for such a dangerous mission, a quasi-7th level treasure is not enough. Unfortunately, Xu Ming didn't know. He was just wandering around bored. No, it is sitting on a skeleton bird and wandering around. On you, is there anything in here that you can use? Xu Ming asked the blood lich beside him. After being equipped with the Book of the Dead, Hong Yu exuded a chill all over her body, which was an irrepressible and rich aura of the dead, even darker than the most place. Although Hong Yu cannot advance for the time being due to Xu Ming, her overall strength is improving every moment under the nourishment of this undead aura. The blood energy here is relatively thin, and the Abyss aura is also relatively weak and is still weakening. If you waste time absorbing it, it may not be worth it. However, The power of death is still quite strong. Master, you can search to see if there are any skeletons of higher level creatures. Oh, what's the use? Xu Ming never had the time to inquire about the specific capabilities of the Necronomicon. The Book of the Dead can now give me two skills. One is to awaken the dead, to call back the souls that have recently died and communicate with them. The other is undead slavery, which enslaves two undead according to the user's race and stores them in the Necronomicon. Currently, the highest level that can be stored is the king level skeleton. However, due to my level limit, the monarch level is the limit of my control for the time being. The monarch level beast tamer corresponds to a 5th level beast tamer. However, it would be meaningless if one could only enslave commander level ones. What's the point of Xu Ming having a toy that Dabai can break with one palm? Very good. Finally, there's something to do. I can't go back empty-handed. As he spoke, Xu Ming ordered the skeleton Peng to lower its altitude and fly close to the ground, making it easier for Han Yu to sense the corpse underground. To be honest, Xu Ming didn't have much hope of finding some spirit of heaven and earth in here. Isn't this really like looking for a needle in a haystack? Looking for a needle in a haystack, at least you're sure there is a needle. Xu Ming is not sure whether there is what he wants here, so he can only wander around aimlessly. Now, at least there is a bit of purpose. 2 days later, Xu Ming had already toured most of the secret ruins. The terrain of his secret place is a large plain, divided into 2 halves by a long river. The source of the river should have been a white snow-capped mountain, but now it is all dark red. When he returned to the original place, he found not a single hair of the spirit of heaven and earth, but he did find quite a few skeletons of monsters. The color of these bones is dark red, as if they were poisoned. However, Xu Ming knew that this was the characteristic of demonization. There were more than 10 corpses, all of which were at least commander-level monsters. Han Yu was too lazy to lead the way to dig for those below the commander level. Among them, the most powerful are 2 monarch-level skeletons. Moreover, their bodies were entangled together, as if they were trapped here and fought violently, and then died together. The fierceness of the battle was evident from the cracks and fragments on the bones. If it weren't for the skull, Xu Ming wouldn't have known what kind of monster these fragments belonged to. Without a doubt, these 2 monarch-level skeletons are the main course. The others are used to repair them. Chapter 65, 2 Monarch Class. Let's get started. If there are 2 more Monarch-level fighters next, it will undoubtedly be another powerful trump card. Han Yu walked to the center of the pile of corpses, holding the Necronomicon in her hand, and reading silently. Then, the originally silent surroundings suddenly became filled with a howling wind, and the faint wails of the dead could be heard. Undead enslavement. In an instant, a gray mist flew out from the Book of the Dead and landed on the pile of skeletons. It seemed as if an invisible pair of hands were picking and sorting the pile of bones, not letting go of even the smallest bone fragments, and quickly finding all the bones of the same origin. Finally, all the selected bone fragments automatically float in the air and begin to be freely spliced together. Soon, a mammoth skeleton about 6 or 7 meters tall and 20 meters long was assembled. However, the tusk was broken and had cracks all over it. Some parts were shattered and had pits all over them, so it was definitely impossible to collect the bone meal. Even so, the cold soul fire flashing in the empty eye sockets still showed that this guy was a living undead creature. Only the Monarch class can achieve such a large size, and it is the best among the Monarch class. When it was alive, it could probably crush those commanders to death with just 1 foot. It was the undisputed monarch of a region. Han Yu did not rush to repair the cracks and holes on this guy's bones, but instead cast undead slavery again. It would be impossible to enslave 2 monarch-level undead creatures with elite strength without the help of the Necronomicon. Even so, by the time the spell was finished, Han Yu's mental strength was on the verge of exhaustion. Xu Ming directly consumed 1 year of the alien's lifespan to restore it. Another monarch-level undead was a giant skeleton eagle, slightly smaller than the skeleton mammoth, but equally large if its wingspan was fully extended. In short, he was a dominant monarch during his lifetime. Moreover, if they had not been affected by the demonization of the abyss, the 2 would not have fought to the death and died together. In hand-to-hand combat with the mammoth, the giant eagle obviously gave up its biggest advantage. Master, the combat power of these 2 may only reach the commander level now, which is far from the peak. They need to be nurtured by the Book of the Dead and spend time to repair them. Can the peak be reached in life? Not necessarily. The skills they had when they were alive cannot be used, but they have the undead characteristics of the undead race, and each has its own advantages. However, given enough time, they can all reach the pinnacle of the monarch level. Well, that's all. It's just time. What I have the most is time. You prepare yourself. Yes. Consume 100 years of lifespan to speed up the growth of the Blood Lich. This time, the acceleration was enhanced by the treasure, the Book of the Dead, and consumed a number of commander-level skeletons. Accelerating. In the 20th year, the Blood Lich spent 20 years, with the help of the Book of the Dead, turning the skeletons of the commander-level monsters into bone powder essence, which was used to repair 2 monarch-level skeleton undead. During the process, the Blood Lich's understanding of skeleton creation was slightly improved, and he mastered the creation of skeleton mammoth and skeleton giant eagle troops. The combat power of the skeleton mammoth and skeleton giant eagle has initially reached the lowest level of monarchs. In the 100th year, the Blood Lich spent the rest of the time channeling the undead aura in the Necronomicon to nourish the 2 monarch-level skeleton undead. The combat power of the 2 monarch-level skeleton undeads reaches monarch level 3 stars. During this process, the upper limit of the Blood Lich's spiritual power was increased. Acceleration ends. Xu Ming did not continue immediately, but frowned and carefully conveyed his thoughts to Hongyu. Hongyu, do you feel like you're being spied on? Just at the moment when he was accelerating Hongyu, Xu Ming seemed to feel someone's gaze. However, it was fleeting. Master, I didn't pay close attention. Yeah, it's okay, just keep an eye out for it later. Xu Ming took out the communicator and took a look. He didn't expect that there was still a signal inside. You know, this is the center of the Earth. Perhaps it has something to do with the secret realm. Hey, Principal, are my things ready? Just to remind you not to forget. You little brat, I've lived for over 100 years, and this is the first time I've been ordered around like this by a student. Wait, I'll send it to you after I finish my schoolwork. All right, these are the training resources for my iron-eating beast. Whether I can reach the 3rd level of invincibility depends on these. I know, don't worry, kid. After saying that, Lu Tongxing hung up. There was a lot of noise over there, as if they were having a meeting or something. Although Xu Ming believed that it was most likely not the principal who was secretly observing him, it was still better to confirm it. If Xu Ming is really the only one here, then what other creatures could be there? The only clue was that Xu Ming vaguely felt that he was being glanced at, which might have been an illusion. Hongyu, pay attention when it's over. Consume 100 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the Blood Lich. This acceleration is enhanced by the treasure, the Book of the Dead. Accelerating. In the past 100 years, the Blood Lich has focused on nurturing 2 monarch-level skeleton undead, and his understanding of the power of the undead has also become more in-depth. The levels of the skeleton mammoth and skeleton giant eagle have both reached monarch level 5 stars. Acceleration ends. Master, I feel it. Without waiting for Xu Ming to ask, Hongyu took the initiative to answer. Well, I also confirmed that it was not an illusion. There really was something there. Xu Ming's heartbeat quickened. If there are no other messy creatures here, then it is most likely the spirit of heaven and earth. Damn, the principal is actually reliable. Awesome. He is worthy of being a man who dares to drill into the space crack. However, I have to ask Lu Tongxing again for details. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Next, Xu Ming did not do anything else. He sat on the undead Peng again and carefully toured the entire secret realm. What can be confirmed is that no traces of any living creatures were found. That feeling of being watched never appeared again. It seems that this only happens when Xu Ming uses his lifespan to accelerate. The next day, Lu Tongxing delivered the medal that Xu Ming wanted. Principal, please tell me more about the characteristics of the spirits of heaven and earth. I feel that there may be something in it. Really? Lu Tongxing's expression was even more shocked than Xu Ming's. Ahem. What I mean is, no one can say for sure about this stuff. It varies from person to person. For example, the secret realm of the disaster abyss that I entered was also an accident. It was full of space turbulence and space cracks. This means that the spatial rules inside are being reshaped, leading to the birth of the spirit of Sky Shadow. For example, the Xia family's Zhuxian sword spirit can also be regarded as the spirit of heaven and earth, but it was born on a sword tomb. The spirit of heaven and earth is hard to be born and even harder to contract. Moreover, it is possible that it is impossible to contract at all. Even if a contract is made, it may not necessarily provide a fundamental qualitative change. Don't force it. Yes, I know. Chapter 66 appears. Rules. Lu Tongxing left, and Xu Ming muttered to himself. Vaguely, he felt that he seemed to have grasped the key points and essence. Space, sword, intent, fortune. So, what is the bug in Xu Ming that can attract the attention of the spirits of heaven and earth? Of course it's time. Xu Ming had a vague guess before, but now he dared to confirm it further. The abyss of disaster, the ruins of secret realms, everything is being reshaped. Among them, the most easily overlooked point is time. Because time is invisible and intangible, even if the flow of time here is a few minutes or seconds faster or slower than that of the outside world, it is not easy to detect. Moreover, who could have imagined that the spirit of heaven and earth related to time would be hidden here? From ancient times to the present, time has always been the biggest mystery. So, now there's a problem. The other party can sense the acceleration of time happening to Hong Yu. This is Xu Ming's biggest cheat and also his biggest secret. If the contract can be successfully concluded, that's fine. But if it can't be concluded, for example, if the principal had not contracted the void shadow spirit at the beginning, he would have offended the other party or something. I guess the principal is doing unprotected bungee jumping at an altitude of 10,000 meters every day. Xu Ming originally envisioned that no matter what beast he contracted next, he would be able to use the lifespan acceleration plugin to maximize its growth. But he never thought that his most core secret would be discovered before the contract was signed. Is it still not too late to stop now, or continue? Damn it, I'm not afraid of anything. I'll just do it. Finally, Xu Ming made a decision. An opportunity like this may not come once in a lifetime, and if you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Ruby, continue. Xu Ming summoned Hong Yu. Now he had no other choice but to rely on his previous experience. Consume 200 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the Blood Lich. This acceleration is enhanced by the treasure, the Book of the Dead. Accelerating. In the past 200 years, the Blood Lich has focused on nurturing 2 monarch-level skeleton undead, and his understanding of the power of the undead has greatly improved. The Blood Lich has mastered the skill, Awakening of the Dead, entry-level, which can be performed without the help of the Necronomicon. The levels of the Skeleton Mammoth and Skeleton Giant Eagle have both reached Monarch Level 8. Acceleration ends. Chant. At this time, Xu Ming vaguely heard a chirping sound coming from the surrounding, with a feeling of slight satisfaction. Unfortunately, the other party still did not show up. It's okay, come again. Anyway, Xu Ming still has plenty of life left. The hundreds of years that have been spent are just a fraction of it. However, Xu Ming really experienced how slow the undead upgraded. It took hundreds of years for them to be upgraded to the 8th-star Monarch. Not to mention a 5th-level Beastmaster. Even a 6th-level Beastmaster would probably have been outlasted. Consume 200 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the Blood Lich. This acceleration is enhanced by the treasure, the Book of the Dead. Accelerating. In the 83rd year, the levels of the Skeleton Mammoth and the Skeleton Giant Eagle both reached Monarch Level 9 stars. However, since some of their bone gaps were replaced with Commander-level skeletons, there are still some deficiencies which affect their potential. In the 200th year, with the help of the Necronomicon, the 2 skeleton undeads finally reached the peak of the Monarch level, but there was no hope of further advancement. Chant. At the moment the acceleration ended, Xu Ming felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and something flew past. However, no trace of him was ever caught. Master, it's a pity that the potential of these 2 skeleton undeads has been exhausted and they can only reach the Monarch level in the end. It doesn't matter. At worst, I can just find some king-level skeletons later. Xu Ming must be focusing on the beast he has contracted now and not putting too much energy into other creatures. These 2 Monarch-level skeleton spirits are only for use now. When Hong Yu reaches the Monarch level, their combined power will not be as great as one of Hong Yu's fingernails. What do you think of that unknown creature? I can sense that the other party is curious about us and wants to explore us. Perhaps it has something to do with my identity as a ghost, which makes it afraid to approach. Is that so? Hong Yu's guess is not unreasonable. In addition to being a skeleton undead, it also has the breath of the abyss. Coupled with the rich aura of death from the Necronomicon, it has all 5 poisons. The spirits of heaven and earth are all created by heaven and earth. They act according to their own instincts and likes and dislikes. It is natural that they are unwilling to approach Hong Yu. Okay, you go to the beast control space to rest first, and I'll let Dabai come over. As he spoke, Xu Ming summoned Dabai out. Boo! As soon as Dabai came out, he expressed his disgust for the environment here. It's more comfortable to stay in the beast taming space than here. Dabai, bear with it for a moment and see what this is. 3 or 4 emerald bamboo shoots appeared in Xu Ming's hands. This was something Xu Ming specifically asked Shangren to buy. After all, I can't go back on my word once I promised to buy. Dabai's eyes lit up instantly, and he pounced towards Xu Ming. Then, he picked up a few bamboo shoots and ate them fiercely. Chant! At this moment, the light and shadow around Dabai suddenly twisted, and a phantom composed entirely of light appeared beside it. I saw a creature that looked like a cat, but not a cat, and like a fox, but not a fox, flying around Dabai, watching Dabai eat with interest, and it seemed that it also wanted to eat something. Xu Ming. Wow, is the effect so obvious? Dabai just came out to eat something and didn't need to do anything to attract the other party to show up? It seems that the perfect level of cuteness is not exaggerated. Dabai also noticed the other person, hesitated for a moment, and handed his favorite bamboo shoots to the other person. However, the bamboo shoots penetrated the creature's body directly. This scared Dabai, who thought it was so easy to kill the other person. However, I felt relieved when I saw that this guy was fine. Since the other party couldn't finish it, Dabai enjoyed it alone. Soon, the meal was finished. Then, Dabai looked at Xu Ming, meaning that he was not full. Dabai, these are snacks. Don't eat too much. Just eat a little every day. You haven't eaten your staple food yet. Dabai, this is the first time I heard that bamboo shoots are snacks for ichthyosaurs. There was no choice but to turn around and seek comfort from his new friend. Boo! Dabai, who was eating green bamboo shoots, suddenly felt a little confused. He stopped and looked around in a daze. Dabai, what's wrong? Is it not delicious? Xu Ming was a little surprised. How come Dabai, who was rushing at its food like a vicious dog just now, stopped after eating a few bites? Boo! 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 Dabai gestured randomly towards Xu Ming, and his words were obviously incoherent. What the hell? I don't understand animal language either. Xu Ming tried to communicate with Dabai through his mind via the contract. Then, Xu Ming's expression changed slightly. Through Dabai's confusing description, Xu Ming could roughly understand what it meant. It clearly ate the bamboo shoots, and now it has changed back again. There's a little thing. Go back in time. Chapter 67, Back in Time. Except for Dabai, the experiences and memories of all other creatures during this period have regressed to this moment, including Xu Ming. This is a bit scary. Maybe he hadn't really seen the creature in the past few days, but time had gone back, and he had lost his memory of it. According to Dabai's description just now, I must have been there and saw it. But now, I have no relevant memory at all. It's okay, Dabai. This is a gift from your good friend. Eat first. Look, now you can enjoy the delicious food again. Isn't it great? Xu Ming hurriedly comforted him. Otherwise, Dabai would overreact and scare the other party into not daring to come out. Dabai was slightly confused. It seems to make sense, but also seems to be wrong. I try to figure out with my paws. However, I couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food and started eating again. Even though I ate it twice, what ended up in my stomach were still those 3. Soon, Dabai finished eating again. Unfortunately, the creature did not appear again this time. I'll give you 3 more. After you finish them, you have to practice. Dabai jumped up with excitement. He was so adorable. Chant. At this time, light and shadow flickered around Dabai, and the creature began to dance around Dabai again, as if it was also happy with it. Xu Ming just watched the scene quietly without any action. Otherwise, the other party would be irritated and time would go back, which would be the end of us. After a while, Dabai finished eating 3 more jade bamboo shoots. This time, he did not ask for a refill, but walked over on his own initiative, saying that he was full and wanted to practice. As for the creature, it stayed where it was, looking at this side. Well, Dabai has to work hard too. I'll tell you in secret, Hong Yu can now crush monarch-level monsters, and at least 2 of them. Boo! Dabai was instantly filled with fighting spirit, unwilling to be outdone. You know, when it was still at the extraordinary level, it twisted off the head of the elite-level Hong Yu and kicked it like a ball. As a result, we are now being outdone. Take it. This time, except for some thunder metals, the rest of the materials are all 3rd-level black jade iron, which is used to strengthen Dabai's physique. Moreover, the replenishment of this metal is a process throughout the growth of the iron-eating beast. The elite-level Dabai is about 50 larger than the extraordinary level one, so the black iron essence in its body is naturally insufficient. Moreover, its quality is not as good as the third-grade black jade iron. Dabai took the black jade iron block and habitually tried to pinch it. However, it did not move at all. Now, Dabai's stubbornness came back, and he had to do it. Consume 10 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes 15 third-level black jade iron blocks. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast could only leave a shallow fingerprint on the black jade iron block by using brute force. In the second year, the iron-eating beast tried to use the bone-dissolving palm to hit the black jade iron block, but the block just broke into 2 pieces, which did not achieve the desired goal. This made the iron-eating beast realize that it still had a lot of room for improvement. In the 7th year, the iron-eating beast continued to hammer the black jade iron block with its bare paws day and night until the iron block burned red from the heat of the hammering. In the 10th year, the iron-eating beast hammered the black jade iron block into molten iron and drank it directly with its palm, feeling very refreshed. Skill copper skin and iron bones and skill golden steel body begin to merge and are being advanced. After the acceleration, Dabai was still sitting there, soundly asleep. Xu Ming, drink the molten iron directly from your hands? Dabai, you are quite fierce. Chant. At this time, the creature was circling around Dabai, seeming a little anxious. Hey, it's advancing. Don't let it go back. Xu Ming shouted quickly. Chant. This cat-like and fox-like creature looked at Xu Ming with great curiosity and then calmed down. It understood that the power of time it sensed was all because of the human being in front of it. Moreover, I just felt at close range, and it was even more obvious. The help I provided to it in just a short moment was more than staying in this secret place for 20 years. In order to prevent accidents, Xu Ming accelerated Dabai once again. There was no such thing as closed-door cultivation for him. Consume 10 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the 3rd year, the iron-eating beast finally absorbed all the black jade iron, and its skills, copper skin and iron bones and golden steel body were perfectly integrated. Skill golden steel body is upgraded from perfect level to peerless level. In the 10th year, the level of the iron-eating beast has been upgraded to the elite level. Dabai is awesome. His second peerless skill is born. Hong Yu spent nearly 3,000 years without learning a single peerless skill. Each has its own focus. Hong Yu is more comprehensive, while Dabai is destined to become an invincible god of war who can take the enemy's head single-handedly. Bing! Dabai waved his fist, feeling that he was now not without the ability to fight against the monarch level. Then, when he saw his good friend next to him, he started to sob nonstop, and I didn't know what he was communicating about. Xu Ming ignored it and let them develop their feelings first. Xu Ming is determined to get this beast. Unfortunately, Xu Ming now doesn't know how to gain the other party's approval and can only rely on Dabai to sell his body. For the first time, Xu Ming felt that Dabai's cuteness was truly amazing. Dabai, I'll give you a few days off. We'll leave here in 3 days. Xu Ming said loudly. However, Dabai was not assigned any KPI task that he had to complete within 3 days, so he was allowed to perform freely. Given Dabai's character, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. If the other party is willing, 3 days is enough. If not, then next time. Xu Ming didn't say he wouldn't come back. According to the principle, this kind of creature was born along with the rules and has been here for at least 10 or 20 years. It should not disappear suddenly. 2 days later, Xu Ming took out his communicator and sent a message to Lu Tongxing. Principal, don't come in suddenly. Wait for my news. Good. Lu Tongxing didn't ask anything. 3 exclamation marks are enough to show what the other party has guessed. It's hard to say what chance is. When he contracted the Void Shadow Spirit, it took less than 3 days. Legend has it that it only takes a moment for the Sword Emperor to contract the Immortal Sword. In other words, the Zhu Xian sword was born for him. Xu Ming put down the communicator, leaned against a rock, and continued to sleep. As for Dabai and the others, I don't know where they went to play. It's rare for Dabai to have a friend. And as for Hong Yu, they can't play together. I guess Dabai thinks the Blood Lich is too cold, and the Blood Lich thinks Dabai is childish. Xu Ming checked on the internet, but found no information about this kind of creature, even in myths and legends. That's right, if the other party doesn't want to show up in the world, wouldn't it be easier to just turn back time? No one can force it. Chapter 68, Spirit of Time, Hourglass of Time. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the return node that Xu Ming mentioned. Dabai finally came back. His fur was covered with dust, and it was obvious that he had a lot of fun. As for the creature, it stayed on Dabai's head. Dabai, let's go back and take a good bath. Dabai felt a little embarrassed. Then, it realized that it had to say goodbye to its good friend and felt a little sad. Finally, it came to Xu Ming. As for the creature, it stayed 3 or 4 meters away from Xu Ming. Let's go. Having said that, Xu Ming turned around and walked towards the place where Lu Tongxing had brought him in without looking back. There's the starting point and the end point. Is it necessary to walk this section? Definitely not. Lu Tongxing can teleport to any location. Xu Ming did this just to test Dabai's results over the past few days. If there's no play, we can only try next time. Suddenly, Xu Ming felt that the light and shadow around him were constantly retreating, not only in space, but also in time. In an instant, Xu Ming returned to the time when he asked Dabai to go back and take a bath. However, this time Dabai is still sad, while Xu Ming carries the memories with him. What's wrong? You won't let us leave. Xu Ming looked at the other person and asked softly. The opponent flew up and down, drawing an 8 shape in the air, and it looked like an hourglass. It seems to be constantly telling something. Afterwards, Xu Ming felt a sense of vague consciousness. Want to feel the power of time again. Then, come on. As he spoke, Xu Ming stretched out a palm. The other party jumped directly into Xu Ming's hands without hesitation. However, this was only a visual effect, and Xu Ming didn't feel like he was touching anything at all. Consume 1 year of your lifespan to accelerate your own cultivation growth. This acceleration does not consume any additional resources. Accelerating. In the first year, you will control your cultivation precisely to the point where you only need to upgrade by 1 star. The level is raised to level 3, 2 stars. The little thing seemed a little dissatisfied, yet reluctant to leave Xu Ming's palm. Isn't that enough? Then I'll demonstrate it again. After that, I'll leave. Consume 2 years of lifespan to accelerate your own cultivation growth. This acceleration does not consume any additional resources. Accelerating. In the past 2 years, you will control your cultivation so that it only needs to rise by 1 star. The level is raised to level 3, 3 stars. Is that all right? If I want, I can upgrade to level 4 or 5 at any time. Time is not valuable to me. Of course, this is a bit of bragging. After all, Xu Ming cannot guarantee that the potion will be successful every time. The success rate of the 4th level promotion potion is less than 50, and it is worth 10,000 spirit stones. After a few failures, you will go bankrupt. This little creature fell silent. Time is worthless to him. Even God cannot say such words. Otherwise, where have those gods gone from ancient times to the present? Can you make a contract with me? I am short of time. This time, Xu Ming felt the other party's intention very clearly. Lack of time? What do you mean? Xu Ming replied with his mind. That's right. I can't live for long. Even when I'm asleep, my life consumption is ahead of the normal time. I can only barely maintain it by relying on the slightly unbalanced time rules here. So, you really have been risking your life these past 3 days? According to the other party, if you stay awake, it will take 100 times longer than normal. If you leave, I won't get any extra time power and might fall into an eternal sleep. This is also the fate of the spirit of time. Speeding up the flow of time is a supplement to you. As long as it is different from normal time, acceleration or deceleration is a time paradox and a manifestation of the power of time. Xu Ming was speechless. The spirit of the shadow was born in the cracks of space, and the spirit of time was born in the paradox of time. Anyway, it has to be a bug in the real world, right? In a sense, traveling through time and space is indeed quite buggy. I only have 10,000 years now. Is that enough? If not, I'll go out and get some more. The spirit of time is confused. Isn't that enough? Then wait for me for a few days. Xu Ming wanted to punch himself a few times. He was about to succeed, but he didn't expect something unexpected to happen here. That's enough. The spirit of time was afraid that Xu Ming would retreat directly, and by the time he came back, the opportunity would be gone. Is that really enough? Don't force it. By the way, I only know the most common contract array. Is that okay? Yes, but it will take 100 years. It takes 100 years to make a contract, and even if you make a contract, you can't keep it alive. No wonder no one has ever made a contract with the spirit of time. Come on then. Xu Ming directly began to carve the contract array, which was much simpler than the undead array. Then, the contract begins. Consume 100 years of lifespan to speed up your own contract process. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the first year, you feel as if time has come to a standstill very slowly. In the 50th year, the spiritual light on the contract array has only faded halfway. 100th year, contract concluded. As expected, it is worthy of being the spirit of time. If it says 100 years, it is 100 years without any error. Beast Tamer, spirit of time, can be accelerated. Level, 2 stars. Skill, time hourglass entry level. Condensing the power of time into sand of time. Used to return to a certain point in the past. Loyalty, 90. The moment the contract was successfully concluded, the spirit of time was taken into the beast taming space. In the third beast taming space, in addition to the spirit of time, there's also a small hourglass. However, there is very little sand left inside. Perhaps, when the sands of time are exhausted, that will be the time of its death. I'll just call you Xu Ming. King, how can I upgrade you? Can I just speed up time? Well, I only need the power of time for now. The greater the difference between the flow of time happening to me and reality, the faster I will improve. Is there a time difference? This Xu Ming is the most familiar. In just a split second of real time, he can speed up by thousands of years and make full use of it. Well, I'll show you my skills first, so you know that your choice is the right one. Consume 1,000 years of life to accelerate the growth of the spirit of time. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the 100th year, the spirit of time was upgraded to the extraordinary level 1 star. The spirit of time comprehends the skill, transcendental acceleration, entry level. Skill time hourglass, upgraded from entry level to master level. In the 1000th year, the spirit of time was upgraded to the extraordinary peak. Skill transcendent acceleration, upgraded from entry level to mastery level. Time hourglass. The currently stored sand of time can be used to go back to 10 hours ago. Speed up ends. Supernatural acceleration. Mastery level speed up all effects on the opponent, including attack speed, movement speed, recovery speed, reaction speed, and so on. Xu Ming. 10 hours. Awesome. No need to say more. Chapter 69. The inside story of the 5 schools competition. At this moment, all the things like teleportation and possession and beast taming were put aside. What can make us feel safer than going back to the past? Before the crisis comes, find ways to avoid or resolve it, or even kill the enemy. However, 10 hours is far from enough. Originally, Xu Ming thought that his 10,000-year lifespan was enough for him to squander. But now it seems that he is too young and too easily satisfied. We must increase our efforts, kill as many people as possible, and plunder the lifespan of the aliens. Moreover, the 10 hours cannot be used to reverse time, as that is still the lifespan of the spirit of time itself. Xu, how long can these sands of time keep you alive? 10 years. Xu seemed to still be in a state of shock and had not yet come to his senses. And it was a decade of complete freedom and sobriety. Since its birth, the most indulgent and happiest time it has had is perhaps the few days it has spent with Dubai. Originally, it was ready to face death. Every day in the past, it was either sleeping or counting the sands of time. How could it be so arrogant? Haha, of course, you don't need to fall into a deep sleep from now on. You can play however you want. What I lack the least is time. The loyalty of the spirit of time is increased to 100. Consume 1,000 years of alien lifespan to accelerate the growth of the spirit of time. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the 100th year, the spirit of time was upgraded to elite level 1 star. The spirit of time comprehends the skill, hysteresis field, entry level. In the 1000th year, the skill hysteresis field was upgraded from entry level to mastery level. Time hourglass. The currently stored sand of time can be used to go back 20 hours. Acceleration ends. Hysteresis field. Mastery level slows down the attack speed, movement speed, recovery speed, etc. of all targets within a certain range. Although Xu Ming still had plenty of time, he couldn't help but sigh. Finally, I saw a race that grows slower than the undead. Moreover, it is probably the only one of its kind. Apart from Xu Ming, no one else can afford to support him. This is not a question of how long you live. Even if you can live for 100,000 years, you may not be able to find so many paradoxical time powers for the spirit of time. Ancient legend. One day in heaven is 1 year on earth. Perhaps the spirit of time must live in heaven. That's all for now. I'll upgrade your rank after I reach rank 4. Well, that's enough. By the way, when the level of the time hourglass is raised, will there be any changes? Xu Ming originally thought that the efficiency of transforming the sand of time would improve, but there was no change. What changes is the size, which is the capacity. Shi Ling answered. Capacity? It may not seem very useful at first, but if you think about it carefully, it is very useful. This is not capacity, this is fault tolerance. Xu Ming took a look and found that it was still far from full. No, I have to work harder to fill it up to feel safe. Principal, you can come pick me up now. Xu Ming dialed Lu Tongxing's number and spoke calmly. The next second, Lu Tongxing appeared in front of Xu Ming, looking at him with burning eyes. Done. Go out and tell it, go out and tell it. You kid, you still don't trust me. Lu Tongxing cursed with a smile, then grabbed Xu Ming's shoulders. With a flash of light and shadow, the two of them appeared directly in Lu Tongxing's office. Okay, now you can tell me, is it true? What kind? It can be considered as an auxiliary type, speeding up and slowing down. Xu Ming said casually. This doesn't seem to be anything special. I can tell you that once you leave school, society becomes even more dangerous. Even school may not be safe. Since your third beast is not a life-saving type, you must be more careful. Lu Tongxing had previously instructed Xu Ming to try his best to contract a life-saving beast. However, the spirit of heaven and earth can only be encountered by chance. So how can everything go as planned? It is a great blessing to be able to obtain the contract. Yes, I remember that. Xu Ming could still feel Lu Tongxing's sincere concern. Just remember it. Lu Tongxing was about to say something else when he suddenly saw Xu Ming playing with a bonsai that he treasured so much. Just look at it, don't pull the grass. Before he could finish his words, he saw Xu Ming accidentally breaking off a branch. Principal, I know you are anxious, but please don't be anxious. Seeing that Lu Tongxing's anger was about to explode, Xu Ming hurriedly spoke. You keep going. I think you've been itching for a fight after not being beaten for 3 days. It looks like if Xu Ming can't explain it clearly, I'll send him bungee jumping from an altitude of 20,000 meters. The next second, Lu Tongxing was in a trance and saw that the bonsai in Xu Ming's hand was intact. It seemed as if all the previous scenes of Xu Ming's naughty hands were just his hallucinations. You? Lu Tongxing's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. This expression was exactly the same as the one Xu Ming had when he first realized it. Principal, this is all I can tell you. Xu Ming pretended to be cool and then said calmly. Well, I'm already very pleased that you can trust me. This beast control ability is your most important life-saving trump card, so don't reveal it easily. I know. Okay, go back and rest first. I'll digest it. After saying that, Lu Tongxing sent Xu Ming directly back to the dormitory. The teleportation skill is convenient. Xu Ming is greedy. If he can contract another shadow spirit, he will definitely not refuse. Brother, you are awesome. The principal has appointed you as his full-time driver. When I returned to the dormitory, Shangren and Xiafeng were both there. Please keep your voice down. You might be the next one to bungee jump 10,000 meters. Hee hee. Shangren shrank his neck, looked around, and didn't find anything unusual, so he felt relieved. Your special training is over so soon. Well, the goal has been achieved, so there is no need to continue. That's good. It looks like we don't have to be the last class. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel very good. The last one, you also know the inside story of the 5-school competition. I only know that if our school's performance this year is not satisfactory, it will be in name only. Old Xia may know more about the details. Shangren pointed at Xiafeng and said, You just need to know about this matter. It should be related to the current ancestor of the Wen family. It is said that the opportunity for him to be promoted to the 9th level and for his semi-god level book spirit to be promoted to the god level is related to a word. Demigod level book spirit is promoted to god level. What word? Xu Ming couldn't help but hold his breath and listen to what Xiafeng said next. Huh? The word, her means harmony is the most precious thing. Xiafeng slowly gave the answer. Peace, peace, harmony, peace is the most important thing. That's about right. Fuck, I was wondering why I could see so many monkeys from the Wu Kingdom in the capital these years, and there were fewer wars. It turns out it was them. Shangren spoke more and more quietly towards the end, and finally stopped talking. Chapter 70 Doves, Hawks. So, the Wen family is a dove, and Tianan College is a hawk. So, our school is a thorn in their eyes. As everyone knows, those who leave Tianan will fight just because they don't accept the consequences, no matter who you are. This is determined by the soil, water, and geographical environment of Tianan City. Almost. However, the conflict has not yet reached a very intense level, and the Tianan Beast Taming Academy is not so important that the Wen family needs to intervene personally. The key point is the attitude of the military, or the Xia family. Xu Ming guessed the key point directly. The Xia family is one thing, and the Xia family's attitude is not unified. The key point is the monsters and other forces. It is extremely difficult to completely resolve them. It was very heartfelt of Xia Feng to reveal this information. When it comes to demigod and god-level powers, they're not able to participate at this stage. Haha, what peace are you talking about? In my opinion, just kill all those who don't obey, and there will be peace. Xu Ming is naturally a well-deserved hawk. Awesome. This topic ends here. So, you're going to the Imperial capital at the end of the year. Have you signed your third beast taming contract? Do you want to go to Dragon Island with me? Xiaofeng looked at Xu Ming. Naturally, it's a contract, but it's okay. After the competition, I'll find time to upgrade to the 4th level, and then I'll go with you. Take the time to upgrade to level 4. In the end, Xu Ming received 2 middle fingers. For the next week, Xu Ming was relatively well behaved. On the one hand, it is for rest, and on the other hand, it is for going to the library to catch up on some knowledge. There is some truth to the saying that the more you learn, the more doubts you have. The first few times he came, Xu Ming only needed to look up some knowledge about the iron-eating beast. Now I have to make up for the various knowledge about the undead. He finally understood that apart from the more common skills, if he wanted Hong Yu to plunder some more useful skills, he would have to kill the undead. After all, you can't expect a skeleton to spit water or breathe fire. As for Dabai, perhaps various bears or other animals will do. Dabai's skills are relatively simple now. If 1 palm strike doesn't kill him, then use 2 palm strikes. But it's almost enough. As for Shiling, Xu Ming was really in the dark and had to rely entirely on its own understanding or luck. In addition to these, Xu Ming also looked up some information about the dragon clan. The dragons here are naturally not winged lizards, but like Xiao Wushang's black dragon, which can be traced back to the ancient blue dragon. However, such real dragons have not appeared in the world for a long time, and the ones that have appeared recently are awesome dragons with thin bloodlines. To be honest, Xu Ming doesn't think much of the Jiaolong now. It's not that it's weak. On the contrary, it's a naturally strong beast that can almost crush any beast of the same level. But it doesn't have any special features, especially the bloodline advancement requires the blood of a real dragon. You can't go looking for a real dragon to kill just for this. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? However, Xu Ming would definitely not refuse this opportunity. Even if there was no contract, it would not hurt to go and take a look. Maybe if you're lucky, you can find something. After all, Xiao Wushang was able to pick up an ancient black dragon egg, so there was no reason why Xu Ming couldn't. No, you're just a level 3 person and you plan to go out into the wild alone. I will not approve it no matter what you say. In the principal's office, Lu Tongxing was overwhelmed. Xu Ming, this kid has been well behaved for a week, and now he comes to cause trouble for him. Then let me go to the 3rd level secret realm to kill monsters. No, that won't work. You almost killed all the low-level monsters last time, and they haven't recovered yet. There are only a few commander-level monsters in total. Even if you destroy them all, they won't be as good as the 2nd level secret realm. Principal, I'm not here to ask for your permission to go to the wild, but to ask you to help me get there so that I don't waste time on the journey. If you don't agree, I'll leave by myself. If I get lost then, Xu Ming had prepared all the supplies, including the oversized space ring. How could the plan for outdoor exploration fail on Lu Tongxing's side? To be honest, Xu Ming was already tired of staying in the secret realm, and now he just wanted to go out and have fun in the wild. The wilderness is the wilderness. The outskirts don't matter, but you're talking about the territory of a monarch-level monster. Do you think the wilderness is the palm-sized place in the secret realm? A slightly larger population of demon beasts, numbering tens of thousands. A monarch may lead several species. Yeah, that's awesome. Xu Ming's eyes lit up. There are tens of thousands of monsters, even those of extraordinary level, whose lifespan is over 100,000 years. What's the point of increasing the capacity of the hourglass if you can't fill it up? The alien's lifespan of more than 100,000 years can only be filled with more than 1,000 hours of sand of time, which is not much. Lu Tongxing was completely speechless. This guy really had a blood feud with the monster. On second thought, in the entire Tianan city, who doesn't have a blood debt owed to monsters? Does it have to be monarch level? Even a 5th level beastmaster wouldn't dare to easily enter the territory of a wild monarch level monster, and you're only 3rd level. Well, what's the point of being a commander? It's not enough to fight. In addition to my life-saving trump card, I also have the treasure given by Marshal Xia, so I can easily deal with the monarch level. Xu Ming directly brought up Xiao Wuxian. Well, the monarch-level territories that are relatively close include the Dry Bone Demon Forest, the 10,000 Snake Valley, the Golden Eagle Peak, and the Blackwater River. Which one do you want to go? I have to remind you that except for the Golden Eagle Peak, there are more than 2 or 3 monarch-level monsters in other areas. Moreover, occasionally a king-level monster appears. The 10,000 Snake Valley, the terrain is too complicated and not suitable. Fuck. You sound like you're planning to destroy that place. There are no less than 100,000 monsters in the 10,000 Snake Valley. If they weren't hiding in snake caves, which is too disgusting, I could help you kill the monarch level ones. Forget it. I wasn't kidding when I said I have the fighting power to deal with monarchs. Besides, I just got an auxiliary beast tamer, so it's a good opportunity to train our coordination, and I need a strong enough opponent. Even if I encounter danger, I will definitely have enough time to ask you for help, so don't worry. Now that you've said that, what else can I say? If it weren't for the 5 schools competition, would you have already planned to graduate? Don't worry, Principal. I will definitely do everything I promised you and bring you 1st place. Rank 3, number 1. I still have more confidence in you. Even though Xu Ming said that he had the combat power to deal with monarch-level opponents, Lu Tongxing did not dare to expect Xu Ming to win the team competition, which is enough to show how abnormal the 4th-level first-class people from other schools were. Leave it to me. In any case, Xu Ming will definitely not keep a low profile. After all, he still has Xiao Wuxian's mission, so he should act as high profile as possible. With a life-saving method of the spirit of time and unlimited tolerance, Xu Ming also wants to see a bigger stage. Chapter 71, 10,000 Snake Valley. We're here. This is the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. In a flash of light, Lu Tongxing grabbed Xu Ming and brought them to a hillside. Where's the snake? Where's the valley? Xu Ming looked at the endless wilderness ahead and asked in confusion. This is not a valley. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a prairie. At first glance, there's no end in sight. Hee. Do you think the wilderness is like the ravines and valleys in the secret realm, like the Skull Canyon? I tell you, this 10,000 Snake Valley can hold 5 Tianan cities, stretching for 200 kilometers. Lu Tongxing taught. Well, it's pretty big. Xu Ming had never left Tianan City, or rather, he had always been teleported here and there, and had never had an intuitive experience of this world. Compared to the original world, it is many times larger. So, you still have to come out and see it for yourself. Generally speaking, even a level 5 adventure group wouldn't dare venture deep into the area. If you didn't have that ability, I wouldn't bring you here no matter what. Don't worry, Principal. I know what's going on. No one values life more than I do. Am I the kind of person who wants to die? Then I won't say any more. I'll give you a month, and I hope you can really gain something. I will come to pick you up in a month. If you're in danger, you can call me at any time. It will definitely be a big gain. Xu Ming smiled meaningfully. Also, compared to demon beasts, other beastmasters are the ones you need to be more careful with. You should understand without me saying more. Well, if anyone dares to come over and ask for trouble, I will kill him. Lu Tongxing looked at Xu Ming's murderous look and knew that he didn't need to say any more words, so he teleported away directly. If he didn't leave, Ming would not be allowed to take advantage of this nagging old man like him. Alas, Xu Ming took a deep breath of the cool autumn breeze and shouted happily. Leaving the city and being alone in the wilderness, I feel an incomparable sense of freedom and peace. However, it can't be said that he is alone because Dabai and Hongyu are by his side. Shiling also appeared and disappeared, floating around Xu Ming. As long as it doesn't show up on its own, even Lu Tongxing can't sense its existence. Only with the existence of Shiling does Xu Ming have such confidence. What heavenly demon palace? What secret mission? What conspiracy? Anyone who dares to mess with me will be killed. Those who cannot be killed for the time being must also be recorded in a small notebook. After expressing his heroic spirit, Xu Ming returned to reality. Well, Valley of 10,000 Snakes were the snakes. Xu Ming's original idea was that tens of thousands of snakes of different sizes would twist and entangle together to form a sphere, with all kinds of mucus and all kinds of intensive phobias. Then, Xu Ming directly asked Hong Yu to release the monarch-level peak skeleton mammoth, which rushed forward and trampled. It was done, and in an instant, hundreds of thousands of alien lifespans were obtained. Now it seems that is not the case at all. Mainly, the wilderness is just too vast. Relatively speaking, the density of monsters in the secret realm is actually much greater than that outside. It's not easy to make a living as a free monster hunter. Most adventure groups carefully select their targets before taking action. Based on his previous experience of killing everyone in the secret realm, Xu Ming took it for granted. But it doesn't matter. Xu Ming has plenty of time. Moreover, he didn't need to do it himself. He could just lie on the back of the skeleton Peng and rest. The task of killing monsters was naturally left to the skeleton army under Hong Yu. Hong Yu, as usual, let's investigate the situation first to see which side has more monsters. Yes, I feel that this is just the periphery. Along this direction, there are several strong auras, which should be monarch level. As Hong Yu replied, she created dozens of bloodbat puppets and flew away. Its mental strength had been greatly improved when it was accelerating the cultivation of the monarch-level skeleton undead. The power and endurance of all skills have been greatly increased. Even without summoning skeleton subordinates, its blood skills can kill ordinary commanders in seconds. Well, let's go too. After saying that, Xu Ming waved his hand and ordered the skeleton Peng to fly towards the interior of the 10,000 Snakes Valley. This thing has zero combat power. Its only use is to serve as Xu Ming's mount. Speaking of which, Xu Ming is also half of its direct designer. Xu Ming puts forward the requirements, and Hong Yu is responsible for realizing them. Therefore, Xu Ming can also command this guy without Hong Yu's direct control. As for other skeleton soldiers, Xu Ming could not give them direct orders. After all, it was Hong Yu who had made a contract with him. A normal Beastmaster only has 9 contract positions at most. Some Beastmasters can achieve similar effects by contracting beasts such as the Queen Insect and Ant Queens, and even achieve the number of tens of thousands. However, they must be kept in a fixed nest all the time, which consumes a lot of energy. It is not as convenient as Xu Ming, who could deploy them to any battlefield at any time. On the whole, except for some big forces that will cultivate some valuable Zerg, individuals who play this game will definitely lose everything they have. Undead is better. It doesn't require any cost, only time and lifespan. Master, there's a snake nest 5 kilometers to the left ahead of the highest commander level. After flying for a while, Hong Yu reported the enemy situation. Okay, go and take a look. Along the way, he saw quite a few scattered groups of small snakes, but Xu Ming was too lazy to stop. As he went deeper, Xu Ming realized that the reputation of the Valley of 10,000 Snakes was well-deserved. Every 2 or 3 meters, he could see snakes camouflaged in holes or grass. There's no need for other kinds of monsters here. The big snakes can eat the small snakes, and the small snakes can eat the insects. Soon, Xu Ming flew to the location that Hong Yu had discovered. Here, the terrain looks even lower, like a basin, or like a lake that has dried up not long ago. The cold and humid environment is very suitable for snakes to survive. The slightly moist land was dotted with holes. If you listen carefully, you can hear a rustling sound, like a snake spitting out its tongue. Let's start. Try the knife here first. Xu Ming asked the skeleton Peng to stay away to avoid blood splattering on his body. As for Hong Yu, she jumped off the back of the skeleton Peng and came to the edge of the basin. The blood-red, thin skeleton body dragged the Book of the Dead in one hand and quickly drew a magic circle in the air with the other hand. Skeleton summoning. Mutation summoning. Click, click, click. In an instant, 12 elite-level blood skeleton archers appeared in front of Hong Yu and knelt on one knee. After the salute, they stood in line aside. Then, there was another summoning spell. 12 elite-level peak blood skeleton knights appeared along with their undead warhorses. Then, it happened 3 more times in a row. Now Hong Yu summoned 60 elite blood skeleton soldiers in succession before its mental strength was exhausted. Compared with before, it has increased exponentially. The skeleton sea tactics that Xu Ming had previously envisioned have now taken shape. Chapter 72, Red Blood Snake Attacked. Xu Ming accelerated Hong Yu's recovery, but did not let it continue to summon. Let's do this for now and see how strong they are. Don't summon too many or they'll be scared away. Low-level snakes cannot run away. So Xu Ming was naturally referring to the commander-level demon snake. The scene in the Horned Eagle Forest before was still vivid in my mind. A commander-level flying monster was chased everywhere by a group of elite skeletons like a sparrow. What a disgrace. Xu Ming only hopes that these monsters and snakes will fight for their dignity, fight if they don't accept it, and would rather die than surrender. Destroy all living things. The ruby bone claw waved and issued an order. Afterwards, 60 elite skeleton soldiers, with soul fire blazing in their eyes, instantly became eager to fight. These are the elite among the elite who have experienced countless battles in the undead plane. Click, click, click. 60 skeleton soldiers also marched out with the momentum of thousands of troops and charged towards the center of the basin. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Soon, the skeleton swordsman in the front was attacked by a group of snakes. Several red snakes attacked them with their fangs bared. However, the snakes soon became confused. Damn, their teeth are broken and they can't even bite. Call, squeak. The skeleton swordsman swung his bone sword, and several demon snakes were broken into several pieces, killing them instantly. Blood spurted several meters away, staining the ground red. Kill the 5-star red blood snake of the Qi level and plunder the alien's lifespan for 5 years. Kill the extraordinary 4-star red blood snake and plunder the alien's lifespan of 14 years. Plundering skills, red blood poison resistance, Iron Eater, and Blood Lich have already learned it automatically. Kill the extraordinary 5-star red blood snake and plunder the alien's lifespan for 15 years. Kill the 8-star red blood snake of the Qi level and plunder the alien's lifespan of 8 years. In an instant, the kill prompts refreshed in front of Xu Ming's eyes like flowing water. As long as he doesn't pay close attention to it, it will disappear automatically. Red blood snake, red blood poison resistance. Xu Ming was speechless. Wasn't this demon snake destroyed right away? However, if you think about it carefully, Dabai or Hongyu are completely unnecessary and can't be used. Not to mention Shirling, there is no need to learn it at all. The only thing that can kill the spirit of time is time. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Even the elite red blood snake could not withstand a few swords. As for those in the distance, as soon as they show their heads, they will be killed instantly by the blood skeleton archers behind them. As for the damage to the blood skeleton soldiers, it was almost negligible. On the contrary, the red blood snake blood spilled on their bodies gradually penetrated into their bones, making them more powerful. When they were in the undead plane, they could not enjoy such a feast of killing. Currently, all the battles in Hongyu's territory expansion are battles between skeleton soldiers, which is not very interesting. As undead, it is their nature to harvest lives and blood. Xu Ming looked at it for a few minutes and then stopped paying attention. What surprised him was, with such a big commotion here, it doesn't even attract a commander-level red blood snake. Do you look down on me, Xu? Hongyu, come up, let's go to the middle and take a look. Yes. Hongyu absorbed all the blood energy that was escaping from the surroundings and then summoned several blood puppet crows to collect the crystal core of the red blood snake. Then, it jumped onto the back of the skeleton punk. It seems that there really was a lake here before. Xu Ming looked at the terrain around him and felt a little strange. As we got closer to the center, the surrounding soil became wetter and a shallow layer of water appeared and the red blood snake disappeared. This kind of snake is not suitable for living in water. It just needs moisture. The key point is, how did the water in this lake suddenly disappear? It's not a severe drought now. Hiss, roar. At this moment, Xu Ming suddenly heard a neigh and a roar from a raised hill in front of him. Commander level. Buzz. When Xu Ming was letting the skeleton Peng approach stealthily, suddenly, the communicator on his chest made a buzzing sound. Who will look for me at this time? Xu Ming took it out and took a look. There were several messages in a row. Warning, unstable secret realm discovered. Coordinates have been reported. The coordinates are more than 2,000 kilometers away from Tianan City. The alarm is lifted. You can handle it yourself. The mission status has been changed. Intelligence reconnaissance outside the city. You can do whatever you want. Not bad, quite smart. Xu Ming gave a thumbs up to the functions of this communicator. By the way, I took a look at my military record. Discovered an unstable secret realm with a very low danger level outside the city. Military merit plus 100. Killing a superclass red blood snake outside the city. Military merit plus 2, special mission status military merit has been doubled. Killing an elite red blood snake outside the city. Military merit plus 20. In special mission status, military merit has been doubled. The numbers kept jumping, and in a short while, Xu Ming's military merits increased by several hundred. Obviously, the skeleton team behind was still killing red blood snakes. However, if you simply kill the monster without handing in the materials, the military merit will be much less. Moreover, it is based on one's own level. With Xu Ming's level, killing a Qi Ling level monster will not bring any military merit. Killing an elite level monster of the same level only cost 10 points, which was about the same as killing an awakening level monster when he was at the first level. Compared with Xu Ming's current military merit of more than 50,000, these two-digit military merits are naturally nothing. However, the advantage is that there are more of them. It is estimated that other people do not have the time or ability to go out into the wild alone to kill monsters. For a normal person, it would be good enough to find a dozen or so monsters of the same level to kill in a day. How could it be possible for him to fight against a group of monsters that are 1 or even 2 levels higher than himself? If you are in a team, military merits can be shared with teammates. Xu Ming put away the communicator and no longer paid attention to military achievements. There's no shortage of materials for now. I will see what good things there are when I need to exchange them. If that doesn't work, I can exchange it for a general rank just for fun. Swish, swish. At this moment, 2 rays of light flashed and shot out from the hill, heading straight towards Xu Ming. To be precise, it was the skeleton pung bird under Xu Ming's feet. Snap! The skeleton pung bird was directly scrapped. Xu Ming, Hong Yu, and others naturally fell directly from the air. Fuck, we were ambushed. Xu Ming was so busy reading the information that he didn't pay attention to what was below. Time spirit. A grain of sand of time dissipates. The light and shadow flowed, and Xu Ming returned to the time when he just received the message. Raise the altitude and go around from the side. Xu Ming didn't even bother to read the message and directly gave orders to the skeleton rock under his feet. Although this thing is not very valuable, it is still useful after all. It will take time for Hong Yu to make another one. As for the monarch-level giant skeleton eagle, to be honest, sitting on it is not as comfortable as sitting on this skeleton rock. It is very uncomfortable. As Xu Ming went around the front of the hill, he finally saw the current situation clearly. I saw 3 10-meter-long commander-level demon snakes confronting each other below. One of them was a red blood snake that Xu Ming was more familiar with a red body and black spots. The other 2 are slightly smaller than this commander-level red blood snake, and their bodies are light green, like jade. Green water black snake? Damn it, you 2 were the ones who attacked me. Xu Ming shouted in the air. The leader of the blue water black snake. What a lunatic. We wanted to launch a sneak attack, but this guy suddenly changed direction and we were no longer able to reach him. Chapter 73. Green water snake, unstable secret realm. The black-green water snake is a relatively common water-attributed demon snake. The attack on Xu Ming just now was launched against him using its long-range water skills. It seems that the entire area of water should have originally belonged to this group. There should have been a deep pool in the middle of the 3 commanding demon snakes connected to this lake. At this moment, a white ball of light is slowly rotating. Entrance to the secret realm. This is the unstable secret realm that we have just discovered. Moreover, it is because of the entrance to this secret realm that the water level of the entire lake dropped rapidly. Without the cover of the water, even the red blood snake dared to invade the green water black snake's territory. No wonder this commander-level red blood snake was indifferent to the slaughter of its peripheral snakes. There are more important things involving it here. On you, take care of them. Just a few commander-level beasts are not worth wasting time on, and they cannot serve any training purpose. Han Yu walked directly to the edge of the skeleton bird's wings and waved her hand. Dozens of sharp bone nails as thick as fingers condensed around it. Bone nail missile-perfect grade, fire. In an instant, the bone nails came like a rainstorm, hitting the 3 commander-level demon snakes at the same time. Crackling. At first, they sensed that they were just a few elite karami and did not take them seriously. Then they were wrong. These bone nails would really hurt if they hit the body. Leading by 2 green water black snakes, they held up a circle of water shield on their bodies for defense. As for the red blood snake leader, a layer of blood mist appeared around his body. The moment the bone nails were driven into his body, a lot of them were melted away, greatly reducing their power. Hiss! Roar! Three commanding demon snakes roared angrily at the same time. If it was a commander-level flying monster of the same level as them, they would just accept it and turn around and run away without showing any temper. After all, it is natural restraint. However, it was just a third-level beastmaster who was causing trouble. Relying on a rotten skeleton bird that doesn't even have a rank, he dared to provoke three commander-level ones at the same time, which really made them angry. He isn't a bit late to defend now. When Xu Ming saw the faintly visible small wounds on the three of them, still bleeding slightly, he knew what Hong Yu was going to do next. Blood explosion nova. Boom. Balls of blood-colored energy exploded at the wounds on their bodies. The three snakes gathered together, with their combined power, would definitely lead to death. They also realized this, and were planning to venture into the unstable secret realm or into the water. Suddenly, they felt their bodies become extremely slow, and everything around them started to move in slow motion. Except the power of the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. After a loud bang, the three commander-level demon snakes were completely destroyed. Kill the 8-star commander-level red blood snake and plunder the alien's lifespan of 180 years. Kill the 5-star commander-level azure water black snake and plunder the alien's lifespan of 150 years. Kill the 6-star commander-level azure water black snake and plunder the alien's lifespan of 160 years. More than 100 years. Xu Ming didn't expect that the lifespan of the plundered would directly jump from more than 20 years to more than 100 years. But it's reasonable. A commander-level monster has already entered a new level. According to the classification of 3, 6, 9, and other levels, the commander level, monarch level, and king level belong to the middle 3 levels. Presumably, when it comes to the overlord level or demigod level, it will be another level. In addition to the lifespan of the alien species, each commander-level monster also contributed 200 points of military merit to Xu Ming. 4 cross-level challenges. The rewards are 10 times that of the elite level. This is what we call a good idea. If Xu Ming could kill thousands of commander-level beasts, he might have a chance to reach 1,000,000 military merits and let them see what the innate military merit saint body is. But how do we deal with this thing? After dealing with 3 commander-level demon snakes, Xu Ming put away the useful materials while muttering to himself. Hello, Captain. Xu Ming contacted Wu Yin directly. It's you, kid. How come you have time to contact me? Am I not one of your team members? Is it abnormal to contact you? Come on, forget it. I know everything. You are now Marshal Xia's man. I won't say much about the rest. We are all brothers, so just speak your mind. Besides, thanks to you, I'm already the captain. Although Wu Yin felt a little regretful that he could not keep Xu Ming in the team, he now knew that he would never be able to keep such a person. With just a casual move, the credit that leaked out would allow him to be promoted to a higher level. No wonder she followed my arrangement reluctantly at first. It turns out it was really unnecessary. Luckily, I have a thick skin. Xu Ming, does just anyone know that he is Xiao Wushang's man? Damn it. You still expect me to go undercover in the Demon Palace? However, now is not the time to dwell on this. Brother Wu, I found an unstable secret realm in the wild. How do you usually deal with this thing? Just leave it there. If it is confirmed to be safe, you can also explore it. However, most unstable secret realms generally do not exist for more than 3 days, and their scale is not large. If the light inside starts to dim, it's a sign that the entrance is about to close, so don't get trapped inside. Otherwise, you won't know where you'll end up next time, or you might be trapped there forever. Okay, I understand. Trapped inside, Xu Ming was naturally not worried. The only thing I'm worried about is whether there will be any open-door kill. The moment Xu Ming entered the secret realm, some danger was waiting for him. Even Ling would die before he could turn back time. That would be the end of him. Ling, if anything happens to me, you should be able to make it in time, right? Well, when I encounter a life-or-death crisis, I will automatically trigger the time travel. The only way for me to die is when the sands of time run out. Not bad, not bad. See? This is called professionalism. At this moment, Xu Ming felt unprecedented peace of mind. With this level of protection, there is nothing to worry about. Once Xu Ming encounters a crisis, even if the time spirit is in the beast-taming space and has not been summoned out, he will still be able to use the sand of time to rescue Xu Ming in time. As for why Hong Yu didn't summon puppets to explore the way, it was naturally because once entering the secret realm, this spiritual connection would be instantly disconnected and they must be in the same space. Moreover, even his own beast is not allowed to do so. Then let's go in and take a look. After saying that, Xu Ming jumped directly into the entrance of a secret realm. At this moment, Xu Ming was extremely brave. The next second, Xu Ming returned to his original place. Xu Ming was breathing heavily and breaking out in a cold sweat. Damn it. The moment he entered, Xu Ming felt a darkness in front of his eyes, as if a mountain was crashing towards him. Then, he returned to the outside of the secret realm. Obviously, it was the time spirit that triggered the time reversal. Chapter 74. King Kong Explosive Ape Giant Incarnation. In fact, at that moment, Xu Ming might have been just one breath away from death. However, before Xu Ming could feel the pain, he was brought back. Otherwise, the near-death experience probably wouldn't be very pleasant. It's not without gain. At least it proves that time travel can really be triggered automatically. Ling, do you know what that is? I didn't see it, but I could try again. The moment you enter, just summon us all out. Afterwards, Xu Ming asked Dabai and Hong Yu to get ready. Enter again. Changes in light and shadow. Instant summon. At the same time, Xu Ming saw that the light around him was slowing down. It was as if I was experiencing the so-called bullet time. The next moment, Xu Ming felt his body being taken aside. Bang! Then a loud noise was heard. Xu Ming turned his head and saw a King Kong more than 10 meters tall smashing the ground. Dabai, who is at the peak of the elite level, is only a little over 1 meter tall. Among elite-level beast tamers, he is relatively petite, and his size is not important. After all, he is a cute beast tamer. And such a big chimpanzee could be a monarch. It seems I was knocked out by it the first time. Moreover, the 3 commander-level demon snakes before did not dare to come in, obviously knowing that there was danger in it. Roar. When a chimpanzee saw that he had missed the target and a creature from outside had slipped in, he became even angrier and charged towards Xu Ming. Dabai, kill it. This one is more suitable to be given to Dabai as an opponent. Dabai also has a strong desire to fight and is unwilling to fall behind Hong Yu. Golden steel body. Gale footwork. Then, it was a fist-to-flesh fight between Dabai and the chimpanzee. However, under the dual influence of the time spirit's transcendent acceleration, buff, and hysteresis field, the chimpanzee was the one that could only be beaten. Apart from his strong physique and the ability to withstand a few more bone-eroding palm strikes without dying, there's nothing worth mentioning. If a few palms don't kill you, then just give me a few more. Kill the commander-level peak King Kong Explosive Ape and plunder the alien's lifespan of 190 years. Plundering skill, Giant Incarnation. The iron-eating beast has already learned this automatically. Giant Incarnation? Xu Ming looked at the body of the King Kong Explosive Ape and saw that the other's body was shrinking like a deflated balloon. In the end, the height was less than 5 meters. Among the general commander-level monsters, it can only be considered average. Normally, the size of a commander-level creature is about 4 to 7 meters, except for special species, such as snakes, insects, etc. Just now, the size of this King Kong Explosive Ape has more than doubled. Obviously, it is the effect of the skill, Giant Incarnation. Right now, Dabai's Giant Incarnation skill is just at the entry level and can only temporarily double the size. Moreover, this increase in size can indeed increase strength and attack to a certain extent, but correspondingly, it also reduces agility and speed. As the body size increases, it becomes easier to be attacked, so it has both advantages and disadvantages. After collecting the entire body of the King Kong Explosive Ape, Xu Ming began to observe the surrounding environment. Just as Wei Yan said, the space here is indeed pitifully small, only the size of a hill, and is surrounded by fog. Logically speaking, such a secret place swallowed up the water of an entire lake, and it should have flooded Jinshan. However, it was not the case after entering. The lake water seemed to be swallowed by the fog. Moreover, apart from the King Kong Explosive Ape, there seemed to be no other monsters. However, the good thing is that Xu Ming found out at a glance the reason why this King Kong Explosive Ape was guarding the exit. I saw several huge fruit trees growing on the top of the mountain, with pink fruits hanging on them. Under the fruit tree, there are a few monster eggs or beast-taming eggs. If it is hatched in the wild, it is a demon beast. If it is contracted by someone, it is a beast master. Beast-tamer eggs, what a good thing. When hunting in the wild, in addition to killing monsters to obtain materials, beast eggs are also a very important source of income. Sometimes a beast-taming egg is even more valuable than all the materials of a commander-level monster combined. Xu Ming had made all the necessary preparations before coming. In addition to a space ring with a huge capacity, there was also a trapping cage that could hold living creatures or beast eggs. In fact, this kind of animal trap draws on the principles of this small or even more miniature secret realm. If this unstable secret realm is controlled by special means and made into items such as space rings, it will be equivalent to a large animal cage. The environment here is much better than a simple space ring and can accommodate living things. Xu Ming collected all the beast-taming eggs under the fruit tree. Looking at the black patterns on them, the subtle details were similar to those of the King Kong explosive ape, so they should be able to hatch King Kong explosive ape. Xu Ming didn't know why the King Kong explosive ape also laid eggs, but this was the rule of the beast-taming world. As an iron-eating beast, wasn't Dabai the same? If it weren't for the killing information, Xu Ming wouldn't know the specific race of this monster. At least it wasn't a particularly common beast, so it should be worth some money. Next, it's the fruits on these trees. Dabai is already drooling. Hongyu had summoned a bloody bat puppet to pick dozens of fruits and pile them aside. Dabai, try the poison. If it's not poisonous, I'll reward you for being the first one to eat it. Dabai hesitated for a second, then ignored it. Grab a pink fruit and start biting it, the juice splashing everywhere. Hiccup. Dabai burped and gave a thumbs up. Moreover, given its appetite, one fruit is not enough to fill its teeth. But looking at its current appearance, it seems a little drunk. Obviously, it had too much energy and was overfed. After a few minutes, Xu Ming was relieved when he saw that Dabai did not feel unwell. Collect all the fruits and then walk towards the exit of the secret realm. As for the fruit tree, Xu Ming was too lazy to drain the pond to catch fish, and even if he dug it up, he couldn't take it away. Shortly after Xu Ming took away all the fruits, the light in this secret realm became noticeably dimmer, as if it had lost some support. After Xu Ming walked out of the secret realm, he also discovered that the entrance to the light ball outside began to become illusory and was obviously about to disappear. This made Xu Ming have a guess. Destroying the treasures or creatures in the secret realm and reducing the aura density inside is a way to accelerate the dissipation of the unstable secret realm. Of course, it must be based on strength. In the situation just now, any other 4th or 5th level Beastmaster might not have been able to get away with it. Hongyu, you can increase your efforts and kill as many demon snakes as possible around here. Rest for a night and continue tomorrow. As it was getting dark, Xu Ming decided to take a rest on this hill. Yes. Hongyu responded, summoned a skeleton bat, jumped on it, and planned to finish it herself. Chapter 75. Simple and Brutal. The next day, Xu Ming collected nearly 1,000 demon snake crystal cores that Hongyu had collected. By the way, I took a look at the alien's lifespan, 20,519 years. Wiping out a leader-level tribe would increase the lifespan of the alien species by more than 10,000. Moreover, there were several thousand more military merits. It is worth mentioning that when the unstable secret realm dissipated ahead of schedule, Xu Ming was rewarded with 500 military merits. Consume 10,000 years of life to accelerate the growth of the spirit of time. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the 9,000th year, the level of the spirit of time was upgraded to Elite 9 stars. Skill Transcendent Speed upgraded from Mastery level to Perfect level. Skill Hysteresis Field upgraded from Mastery to Perfection. In the 10,000th year, the spirit of time was upgraded to the Elite level. Time Hourglass. The current stored time sand can be used to go back to the past time. 119 hours, 47 minutes, and 12 seconds. Chant. Shirling let out a satisfied cry and seemed a little full. The improvement of the spirit of time is so simple and crude. Moreover, if we follow the current consumption pattern, it will take 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. Even Xu Ming couldn't help but gasp. It's okay, just kill more monsters. Xu Ming kept encouraging himself. My goodness, no wonder no one has ever made a contract with the spirit of time from ancient times to now, let alone heard of it. Even God can't afford it. Consume 9 years to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast tried to use a giant incarnation. However, the sudden change in size made it difficult for it to adapt, and progress was slow. In the 5th year, the Iron-Eating Beast has mastered the skill, Giant Incarnation, and can adjust the increase from 1 to 2 times at will. Skill Giant Avatar, upgraded from entry level to mastery level. In the 9th year, the Iron-Eating Beast encountered a problem. As its size increased, the overall defense of its Vajra avatar would decrease. Perhaps it should increase the amount of black iron metal it replenishes. Got it, Iron Eater. No, it's a money-eating beast. Xu Ming felt that his later decision to contract Hong Yu and Shi Ling was extremely wise. You have to choose between spending money or spending time. If you don't want to pay for either, then what's the point of playing? Fortunately, Xu Ming doesn't have much else, but he can plunder his lifespan infinitely. As for other resources, they can be concentrated on Dubai. Moreover, all the resources spent are worth it. After Dubai's defense and speed were improved, he was no match for Hong Yu's skeleton army, even in a one-on-one fight. There is a tendency to grow into an invincible boss. Let's go keep going. While Xu Ming was silently killing monsters, the discussion about the 5 schools competition throughout Xia country gradually became heated. After all, this is an event that happens every 5 years. Although the number of people who can participate is small, each one of them is the best among the contemporary young people. Forget about challenging across star levels. If you can't do it, you'd be embarrassed to promote it. On the surface, it was a competition between the 3rd and 4th levels, but in reality, the intensity and high quality of the battle had already reached the 5th level. The 5th level corresponds to the Monarch level Beastmaster, just one step away from becoming the king. This kind of battle is not something ordinary people can see often. Moreover, such a grand event will be broadcast live nationwide. Whether it is the battle stage or the secret realm, the entire process will be broadcast. It is very exciting and also very entertaining. In addition, this is also a good opportunity for each school to enhance its reputation, especially the other 4 schools besides Imperial Capital College. Every year, half of the outstanding talents are admitted to the Imperial Capital College, and they can only compete for the remaining half. This also resulted in the Imperial Capital College being ranked first for several consecutive years. Many people think that the Imperial Capital College should be a separate category and be called a super school. 1 super and 4 strong is pretty good, collectively called the 5 schools, which lowers the level a bit. However, those who knew the inside story laughed secretly. 5 schools are indeed a bit too many, but it is not that the Imperial Capital College will be upgraded, but that some schools will be downgraded. As the rankings of various schools for the new year are released one after another, some battle videos have begun to circulate online. Shock! A 3rd-level Beastmaster from Baijian Academy tears a commander-level Lion Scorpion to pieces with his bare hands. Invincible! Goddess Nangong Fei Shue kills 300 wolf monsters with 1 move. Outrageous! Fish flying in the sky. Someone from Hanhai College is suspected of having contracted the legendary Kuenpin. Compared to the above, some of Xu Ming's previous videos seemed much more normal. The only one that attracted attention was the Blood Skeleton Summoner's first appearance. However, so much time has passed, and the popularity has subsided. As for Xu Ming winning first place in the 3rd level, due to the lack of direct video footage and lack of topics to spread, it naturally did not cause any sensation. After all, who isn't the best in his class at school? It can be said that for the contestants participating in the 5-school competition, being first in the same level is just a threshold and is not considered a prestigious honor. On the contrary, the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy did not deliberately promote anything and stood still like a mountain. It just stood there quietly, as if it had already reserved the first place this year. Moreover, no one doubted it. This is because the list of participants for the Imperial Capital Beastmaster Academy this year has already been determined. One is surnamed Xia and the other is surnamed One. The significance of these 2 surnames and 2 families alone is enough to dampen the fighting spirit of most Beastmasters. Half a month later. Hello, Principal. Hey, you answer the call immediately. Are you waiting for my call at any time? I am really touched. Brat, judging from your tone, there's no danger. Are you unable to bear it and want to come back? Lu Tongxing did not deny it. No, I want you to be a courier for me and help me deliver something. Xu Ming's storage ring was filled with various materials, crystal cores, corpses of commander-level monsters, and so on. Damn, you want me to be your courier? Can you afford the shipping fee? After saying that, Lu Tongxing hung up. A few minutes later, Lu Tongxing appeared behind Xu Ming. How come you ran so far? It took me a while to find you. You really ran into the territory of a monarch-level demon snake. I'm here to do monarch-level work. Otherwise, I'd be here for nothing. As he spoke, Xu Ming directly handed his large storage ring and animal trap to Lu Tongxing. Principal, please ask Shangren to exchange it for third-grade or higher black iron metal. As for the shipping fee, it's up to you, Principal. Stinky boy, I really want your things. As he spoke, Lu Tongxing took the ring and took a look at it. Then silence. Damn it, did you really kill all the snakes in the 10,000 Snake Valley? You must have more than 10,000 monster crystal cores here, right? Lu Tongxing just felt fortunate that he was brought to the wild. Otherwise, the small third-level secret realm in the school would not be enough for him to cause trouble. Chapter 76. Monarch-level monster lair, Dark Night Lotus. Principal, I'm poor. If you look at the resources I exchanged, you will know the consumption of the iron-eating beast. How about I help you a little? Forget it. I'm used to being self-reliant. Besides, you helping me to contract the spirit of heaven and earth is already the greatest help. Xu Ming said this sincerely. If it weren't for the spirit of time, Xu Ming wouldn't be able to be so extravagant. Okay, if you need anything, just let me know. If the school doesn't have it, I can help you with it in my personal capacity. Well, next time you come, how about catching me a monarch-level monster? It has to be alive so I can practice with it. The monster snakes here are too slippery to be suitable. Lu Tongxing was shocked at first like a conditioned reflex, and then he remembered the corpses of the commander-level monsters in the ring that died in various ways. Not bad, not bad. You have the style of me in my old days. Don't worry, wait for my good news. After saying that, Lu Tongxing left. Xu Ming had seen monarch-level demon snakes before these days, but this one was extremely cunning. What was even more outrageous was that it had wings. Two-winged flying snake. This is the race that Xu Ming knew through killing low-level demon snakes. To deal with this thing, Xu Ming could only rely on the giant skeleton eagle, but after seeing the peak monarch-level giant skeleton eagle, that thing ran away. It kept playing hide-and-seek, and Xu Ming had no way to deal with it for the time being, so he had to vent his anger on other snakes in the territory. Although the monarch-level two-winged flying snake was not killed, most of its subordinates in its territory were killed. The cave below was its original nest. However, now all the demon snake guards inside have been wiped out. Lu Tongxing wouldn't be able to come back for a while, and Xu Ming was not in a hurry to find other snakes to kill. After killing for half a month, he felt that the air he breathed smelled of snakes. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe there's some treasures there. You can't kill the monarch-level monster for now, but you can enter the monarch-level monster's lair to take a look. After entering the cave, Xu Ming discovered that there was another world inside. It couldn't be seen from above, but the space inside was much larger than he had imagined and was very spacious. And it seemed to lead somewhere else. Except for the entrance, which was stained red with blood, the inside was becoming cleaner and cleaner. Originally, there were more than 10 commander-level guards here, but they were all wiped out by the Red Jade Sect Skeleton Eagle, and they couldn't escape at all. After walking diagonally downward for about several kilometers, Xu Ming finally reached the bottom of the cave. This is a deep underground pool where the two-winged flying snake lives on a huge rock beside the pool. In the center of the deep pool, there's a patch of dark green lotus. Xu Ming walked to the edge of the pond and looked up. There was a hidden small hole right above him, and the light from it just happened to shine on the lotus. This beast is quite good at choosing a place. Not only are there spiritual plants, but there are also hidden escape exits. As the distance got closer, Xu Ming could feel the vigorous spiritual energy emanating from the dark lotus. Although it is not as good as holding a spirit stone and inhaling it, at least the concentration of spiritual energy is much higher than that in ordinary places. In line with the principle of not wasting, Xu Ming slightly accelerated himself. Consume 10 years of your lifespan to accelerate your own cultivation growth. This acceleration consumes extra spiritual energy from the Night Lotus. Accelerating. In the first year, under the influence of the Dark Night Lotus, you seem to be able to enter the state of cultivation more easily, and your cultivation speed doubles. In the 6th year, even if the concentration of spiritual energy is not high, you will still improve rapidly. The level is raised to the peak of level 3. In the 10th year, for the rest of the time, you are considering what type of contract to make for the 4th beast tamer. Xu Ming, why don't I do something else with this extra time instead of just daydreaming? However, Xu Ming's alien lifespan still has more than 100,000 years left, so he can afford to waste it. After feeling his own condition, Xu Ming nodded with satisfaction. This Night Lotus is a good thing. Without the blessing of this thing, without consuming extra spirit stones, Xu Ming might not be able to reach the peak of the 3rd level even if he spent 10 years. On you, check if there are any lotus pods or something like that in there. Although the possibility is not high, Xu Ming still wants to try it. As for the lotus leaves and other things, I don't know if they can be transplanted, or I can see if the principal has any solution. Afterwards, Hong Yu summoned a few bone thorn birds and flew them into the night lotus leaves. After a moment, a few spurred birds seemed to have discovered something and started squawking. Really? Then 2 spurred birds were seen diving into the water and flying back with something in their sharp claws. But it's definitely not the lotus pod. Before Xu Ming had time to see the thing clearly, he heard 2 bone-spurred birds creak and fall directly to the ground, turning into a pile of broken bones. What's wrong? Master, be careful. The water under the lotus leaves seems to be highly poisonous. Highly poisonous? Even elite undead skeletons can be poisoned. Xu Ming looked at the thing that was brought up again and was not surprised. It was a corpse. This was a male corpse with a deep wound on the chest. However, what was truly fatal was probably being poisoned after falling into the water. Moreover, he was holding a mature, black lotus pod in his hand. Without this, the bone-spurred birds might have simply ignored the corpse. Xu Ming, wow, are these lotus seeds still edible? It seems that this guy also wanted to take the night lotus, but was killed by the 2-winged flying snake lord. I just don't know how long he had been dead. Although the body was preserved relatively intact, the toxicity of the water was so high that even microorganisms could not survive. Walalelo. Xu Ming took out several large bottles of water and washed the corpse's palms several times. Then let Hong Yu summon a low-level skeleton to take the night lotus and storage ring from the corpse's hands. If this guy is okay, it means the poisonous water has been washed away. Fortunately, no problem. Xu Ming washed the night lotus pod several times before putting it into his small storage ring. Then, he set his sights on the space ring he had just obtained. Fortunately, it was not a high-end product, and there were no restrictions. Xu Ming tried it once, and opened it directly. The space is not very large, just over 100 cubic meters. There aren't many valuable things there, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to steal into the lair of a monarch-level monster. The only things worthy of Xu Ming's attention were a communicator, an identification card from the Beastmaster Association, and something like a token. In addition to daily necessities and some sundries, there are also some materials whose uses are unknown. Su Lin, a 4th level 9-star Beastmaster with a B-level talent. As for the communicator, it is naturally password protected and cannot be opened. The metal token was nothing special. On one side was the word 1 written on it, and on the other side were several coiled pythons carved on it. It is quite compatible with the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. Chapter 77, Alliance of All Races. What is this? Nowadays, it's embarrassing to hang out without a secret identity, right? This token obviously belongs to a secret force. Ding ding ding. Xu Ming rhythmically tapped Su Lin's communicator with the token, thinking about how to deal with it. Master, I could try to revive the dead. If the person has been dead for a short time, I can get some information. At this time, Hong Yu gave advice. Well, let's try it. Then, Hong Yu placed a bone claw on the corpse's head, and the dead book on the other bone claw emitted bursts of gray mist. Hoof, hoof, hoof. It was unknown how long Su Lin's body had been dead, but because it was well preserved, he actually made a gasping sound. Where is this? Why is this? Judging from the other party's tone, he seemed to be trapped in a dark environment and had not yet figured out the situation. Moreover, he was still conscious and clear-headed, which meant that he had died not long ago. What's your communicator password? Xu Ming asked directly. Su Lin became quiet instantly. No. Xu Ming thought that the other party would tell him everything he knew. Master, I can use undead enslavement on him and transform him into a zombie, and he will completely obey my commands. However, we need to dismiss a skeleton from the Necronomicon. The current limit of the Necronomicon is to enslave only 2 undead. Well, let's get him and get all the information out of him first. Yes. Inside the Necronomicon, the skeleton mammoth turned into a pile of broken bones. Immediately afterwards, a ball of gray mist was input into Su Lin's body through Hong Yu's bone claws. A painful wail came from within Su Lin's body, and it was obvious that his soul was suffering great torture. After a moment, the corpse, which was twisted beyond human form, staggered and stood up by itself. Who are you? Su Lin. Detailed identity. The 10,000 Races Alliance, under the command of the Snake Lord, the Tianan branch of the Xia Kingdom, a yellow-level member. Xu Ming's guess turned out to be correct. It was another new force. If this token is given directly to the principal, perhaps information about the 10,000 Races Alliance can be obtained. However, it is not as interesting as unraveling the layers by yourself. What's more, it is meaningless to just know about the 10,000 Races Alliance. It would be more efficient to directly interrogate the person himself. Tell me about the news of the 10,000 Races Alliance. The influence of the 10,000 Races Alliance is spread across the East and West continents, as well as dozens of islands. It has hundreds of thousands of members. All right, I don't want to hear this kind of brainwashing. Tell me what the top combat power is. The main leaders of the 10,000 Races Alliance are 7 venerables, namely Saint Venerable, Phoenix Venerable, Tiger Venerable, Goo Venerable, Snake Venerable, Shark Venerable, and Flower Venerable. It is said that each of them is an 8th level peak Beastmaster. The 8th level is the peak combat power of all forces at present. Whoever first masters God-level power will be able to dominate the world. In terms of cutting-edge strength, it seems that the alliance of all races is not inferior to the Great Xia Kingdom. The 4 major military marshals of the Great Xia Kingdom are only at the peak of the 8th rank. Adding some ancestors from the 4 major families, the number is about the same. However, the difference between the peak of demigod level and god level seems to be only 1 star, but it is actually a world of difference and as difficult as ascending to heaven. What are you doing here? My main task is to maintain several hidden magic arrays within the 10,000 Snake Valley. Those unknown materials are used to maintain the magic circle. Magic circle? What's it used for? Not sure. And there won't be any problems usually, as long as you prevent the demon snake from accidentally entering. This guy is just an ordinary member of the 4th level and doesn't know much. No wonder he still has the leisure to steal things from the monarch's lair. What are you thinking? Coming here to die? Wealth and honor are sought in danger, and the Dark Knight Lotus Seeds are rare. Not only can they improve your comprehension and increase your chances of success and advancement, but they can also give you a chance to improve your talent. After I led the 2-winged flying snake monarch away, I didn't expect it to return from another direction. Okay, tell me all your passwords and secrets. Also, if someone from the other 10,000 Races Alliance contacts you, how will you respond? Yes. For the next half hour, Su Lin talked about some details about the 10,000 Races Alliance. Not only are there secret codes for contact, but there are also internal communication forums. Even the communication network can cover the world. After all, their influence covers the whole world, and the Western continent can get in touch with this side. However, the identity of each member is kept confidential and communication is through a single line. If it is an evil organization, it is not as easy to kill as the Heavenly Demon Palace. As long as it does not do evil openly, Xia Country will not deliberately clean up this organization. It is said to be walking in a gray area. There may be some conspiracies and tricks, but they are not as obvious and extreme as the Heavenly Demon Palace. Members like Su Lin, apart from maintaining the magic circle, have lived almost the same life as other ordinary adventurers in the Beastmaster Association over the years and can live completely under the sun. There are quite a few difficult tasks within the internal network of the 10,000 Races Alliance, but he is just not strong enough to do them. However, Xu Ming could not use Su Lin's intranet account. Each account was bound to a fingerprint, and Xu Ming could not have carried his body with him all the time. Xu Ming thought about it and sorted out all the information to make sure nothing was missed. Shirling, go back to before Hong Yu enslaved him. Then light and shadow flow. Master, I can use undead enslavement on him and transform him into a zombie, and he will completely obey my commands. However, we need to dismiss a skeleton from the Necronomicon. Let's go back in time to when Hong Yu made the suggestion. No need. Xu Ming has already received all the information, so there is no need to repeat it. Moreover, how can the corpse of a mere 4th-rank Beastmaster be compared with a Monarch-level skeleton undead? Xu Ming directly took out Su Lin's communicator and began to enter the password. 77649. As Xu Ming muttered, Su Lin, who was trapped in the corpse, collapsed. How is it possible? How do you know the password? Haha, what don't I know? I even know about you peeking at the older sister next door, taking a bath when you were 13. Xu Ming answered casually and started operating his communicator. This is a more civilian version, unlike Xu Ming's military-only version, which has pupil and brainwave encryption. He skillfully logged into the intranet of the 10,000 Races Alliance, which required his fingerprint to unlock it. Xu Ming simply grabbed his finger and pressed it. After logging in successfully, Xu Ming took a look and found that many sections were not open to Su Lin, a mid-level deacon. Some important information requires contribution points to exchange. However, Xu Ming didn't have time to pay attention to those things for the time being. His purpose was to get the one useful authority of this guy, to recruit people. That is, he has the quota and authority to invite external members to register and join. A mid-level deacon is more or less a cadre. Chapter 78, Lao Lu, Practice with Monarch Level. Soon, Xu Ming successfully registered on his communicator through Su Lin's invitation. Red, Snake, 66666. This is the initial ID of Xu Ming's account. The internal levels are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple from low to high. The level can be upgraded by accumulating contributions. The snake represents being under the command of the Snake Lord, which cannot be changed. Really 6. Afterwards, Xu Ming changed his ID name to Lao Lu. According to Su Lin, if each venerable has tens of thousands of people under him, then there are actually hundreds of thousands of members in total. However, it is estimated that most of them are just peripheral members. The purpose of the alliance of all races is described as great and glorious, with things like harmony among all races, equality, and freedom. Xu Ming knew, without thinking, that he was just fooling a fool. If someone really had supreme, unrestricted power, the first thing he would do would probably be, "I don't eat beef. Beep beep." At this time, Su Lin's communicator showed that someone on the 10,000 Races Alliance intranet was contacting him. "You invited new people? What happened these days? Why didn't you respond?" This message was sent by Su Lin's superior. ID is Green Snake Dead Tree, revived in spring. He is at least a 5th-level Beastmaster, possibly even a 6th-level one, being hunted by a Monarch-class, double-winged, flying snake. Xu Ming replied directly, "You are really lucky. If you hold on a little longer, I will give you another task at the end of the year." Persist? We agreed on 3 years, and then another 3 years after 3 years? I promise that you will bring new people to the Imperial capital within a month. After I pass the assessment, I will assign new tasks to you. Okay, I have to go through the snakes again. Do not disturb mode. Xu Ming's reply on behalf of Su Lin was quite reasonable. After all, it would be strange if he had no complaints after being assigned to such a remote place. Only interests are the basis for maintaining the entire organization. The Alliance of all races will issue some tasks based on each person's level, covering all aspects. There will be rewards after completion, and the rewards are much richer than those of the Beastmaster Association. Correspondingly, the difficulty of the task is also much higher. Xu Ming's account is still in the probation period, and he has no authority to accept tasks. He can only browse some public sections. However, we can learn a lot of information that is not available within the Xia country, especially regarding the Western continent and some national forces around the Xia kingdom. Even the rat-like Tianma Palace has a separate communication section that focuses on freedom of speech. In a sense, this can also be considered as climbing over the wall. After taking off one of Su Lin's fingers to use for occasional replying to messages, Xu Ming threw Su Lin's body back into the pool. If it is not thrown into the Night Lotus, it will probably be eaten by the fish in the water soon. After the 5-school competition is over, Xu Ming will find a way to pass the online assessment. Then he can be promoted to a full member of the 10,000 Races Alliance and start doing things. This finger won't last long. It will probably rot after a few uses. Next, Xu Ming browsed the 10,000 Races Alliance forum while waiting for Lu Tongxing to arrive. Damn, is it popular in Western continent to contract angel sisters? This is great. This demonic snake nation openly holds abyssal sacrifices. It is simply the lair of the heavenly demon palace. Wu country is creating friction on the border of Xia country. So brave? It seems that there is no report in Xia country at all. A day later, Lu Tongxing returned again. Principal, so soon? Well, the merchant boy has a lot of connections now. Of course, more importantly, your stuff is in great demand. As he spoke, Lu Tongxing threw the ring to Xu Ming. Don't rush to look at the materials. The monster I caught for you is about to wake up. That small cage can't hold it. Are you ready? Well, let it out. Immediately afterwards, Lu Tongxing waved his hand, and a saber-toothed tiger with hanging eyes appeared on the open ground not far away. Fool! The saber-toothed tiger growled and slowly regained consciousness. He was not injured, but was knocked unconscious by Lu Tongxing and stuffed into a trap. Dabai, get it. Bing. Dabai is full of fighting spirit. Lu Tongxing. You mean the monarch level combat power? Or this? Of course not. I'm here to practice with Dabai. What's the point of using that thing? Is that so? Lu Tongxing swallowed his saliva. If this iron-eating beast could jump 2 levels and defeat the monarch level at the elite level, it would definitely secure the first place at the 3rd level. Maybe there's a chance to win the top 3 in the group. Even now, Lu Tongxing only dared to think about the top 3 in the group. As for first place in the overall score, I don't even dare to think about it. Dabai walked in front of the saber-toothed tiger, who seemed to have not figured out the situation yet. He didn't pay any attention to Dabai, but stared at Lu Tongxing. Defeat it, and I'll let you go. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger roared, feeling extremely insulted. And Dabai has already started stacking buffs. Diamond and steel body unparalleled level. Swift footwork perfect level. Giant avatar mastery level. Suddenly, a golden iron-eating beast more than 2 meters tall appeared in front of the saber-toothed tiger monarch. At this time, the saber-toothed tiger finally took it seriously. However, based on intuition alone, the opponent's strength is still not as good as his. The gap between the 2 levels cannot be made up by the attack or defense skill level alone. Roar. 2 blood-red blades flew directly towards Dabai. Dabai could have dodged it, but he chose not to and instead took the attack head-on with his fists. Ding ding. After 2 sounds of metal, Dabai took a half step back. There were only slight marks on the fist, but no serious injuries. However, there is still a gap in absolute strength. Is this kind of defense really achieved by eating iron? Lu Tongxing's eyes could not hide his shock. Hey, it's genuine. If it wasn't Dabai who ate it, could it be that I ate it? Xu Ming chuckled and was very satisfied with this. Now is not Dabai's limit. After all, Dabai has not used the new batch of metal yet. After the initial test between Big White and Saber-Toothed Tiger, the most primitive fight ensued. Bang, bang, bang. Ding, ding, ding. Dabai's fist hit the Saber-Toothed Tiger so hard that blood rushed to its head. Although it was not fatal, it was very painful. Moreover, this is without using the bone-dissolving palm. Baymax is just exerting all his strength, and this kind of extreme battle is necessary. Although the giant incarnation's agility was reduced, the increase in strength was visible to the naked eye. The saber-toothed tiger's sharp teeth and claws hit Dabai's body, making a ding-ding sound, but failed to break the defense. Later, the saber-toothed tiger learned its lesson and no longer expected to cause internal injuries to Dabai. Instead, it used its paws to slap and its tail to whip him in an attempt to cause internal injuries. Bang, bang, bang. This trick is indeed effective on Dabai, making it feel numb all over. After all, the other party is at the monarch level, 2 levels higher than himself, and his strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, after the opponent began to maneuver and deliberately dodge attacks, Dabai gradually couldn't hit him anymore. Boo! Dabai was a little angry. Chapter 79 Kill the Monarch level. I want them all. This elite, iron-eating beast of yours is definitely the strongest I have ever seen in terms of attack and defense. Even a leader-level dragon may not be as strong as it. Lu Tongxing was generous in his praise. I have lived for most of my life, but I have never seen such a powerful beastmaster. Is it because of the Beastman? Or is it because of the Beastmaster? Principal, you're using a tone that's meant to be encouraging before you're compromising. Are you going to say but next? Xu Ming said with a smile. Well, compared to the monarch level, there is still a gap. However, it is not a big problem. As long as it is promoted to the commander level, it will definitely be able to cross levels and kill. Well, if that's the case, then I'm going to cheat. What's the cheat? Lu Tongxing was speechless. Isn't your iron-eating beast, which is comparable to the monarch level, still a cheat? Time Spirit. Chant. In an instant, a distorted light flashed by. The saber-toothed tiger, which seemed to be teasing Dabai, suddenly froze, as if a huge rock was pressing on it, and its speed was greatly reduced. Compared with before, it slowed down several times like slow motion. Moreover, the originally continuous movements became intermittent, making it very uncomfortable. On the other side, a light white light was added to Dabai's body. All of a sudden, its movement speed and attack speed increased several times. It's not simply an improvement in speed, but it also affects the time around Dabai. With 1 increase and 1 decrease, the speed suddenly differed tenfold. This time, the saber-toothed tiger became a complete sitting duck for Dabai. I'm competing with you in attack and defense. Who would compete with you in speed? Xu Ming chuckled. Dabai, stop playing and finish the job. Bing, how could Dabai let go of such a good opportunity? Bone-dissolving palm. Bang, bang, bang. One palm after another, continuously. 2 minutes later. Snap. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger let out a wail and suddenly fell to the ground. Kill the Monarch Level 3 star bloodthirsty saber-toothed tiger and plunder the alien's lifespan of 230 years. The cracking sound just now was Dabai smashing the opponent's skull. On the tiger's head, Dabai slapped and left a palm-shaped dent. Blood gushed out of all 7 orifices, and he died with his eyes open. Lu Tongxing. He remembered that Xu Ming had said before that his third beast was of auxiliary type, capable of acceleration and deceleration. I didn't expect it to be so awesome. How can this be called acceleration or deceleration? It's simply like a living devil. Whoever he touches will die. Principal, this monarch-level tiger. Don't worry, I won't compete with you. I'll sell it and give you the money when the time comes. Hey. Okay, seeing how strong you are, I am completely relieved, haha. Damn, those old guys are probably waiting to see me make a fool of myself. When the time comes, I'll see how they can laugh. Lu Tongxing was in a good mood and was already planning how to set a trap for those old friends. Principal, there's a night lotus in the cave below. Can we sell it for money? Lu Tongxing was speechless. This guy is really taking advantage of others. Fortunately, the secret place of the school is no longer suitable for him. The growth environment of the night lotus is quite demanding. The temperature and light must be perfectly matched. I guess it can't be transplanted, and most people can't keep it alive. I've memorized this coordinate, and I'll come here every year to take a look. If there are any lotus seeds, I'll give you some. Oh well. Xu Ming didn't care, since he had picked up a lotus pod for free anyway. I'm leaving now. I will come back in 10 days to take you back, and then we will go directly to the imperial capital. Through the trial cooperation between Dabai and Shirling, Xu Ming probably had some idea about it. Even if he is at the monarch level, he is still trash. Just do it. Xu Ming was somewhat looking forward to the trip to the imperial capital. Genius? What I do is genius. These days, Xu Ming occasionally watched some videos about the 5-school competition online. Mainly, Shang Ren would send Xu Ming some so-called secret information from time to time. In the 100 Battles Beast Taming Academy, Zhongli Kuang, the 3rd level, and Tu Zhan, the 4th level, are both good at possessing bodies to tame beasts and are keen on the beastmasters themselves taking the field. Among them, Zhongli Kuang was the one who tore apart a commander-level monster with bare hands, while Tu Zhan killed a 1-star monarch-level monster by crossing levels. Elemental Academy. The girl is very hot. She will cry for a long time if she gets punched. As for his purpose, it is self-evident. I'm sure you want to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. However, I don't know how confident Xu Ming is, so I've been testing the waters. As long as Xu Ming agrees, Shang Ren will definitely invest all his fortune into it. There's nothing much to say. Bro just got first place. Xu Ming took the time to call Shang Ren back. So brave? The 3rd level contestant from the Imperial Capital Academy should be Xia Zhong, the 2nd oldest of the Xia family. The dragon bloodline that this guy has contracted is quite good, enough to crush all the commander-level beasts. What I mean is, 1st in level 3, 1st in total score, I want them all. It's not that I don't trust you, buddy, but that woman from the Wen family is really strong. Trust me, just go all in. Okay, now that you've said that, I'll risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll make a killing. Anyway, now that things have been said, it's up to him whether he wants to follow or not. There are 10 days left, and Xu Ming plans to visit the remaining monarch-level territories. He is too lazy to waste time in the territory of the commander-level demon snake. In addition, according to Su Lin's records, the several magic arrays he was responsible for maintaining were actually hidden in the monarch-level territory. Faintly, Xu Ming smelled a hint of conspiracy. However, he certainly wouldn't destroy anything now. Now that it has been destroyed, Su Lin's death cannot be concealed. Besides, the task that a 4th-level beastmaster is responsible for should not be an important one. At least, he had to wait until his identity as a member of the 10,000 Races Alliance was secure. How can we defeat a secret force that can rival the Xia Kingdom without infiltrating it? Xu Ming checked the space ring that Lu Tongxing had sent him. The ring that was originally full of materials was naturally gone, and instead, there were 2 piles of metal blocks. One pile is 3rd level black jade iron, and the other pile is 4th level black magnetic meteorite iron. The number is not small, which is enough to show how huge Xu Ming's harvest was. Perhaps this is also the reason why Shangren dared to go down the same path with Xu Ming. One person is more awesome than the entire adventure group. He felt that whether he could contract the spirit of wealth depended on Xu Ming. Dabai, use the 3rd level one to whet your appetite first. As he spoke, Xu Ming threw a large pile of 3rd level black jade iron to Dabai. As for the 4th level, Xu Ming felt that Dabai could only be used at the 4th level, and it had to be combined with the thunder attribute to achieve the maximum effect. Bing! Now, Dabai is no longer resistant to eating iron. Perhaps he has realized his own shortcomings. A mere monarch level can't kill easily. The ability is still not enough. Chapter 80 Perfect Level, Giant Incarnation. Consume 10 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes some 3rd level black jade iron. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast did not rush to eat all the black jade iron in one go, but slowly adjusted itself according to its state after its giant incarnation. In the 3rd year, the iron-eating beast has completely adapted to its giant incarnation, and its diamond steel incarnation can play a 100 role. In the 5th year, the iron-eating beast continues to improve its proficiency in its giant incarnation. In the 6th year, the iron-eating beast made rapid progress in upgrading its giant incarnation thanks to its strong physical fitness. Skill Giant Avatar, upgraded from mastery level to perfect level. At the same time, when the giant incarnation plays its greatest role, the bonus strength of the diamond steel body is halved and reduced to a perfect level, requiring more supplementary black jade iron. In the 10th year, all the black jade iron has been consumed, and the iron-eating beast can perfectly play the role of a giant incarnation and a diamond incarnation. When the giant incarnation is upgraded to the peerless level, it may have unexpected effects. Giant incarnation, perfect level, can enlarge its own body size to 4 times its current size. Now, if Dabai expands to its largest size, it can already reach the upper limit of the size of a commander-level being. Not only does the size increase, but there is also a bonus in strength, as well as the overall bonus brought about by the diamond body transformation. So much 3rd-grade black jade iron is not eaten in vain. The only drawback may be the reduced speed. However, Xu Ming has already tried it. As long as Shi Ling uses 2 skills at random, any enemy will become a sandbag. Dabai doesn't need to worry about speed, just focus on smashing the enemy into a pulp with all his strength. Kill the elite 9-star red-eyed scorpion snake and plunder the alien's lifespan of 29 years. Plundering skills, red-eyed scorpion snake resistance, Iron Eater, and mutated skeleton summoner have already learned it automatically. Kill the elite 1-star moon snake and plunder the alien's lifespan for 21 years. Kill the 4-star black snake commander and plunder the alien's lifespan of 140 years. In the following days, Xu Ming took Dabai and Hong Yu to sweep the territory of the monarch-level demon snake. This place has existed for hundreds of years and has always been peaceful. High-level beast masters disdain to attack this place, and also regard it as a breeding base for some snake beasts. Who would have thought that a big killer would suddenly appear these days? Not afraid that the monarch level is too strong, nor that the awakening level is too weak. The main goal is to kill without mercy. Among them, a monarch-level demon snake leader, seeing that the situation was not good, ran away without any reluctance. Xu Ming checked, and it seemed to be called Ghost Snake. It was good at speed and phantom clones. Its combat power was average, and its main function was to save its life. Xu Ming had no better way to intercept this kind of monster in the wilderness. It could only vent his anger on its subordinates in its territory. However, at least Xu Ming caught a monarch-level demon snake that couldn't escape. Monarch-level red-eyed scorpion snake leader. This guy has neither wings nor super speed. However, in terms of hard power alone, he is definitely the overlord of the 10,000 Snake Valley. With a body covered in poisonous mist, he can definitely crush the other demon snake kings. However, for Dabai, the effect of the toxin was much weakened. After Xu Ming consumed several years of the alien's lifespan to accelerate Dabai's adaptation to the toxin and raised its resistance to the toxin to the perfect level, Dabai was no longer affected by the monarch-level toxin. Most of the monarch-level red-eyed scorpion snake's martial arts were directly wasted, and in the end, it was easily killed by Dabai. kill the Monarch level 8 star red-eyed scorpion snake, and plunder the alien's lifespan of 280 years. After raiding the nests of several Monarch-level demon snakes, we didn't find any valuable treasures. We did find a lot of snake eggs of Monarch-level demon snakes, which should be able to sell for a lot of money. At this point, Xu Ming's first outdoor adventure, robbery, trip has officially come to an end. Coincidentally, the space ring was full again. When Liu Tongxing returned again, he did not have the slightest psychological fluctuation about the fact that he and Xu Ming were sleeping in the lair of the Monarch-level demon snake leader. Apparently, I've become so used to it that I'm numb to it. Maybe there's really a chance to compete for the first place? At this time, Liu Tongxing couldn't help but feel a little more expectant. After telling Xu Ming not to run around, Liu Tongxing threw Xu Ming directly back to the dormitory. Now, his biggest task as the principal is to serve as Xu Ming's driver and bodyguard to ensure that nothing unexpected happens. "Brothers, I'm back." As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Xu Ming yelled and then rushed to the bathroom impatiently. "After being in the wild for nearly a month, I just washed casually in the river, and my body smelled strange. Stop howling. If you don't come back, I will go back to the capital too." At this time, Shang Ren's voice came from outside the door. Also, Xiaofeng went back. Well, he had to make arrangements to go to Dragon Island in advance. But I think it was more because his family arranged a blind date for him. "Xu Ming, what about you? Why are you going back early? Are you going on a blind date as well?" "Alas, my family has already arranged a marriage for me. What the hell is the point of dating? How many rich guys have you met who are as clean as me and only care about making money?" "Oh, so your fiancé must be amazing, right? People are in trouble. Don't tear it apart. By the way, are you really sure that you can defeat the strongest combination of the Xia and win families in the contemporary era?" It seemed that Shangren stayed here just to confirm this matter with Xu Ming in person. Otherwise, he couldn't sleep well. If he decided to do it, he would not only invest all his own money, but also borrow a large sum of money. Making money for yourself is one thing, but making your competitors lose money is also very important. One in and one out. It's a win-win situation, win twice. Xu Ming did not answer directly, but continued to clean himself. After washing up, Xu Ming threw another space ring to Shang Ren in front of his eager eyes. "It's full again. Please give me a bigger space next time." Shang Ren was speechless, and then his expression gradually became shocked. This commander-level monster is several times more powerful than the last one. There's also a Monarch level 1. Is it really possible for a third-level Beastmaster to achieve such a harvest? Even a hunting group, led by a 5th-rank Beastmaster, is no more than this. Those are monsters, not little chickens that can be slaughtered at will. Yeah, but unfortunately 2 of the monarchs were too slippery and ran too fast, so I was too lazy to chase them, so I could only kill all of the commanders. If the space wasn't so small, the harvest would be half as much. Awesome. What else could Shangren say? All my doubts are gone. And now I'm all in. No one is allowed to stop me. Come, have some local specialties. As he spoke, Xu Ming took out a few fruits picked from the secret realm and handed them to Shangren. "This thing tastes good." Xu Ming did not sell it, but kept it for himself. Chapter 81 Talent Limit. Entering the Imperial Capital. This one will cost 500 spirit stones in the Imperial Capital. Shangren took a bite and couldn't help but say, "So expensive?" "Well, it's full of spiritual energy. It's a luxury that only the upper class can enjoy. It's like you're not from the upper class." After hearing what Shangren said, Xu Ming was glad that he did not sell it. The best things should definitely be enjoyed by oneself first. "I earned all my money cleanly. Please prove it to me." "Well, it doesn't matter. In my eyes, they're only friends or enemies. The rest is not important." As he spoke, Xu Ming took out a few more, as well as a few Dark Night Lotus seeds. "That's great. You can take it back to Xiaofeng and see if it can be of any use." What a good thing. Shangren was a connoisseur and recognized it at a glance. "Okay, I'm not that serious about cultivation, so I'll give all the lotus seeds to Xiaofeng. Is it okay for me to eat 2 more fruits?" Casual. What metals do you plan to purchase from this batch of materials? Shangren could guess Xu Ming's needs without asking. The combat training method of the iron-eating beast is not a special secret, and it's not that no one has tried it. However, there is no one who could be successfully cultivated to this level like Xu Ming. Even the predecessor who wrote the training method could not compare with Xu Ming. Shangren could only explain this as genius. There was no other reason. "Don't worry. If you're short of funds, you can use this to cushion the problem. After I finish the competition, help me purchase the 4th level lightning medal. Have you reached the stage of thunder attribute? No problem. With my connections in the imperial capital, I won't be short of this little money. However, I can help you make some money, provided that you come at first. We'll meet again after you go to the imperial capital. The next day, Shangren returned to the imperial capital. In addition to him, all other young men from the business world had already returned to the imperial capital, gearing up for the 5-school competition. In their eyes, anyone of the 5 schools and 10 players can be the object of betting. The strong have their own way of playing, and the weak have their own way of playing. As businessmen and bankers, there are always ways to maximize profits. Such a grand event is most suitable for no-cost business. In 2 days, Xu Ming will also go to the imperial capital with Lu Tongxing. Now, the only thing Xu Ming feels more urgent is his own talent. According to the current mainstream view, a person's talent directly determines the upper limit of his future. Others may be able to reach level 7 or 8, but you can only reach level 4. This is the upper limit of your talent. In addition, the success rate of promotion, cultivation speed, etc. are all affected by talent. Xu Ming's intuition told him that his first talent was relatively important to his growth. Now it is still C-level top breeding. Xu Ming didn't care much about the speed of cultivation or the success rate of promotion. As long as the success rate is not 0, it doesn't matter even if it is 1. What I'm afraid of is that 0, because a good cook cannot cook without rice. 4 C-level talents. The upper limit is generally at level 4, or at most level 5. Xu Ming is not in a hurry now, but that does not stop him from making preparations in advance. The Yui Lotus seeds he obtained this time served as a reminder to him that he should pay more attention to resources in this area in the future. However, the Dark Knight Lotus seeds can only be considered as generally rare resources, not top-level resources. If Xu Ming could get top-level treasures that could improve his talents, he would have many ideas that could be implemented. Consume 10 years of your lifespan to accelerate the growth of your own talents. This acceleration consumes an additional 10 Night Lotus Seeds and 8 Level 2 Soul Power Potion. Accelerating. In the first year, you have no idea what to do. Although you have taken a Lotus Seed and Soul Potion, your mind is very clear, but you still don't know how to break through the current talent limit. The second year, still the same. In the 7th year, you eat 1 Lotus Seed per year, no longer forcing yourself, but just keep thinking. With these years of persistence, the strength and upper limit of your mental power have been significantly improved. In the 10th year, you seem to have realized something and no longer force the development of your so-called talent in a certain aspect. Perhaps increasing your mental power infinitely is itself a way to improve your talent. Acceleration ends. Xu Ming's talent did not improve, but he found some ideas. Improving talent is not difficult, as long as you have enough time, but breaking through the limit level of talent is as difficult as ascending to heaven. For example, it is wishful thinking to upgrade a C-level cultivation talent to a B-level fire talent or some other talent. Xu Ming's idea now is to increase the upper limit of his mental power and see what kind of qualitative changes will be caused by that time. However, this approach takes time and resources. Time is easy to say, but resources are usually natural treasures like the Night Lotus. Many of you are using the teleportation array for the first time, so you may feel a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, you will recover soon. Clear. The distance between the Imperial Capital and Tian'an requires a teleportation array. It is fast and safe. This time when they went to the capital, in addition to the principal and contestants, there were also some top students who went there to gain experience and a guest star as cheerleaders. Anyway, a group of dozens of people stood on the teleportation array at the same time. The next second, there was a flash of light and shadow, and they appeared in an unfamiliar hall. Vomit. About 10 students almost vomited on the spot. Xu Ming felt it and didn't know if it was because his mental strength had increased a lot, but he didn't feel any discomfort. Let's go. Let's go to the hotel first. Your senior brother Lung has already made arrangements in advance. Lung Wenyan, at the peak of level 4, is Xu Ming's teammate this time. He is also recognized as the best 4th level person of this generation at Tian'an Beastmaster Academy. There is no need for competition. I am the first in a crushing manner. Although they were teammates, Xu Ming had never met him in person, let alone trained together. In Lu Tongxing's words, there was no suitable combination in the entire Tian'an Beast Taming Academy to be opponents for the two of them, and they couldn't practice anything. As long as you perform normally in the individual competition, you will definitely be in the top 3 in the total score. I don't know whether he has confidence in Xu Ming or Long Wenyan. Principal, teachers, and students, welcome. At the entrance of the hotel, a gentle and elegant boy was standing and waiting. Senior Lung, so handsome and powerful. Wenyan, thank you for your hard work. It's okay. I just happen to be doing internship in the capital. Let's go up first. Inadvertently, Xu Ming seemed to feel that Long Wenyan glanced at him. However, I didn't pay too much attention to it. Moreover, Xu Ming didn't want to discuss any additional competition matters. Anyway, I am a master of all trades, so it doesn't matter who my teammates are. Chapter 82, the competition begins. Let you be a beastmaster. The imperial capital of the Xia Kingdom. The prosperity in all aspects cannot be compared with Tian'an City. Even a chef in a restaurant could be a 6th-rank beastmaster. For example, Quan Wei's High. Although Shangren said that this was only his family's property and he had no say in it. However, the next day after Xu Ming arrived, he arranged a private room for him. Xiaofeng was there too, of course. Xu Ming, have you read the intelligence I found for you? The opponent is basically determined. Well, the girls from the Elemental Academy are indeed pretty, but they look a little cold. When Shangren heard Xu Ming say this, he knew that his efforts were in vain. But it doesn't matter. He would be worried if Xu Ming really looked like he was facing a powerful enemy. Xiaofeng, what about you? Which family's girl did you choose this time? Xiaofeng glanced at Shangren and said nothing. Merchants? Damn it, you better be careful with my cousins. Don't let them get sold out. Even I can't beat them. Don't worry, I'm not interested in women. As soon as Xiaofeng finished speaking, the other two were speechless. However, Xiaofeng was too lazy to explain anything. He took a sip of wine and said to Xu Ming, I have already contacted Dragon Island. On January 10th next year, there will be the Dragon Selection Conference, which is held once every 3 years. You will have a chance then. Dragon Selection Conference? It sounds like a Beastmaster selecting Beastmasters. Shouldn't it be a Dragon Selection Conference? Xu Ming said casually. Ahem. You may say it's okay now, but when you get to Dragon Island, don't say that, or you'll be kicked out. In serious cases, it might cause displeasure among the demigod dragons. All right, Xu Ming, you can ignore the others, but you must be careful of this one family. When Xin, well, she has contracted 2 book spirits, which is enough to show how much the one family values her. And her talent is worthy of this investment. The 2 book spirits can complete a combination skill, which is amazing. 2. Xu Ming had also seen some of this girl's battle videos. Basically, she only needed 1 book spirit to crush her peers. I didn't expect that there were actually 2 of them and they could perform combination skills. It's really not easy. However, the more this happened, the more excited Xu Ming became. It's so hard to come here. How can I not encounter something interesting? It's okay. You can watch me torture her and make her cry. Xu Ming waved his hand, drank the glass, and said proudly, if Xu Ming dared to say such things in the Imperial Capital College, he would probably be beaten up. I placed a bet on you to win your share of spirit stones at other odds, so you have to perform well. Otherwise, I will not be responsible. How much can you earn? In a 3rd-level competition, I can earn 5 or 6 times as much in total. But if such an upset happens in the team competition, all my brothers and sisters will definitely go bankrupt. Obviously, Shangren is going to do something big. It seems that I have to keep some tricks in reserve before the team competition. 2 hands mean 10 cards in the hole. As long as we can win. Rest assured. On the 3rd day, all preparations were completed, and Xu Ming followed the main group to the competition venue. The battlefield was a very spacious, open-air venue. There are huge screens hanging in 4 directions, enough for every audience to see clearly. Supports slow-motion real-time playback to ensure real-time broadcast across the country. In addition, dozens of top medical teams are on standby at all times, not only to ensure that there is no danger to life, but also to ensure that the recovery is fast enough so as not to affect subsequent competitions. Otherwise, everyone would fight hard in the individual competition and there would be no need to compete in the team competition later. The individual competition will be held first. According to the rules of previous years, the first place in the previous session will automatically enter the top 3. Therefore, the remaining 4 schools will first draw lots to determine the top 3 schools. Loser group, competing for 4th place. Then, the top 3 will start taking turns in pairs to decide the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. Soon, the opening ceremony ended and the drawing of lots was completed. On the first day, Tian'an College played against Baijian College, and Element College played against Hanhai College. The third level will compete first. Now, please welcome Xu Ming from Tian'an College to face Zhong Liquan from Baijian College. The host announced the end, and the two of them came on stage at the same time amid applause. In terms of popularity, Xu Ming is not as good as Zhong Liquan for the time being. The violent scene of the other party tearing the monster apart with bare hands was indeed very contagious. You better surrender quickly, or I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself. The familiar trash talk segment, Zhongli is really crazy. Come on, I'll give you a beast to control. Xu Ming was not to be outdone. In this situation, he felt like he had entered a scene from an anime he had watched before and aspired to become a Pokemon master. He walked into the wrong set. What a big mouth. Come out, violent wolf spirit. Possess me. Come out, bloodthirsty leopard. Come out, tyrant shaman. In an instant, Zhong Liquan's body was filled with blood and exuded waves of bloodthirsty aura. In addition to the blessing of the violent wolf spirit, there is also the tyrant shaman who blesses him with bloodlust, as well as auxiliary skills such as acceleration totem. In an instant, Zhong Liquan and the bloodthirsty leopard turned into two blood-red shadows and rushed towards Xu Ming. Dubai, play with him, just don't kill them. Afterwards, Xu Ming felt that he suddenly became as light as a swallow and could cross dozens of meters in one step. Obviously, Ling will accelerate and release it on him to make it easier for him to watch the show. At first, Zhong Liquan didn't take Dubai seriously, but when he saw it blocking the road, he planned to join forces with the bloodthirsty leopard to kill it instantly. Ding, ding, ding. In an instant, a series of ding-ding sounds were heard on the field. A moment later, Zhong Liquan was stunned when he saw his hands bleeding profusely. As for the bloodthirsty leopard, it was even worse off. The nails on all four of its paws were turned outward, and most of the teeth in its mouth were knocked away by Dubai. Tear apart the commander-level monster? I'm standing here for you to tear. How is that possible? Roar. Zhong Liquan's eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't understand why his hands, which could cut even fine steel, couldn't break the opponent's defense. He looked up again and saw that his opponent was hiding far away and eating melons. Suddenly, his blood rushed to the ground. When he was about to chase and kill Xu Ming, the Beastmaster, Dubai just punched him away with an ordinary punch. Zhong Liquan defeated. Xu Ming wins. Coaxed. There was an uproar around the venue. What? This Zhong Liquan boasted so much online, but this is all he ended up with. Yeah, he didn't even see clearly, but he hit his hand until it bled. He's too weak. It's not that he is weak, it's that the iron-eating beast's defense is too strong. Yeah, it's a pity that I was targeted. That's because he's stupid. Why not just attack the Beastmaster directly? The audience at the scene and online had different opinions, while Xu Ming quietly returned to his seat. The duel between masters is a matter of life and death, and it won't drag on for too long, but it will be enough for the audience to savor for a long time. Even after the competition is over, the popularity generated by these videos will continue for several months. Chapter 83, Kunpeng? Surrender without a fight. The second game continued quickly, and there was no need to repair the venue. Please welcome Zhuang Yu from Hanhai College to face Niao Wan from Element College. Then a thin boy and a girl came on stage at the same time. Zhuang Yu's body doesn't seem to be as good as the girl's, and his face is a little pale. Come out, Xiao Kuan. Woo! Suddenly, a big blue fish appeared in the air. Kunpeng, just a little blood. It's too much to stew in one pot. Snort. At this time, Niao Wan was not to be outdone and began to summon. Come out, Wind Elf. Come out, Wind Beast. Come out, Cloud and Mistbird. Apparently, she is a pure wind-type Beastmaster. Ahem, you guys have fun with Xiao Kuan. I'm going to rest first. As he spoke, Zhuang Yu summoned another large shell. Then, he hid directly into the shell. All audience. They thought that Zhuang Yu would ride on the back of the big fish. Whoosh whoosh. The continuous wind blades hit the shell, but had no effect at all. If Niao Wan was a fire type, maybe she could force him out directly. Now, we can only force the other party's Kuan beast. Woo! The Kuan beast roared, and all attacks directed at it were absorbed by a burst of light and shadow. Niao Wan immediately felt like she was facing a formidable enemy, as she had seen this move before. Xiaoyan, release the mist quickly. Chirp! At this moment, Niao Wan suddenly felt a palpitation, as if she would die in the next second. Swish, swish, swish. Several powerful wind blades suddenly appeared out of nowhere at Niao Wan's neck, just a little bit away from cutting her neck. However, he could not move forward at all and was stopped by the security personnel on the field. Zhuang Yu wins, the referee announced hastily, secretly wiping his sweat off his forehead. It was almost the first time that a person would die accidentally in this competition. However, no one blamed Zhuang Yu for anything. He was showing mercy by being able to block the reflected attack. More people are marveling at the awesomeness of the Kuan Beast and the Kuanping bloodline. Xu Ming also saw all of this, thinking about which trump card he would reveal when the time comes. Or, if the other party dared to hide in a shell in front of him, Dabai could just slap him out. In the final analysis, the wind system's attack power against this kind of defense is insufficient, so it is natural that it loses. The two games decided the two schools that entered the top 3, and they will compete again tomorrow. The remaining Zhongli Kuang and Nie Wan will compete for the 4th place, as no one wants to be so embarrassed as to be at the bottom. This competition lasted for half an hour before it ended. In the end, Nie Wan relied on the foggy environment created by the Cloudbird and the acceleration provided by the Wind Elf to use a delaying tactic against Zhongli Kuang, who was blessed with a rage buff. She kept waiting until his buff lasted until it ended, and then she easily defeated him. This tactic was also the secret of her past victories. However, when encountering Zhuang Yu's Kuan Beast, he had no way to delay and could only fight hard, which led to his easy defeat. Xu Ming did a good job. It's up to your senior brother this afternoon. As long as you can get into the top 3, it'll be fine. At this time, Lu Tongxing came over, unable to hide his excitement. Xu Ming zet ponde pofun goti. This old man still doesn't believe in his own strength. The ranking scores of the individual competition from 1st to 5th place are 10 points, 8 points, 5 points, 2 points, 0 points. As long as Leng Wenyan enters the top 3 of the 4th level, Xu Ming is confident of taking 1st place in the 3rd level. The minimum score is already 15 points. The points for team competitions are twice as high as those for individual competitions. 20 points, 16 points, 10 points, for points, 0 points. As long as we don't score 0 in the team competition, we will almost certainly be in the top 3. After all, the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy has almost already reserved the 1st place in the 4th level and the 1st place in the group. Everyone else can only compete for 2nd or 3rd place. If Tian'an College can make it into the top 3 in the team competition, it may even be possible for it to get 2nd place this time. In the afternoon, there will be a battle for the top 3 in the 4th level. Although it is a competition among 5 schools, it is a generally recognized consensus that this is just a competition among several other schools for the qualification to challenge Imperial Capital College. If the 3rd level battle in the morning has already surprised many people, then the 4th level battle is even more exciting. Having one more beast tamer can lead to more different tactics, which is more entertaining. As for the period after the 5th stage, the tactics and development paths of most beastmasters have almost been determined. No matter how many contracts there are, one with the strongest qualifications will definitely be the main one, and the others will be trained around the main force as much as possible. High-level beastmasters are definitely powerful, but the battles are not necessarily as good to watch as those at levels 3 or 4. The battle may be over before most of the audience can even see it clearly. Leng Wenyan from Tian'an College versus Tu Zhan from Baijian College. Start. After the referee made his announcement, he hurried off the field. Even from a distance, one could feel Tu Zhan's powerful aura and fighting spirit. Everyone in the 100 Battles Academy is a battle maniac. Tu Zhan didn't hesitate and started to summon. Come out, Eagle Beast. Come out, Dragon Scale Crocodile. Roar. Chirp. In an instant, a huge cloud of dust rose up from the field. 2 beast masters at the peak of the commander level, with overwhelming momentum. Tu Zhan's summoning ended. It seemed that there were only 2 beasts, but in fact his own aura was stronger than that of the 2 beasts. Looking closely, there were 2 different streams of light flowing on his body, which were the signs of a possessed beastmaster. According to public information, Tu Zhan has contracted 2 possessed beasts, the Mongoose Beast Spirit and the Frost Ghost Beast Spirit. At this moment, a thin layer of frost gradually formed under Tu Zhan's feet, and a thin black mist permeated his legs. Obviously, a huge bonus was obtained. On the other hand, Leng Wenyan's side has not made any move yet. According to the rules, Tu Zhan can attack now. What's going on? Doubts arose in everyone's mind. What do you mean? Tu Zhan did not attack directly, but asked. He disdained to take direct action like this. Of course, if his opponent plays any tricks, he will not be polite. However, he could feel that the other party did not summon the beast. Even the life-saving possessed beast was not summoned. Wen Yin. At this time, Xu Ming saw that Lu Tongxing beside him looked pale. The dignified 7th rank Beastmaster seemed to have suffered a severe blow and looked much older. It seemed that he understood Lung Wenyin's plan. I also want to have a hearty fight, but unfortunately. Then, Lung Wenyin said loudly, I give up. Wow. The entire audience, including all the viewers who were watching the live broadcast, was in an uproar. For many years, there has never been a case of surrender without a fight in the 5-school competition. It is even unthinkable to surrender without even summoning a single beast. Are you sure? If you surrender without a fight, you will be directly judged as the last one. Your school's 4th level competition points are 0, and you can no longer participate in team competitions. Even the referee couldn't help but reiterate the rules that hadn't been mentioned for many years. Surrendering without a fight is the greatest shame. Chapter 84. Frost Phoenix, Ancient Mulberry Tree. I'm sure. After saying that, Lung Wenyin turned around and left, leaving Tu Zhan alone who had been posing for a long time. Tu Zhan was completely confused as he won without fighting. It was not until the referee announced him as the winner that he scratched his hair and returned to his school area. As for Lung Wenyin, when he passed by Tian'an College, he just said sorry to Lu Tongxing and walked toward another area. Over there is the one family seat. Principal, do you want me to? Xu Ming was eating the melon, fearing that the old man could not withstand the blow. However, turning back time doesn't seem to change anything. Even if there is a substitution, it seems that there is no player who can replace Lung Wenyin, and he would just be a waste if he goes up. No need for that. I didn't expect the Wen family to use such a despicable trick. Alas, the 5 schools competition has also been tainted by these means. It can be seen that Lu Tongxing is a little discouraged. On the one hand, the Wen family prevented Tian'an College from making it into the top 3, but more importantly, they wanted to psychologically defeat the persistence of diehards like Lu Tongxing. This time, they were determined to win. They would first bring Tian'an College under their control, and then gradually radiate the entire Tian'an city and even the military region. As we all know, the Tian'an military region is the biggest pro-war faction. In fact, some people even propose to abandon Tian'an City as a bridgehead and shrink the overall strategy. However, after being killed by Xiao Wushang, no one dared to mention it. Therefore, we can only resort to the method of boiling the frog in warm water. Principal, don't be like this. The more they want to see you like this, the more you have to cheer up. You don't need to teach me a lesson, brat. Just play your game well. If they don't want me to be the principal, then I won't be the principal. I can go to the front line and kill 2 Overlord-level Demon Kings to make enough money. Xu Ming was speechless. I was worried that the old man would be hit, but it seems my worry was in vain. However, judging from his tone, he probably has no more than 2 Overlord-level beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said 2 was enough. The higher you go, the more difficult it is to upgrade your beast tamer, and the more resources it consumes. It is almost impossible to upgrade all 7 or 8 beasts to the Overlord level or Demigod level. It is good enough if 2 or 3 of them can reach the main combat level. First train the main battle beast to its peak, then the rest of the beasts will be trained. Don't worry, I will get you first place no matter what. Xu Ming solemnly promised. This time, he is going to be serious. With your words, my trip here has not been in vain. If you really don't consider becoming my disciple, I will find a way to leave the spirit of the Void Shadow to you after I'm gone for 100 years. Generally speaking, after the death of a Beastmaster, the beasts in the beast-taming space will be directly transformed into new beast-taming eggs, born among the tribe or at the place of origin, and their qualifications will be improved to a certain extent. However, it is not certain whether he can be contracted as a beast-tamer again. For some high-level Beastmasters, they can also spend a huge price to forcibly terminate the contract just to keep the beast. This situation usually only occurs when the bond with the Beastmaster is strong, and before the Beastmaster dies, he hopes that the Beastmaster will continue to protect his family. How long can you live, Principal? If I hadn't reached the 8th level, I could have lived another 100 to 200 years. Then you just live well. I'm not in a hurry. Although Lung Wenyin's surrender without a fight had a bad impact, it was ultimately within the rules. At best, netizens and the audience can only condemn it verbally. We can't let Lu Tongxing kill him directly. That would be disgraceful. The competition will continue. Next, Nangong Feishue from the Element Academy will battle against Sang Miao from the Vast Sea Academy. Start. Nangong Feishue, Zhuang Yu, and others were previously the hot topics of discussion and were very strong. However, this Sang Miao is very mysterious and has rarely appeared in the public eye before. This time, it was directly pushed out by Hanhai College, and it was obviously a secret trump card. The battle started, and the two girls did not make any more troubles, and started to summon at the same time. Nangong Feishue's beasts are well known to everyone. Main forces, Frost Phoenix, Fiery Ice Bird, and Ice-type flying beasts at the pinnacle of the commander level. Speed, control, and lethality are all top-notch. If it is used against some stupid land monarch-level monsters that cannot fly, it can definitely be tormented to death. In addition, there is a Blood Ice Elf as an auxiliary, and a possessed monster, Snow Princess, as a defense. Nangong Feishue sat on the back of Frost Phoenix, like a lofty snow goddess. Regardless of whether it is strong or not, at least it is very cool. On the other side, Sang Miao was wearing an emerald green floral dress and shoulder-length hair, looking like a little girl picking flowers in the mountains in spring. You know, the temperature is only a few degrees now. At the same time, patches of dark green grass actually began to grow around her. Beside her, a towering tree suddenly stood up. The green leaves stood tall like a canopy. Sang Miao jumped up, then jumped onto a tree trunk and sat down, swinging her legs. It seems that we have really gone from winter to spring in an instant. What kind of beast is this? A plant-type beast? It looks very ordinary. That big tree is no different from other trees in the forest. However, Xu Ming did notice that there was a circle of black vines coiled around the trunk of the tree, like a tiny python crawling slowly on the trunk. The ancient Tiansang tree and the mohan grass. At this time, Xu Ming heard Lu Tongxing beside him exclaim in surprise and recognized Sang Miao's two beasts. Unexpectedly, the dark green grass is also a kind of beast. Xu Ming thought that this was caused by the skill of changing the environment and terrain. Whether it is a big tree or a grass, it looks so ordinary. Principal, what are the characteristics of these two beasts? Are they very strong? Very strong, but also easy to be targeted. However, it shouldn't be difficult to single-handedly fight against an ice-attributed beastmaster. No wonder Hanhai College has been keeping a secret. I didn't expect it to have this trick up its sleeve. The tone of his voice seemed to have already determined the outcome. Oh, what is this thing afraid of? Of course I'm afraid of fire. Fire overcomes wood, which makes sense. Moreover, the beasts that Sang Miao controls seem to be all plant-type, and they are really easy to target. The battle begins. Although Nangong Feishue didn't know what kind of beast the opponent was, he didn't hesitate and directly released his ultimate move. Even the trees will be frozen into popsicles. Snowstorm. Extremely cold ice blade. Snowstorm slash. Breath of frost. Frozen light. For a moment, Sang Miao's ancient Tiansang tree was like a living target, allowing the invasion of ice and snow. Except for a green area under the tree. The rest of the area is covered with ice and snow. Chapter 85, I have a trump card. It looks like a lonely big tree in the snowy field, being ravaged by a blizzard. That piece of green land looks like the only isolated island in the ocean. However, more than 10 minutes later, this scene continued. The ancient Tiansang tree was surrounded by a layer of emerald green light, blocking all the wind and snow outside. Anyone with a discerning eye could already see that something was wrong. What's going on? Attack, completely ineffective. Yeah, even though I was freezing outside the court, Sang Miao was still wearing such cool clothes. Brother, your focus is a little off. Do you think Nangong Feishue will have a cold in her uterus if she sits on the back of Frost Phoenix? The defense is so unstoppable. Doesn't it mean it's invincible? Xu Ming asked with a frown. The ancient Tiansang tree stood as still as a mountain. The extreme cold and wind blades outside had no effect on it. This kind of defense is a group-wide type, and it is simply invincible in team battles. The ancient Tiansang tree is suspected to have a connection with the ancient Fusang tree. There are great restrictions on its cultivation. The most necessary condition is the mohan grass. Without the ink soul grass, it wouldn't be able to play such a role. Lu Tongxing explained to Xu Ming. Xu Ming looked closely and saw that the dark green grass was emitting a faint light, as if providing some kind of energy support for the Tiansang ancient tree. The two plant-type beasts seem to have some kind of symbiotic relationship. Except for fire-type energy attacks, all other attribute energy attacks will be converted into the Mohun grass's own energy and passed on to the Tianseng ancient tree. However, when the bloodline of the Tianseng ancient tree is developed to a certain extent, it will reverse and awaken its own fire attribute. At that time, this defect will no longer exist. At this stage, rather than saying that the ancient Tianseng tree is rare, it is better to say that the conditions for contracting the Mohun grass are more demanding. I didn't expect that Han Hai would do something big without making any noise. Lu Tongxing couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. If we have such a player on our team, we will definitely be able to make it into the top 2. On the other side, the battle continues. Nangong Feishua's expression became even more severe as he could not conquer the enemy after a long time of attacking. The offensive was obviously a bit impatient. As time passed, the ancient Tianseng trees grew taller and taller, and the area they covered became larger and larger. "Sister, how about you admit defeat?" Sang Miao called out in a cute voice. "I will not admit defeat. If you have any means of attack, just use them." "Oh well." Sang Miao hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, more than 10 black vines shot out from the crown of the ancient Tianseng tree and instantly bound Nangong Feishua's fierce ice bird. At such a high altitude, flying beasts are not very useful. "Chirp!" The fierce ice bird screamed and was dragged directly into the tree canopy. In an instant, there was no sound. "I give up." Nangong Feishua suddenly felt a strong desire to survive. It was the fierce ice bird that was in life and death crisis. Even if she took the fierce ice bird back to the beast taming space, it was of no avail. The fierce ice bird turned green all over and looked like it had been poisoned. "If you don't give me emergency treatment, I'll die here." All the spectators didn't understand what happened. They only saw that after the Lai ice bird was dragged in, Nangong Feishua gave in. Then, both sides put away their beasts. Then, Nangong Feishua summoned the fierce ice bird again. "Teacher, save it." At this moment, everyone suddenly realized. In just a few seconds, the fierce ice bird was almost dead. What a powerful poison. "Let me do it." As she spoke, Sang Miao took the initiative to walk forward and reached out to touch the head of the fierce ice bird. Afterwards, the poison in the fierce ice bird dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the fierce ice bird will be weak for a while. Since Long Wenyan surrendered directly, Nangong Feishua was directly ranked 4th, so there was no need for another battle. Next, we just need to prepare for the team competition. Nangong Feishua, the favorite player before the game, was sent packing by the sudden appearance of Sang Miao and failed to even make it into the top 3, greatly surprising many people. At the same time, it will reignite the heat of the competition. Everyone is looking forward to the top 3 battle tomorrow. After leaving the venue, Lu Tongxing had someone arrange new accommodation for them. As for Long Wenyan, he was publicly expelled from Tian'an College. The competition hasn't ended yet, and Lu Tongxing is too lazy to deal with him. Now Lu Tongxing's plan was to wait for Xu Ming to win the first place in the 3rd level, and then pack up and go home. In that case, at least he would return home with honor. Otherwise, let Xu Ming, a level 3 player, represent the school in the team competition. As the principal, he can't afford to lose face like this. Although I have seen Debai's attack power, the team competition is not just about attack or defense. Take Nangong Feishua, for example. Lu Tongxing didn't think Xu Ming had any way to deal with her. Not to mention, there are several other perverted combinations from other schools. If Long Wenyan cooperated, maybe there would still be a chance, but unfortunately, "Principal, you're not planning on going home after I'm done tomorrow, are you? You still want to participate in the team competition? I just want to ask, if I was promoted to the 4th level before the team competition, is it considered a violation? It's the familiar recipe and the familiar taste." "Not really, but the level 3 competition must be at level 3. After thinking for a long time, Lu Tongxing answered truthfully. He already knew Xu Ming's plan. Could it be possible to create a miracle again this time? "Don't worry, Principal. You forgot that I have a trump card." Xu Ming blinked his eyes, confident of victory. "I am an old man, and I cannot bear any stimulation. Can you reveal a little bit first?" "You're joking, Principal. You can still live for more than 100 years. So you're just trying to provoke me, right? You'll get used to it slowly. A 7th rank Beastmaster is not calm at all, so I'll show you my skills first. Let's go and find a place in the wild." The next second, the two appeared hundreds of kilometers away in the suburbs of the imperial capital. "Let me see your trump card. You said before that Marshal Xia gave it to you." "I guess so." Afterwards, Xu Ming summoned Hong Yu out. Lu Tongxing had seen Hong Yu and was instantly attracted by the Book of the Dead in its hand. The corpse of the book's spirit. This thing is no joke. Where did you get it? Obviously, Lu Tongxing also knew that the One family attached great importance to the whereabouts of every book spirit, including the corpse. Didn't you say that, Marshal Xia? Hong Yu, show us your skills. Then, Hong Yu opened the Necronomicon. Instantly, 2 clouds of gray mist appeared, transforming into 2 peak monarch-level skeleton spirits. The skeleton mammoth is like a giant chariot, able to push across the ground. The giant skeleton eagle is used to dominate the sky. 2 peak monarch level. Lu Tongxing's eyes were blank for a moment, then returned to normal. Not to mention the peak monarch level. Even the peak king level is rubbish to him. However, if such combat power falls into the hands of a 3rd level Beastmaster, it will be a complete supermodel plus dimensionality reduction attack. Chapter 86. The Outrageous Skeleton Summoner. Okay. When others can challenge you across levels, you just cheat, right? At this moment, there was something wrong with the way Lu Tongxing looked at Xu Ming. However, let's quickly grasp the key points. If you use this thing, you have to be careful of the One family. If it's not necessary, don't take it out. Marshal Xia said, let them go. Well, this student has more power than the principal, so why should he be afraid of such a small matter? In an instant, Lu Tongxing no longer felt any pain in his waist or legs, and he was just waiting to see the expressions of the One family members. However, he quickly adjusted his mood and regained his composure, and even pretended to be more depressed. That's not right, Principal. I met Granny One in the library. I think she's a nice person. It seemed that the One family was the big villain, and Xu Ming suddenly remembered this matter. Your Granny One is not involved in the affairs of the One family now. She is just simply guiding the students and younger generations. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her. She will not hide anything from you. As for the One family's plan, this kind of thing is very complicated. There's no absolute right or wrong. We can only say that everyone has their own persistence. Although he was ambushed by the One family, Lu Tongxing did not have any deep hatred or grudge. Having lived for so long, he had already seen through it. Yes, I understand. After returning to his residence, Xu Ming finally had time to read the message sent by Shangrun. God help me, I'm really going to make money this time. Among all the students of Tianan College, Shangrun was the happiest to see Long Wenyan surrender. Because Tianan Beast Taming Academy's odds of winning skyrocketed, the prerequisite is that Xu Ming can lead Tianan College to win the championship. Xu Ming, you are the only one here. Can you handle it? Take out the Ma. I have never considered the existence of my teammates. Awesome. However, in this case, there is another very crucial issue. I know that I cannot get 2nd place in the Imperial Capital Beastmaster Academy's team competition. Otherwise, even if I get 1st place in the team competition, I won't be able to get 1st place in the overall score. The maximum Xu Ming can help Tianan College get his 30 points now. However, if the Imperial Capital Academy comes 2nd in the team competition, they will get 16 points. Adding the individual competition, Xia Zhong and Wen Xin may get more than 30 points if they perform well. Not to mention, both are favorites to win. Well, according to the competition system, the team competition will be a free battle in the secret realm, a battle royale mode. So, give Imperial Capital College a 0 first. Look at my performance. You dare to play dirty tricks on me. Awesome. Originally, Shangren thought that Xu Ming would at most make it impossible for the other party to enter the top 3, but he didn't expect the hatred value to be so high. On the 2nd day, the 3rd level competition was held in the morning and the 4th level competition was held in the afternoon. After yesterday's primary election, no one doubts the quality of the top 3 candidates. Even Xu Ming's Iron-Eating Beast Dubai has sparked a wave of discussion about Iron-Eating Beasts. After all, compared to other combat-type Beastmasters, the cute attributes of the Iron-Eating Beastmaster are too strong, and it is difficult for them to adapt to it for a while. The first match is between Xu Ming from Tianan College and Zhuang Yu from Hanhai College. Start. Yesterday, Xu Ming had already seen Zhuang Yu's Kuan Beast, as well as a turtle shell, a seashell. I don't know what the 3rd beast is. Xu Ming's calm expression made many people look up to him. They originally thought that Xu Ming would be influenced by Long Wenyan's surrender without a fight. The opponent's Kuan Beast can fly, so Xu Ming naturally won't let Dubai fight alone. Dubai and Hong Yu are summoned directly. However, this time the other party did not hide in the shell. but actually sat on the back of the Kuan beast. It seems that Dabai's attacks have also been studied, and one cannot take them head-on. Continuous water arrows. Han Yu did not summon skeleton archers to shoot him, but let the opponent attack from high and low and shoot towards her first. Dabai doesn't need Xu Ming to worry, just play freely. Blood escape. A flash of blood appeared, and Han Yu grabbed Xu Ming's body directly, disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared on the other side of the venue. Isn't he a skeleton summoner? He can even teleport. Just look at the color, and you'll know it's a mutant. Afterwards, the opponent's water arrows followed closely, as if they were going to carry out this tactic to the end. Since the attack of the iron-eating beast is powerful, just avoid it. You're bullying me because I don't have flying units, right? Han Yu, let him see it for himself. After Han Yu brought Xu Ming to a safe place again, she waved her hand, and the summoning circle took shape instantly. Quack! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, 6 blood-skull bone spur birds and 6 blood-skull bats appeared at the same time and rushed towards Zhuang Yu in the air. Don't use your range skills, just scratch him to death with your claws. Xu Ming knew yesterday that this guy seemed to be able to transfer skills. Zhuang Yu, when he saw the undead units flying towards him quickly, he was devastated. What was going on? Is it so outrageous that there are 12 elite-level mutant undead soldiers at once? Ding, ding, ding. At this time, he had no time to harass Xu Ming. He continuously shot water arrows at the approaching skeleton birds and bats, but unfortunately they had little effect. A layer of water curtain shield lit up around the Kuan beast, blocking the attacks of the skeleton birds and bats. Shit, what kind of undead is this? It's the same color as the skeleton summoner. Are they related? Shouldn't you be concerned about this outrageous number and level? Undead beast tamer. There's something going on. Undead knight. There is more to it. Han Yu just showed off her skills and immediately ignited the emotions of all the audience. Every year, various mutations or new species of beasts appear, which is the most interesting topic for every beastmaster. Even the rubbish skeleton summoner can be so powerful. Why can't mine be? Having said that, every beast tamed by Xu Ming is a little bit outrageous and unscientific. At this moment, when people focus their attention on Xu Ming, they suddenly felt that this beastmaster seemed to be the most outrageous one. Without him, where would such outrageous skeleton summoners and iron-eating beasts come from? You little brat, I thought you were going to use your trump cards now, but I didn't expect you had so many. Lu Tongxing remained silent, but he felt much more at ease in his heart. On the field, the battle continues. No matter how powerful the Kuan beast is, it is now just an elite-level beastmaster. He can fly into the sky and into the sea, has a great way of transferring energy attacks, and with a water curtain shield, he is invincible against ordinary third-level beastmasters. Now, facing the siege of the undead flying soldiers, we are at our wits' end. Finally, the water curtain shield was torn by the claws of the bone spur bird. Seeing that it was about to attack Kuan beast and Zhuang Yu's main body, Misty Phantom. In an instant, Zhuang Yu and the entire Kuan beast disappeared without a trace. Chapter 87, Level 3 First. Xu Ming was speechless. Is this thing a Kuan beast or a loach? How can it be so slippery? The opponent did not fight Dabai head-on, and Xu Ming did not release any long-range skills. It can only be said that both sides destroyed one of the other's cards. However, Xu Ming is in the advantage now, and the opponent dare not show up. If you don't come out, my skeleton summoner will recover his spiritual power and summon another round. You might as well just admit defeat and save your energy. The recovery of mental strength is of course fake. The ultimate move should be saved for the team competition. Now, expose it as little as possible. 5 minutes. If I can't find a way to defeat you within 5 minutes, I will surrender. At this time, Zhuang Yu, who was invisible, replied. However, the location cannot be determined by sound. Good. As soon as Xu Ming finished speaking, he felt as if his body was bound by a layer of energy. Then he saw a huge fish head coming towards him from the side. I don't know when this Lao Lu sneaked to the ground. Taking advantage of Xu Ming's distraction, he planned to knock Xu Ming out of the venue and directly make him a checkmate. He even released his control skills in advance to prevent Xu Ming from being taken away by Han Yu again. This is another trump card. A little bit, but not much. Xu Ming looked at the rapidly approaching fish head with a calm expression. Billions of viewers also held their breath, waiting for his elimination. Sands of time, go back in time. Time goes back to the moment when the other party said 5 minutes. Good. At the same time, Dabai, who had been sitting still and bored on the field, suddenly moved. Golden steel body, swift footwork, iron head skill. Dabai turned into a residual shadow, and before anyone could react, it suddenly went crazy and crashed into an open space. In fact, from beginning to end, Xu Ming never looked over there. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and Zhuang Yu and the fish flew out together. Strength is truly unmatched. Zhuang Yu collected all his beasts, obviously admitting defeat. How did you know I was there? Guess. After saying that, Xu Ming left the scene immediately. Awesome. This iron-eating beast can also locate its position by sound. Zhuang Yu was too careless. Such a good opportunity was exposed. Xu Ming is still more insidious, seducing the other party to talk. The audience said all kinds of things, but no one denied that it was a wonderful game. Perhaps only Lu Tongxin could guess what happened. This kind of ability is truly invincible. After resting for half an hour, the medical team confirmed that no treatment was needed and the competition continued. Coincidentally, it was Xu Ming who came on the court again. This feeling is really like going through levels and defeating bosses. Xu Ming walked onto the stage, thinking somewhat self-deprecatingly. However, for him, this is also the final of the individual competition. Next, Xu Ming will fight against Xia Zhong from Imperial Capital College. Start. There is some similarity between Xia Zhong's eyebrows and his eyes and Xia Feng's. However, he is not as sharp-edged as Xia Feng. A green light flashed, and a green dragon about 10 meters long appeared in front of him. This body size is larger than the average commander level 1. Only summon 1. My remaining 2 are for life-saving. If you could defeat the J Blood Dragon, you win. Xu Ming had heard about this matter from Shang Ren. This guy may become the future successor of the Xia family, so safety comes first. Moreover, the green-blooded dragon is very likely to evolve into a true dragon bloodline. Well, that's just what I want, Baymax. Bing! Dabai was filled with fighting spirit, and there seemed to be no difference between the dragon and the monarch-level snake on the opposite side. If the green-blooded dragon knew that Dabai compared it to a monarch-level demon snake, I wonder whether it would be happy or angry. Compared with the green blood dragon, Dabai is less than 1/10 of its size. Next, in a group battle, there might not be much room for Dabai to perform, so Xu Ming decided not to keep Dabai low-key anymore. Dabai, go all out. Bing! Giant incarnation. Golden steel body. Boom. Boom. I saw that the originally black and white little thing suddenly turned into a 2-story high giant beast with golden light all over its body. Just 2 steps, and it felt like I weighed 1,000 tons. Green blood dragon. Xia Zhong. All the audience. What? No one could connect this huge monster with the little cutie from before. Ing. Dabai didn't give the other party much time to think and rushed directly towards the green blood dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Roar. The green-blooded dragon opened its mouth and spit out a ball of icy breath, which sprayed directly towards Dabai. Dabai didn't dodge or evade, but just went straight for it. Green blood dragon. I have fought countless times, but this is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Afterwards, hundreds of icy flying knives shot towards Dabai. Ding, ding, ding. Dabai still stood firm, without losing even a single hair. Throat. After a muffled roar, a green light shot out from the eyes of the green blood dragon. At this moment, a trace of fear surged in Dabai's heart, and he stopped temporarily. Dragon power? Shock. Xu Ming understood. If there is any obvious weakness of Dabai, it may be the mental control skills. However, a mere elite-level dragon wants to intimidate Dabai with its dragon power? Dabai, it stole your jade bamboo shoots. Kill it. Xu Ming spoke directly. Boo! In an instant, Dabai fell into great anger. Is it easy for me to eat some jade bamboo shoots? I was snatched away. Then, Dabai saw a long green tail whipping towards him. Jade bamboo shoots? Snap! Dabai simply stretched out his hand and grabbed the long tail. The body is as still as a mountain. This move made Xia Zhong stunned. Even a commander-level monster would be torn to pieces by this attack from the green blood dragon. Is this iron-eating beast really made of iron? What kind of defense is this? This was not the end. Then, he saw an even more explosive scene. The iron-eating beast held tightly onto the green blood dragon's tail, completely ignoring its movements to strangle it or release any skills it wanted. Finally, Dabai confirmed that this thing was not a jade bamboo shoot, so he didn't put it into his mouth. Seeing that the green snake still dared to resist, Dabai directly taught it to be a snake, grabbed its tail with his backhand, and whipped it 5 times with lightning whips towards a field. Snap, snap, snap. Every sound seemed to hit everyone's heart. Stop, stop, if you keep hitting it, it will die. At this time, rescue workers finally reacted and hurried to stop it. Dabai, stop now. I'll go back and buy you some jade bamboo shoots. Dabai didn't stop until Xu Ming spoke. Everyone. Afterwards, Dabai's body gradually shrank and returned to its previous cute appearance. Ing. So, this is the ultimate secret of breeding the iron-eating beast? Sure enough, the potential of foodies is endless. Tian in college, Xu Ming wins. At this time, the referee announced loudly. This represents not only this game, but also that the first place in the 3rd level has been taken by Xu Ming. Chapter 88 Sea of Fire, Sun, and Golden Crow. On the battlefield, the rescue team was still trying to rescue the green blood dragon. Xu Ming returned to his seat and sat down calmly. At this time, the morale of Tianan Beast Taming Academy can be said to have been swept away by yesterday's gloom, and it is now high. If Senior Lung hadn't surrendered, many students secretly thought that this might create a miracle. Now, no one would think that Tianan Beastmaster Academy would ask Xu Ming to participate in the team competition when he is the only level 3 player. Skills are blind. Such a genius should be cultivated first. There is no need to show off one's abilities for the moment or act on impulse. Half an hour later, the rescue team announced that the green blood dragon was too seriously injured and needed more time to participate in the battle. Zhuan Yu took the 2nd place for free. Touching his ribs, which still felt a little painful, Zhuan Yu secretly felt lucky that he and the Koan Beast did not put up a desperate resistance. Otherwise, they would have been beaten into fishballs. For Xia Zhong, if he couldn't get 1st place, 2nd or 3rd place didn't matter, since he had the 4th level Wenxin to back him up. After the competition, I'll be promoted to the 4th level as soon as possible. I need to contract a more powerful beast. Soon, Xu Ming's name spread throughout the Xia Kingdom and became the subject of discussion among countless beastmasters. Of course, more is about the 2 powerful beasts that have appeared. An extraordinary iron-eating beast and a mutant skeleton summoner. Each one can become a new research topic and project. If Xu Ming is willing, he can make a lot of money by just sharing some of his so-called training experience for the iron-eating beast. However, he was naturally too lazy to go to such trouble. He knew the reason why Dabai was so powerful. In addition to normal resources and materials, what was more important was time. And not ordinary time, but hard training day and night for dozens or even hundreds of years. How many people can afford such a price? This is not a question of whether or not one has perseverance. If Xu Ming tells others the entire process of Dabai's training, it will definitely mislead others. As for the other mutant skeleton, even more people are interested in it. Who wouldn't want to be an army of one person? If you can fight in a group, who would fight you one-on-one? Moreover, some knowledgeable people have noticed the unusual blood color on Hong Yu's body. This seems to be the color of the abyss. However, their first reaction was that it was impossible. Everyone avoided the abyss, so how could someone take it out so openly? Moreover, as everyone knows, after the contract is transformed by the abyss, the beast will become somewhat abnormal. There are so many bigwigs in the imperial capital, it is impossible to keep it secret. But it really looks like, in the afternoon, the 4th level competition began. However, judging from previous performances, there seems to be no suspense. Tu Zhan's fighting style is still of the straightforward kind. Compared with Sang Miao, he lacks a lot of countermeasures. Sure enough, in the first battle between Tu Zhan and Sang Miao, Tu Zhan was controlled to the point where he could not take care of himself before he could even break through the defense of the ancient Tiansang tree. Moreover, Xu Ming also discovered Sang Miao's method of poisoning. That was her 4th beast, a green ghost snake. His body was illusory, he was immune to physical attacks, and he was extremely poisonous, so he could completely suppress Tu Zhan. Defense, assistance, control, and poison. This is Sang Miao's beast taming combination, which is much more reasonable than Tu Zhan's simple reckless and crazy fighting combination. In the second game, Sang Miao faced Wen Xian. Judging from the condition in which Tu Zhan was carried off the field, he would not be able to play in the second game. Therefore, this is also the 4th level final. However, even if Tu Zhan was in his prime, no one thought he was a match for Wen Xian. Being spared from being abused because of his injury was a blessing in disguise in a sense, and no one would look down on him for it. Start. On the field, two girls have already taken their positions. Sang Miao was still the same, sitting on the trunk of the ancient Tiansang tree, and seemed to be still prepared to defend and attack. As for Wen Xian, she was sitting on the back of a green bird-like beast. Judging from the attributes, it should be of wind attribute. It is very agile and has a wind shield surrounding its body. Xu Ming is also paying attention to Wen Xian's battle. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be Xu Ming's biggest opponent. Wen Xian was in the air, not in a hurry to attack, and seemed to glance at Xu Ming in the audience from a distance. Then he said to Sang Miao on the ancient Tiansang tree, "I'm going to attack. Bring it on." Immediately afterwards, two book spirits appeared on both sides of Wen Xian, floating around her. Then, the word fire flew out from a book spirit. Suddenly, several flames appeared in the air and floated towards the ancient mulberry tree. What effect can such a small flame have? This is the voice of many viewers. At this time, the word sea floated out from another book spirit. Originally, when this word appeared, the sea terrain should appear below. However, the fire and the sea gradually merged together in the air. Coaxed. In an instant, the entire venue was engulfed in flames. It was icy and snowy yesterday, but today it turned into a scorching summer day. The spectators around were sweating profusely, even though they were protected by the venue's energy shield. "Principal, this doesn't look like you're afraid of fire," Xu Ming asked Lu Tongxing. The ancient Tiansang tree was burned by the sea of fire for several minutes, but it did not show any signs of decline. Moreover, the color seems to be greener. Then there is only one reason. The other party has developed a trace of the blood of the Fusang sacred tree and awakened the fire element. I just don't know if it is just fire resistance or... Before Lu Tongxing finished speaking, he saw the situation suddenly change. The originally emerald green leaves of the ancient Tiansang tree in the sea of fire gradually turned into a fiery red color and gradually merged with the sea of fire. Then, rustle, rustle, countless fiery red leaves broke away from the ancient Tiansang tree and formed a giant burning flaming bird in the air, just like the sun. Chirp! What's this? Such momentum is totally beyond the reach of a commander-level person. All the audience were immediately excited. This show alone is worth the price of admission. Sure enough, the golden crow of the sun. Lu Tongxing finished what he had just said. The sun golden crow has been summoned? So awesome. Well, according to legend, the Fusang sacred tree is the habitat of the sun. However, this is just a phantom made up of fire mulberry leaves. Even so, he has already reached the peak of the monarch level. These old guys are really good at hiding things. I see. No wonder after seeing his two monarch class ones, the principal only felt slightly more confident and didn't dare to dream of taking first place. It's really not easy to get first place in these other schools. The competition on the field continues. The phantom of the golden crow of the sun retaliated in the same way he had done to Wen Xian. A long streak of flame spurted towards Wen Xian, and its temperature was even higher than the sea of fire below. It should be said that the sea of fire below is actually a bonus to it. At this moment, the situation reversed. Chapter 89, Shield Guard Holy Spirit, Close Face Opening, 5th Update. It seemed that Wen Xian would be engulfed by flames in the next second. However, Wen Xian did not sit idly by. At the moment the flames were approaching, a shield of golden light suddenly fell from the sky, completely blocking the scorching flames outside. There it is, the Shield Guardian Holy Spirit. This is Wen Xin's last beast. Behind the golden shield, there was a huge shadow of a giant in golden armor, holding off the fire attack. In a sense, this Shield Guard Holy Spirit is also a kind of undead beast. Or rather, a heroic spirit. The heroic spirit of a famous warrior from ancient times was called back to life and was contracted by the Beastmaster. Such heroic spirits are much more impressive than ordinary undead spirits. Only Beastmasters with extraordinary talents will be recognized by the heroic spirits. Moreover, the strength is also very strong. Only the Shield Guard Holy Spirit, who was at the peak of the commander level, temporarily resisted the wave of flames ejected by the golden crow of the sun, with a momentum of one man blocking the pass from 10,000. But that's all. Without stronger skills, it is impossible to defeat the Sun Crow by simply defending. It can be seen that Sang Miao tried her best for this battle. This golden crow of the sun was formed after the leaves of the Tian mulberry tree absorbed enough fire energy. Once the war is over, These leaves will not return to the ancient Tiansang tree intact, but will at least be weakened for a period of time. In other words, such a big move cannot be released continuously. In other words, as long as when Xin can withstand this wave of attacks and remain undefeated, Sang Miao will naturally be defeated once the duration is over. It seems that the offense and defense have changed, and it has become a continuous war of attrition. However, as the favorite to win the championship, how could Wen Xin only know these two moves? From beginning to end, she only released a wave of sea of fire. To her, it was just a test. As for Sang Miao's counterattack, it was indeed beyond her expectations. But it doesn't matter, she has many skills. Then, two more rays of light flew out from the two book spirits, merged into one ball, and then sank into the body of the shield guard Holy Spirit. War! The shield spirit roared, and then his momentum gradually increased. Surprisingly, he also burst out with the aura of a peak monarch on the spot. The Sun Golden Crow is just an illusion, but the shield spirit is a real beast-taming entity. Strength and weakness are self-evident. While the shield guardian Holy Spirit was resisting the flames, he stretched out his hand, and a long spear fell into his hand, and then he threw it fiercely towards the golden crow of the sun. Call! The long spear was like an arrow piercing the sun, directly shooting through the shadow of the golden crow in the sun. Coax! A violent explosion was heard, and a huge fireball appeared in the sky, which was more powerful than a real sun at that moment. After a while, the flames gradually dissipated. The only one left on the field was Wen Xin, who was sitting on a green windbird. Sang Miao had already admitted defeat and left the field. Wen Xin wins. After the referee announced the result, there was a burst of warm applause in the arena. Many students saw such a battle for the first time. The battle between 4th-level fighters was no less intense than any battle between 5th-level fighters. And this should not be the limit of Wen Xin. No wonder this girl can suppress all the 4th-level Beastmasters of the same level. Her strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Even if she temporarily upgraded the green windbird under her to the monarch level, Xu Ming would not be surprised at all. The combination of two book spirits can temporarily upgrade other Beastmasters to a higher rank. How can other Beastmasters of the same level play this game? Is it always a challenge across levels? Let's go. The team competition will be held in 3 days, also here. Isn't this a secret place? Xu Ming asked doubtfully. It's in a secret realm, but this secret realm is quite special. Not only can a location be easily moved, but has also been fully developed to automatically capture and broadcast the battle scenes live. The rules inside are under control, and you can act without scruples. Before you encounter fatal danger, the Beastmaster will be teleported out of the scene. Lu Tongxing explained. Well, that's not bad. Since you are confident, I will not stop you. There's still 3 days left, which should be enough, right? No problem. By the way, since I can be promoted to the 4th level, then it is also allowed by the rules for them to be promoted to the 5th level, right? Yeah, but it's generally useless. The level of the Beastmaster is not important. What's important is the level of the beast. Moreover, with their strength, the improvement from the peak commander level to the 1-star monarch level is not obvious. Simply improving the rank does not bring much benefit. What is more important is the level of skills and their proficiency in use. There is no shortcut to these. What Lu Tongxing said made sense. Under normal circumstances, the upgrade of a beast tamer requires letting nature take its course, rather than doing something within 3 days, otherwise it would have the opposite effect. When I walked out of Imperial Capital College, there were actually quite a few reporters outside. Whether they were regular reporters or just looking for traffic, they surrounded the entrance tightly. The two newly promoted contemporary 3rd and 4th level leaders will undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. In fact, Xu Ming is more topical. Simply put, he is the biggest dark horse in this 5-school competition. A common but extraordinary beast, a super strength that defeated the genius of the Xia family. In addition, there is also a layer of sadness. My 4th level teammates surrendered without a fight, leaving me alone to save the school's reputation. Unfortunately, it is difficult to maintain the overall situation. The current score is Hanhai College, 16 points. Imperial College, 15 points. Tianan College, 10 points. Baijian Academy, 5 points. Elemental Academy, 4 points. Next, if nothing unexpected happens, Tianan College's team competition will definitely get 0 points. In that case, Tianan College could only rank 4th at best. If Lung Wenyin had not withdrawn for the competition, he would have had a chance to compete for the top 3 no matter how many matches he played. Student Xu Ming, are you planning to return to Tianan City tonight? Right at the start, some people would go straight to the face and use their ultimate skills, hoping to see someone break through the defense and capture some famous scenes. After all, some normal old-fashioned questions like, how do you feel about winning first place, are not topical at all. It did have some effect. The students behind him wanted to kill him with their eyes. If Liu Tongxing hadn't stopped them, they would have probably taken action directly. Go back. The game isn't over yet. Why should we go back? Xu Ming looked at this internet celebrity as if he was a mentally retarded person. However, the internet celebrity doesn't care at all. Instead, he looks excited. As long as you respond, no matter what the response is, it will bring huge traffic. So, you plan to participate in the team competition alone. Is there anything strange about this? I am from Tianan Beast Taming Academy and also from Tianan City. In Tianan City, there are living people and dead people, but there has never been a coward who surrenders without a fight. But, oh, you want to ask me about my former senior who surrendered? As far as I know, he is not a native of Tianan. Even his last name may have been forged and added later by himself. Xu Ming said casually. As for whether it is true or not, who cares? Chapter 90, I kill everyone I see. Is that so? The internet celebrity laughed awkwardly, sweating a little. He didn't expect Xu Ming to be so brave that he almost named him. I don't dare to take advantage of such traffic. Will it bring trouble to myself? However, I was at the front, broadcasting live, and there were people everywhere, so I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. Of course it's true. Tianan City is attacked by monsters hundreds of times every year, and my parents died in those attacks. Every year, more than 100 graduates of Tianan Beast Taming Academy die in the line of duty while fighting off alien attacks. No one is afraid of fighting. Will we surrender without a fight? Won't. The students behind him turned red in the face and shouted loudly. I don't know why someone would surrender without a fight. I only know that the area around Xia country is far from peaceful and there are battles at any time. Once monsters or enemy countries attack, I don't know if you really dare to leave your back to such people. In other words, is it possible that someone has already planned to surrender to the monster? Or is it possible to hand over the territory of Xia to the enemy? Hee hee. Xu Ming chuckled and glanced around. No one dared to look Xu Ming in the eye. None of them expected that they would just want him to express his thoughts after the game, but the other party would just go for it. But no one dared to refute this topic. This kind of hot-blooded young man speaks without thinking, and he will definitely not enter the one family's field division in the future. Even, they will be suppressed. Xu Ming didn't care. He just wanted to satisfy his desire to talk. After all, if he took out the Book of the Dead, he would definitely offend the Wen family. So, don't ask me why I'm so strong or anything like that. I only know that all aliens are enemies and should be killed. Only dead aliens are good aliens. Do you understand? Be it monsters, enemies, or spies, they all deserve to die. I kill everyone I see. As he spoke, Xu Ming seemed to have returned to the time when he was sweeping the snake tribe in the 10,000 Snake Valley, and his whole body was filled with murderous aura. Under my feet, there are mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and blood flows like a river. Afterwards, Xu Ming walked straight forward, and the crowd automatically made way for him. No one dared to stop him at all. Before Xu Ming returned to the hotel, his murderous remarks had spread throughout the country of Xia. In particular, it gained the resonance of many young beastmasters. When a person dies, birds fly toward the sky. He will live forever. Surrendering without a fight is a shame for Daxia. Most of the speeches in support of Xu Ming only dared to limit themselves to criticizing Lung Wenyin personally, and no one wanted to bring trouble upon themselves. Those who know the inside story dare not name the Wen family. The Wen family controls almost all of Xia country's beast taming education resources, and there are also people in power in various fields within the family. In addition, there are many 7th and 8th level Beastmaster ancestors. No matter from which perspective, there will be no good results if you go against them. Young man's spirit, not bad. This is the evaluation of a great figure in the literary world. Although it is a compliment, it is not a good thing. This means that Xu Ming has really entered the Wen family's vision, and he will never be able to enter the circle related to the Wen family in the future. However, there were also some who applauded. Several military leaders specifically asked to recruit Xu Ming. Xu Ming naturally had no time to pay attention to the turmoil outside. He was now busy advancing to the 4th level. Consume 1 year of your lifespan to accelerate your own cultivation growth. This acceleration consumes an additional 1 level 3 promotion potion. Accelerating. This year, you have bad luck and failed to advance to the 4th level. Damn it, failed again? Xu Ming cursed inwardly. He had tried 3 times, and each time he had failed. If it weren't for the fact that he gained different insights every time he failed, he would have doubted whether his time reversal bug would have worked. It seems that the impact of talent on the success rate of promotion has begun to show. Even advancing to the 4th level is so difficult, so reaching the 5th level is simply unthinkable. Even those with B-level or A-level talents are often found to have gone bankrupt due to their attempts to advance to the 5th rank. Therefore, every Beastmaster is very cautious in choosing the time for promotion and will never make a decision in a hurry or on a whim. However, Xu Ming sometimes had the ability to turn back time. He tried it every few minutes, and he didn't believe that he couldn't find that feeling. The only loss is 1 year of the alien's lifespan. This thing, Xu Ming now has more than 400,000 years left, so he is very rich for the time being. Therefore, when seeing monsters and other species, killing them one by one is really no joke. Xu Ming's strength depends on their support. Ling, come again. Chant. The light and shadow flashed instantly, and the 3rd level promotion potion that Xu Ming had consumed returned to his hand. However, the alien's lifespan will not be returned. Next, there is nothing much to say, just continue. Consume 1 year of your lifespan to accelerate your own cultivation growth. This acceleration consumes an additional 1 level 3 promotion potion. Accelerating. In the first half of the year, you did not directly choose to advance, but sorted out the chaotic thoughts in your head. It was obviously your first attempt to advance to the 3rd level, but it felt like you had experienced it dozens of times. In the second half of the year, you finally sorted out all your thoughts and began to advance to the 4th level. Luckily, you succeeded on the first try. The rest of the time, you spent adapting to your new power. Level, upgraded to level 4, 1 star. Xu Ming, damn, mentally retarded. Goddamn, it worked the first time. Xu Ming closed his eyes and could smell the bitter taste of the medicine. However, the result is good. It is a success anyway. Moreover, the discomfort and side effects brought about by promotion will also be eliminated, and half a year is enough. Haha, Ling, well done. Xu Ming praised. Chant. If the time spirit does not communicate through thoughts, this is the sound it makes. However, Xu Ming could roughly distinguish the emotions it expressed and was very happy. Then let's start with you. Can you bear it for 100,000 years? This is telepathic communication. Very good. Consume 100,000 years of life to accelerate the growth of the spirit of time. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the 10,000th year, the spirit of time broke through the bottleneck and was promoted to Commander level 1 star. Comprehend skills. Time anchor point, entry level. In the 50,000th year, the spirit of time was upgraded to Commander level 5 star. Skill, time hourglass, upgraded from mastery level to perfect level. Skill time anchor point, upgraded from entry level to perfect level. In the 100,000th year, the spirit of time was promoted to the peak of the commander level. Skills, transcendental speed up, from perfect level to peerless level. Skill, hysteresis field, upgraded from perfect level to peerless level. Time hourglass, the current stored time sand can be used to go back to the past time. 1,119 hours, 13 minutes, and 11 seconds. Time anchor point perfect level. Through a certain object as a medium, from the observer's perspective, return to any time node within 10,000 years related to it. The observer's perspective means that you can't change the future. Chapter 91 Collective Advancement. Xu Ming doesn't have any chance to experiment with the time anchor point for the time being, but looks quite interesting. Xu Ming was naturally quite satisfied with Ling's acceleration. There's no need to consume any extra resources, just use your lifespan to stack them. However, thinking that the lifespan required next time would be at the level of 1 million years, Xu Ming still felt a little pressured. At worst, we can destroy the territory of the king-level monster. Next, Xu Ming decided to speed up Hong Yu. He didn't even need to summon Hong Yu out. He could do it in the beast taming space. Ruby, are you ready? For the next branch of the military, focus on developing air forces. Xu Ming ordered. The previous skeleton archers and bone swordsmen are gradually unable to keep up with the progress. After much thought, it is more cost-effective to directly develop air power. It's enough to have Dubai on the ground. If the opponent dares to bully others by relying on air power, don't blame Xu Ming. Consume 10,000 years of life to speed up the growth of the Blood Lich. This acceleration consumes some of the undead's death energy. Accelerating. In the first year, the Blood Lich began to focus on upgrading its rank. Since the undead death energy in its body had already accumulated to a limit, it only needed to slowly absorb and transform it. In the 145th year, the Blood Lich had digested the death energy of the undead and evolved into the Death-Cursed Blood Lich. Its rank was raised to Commander level 1 star. Comprehend skills. Death and Decay. Entry level. In the 376th year, the Death-Cursed Blood Lich focused on the transformation of the Flying Undead army. After dismantling countless flying undead, the Death-Cursed Blood Lich initially understood the method of manufacturing the skeleton pterosaur. In the 1328th year, the followers of the Death-Cursed Blood Lich clashed with a monarch-level Frostbone dragon in the undead plane. At the cost of most of their followers, the followers of the Death-Cursed Blood Lich killed the Frostbone dragon monarch. In the 4222nd year, the Death-Cursed Blood Lich completely mastered the method of creating the Frostbone dragon. Skill Skeleton Creation upgraded from Perfect level to Peerless level. Blood Skeleton Transformation Technique upgraded from Perfect level to Peerless level. The level of the Death-Cursed Blood Lich has been raised to the peak of the Commander level. The 10,000th year. In recent years, the Death-Cursed Blood Lich has focused on the creation and transformation of Frostbone dragons and skeleton pterosaurs. The number of transformed blood skeletons of the two types of troops has exceeded 100, in addition to countless other types of undead followers. After the transformation, the Frostbone dragon and the skeleton pterosaur, when they reach the 9-star commander level, have the strength of an initial monarch level. Furthermore, all of them have the potential to be promoted to monarch level. The troops under the command of the Death-Cursed Blood Lich have completely established a foothold in the undead plane, and the size of their territory is not inferior to that of the undead king. Skill Death and Decay upgraded to Perfect level. Death and Decay. Perfect level. Use the power of death to continuously pollute a large area of land, and all living things on it will be eroded by the great power of death. Xu Ming. There are more than 100 Frostbone dragons and skeleton pterosaurs with monarch-level strength. Why does that guy still have a monarch-level skeleton giant eagle? It seems unnecessary for the Necronomicon to appear. Then, Xu Ming reacted. On the contrary, the Necronomicon must be shown off in a big way. If you don't tell me, who would know that this crappy book can only summon 2? Hongyu when the time comes. I see. The 2 people who consumed the most lifespan were promoted, and finally, it was Dubai's turn. Compared to the simplicity and crudeness of Shi Ling and Hongyu, Dubai is much more refined. However, since Dubai is Xu Ming's first beast, he naturally needs to be pampered a little more. Dubai, take it and eat it. A plastic box contains several pieces of 3rd-level lightning metal, lightning silver. Doubly. I took a quick look and saw fire and lightning when I shook it. Can I eat this? Will it cause my stomach to be perforated by the electric shock? Don't worry, it's definitely delicious. Muster up your courage to eat the wind spirit iron. Dubai reached into the plastic box with a skeptical attitude. At this moment, those pieces of lightning silver seemed to be attracted by some kind of gravity, and they flew directly into Dubai's palm and could not be shaken off. Bing! Before Dubai could figure out what was going on, the silver lightning melted like mercury and flowed along its arms to all parts of its body. Okay, Dubai, we don't even need to do anything, and we're almost there. Xu Ming couldn't help but praise him. He could feel that as long as these lightning silvers were transferred to the right position and then absorbed, Dubai could be directly promoted to the commander-in-chief level. However, we still need speed up. Consume 10 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes a certain amount of 3rd-level lightning silver. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast had an extremely solid foundation. Its body, which was made of black iron, had long been hungry for food. It only lacked the addition of lightning metal, and its promotion was very smooth. The level of the iron-eating beast is upgraded to Commander level 1 star. Comprehend skills. Lightning Possession, entry level. In the 5th year, the Iron Eater focused on the development of the skill, Lightning Possession. However, due to the lack of lightning metal, It can only be used in a preliminary manner for the time being. The iron-eating beast has learned the skill. Thunder Palm, entry level. Swift footwork, perfect level. Promoted to wind and thunder, step perfect level. In the 10th year, the iron-eating beast seemed to have some realization during the process of practicing the giant incarnation, diamond incarnation, and lightning possession. Perhaps more high-level metals were needed. Xu Ming. Got it, money-eating beast. Lightning possession is equivalent to a passive skill, which can give all of Dabai's previous skills a lightning attribute. As for the Thunder Palm, it combines the characteristics of swiftness and thunder piercing, and it is purely because Dabai is used to attacking with his palm. Moreover, it has the inherent thunder attribute, which can definitely make the person who hit it feel numb all over. After being promoted to the commander level, Dabai's size increased dramatically again, and he was much taller than Xu Ming. Now, he really became a true Dabai. From now on, you can no longer summon Dabai into the house at will. As for Ruby, there is no such trouble at all. As long as it does not actively replace its bones, it can remain that size. After the acceleration ended, Dabai still didn't open his eyes, as if he was still in comprehension. So Xu Ming took out all the metals that Shang Run had helped him buy before. There are 2 boxes. One is the 4th level black magnetic meteorite iron, and the other is the 4th level thunder flame gold. Consume 10 years of life to speed up the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes some 4th level thunder flame gold and 4th level mysterious magnetic meteorite iron. Accelerating. In the first year, the body of the iron-eating beast was crying out for food. Fortunately, the metal was added in time, so the iron-eating beast's epiphany was not interrupted. In the 5th year, the iron-eating beast had digested all the 4th level metals. Skill Lightning Possession, upgraded from entry level to perfect level. Skill Thunder Palm, upgraded from entry level to perfect level. Skill Giant Incarnation, perfect level, upgraded to Thunder Giant Incarnation, perfect level. Year 10, more metal is needed. The level of the iron-eating beast is raised to commander level 3 stars. Chapter 92, how about we team up? Xu Ming was not surprised that Dabai needed more metals. In addition to lightning metals, there was also magnetic iron. After all, after Dabai's body expanded, the black iron needed for the diamond incarnation was not enough. No wonder Granny said before that the need for black iron runs through the entire breeding career of the iron-eating beast. What's more, Xu Ming's Dabai has also learned the skill of giant incarnation, and the amount of metal consumed has increased several times. Of course, no piece of metal will be wasted. All of it will be converted into Dabai's strength. As for Dabai's level, it took him 20 years to reach the commander level 3 stars. There was no way. Xu Ming was stingy when it came to improving his cultivation and had not used a single spirit stone. Almost all the spirit stones were used to purchase metals and potions. As the saying goes, when you ride a shared bike and go to a bar, you should say where you can and spin where you can. Since you can absorb the thin spiritual energy in air for free when you accelerate, why bother with spiritual stones? Sooner or later you will reach the peak. They're all beasts that can challenge higher levels than 2, so there's no need to worry about their star levels. After thinking it over and making sure that there was nothing missing, Xu Ming went to bed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next day, when Xu Ming was browsing the forum of the 10,000 Races Alliance, he unexpectedly found a bounty for himself. Investigate all the information about Xu Ming's beast control. Detailed information about the iron-eating beast, reward of 50,000 contribution points. Detailed information about the skeleton summoner, reward of 200,000 contribution points. The third beast is tentatively rewarded with 50,000 contribution points, negotiable. So far, Xu Ming's third beast has not officially appeared. According to the purchasing power here, 1 contribution point is equal to 1 spirit stone, and it can also unlock a lot of information that cannot be bought with spirit stones. It seems that they're really willing to spend a lot of money. However, they were obviously more interested in Han Yu. There are traces of how to train the iron-eating beast, but as for the Red Jade, it seems like an unknown area. Many beast masters who followed suit and signed contracts with skeleton summoners have come out to complain. It's a lie. Everything in the video is a lie. This rubbish skull stick, whoever wants it can have it. If I had known this would happen, I would have contracted a ghost girl. Looking at the big 0 in the contribution point balance in his account, Xu Ming wanted to sell it to himself. However, I can't sell it now even if I want to. There's still one last hurdle to overcome. At this moment, Xu Ming suddenly received a strange message. "Where are you?" Xu Ming took a look and saw the other party's ID. Green snake dead tree, revived in spring. "Can you finally hold it in?" Xu Ming chuckled secretly, then replied, "Tianan City." Before being taken back by Liu Tongxing, Xu Ming used Su Lin's account to send the other party a message without any beginning or end. Something has happened in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, and then hit Su Lin's communicator. If the other party can resist contacting Xu Ming will find another way. After all, it is impossible for Su Lin to come to the imperial capital, so we can only find a way to get him offline. Now it seems to be working. Do you know about the 10,000 Snake Valley? I don't know. I just successfully upgraded to the 4th level, 1 star, and I'm busy consolidating my status. How is Qilin doing? Yellow Snake Qilin is Su Lin's ID. I haven't contacted you for half a month. Then, there was silence for more than 10 minutes. However, the other party did not log off. Then, another message came. After 7 days, you will come to the imperial capital. No more waiting after the expiration date. After sending this message, the other party showed as offline. 7 days is enough time to make some preparations. Afterwards, Xu Ming sent a message to Shangren. Are there any high-end versions of the mask you gave me? Are you scared now? Don't worry. No one in the imperial capital will do anything bad to you. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm the only one who does dirty things to others. Stop talking nonsense, okay? Yes. Who doesn't have multiple identities when they are out? Not only can it change one's appearance, it can also adjust one's body shape. However, the highest level can only deceive the 6th level divine sense detection. The price is 30,000 spirit stones. You need to pre-order it. It will arrive within 3 days. Do you want it? In the end, Xu Ming placed the order. The purpose of buying this toy was not entirely to cope with the regularization review of the 10,000 Races Alliance. After the 5-school competition, Xu Ming will definitely be at the center of attention. Being high profile doesn't mean Xu Ming is willing to be watched by people anytime and anywhere. As for the spirit stones, Shangren naturally gave them first. The number of spirit stones in Xu Ming's hands never exceeded 3 digits. However, it seems that the secret realm of this competition is a 5th level ordinary difficulty secret realm, and there are also many monster populations roaming around. Maybe we can harvest a wave of them and restore some blood. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Even though Xu Ming has not spoken much in the past few days, the outside world's heated discussion about him remains unabated. It has been many years since anyone has said such murderous words in public. After all, peaceful defense has been the main focus in recent years. Many secret resource areas that appear in the wild on the border have been secretly occupied and developed by neighboring countries, but they have only given verbal warnings and have not resorted to major warfare. As for the effect, of course there was none. Instead, it made them become more and more aggressive. You small country fears power, but does not cherish virtue. If you don't kill them all and make them submit, they will never be at peace. Unfortunately, due to the constraints of all parties, big things became small things. The rules for team battles are as follows. Each of your teams will be teleported to 5 different directions of the secret realm at the same time and ranked according to the survival time. As long as there is one person still in the secret realm, they are not out. In addition to the original population of demon beasts inside, a wild monarch-level demon beast will be released every hour. Xu Ming was shocked. There's such a good thing? However, in the eyes of others, this guy was shocked. Alas, what a pity. Even if it is temporarily upgraded to the 4th level, it will be of no use. Yes, but it is commendable that you dare to insist on competing alone. In the center of the venue, 9 people had different expressions, waiting for the secret realm to open. Especially the 8 people from the other 4 schools. Their eyes were always glancing towards Xu Ming. He was ranked first in the 3rd level, and after just a few days, he couldn't wait to enter the 4th level. Anyone who has some understanding of Xu Ming's story will find this plot inexplicably familiar. Could it be possible that he could stage a comeback this time? Student Xu, I personally admire you very much. How about we team up? At this time, Zhuangyu, who was riding the fish earlier, came over and whispered. Although it was very quiet, everyone heard it. Zhuangyu, don't meddle in other people's business. I won't protect him. Do you think we can't even make it to the top 3? Sang Miao refused directly. Bringing Xu Ming along would mean completely attracting the firepower of the Imperial Capital Academy, and he might be the first to be eliminated. Chapter 93, he said, "Get out of here. Meow meow. I teamed up with him alone without you. Just play your own game. I can't help you anyway. If you call me that again, I'll kick you out first. Sang Miao gritted her teeth and said, I don't care about you. Just don't show up in front of me. The competition hasn't even started yet, but Hanhai College, which is currently ranked first in points, has already started an internal conflict. Xu Ming finds it quite interesting to watch. Why do you want to team up with me? Xu Ming was a little curious. It seemed that this guy was tricked by him by turning back time and got beaten up. Didn't I tell you that I admire you very much? My third beast is the psychedelic butterfly. You haven't seen it before, but you have seen its skill, which is invisibility. Although I don't have much combat power, I should be able to survive for a while and try my best to help you not be the first to be eliminated. After hearing what Zhuang Yu said, the two teams of players from the Element Academy and the 100 Battles Academy must have been unhappy. What do you mean? If he doesn't get eliminated first, then we will be eliminated first. That would be too embarrassing. Suddenly, the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. As for when Xin from the Imperial Capital Academy, she had no expression on her face. In any case, the instructions given to her by her family were to get Tianan Beast Taming Academy out first. Coincidentally, Xu Ming also wanted to be the first to get her out, so they went in both directions. Don't be embarrassed. Let's put it this way. Try to hide as well as possible, and I'll come find you when the time comes. Zhuang Yu took Xu Ming's silence as embarrassment and continued talking to himself. At this time, all preparations were completed, and a light green entrance to the secret realm slowly opened. Come in. At a command from the referee, 5 groups of 9 people entered the secret realm one by one. In a flash of light, Xu Ming found himself standing on a high slope. The terrain of this secret place is also very simple, with undulating hills as far as the eye can see. Moreover, there are no dense bushes, only green grasslands. Oh, in the distance, the howling of wolves could be heard, as if they had sensed the presence of an invader. It seems that there is a population of monarch-level demon wolves roaming here. However, Xu Ming had no time to hunt for the time being. Instead, he asked Hong Yu to summon his skeleton Peng bird mount and fly towards the center of the secret realm. What is he doing? Is he actively seeking a fight? It's almost like you're looking for death. If I hide, I might still have a chance to win points, but if I take the initiative to attack. Haven't you heard his speech? He would rather die standing than live on his knees. I admire you. The 4 screens take turns playing the situation of each player, capturing them instantly whether they are summoning beasts or entering combat. The only ones who made the same choice as Xu Ming and dared to take off directly were Xion's group. While the other players were still hiding, the two sides were about to meet. No one expected that it would be a direct collision between Mars and the Earth. You chose to continue participating just to challenge me. When Xian sat on the Qing Feng bird and asked softly, looking at Xu Ming sitting on the tattered skeleton Peng bird, he did not launch an attack directly. He, challenging you? Since you are actively looking for me, does that mean you are challenging me? Please enlighten me. When Xian did not continue to argue with him, but gave him a chance to fight fairly. As for Xia Zhong, he has already started to watch the show. It has little to do with him anyway. Then I'll be welcome, Hong Yu. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a brilliant blood-red light bloomed from the bloody skeleton's hands. Under the blood-red light, a book emitting a thick gray mist of death slowly opened. This is when Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. As a member of the One family, she naturally knew what it was instantly. The corpse of the book's spirit. Surprisingly, he refined the corpse of the book's spirit into something like this, and used it in front of the One family, in public. This is simply no different from riding on the One family's head and peeing and shitting. In an instant, a strong murderous intent burst out from Xion's eyes. Outside, at the Imperial Capital College, the temperature also dropped sharply. The principal of the Imperial Capital College and many of the department leaders were from the One family. Some people who know the inside story have already guessed the origin of the dead book. What's infuriating is that Xu Ming took it out and used it in public, which was a slap in the face of the One family. First, he made some insinuating remarks, and then he took out the Book of the Dead in public, completely offending the One family. Interesting. Some big guys who originally didn't pay much attention to the competition were also attracted. Experts look at the details, while laymen just watch the excitement. Most of the people who didn't know much about the Necronomicon just thought it was something extraordinary, as if Xu Ming was planning some big move. They didn't have to wait long. I saw 2 groups of necromancy mist flying out from the Book of the Dead and instantly transformed into 2 skeleton undeads in the air. Roar. Chirp. The peak monarch-level skeleton mammoth and the peak monarch-level skeleton, giant eagle, instantly appeared on the field. What are you doing? Xiaozhong, who was sent down, suddenly saw a monarch-level skeleton undead falling in front of him, and he was numb. Damn, I was just eating a melon. Why is it worth targeting by a monarch-level skeleton undead? This is too much of a compliment to me. Brother, I'm just a spectator. Is that necessary? Go out and see it's the same. Senior sister went. How about I withdraw first? Xu Ming used his ultimate move as soon as he came up. On the battlefield between the two monarch-level warriors, Xiaozhong really had no chance. His green blood dragon had no auxiliary skills and could not fly. More importantly, he didn't want to interfere with such a battle. Xiaozhong doesn't care about the win/loss ranking or anything like that. Go ahead, I'll get him out myself. When Xian's tone was cold, not as calm as before. Okay. Having said that, Xiaozhong simply shouted quit. Then, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the spot. After a brief period of calm, the outside world finally exploded. What the hell, what is this? Two monarch-level fighters in an instant. Is this really a 4th-level competition? So, he's a genius. You cannot trample on the reputation of the Wen family. I will smash your spirit to pieces. No matter where this book's spirit of yours came from, the Wen family will take it back. The reputation of the Wen family is reputation, but is the reputation of our Tianin not reputation? You can't compete fairly, but you have to resort to some despicable means. If that's the case, don't blame me. When Xin was speechless, this was not something she could decide. Want to take back the Necronomicon? Huh. First ask Tianan's Marshal Xia if he agrees. He told you all to get out. Xu Ming smiled contemptuously. Puff. Xiao Wushang, who was far away in the south, spat out a mouthful of tea. Damn it, you little brat. You know how to wave the flag. I didn't ask you to slap the Wen family in public. Chapter 94. Isn't this a bit unscientific? However, Xiao Wushang quite likes Xu Ming's style. It should be said that Xu Ming is performing his task perfectly. Haha, if that's the case, I have no regrets in throwing you out as bait. For a moment, Xiao Wushang wondered whether to add another identity to the top-secret information given to Xu Ming. In the secret realm, the battle is about to break out. Two book spirits surround Wen Xin. The next second, the green wind bird under Wen Xin was directly promoted to the peak of the monarch level. It seems that the key to victory in this battle lies in the two monarch-level flying beasts. However, in a one-on-one fight, the green wind bird has two book spirits to assist it, so the skeleton eagle may not be its match. Swoosh! Wind blades blew towards the giant skeleton eagle from time to time. The giant skeleton eagle did not use any skills. It just chased the blue wind bird in hand-to-hand combat. More importantly, it would use its sharp claws to attack Wen Xin on the back of the green wind bird from time to time. If Wen Xin was not careful, he would end up with skin and flesh torn apart. All the audience were horrified by what they saw. This Xu Ming really had no mercy on women and only targeted their weakest parts. In this regard, Xu Ming could only secretly cry out that it was unfair, because he was not controlling the giant skeleton eagle. It was all based on instinct. Or maybe Hong Yu just gave the simplest order to end the battle. The easiest way, of course, is to kill the Beastmaster first. Wen Xin also wanted to deal with Xu Ming, but this guy used the monarch-level skeleton mammoth as a meat shield and didn't give him any chance at all. Student Xu, I didn't expect you to be so fierce. It turns out you don't need my help at all. At this time, a mysterious voice came from behind Xu Ming. It was Zhuangyu. However, he did not show up. It seems that he was sincere in looking for Xu Ming to form a team. Otherwise, he could have launched a sneak attack just now. Although Xu Ming will not be in any danger, it at least proves that this guy has no bad intentions. Let's watch the show together. Okowo. Then, Zhuangyu appeared riding a big fish. Student Xu, with your fighting power, you can definitely send the other two teams away first. In this way, you can also guarantee a top 3 position. There is no need to fight when Xin head-on. Zhuangyu analyzed and seemed to not think that the giant skeleton eagle could knock Wen Xin out. Moreover, it also expressed Lu Tongxing's thoughts. Lu Tongxing was sweating outside. He didn't expect that Xu Ming would directly challenge Wen Xin to a duel. In this case, the top 3 that were originally guaranteed to be in the top 3 are no longer so stable. I don't just want the top 3. Xu Ming chuckled and continued to focus his attention on the battlefield. After Wen Xin got rid of the giant skeleton eagle's entanglement, he quickly landed on a hill and then summoned out the Shield Guardian Holy Spirit for defense. When she was on the back of the green wind bird, the green wind bird was unable to perform at its full potential. Student Xu, be careful. The other party is about to use a big move. I know, if this is all she has, then all my preparations would be in vain. After seeing when Xian's battle, Xu Ming realized that the two monarch-level skeleton undead were totally unable to deal with Xian, so he couldn't wait to upgrade. In particular, increase air power. This time, he wanted to crush his opponent with absolute strength. Zhuang didn't know what Xu Ming meant by special preparation. He just felt that Xu Ming was a little unfathomable at this moment. I saw two book spirits glowing brightly on a hill not far away. The two rays of light penetrated into the body of the green wind bird one after another. In an instant, the number of breeze birds in the sky increased from 1 to 10, and each one maintained the aura of a monarch. Although it is not the peak of the monarch level, it is definitely the monarch level. Afterwards, one was responsible for restraining the giant skeleton eagle, and the remaining 9 rushed towards Xu Ming. There really is something, Xu Ming exclaimed. The combination of these two book spirits can increase the combat power of any beastmaster by more than 100 times within a certain level. The blue wind bird, which was originally at the peak of the commander level, directly turned into 10 real monarch-level combat forces. This is really a bit outrageous and far beyond the imagination of ordinary beastmasters. Student Xu, these are not illusions. They can really attack. Zhuang reminded. Group fight. I've never been afraid of anyone. Hong Yu, start your performance. Yes. Hong Yu responded, then flipped through the Necronomicon in her hand again. Along with the deadly aura of the dead book, the next second, 10 frostbone dragons appeared in the air. The next second, 10 pterosaur skeletons appeared in the air. The next second, there were 10 more frostbone dragons. The show ended only when there were 100 of each type of flying undead. Of course, Xu Ming helped Hong Yu recover 3 times during this period. If it is not enough, you can continue to summon. Roar! Click, click, click! 100 frostbone dragons and 100 skeleton pterosaurs can only be described as covering the sky and the sun, instantly submerging the 10 blue wind birds in the air. Oh my god, what is this? This scene made countless people drop their jaws. Xu, classmate, this is a bit unscientific, isn't it? Zhuang said somewhat speechlessly. What? She's the only one allowed to gang up on me, but I can't? There's no way. This is all thanks to this Necronomicon. It is very suitable for raising undead creatures, and the power of death can also accelerate the upgrade of undead beasts. It is really a must-have for home travel, killing, and robbing. At this moment, Xu Ming directly advertised the Necronomicon. Snap! Outside, the principal of the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy crushed the armrest of his chair and stood up to leave. The head of the Wen family smashed a fine golden Nama desk. Xiao Wushang, who was far away in Tianan City, spit out the tea that he had just drunk. Fuck, this kid is cheating me. Damn, is the Necronomicon so useful? I've had it in my hands for so many years. How come I didn't know it? For a time, there was a surge in the demand for the Necronomicon in both the Beastmaster Association and the black market. However, this is obviously in vain. The conditions for the formation of the Necronomicon are very stringent. It is not enough to just have the corpse of a spirit in the book. What's more, the book spirit's body is impossible to obtain. But others don't know. They only know that it is related to the book spirit's corpse. There are even quite a few such bounty information on the latest bounty list of the 10,000 Races Alliance. Those things about the Beastmaster Association are all jokes, but what is said about the 10,000 Races Alliance is absolutely true. As long as there is goods, they will definitely trade. In the secret realm, when Xian's blue wind bird had been taken back, otherwise it would have been torn into pieces immediately. However, she did not surrender, but resisted with the Shield Guard Holy Spirit. The Shield Guardian Holy Spirit was also upgraded to the peak of the Monarch level by her, and this was also the limit of her 2 Commander level book spirits. 100 Frostbone dragons only need 1 round of Frost Breath to send her away. Xu Ming did not do this directly, but let the skeleton Peng fly into the air and look down at the other party. Chapter 95, The Wool-Pulling Show. I guess you didn't surrender directly in order to see me one last time? Xu Ming spoke in a condescending tone, with a hint of asking for a beating. When Xian did not deny it but nodded. Tian and Xu Ming, I will remember you. No matter what, the book spirit cannot be desecrated. The Wen family will definitely take it back. Haha, I still say the same thing. If you want to get the Necronomicon back, You have to get past Marshal Xia of the Tianan military region first. If he agrees, I can reluctantly trade with you. How about exchanging it for a book spirit beast tamer? But it's just a deal. You? When Xian almost fainted from anger. Judging from the tone of this guy, does he still expect the Wen family to accept him as a member of their team? What's more, having offended the Wen family so badly, he actually wanted to obtain the Wen family's book spirit beast. It was really a fantasy. Okay, take care. If you don't leave, I'll give you a ride. Xu Ming waved his hand, not wanting to argue with her any further. Whether to trade or not is not something this girl can decide. After Hong Yu absorbed all the undead energy in the Book of the Dead, it was no longer of any use. No matter whether it was the combat power of 2 monarch-level undead or 2 king-level undead, they were of little help to Xu Ming. As for trading a book spirit beast, Xu Ming just mentioned it casually, thinking that the Wen family would be unlikely to agree to it. If you agree, then change it. Whether it is a contract or not, you can study it carefully. The book spirit, a beastmaster, seems to have the power to do what it says. Is it a concept-based beastmaster? I just don't know if I can enjoy the huge bonus of time like the undead. Otherwise, Xu Ming would never make a contract. You can't just let him read some books, right? After looking at Xu Ming deeply, when Xian left. When Xu Ming summoned 200 flying undead within 1 minute, the strong sense of oppression shocked most of the audience. At that moment, this result was already expected by everyone. Xu Ming sat on an ordinary skeleton pung bird, like an undead king. Student Xu, how about, I quit too? Zhuang Yu said tentatively. Don't worry. Wait until I clear the other people out. As he spoke, Xu Ming waved his hand, and 200 flying undead with combat power comparable to that of monarchs flew in all directions, slaughtering all living creatures. Kill the commander level 3-star red-eyed star wolf, and plunder the alien's lifespan of 130 years. Kill the monarch level 8-star red-eyed star wolf, and plunder the alien's lifespan of 280 years. Kill the 2-star 3-eyed eagle owl, and gain 220 years of lifespan within the plunder. Kill. A few days ago, Xu Ming consumed most of the resources. The blood energy in Hong Yu's body and the metals worth millions of spirit stones were all consumed. It just so happens that Hong Yu can take advantage of the killing here to collect blood energy, and then continue to transform the blood skeleton undead. The remaining materials will continue to be used to purchase the metals needed by Dubai. Billions of viewers were speechless when they saw the chaotic competition's secret realm. After when Xian withdrew and Xu Ming secured victory, things started to get weird. Hundreds of undead spirits ravaged the secret realm, killing all the monsters inside and making them cry for their parents. After this competition, we will probably need to rebuild a new ecosystem from scratch. This is not the end yet. Xu Ming deliberately left the others alone without attacking. Everyone knew what his intention was. After the 8th monarch-level monster was killed by Xu Ming, no more monarch-level monsters were released in. If he keeps refilling his cup endlessly, Xu Ming will really stay in there forever. It was such a good competition, but unexpectedly, it turned into Xu Ming's personal show of taking advantage of others. However, Xu Ming's strong performance is enough to make people linger on it. The undead that ravaged the sky shocked everyone. A real man should be like this. Combined with Xu Ming's previous violent remarks, countless people were shocked. In another dozen years, when this guy grows up, he will definitely become a shining star in the military. Moreover, he is definitely not a defensive general, but a sharp knife that pierces the enemy's heart. Look, he can even coldly and ruthlessly kill the monsters in the secret realm that have no ability to fight back. If it were an enemy country, it would be hard to imagine. Is it possible for a dignified imperial capital college to be so petty? Xu Ming grumbled somewhat dissatisfiedly. Student Xu, is that almost enough? Well, if they don't send me a monarch-level monster, I naturally won't waste any more time. It seems that your senior is still holding on. Do you want to go see her? It should be said that apart from Zhuang Yu, only Sang Miao was still resisting. The rest of them originally planned to hide for the time being. Before they could figure out the situation, they discovered that this secret realm had been invaded by the undead. The monsters in the entire secret realm were in chaos, and the 2 groups of people from the Element Academy and the 100 Battles Academy were also driven out. However, at least it is better than the Imperial Capital Academy. Forget it. If she gets eliminated before me, she will definitely ignore me for a month. We are content to get second place. This competition really opened my eyes. Xu, I will leave first. The two exchanged contact information, and Zhuangyu left the secret realm. That's amazing. Xu Ming looked forward and saw the ancient Tiansang tree that was still standing despite the attack of 100 frostbone dragons. Xu Ming had seen this kind of defense before when Nangong Feishue fought against Sang Miao. These icy breaths were transformed into shield energy for the Tiansang ancient tree. This kind of defense is the nemesis of almost all elemental beasts, and it can easily defeat 100 with one. Moreover, the physical defense is not bad at all. The biggest gain of Xu Ming's trip to the imperial capital, besides winning the first place, was seeing all kinds of beasts and various combinations. If there is no trump card, the final result is really hard to predict. But that's all. Hong Yu, let them disperse. Then, with a wave of Hong Yu's hand, all the frostbone dragons and skeleton pterosaurs retreated back to the undead plane. I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Sang Miao sat on the ancient Tiansang tree and spoke loudly. Really? I don't think I've ever hidden anything. Could it be possible that I would be asked to use all these in a third-level competition? That's true, but can you break my defenses? Let's try it. Xu Ming had been staying at a relatively far distance, not giving the other party any chance to control him with his vines. Although, it's useless even if you control it. Originally, Xu Ming wanted to let Dabai test his attack power, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. In this situation, he could try Hong Yu's new skills. Death and Withering. I saw that a large area of land in front of me suddenly became extremely dilapidated. All the living things inside, whether they were plants or snakes, insects, rats or ants, all began to lose their vitality. Chapter 96. The competition is over. The business owner is in charge. The Tiansang ancient tree was fine for the time being, but the Mohun grass under the Tiansang ancient tree began to die in large numbers. I give up. In less than a minute, Sang Miao screamed and quickly took back all her beasts. Before being teleported out, he looked at Xu Ming in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. This person's beast-taming skill is simply his perfect nemesis, the kind of natural enemy that he has no ability to fight back against. Is your ability to bear so little? Xu Ming scratched his head, and then he felt a teleporting force. The five-school competition has officially ended. When Xu Ming was teleported out, thunderous applause broke out in the arena. At this moment, he conquered all the audience with his absolute strength. Even the students of the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy were impressed by Xu Ming's performance. Are you kidding? Even if all the students in the school were added together, they might not be a match for Xu Ming's undead army. Until now, most of them seem like a dream. Can such powerful combat power really be mastered by a mere 4th-rank Beastmaster? Or is the Necronomicon really that powerful? Principal, why are you looking at me like that? I told you that I'll do this beautifully for you. When Xu Ming returned to the Tianan College area, all his classmates looked at him with fanatical eyes. Lu Tongxing's eyes were slightly red, but he was forced to hold them back. You bastard, you didn't say you had that kind of trump card. If it's revealed, can it still be called a trump card? There's nothing we can do about it. Marshal Xia is awesome. Lu Tongxing was speechless. Until now, this guy is still blaming Marshal Xia. Isn't he really afraid of being beaten to death by Marshal Xia when he returns? Brother, come on. At this time, Shang Rin squeezed over and handed Xu Ming a box, which contained the mask Xu Ming wanted. Xu Ming led Tianan College to win the championship, which made Shang Rin earn a fortune. A mere 30,000 spirit stones can only be considered a small fraction. Of course, Xu Ming also had share in it. In addition, the money that Xu Ming had previously exchanged for the materials that Shang Rin used to bet should have brought him dozens of times the profit. If he took out several million from each of his cousins, he would have tens of millions. As for Shang Rin's own market, the profits were unimaginable, so huge that he had to use the name of a merchant to keep a portion of it. There was no other way. He had been planning this before the game even started. It was a unique gamble. Killing all, the profits are naturally amazing. I'll take you back to the hotel directly. You don't have to attend the awards ceremony, lest you say anything earth-shattering in front of Principal 1 of Imperial Capital College. Well, by the way, Principal, I will stay in the Imperial Capital for a while, and will not go back with you. Okay, be careful. Lu Tongxing knew what Xu Ming's ultimate trump card was, so he was not too worried. Afterwards, Xu Ming and Shang Ren were instantly sent back to the hotel. This action naturally left the media waiting at the school gate empty-handed. Xu Ming had already said what needed to be said last time. Too much is as bad as too little. A tall tree attracts the wind. Lu Tongxing thinks it would be a good thing to reduce the attention paid to Xu Ming. After all, Xu Ming is only at the 4th level, and he still has a long way to go in the future. Brother, we made a fortune. Back at Xu Ming's room in the hotel, Shangren finally couldn't help but shout. How much did you earn? How many small goals? Xu Ming asked with a smile. Small goal. Shangren didn't understand the meaning of small goals, and then whispered. Let's just say that the spirit of fortune in my family has been alarmed. For Shangren, no matter how many small goals he has, they're not as powerful as this one. So, there's a chance? It's hard to say, so I came to find you as soon as possible. In addition to sending you a mask, my grandfather, the person in charge of the business, wants to meet you. To see me? Well, but don't worry, it must be a good thing. Okay, when? Now, I can still make it back for dinner. Stay at my house tonight, and I'll take you to an auction tomorrow. Maybe I'll find what you need there. Then, go to the best club in the capital and have some fun. In no time, Shangren arranged Xu Ming's itinerary clearly. Xu Ming. However, Xu Ming was more interested in the auction. The higher the level, the more you get. Some things are hard to come by, and cannot be bought even if you have money. The simplest example, not to mention such high-end things as the spirit of heaven and earth, even the one family's book spirit, the Shang family's money tree, the Xia family's dragon contract qualification, and so on, cannot be measured by a number of spirit stones. After tidying up casually, Xu Ming put on the mask he had just received and walked out of the hotel with Shangren without attracting any attention. As for Shangren, he naturally has his own disguise. This guy is now worried about being blocked by people who are eager to lose when he walks on the street, so naturally he needs to disguise himself more than Xu Ming. He not only absorbed normal bets, but also used the absorbed bets to place bets on other people's odds. Adding loans and the like, it was enough to take up all the odds in the capital in one go. Half an hour later, the two drove to the merchant's old house. As soon as he got off the car, Xu Ming felt 2 pairs of eyes staring at him. Later, Xu Ming realized that the people staring at him were not others, but the 2 stone lions at the gate of the old house. These 2 stone lions are alive. Master Lion, I'll take him to see my grandfather. After Shangren finished speaking, Xu Ming saw the 2 stone lions close their eyes and resume their dozing state, just like real stone sculptures. Overlord level. After entering the door, Xu Ming asked curiously, using 2 Overlord-level monsters to guard the gate is too powerful. Well, it's the beast that belonged to my great-grandfather for who knows how many generations. You know, Shangren explained in a low voice. Xu Ming naturally understood that the contract was terminated before the Beastmaster died. Even a 9th-ranked Beastmaster will die one day. However, under normal circumstances, monsters of this level are definitely not allowed to appear directly in the city center. I can only say that this is the privilege of a big family. Xu Ming followed Shangren, passing through various courtyards, and finally arrived at the door of a quiet study. Come in. Before Shangren knocked on the door, he heard a voice coming from inside. Xu Ming followed Shangren into the study and saw an old man with half-white hair and beard closing the account book in his hand. Grandpa, you and Xu Ming can chat slowly. I'll go see how the dinner preparations are going. Shangren tactfully excused himself. I am Shang Xingyi. It is Shangren's good fortune to be classmates with young friend Xu Ming. Mr. Shang, you are too kind. Shangren and I are classmates, roommates, and good friends. We cooperate and help each other. Without Shangren, Xu Ming might have to spend more time on miscellaneous matters. You don't have to be modest. I've been doing business for most of my life, so I'm more willing to believe in the theory of luck. What's more, the spirits of wealth are all in his own secret realm. Chapter 97.5 Billion, Auction. Before Shangren decided which city to go to, he used all the gold coins he had saved over the years to bribe the spirit of fortune and finally got the direction of Tianan City. Do you think this is good fortune? Shang Xingyi asked Xu Ming with a smile. Xu Ming didn't expect that there was such a reason behind this. He thought that Shangren chose Tianan City because he wanted to be rich and famous through risk. However, besides him, there were 2 other people who did the same. Shang Xingyi continued. Oh, what about them? Xu Ming thought about it, and seemed that he had never met anyone from other merchants. They finally chose to trust their own judgment. In this case, it's useless to give him a chance. However, it is hard to say. Xu Ming's happy cooperation with Shangren does not mean that he can also work with people from other businesses. Mr. Shang asked me to come here just to tell me this. If Shangren really has the opportunity to contract the spirit of fortune, I would be happy for him. It's still early for him. He was a little clever this time. Without the merchants backing him up, he would have been chopped into pieces by others. I'm looking for you, not only to get to know you, but I will also naturally give you the share of the profits that belong to you. In addition, I hope that you young people can maintain this kind of friendship. When I was young, I also had many friends. Unfortunately, they became more and more scattered. I understand what Mr. Shang means. Xu Ming could only nod in agreement as the old man taught him. Ha, just treat it as something I just said casually. Let's get back to the point. This time, Shangren has stirred up quite a few hornets' nests. Excluding some interests that need to be given up, the profit that I can give you is about 5 billion. Of course, you still have tens of millions in Shangren's hands, so that small amount doesn't count. Tens of millions, just a small fraction? It was not until Xu Ming heard the 5 billion that he realized the magnitude of Shangren's move this time. No wonder even the merchant's father came out to deal with it personally. This guy was still excited about hundreds of thousands of spirit stones a few months ago, and now he's making such a big move right out of the gate? However, looking at Mr. Shang's calm expression, he didn't seem to care much. I have several options for you to choose from. The first one is the simplest. Just deposit 5 billion in cash into your account. You could go to any bank to withdraw cash. However, don't withdraw too much at one time. Except for the money needed for cultivation, you can use the Linkshare card other times. Second, I heard that you have always had a great demand for metals. Here you own several undeveloped mines. The proven reserves of each mine are worth about 10 billion spirit stones, but mining requires time and energy. The third one is my exclusive edition. An 8th level Beastmaster takes the initiative to attack once, or provides close protection for a year, which is worth 1 billion. You can choose up to 5 years. Xu Ming was really a little surprised by such a generous gesture, especially the third one. An 8th rank Beastmaster could not necessarily be hired just by having money. Such people are either generals or patriarchs of family. There are not many who are completely free of worries and can serve as bodyguards. I guess it's the merchant's own strength. As for whether 1 billion for 1 year of protection is expensive or cheap, it depends on one's opinion. If Xu Ming had no means to protect himself, had a huge amount of money, and had offended so many people, he might really spend money to ensure his safety. It is also worthwhile to let an 8th level Beastmaster be your bodyguard, and then go to kill monsters and plunder their lifespans. However, since Xu Ming has the spirit of time, he naturally does not need a bodyguard. Mr. Shang, what properties are there in those mines? A 5th level mysterious magnetic mithril mine, a 5th level wind and thunder copper mine, and several 4th level wind and thunder metal mines. Obviously, the other party was aware of Xu Ming's needs and was not shooting in the dark. Metals that have reached the 5th level cannot be purchased in large quantities at any time just because you have money. Moreover, even if a mine is discovered, the mine owner may not necessarily mine it in large quantities. Instead, the way to make money is to let it flow out little by little and raise the price over the long term. For example, the ones that Shang Xingyi is talking about now must have found mineral deposits a long time ago, but they just haven't been developed. Anyway, they're just left there and will not run away. Mr. Shang, I'll choose the 5th level wind and thunder copper mine. In the end, Xu Ming made his own decision. Well, it's pretty much what I expected. You are quite confident. However, mining is difficult. If you regret it later, selling it to you at the original price? Haha, you're dreaming. At least give me 20 off. Xu Ming. As expected of a businessman, he can make 1 billion with just this one transaction. Okay, here's the deed. Keep it. This mine is located in the territory of a king-level monster and has not been cleared yet. When you have enough power in the future, you can organize people to mine. Or, it would be nice to leave some property for your descendants. Xu Ming took the deed and took a look at the location. It was in the heart of Xia country, in the wilderness where monsters roamed. There is no rush now. At least we have to wait until Dubai is promoted to the monarch level, and then there will be a demand for the dual attribute metal of wind and thunder. Moreover, the 5th level wind and thunder copper mine might contain derived 6th level metals, which is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for the miners, there are plenty of undead plains. The next day, you don't need to pretend now. In front of a huge building, Xu Ming asked Shangren, "Of course we have to. The money we earn honestly should be spent honestly." After hearing Shangren say this, Xu Ming knew that Shangren should help Shangren completely clean up the mess. The mining rights to so many mines were definitely not obtained for no reason. Maybe they had robbed some powerful force of its wealth. From the side, it also shows that the merchants are stronger. The first auction of the year at the Imperial Capital Auction House is definitely worth the trip. Just tell me what you like, I'll pay for it. Shang Rin patted his chest and assured. No need, don't I still have tens of millions? Soon, the two arrived at the box booked by Shang Rin. The holographic screen can display the exhibits on the stage in all directions, and bids could be placed at any time. Xu Ming casually flipped through the brochures on the table to see if there were any items that interested him. If we say what Xu Ming is more interested in now, it is definitely not something conventional. Xu Ming was not very interested in either beast-taming eggs or cultivation resources. Those strange things whose uses were unknown actually attracted Xu Ming's attention more. However, in the Imperial Capital Auction House, the largest auction house in the country, there are not many such items. The next lot is the long-awaited Overlord-level monster egg, the Blue Frost Phoenix. It is a flying beast egg with dual attributes of ice and wind. If there are enough resources of dual attributes of ice and wind, it is almost guaranteed to be promoted to Overlord level. The starting price is 1 million Lingshire. If you're interested, don't miss it. 2 million. 5 million. Soon, the bid exceeded 10 million spirit stones. Chapter 98 Nethergrass. After Xu Ming paid attention to the bidding for the items several times, he remembered what Shang Rin was laughing at before. Tens of millions of spirit stones can't buy anything. A family that can spend tens of millions to buy beast-taming eggs will never lack resources for cultivation. If you can train a dominant beast, you will definitely not lose money, but make huge profits. Of course, the prerequisite is that the talent of the Beastmaster must also keep up. Perhaps only S-level talent is worthy of a dominant cub. Well, you just happen to have a new contract position. Do you want this? This Blue Frost Phoenix is in no way inferior to the weak-blooded dragon. If Xu Ming wanted, Shang Rin would definitely help him take the photo. Forget it, I'll wait. Xu Ming is not interested in beast-taming eggs or anything like that for the time being. This Blue Frost Phoenix was obviously very resource-consuming, and its potential was only guaranteed to reach the Overlord level. Now Xu Ming only needs to buy the gold-eating beast. Other more conventional beasts are not his first choice. If the trip to the Dragon Clan isn't ideal, he'll consider something else. It is also very easy to buy a beast egg worth tens of thousands. Soon, the Blue Frost Phoenix's beast-taming egg was bought by someone for 16 million spirit stones. Next, there were several rounds of auctions, each of which was worth at least several million. Among them, there are even controlled Overlord-level monsters for direct contracts. This kind of monster is usually one that has been tortured or even controlled by drugs. Both its potential and strength will be discounted. And there are benefits too. For Beastmasters who are anxious to improve their combat power, it saves the long training cycle. However, being able to capture alive a dominant Beastmaster that only a 7th-ranked Beastmaster could contract was also quite a feat. This kind of thing is rarely seen once a year unless there is a state of war, and it has also attracted a lot of competition. In the wild, Overlord-level monsters are often protected by demigod-level monsters, making it impossible to kill them at will. The world is in a relatively peaceful stage now, and neither the monsters nor the human race have started a major war. Therefore, there will be no high-level Beastmasters hunting Overlord-level monsters. Otherwise, you would have no way to seek justice if you were killed by a demigod-level monster. The next lot was delivered to us on short notice. It is a box of nethergrass from the day after it was picked. There are 32 plants of level 1, 2, and 3, with a starting price of 2 million spirit stones. We do not support retail sales. Friends who need nethergrass to improve their mental strength or to make a mind-concentrating potion can bid with confidence. The quality is absolutely reliable. After the host finished speaking, a discussion immediately broke out below. It seems that another adventure group has hit the jackpot in Huangquan Secret Realm. It's a pity that there is no 3 lives netherworld flower. Otherwise, one plant would be several times more valuable than all the netherworld grasses. If there really is a 3 lives netherworld flower, it wouldn't be our turn to auction it. It would have been reserved long ago. That's true. Improve your mental strength? Xu Ming immediately grasped the key point of the host's words. Don't you just need to improve your mental strength? Then call the price directly. Brother, do you want this? Well, I need something to improve my mental strength. The food is good, but what's the matter? Xu Ming still doesn't have enough knowledge about these strange materials. The shelf life of nethergrass is relatively short. After picking it, It must be used within 7 days, even if it is stored in a space ring. You can absorb it directly or make it into a concentration potion. However, each person can only absorb and digest 1 strain per year. If you buy so much just to improve your spiritual power, it's not worth it. When the time comes, you will have to sell it to the pharmacy, and you will definitely lose money. Shang Rein explained. Anyway, his mind works quickly when it comes to information related to profit and loss. Each person can only digest 1 plant per year. Xu Ming thought, wouldn't it be possible to solve this problem by accelerating his own lifespan? But he didn't stop and continued to raise the price. What is the use of the 3 lives netherworld flower? Make a soul replenishing potion. Soul replenishing potion can repair the damage to the soul caused by the death of the beast. Legend has it that it takes 30,000 nether grasses to produce 1 3-life nether flower, and some say that it takes 30,000-year-old nether grasses to evolve into a 3-life nether flower. 30,000 years. The formal formation of the beast-taming civilization here has only been around for a few tens of thousands of years. Brother, are you really going to buy this? Okay, then consider it as a gift from me. Don't be polite to me. Seeing that Xu Ming insisted, Shangren didn't say anything more and just paid the bill generously. There were originally 2 or 3 competitors, but after Shangren suddenly raised the price to 20 million, they all stopped. 20 million. Even if all the potions are successfully produced, the cost cannot be recovered. Xu Ming had no interest in the remaining items. Even the life-saving inner armor made of the fur of a semi-god level monster. He was too lazy to take a second look at it. However, his lack of interest does not mean Shangrun is not interested. Just spend 200 million and win it easily. Many people knew that it was Shangren's box that took the photo, and they were furious because a lot of their assets were included in the 200 million. In the next 2 days, Xu Ming did not refuse Shangren's arrangement and indulged himself in the most luxurious club in the imperial capital. What this guy said makes sense. It's okay to not have a woman in your heart, but you can't have one by your side. You are all at the age when you are full of vigor and vitality. Don't hold it in and get sick. After indulging yourself, it's time to get down to business. Before Xu Ming parted with Shangrun, he entrusted him to continue purchasing the 4th level medal, and then he found a hotel to stay in. Then, take out the sandalwood box containing the nethergrass. This box alone is worth 100,000. When the box was opened, there were neatly arranged plants of dark jade-like nethergrass that looked like orchid leaves. The method of using this thing is also relatively simple. Just put it on your hand and perceive it with your mental power. The energy inside will nourish the Beastmaster's mental power. In the past 2 days, Xu Ming has more or less found some time to check some information on the internet. Legend has it that this thing grows on the banks of the Styx in the Yellow Springs secret realm, and it only grows once every 3,000 years, just like leeks, which grow again after being cut. The 1st level nethergrass that is harvested now has grown for at least 3,000 years. As for the 3rd level nethergrass, it has been growing for 9,000 years. Even though there were originally a lot of these things, they could not withstand continuous harvesting. In short, it is becoming more and more precious now. There's not much difference between the medicinal effects of the 1st and 3rd levels, it's just the amount of mental power they contain. Only when it evolves into the 3 lives netherworld flower can it be considered a qualitative leap, with its value increasing by more than 100 times, and it is out of stock. Xu Ming picked up a thick leek and looked around, but couldn't see much clues. It reminded him of the girl named Sang Miao. The beast she contracted was a plant-type beast called Mohun grass, which was quite similar to this nethergrass. I just don't know if this nethergrass can be contracted. Chapter 99 Talent Improvement, Full System Development. Anyway, there is no news on the internet about anyone making a contract with a nethergrass. Not to mention a contract, there isn't even such an idea. Let's not talk about other growing conditions for now. It takes 3,000 years from the awakening level to grow to the extraordinary level. This 1 point alone is enough to defy the will of heaven. Waiting for 3,000 years just to eat some leeks? However, for Xu Ming, these are not a problem. The key point is whether this thing has any effect on him. If I can't improve my talent, it will be difficult for me to reach level 5. Putting aside all distracting thoughts, Xu Ming directly began to absorb the nethergrass in his hand. In an instant, Xu Ming clearly felt a minty coolness rushing straight to his forehead. Like an ice spring in summer, it makes my thoughts unusually clear. In this state, whether it is cultivation or enlightenment, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. When Xu Ming came out of that state, 5 or 6 hours had passed, but to him it seemed like only a dozen minutes had passed. Mental strength has indeed increased a lot. In other words, you have to start growing your brain again. However, when Xu Ming picked up the second nether grass and was about to absorb it, he felt a chill penetrating into his soul and being transmitted through his mental power. It was like the water from the Netherworld River, seemingly freezing the soul. This nether grass is an extremely cold thing, and at most one could be absorbed per year. There are no shortcuts, right? Consume 10 years of your lifespan to accelerate the growth of your own talents. This acceleration consumes an additional 10 nether grass. Accelerating. In the first year, after your mental power is improved, your thinking becomes faster and more agile. You are very confident that improving your mental power will improve your talent. You just need to wait for the digestion time of the nether grass to pass. In the second year, you absorb a nether grass. Your mental power increased again, and your spiritual consciousness space was enhanced. In the 10th year, your mental strength has increased by more than 50 compared to before, and you feel that the contract with each beast is even closer. Not to mention whether his talent can be improved, the improvement in mental strength alone has made Xu Ming feel a lot more refreshed. The effect of nethergrass is much better than that of netherite lotus seeds. It is worthy of being a product of Huangquan. If it weren't for the restriction that only one plant can be consumed per year, it might have been dug up to extinction long ago. In this case, Xu Ming was too lazy to delay and struck while the iron was hot, absorbing it all in one breath. Consume 22 years of life to accelerate the growth of your own talents. This acceleration consumes an additional 21 nethergrass. Accelerating. In the 10th year, your mental strength increased by 50 again on the original basis. You seem to sense that some kind of opportunity was coming. In the 20th year, your mental strength has reached the limit of what it can be improved at this stage, surpassing the level of an ordinary 5th level Beastmaster. Looking back at the past, beast training was not what you pursued. Looking into the future, a wider world of beast control is what you long for. C-level talent, top-level cultivation. Due to the sudden increase in mental power, the bottleneck is broken, a mutation occurs, and it is promoted to B-level talent, full system development. Year 22, you spend the rest of the time adapting to your new talent. Beats Matet, Xu Ming. Level 4, 1 star can be accelerated. Talent. B full system development. Each time you contract a different type of beast, the strength of all beasts will be increased by 10, currently 30, can be accelerated. Hidden talent. God unlimited plunder. Kill aliens to plunder lifespan, skills, etc. Alien lifespan. 392,300 years. You can consume the alien's lifespan to accelerate the growth of your pet or beastmaster. If the alien's lifespan is insufficient, you can use your own lifespan to replace it. The remaining lifespan is currently 93 years. If it is less than 1 year, it cannot be replaced. Finally, successful. Xu Ming could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Xu Ming was naturally very satisfied with this B-level talent. In addition to improving the strength of each beast, it also has dual growth potential. By contracting beasts of different types, the overall strength could be increased, which just happened to coincide with Xu Ming's plan. However, what Xu Ming values more is definitely that his talent has broken through the bottleneck and can continue to improve. Next, Xu Ming just needs to continuously improve his mental strength and break his limits. As for the thing that can enhance spiritual power, it is undoubtedly this leek. No, it is the nethergrass. More than 30 nethergrasses are worthy of being sent to the Imperial Capital Auction for auction, which shows how precious this thing is. Preciousness is one thing, but the key is scarcity. Xu Ming estimated his demand and thought that he might need hundreds or thousands of dollars to meet his needs. What he needed was not a few nethergrasses, but a nether lawn. If he had the chance, he really wanted to try to see if he could make a contract with this plant. It's more comfortable to grow and harvest chives by yourself. However, Xu Ming now knows nothing about this thing, let alone its contract and growth conditions, nor does he know where the Yellow Springs secret realm is. Being completely in the dark, one will naturally not act rashly. Now, my talent has been upgraded to Class B, so I should be able to reach Class 5 anyway. As long as the probability is not 0, I will be able to be promoted successfully sooner or later. Therefore, there is no need to rush to improve your mental strength and talent for the time being. I'll talk about it later when I have time. Next, Xu Ming will focus on 2 things. One is to deal with the launch of the 10,000 Races Alliance, and the other is to follow Xiaofeng to Dragon Island to see if they can find any ancient dragons. Since Xia Wushang can pick up the ancient black dragon egg, there is no reason why I can't pick it up. So, Xu Ming took out his communicator and logged into the forum of the 10,000 Races Alliance. These days, Xu Ming was so busy having fun that he didn't even bother to open it. Anyway, he didn't have any permissions, and it was annoying to look at it. When he opened it, he saw that the reward for himself had increased by more than 100 times. This time, it's not just about information, but about capturing myself alive. There is no doubt that they are here for either the Red Jade or the Necronomicon. Capturing a 4th-level Beastmaster at a cost of hundreds of millions is considered a record. Beep beep. At the same time, several messages came instantly. See the message and reply quickly. Qilin is most likely dead. Reply quickly. Urgent mission. Report back as soon as you see it. The most recent one was last night, each one more urgent than the last. At that time, Xu Ming was still immersed in the beauty of the world and had no time to care about this stuff. I don't know anything. Xu Ming saw that the other party was online and replied directly. It doesn't matter. His mission did not fail. It's likely that something unexpected happened. Is there any urgent mission? Do I need to go to the Imperial capital? The mission is not urgent. I have to at least observe you. Tomorrow, you will come to the Imperial capital in advance through the teleportation array and go to Chunwan Flower Shop at number 387 Zajingwa Street to buy a bunch of purple phalaenopsis. Then, take the flower and walk north. You will see a river, walk up the bridge, and throw the flower down. That's it. It's so troublesome. Can you reimburse my travel expenses? Report to you. Chapter 100, Regularization Mission. Through the other party's arrangements, Xu Ming knew that the other party would most likely not show up, and at most would observe in the dark. To see if this new henchman, Su Lin, recruited more than 10 days before his death, is really only at the beginner level of the 4th rank, is only to preliminarily rule out some suspicions. If you want to gain more trust and get inside, the only way is to complete tasks and gain contribution points. Xu Ming took a look and found that the cumulative contribution points required to upgrade to the orange snake level were 1 million and 10 million for the yellow snake level. If Xu Ming sold himself now, he would instantly upgrade to yellow snake old 6. Su Lin worked like a slave for the 10,000 Races Alliance, completing tasks, but his contribution points for a year were only 1 million. However, having said that, the benefits Xu Ming gained from annihilating the territory of a monarch-level monster were only that much. And an ordinary 4th-level Beastmaster can get in 1 year, which means the treatment is really good. It can only be said that Xu Ming's strength is too advanced. He is equivalent to a 5th-level adventure team by himself, and is completely out of the class of ordinary Beastmasters. At noon the next day, Xu Ming designed a body shape and appearance of an ordinary young man for himself, looking no different from a college graduate. Then, as agreed, I took a taxi to the flower shop the other party mentioned, bought a bunch of purple Phalaenopsis orchids, and then walked to the river in the north. About half an hour later, Xu Ming walked to the bridge, smelled the flowers, and then threw them down. Along the way, whether it was the flower shop owner or the passers-by, it seemed that everyone was suspicious, but also seemed to have no problems. Xu Ming simply didn't bother to pay attention, making himself look like an undercover agent sent by the authorities. It doesn't matter who the other person is, as long as he doesn't hinder your progress. There are all kinds of information here, both true and false, which is quite interesting. The only drawback is that my current permissions are too low and I can only read the title. What's the point if I can only hang out outside? Progress must progress. As long as you are brave enough to bring down the Snake Lord, it is not impossible to have another old 6th Lord. Xu Ming stood on the bridge and daydreamed for a while. When he felt it was about time, he left. From beginning to end, I didn't feel any special attention or investigation. I randomly found a restaurant and sent a message to the other party while eating. Is it ready? Don't stay in the Imperial capital for too long. Afterwards, Xu Ming saw that his status had changed from assessment to a formal member. Is it that simple? Xu Ming thought that there would be some messy projects such as strength tests, lie detectors, etc. I was overthinking it. How could it be worth it for a little Karami like me who had just been promoted from level 3 to level 4 to do this? It won't be too late to take action when you're promoted to the Green Snake or even higher position in the future. In addition to the successful conversion, I also received 200 contribution points, which can be used to reimburse travel expenses. 200 contribution points. What can I do? Are there any tasks that can earn money? You are too weak. Do you dare to enter a monarch-level territory? I don't dare. Do you know Xu Ming? I think it's hard not to know the celebrities in Tian'an City. Xu Ming didn't expect that the other party would suddenly mention him. Could it be that he would issue a task for me to catch myself? Then your mission is to return to Tian'an City and investigate his background as much as possible. The more detail, the better. I will reward you based on your findings. I could do that. It's very simple. He lives in Heping Community. His date of birth. Xu Ming sold himself without hesitation. Someone has already submitted this information. I need more information about his talent, beast control, etc. Obviously, the other party was also left speechless by Xu Ming. Xu Ming, damn it. Who is so immoral as to sell my privacy without permission? Okay, I have a lot of friends in Tian'an College. I'll try to ask around. As soon as possible, there will be many people competing for this task at the same time. Only the first person to submit information will receive the task reward. What if it's false information? The reward will be deducted and appropriate punishment will be imposed. So, don't make up some false news to fool me. The consequences will be serious. Xu Ming doesn't care. What consequences will there be? At most, my account will be blocked. The point is, who knows myself better than myself? Does the mission have a deadline? It's tentatively set at 1 year. You must report to me at least once a month. I will reward you based on the value of your information. All right. After the conversation ended, Xu Ming understood the other party's thoughts. First, take a mission that is not very dangerous and cast a wide net. No matter how Xu Ming performs, there will be no loss. There are probably many peripheral henchmen like him. Everyone is in the dark, and no one knows who has what identity. Moreover, this mission is neither black nor white, and there is no substantial risk, which makes it quite suitable for low-level members who have just joined. Let me investigate myself. Interesting. Xu Ming's my set li. The key point is that his public information shows that his talent is the lowest level F primary training. I guess no one would believe this stuff now. F level talent? Not to mention Xu Ming's abnormal development momentum. Even advancing to the second or third level would probably be a bit difficult. Xu Ming was busy for the next few days. Either I go to the club to relax or wander around the imperial capital, but I didn't encounter any special situations. It seemed that the other party really just took a look from a distance, and he didn't even need to show up himself, but just arranged for other younger brothers to take a look. Originally, Xu Ming was wondering whether the other party would secretly place some tracking marks to detect his true identity. As it turned out, he was overthinking it. Or rather, it's not worth doing. The fact that the other party suddenly remembered me was probably because Su Lin was dead and the other party wanted to recruit more people in Tian'an City. In this regard, Xu Ming could only feel regretful. If he could track down the other party's identity, he would definitely gain a lot, at least much more information than what Su Lin knew. But it doesn't matter. At worst, I could just take on other bounty missions. There are all kinds of demands, whether it is resource or intelligence exchange, or team exploration, etc. It is equivalent to a Beastmaster association in the Grey World. However, there are definitely more unconventional ways here than in the Beastmaster Association, and the risk factor is relatively high. Similar offers of bounty for Xu Ming's kidnapping or information are relatively common. In addition to Xu Ming, geniuses who have appeared before, such as when Xian, Sang Miao, Zhuang Yu, etc., are all on the list. What's worse, there are also intelligence gathering on Xia's military strength and assassination bounties on the 4 military marshals of Xia. Xu Ming knew without thinking that this thing was just for show, and no one would really want to die so badly that they would take such a task. Chapter 101, The Demonic Dragon and the Dragon Clan. Brother, you really raised the price of 4th level black iron and wind and thunder attribute metals by your own efforts. In Quanwei's High, Shangrun handed over the newly acquired 4th grade black magnetic meteorite iron, 4th grade thunder and fire gold, and 4th grade wind pattern copper to Xu Ming. Almost all of Xu Ming's tens of millions of spirit stone cards were used here. Thanks, that should be enough. When he reached the 5th level, Xu Ming planned to visit his own mine. Don't be polite. If you have any other needs, just let me know. However, I understand why your iron-eating beast is so fierce. With such a huge investment of resources, it would be a waste of the spiritual stones if it wasn't fierce. Shangre nix klingt. Hee. Xu Ming smiled, but said nothing. What Shangren said made some sense, but it was just superficial. With so many resources, it takes enough time and energy to transform them into strength. If it were any other iron-eating beast, it would have consumed more than 100 years. Which Beastmaster could afford it? Dubai is undoubtedly very powerful, but Xu Ming's current heavy investment is not entirely for the pursuit of strength. On the one hand, he definitely has the most affection for Dubai and tries his best to cultivate it to perfection. On the other hand, Xu Ming is also curious about what Dubai will look like in the end and whether it is really an ancient bloodline. Besides, the only one who needs to consume resources to train at present is Dubai. Someone like Shirling not only does not require consuming resources, but can also help Xu Ming save a lot of resources. By the way, you two are going to Dragon Island tomorrow, right? I wish Xu Ming can get the true dragon bloodline in advance. Huh. As he spoke, Shang Run raised his glass first. Xiaofeng also followed suit and toasted Xu Ming. Even if it was the blood of a real dragon, he would not be tempted. Instead, he sincerely hoped that Xu Ming could gain something. These past few days, Xu Ming had nothing to do, so he arranged several competitions with Xiaofeng and asked Dubai to teach him how to use the Dar power and the Transform power. Xiaofeng will be promoted to the 3rd level soon, and his heavy sword will also be promoted to the elite level at that time. It will be very beneficial for it to comprehend the dark power and the transformation power in advance. Dragon Island? Is it in the sea? Xu Ming asked casually. Dragon Island is the abbreviation of Dragon Island's secret realm. Xiaofeng explained. Originally, most of the dragons lived in the Dragon Palace under the sea. However, due to the pollution of the Forbidden Magic Sea, some dragons were forced to migrate to inland waters, while others moved the remains of the Dragon Palace to the secret realm. The secret realm of Dragon Island can be regarded as the largest habitat of the dragon clan today. There are also scattered dragon tribes in other waters, and they will also send some dragon eggs with thin bloodlines to the Dragon Island secret realm for cultivation. As a relatively powerful force, the dragon clan's entry into the inland would definitely arouse the human race's vigilance. Obviously, the Xia Kingdom and the Dragon Clan reached some kind of offensive and defensive alliance agreement. Forbidden Demon Sea? By the way, is the world-destroying demon dragon related to the Dragon Clan? Such a deep abyss. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaofeng choked on the wine. He looked at Xu Ming speechlessly, somewhat doubting whether he could come out safely if he took Xu Ming to Dragon Island. Last time, Xu Ming directly asked why it was the Dragon Selection Conference and not the Dragon Selection Conference. If these words were heard by the demigod Dragon Guardian in the secret realm of Dragon Island, he would directly drive me and others out. Why is it taboo? Xu Ming reacted and asked in confusion. It's best not to mention it in front of the dragons. Although the Forbidden Demon Sea was caused by the Magic Dragon, the Abyss was not. The Abyss existed before the Magic Dragon. Legend has it that the dragon is also a victim of the pollution of the Abyss. However, since the connection between the two is so deep and the dragon has the greatest influence, the dragon is simply equated with the Abyss. As for the attitude of the Dragon Clan, they naturally regard the evil dragon as the greatest shame and have paid the price for it for 10,000 years. The dragon race's bloodline is gradually becoming thinner and weaker, and this is not without reason. Xiaofeng spoke slowly, revealing some secrets that cannot be seen on the internet. Learn. The power of the Dragon Clan is deeply rooted in people's minds, but no one deliberately discusses the Magic Dragon in conjunction with the Dragon Clan. If we were to say who hates dragons the most, it would definitely be the Dragon Clan. It was once the overlord of the ocean, but was forced to go ashore. If we put ourselves in the shoes of the dragon race, it would be inevitable that we would develop a dependent mentality. Don't worry, I won't deliberately make things difficult for you. We're just talking casually behind closed doors. Yes, the Dragon Island secret realm is in the Imperial capital. Just follow me there tomorrow. Speaking of which, are there any particular rules for this Dragon Selection Conference? There aren't too many restrictions. Most dragon eggs and dragonlings are placed in different hatching nests according to their attributes. You just need to take your voucher and choose one. However, it should be noted that there may be miscellaneous dragons with other demon bloodlines mixed in among them. You should carefully identify them and do not make a decision rashly. If it really doesn't work, it's better to give up than to make a random choice. Where are the dragon eggs? Xiao Wushang's ancient black dragon is just a dragon egg he picked up. You don't really want to take advantage of the situation, do you? Even the hatching of a dragon egg takes hundreds of years, and you can only stay in it for 3 days at most. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Night. Xu Ming let Dubai digest all the metals. Although the proficiency of the skill did not improve again, there was no waste of resources. The giant thunder incarnation, combined with the diamond incarnation, can exert its full effect. I don't know if the average king level 1 is strong enough to give Dubai a slap. The next day, under the guidance of Xiaofeng, Xu Ming came to an ancient courtyard that was strictly guarded. Just from the aura of a 7th level beastmaster, Xu Ming could sense no less than 3 different ones. After all, Xu Ming often comes into contact with the principal, so he is more familiar with the 7th level aura. Moreover, the aura of these 7th level beastmasters was not concealed at all. With the token in his hand, Xiaofeng did not encounter any obstacles and had a smooth journey. Finally, the two came to a courtyard at the deepest part. Inside, there's only an ancient well. Lock. Xu Ming almost blurted out the 3 words, Lock Dragon Well. However, after receiving a look from Xiaofeng, he held it back. This small courtyard was given to the Dragon Clan by our ancestors. Xiaofeng introduced. However, Xu Ming naturally understood. The ancestor of the Xia family is the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor killed the evil dragon and then allocated a place for the Dragon Clan to settle down, which was also under the supervision of the Xia family. Just go straight down. Having said that, Xiaofeng jumped directly into the well. The entrance to this secret realm is always open, which means that the Xia family does not have complete control over the Dragon Clan like in other secret realms. At least, on the surface, they will not be supervised like prisoners. Then, Xu Ming jumped in without hesitation. Chapter 102, The Remains of the Dragon Palace. There was a flash of light and shadow, and the two appeared in the hall. Outside, some people were already waiting. Are these all from the Xia family? No. In addition to the Xia family, the Dragon Clan will also sell some qualifications to domestic geniuses. I didn't need to waste any words to persuade you with your strong performance in the 5 schools competition. The Dragon Clan agreed directly. Oh, it seems I'm also a genius, huh? In the competition among 5 schools, Xu Ming directly crushed the strongest among all the contemporary schools. If this is not a genius, no one would dare to call him a genius. Xu Ming's arrival attracted the attention of everyone present. However, Xu Ming didn't know anyone and was too lazy to pay attention. After waiting for another 10 minutes, a middle-aged man came over and began to explain the rules. In 3 days, you will go to the dragon nests in different attribute areas according to your respective talents, and strive to gain the recognition of the young dragons. If it is a dragon egg that is about to hatch, it is also possible, but it is not recommended. You only have 3 days at most. The rules were similar to what Xiaofeng had said. At the end, everyone was given a booklet with a map of Dragon Island and the distribution of various dragon nests. Xu Ming took a look and was speechless. Originally, he thought that Dragon Island was just an ordinary small island, with dragon nests scattered in various caves, waiting for the hatching of baby dragons. In fact, it is totally wrong. Dragon Island is a nice island, but the area of this island is astonishingly large. Moreover, 5 medium-sized cities were built on it, and a large population lived there. The supplies here are basically self-sufficient, and there are also many beastmasters serving the Dragon Clan. Rather than being residents, they could be considered hostages. In short, it is also a means to consolidate the relationship between humans and dragons. You are in me, and I am in you. As for the dragon's nest, it is naturally not an ordinary small cave. Every baby dragon and dragon egg is carefully raised by a dedicated person. The 5 cities roughly include dragons of various attributes, including gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and so on. There is always one that suits them. For most people, no matter what attribute you choose, you won't lose. The only limitation is that you need to get the approval of the young dragon. Xu Ming took a look and found introductions to young dragons of various attributes. They were all exaggerated, such as the bloodline of the Thunder Dragon, the bloodline of the Ancient Golden Dragon, the bloodline of the Void Wind Dragon. Everything was available. It seems that there is nothing here that you can't imagine. As for strength and weakness, you can only know it by seeing it in person. Even if you see them, you may not be able to tell which one is more powerful. Maybe the so-called Thunder Dragon bloodline is just the hybrid bloodline of the Thunderboar and a certain dragon. This is what Xiaofeng had said before. The dragon eggs sent by the Dragon Clan from other places basically had weak bloodlines. If there really is a good bloodline, they will definitely keep it for themselves to cultivate. How could they be willing to send it to the human race? Go ahead. When you're done, we'll get together again. Xiaofeng handed the certificate representing his dragon selection qualification to Xu Ming, and then withdrew. For the next 3 days, qualified people can move freely around the island, and basic expenses will be provided free of charge. After the middle-aged man announced the rules, he emphasized not to cause trouble and left. Everyone moved freely. Xu Ming was still flipping through the booklet, thinking about which city to start from. 3 days would not be enough to visit all the dragon nests. At this moment, he heard a voice beside him. "Brother, are you interested in joining us? It's useless to read the introduction above. They won't put the real good stuff on the table." Good stuff? Xu Ming really didn't expect that someone would describe it like this in the Dragon Clan's territory. When he looked up, he saw a boy who looked a few years younger than him, looking at him with his arms folded. "Who are you?" "My name is Xiao Long. I'm Xiao Feng's cousin, and I'm the 13th child." Since the other party mentioned Xiao Feng directly, Xu Ming didn't need to introduce himself. When entering here, Xu Ming was not disguised, so it should be difficult for people to not recognize him, especially among young people. "What do you mean it's useless?" "This is my 3rd time here since I was 10 years old. I have been to all the cities, and all of them are little dragons with mixed bloodlines, which are useless," Xiao Long said disdainfully. Just by looking at the name he chose, you can tell what the Xia family expects of him. To have the chance to contract with the Dragon Clan 3 times, he must have quite a lot of talent. In fact, before he even reached college age, he had already started looking for the dragon contract for the 3rd time. "Oh, so there are other places." Yes, those places are not dragon nests in the city, but on the bottom of the sea. "The remains of the Dragon Palace?" Yes. Xiao Long was not surprised that Xu Ming knew about the remains of Dragon Palace. Instead, he continued, "The Dragon Palace is the most suitable place to breed dragons. In the past, there must have been many ancient dragon eggs left in the Dragon Palace." When Xu Ming heard him say this, he felt that it was highly unreliable. Not to mention whether there are ancient dragon eggs. Even if there are, wouldn't the dragons take them out and cultivate them themselves? Why would they keep them in the Dragon Palace? What's more, even if there is, this guy can't hatch it. Could it be that this guy thinks he is Xiao Wushang? By the way, how did Xiao Wushang hatch his black dragon egg? But Xu Ming just listened to him showing off and didn't expect this to happen. "I don't have a water-type beast, so I can't go into the sea." "Don't worry, leave it to me. But I have to make it clear in advance that if there are water dragon eggs, I will have priority." Xiao Long patted his chest and said, seeming to be very confident that he could hatch the dragon egg. "Then go by yourself." After saying that, Xu Ming turned and left. Although Xu Ming had no interest in the water dragon eggs, he would not accept being given priority. Who would do something that had no benefits? Wait, whoever sees it first gets it. Wait, if you can't hatch it, I'll help you." "What do you need from me?" "There are a lot of sea creatures in there. I definitely can't defeat them." This is the truth. He just admired Xu Ming's fighting ability. Xu Ming looked at his rank, which was only the 2nd rank. If he wanted to reserve a contract slot for the Dragon Clan, he would only contract 1 beast at most. One last question. Won't the Dragon Clan's top brass take care of this? It's the same reason. The dragon eggs can only get the best hatching conditions if they are placed in the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, why would they move the remains here? If we can get them to hatch earlier, that's our skill, and it's allowed by the rules. In other words, our actions are all within their sight. I don't know. As long as we don't completely destroy the Dragon Palace, there shouldn't be any problem. That's what my ancestor said. Who is your ancestor? Marshal Xia, who was blamed by you several times. Sorry. Chapter 103, Going Underwater. If Xiao Long was Xiao Wushang's direct descendant for many generations, then everything would make much more sense. I guess this guy grew up listening to the story of Xiao Wushang picking dragon eggs. No wonder there are so many opportunities to contract with dragons and have the certainty of hatching dragon eggs. It is possible that he took the initiative to find Xu Ming because of Xiao Wushang's encouragement. As for other people, they may not be trustworthy. Okay, I'll go with you. Anyway, I have no interest in ordinary dragons. Okay, let's go. Xiao Long looked excited. 2 hours later, Xu Ming followed Xiao Long through many twists and turns, taking a big car, a small car, and then walking, and finally arrived at a remote bay. In this place, Xu Ming could kill him without anyone noticing. No wonder he didn't dare to look for anyone else. Moreover, seeing that he was moving forward with a very purposeful attitude, it was obvious that he had visited the place beforehand. Arrive. Xu Ming spread his hands, indicating that he could start. Anyway, he has no ability to go into the water. I have prepared a submersible. If nothing unexpected happens, we can move freely once we enter the Dragon Palace. As he spoke, Xiaolong waved his hand, and a small submarine appeared on the sea. Submersible? What if something unexpected happens? Xu Ming thought that the other party might have some treasure that could avoid water or some skills to taming beasts. Well, I do have an automatic teleportation charm. Xia Taki felt a little embarrassed. What it means is, when disaster strikes, everyone just runs away. Forget it, Ruby. Xu Ming directly summoned the skeleton lich. Create some puppet fish schools for underwater reconnaissance. Yes. Then, a burst of bloodlight burst out from Hong Yu's palm. Then, more than 10 palm-sized blood-red puppet little goldfish jumped into the water one after another. Although Xu Ming was not worried about the danger of falling into the water, he didn't want to become a drowned chicken after all. More importantly, this guy spoke with certainty, and Xu Ming didn't want to waste such an opportunity. So cool. When Xiaolong saw Hong Yu, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he circled around it and admired it with great interest. Okay, can there be room for 3 people in here? Of course, go ahead. As he spoke, Xiaolong was the first to board the submersible. Fortunately, this guy had practiced how to operate it beforehand and was not a novice. When encountering danger, you can avoid it in time. Otherwise, even with Hong Yu's reconnaissance warning, some elite sea beasts would still target them. If the submersible is destroyed, this underwater exploration trip will be forced to end. Half an hour later, everything went smoothly. Even without a searchlight, Xu Ming could see several huge jade pillars emitting light. However, these jade pillars are tilted to one side or the other. It shows both a sense of luxury and a feeling of ruins. The remains of Dragon Palace. Here we are. Clang. The submersible headed towards the entrance of the Ryugu wreckage. At a certain moment, it seemed to have passed through a thin film. The submersible lost the support of the water and fell directly onto the stone slab. Fortunately, Xiaolong had strong skills and did not make a hard landing from a higher place. Otherwise, he would have had to swim up. We're finally here. After putting away the submersible, Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief. If it still doesn't work this time, he probably won't have another chance. Whether it succeeds or not, at least there are no regrets. Master, this place is more resistant to and targeted at undead creatures. At this time, Hong Yu suddenly sent a message to Xu Ming. Does the Dragon Palace reject the undead? Xu Ming thought for a moment, then put away the red jade and summoned Dabai out. Bing! Dabai's height should have been around 3 meters, which was considered short among the commander-level beastmasters. However, after replenishing a large amount of wind and thunder metal, its size shrank to only more than 1 meter. In other words, it can shrink its body to a certain extent when the whole body is completely coordinated and unified. Switch freely between more than 1 meter and 3 meters. If the perfect level giant thunder incarnation is added, it can be expanded 4 times to 15 meters, which is absolutely tall even among the monarchs. Moreover, it is a 15-meter-long monster that perfectly utilizes its golden steel body. There are no defense loopholes. The metals that Xu Ming spent tens of millions on were spent here. If there were no giant incarnation of thunder, perhaps only 1/10 would be enough. However, Xu Ming certainly would not feel sorry for the money. What is the purpose of making money? Isn't it to spend it on the things he cherishes? Brother Ming, don't you need your undead summoner? In just a short while, Xiaolong had already recognized him as his brother. Well, the red jade feedback repels the undead. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we will not use it for now. All right. Xiaolong looked at the crying Dabai and was somewhat skeptical about its fighting ability. Although Dabai abused Xiazhong, he was only at the elite level after all. It is not impossible for a monarch-level being to appear in the wreckage of Dragon Palace. Let's go in and take a look. Brother Ming, the most likely things to appear here, besides sea beasts, are some stone puppets. When the Dragon Palace was at its peak, they were used as laborers and guards. They could even drag the Dragon Palace around. Along the way, Xiaolong kept introducing the characteristics of this place to Xu Ming. With the help of some luminous pearls decoration, although it is not particularly bright, you can still see the surroundings clearly. Yeah, I saw it. Be careful. At this moment, Xu Ming suddenly stopped. In the shadows ahead, red light flickered in the eye sockets of several stone statues. 1, 2, 5 commander-level ones. Xiaolong exclaimed softly, afraid of attracting their attention. However, it was obviously of no use, as the other party had already taken action. Baymax, take care of them. Also, Bing, Dabai hasn't had a fight for a long time, and his hands are itching. In an instant, It turned into a residual shadow and rushed into the stone puppet. Bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive slaps. Snap, snap, snap. Afterwards, fragments of the stone statue scattered all over the ground. Kill the 8-star commander-level stone statue puppet and plunder the alien's lifespan of 180 years. Kill the 9-star commander-level stone statue puppet and plunder the alien's lifespan of 190 years. At this time, Dabai turned around, and it seemed that Xu Ming had not finished speaking. Forget it. Make less noise next time and don't tear this place down. Xu Ming could see that Dabai didn't even use any skills just now. He just relied on brute force to smash his opponents one by one. Instant kill. Xiao Long muttered to himself absent-mindedly. Unexpectedly, the iron-eating beast that he had underestimated was actually so ferocious. Seeing Xu Ming picking up the puppet core on the ground, he quickly reminded him, usually there are 5 or 6 puppets in a team, and there may be monarch-level ones. Yeah, it's okay, keep going. Good. Since Xu Ming is sure, Xiao Long is naturally more confident. Before coming down, he never thought it would be so smooth. I just contacted the ancestor before leaving, and the ancestor mentioned casually, if Xu Ming is here too, please feel free to bother him. Don't be polite. Chapter 104 Seafood, Yulong Pond. I didn't expect that the remains of the Dragon Palace would be so huge. Xu Ming took Xiao Long and continued walking forward for a while, which seemed to be as far as the eye could see. When I watched TV before I traveled through time, the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea looked like a palace. Yes, the area of the complete Dragon Palace is no less than that of the Imperial City. And here, there are only less than 1% of the original wreckage. Xiaolong nodded and said, so, there are more remains of the Dragon Palace in the Outer Sea? Xu Ming instantly thought of the key to the matter. Yeah, but that's something that even a dragon demigod can't handle, so let's not even think about it. Besides, the ocean outside is not like here where you can go down at will. If you're not careful and get polluted by the abyss, it will be a waste of time. So, I just dare to try it here. Yeah, that's true. Xu Ming nodded. It seemed that he himself had no reason to venture into the forbidden magic sea outside. If you really find some ancient dragon eggs here, there's naturally no need to go again. If you don't find them, there's even less need to go. The environment here is at least safe. If this isn't even available, are we expecting there to be ancient dragon eggs in the forbidden magic sea? As they were talking, the two came to a relatively open and spacious area. Anyway, they are all wreckage, and it is hard to tell what they were used for before. Finally, Xiao Long analyzed it carefully. Brother Ming, this seems to be the Dragon Clan's canteen. Really? But now we are more like food. All of a sudden, there was a rustling sound all around. Then, dozens of tentacles stretched out from the shadows all around and surrounded this side. Net. At this moment, a light blue book suddenly floated out from Xiao Long's body. The word clean, on it turned into flowing water, quickly slid past the two of them and floated away with the smell. Suddenly, all the tentacles were attracted over. Afterwards, the two of them saw clearly that the owners of the dozens of tentacles were 4 or 5 large octopuses, all of which were conservatively estimated to be monarch level. However, what Xu Ming cared more about was that Xiaolong's first beast was also a book spirit. It seems that this guy is one of the 3 genius contract book spirits of this generation of the Xia family, recognized by the Wen family. However, Xiao Wushang is a staunch war hawk, but his descendants have won the favor of the Wen family. This relationship is really complicated. Dabai, be careful. It won't taste good if you break it. Seeing such a large piece of seafood, Xu Ming has already thought of more than 10 ways to eat it. Eat. Xiao Long swallowed hard, unable to understand Xu Ming's train of thought. Of course, isn't this food for the dragons? Why can't we eat it? Dabai responded and looked at the giant octopus that was more than 10 meters tall. Then, the giant incarnation of thunder. Golden steel body. In an instant, a 15-meter-tall ancient beast shining with golden light appeared in the center of the venue. Even though Dabai is 15 meters tall, he still looks small in this space. Xiaolong. I was dumbfounded. Then Dabai moved. Wind and thunderstep. It is hard to imagine that a giant beast could walk silently, turning into a golden light and instantly reaching the front of the giant octopus. Originally, it wanted to use the bone-dissolving palm, but this is a mollusk. Would it turn into octopus juice if it was hit by the palm? After thinking about it, I think the thunder palm is more suitable, as it also has paralysis and penetrating effects. Thunder palm. Snap! With 2 palms, the golden thunder contained in the palms instantly pierced through the heads of the 2 giant octopuses. Kill the Monarch level 8-star Ink Cloud Octopus and plunder the alien's lifespan of 280 years. Kill the Monarch level 6-star Ink Cloud Octopus and plunder the alien's lifespan of 260 years. The other 2 also reacted in time, stretching out their tentacles at the same time to wrap around Debai's limbs, intending to dismember him. However, it is doomed to be a waste of effort. Debai's body is made entirely of black iron, without a single flaw. On the periphery, there is a circle of thunder shadows, as if possessed by the god of war. When the tentacles touched Debai's body, he was already numbed by the electric shock. The giant incarnation of thunder, the thunder in front, is no joke. So Debai simply grabbed the tentacles of 2 giant octopuses and swung them hard towards the ground. Up. After hitting it dozens of times, Xu Ming received the kill notification again. All right, if you smash it again, you can make octopus balls. Xu Ming hurried over and collected the bodies of the 4 giant octopuses. It's really not easy to eat seafood these days. Tianan City is not near the sea, and the Forbidden Demon Sea has polluted most of the sea. Anyway, this body has no memory of seafood. At this time, Xu Ming suddenly changed his mind. This time, besides finding dragon eggs, the most important thing is to get more seafood to take away. Brother Ming, Debai is really amazing. The look in Xiaolong's eyes was no longer one of shock, but complete admiration. If the Battle of Hongyu is a victory by numbers, a group of commanders slaughter the monarchs. But Debai is the opposite. A commander-level person unilaterally slaughters a group of monarch-level people. The impact it gives people is more violent. It's not bad. I didn't eat so much food in vain. Is it enough to just eat? I want to find a ferruginous beast to breed. Xiaolong asked with interest. You'd better not. My iron-eating beast is special. It's different from others. It may be bloodline or something else. I can't explain it clearly. You'd better not think about it. Xu Ming quickly advised. If it were an ordinary person, he would just be cheated. If this little genius was led into trouble, Xiao Wushang would never let him go. If I'm not careful, I might be accused of having secret connections with the Demon Palace, and then I will really have to go to the Demon Palace. What Xu Ming didn't know was that Xiao Wushang had already given him a more powerful identity, so he didn't need to secretly communicate with the Heavenly Demon Palace. Next, it's Debai's personal performance show. The 3-story-tall pound crabs and the more than 10-meter-long lobsters were all defeated by the enemies. Xu Ming only needs to follow behind and pick up the goods. As for Xiaolong, this poor kid, born in such a good family, has never eaten seafood. Brother Ming, this place seems to be similar to the dragon breeding pond described. After walking for a while, just when Xu Ming was wondering if there was anything else to gain here besides seafood, Xiaolong suddenly said excitedly, Dragon breeding pond? A place where dragons are hatched? It sounds more impressive than a dragon's nest. Of course, only those with true dragon blood are qualified to enter the dragon breeding pond for incubation. But where's the pond here? Xu Ming looked around and saw nothing but ruins. However, the spiritual energy was quite abundant. Even if he did not actively practice, it was still flowing into his pores. Here, this whole area is full of them. Next, we need to look carefully to see if there are any traces of dragon eggs. Xiaolong said with his arms outstretched. Chapter 105, Origin of Blood, Time Anchor. All right, Xu Ming shrugged. I had already prepared to bring back a bunch of seafood, but I didn't expect there was still some hope. If I only brought back some seafood this time, I wonder if those 2 people would laugh at me. Brother Ming, this is for you. At this time, Xiaolong handed Xu Ming a small bottle, which was so small that it could only hold a few drops of liquid. What is this? Xu Ming took it in his hand, but felt a sudden, sinking sensation. This thing was much heavier than he had imagined. The blood of the demigod-level, true dragon bloodline. Before some ancestors passed away, they would let the dragon they contracted condense a drop. Then, after the ancestor passed away, the dragon would return to the dragon clan and be reincarnated as a beast egg, but the aptitude would be slightly reduced. Xu Ming, you guys are really good at keeping things within the family. The dragon clan wanted to rely on the beastmaster to improve the qualifications of their own clan. The Xiao family was not polite either, and directly asked the dragon clan to leave a drop of original blood before reincarnation, so that both sides' efforts were not in vain. It's no wonder that the dragon eggs sent out by the dragon clan for contracts are getting worse and worse. Everyone just wants to take advantage and not suffer losses. As for canceling the contract and releasing the dragons, the Xia family naturally would not watch the dragon clan accumulate high-level strength over the years, but would only allow them to maintain a relatively stable number. However, since Xia Long dared to say this publicly and brought it out without any scruples, he naturally did not need to worry about the dragon clan. Moreover, leaving only one drop of the origin blood as a reward was already giving face to the dragon clan. Even if it was all left and all the origin was squeezed out, it was also the right of the Beastmaster. Is this the secret weapon you plan to use to hatch dragon eggs? Yes, I originally wanted to ask the ancestor to give me the blood of the ancient black dragon, but he beat me up. In the end, he only gave me 2 drops of blood from an unknown dragon, and I don't know how many years ago it was. It's not expired, but should be useful. 1 drop each should be enough. Xu Ming, you dared to set your sights on an ancient black dragon. Xiao Wushang didn't beat you to death because you are a true genius, right? It seems there is no danger here. The sea beasts don't seem to dare to come over. How about we split up and act? Xu Ming looked around and suggested. The Yulong Pond is comparable to a small town, with broken building fragments everywhere. It is not easy to search through it bit by bit. That's what I thought. Let's check the time and confirm each other's positions every 12 hours. Afterwards, Xu Ming added the other party's contact information. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, separated and began their treasure hunt. Xu Ming walked for more than 10 minutes, observing along the way. As to whether it is possible that ancient dragon eggs exist here, it is definitely possible. Through some traces, Xu Ming was already able to sense some of the formation's flavor. What's more, the spiritual energy here is still so abundant after thousands of years. Xu Ming wouldn't believe it if someone said this wasn't the dragon breeding pond. However, the damage here is so severe that there are cracks on almost every inch of the ground. There are so many ruins, and it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to search for dragon eggs. Moreover, in order to avoid any unnecessary accidents, Xu Ming could not summon Hong Yu to help him investigate. He had a feeling that if Hong Yu showed up here, it would probably stimulate the remaining formations here, and then they would collapse completely. Dabai, it's up to you. Dabai didn't understand. It's okay to let it fight, but why does it need to do the work of moving bricks? Afterwards, Xu Ming asked Dabai to lead the way and try to look in some wall cracks that looked relatively intact. However, still nothing was found. 5 or 6 hours later. This isn't a solution. We might as well go outside and pick up some seafood, right, Dabai? Xu Ming lit a bonfire, cut a few octopus tentacles, and roasted them on it. Sprinkle some seasoning, and the aroma will immediately fill your nose. Originally, Dabai thought Xu Ming's behavior was a little abnormal. How could such a centipede be eaten? The result is really delicious. Oh my! Dabai nodded heavily with drooling, waiting for Xu Ming to feed him. Xu Ming felt full after eating a small piece of octopus tentacles. The rest were all swept away by Dabai. As expected of a monarch-level monster, its meat is rich in energy. After eating and drinking, Xu Ming was thinking about whether to continue exploring or go somewhere else to catch seafood. Looking at the ruins around me, I suddenly remembered that I seemed to have a skill that I had never tried out. That is the new skill of the Spirit of Time after it is upgraded to the Commander level. Time Anchor Point Perfect level. Through a certain object as a medium, from the observer's perspective, return to any time node within 10,000 years related to it. The damage to the Dragon Palace is no more than 10,000 years old. If I could see the scene from 10,000 years ago, would it mean that I could more accurately confirm what was here before? I was so busy fighting, killing, and picking seafood that I forgot about this skill. It's not too late to try now. Shirling, is there any cost for the Time Anchor Point skill? There is no consumption when activating or canceling the skill, but the consumption for the duration is the same as that for time reversal, requiring sands of time. And no matter how long it lasts, it is only a moment in reality. Xu Ming roughly understood that it was like a memory of witnessing something with his own eyes suddenly appeared in his head. Then let's use the wreckage here as a medium, starting from 10,000 years, and start with 10 minutes. Okowo. Then, there was a flash of light and shadow in front of Xu Ming's eyes, like a dream. The next moment, the light around Xu Ming became brighter. All around, there was a scene filled with spiritual energy. Xu Ming could not see his own body, but he could control his perspective and height at will, like a mobile camera. Afterwards, Xu Ming raised his perspective and finally saw the entire Yulong Pond clearly. It turns out that this place is only a small part of the complete Yulong Pond. The dragon breeding pond is divided into thousands of large stone chambers with formations carved inside, and the sound of dragon roars can be heard from time to time. Those who can be sent to the dragon breeding pool are guaranteed to have the potential to become overlords, which shows how prosperous the dragon clan was in its heyday. Now, any dragon that has the potential to become a dominant force is considered to have rare and superior qualifications. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and Xu Ming did not find any other useful information. He could only confirm that there were indeed quite a few dragon eggs with good qualities here. As to whether it is an ancient dragon egg, it is hard to say. In theory, the higher the quality of the dragon egg, the longer the incubation time. If it hasn't hatched in 10,000 years, either because the conditions here have deteriorated, or it really has the blood of an ancient true dragon, and maybe it really has a chance to become a divine dragon. If you can find it, it will be a step toward success. Chapter 106, God-Level Realm, Dragon Bloodline. The light and shadow faded away, and Xu Ming returned to reality. Time really only passed in a flash, and everything I just saw seemed like just a dream. The prosperity of the past is now only ruins. Ling, 9,000 years ago, it was still 10 minutes. However, the scene in front of Xu Ming did not change at all. Xu Ming did not doubt that it was a problem with Ling's skills. It only meant that this place had already looked like this 9,000 years ago. Xu Ming gradually raised his viewing angle and did not see any dragon eggs. He could only occasionally catch a glimpse of some baby dragons, which meant that 9,000 years ago, there were still some dragon eggs hatching here. After the dragon clan collected the remains of the dragon breeding pond, they did not move the dragon eggs and continued to let them develop naturally. As for whether there are still so-called ancient dragon eggs here at this moment, I guess even the high-level leaders of the dragon clan can't say for sure. Whether you have it or not, it doesn't really matter. Under the current circumstances, the bloodline of an ancient true dragon cannot change anything, unless one has the ability to be promoted to God level. However, the last dragon to be promoted to God level was the world-destroying demonic dragon. The two-time anchor points let Xu Ming know that this place went from prosperity to decline within 1,000 years, or even shorter. However, it doesn't seem to have much effect. Even if we knew there were dragon eggs somewhere 9,000 years ago, there is a high probability that they have hatched after so many years. The only function is to slowly locate the moment of its destruction and see what exactly happened. Ling continued 9,500 years ago. It was a ruin, but at this time, there were still many adult dragons busy doing something in the air. Xu Ming could even see a huge dragon head rushing towards him, but he didn't feel anything because he was only an observer. Continue. 9,750 years ago. There's been no impact yet, but the defensive strength has been enhanced. 9,625 years ago. It's a ruin. 9,700 years ago. This place is still intact, but the defensive forces have been withdrawn. Time spirit. Start from 9,700 years ago to 9,625, 10 seconds every year. Check each year. Through continuous attempts, Xu Ming gradually became more and more proficient in using Ling's skill. His perspective now was as if he was viewing a surveillance camera. Once you become proficient in it, you can skip it directly without having to start in it frequently. If he were to investigate a case, he would definitely get it right without any mistakes or omissions. However, this is the world of beast taming. There are many ways to solve cases, and there is no need to use such advanced technology as time travel. Stop for a moment, go back to the year 9659. It seems like there is something extra. Xu Ming compared his memories with his own. After the mental power is improved, the speed of receiving and processing information also increases sharply. Xu Ming never thought that there would be such an extra benefit. Afterwards, Xu Ming carefully compared the memories of the two different years in his mind. Indeed, in 9658, there was a hint of black in a corner. It seemed that a dragon egg appeared out of nowhere. And at the original place, there was still an egg that had not hatched. The collapse of the dragon palace is imminent, and no dragon would be in the mood to lay eggs at this time. Even if there's so many empty stone chambers. Why do the two dragon eggs have to be placed next to each other? Keep pushing forward. Finally, the time in front of Xu Ming advanced at the speed of 1 day per second, until Xu Ming finally saw. One day, a black figure suddenly appeared above the Yulong pond. The other party sneaked in here with a black dragon egg in his hand. Then, carefully placed this dragon egg next to a light blue dragon egg. Since the defense here is already very weak and the location is relatively remote, it is almost impossible to be discovered. Moreover, it is hard to say whether he came in openly or sneaked in. Xu Ming did not pay attention to the dragon egg, but instead planned to take a look at the other party's appearance. At this moment, the other party suddenly raised his head, and a pair of eyes like black holes looked straight towards Xu Ming. The moment he met the other party's gaze, Xu Ming was struck by lightning and immediately exited the observer's perspective. Ho ho! Xu Ming kept breathing heavily. Shirling, what happened? Did the other party discover me? When I think about it a little bit, it's really terrifying. Ignoring those eyes, there seems to be a woman under the black hood. The other party should have reached the god-level realm, transcending the rules to a certain extent. However, it shouldn't have any impact on you. Shirling explained. It should be okay. Only then did Xu Ming realize that he was being a little too reckless. Although there is no danger to life, the feeling of horror is always there. It is a mental attack. God-level realm? 10,000 years ago, the only people who could reach this stage were the Sword Emperor, the Immortal Sword, and the world-destroying dragon. In this case, the other party's identity is not difficult to guess. After transforming, the demon dragon sneaked in here and left a dragon egg? Oh shit, could be the dragon's own bloodline? If such news were to be released, it would definitely cause a huge storm. The key is the attitude of the dragon clan. At present, it seems that they should not know. In other words, the dragon egg deceived the high-ranking officials of the dragon clan. But if we knew, what would our attitude be? Kill directly or train secretly? Finally, what should I do? If you miss such an opportunity, won't you regret it for the rest of your life? Xu Ming doesn't care whether it's a magic dragon or not. As long as the contract is signed, it's mine. Even if the demon dragon himself comes, you have to crawl away. Now, the only problem is the whereabouts of the dragon egg. If it hasn't hatched yet, it should be left in some corner. Afterwards, Xu Ming skipped the part where the dragon appeared and closely followed the shot of the dragon egg. After observing for a period of time, Xu Ming also discovered a clue. I saw that the light blue dragon egg next to the magic dragon was gradually withering, as if its vitality had been devoured. In the end, the light blue dragon egg was petrified and shattered, while the black dragon egg turned into light blue in the blink of an eye. Xu Ming, what the hell? Just swallow it. Why is it changing color? As expected of a lord of the dragon bloodline, he even spares no one of his own kind. Very good and powerful. I like it. Immediately afterwards, Xu Ming saw that as the dragon breeding pool was broken, the dragon egg also fell into a gap. After letting Shirling remember the time node, Xu Ming exited the current time anchor point and planned to find a place closer to the gap first. He must get this dragon egg. Chapter 107 found the king's certificate. With a clear direction, the search will not be like a headless fly. Moreover, with the assistance of Shirling's time anchor point, Xu Ming can accurately adjust his position wherever he arrives. During this process, he actually found 2 dragon eggs of other colors in some corners. One with fire attribute and one with ice attribute. You can tell by touching the shell. The potential of these 2 dragon eggs alone is definitely much better than those mediocre women out there. Even so, Xu Ming still looked down on it. Now his mind was full of the dragon egg. However, Xu Ming would not throw it away, but put it in a trap. Maybe it would be useful. During the search, Xu Ming also roughly understood the reason why the dragon clan allowed this place to exist. The slightly higher level dragons could not get in at all. Otherwise, it would be very easy to completely destroy this place. It is equivalent to saying that this is already a historical relic and cannot withstand any more disturbance. Otherwise, it will be shattered in front of them. If a baby dragon is successfully hatched, it will naturally go out and return to the dragon clan. Finally, after unremitting efforts, Xu Ming found the dark gap. During this period, Xiaolong also contacted Xu Ming once to discuss their respective progress. But obviously, he didn't find a satisfactory result either. As for Xu Ming, he naturally replied that he had not found the goal and would continue to work hard. Dabai, move this place away. Bing! Then, Dabai used both hands to lift the solid granite wall, which was nearly 3 stories high, outwards. Boom! Crash! In an instant, smoke and dust billowed. At this time, Xu Ming didn't care about what was going on. Time is limited, so just do it first. Then, Xu Ming jumped into the deep cave without hesitation. Shua! While still in midair, before landing, Xu Ming felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. Shiling, go back! In an instant, Xu Ming returned directly to the cave entrance. Damn it, there is a sneak attack from Lao Lu. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Although Xu Ming would not die, he did not want to be hit for no reason. Dabai, you go first. For this kind of thing, naturally, the thick-skinned and tough Dabai will go first. I was too impatient just now, Xu Ming reflected secretly. Bing! Dabai didn't doubt it and jumped down directly. Immediately afterwards, Xu Ming heard a series of loud, crackling sounds from below. Snap, snap, snap. Bang, bang, bang. Fuck, the intensity of this battle doesn't seem like something a monarch-level fighter could cause. Xu Ming called out to Dabai in his heart. Can he withstand it? Dabai's reply was, we have large quantities of goods. What does it mean? But it shouldn't be a problem. Then, Xu Ming's communicator rang. It was from Xiaolong. Brother, what's going on? Don't get angry if you didn't find a dragon egg, but don't tear this place down. No, I'm in a cave. I encountered a suspected king-level monster. I'm dealing with it now. Be careful. King-level. Then you should be careful too. However, there's a king-level cave, and the dragon eggs are likely to have been eaten. Look for it somewhere else. Don't be too stubborn. Xiao Taki was really worried that this place would collapse. Eaten. Damn. Xu Ming just realized then, this possibility is very high. Dabai, kill it quickly before the hole collapses. Xu Ming gave orders quickly. 10 seconds later, Dabai finally responded. Done. Then Xu Ming jumped down directly. With his current physical condition, he naturally doesn't have to worry about falling to his death. As long as he is not attacked by monsters, he will basically not be injured. The light below was dim, and before Xu Ming had time to see the environment below clearly, he saw Dabai dragging a huge object towards him as if presenting a treasure. Xu Ming, I saw a giant octopus that was 40 meters long, beaten half to death by Dabai and unable to move. With this size, it is definitely king level. No wonder Dabai said there's a big one. It's really big and meaty. Dabai, it's not dead yet. Get a ride. Dabai, they're not dead yet. Dabai is puzzled. However, I still choose to believe Xu Ming. Then, Dabai slapped the giant octopus's head hard. Bone-dissolving palm. Suddenly, the entire octopus's body turned into a paste, with only a few tentacles remaining intact. Xu Ming, forget it. I'll just eat it. Kill the King Level 3-star Ink Cloud Octopus and plunder the alien's lifespan of 330 years. Plunder skill, King's Proof, Iron Eater, Blood Lich, and Spirit of Time have already learned it automatically. King's Certificate, Entry Level. Immune to the threat of ordinary kings, a necessary condition for promotion to the king level. Only by constantly defeating kings can you comprehend and upgrade. Level deterrence? To become a king, you must first defeat the old king, no problem. Xu Ming didn't know how many times other beast tamers needed to challenge the king level to become kings, but he succeeded in comprehending it in one go, which saved him a lot of trouble. Dabai, when you did it, did you feel the level of deterrence? Xu Ming asked curiously. What deterrence? All I know is that it's great quality and delicious. Xu Ming, oh. It doesn't matter. Even if the king-level natural combat power is increased by 100, it can still be defeated with the strength of Dabai. However, Xu Ming couldn't take care of this king-level giant octopus for the time being. The most urgent task was to find a dragon's egg. Damn, a person of dignified dragon bloodline could not really be eaten by a giant octopus, right? Then are you worthy of your dragon mother in the underworld? Thinking of the magic dragon, Xu Ming suddenly sensed a faint, familiar smell. Why is there a smell of demonic energy from the abyss here? As Xu Ming continued to sense, he found that the breath was gradually becoming weaker. Finally, before the breath completely disappeared, Xu Ming found a dragon egg hidden in the corner. At this moment, the other party had no trace of demonic energy at all, emitting a light blue glow, and looked like a peaceful and tranquil life. Found you, little one. This pursuit that spanned tens of thousands of years ended with Xu Ming's success. As for why the demonic aura is revealed, it is probably a means of self-protection. For example, some bedbugs will release a strong odor to ward off predators before encountering their natural enemies. Or if they encounter robbery, they will just smear shit on themselves. A bit gross, but the principle is the same. This giant octopus was able to hide here and be promoted to the king level. It must have eaten a lot of dragon eggs. It's really the opposite of Tiangang. Originally, these octopuses were just food for the dragon clan. Next, what Xu Ming needs to do is to see if this thing can be contracted. Judging from its past performance, it should have a certain level of intelligence. In fact, it is much stronger than ordinary dragon eggs. After all, ordinary dragon eggs will only be born with intelligence when they are about to hatch successfully. And this guy seemed to be able to directly devour other dragon brothers from the beginning. And he could also release demonic energy to protect himself. Chapter 108, The Fourth Beast, Contract. But now, judging from the appearance alone, there is no sign that this thing has any connection with the abyss or demonic energy. It looks more like an ordinary water dragon egg. Hey, there's actually a dragon egg here, but it's of no use to me. Dabai, you are blessed. We will eat roasted dragon eggs tonight. Bing! Dabai cheered immediately. Grilled dragon eggs should taste better than grilled octopus. Dragon egg? With its limited knowledge, it really can't understand this human's thought process. No matter what, your first reaction when you see a dragon egg shouldn't be to roast it and eat it, right? Afterwards, Xu Ming picked up the dragon egg and walked to the body of the king-level giant octopus. Once again, a bonfire was lit. Sure Ling, this dragon egg, can't we use the time anchor on it? Well, unless it turns into a dead egg. All right, sizzle, sizzle. The king-level octopus tentacles were grilled by Xu Ming until they sizzled. On the other side, Dabai had already started eating with relish. At this moment, the intelligence inside the dragon egg finally realized that what this human said was not a joke. Help! He really wants to eat roasted dragon eggs. I originally thought I could escape the predation of the king-level giant octopus, but I didn't expect that this human was even more terrifying. Mom, where are you? If Xu Ming knew what this guy was thinking, he would definitely reply, Your mother is dead. At this time, Xu Ming suddenly smelled the familiar smell of demonic energy again. Ha, do this with me? In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Ruby, since even demonic energy can appear here, it must be able to avoid detection by some formations, so Xu Ming naturally won't worry. Sure enough, nothing happened after Hong Yu came out. Compared with the demonic energy, the breath of the undead is simply not worth mentioning. Demonized creature? Hong Yu communicated with Xu Ming through her mind. I don't know. I'll just let you take a look. Afterwards, Hong Yu directly grabbed the dragon egg that was emitting evil spirit. How to put it, this little bit of demonic energy is like a firefly to the bright moon compared to Hong Yu's body, which is like the blood jade from the abyss. They were not on the same level at all. The evil energy was instantly absorbed by Hong Yu. Come to think of it, the evil dragon wanted to place this dragon egg in the dragon breeding pond as the sixth dragon. Naturally, they would not deliberately increase its demonic characteristics. In fact, it is possible that they might even be deliberately weakened. Master, there aren't many demonized parts inside this dragon egg. It seems to have been deliberately cleaned. Hong Yu's perception is basically consistent with Xu Ming's judgment. It turns out there isn't a bad egg inside. I can roast it and eat it without worry. If I don't eat it, it will really go bad. Dragon egg. It was completely convinced, and no matter what tricks it used, they were useless. The point is, this guy is actually related to monsters. The degree of demonization of the beast that the other party contracted was almost the same as that of the mother in his memory. Is that possible? So, the dragon egg sent out a tentative thought. Date? Xu Ming. If Xu Ming didn't know that this guy came from 10,000 years ago, he would have been a little soft-hearted. After all, we all have demonic attributes, so we could be considered a family. He didn't really want to recognize Xu Ming as his father. It was just a tentative submission. If you don't think of a solution, you're really going to be eaten. The other party can even contract with completely demonized creatures. The consciousness in the dragon egg has no doubt about the extent of Xu Ming's perversion. I have been alone for thousands of years. Is it possible that the final outcome will still be to be eaten and turned into a pile of shit? Are you willing to make a contract with me? Xu Ming asked directly. This is considered to be giving this guy some way out. If he dares to refuse, Xu Ming has plenty of ways to deal with him. Yes. Sure enough, there was an immediate feeling of agreement from inside. I dare not disagree. Besides, it was anxious to escape from this cage. How long until you hatch? Under the right conditions, 9,000 years. Xu Ming, love, you haven't done anything in these 10,000 years? What conditions? I absorb enough dragon blood power. If that giant octopus hadn't eaten the dragon eggs here, I would have been able to hatch them successfully long ago. You have successfully hatched, so what does it have to do with me, Xu Ming? You can look for it. Maybe there are still some dragon eggs that it hasn't digested yet. It should only be able to digest the hatched dragons. What happens after you find it? Give me another 9,000 years. Consciousness in the dragon egg? I'm sorry to continue. Hee hee. Xu Ming laughed, then cut open the octopus's belly with a knife. Ding dong. Unexpectedly, Xu Ming actually found more than a dozen dragon eggs. However, these dragon eggs are dead and cannot be hatched, and the octopus cannot digest them. I don't know where this guy found them. Dead egg, okay. It will be possible, but are you really willing to give me 9,000 years? When these words were spoken, the consciousness inside the dragon egg felt a little unbelievable. Xu Ming did not answer, but arranged the dead eggs neatly one by one. Then, he drew a contract formation. Since you have already gained intelligence, you should be able to sign a contract, right? You can, but 9,000 years. Have humans become stupid? By the time he hatches, he would have turned into a pile of bones, right? And then took me with him? How cruel. Is it necessary to go through so much trouble? That's fine. You only have one chance. If you refuse, be prepared to become a baked egg. Okay. Afterwards, Xu Ming placed the dragon egg on the contract formation and started the contract ceremony. Are you sure you want to sign a contract with Thousand Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python? What the hell? Thousand Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python. When Xu Ming received this reminder, he almost sprained his waist. For a moment, Xu Ming almost thought he had seen it wrong. Brother, master, dad. On the other side, the consciousness in the dragon egg, or the snake egg, noticed Xu Ming's hesitation and thought something had gone wrong, so it called out quickly. Sure. Xu Ming put away his doubts and thought, it doesn't matter, just sign it first. Anyway, no matter what the problem is, you can go back. However, seeing such a hint, it also further confirmed the secret of the dragon, which is huge. The contract is concluded. Xu Ming did not put the Thousand Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python egg into the beast-taming space, but placed it on a pile of dead eggs. In addition, he also put the drop of true dragon blood that Xiao Long gave him on it. Anyway, I won't use it this time, and there won't be any chance to use it. Consume 10,000 years of life to speed up the growth of Thousand Illusion Sky-Swallowing Python. This acceleration consumes a number of dragon eggs and one demigod-level true dragon origin blood. Accelerating. In the 1,000th year, the Thousand Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python completely digested a type of dragon bloodline power and comprehended the method of snow-wind dragon transformation, and the hatching progress increased by 10. In the 2000th year, the Thousand Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python completely digested and absorbed the power of a dragon bloodline and comprehended the method of transforming into the mysterious Thunder Dragon, and the hatching progress increased by 10. Scarlet Flame Golden Thunder Dragon, Purple Lightning Thunder Dragon, 9 Nether Frost Ice Dragon, Thunder Curse Dragon. In the 9,000th year, Thousand Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python completely digested and absorbed the power of dragon blood, comprehended the method of transformation into Silver Sky Ice Dragon, and the hatching progress reached 100. The Thousand Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python was hatched successfully. The loyalty of the Thousand Illusion Sky-Swallowing Python has reached 100. Chapter 109, Thousand Illusions Swallowing the Sky. In the 9,001st year, the Thousand Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python swallowed a drop of true dragon blood, and its hidden bloodline was awakening. In the 10,000th year, the Thousand Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python awakened its hidden true dragon bloodline, the ancient blue dragon bloodline. However, the bloodline is relatively thin, and more resources are needed to develop it. The Thousand Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python's level was upgraded from 1 star in the Awakening Spirit level to the peak of the Extraordinary level. Skill Thousand Illusion changes, upgraded from Entry level to Mastery level. Comprehended Skills, Transformation Overlay, Entry level. Speed up ends. Xu Ming. He finally understood why the dragon placed this egg here. If there hadn't been some accidents along the way, this guy would have had a good chance of growing into the second dragon. In other words, it is the Thousand Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python disguised as a dragon. The rarity of this race is still at a level that has never been heard of. Perhaps this is the only one in the entire history. As for the evil dragon, until its death, its identity as a dragon clan had put an indelible hat of shame on the dragon clan. Throat. The Thousand Illusions sky-swallowing python now transforms into the appearance of the dragon egg it swallowed for the first time, Water Spirit Dragon. Even if a demigod-level dragon comes to inspect, this is still a true dragon. From now on, you will be called Qianhuan. Beast Tamer, Thousand Illusions sky-swallowing python. Thousand Illusions can be accelerated. Level, Extraordinary 9 stars. Skill, Thousand Illusions transformation, Mastery level. Can transform into any race that has been devoured, exerting 100 of the corresponding race's strength. Transformation superposition, entry level. For each transformation method of a species that is not lower than your own bloodline level, the overall strength increases by 10. Devour the sky, no level, related to one's own rank and strength break restrictions, devour space, and teleport. Loyalty, 100. Superposition of transformations, infinite superposition of strength. This guy can really be called the natural enemy of the dragon clan. The dragon bloodline is of sufficient level and of many types. However, it seems that the hatching conditions of Qianhuan are extremely harsh. Not only does it take a very long time, but it also requires different types of dragons. Otherwise, the magic dragon could kill a few demigod dragons himself to use as breeding grounds for this guy. The corpse of an adult dragon obviously cannot be preserved for long. No wonder they have set their sights on the dragon breeding pond. Thinking about it this way, the dragon race is really miserable. As the overlord of the sea, its habitat was destroyed by the evil dragon. The entire dragon clan had to bear the shame for the evil dragon. In the end, the dragon egg became the hatching condition for the Thousand Illusions sky-swallowing python. It's really the most miserable. However, Xu Ming would not feel any pity for this. Instead, he thought about where to find some dragons for Qianhuan to eat and add some attributes. Of course, it doesn't have to be just the dragon clan. Anyone with a high enough bloodline level can be included. As for which ones there are, Xu Ming can only try his luck. In the future, when you slaughter the monster tribes, you can sell the crystal cores for money and let Qianhuan devour the flesh and blood and see if you can stack them up at the same time. In short, no waste. Qianhuan, can you break through the space of this secret realm? Yes, but it won't be done without anyone noticing. We will be discovered. These two are useless, just swallow them. As he spoke, Xu Ming threw the 2 dragon eggs in the trap to Qianhuan. However, Qianhuan swallowed the fire dragon egg and kept the ice one. I will digest this fire dragon egg first. This ice-attributed one is the Silver Sky Ice Dragon, which I have already devoured. Okay, take me up. Xu Ming put away the body of the king octopus and gave instructions. I saw flashes of light on the body of the Thousand Illusions sky-swallowing python. In an instant, it changed from a water dragon into a snow wind dragon with wind attributes. Even if it is only at the extraordinary level, it has the ability to fly. In future public occasions, you will appear as the snow wind dragon. After flying out of the cave, Xu Ming put away Qianhuan. The snow wind dragon that can fly is quite practical. As for non-public occasions, Xu Ming has much more room to perform. Where are you? I'll come find you. Xu Ming took out the communicator and sent a message to Xiaolong. This guy didn't take the initiative to contact Xu Ming. It must be because he didn't get anything out of it for the time being. Now that your goal has been achieved, there is no need to waste time. Brother Ming, have you completed your contract? Xiaolong saw Xu Ming coming and asked with a conflicted look. Well, what's wrong with you? Seeing his constipated face, it doesn't look like he has no harvest, but rather like, I found 2 dragon eggs, but they don't seem to be a good fit. This guy's luck is incredible. Even if Xu Ming relied on the time anchor plugin, he could only find 3 live eggs at most. Do you want this ice attribute one? As he spoke, Xu Ming took out the Yinxiao ice dragon egg and handed it to Xiaolong. Ice attribute. Xiaolong caught the dragon egg, sensed it casually, and said in surprise, such a strong bloodline, much better than the 2 I found, and it has ice attribute. Brother Ming, are you sure you don't want it? This is absolutely perfect for Xiaolong's water attribute talent. Well, I have already contracted one. As he spoke, Xu Ming summoned Qianhuan out. Snow Wind Dragon. It is another dragon with strong bloodline, much stronger than the ordinary dragon. Brother Ming, you are so lucky. Xiaolong exclaimed in admiration. Afterwards, he no longer refused. Time is running out. He must sign a contract as soon as possible. The hatching time of this kind of dragon egg is not as long as Qianhuan's. It only requires the blood of origin. Afterwards, Xiao Long began to contract the Inshao Ice Dragon Egg, and the 2 dragon eggs he found were given to Xu Ming to help deal with. How else can Xu Ming deal with it? Just find a corner and let Qian Huan swallow it directly. Once it is digested, 2 more transformations can be unlocked and the strength can be increased by 20. However, there is still some distance before Qian Huan can be promoted. According to Qian Huan's inherited memory, in order for Qian Huan's sky-swallowing python to advance, it needs to continuously devour various races. At least, you have to devour 100 species to be promoted to the elite level. Fortunately, there are no restrictions on the bloodline and level of the race for the time being, and you just need to unlock 100 types of transformations. Looking at it this way, it's not particularly difficult. Not to mention 100. Even if there are 1,000 species, you can find them quickly if you go into the wild. Brother Ming, you are really my lucky star. Without your help, I would not be able to come down this time, let alone be able to contract with the Silver Sky Ice Dragon. Along the way, Xiao Long expressed his gratitude countless times. Okay, don't be polite. Without you leading the way, we will all return empty-handed this time. I can only say, it's a pleasure working with you. If there is such an opportunity next time, you can call me again. May I? You really have it? This opportunity to contract with the Dragon Clan is gone, but I am familiar with the Zhou family, and they often discover some mysterious secret realms. If you're interested, I will call you next time. Zhou family, one of the 4 major families, mainly in charge of the Beast Tamer Association. Chapter 110 Inspection, Local Specialties. Okay, but don't call me if the level and difficulty are too low. With Xu Ming's current rank, he certainly wouldn't play house with a bunch of 2nd or 3rd level friends. Well, nowadays, it's more popular among their group to play unstable secret realms and small-scale disaster abyss expeditions. But I'm afraid of death, so I've never participated. Xiao Long looked embarrassed. However, he was only about 16 or 17 years old, and his realm had reached the 2nd level. He had contracted book spirits and the Dragon Clan, which put him ahead of 99.9999 of his peers. Xu Ming once thought that this guy might be the next-generation successor of the Xia family. However, Xia Taki denied this. In a large family, there's a clear division of labor. Some are responsible for managing internal affairs. Some are responsible for managing business. Some are responsible for coordinating relationships. And some are responsible for expanding territory. It doesn't mean that the stronger your strength or talent in taming beasts, the more suitable you are to be the successor of the family. Although Xiao Long is a descendant of the pro-war faction, he is favored by the One family and has a good relationship with the Zhou family. It seems that he may become the glue between the various families in the future. If your strength improves quickly enough, you'll have a say in all parties in the future. At least, Xu Ming found it quite pleasant to work with him. There were no accidents on the way back. The Dragon Island Secret Realm is even safer and more stable than Tianan City. No monsters dare to act rashly, and there will be no beast tide. Go back to the hall where you came in, just let the people here check and register, and then you can go out. At this time, more than a dozen people had gathered here. They had already chosen to contract with dragons with matching attributes in various dragon nests, and they did not leave just to see what others had gained. Summon your beasts. Also, place the storage items here for inspection. Seeing the 2 people coming, the middle-aged man in the hall spoke. This is the rule. One person can only contract 1 beast, and cannot take the dragon egg away, no matter if it is a living egg or a dead egg. As for using a trap to capture a baby dragon, it is the biggest taboo among all taboos. Once discovered, the authorities have the right to kill it directly. Xiao Long is only at level 2. Check first. After finding no problems with the storage ring, Xiao Long began to summon the beasts. When the book spirit appeared, the others were not surprised. However, when the Silver Sky Ice Dragon appeared, it caused a commotion. What bloodline level is this? Why does it feel many times more powerful than my fire dragon? Yes, it has been a long time since anyone has made a contract with a dragon close to the bloodline of a true dragon. The middle-aged man praised. Next, it was Xu Ming's turn. However, when he put the storage ring on it to check, the machine suddenly issued a sharp alarm. Beep beep. What's going on? This guy is so fierce. Does he really dare to cause trouble on Dragon Island? It's either a dead dragon egg or a dragon corpse. This is a storage ring, not a trap. It can only store dead things. When an emergency occurs, everyone only dares to discuss it in a low voice, for fear of getting into trouble. However, Xu Ming was even more confused. He had cleaned up very neatly, So how could he have triggered the alarm? Ming-ji. Fine. Take it out yourself, so I don't have to make it difficult for myself. Those who are qualified for the contract are all favored by heaven, and the middle-aged man does not want to offend them too much. What's more, Xu Ming seems to have a very good relationship with the Xia family. What's it take? Xu Ming was speechless. He was upright and had nothing to fear. The dragon eggs he had obtained had already been eaten up by Qianhuan. However, he was too lazy to waste his breath. Most of the things in my ring are local specialties that I brought with me. Local products. At this time, Xu Ming focused his attention on the king-level octopus. Could it be this thing? After eating so many dragon eggs and being infected with a little dragon energy, it is normal for the bloodline to advance and mutate. Well, I can take it out, but you have to be mentally prepared. What kind of mental preparation? The middle-aged man felt a chill in his heart, having a bad feeling, and was ready to summon the beast at any time. There's too little space here. As he spoke, Xu Ming took the initiative to walk outside into the yard. Then, before anyone could react, a huge shadow fell. Boom! I saw a giant octopus over 40 meters long, curled up with its body, filling the entire yard. The smell of blood and seafood hits you in the face. The huge, slippery tentacle seemed to be still wriggling, making one's sanity level drop wildly. What the hell, what is this? The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave up the idea of summoning the beast. He was only at level 5, but Xu Ming took out such a big beast, which was bigger than all his beasts combined. He was so shocked that he was speechless. King level? It's probably this guy's fault. He might have eaten some dragon eggs and got some of its scent. You can check it yourself. As he spoke, Xu Ming directly handed over the storage ring and the animal cage, not wanting to waste time. Oh, okay, wait a minute. At this time, the middle-aged man didn't dare to show any expression and hurriedly investigated again. This time, there were no further problems, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, what remains is how to deal with this big octopus. In theory, anything that does not pass the inspection cannot be taken out. Did you kill this king-level sea beast? What are you doing with its corpse? Well, it was trapped in the cave and couldn't get out. I happened to see it and naturally wanted to beat it up. As for what I was going to do with it, of course, I was going to eat its meat. As he spoke, Xu Ming took out a few skewers of grilled octopus meat and started eating them. He also handed a skewer to the other person. Would you like one? Barbecue is more delicious when shared. The middle-aged man swallowed and looked at the pile of king beast corpses in the yard, as if the broken eyeballs were staring at him. The man in front of him, who was showing off his grilled octopus meat, was even more terrifying than a king-level monster. The rest of the crowd who were watching the fun had similar expressions at this moment, as if they had seen a ghost. The key point is this something a 4th-level Beastmaster can do? Only Xia Long had a look of admiration. As expected of Brother Ming, he actually killed the king level. Brother Ming, can you give me a big octopus leg? I'll take it back for my ancestor to try. He probably hasn't eaten food from the sea for a long time. This is easy. Just cut one yourself with a knife. Okay. The dead octopus had no defense, so Xia Taki took one of its tentacle and put it into the ring. If that's the case, then just put it away. Seeing this, the middle-aged man knew what Xia Long meant, so he just let it go and didn't delve into the details any further. If Xiao Wushang is really displeased, he will kill him directly. Not to mention the giant octopus. Even if he wants to eat dragon egg drop soup, he can only smile and ask if the other party likes it. Chapter 111 Return to Tianan. Okay, then just summon your beast and take a look. After Xu Ming put the giant octopus away, the middle-aged man planned to finish the inspection quickly and call it a day, not wanting to be provoked any further. Afterwards, Xu Ming directly summoned Dabai and the others. Dabai and Hong Yu have both appeared in public, but they did not cause any commotion. Snow Wind Dragon. Another bloodline that is close to a true dragon. What kind of beast is that? A soul type? Or a possession type? Only the fleeting appearance of the spirit of time sparked a discussion, but no one recognized it. As for Xu Ming, he certainly wouldn't be in a good mood to explain. Is it ready? Xu Ming put away all the beasts. Now, he couldn't wait to go out and upgrade the 1,000 Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python's rank. It's all right. Although the middle-aged man also wanted to know what race Xu Ming's mysterious beast was, he could only put away his curiosity. After registering, he was allowed to pass. Afterwards, Xu Ming and Xia Long did not stay any longer and left the Dragon Island secret realm directly. After going out, Xu Ming stayed in the imperial capital for another 3 days before returning to Tianan City. Xiaofeng will go there after school starts, and after graduating from the 4th level, he will directly enter the Tianan military region for training. As for Shangrun, Xu Ming originally thought that he would stay in the imperial capital to develop. After all, he has a great advantage now. Whether he is competing for the spirit of fortune or the position of family heir, he has a very high chance of winning. However, Shangren shook his head and denied it. I am in the imperial capital, but I am just taking advantage of you. I'm still a long way from being recognized by the spirit of fortune. However, the spirit of fortune has shown me a clear path. What road? It's still you. If I follow you, you'll have meat to eat. Big brother, take me with you. Xu Ming. After walking out of the teleportation array, Xu Ming regretted not changing his appearance. Now, there's no one in the entire Tianan city who doesn't know Xu Ming. There are pictures of Xu Ming showing his grace when he won the championship hung everywhere. Even ordinary people who cannot practice cultivation are proud to be from Tianan City, like Xu Ming. Principal, give me a lift. In order to avoid being watched everywhere, Xu Ming directly asked Lu Tongxing for help. Fuck, you little brat. You really think I'm your full-time driver? That being said, within a dozen seconds, Xu Ming appeared directly in Lu Tongxing's office. Teleportation is really convenient. Qianhuan also has such a skill, but the distance he can teleport to now is definitely not as good as that of the Sky Shadow Spirit. I thought you were planning to stay in the capital and never come back. I have no relatives or friends in the imperial capital, so why should I stay there? This is my home. By the way, the first place in the 5-school competition should be rewarded, right? Lu Tongxing. Don't worry, you'll get the reward. However, it is definitely not as much as a fraction of the profits you get from the merchants. If you need anything, I will try my best to help you find it. Almost everyone with a little bit of status has heard of the works of Xu Ming and Shangren. Everyone sighs that the temptation of interest may also be a powerful means to stimulate potential. If you try hard, your bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle, and you won't have to worry about your life anymore. What I need is... Xu Ming thought about it and decided that Debai's metal was not an urgent need, so he had to go to the mine to have a look. I'm not quite sure about Hong Yu's promotion. The 3 development paths, skeleton summoning, blood, and necromancer, should be all possible. Perhaps corresponding undead materials are needed. However, undead materials are not as easy to deal with as metals. It's not a question of more or less, it's a question of having or not having. The only undead treasure in Xu Ming's hand is the Book of the Dead. However, the undead aura inside has been mostly consumed, and it cannot support Hong Yu's next advancement. Qianhuan's promotion requires devouring various races, and he does not need the principal's help. The only one left was Xu Ming himself. Principal, do you have nether grass? What do you need that for? You can only digest 1 plant a year. Besides, the yield is unstable. Sometimes there is not even 1 plant a year, and sometimes there are hundreds of plants a year. When Xu Ming heard what Lu Tongxing said, he knew that it was impossible to purchase a large amount of nether grass in a short period of time. Moreover, if some adventure groups do not have special methods to transport them out quickly, they will usually just consume them internally and cannot be sent out to the Yellow Springs secret realm at all. Okay, then let's treat it as a condition. I'll keep it with you first. When I need something in the future, I'll come back to you for it. A promise from Lu Tongxing is much more useful than tens or even millions of spirit stones. Well, as long as you don't set your sights on my shadow spirit, I will try my best to satisfy your other requests. Lu Tongxing also knew that Xu Ming was not short of spirit stones for the time being, so he agreed. By the way, please take some time to go to the library. Grannywan wants to see you. Grannywan, could it be that this is also because of the Necronomicon? You slapped the One family so hard, so naturally the One family is angry. Forget about the One family's book spirit and see what Grannywan thinks. If you think it's okay, agree to it. If you don't like it, ignore it. Oh well. Xu Ming didn't have much hope for the One family's book spirit. Through contact, it seems that the use of this book spirit had a lot to do with personal talent and understanding. Xu Ming is a bit lazy and doesn't want to think too much. I guess I have no chance to meet the book spirit. After leaving Lu Tongxing's office, Xu Ming had nothing else to do, so he went straight to the library. In addition to looking for Grandma One, you can also check if there is any information you need. I went straight to the library and, as expected, saw Granny when sitting there reading the latest newspaper. You're back. Granny One, are you looking for me? I believe you can guess why I'm looking for you. Granny One closed the newspaper, her tone still as calm as before. The Book of the Dead? Are you here to negotiate with me on behalf of the Wen family? Do you know the origin of your Necronomicon? Marshal Xia gave it to me. He said he got it from a madman in the Wen family. Oh, that crazy guy is my brother. He's indeed a lunatic, but I cannot allow his relics to continue to tarnish the reputation of the entire Wen family. What are your conditions? Xu Ming came straight to the point. In the final analysis, it is just an equal exchange. It is naturally impossible to make Xu Ming hand over the Necronomicon willingly. In fact, the symbolic value of the Book of the Dead is much higher than its actual value. As long as Xu Ming keeps showing off the Necronomicon in public, he will be slapping the face of the entire Wen family. However, for Granny Wen's sake, Xu Ming didn't mind hearing what the other party could offer in exchange. Chapter 112 Exchange Conditions. Originally, you didn't have to pay anything, and this old woman might even be able to get a book spirit for you. But now, it is no longer possible. Haha, Granny Wen, I still prefer to do it myself. The things I get are more fragrant. Kid, there's no need to be so hostile to the Wen family. The Wen family is not as bad as you think. It's not just people from Tianan who died fighting against alien races. Yeah, I understand. The world is not black and white, and people are not just good or bad. However, for me, I only care about what I want to do. The rest, right or wrong, has nothing to do with me. Xu Ming traveled through time and was reborn into this world without any ties or constraints. He only wanted to do what he wanted. Haha, it's easier said than done to be free and do everything on your own. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but I won't preach to you. Let's get back to the point. I hope you won't use the Necronomicon publicly in the future. In exchange, I can help you completely refine the Necronomicon into your little skeleton, which should be enough for it to level up. Granny Wen expressed her intentions. Completely refine the Book of the Dead into Hong Yu's body? Xu Ming had indeed thought about letting Hong Yu advance through the Necronomicon, but he had no idea. I didn't expect that someone would give me a pillow just when I was dozing off. Xu Ming didn't think that he was lucky, but rather that the other party had also thought of his current core needs. Granny Wen, this doesn't count as an exchange, right? You helped me refine the Book of the Dead. Wasn't it for your own purposes? After refining the Book of the Dead, Xu Ming naturally had no more Book of the Dead to use. Do you think refining the Necronomicon is so easy? Granny Wen was speechless. This kid was really good at taking advantage of every opportunity. He was very slippery and would not suffer any loss anyway. Well, how long will it take? It could be as short as half a year or as long as a year. If you are confident, you can leave the Necronomicon with me, and it will be faster. The Necronomicon can now, at most, enslave and store 2 king-level skeleton undead, which is not of much help to Xu Ming. Even the king-level giant octopus is within Debai's reach, not to mention the king-level skeleton. What's more, Xu Ming had nowhere to find a king-level skeleton. Except for me, no one else can refine it. Granny Wen added, blood relationship between brother and sister? Yes, although my brother has vanished in a thin air, this Book of the Dead is his hard work after all, and has long been integrated into his blood. That's really a pity. Does he have other undead treasures? What a pity. If you knew that he was planning to slaughter an entire small country as a sacrifice in order to upgrade the Necronomicon to the Overlord level, I wonder if you would still feel pity for him. Except for this Necronomicon, everything else turned to dust. After a moment of silence, Xu Ming asked tentatively, are monsters not okay? The monster is too strong. The strong wield the sword against the weak, and the weak wield the sword against the weaker ones. If you agree, I will not only help you refine it, but I will also owe you a favor. Just think of it as fulfilling my wish for so many years. The deceased is gone, and the things that belong to him should not remain in the world any longer. There was a hint of pleading in Granny Wen's words. The other party had said so Xu Ming did not want to push his luck. Besides, the other party had helped him before, and he still had something to ask for advice. Okay, that's it. As he spoke, Xu Ming summoned Hong Yu and asked it to hand over the Book of the Dead. Thank you very much. Granny Wen did not take it directly with her hands. Instead, the word Jun floated out of her body, suppressing the Book of Death, and it turned into a spot of light and sank into her palm. Put away. Granny Wen pointed at Hong Yu. If I'm not mistaken, it should have been eroded or tempered by the devil's energy, causing it to mutate. Yes, but has not been eroded by the abyss. I know that although the undead are one of the few races with a relatively high resistance to demonization, they are rarely used specifically to fight against the abyss. You should also try not to let others sense it at close range. Otherwise, they may easily be mistaken for someone from the Heavenly Demon Palace. Yes, I understand. Xu Ming was naturally very clear about this. Even until now, he still thought that he was being used as bait by Xiao Wushang to lure a spy planted in the military by the Heavenly Demon Palace. Okay, for the next period of time, I will do my best to help you refine this Book of the Dead. I probably won't have time to come here and read the newspaper. You haven't been to the library for a while. If there's any book you want to find or anything you want to ask now, and I'll do my best to answer it for you. Granny One, I want to know if there is any treasure that can infinitely enhance my spiritual power. Xu Ming asked directly. The first question left Grandma when speechless. Infinitely improve your mental strength? Well, what I mean is that at least every level has been raised to its limit. Your angles are always so novel. You are a beastmaster, not a summoner. The strength and number of your beasts have nothing to do with your mental power, and you're not a spiritualist. Could it be that it is just to improve one's understanding or talent? As expected of Granny One, she guessed Xu Ming's purpose right away. Obviously, it is not a fantastic idea to break through the bottleneck by improving mental strength in such a long period of time. In fact, it is possible that some ancient sages have already experimented with this method. Yes, after thinking about it, this is the only simple and crude way to improve talent. Xu Ming did not deny it. Simple? Not only is it expensive, there's almost no medicine or material that can improve mental strength to the limitless level you mentioned. You can only absorb one nether grass per year. The side effects of a spiritual potion are very large. You can only use one soul gathering fruit in your lifetime, and the yellow spring god dew is an 8th level item. Granny One gave 7 or 8 examples in a row, all of which had various restrictions, either being too expensive, too little, or having side effects. Among them, nether grass is actually the most common one. The effect is relatively general, and the restrictions are not serious. It is considered the most popular material. Speaking of infinity, for Xu Ming, only this kind of ordinary material is the most suitable. Well, during the 5 schools competition, I saw a girl contracting the ancient Tiansang tree and the mohan grass. Can all plants and trees of this type be contracted? Then go outside and find a random tree and try to see if you can make a contract. Xu Ming was speechless. Whether it's the ancient Tiansang tree or the pine and cypress trees outside, there is no essential difference. So, some conditions are required? Well, think about why the first stage of beast control is called awakening the spirit. The knowledge about plants and trees is in the library next door. Go and read it yourself. Chapter 113, Message from the Yellow Springs Secret Realm. After hearing Granny One talk about so much spiritual power, Xu Ming knew. If he still wanted to continue on the path of breaking through the bottleneck of his mental strength, it seemed that the only way was to digest the nether grass. As for whether to contract the nether grass, we'll have to wait and see. After all, Xu Ming knew nothing about the necessary conditions for the growth of nether grass. Apart from a long period of time, it seems that it can only be found in the secret realm of Huangquan. In addition, Xu Ming also found a lot of knowledge related to plants. If you want to contract a plant without intelligence, you must first awaken its spirit. Open up your spiritual wisdom. After all, if one doesn't even have intelligence, then no matter what contract formations you draw or contract invitations you send, it will be like talking to a cow and the other party won't react at all. Moreover, this is not something that ordinary people can do. At least one must have a talent for plants. However, apart from those with plant talents, there are generally no other types of beastmasters who pay attention to this. Xu Ming looked through all the relevant books, and, as expected, no one from ancient times to the present had ever studied anything related to the contract nether grass. If there is some reason for contracting the undead, then there is really no reason for contracting the nether grass. The only relevant records about nether grass are about its efficacy and usage, not its growing conditions or any weird operations like contracts. As for the rest, Xu Ming was reading the information about the Yellow Spring Secret Realm. Rather than saying it is a secret place, it is better to say it is another world, the world of the dead. According to legend, the final destination of all living things after death is the underworld. There are no restrictions to entering the Yellow Spring Secret Realm. From level 1 to level 9 are all possible. A long Styx River runs through the entire secret realm. On both sides of the Styx River grow various underworld plants and various soul beasts. The entrance to the Yellow Spring Secret Realm is near the Biluo City in the east. Biluo City is located on the edge of the East China Sea, and Hanhai College is right there. Speaking of which, Sang Miao's Mohan grass seems to be one of the unique products of the Huangquan secret realm. Compared with nether grass, the growing conditions of ink soul grass are more demanding. Moreover, it has more contractual and nurturing value. However, Xu Ming is not in a hurry to go to the Yellow Springs secret realm for the time being. At least you have to upgrade to level 5 first, and then have an extra contract slot. Although one person can contract with a maximum of 9 beasts, Xu Ming feels that the contract slots are becoming increasingly insufficient. Whether it is the book spirit, the empty shadow spirit, or the nether grass, or the like, if there's a chance, Xu Ming would like to contract them all without leaving anyone out. However, with 1,000 illusions sky-swallowing python, there's a chance to use every type of beast to be controlled. All he needs to do is devour a book spirit, and then see if there is anyone from the one family who is so blind as to provoke him. Next, Xu Ming's top priority is to improve Qian Huan's rank first. Each type of beast has its own advancement method and conditions. If there were no such restrictions, Xu Ming could just use up all his lifespan. In the world of beast taming, it is not the case that whoever lives longer is more powerful. A newly born awakening level monster can kill an ordinary old turtle that has lived for hundreds of years in seconds. Generally speaking, rank is more important. It's a law of the jungle, and most people are unable to challenge opponents of higher levels. After resting in the school dormitory for a few days and living a normal student life, Xu Ming couldn't sit still. This time he planned to go further, both to see the vast world and to upgrade Qianhuan. However, before that, Xu Ming sent the first intelligence to Green Snake. The latest information, Xu Ming has contracted a new beast, the Snow Wind Dragon. How about this news? It should be valuable, right? Your news is too late. I already knew about a week ago. A week ago? Xu Ming was speechless. He had just come out of the Dragon Island secret realm a week ago. Even when he was still in the secret realm of Dragon Island, the secret was leaked. It is very likely that among the crowd watching Xu Ming summon the Snow Wind Dragon, there is a spy from the 10,000 Races Alliance. Damn it, I can't even sell my own information for money? Xu Ming was so angry that he almost went back in time on the spot. However, this is of course impossible. Xu Ming doesn't have the time to do it again. No consolation prize? At least give us some activity funds. Xu Ming naturally didn't care about this reward. It was just a way to gain a little more trust. Then I'll give you 500 contribution points. It means your efforts are not in vain. If you can find out more about Xu Ming's third mysterious beast, or more detailed information about the skeleton summoner, you could be promoted directly to Orange Snake. Alright, after hearing what the other party said, Xu Ming was sure that it was the group of onlookers who leaked the secret. Okay, let's play it this way. Afterwards, Xu Ming found Lu Tongxing, his full-time driver, and asked him to give him a ride. This time, the place Xu Ming chose was still the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. You kid, you won't stop until you wipe out the snakes here, right? After Lu Tongxing sent Xu Ming to the 10,000 Snake Valley, he was speechless. I'm just getting more familiar with this place. Next, I'll go a little deeper, so don't worry. I have nothing to worry about, as long as you don't make any mistakes. It's okay. I have regret medicine. The last time he came, Xu Ming only wiped out a few larger snake groups and did not kill all these small snakes. Along the way, we saw at least 40 or 50 different kinds of snakes. Although Qianhuan was a snake like them, he had no scruples when eating and ate the spicy strips with gusto. Master, I need time to digest it. The digestion that Qianhuan mentioned is naturally not to transform food into feces, but to thoroughly master the transformation ability of the corresponding race. Need time? That's easy. Consume 100 years of lifespan to speed up the growth of 1,000 illusion sky-swallowing python. This acceleration does not consume any additional resources. Accelerating. In the first year, Qianhuan Tiamong completely comprehended the method of transforming into Jade Flower Snake and Red Blood Snake. In the second year, Qianhuan Tiamong fully comprehended the method of transformation of Bloodfang Python and Moonlight Snake. In the 100th year, the 1,000 Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python's level has been upgraded to the peak of the extraordinary level, with an advancement progress of 42. Skill transformation stacking, from entry level to mastery level. By the way, can you swallow this thing? After the upgrade was completed, Xu Ming threw out the remaining body of the king-level giant octopus. After removing the octopus legs, its body looked like a huge rag, emitting a mixed fishy smell. Qianhuan. Yes, and its blood may be able to improve my strength. It's just the taste. So, what are you waiting for? Don't worry about these details. Since it can be recycled, Xu Ming naturally would not waste it, and fortunately he did not throw it away directly. By the way, after swallowing it, Qian Huan can transform into a giant octopus. If the octopus legs are eaten, can I? At this moment, Qian Huan's sky-swallowing python inexplicably fell to chill. Chapter 114, Gaga's Killing, 1,000 Illusions. Xu Ming completely changed his appearance and returned to the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, except for helping Qian Huan swallow some spicy strips. Another major purpose, of course, is to send a small gift to the alliance of all races. How is it possible that you dare to take advantage of me, Xu Ming, without paying the price? Last time, when interrogating Su Lin, I also learned the locations of the 3 formations in Wanqi Valley. They are all relatively hidden places, and generally no problems will occur. This time, Xu Ming's purpose was naturally to destroy it, and see if he could catch other big fish. Even if you don't catch any fish, at least you won't lose money, so you can collect some interest first. If you catch it, you'll make a lot of money. In a cave on a small hill, Xu Ming took a photo of the last formation and destroyed it directly. This thing is not difficult to set up. Xu Ming has all the materials. I asked Lu Tongxing, but he couldn't explain it either. However, one of his words made Xu Ming pay attention. If a formation does not show any special effect, it is either useless or has not been activated yet, or is part of another large formation. The maintenance cost of these 3 formations is as high as 1 million contribution points a year, and its value is even higher than 1 million spirit stones. It will definitely not be wasted. The fact that the 10,000 Races Alliance attaches so much importance to this only shows that they have great ambitions. The more the other party takes it seriously, the more excited Xu Ming will be in destroying it. Instead of investigating yourself, why not just give the contribution points to yourself? Hong Yu, is there still no movement in the other 2 places? Well, no. Xu Ming walked and stopped and stayed in the 10,000 Snake Valley for more than 10 days. But the reconnaissance puppets left by Hong Yu did not find any movement. Maybe new staff have not been assigned yet, or it is not time for the inspection yet. Xu Ming was too lazy to guess the reason, so he asked Hong Yu to leave another blood puppet for reconnaissance and left. Here, we are close to the other end of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Further ahead is the endless deep mountains and dense forests, Qianjun Forest. Even with thousands of troops, it will be difficult to overcome. In addition, it also means that there are thousands of monarch-level monsters inside. Xu Ming was not worried at all about this and was sure to kill them all. Xu Ming's idea was not wrong, and he did kill people indiscriminately. However, it was just a killing spree, and Xu Ming was constantly cycling between falling and turning back time. Every day, he is rescued by Shi Ling at least dozens of times. The threat to Xu Ming was not some monarch-level monster, but some tiny poisonous insects. Any bite could cost Xu Ming half his life. However, before Xu Ming was bitten, Shi Ling took him back to avoid suffering. For someone who has no jungle experience at all and goes into the dense forest alone, it can only be said that he is very skilled and brave. If it were any 4th or 5th level Beastmaster, he would have died 100 or 80 times. This situation was finally alleviated after Qian Huan was promoted to the elite level. Because the elite Qian Huan once again comprehended a new skill, and it was a possession skill that Xu Ming had long admired. 1,000 Illusions entry level. A portion of the 1,000 Illusions sky-swallowing python's power is transformed into a possessed form, adding 50 of its own strength to the target, and constructing a layer of protective film with its own basic attributes. Regardless of how strong it is, at least Xu Ming doesn't have to worry about being poisoned to death by unknown little bugs. Xu Ming let Qian Huan devour all the small insects he encountered, so that at least he was immune to the poison. In addition, this protective film cannot be penetrated by ordinary insects. Qian Huan's possession skills are somewhat different from the beast spirits or shadow spirits encountered before. It is part of its power, not its essence. At least, there won't be any strange changes to Xu Ming's appearance. Animal ears or something else. Just take a look. Xu Ming at least would not have the idea of changing himself. The difficulty of Qian Huan's promotion to the commander level suddenly increases. He needs to devour more than 1,000 races with ranks no lower than the commander level. For most beast tamers, from elite level to commander level, this is a transition to a new level. According to the classification of 3, 6, 9, and other levels, it is equivalent to rising from the lower 3 levels to the middle 3 levels. However, Qianhuan's conditions are indeed a bit exaggerated and not something that ordinary people can accomplish. Not only is it difficult, but it also takes a lot of time to digest and master the changes of each race. No wonder, according to previous records, the birth of the magic dragon had no signs at all, as if it appeared out of thin air. I guess they have been keeping a low profile and accumulating strength. In other words, even if they appear, they will appear in the form of other races and will not be discovered at all. There are commanders of 1,000 different races, covering almost all attributes and mastering all the corresponding skills and resistances. Then, with the blessing of thousands of illusions, he can sneak into any ethnic group and become a top genius and a crushing presence. 10,000 years ago, the evil dragon chose the Dragon Clan. However, there are very few records left about the dragon, and almost all of them have been erased, and it is only regarded as a distant disaster. No one has understood it as concretely as Xu Ming, let alone seen it with his own eyes. The only problem is the pollution of demonic energy. How did the demon dragon get polluted by the abyss? There is also a thin trace of demonic energy in Qianhuan's body. Although it had not erupted yet, it would not disappear. Instead, it was waiting for the right time. With the blessing of the Red Jade, Xu Ming was already immune to a large degree of demonic pollution. The only thing he was worried about was the subsequent development of the Thousand Illusions sky-swallowing python. Next, Xu Ming left an army of undead for Qianhuan to hunt and raid the mountains and forests. With Qianhuan's strength and characteristics, he would not encounter any danger, even if he was alone. Leaving the undead troops behind would only improve efficiency. Xu Ming himself, with Dabai and Hong Yu, went to search for traces of monarch level or even king level. With Dabai's current strength, he can deal with anything that is not a king-level item, like the flying or phantom type. In other words, it's a flesh-and-blood fight, and no one is afraid of it. If you want to play hide-and-seek, I'll excuse you. Nowadays, it takes 1,000 different commander-level creatures for Qianhuan to upgrade to the commander level. There is no guarantee that it will not require 1,000 different monarch-level creatures to upgrade to the monarch level. Xu Ming had to prepare in advance. Alas, as an old father, Xu Ming is really worried. There is no other way. I choose the beast myself, so it doesn't matter if it's a bit hard and tiring. If you make this idea known to others, you will definitely be beaten up. Others' training time for beast tamers is 1 year or 10 years. Your beast tamer was upgraded from beast tamer egg to elite level in less than 1 month. In fact, if it weren't for the restrictions, you would have directly reached the commander level or monarch level. Would you still complain about being tired? Chapter 115. Bloody and Violent, King Level Target. Kill the Monarch Level 8-star Green Leaf Golden Deer and plunder the alien's lifespan of 280 years. Kill the Monarch Level 7-star Blood-Eyed Ghost Ape and plunder the alien's lifespan of 270 years. Plundering skill Blood Rage. The Iron-Eating Beast has already learned it automatically. Kill the Monarch Level 9-star Red Ghost Leopard and plunder the alien's lifespan of 290 years. 3 months later. Xu Ming didn't know whether there were 1,000 kinds of monsters in Qianjun Forest, but there were definitely not 1,000 monarch-level ones. Xu Ming had been busy these days, but had only killed dozens of them, many of which were monarch level of the same race. In addition, some of them ran away, most of whom were flying or burrowing types. Xu Ming doesn't have many means of restriction, so it's okay for him to bully the big guy. He was too lazy to chase those who ran too fast. Most of his time was spent on searching for monarch-level monsters. If Qianhuan really needs to devour 1,000 monarch-level creatures to upgrade to the monarch level, Xu Ming really doesn't have any particularly fast method and can only spend time searching. As for now, Xu Ming should first deal with the king-level monster below. Xu Ming and Hong Yu stood on the back of a skeleton pterosaur and looked at the battlefield below. I saw Dabai fighting with a small hill. Dabai opened fire at full power and transformed into a 15-meter-tall behemoth. Under its golden body, one could vaguely see the different shades of hair. In addition, there was a faint blood energy swirling around his body. Moreover, Dabai's eyes were also blood red, and he fell into a frenzy. Outside the body, there was a circle of thunder illusion, which seemed to have raised Dabai's body by 10 meters. The giant incarnation of thunder. Golden steel body. Blood rage. After taking damage, increase your strength and speed. Dabai opened fire at full power, aiming at the khaki hill. Dabai's opponent looks like a mountain from a distance, but when viewed up close, It is a giant mountain turtle that is more than 50 meters tall even when lying down. There is no doubt that this is a king-level monster, and it is the best among the king-level monsters. It has lived here peacefully for thousands of years, and no one dared to provoke it. Unexpectedly, it met the young and inexperienced Dabai today. Come on, just start fucking hard. At this moment, the mountain turtle was covered with a layer of khaki protective shield, which continuously absorbed Dabai's attacks. Moreover, it also carries a powerful recoil force. Every time Dabai struck out, he was injured more seriously. There's a reason why no one dares to mess with this giant mountain turtle. Whether it is an elemental attack or a physical attack, it can be perfectly defended and even counterattacked. In this forest of thousands of soldiers, he is the most powerful one. Even if all the monsters are combined, they can't break his defense. Even if there are a dozen king-level monsters, they can't kill it even if they die of exhaustion. However, meeting Dabai this time was really bad luck. Other king-level monsters, even if they cannot defeat Dabai, can still run away. No matter how abnormal Dabai is, he is only at the commander level, and speed is still his shortcoming. As for the Mountain Turtle King, it couldn't run away and was too lazy to run, so it just let Dabai attack it. However, it soon discovered that something was wrong. The guy in front of me is clearly injured, so why doesn't he show any sign of slowing down his attack? Sometimes, you would be covered in blood, but be full of energy the next second. How could it know that Xu Ming in the sky had transformed into a master of healing? No matter whether Dabai was tired or seriously injured, he could just speed up his recovery. The big turtle in front of him is a very suitable target for Dabai to practice. How could an ordinary monster withstand the full force of Dabai? If Xu Ming wanted to get rid of this guy quickly, he could just let Hong Yu release Death Withering. Xu Ming didn't believe that this guy could even use the power of death to counterattack. The force that these long-lived creatures fear most is death. The defense is so strong that we can just break it down from the inside. The same principle was used when the ancient Tiansang tree was used to deal with Sang Miao before. Practical exercises like this for Dabai are effective and can help it adapt to the force angles in various body states. Come to think of it, Dabai rarely gets hurt. Either he can kill the opponent in 2 hits, or if the opponent is more powerful, he may kill Dabai in 1 second. As his injuries continued to heal, the skill that Dabai had learned before, bone strengthening, naturally upgraded to the perfect level. Xu Ming did not even deliberately spend time to improve these skills that he had neglected. This skill was originally plundered from the skeleton soldiers. The battle between 2 giants, one defends and counters damage, the other attacks and heals, and the attacking side is constantly getting stronger. Even though the Mountain Turtle King is 2 levels higher than Dabai, and even though its defense is strong, it is useless. Finally, after Dabai delivered his final bone-dissolving palm strike, with a loud bang, the Mountain Turtle King let out a final roar of unwillingness and died instantly. Kill the King Level 9, Star Mountain-shaking, earth-splitting turtle, and plunder the alien's lifespan of 390 years. Plundering skills, Defense Coordination, Iron Eater, Death Curse Bloodlich, Thousand Illusion Devouring Sky Python have been automatically comprehended. Defense Coordination, Entry Level. When receiving physical attacks, attribute resistance will be converted into additional physical defense. When receiving attribute attacks, physical defense will be converted into additional attribute resistance. Current conversion ratio, 20. Xu Ming took a look and was quite satisfied. No wonder this big turtle had such strong defense. Not only does it have high physical defense, but it also seems to be immune to the thunder of the Thunder Palm. In addition, its own attribute resistance is maxed out, so it is like taking off on the spot with its left foot stepping on its right foot. The only pity is that I didn't plunder the anti-injury skill. Hitting me is equivalent to hitting myself. It is also very powerful when combined with Dabai's defense. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was not really necessary. With the ability to injure others to death, Dabai was able to smash the opponent to pieces dozens of times. Dabai, good job. Xu Ming praised as he took out the crystal core of the giant mountain turtle. This is the biggest prey we caught this time, both in terms of size and rank. After taking out the crystal core, the remaining corpse can be given to Qian Huan to devour. Don't worry about not being able to swallow Qian Huan, because it is an existence that can even swallow space. Qian Huan, come here for a moment. Xu Ming called out in his heart. The next second, a small emerald green snake appeared beside Xu Ming. This is a camouflage form that Qian Huan chose randomly. It is not even a monster, but just an ordinary little snake. At this time, Qianhuan had already reached the peak of the elite level, and his advancement progress had reached more than 50, which was equivalent to having devoured more than 500 different commander-level monsters. That is to say, in this 1,000-army forest, the variety of monsters is relatively rich, otherwise it would not be possible to grow so rapidly. However, this is almost the limit of Qianjinlin, and the remaining half has to be moved to other places. There's probably no suitable area within a radius of thousands of miles, so we have to keep moving out. Chapter 116, how about doing it again? As you go further out, the map becomes less detailed and accurate. It is only recorded that there is a Canglong River outside Qianjinlin. According to the classification, the Canglong River Basin belongs to the territory of Overlord-level monsters. Among them live some Overlord-level dragons, as well as many subordinate monster tribes. Moreover, since a long section of the Canglong River Basin is uninhabited and the river often floods and changes its course, it is impossible to draw a detailed map. All you can do is just make a mark. After crossing the Canglong River, you will reach the border of the Wu Kingdom. This country is completely built on the Gushen Swamp. There are no large cities, and it is still a tribal chief system. In other areas bordering the Xia state, frictions often occur with the Xia state border. As for some lawless areas, they are much more peaceful. Xu Ming thought about it and decided that it was not cost-effective to continue moving forward. After all, what he wanted were a large number of commanders of different races. Whether it was catching fish in the Canglong River or catching insects in the mud of Wu country, it seemed that the efficiency was not very high. It was definitely not because Xu Ming had a traumatic experience with insects. On the contrary, in some monarch-level territories in other directions not far from Tianan City, there may be species living that are completely different from the populations in Qianjun Forest. Master, the reconnaissance puppet I released earlier has made some movement. Just when Xu Ming was about to continue on his way, Hong Yu suddenly sent a message. Oh, it took you 3 months to come. That's really dereliction of duty. Every once in a while, Xu Ming had to ask Hong Yu to rearrange the reconnaissance puppets, and finally he managed to catch some clues. Otherwise, he would really doubt whether his previous judgment was correct. If the 10,000 Races Alliance doesn't do anything, then what's the point of him joining? Qianhuan, take me there. As he spoke, Xu Ming put away to buy and Hong Yu and gave instructions to Qianhuan. The 1,000 Illusions Sky-Swallowing Python, which has been upgraded to the elite level, can use the skill 1,000 Illusions to carry Xu Ming through short distances in space. It doesn't have the same precise positioning and long-distance transmission as the Sky Shadow Spirit, but it is completely sufficient for traveling. Without taking into account the loss, it was equivalent to long-distance teleportation. In fact, it might even be more powerful than the Void Shadow Spirit in terms of ultra-long-distance teleportation. After all, Xu Ming could infinitely restore Qianhuan. As the saying goes, if the range is not enough, you can make up for it by charging. After teleporting several times, Xu Ming finally arrived at one of the locations. The difference between the teleportation of the Spirit of Empty Shadow and the Spirit of Empty Shadow is that when it comes to teleportation, Xu Ming appears in another place in a flash of light and shadow. When Qianhuan took Xu Ming through space, Xu Ming seemed to be able to clearly see a crack being eaten away at the space, and then he was quickly brought into the space crack by Qianhuan. The scene before my eyes looked like an empty space. Then the next second, Xu Ming saw the space crack again and appeared in another place. Swallowing the sky, swallowing the sky, swallowing the void, after all, it is not entirely about space. Xu Ming transformed Qianhuan into an inconspicuous little bug and put it on his shoulder, then walked directly towards the destroyed formation. Before I got close, I felt a gust of wind coming. Xu Ming stopped, and a wind blade cut a gully in front of him. Roar! Xu Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw a monarch-level striped tiger roaring towards him. On the tiger's back sat a masked man. Tiger roars in the forest. Holy judge of the 8 desolations. Opposite. Under the Holy Lord? No, that's impossible. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be someone like that? As he spoke, the opponent immediately started to attack. This time it was not a test, but a real attack. Ahem, I haven't used it for a long time, so I'm a little rusty. How about we try again? It is impossible to come again, as the opponent has summoned 2 more monarch-level beasts. It's you who refuses to come back, so don't blame me. Come out, Dabai. Come out, Shiling. Hysteresis Field. Transcendent Acceleration. Golden Steel Body. Bone-Dissolving Palm. No matter what, it seems that a war is inevitable in the end. Since the other party was so direct, Xu Ming was not polite. The key point is that the opponent's 3 monarch-level creatures seem to have never been seen before, and they are a brand new race, so they cannot be wasted. Snap, snap, snap. Kill the monarch level 1-star Crazy Thunderstone Tiger and plunder the alien's lifespan of 210 years. Kill the monarch level 3 Star Flame Moon Leopard and plunder the alien's lifespan of 230 years. Kill the monarch level 6 Star Blue-Scaled Ice Dragon Beast and plunder the alien's lifespan of 260 years. 3 beasts were killed in succession in an instant. The masked man, who had already sat on a flying beast, suffered a splitting headache and fell down. As for the flying beast, it wanted to rescue it, but didn't dare to land. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the masked man simply took advantage of the last bit of his rationality and put it away. Otherwise, he would really be left alone. Kings, princes, generals, and ministers are all of different species. Why can't I be under the command of the Holy Lord? Xu Ming asked curiously while taking away the other party's communicator, storage ring, and other things. The masked man remained silent. The Book of the Dead was taken away by Granny, one to be refined, and Hong Yu lost the useful interrogation method of undead enslavement. It is unknown whether she can learn it again. Qianhuan, if you have any useful insect poison packages, give him one. The moment Xu Ming finished his orders, Qianhuan on his shoulder turned into a colorful giant spider and bit the masked man's arm. Then, it turned into a colorful kite and took another bite. Then, it turned into a 3-headed centipede and ate 3 bites. Xu Ming, Muskman. Dubai? Well, he won't die, right? Don't worry, I carefully selected these toxins. Apart from the extreme pain, there is no substantial damage. Besides, even fainting is a luxury. Before Qianhuan could finish his reply, he saw the man rolling on the ground, screaming loudly. Besides, I have healing skills, so I will ensure that I won't die. As he spoke, Qianhuan transformed into a monster that looked like a silkworm and used healing skills on the masked man. Even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, it would be impossible. Xu Ming was still thinking about taking it slow and breaking down the opponent's psychological defenses step by step, but he didn't expect Qianhuan to use his ultimate move directly. This is just the most basic. I have dozens of such toxin combinations. Xu Ming, okay. The lowest rank under the Holy Lord is level 6, usually serving as envoys to travel between places. The man couldn't bear it anymore and shouted out Xu Ming's previous question. Oh, there are actually celestial dragons in the 10,000 Races Alliance that promotes equality. My current identity is not impressive enough. If I had known this earlier, I would have tried to find a job under a saint. Are you really from the 10,000 Races Alliance? That's a must. Since we all belong to the 10,000 Races Alliance, it means that the flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. I was wrong to attack first. Please help me detoxify. Chapter 117 Handle. Haha. Can you please stop pretending like you didn't recognize me? It makes me lose confidence in my own popularity. Muskman. After a moment of silence, he continued. Xu Ming, it's you. That's right. Do you think Xia country can find another one that has such a powerful iron-eating beast that can kill enemies of higher levels in 1 second? It seems that I have no choice but to die. Just kill me if you want. This time, the other party seemed to have made up his mind not to speak again no matter what. Since Xu Ming's identity has been exposed in this way, he will definitely not be left alive. Haha, don't be so negative. Maybe if you cooperate well, I will spare your life. I'm already a useless man. If you want to do something, do it quickly and don't waste time. The man wanted to die and said no more. Xu Ming took off the mask on his face, revealing the face of an ordinary man. His face was filled with death, ready to endure torture. This put Xu Ming in a difficult position. At this moment, he felt that the undead enslavement in the Necronomicon was indeed useful. It could directly control the mind and make the undead answer whatever he was asked. Snap! Xu Ming crushed his mask with one hand. Then, he threw a knife, hitting the man in the chest. Well, the man seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect the other party to kill him without asking any questions. However, this was a good thing, so that he wouldn't suffer anymore. The next second, time went back. The mask returned to the man's face intact, and Xu Ming's knife did not fall. What's going on? The man touched his chest and the mask on his face in disbelief. It's simple. It's a journey back in time. If I want, I can go back to the time when you and I never met. Even your 3 beasts can be resurrected. As for me, I am just more interested in the 10,000 Races Alliance. How about this deal? Or are you willing to serve the 10,000 Races Alliance? Xu Ming's voice sounded like the whisper of a devil. Time goes back. At this moment, the man's worldview seemed to be completely refreshed. Can a Beastmaster really control such a perverted ability? With the ability to go back in time, who would dare to go against him? Wouldn't that be courting death? Don't believe it? Then let me try again and go back to the most painful moment when you just lost your 3 beasts. If I want, I can keep you in this moment for a year or 2 without any problem. No, I believe it. I believe it. Are you really willing to help me recover? The man felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and wanted to kneel down to Xu Ming on the spot. That depends on your sincerity. I don't lack 3 monarch-level beast corpses. If the value you provide is great enough and you can still put your energy to good use, I don't mind sparing you. Okay, I hope you keep your promise. A great man does not bear grudges against a small man. I will tell you everything I know. Well, let me introduce you first. I am Green Tiger, under the command of Tiger Lord of the 10,000 Clans Alliance. His real identity is Zhang Yu, and he is the deputy leader of the Qingxia City Dragon and Tiger Adventure Group. Password. Xu Ming directly took out the other party's communicator and planned to verify it. 597. When the communicator was turned on, a family photo came into view. Xu Ming flipped through it casually and confirmed that it was authentic. Next came the password to the 10,000 Races Alliance forum and the other party's fingerprint unlocking. ID, Green Tiger Thunder. Contribution points, 23.16 million. The permissions of green level members are indeed much higher than Xu Ming's orange level members, and the tasks they can accept and the information they can view are more extensive. Note down the other person's ID so that you can add him, her, as a friend later. Afterwards, Xu Ming looked at the other party's chat history. Wow, I even saw the old friend Green Snake Dead Tree comes to life. The other party seemed to have issued a temporary bounty mission to investigate the changes here. Moreover, the other party had already noticed it 3 months ago when Xu Ming had just destroyed the formation, but he did not take any action because he was worried about a trap. Unexpectedly, after waiting for 3 months, Xu Ming still did not give up. Before coming here, Zhang Yu must have looked around and made sure there was no threat before coming here. Moreover, it can be seen that this person has many yellow tigers, orange tigers, and red tigers under his command. Green level, and the authority to give red titles? Yes, as long as the level is raised to orange, it means that it has a certain value and cannot be eliminated casually. Generally speaking, if a red rookie wants to upgrade, they can only rely on the rewards from going online. The process from red to orange is the entire inspection process. Xu Ming suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he passed the test so easily. It turned out that the inspection was far from over. There is no telling how many of these lowest-level red members there are, pure wage earners. Moreover, you can kick it away at any time after use. According to the rewards given by Dead Tree comes back to life, if I squeeze out hundreds of them at a time, when will I be able to upgrade? What is the purpose of these formations? I don't know, but many monsters' territories have them, and they're given to different people to maintain. You don't even know the green level? Green level is just for work, not core. You have to be promoted to blue level to get access to the secrets of this organization. To upgrade to cyan, you need more than 1 billion contributions, and there are other requirements. Xu Ming looked at his authority and found that he could only take on some insignificant tasks. It was not his turn to take on tasks that would cause real trouble. Okay, now, tell me a secret that concerns your life and property. In other words, as long as I tell you this secret, you will absolutely obey unconditionally the handle. When time goes back, you won't remember me, nor will you remember what just happened. So, seize this unique opportunity. You have to know that I could have killed you and plundered your contribution points. This, Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and then said, Wang Long, the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Adventure Group, is my sworn brother. However, I had some affairs with his wife. His son is my child. If this matter is exposed, my whole family will be killed without a burial place. Xu Ming, my goodness, as the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be cheated on. This guy is really something. You're welcome to your brother's wife. Well, I hope that after time goes back, you will know better and not waste the opportunity one gave you. Yes, I understand. You have to give me a clear hint. If that doesn't work, beat me half to death first, and then force me with a secret. Zhang Yu suggested. He was really worried that he would fail to know the situation and anger Xu Ming, and that he would not be able to change his fate of death. Guess whether I'm willing to put in the effort or not. Having said that, Xu Ming directly ordered the Time Spirit to activate the Sand of Time and go back to the time when Xu Ming had just left the Forest of Thousand Junes. Chapter 118 Blackmail, Non-African. Stop for a moment, Qianhuan. Xu Ming stopped Qianhuan's space travel. He took out his communicator, entered Zhang Yu's ID, and requested to become a friend. Reason for application: you don't want your affair with your sister-in-law to be exposed, right? Beep beep. At this moment, Zhang Yu, who was checking the magic circle and preparing to submit a reconnaissance mission to Withered Tree Resurrection, received an internal friend request message. What the hell? Zhang Yu just took a casual glance and almost jumped up. I was sweating all over in an instant. With trembling hands, he clicked to agree to the application, not even caring about how to break the formation. By the way, I took a look at the applicant, Red Snake Laolu. Wow, you were such a jerk. You stole something from my house. Later, he noticed that the other party was under the command of the Serpent Lord, and the one who assigned him this task was a green snake whom he had known for some time. There shouldn't be any connection between the two, right? Now, post a task anonymously, with no level requirements. In Tianan City, the required items are Level 3, 5 Poison Spider Serum, Level 3, 7 Colored Ring Snake Serum. The mission reward is 2 million. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Yu, what's so unclear about this? It's extortion. The key point is that I can't even meet the other party, and I want 2 million right away. It will definitely be a bottomless pit in the future. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't do it, you'll have to bear the consequences. I'll give it to you. Zhang Yu didn't know how his true identity was exposed, nor did he know why the other party knew his most core secrets. He comes right up and uses his ultimate power right at your face. Who can withstand that? Xu Ming waited for less than half a minute, and sure enough, he saw a new task refreshed on the task list, which was tailor-made for him. Just accept it and click Done. Confirm receipt, Deputy Captain Zhang. Now, Zhang Yu had no doubt at all that the other party had completely mastered all his secrets. The identity of the 10,000 Races Alliance is fine, but the key is what happened with my sister-in-law, which is really going to cost me my head. His sworn brother, Wang Long, was a 6th-rank beastmaster. One of his king-rank beasts was enough to wipe out his entire family. There was no other choice, but, Zhang, you could only pay the first installment of the ransom to stabilize the other party. Didi. Xu Ming instantly received 2 million contribution points. The color of the ID also changed to Orange Snake Laoyu. Thank you, Deputy Captain Zhang. We'll keep in touch in the future. I contacted Nima. Zhang Yu almost vomited blood. It's a pity that he has no memory of his previous life. Otherwise, he would definitely be grateful for his decisiveness. On the other hand, not long after Xu Ming's status was upgraded, he received the news of Dead Tree resurrected. How did you suddenly get so many contribution points? There's an unlucky guy who was bitten by a poisonous spider and a poisonous snake. I happened to save him. Is it okay to charge him some medical expenses? As he spoke, Xu Ming also sent a photo over. It was the colorful ring snake that Qianhuan had transformed into. It can be regarded as revealing a little bit of one's own secret to the other party. Well, it seems that you are really destined to be with the Snake Lord. After saying this, the other party stopped asking further questions. Originally, I was dissatisfied with the other party's attitude of working for 3 days and resting for 2 days, but I just didn't kick him out for the time being. Unexpectedly, the other party was luckier. Oh, Xu Ming put away the communicator and didn't care whether the other party believed him or not. As long as nothing happened and the other party didn't cause trouble for him, it was fine. He was lucky that the other party didn't expose himself last time. Otherwise, even if the opponent is at level 6, he can still be dealt with. As long as he dares to expose himself within Xu Ming's sight, Xu Ming has 1,000 ways to kill him. As for Zhang Yu, he can only be said to be a goose that is left to slowly lay eggs. After all, before Xu Ming's authority reaches the green level, the other party can help check some intelligence and accept some high-level tasks. After resolving this episode, Xu Ming changed direction and planned to spend a few more months to upgrade Qianhuan to the commander level first. There are 1,000 different commander levels, and one must fully master the method of transformation. This is the most difficult advancement requirement Xu Ming has ever seen. I wonder what unexpected things will happen in the process of promotion to the commander level. In the blink of an eye, more than 4 months have passed. As early as half a month ago, Xu Ming received Lu Tongxing's message. Grannyone had already finished refining the Book of the Dead and asked him to go back and get it. Of course, Xu Ming also wanted to go back early, but Qianwan was still short of a few numbers. However, after Xu Ming passed through another monarch-level area, the Dry-Bone Demon Forest, Xu Ming finally collected 1,000 different kinds of demon beasts above the commander level. Among them, there are even nearly 100 different monarch levels. Before Xu Ming had time to speed up its digestion, he directly asked Lu Tongxing to come and pick him up. He stayed here for more than half a year, which even Xu Ming himself did not expect. In the blink of an eye, it seems that the next batch of freshmen are about to register. Boy, you haven't already started preparing to advance to level 5, have you? Lu Tongxing felt Xu Ming's aura, which had reached the peak of the 4th level. However, it doesn't feel abrupt. With all the resources Xu Ming had obtained, it would be easy for him to improve his cultivation. However, he could never have imagined that Xu Ming had never absorbed a spirit stone for cultivation. It doesn't matter, a few years of acceleration will be enough. The spiritual energy in the wild is so abundant. What a waste of spiritual stones. No, I plan to go back and take a shower, change clothes, fast for 10 days, and then use the 4th level promotion potion. Xu Ming gritted his teeth. Half a month ago, he had reached the peak of the 4th level and was planning to advance to the 5th level. If you can be promoted to level 5, who would want to stay at level 4? However, he tried at least 10 times every day, but failed every time. Up to now, I have failed more than 100 times, the worst of the worst. Maybe it really has a lot to do with luck or mentality. The more anxious you are, the less likely you are to succeed. Principal, how many potions did you use to advance to level 5? Less than 50. However, the quality of medicines at that time was not as good as it is now. On the contrary, the supply was more sufficient. I estimate that if you use one every 3 days, it will be almost gone within half a year. Use one pill every 3 days because there will be certain side effects after failed promotion and you need to adjust your condition. I wonder what he would think if he knew that Xu Ming tried it more than 10 times a day. Even if we could turn back time, it would take time to digest the discomfort caused by the side effects. Hearing that Lu Tongxing had used about 50, Xu Ming felt a little more balanced. Starting from the 5th level, the gap between Beastmasters will become larger and larger in terms of talent and resource supply. It is possible that 2 people who graduated at the 4th level in the same class may become level 6 a few years later, while the other is still at the 4th level. If you're not in a hurry to advance to the 5th level, I wonder if you are interested in participating in this. After Lu Tongxing brought Xu Ming back to school, he asked casually. Chapter 119 Border Dispute. What's up? There are occasional frictions on the border between Xia and Wu. You've heard about it, right? The wild border is not particularly important, but some secret realms are actually important resource production points. Moreover, they have entrances within their respective national borders. Principal, you're not saying that our Xia country's 4th level Beastmaster can't compete with the Wu country's monkeys, right? Besides, isn't this kind of border dispute the responsibility of the military? Does it also require our school to contribute? The situation is very complicated. The difficulty of that 4th level secret realm could be called Hell level. The environment inside is very suitable for the insect beastmasters of the Wu Kingdom. The entrance on our side is very difficult to defend, and our casualties are at least dozens of times that of the enemy. Therefore, many people advocated completely closing our entrance and withdrawing from the secret realm. Hand over the secret realm to the Witch Nation? That's not true. According to the Wu Kingdom, the 2 entrances were originally within their territory, but we later occupied one of them. They're a bunch of barbarians who don't even have a capital city. They set up a village on our border and dare to say that it belongs to them. This year, it should be the last batch of reinforcements. If no progress is made, they will be withdrawn. In previous years, except for the military, all schools would contribute, including the 4th level students who had already graduated. However, this year Imperial Capital College took the lead in not participating. You are right. These things are the military's responsibility. However, there are still many former students from Tian'an there. Every year, many people are sacrificed. So, you want me to use my remaining energy before I advance to the 5th level? It depends on your willingness. We won't force you. After all, enough people have already sacrificed. Even if we gain the upper hand this year, we may not be able to maintain it for long. By the way, what resources are produced in it? Pearl scale grass is the main ingredient of the 4th level promotion potion, and golden cicada grass is the auxiliary ingredient of the 5th level promotion potion. In addition, there's some other resources. Whoever picks it first gets it. Lu Tongxing looked at Xu Ming with an expression that said, I see through you. Ahem. Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't it everyone's responsibility to defend our country? We can't let the resources fall into the hands of those monkeys from the Wu Kingdom. If they have more, we will have less. Well, you are right. As long as these resources remain within the territory of Xia country, they will eventually be transformed into Xia country strength. So you decided to go? Of course I will. As the strongest 4th-rank warrior in Xia country, how can I not go? Xu Ming said righteously. Okay then, I'll give you 3 days to prepare. Then I'll take you to the Tianan military region and coordinate with the military. Inside the library, the book room. Granny was reading the newspaper, quietly, as usual. You're back. Yeah, I just got back today. I have refined it for you. If you don't come back, I am afraid that I will be corroded by the death energy first and follow my dead brother. Is it that serious? Xu Ming looked at Grandma Wan and found that she had a lot more white hair. Afterwards, Xu Ming quickly summoned Hong Yu out. Granny Wan, I haven't been promoted to level 5 yet, so it shouldn't matter, right? Otherwise, do you want to upgrade your undead skeleton instantly? Don't even think about it for at least 3 to 5 years. Will only take 3 to 5 years. Granny Wan was never able to figure out Xu Ming's train of thought. Afterwards, he said no more. A word Jun instantly appeared between her brows and turned into a halo that sealed the entire library. Then, a gray and tattered word death floated out again. Obviously, the original Book of the Dead was directly refined into the word death. The moment the word death floated out, the temperature in the entire library instantly dropped to freezing point. Then, the word death instantly sank into Hong Yu's skull. Okay, you just need to slowly nurture it. It is a foregone conclusion that this mutant skeleton will be promoted to the monarch level. Even, you can sense some clues to advance to the king level. After releasing the word death, Granny Wan seemed to feel a lot more relaxed. Thank you, Granny Wan. Xu Ming thanked him sincerely, as the other party had indeed helped him a lot. No need. I still owe you a favor. If you have any requests in the future, as long as I can do it, you can ask for it. I don't want to say that. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, I won't ask you any difficult questions. Well, you're a good kid. After a walk, Xu Ming finally returned to the dormitory he had been away from for half a year. He still had a large pile of goods waiting to be handed over to Shangrun to sell in exchange for something usable. Hey, you guys are all here? Why? Didn't you go to the battle arena to bully the freshmen? At this time last year, Xu Ming was challenged by the senior students. This year, it is their turn to bully the new freshmen in the ordinary class and plunder their points. Forget it, I don't care about those points. What's more, I'm a businessman. Why would I personally take action? Shangren replied. He's just afraid of getting beaten. Xiao Feng exposed it mercilessly. Oh, there are actually some powerful people in this class. You know Xia Shi-san, right? I wonder why this guy also came to Tianan. Natsutake, since the two of them parted ways after leaving the Dragon Island Secret Realm, Xiao Long has invited Xu Ming several times to join some adventures for young people. However, Xu Ming was hunting down monarch-level monsters at the time and had no time to play with children, so he declined. Unexpectedly, this genius would come to Tianan College. Although I haven't stayed in the imperial capital for a long time, I can see that the conditions in Tianan are quite different from those in the imperial capital. This is my uncle's arrangement. Xia Feng directly answered their questions. Marshal Xia? Xu Ming understood. If it's this big guy, then everything is possible. The other party never contacted me, and I was too lazy to pay attention to any secret mission, as if the two parties had never met before. It is naturally difficult for ordinary people to understand the thoughts of the big guys. I can't figure it out, so I'm just too lazy to think about it. Afterwards, Xu Ming directly handed his storage ring to Shangren. All of these have been sold. If you have any use for them, just take them. Also, prepare a super huge storage ring for me, because I have to go restock in 3 days. You're exaggerating. Shangren took Xu Ming's storage ring and then shouted, "Fuck!" I saw that the ring was filled with monster crystal cores, layer upon layer. Among them, the top layer is particularly dazzling. In addition, there were countless miscellaneous materials, medicinal herbs, etc., which were stuffed like a pile of weeds. Nearly 10,000 commander-level crystal cores, more than 200 monarch-level crystal cores, and these two are king-level. Shang Ren's expression became more and more shocked as he spoke. Brother, you didn't sweep through 2 king-level monster territories, did you? Moreover, is it the kind that will cut off your progeny and extinction? Chapter 1, 20 Team Formation, Situation. No, I try to kill those above the commander level. Xu Ming still pays attention to sustainable development. Unfortunately, it's not wartime. If it were, these military merits would be enough for you to be promoted to general. It's okay, just save it slowly. Xu Ming didn't know how many military merits were needed to be promoted to general, but with his merits, it should be easy for him to be promoted to an ordinary general, and he would still have a lot left over. It's just that Xu Ming doesn't have anything that needs to be exchanged for military merits for the time being. Maybe he can really exchange it for the status of a general or marshal to live out his retirement. These are tens of millions of dollars worth of goods. Besides the super large storage ring, what else do you plan to buy? Metal of level 6 or 7 or undead-related materials. I'm not sure about the level, but the materials are not urgent. The ring must be delivered to me within 3 days. 3 days? Are you planning to go to the insect prison's secret realm as well? Xiaofeng reacted at this time and guessed Xu Ming's plan. So, it's called the insect prison secret realm? I think so. I don't think I can advance to the 5th level in a short time. I'll go get some goods, clean my hands, and then come back to advance to the 5th level. Don't take it lightly over there. Every year, there are no less than 1,000 4th-level military beastmasters who die there, and there are also many civilian beastmasters, including seniors from our school. Don't worry, but judging from your tone, are you going too? Xu Ming wondered, this guy Xiaofeng is only at level 3, right? My uncle asked me to go to the outer area to gain some experience. Okay, then we'll go together. Well, I'd like to see how you purchase your goods. I'd rather see what the hell level difficulty is like. Xu Ming had only reached the difficult level before, which was not difficult. As for the hell level difficulty, it is said that once you leave the base, you can't stay there for even a day. What does that mean? It means that the number or level of the monsters is very high. Although Xu Ming's remaining alien lifespan is already several million years, it is still far from enough. When Ling reaches the monarch level, the next stage of demand will be tens of millions, and then hundreds of millions and even billions. Not to mention, there will be other beast tamers later. Qianhuan is also a potential big consumer of lifespan, not to mention the netherworld grass, which has not yet been contracted. Compared with them, the ruby of the undead can be considered economical. Moreover, the role it plays is enormous. In general, each of Xu Ming's beasts is indispensable and plays an irreplaceable role. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Xu Ming, Xiaofeng, and dozens of 4th-level students were brought to the Tianan military region's base by Lu Tongxing. Subsequently, this group of students were incorporated into a temporary team and prepared to provide support. In this batch, Tianan deployed nearly 1,000 support personnel, and the military still accounted for the majority. In addition, there will be 4th-level beastmasters from other regions coming one after another, whether for public or private reasons. Their purpose is similar. Guard the secret realm, kill monsters, collect resources, and drive away the witches. 1 day later, almost all the people had gathered. The large army collectively moved to a small border town, Nanling City. This is the entrance to the secret realm of Insect Prison. Another entrance is in the Wu Kingdom area, 100 miles away from here. As soon as he arrived here, Xu Ming had a sense of déjà vu. The sky is full of poisonous mosquitoes and strange insects. Isn't this almost the same as when I was in Qianjun Forest? Various poisonous insects are ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. Compared to that time, this place is still a town after all, so is naturally not that exaggerated. However, Xu Ming could roughly guess what the situation was like inside the secret realm. Maybe the monsters are secondary. It is possible that various poisonous insects and miasma are the main cause of death. Except for the military personnel who are stationed in the barracks, others can find a place to live in the city or set up camp in places arranged by the military. After all, they're all volunteers, and there is no need to force them. There will be no punishment even if you withdraw temporarily. While wandering around, Xu Ming unexpectedly met 2 acquaintances, Sang Miao and Zhuang Yu. Sang Miao is still at the peak of the 4th level, and Zhuang Yu's is also already at the 4th level. Of course, Xu Ming was only slightly familiar with Zhuang Yu. As for Sang Miao, she avoided Xu Ming as much as possible. Hong Yu's death and decay still traumatizes her psychologically. Student Su, you are really here. Seeing Xu Ming, Zhuang Yu said excitedly. How did you guess I would come? Xu Ming didn't know what this guy was so excited about. Based on your speech during the 5 schools competition, I knew you would definitely contribute. Xu Ming didn't expect it was because of this. It was just a passionate remark made on a whim with ulterior motives. After all, this place belongs to the Tianan region, so it is natural for us to defend our country. We should thank you for your support. It's okay. We are often harassed by people from the demonic serpent nation. We all understand this feeling. In addition, it is not simply for the purpose of guarding the secret realm, but to take this opportunity to collect some resources for the 4th level promotion potion. And by the way, help Meow Meow see if there are any spiritual plants suitable for the contract. Su, why don't we team up and go together? With Xu Ming's fighting power, the strength of his team has increased exponentially. This is why Zhuang Yu is excited. After all, it's hell level, and no one wants an accident to happen. Well, this is not bad. Zhuang Yu, just call me by my name. This is Xia Feng, my roommate. We are here for training. The 4 of us will form a team. Okay, Meow Meow, what do you think? Zhuang Yu nodded towards Xia Feng in a friendly manner to show his agreement. That's fine with me. Zhuang Yu and his companions arrived a few days earlier and had already roughly understood the situation here. At this time of year, every year, the number of demon insects in the insect prison's secret realm explodes. The overwhelming number of insects swept across the entire secret realm. If the entrance to the secret realm is not guarded or sealed, it is possible to break out of the secret realm and attack the city outside. The Xia Kingdom and the Wu Kingdom each occupied an entrance to the secret realm. Unlike the Xia Kingdom, the Wu Kingdom is good at resisting insects. Not only were they not disturbed by the insect swarm, but they used the insect force to their advantage and drove the insect swarm towards the entrance of the Xia Kingdom. Once the stronghold in the secret realm is lost, it will be extremely difficult to retake it. There are even quite a few beast tamers who have been promoted to the 5th rank and have been guarding there all year round just to ensure that the stronghold is not lost. However, in this 4th order hell level secret realm, there are many monarch level Zergs, and many people even suspect whether there is a Zerg king in the deepest part of the secret realm. Even a 5th rank beastmaster can only barely protect himself at a time like this. Of course, Xu Ming knew how powerful insects were. He had previously conducted an experiment on Zhuang Yu and found that just a few 3rd level toxins were enough to make a 5th level beastmaster suffer excruciating pain. Chapter 121, Qianhuan Advancement. They agreed to enter the secret realm together the next day, and Xu Ming found a place near them to rest for the night. Consume 100 years of lifespan to speed up the growth of 1,000 illusion, sky-swallowing python. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the 1st year, the 1,000 illusions sky-swallowing python is in the process of advancement and needs time and opportunity to complete the transformation. In the 100th year, the 1,000 illusions sky-swallowing python is in the process of advancement and needs time and opportunity to complete the transformation. Since the night before yesterday, when Xu Ming accelerated Qianhuan and allowed it to digest all the commander-level transformation forms, Qianhuan entered the process of advancement. In the past 2 days, Xu Ming would speed it up whenever he had time. I thought it would be done quickly, but after so long, I still got the same prompt. Inside and out, Xu Ming has accelerated it for 1,000 years. We are about to enter the secret realm of the insect prison, but there is no time for you to continue sleeping. Afterwards, Xu Ming directly summoned Qianhuan out. At this time, Qianhuan had already returned to his original state. Indeed, it was a python. However, each of its scales seemed to be flashing a different color, full of a psychedelic feeling. It seems that each color represents a changing form, and there are definitely more than 1,000 of them. There are 2 small bumps on Qianhuan's head. I wonder if it's because he ate too many dragon eggs, and there's a possibility that he might turn into a dragon. Or maybe it's because it still has the blood of the ancient blue dragon in its body. In short, there are many mysteries, and Xu Ming can't figure them out for the time being, and he doesn't have time to pursue them now. The important thing is that he needs Qianhuan to complete his advancement as soon as possible and then help him deal with the poisonous insects. At this moment, Xu Ming suddenly felt that Qianhuan was emitting a faint aura of demonic energy from the abyss. We won't need abyssal materials, will we? Previously, Xu Ming had kept Qianhuan in the beast-controlling space, but he had never noticed it. Qianhuan already has the blood of the demon dragon in his body, so Xu Ming would not be surprised if he said that he needed some materials from the abyss. The key point is, where can we find it at this time? Then, Xu Ming summoned Hong Yu. Hong Yu, take a look at Qianhuan's situation. Is there anything similar to when you absorbed the abyss demonic energy before? The one who knows more about demonic energy is naturally Hong Yu. After all, it has been deeply realized for more than 1,000 years. Master, it seems to be turning into a dragon. I know that. It's just that the blood of the dragon race is relatively thin. The bloodline of the true dragon, the ancient blue dragon, Xu Ming does not have time to develop it for the time being and does not know where to get this resource. However, there is a source of demonic energy in its body, which seems to have completely merged with its original bloodline and cannot be eradicated at all. The conflict between the two may be the reason that prevents it from successfully advancing. Hong Yu then answered, "You mean, we need to eradicate the source of the evil energy?" Well, the blood of any living being is opposed to demonic energy, let alone the blood of a true dragon. Now, the demonic energy and true dragon bloodline in Qianhuan's body are unbalanced. Either he will turn into a dragon, or he will turn into a demon. Xu Ming, he finally understood. After all this time, it turned out that he gave the 1,000 Illusions true dragon's origin blood too early? Was its hidden dragon bloodline stimulated too early, causing even a little bit of demonic energy to become an obstacle to its advancement? At this point, we must either find a way to completely eradicate the evil spirit or increase the evil spirit to compete with the true dragon bloodline. Is this kind of operation really something I should consider at this 4th stage? Xu Ming was speechless. When others were at the 4th level, they only needed to think about working to earn some resources and advancing step by step. But I had already started thinking about the true dragon bloodline and the abyss magic energy. Master, if I remember correctly, you should have 1 piece of abyss blood jade left. Really? It seems so. Xu Ming quickly took out his original small space ring. Xu Ming was out purchasing goods now and had no need for it at all. This space is too small to accommodate even the corpse of a slightly larger monarch-level monster. Xu Ming had long forgotten about it. Afterwards, Xu Ming finally dug out a piece of abyss blood jade from the deepest part of the ring. If Xu Ming didn't have this thing, if he wanted to get something containing the demonic energy of the abyss, he could only go to the abyss of disaster and other places. I wonder if Xiaolong has any other ways. Fortunately, Xu Ming has never thrown this thing away, and he doesn't know if it is enough. The moment the abyss blood jade appeared, Qianhuan's body trembled noticeably, and more demonic energy escaped from his body, as if he was stimulated by something. Give me some strength. Consume 100 years of lifespan to speed up the growth of 1,000 Illusion sky-swallowing python. This acceleration consumes 1 abyssal blood jade Oregon accelerating. In the first year, the 1,000 Illusions sky-swallowing python was in the process of advancing. Stimulated by the abyss blood jade, the demonic blood in its body was awakening. In the 34th year, the demonic blood in the 1,000 Illusion sky devouring python reached a balance with the thin true dragon blood. It seemed to be stuck in a choice. In the 35th year, after being enlightened by the master and not caring about its demonic bloodline, 1,000 Illusions sky-swallowing python untied the knot in its heart and chose its final path. 1,000 Illusions sky-swallowing python begins its official promotion. In the 87th year, the 1,000 Illusions sky-swallowing python's demonic bloodline completely awakened, and the 1,000 Illusions sky-swallowing python evolved into 1,000 Illusions 10,000 demons sky-swallowing python. The level of the 1,000 Illusions and 10,000 demons sky-devouring python has been upgraded to Commander level 1 star. Skills learned by the 1,000 Illusions and 10,000 demons devouring sky python. Devour the earth. Devour all matter. Refine it and extract its essence. Body of 10,000 demons. Increases damage to creatures with demonic characteristics and reduces damage taken for demonic creatures. In the 100th year, the 1,000 Illusions and 10,000 demons sky-swallowing python is unable to absorb spiritual energy to improve its realm. It needs the demonic energy from the abyss or devour demonized creatures, so its star level has not changed. Skill transfiguration stacking, from entry level to mastery level. Skill 1,000 Illusions, upgraded from entry level to mastery level. Finally, the promotion was successful. Xu Ming didn't expect that in addition to needing abyss materials, he was also a part of it. Are you worried that the contracted demonized creature will have an impact on the master? Qianhuan, our main goal is to have no taboos. Even if one day you turn into a dragon, it doesn't matter. However, let's not destroy the world. I will destroy anyone who makes me unhappy. Afterwards, Xu Ming put Qianwan away. Hong Yu, how is the fusion of the essence of the Necronomicon going? It fits perfectly, and it also helped me understand the skills of undead enslavement. Really? This is a relatively useful skill. Hong Yu is now on the verge of advancement without any bottleneck. As long as Xu Ming reaches the 5th level, it will be able to be successfully upgraded to the Monarch level soon. They have already reached the entrance to the 4th level Insect Prison Secret Realm, so Xu Ming is naturally not in a hurry. After you get in, just give it a try. If you succeed, you succeed. If not, try again. There's no cost anyway. Chapter 122, Secret Realm of Insect Prison. The next day, the 4 of them arrived at the entrance to the Insect Prison Secret Realm at the same time. There are heavily guarded military camps all around, and once they are lost, the secret realm will be immediately blocked. Before entering the secret realm, one can already see a layer of mottled bloodstains on the ground. Obviously, it is not easy to get out safely after entering. This is your ID card. A soldier registered the names of the 4 people, then gave each of them a wooden sign and told them to hang it on their bodies. The wooden sign seemed to be made of some special material and exuded a fragrance. Amulet, Xu Ming asked curiously. Ahem. This is made of purple cloud enamel wood and has a certain insect repellent effect. That's pretty practical. It's just to prevent the body from being completely eaten by insects and leaving nothing to prove its identity. Throwing the token into the space ring, Xu Ming and the other 3 entered the secret realm directly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Apart from the chirping of insects all over the sky, the rest of the environment was much worse than Xu Ming had imagined. The Stronghold's camp was built on a large rock near the edge of the secret realm. It is clear that there is no way back. Whether going up to the sky or into the ground, there is no way to escape the detection of insects, and you can only endure it. Relying on the 5th level Beastmasters stationed there and the defensive formation, they could only barely resist. Those who have little fighting ability will stay in the camp as logistics personnel. Only those who have fighting ability are qualified to go out and hunt monsters or gather resources. Originally, Xiafeng could only witness the cruelty of war in the camp, where there were wounded soldiers everywhere being eaten by insects or corroded by toxins. They were professional soldiers, and they would not retreat unless they were ordered to do so. As long as there was still one beast left that could fight, they would not retreat. However, since Xiafeng and Xu Ming are teaming up this time, they naturally don't have to worry about safety issues and can go and have fun in the depths of the secret realm. Well, do you have a target location? Xu Ming took a deep breath and asked Zhuangyu. The environment here is not very good. It is filled with flying insects and the smell of blood. However, it must be said that the spiritual energy is still very abundant. Otherwise, such a difficult secret realm could not have been created. Regardless of the rank or the number of monsters, they all require real spiritual energy support and cannot appear out of thin air. After all, cultivation also has to follow the basic laws, such as the law of conservation of energy. In the Insect Prison Secret Realm, there are 2 main areas, the Blood Mist Swamp and the Witch Miasma Forest. In addition, there are 2 high-risk areas, the Bone Erosion Pond and the Scorpion Tail Mountain. Miao Miao's ancient Tiansang tree and Mohan grass are not suitable for swamp fighting, so let's go to the Wuzong Forest. Although there is Voodoo Miasma, the ancient Tiansang tree can resist it. Zhuangyu suggested. Yes, all is fine. Xu Ming naturally had no objection. With Sang Miao's Tiansang ancient tree's defense, he will be able to be more relaxed and rest peacefully in the wild at night. Come out, Xiao Kuan. Afterwards, Zhuangyu summoned out his Kuan beast. This Kuan beast has risen to the commander level. The size became even larger, about 6 or 7 meters long. Everyone come up. We will go there in stealth. It shouldn't be dangerous. The Kuan beast can fly and has a water shield, plus the concealment of the psychedelic butterfly, which is indeed a very suitable combination for the environment here. However, if Xu Ming had not joined, they would probably only be able to rely on these methods to conduct a low-key search. As for Sang Miao, her main ability lies in stronghold defense. If a swarm of insects breaks out and attacks the stronghold, it can have a very good effect. Now, the situation in the stronghold is not very urgent, so we can search for resources in the secret realm first. In the sky, The four of them held their breath and did not speak. Standing on the back of the Koan beast, through the water film, you can see densely packed poisonous insects flying in the sky. It seems that you can eat a big bite with just one mouthful. Below, most of the land is a warm and humid environment, filled with poisonous fog and rampant poisonous insects. There is almost no sound of animals roaring or birds singing, only the rustling of seeds. After flying for a while, the fog below became thicker and thicker, and we could vaguely see the endless black woods. Xu Ming knew that they had reached their destination. After much difficulty, they found a relatively empty and dry hillside and landed there. The first thing Sang Miao did when he came down was to summon out his own ancient Tiansang tree and mohan grass. After the two were planted, Xu Ming could see many poisonous insects fleeing in panic from underground and leaving this area. The flying insects in the air are naturally blocked. With the ancient Tiansang tree, the beast masters can rest assured. It was a rare opportunity for Xu Ming to have close contact with these two plant-based beasts, so he was very curious. There didn't seem to be just one ink soul grass on the ground. It was spread out over a large area. If this is nether grass, wouldn't it be a huge profit? Now, Xu Ming dreams about cutting leeks from nether grass. There were a lot of mohan grasses, and Xu Ming couldn't tell which one was the beastmaster. However, Xu Ming could clearly sense that there was a powerful will in the Tiansang ancient tree. Although the other party had no eyes or other facial features, Xu Ming could still sense the other party's gaze. Plant department, quite interesting. My mission is completed. It's your turn now. Well, don't worry. Since we are working as a team, everyone will definitely contribute. If you need anything, you will be given priority when we find it. Xu Ming said generously. Anyway, he came in to purchase goods and had no special needs, so he just packed up everything and took it away. I don't want to do this. If you find more pearl scales and golden cicada grass, just give some to us. Zhuang Yu answered embarrassedly. These two types are also the main output resources of this secret realm. Sang Miao has not yet been promoted to the 5th level, probably because he does not have enough medicine resources. In addition, I also want to find some special plants here and bring them back to use as backup beasts after awakening my spirit. This is easy. Then, Xu Ming directly summoned Hong Yu. Hong Yu, let's get started and clean up this place. Yes, this type of combat has become very familiar to us over the past 6 months. The only difference is that what was killed before were monsters, while the insects were just crushed to death by the way and were not worth even a look. And now, bugs have become the protagonists. The monsters can occasionally cause some damage to the army of skeleton undead. As for the insects, Xu Ming wants to see if there are any more powerful characters. With a wave of his hand, 12 blood skeleton and frostbone dragons appeared. Instantly, the cold air invaded, causing the hairs of the other people to stand on end. Then, 5 waves in a row, 60 commander-level frostbone dragons, which are comparable to monarch level, occupied the sky. They could freeze large numbers of insects to death with just a breath. By the way, which direction is the Wu Kingdom's stronghold? Don't make a mistake. Xu Ming asked cautiously. That direction. Zhuang Yu pointed to the front right. His eyes were a little dull. No matter how many times you see this kind of scene, it's hard to remain calm. Chapter 123, sweep this place. Then collect some interest first. Line up and march over there. Don't the Wu people like to drive the insect swarms to the Xia country? Xu Ming will use their own method to retaliate and see if the other party will be attacked by the insect swarms. Wu! All the frostbone dragons exhaled collectively to indicate that they had received the order and then pressed down on the treetops of the witch miasma forest and advanced forward. Hong Yu, continue. Immediately afterwards, Xu Ming restored Hong Yu's consumed mental power. Consume 1 year of life. Summon 60. Consume 1 year of life. Summon 60. It only takes a few days to recover all the mental strength. In the remaining time, Hong Yu has already absorbed the word death. Everything is ready, except Xu Ming reaching the 5th level. 10 minutes later, a total of 1,000 monarch-level frostbone dragons took off one after another and launched a carpet-style expulsion across most of the insect prison's secret realm. Whether it is the extraordinary level of Fire Serpent Demon Swarm or the elite level of Scarlet Swarm, whether it can fly or crawl, it doesn't matter if there are 1,000 or 10,000 insects in a swarm. Those who run slower will all die. That's enough for now. If not, call for more. Xu Ming looked at the army of frostbone dragons going away and finally stopped. The other 3. Ancient Tiansang tree. Xu Ming, what do you mean by sweeping this place clean? Zhuang Yu asked with difficulty what everyone was thinking. Of course, I mean to clean up the entire secret realm. No matter whether it's bugs or monkeys, kill them all. Xu Ming said murderously. 3 people. You can continue to summon these undead spirits? Won't it cost a lot? It's okay. Those frostbone dragons can last a whole day. We should be able to advance to the other end. If not, we can send another wave. Xu Ming said indifferently. I finally got to see the purchase you mentioned. It's really breathtaking. Xiaofeng gave Xu Ming a thumbs up, feeling completely convinced. This is not purchasing goods at all. This is simply digging deep inside. No wonder, no matter how big the storage ring Shangren prepared for Xu Ming, it was not enough. We have only just begun. The spoils have not yet been recovered, and the resources have not yet been collected. Xu Ming was already familiar with this process. First there was carpet bombing, then a mop-up operation by ground forces, and finally a decapitation operation by cutting-edge forces. This one-stop service is enough to wipe out everyone. At least it will be enough to cut off your entire family line. At least it will take decades for the ecology to recover. As he spoke, Xu Ming asked Hong Yu to summon several hundred skeleton crows that were specifically used to recover the spoils of war. These things are not very powerful, and their only use is to peck open the heads of corpses with their beaks and collect the crystal cores. After summoning these flocks of skeleton crows, Xu Ming did not need to consume the alien lifespan to recover. Hong Yu's own mental power was enough. Moreover, the remaining mental power can also summon a group of vampire bat puppets, which are specifically used to collect blood energy from corpses and feed Hong Yu. It can be said that the division of labor is quite clear. Otherwise, Xu Ming would be exhausted to death facing such a huge king-level territory and collecting spoils alone. However, Xu Ming still helped Hong Yu recover and keep her in the best condition at all times. Just 1 year's life, a drop in the bucket. Kill the 8-star red-eyed bug of the Chilling level, and plunder the alien's lifespan for 8 years, X78. Kill the extraordinary 4-star iron beetle and plunder the alien's lifespan of 14 years, X45. Kill an elite 5-star blood-sucking worm and plunder the alien's lifespan for 24 years, X24. A series of kill notifications, like a screen full of messages, were directly blocked by Xu Ming. You guys just search for resources along the direction you're advancing. I'll go ahead and take a look. The insects were driven away, and the only threat was some miasma. Naturally, the 3 of them had some defensive measures. After seeing how strong Xu Ming was, he didn't ask if he needed any help. Help? More like a hindrance. Hong Yu is with you, just in case. Well, you should be careful too. Haha, I should have been careful not to miss any precious materials. Xu Ming laughed loudly and summoned Qian Huan, who had transformed into the form of a snow wind dragon. Then he rode away on a dragon. Xu Ming had a defensive membrane made by Qian Huan on his body, so he didn't have to worry about poisonous insects at all. Moreover, as the skill level increases, the blessing Xu Ming receives becomes greater. Now, the skill 1000 Illusions has reached the mastery level and can already gain 100 of 1000 illusion strength. The other end of the secret realm of Insect Prison. The situation here is completely different from that in Xia country. The so-called entrance to the secret realm has no defense at all. In other words, there is no difference between the inside and outside of the secret realm. Poisonous insects are rampant inside the secret realm, and the environment outside the secret realm, in the territory of the Witch Kingdom, is actually similar. In fact, drug addicts themselves have become an indispensable part of their lives. Many Wu people gathered here. Their bodies are thinner and darker than those of the Xia people, so it is not wrong to call them monkeys. Faced with the swarms of poisonous insects that cause great trouble to the Xia Kingdom's beastmasters, they were not affected at all. Occasionally, they would just grab one and put it directly into their mouths. It's not that they won't be poisoned. On the one hand, they have been poisoned too many times and have developed a certain resistance. On the other hand, they also know how to deal with each type of insect, which is engraved in the instinct of every Wu people. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive in the Gusen Swamp. Although this is a secret realm of hell-level difficulty, it is nothing to an ordinary 4th-level beastmaster from the Wizard Kingdom. If you pay a little attention, you will be fine unless you encounter a large-scale insect swarm. But they're all good at driving Zerg, so there's no need to worry at all. Someone come. At this time, a voice was heard from a thatched shed. What is it, Chief? The people outside hurried over to receive orders. I sense the uneasiness of the insect swarm. Send people to investigate the witch miasma forest and the blood mist swamp immediately. Yes, sir. Great leader. Could this be a sign of the birth of the Goo King? It doesn't matter. The birth of the Goo King isn't entirely a good thing for us. What we want is not only to drive out the Xia people, but more importantly, to stabilize the output of resources in the secret realm. Go to the bone erosion pond and watch to see if there are any unusual signs. Yes, sir. Although the subordinate was not very willing to accept this task, he did not dare to disobey the leader's orders. In the tribes of the Wu Kingdom, the relationship between superiors and subordinates is even more strict. Ordinary people are basically controlled by their superiors from birth to death. Above their superiors, there are even higher-ups, all the way up to the highest-ranking 8-rank Great Wizard Kings in the Wizard Country. After a while, many Wu people escape back from the jungle. Captain, it's bad. The insect swarm is rioting and rushing towards us. Chapter 124, Swallowing the Sky and the Earth. Is it really a beast? Bang! The thatched hut collapsed directly. What's going on? A naked strong man with tattoos all over his body walked out of the shed and asked loudly. Captain, the insect swarms in the Wuzong forest, regardless of race or level, are all swarming towards us. The subordinate said in horror. How is that possible? Are you trying to say that Xian Nation has mastered the method of controlling insects? Without Gu's cooperation, it would be useless even if they signed a contract with the Zerg. I don't know. I just saw the insects swarming in. It didn't seem like they were being controlled, but rather driven away. Go outside and call more people in. We can't lose this place. Go quickly. Yes. Although it is dozens of times easier for the Wu Kingdom to deal with the insect swarm than for the Xia Kingdom, the entrance to the secret realm cannot be lost. Once we lose our stronghold, and it is occupied by bugs, every bug that comes down will die, and it will be difficult to establish a stable stronghold again. Everyone else, follow me and summon the commander insect you have trained. You must stabilize the insect tide. Yes, sir. You mean you can turn all these insect corpses into antidotes? Xu Ming stood in the forest and asked Qianhuan, who had just devoured a pile of insect corpses. Well, the mechanisms of these poisonous insects are similar. Combined with all the poisonous insects I have swallowed before, they can eliminate most of the toxins. And as it devours more poisonous insects, it will continue to improve. Finally, can we get a universal antidote? In theory, it's possible. Okay, what are you waiting for? Let's do it. Originally, Xu Ming thought that these insect corpses were of no use other than being full of toxins, but he didn't expect that they could be recycled. If the Wu people encountered this kind of antidote, basically half of their martial arts skills would be wasted. In that case, Xu Ming is not in a hurry to travel. Qianhuan directly transformed into a huge mouth of the abyss and swallowed all the insect corpses along the way. However, most of the insects were driven to the front, and only a small number of them were killed by the frostbone dragon. In addition, Xu Ming also took the opportunity to look for any good materials. As for the several herbs mentioned by the principal, Xu Ming had not seen them yet. A person's energy is really limited. Xu Ming is still better at killing, so the delicate work of searching for herbs should be left to others. By the way, what about the ore? Can it be refined? Xu Ming suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a 5th-level metal mine. Originally, he planned to let Hong Yu summon the undead army to mine for free, but now it seems that there is a better option. Swallowing the sky and the earth. Isn't it easy to refine, or? Yes, anything I devour can be separated into its most essential parts according to my wishes. So, what about the Beastmaster? I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure. All right. Xu Ming felt that the more he thought about it, the more perverted it seemed. What if something is refined that can be taken and is beneficial? Should I eat it or not? After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Master, the Bone Dragon army encountered resistance. At this time, Xu Ming suddenly received a message from Hong Yu. Resistance? Bugs or Beastmasters? Are there any losses? For now, there are only Zerg, and some of them are injured but no one is killed. There must be a Beastmaster at the front who is exerting influence on the Zerg. The offensive of the Bone Dragon army has been hindered. Well, let those Bone Dragons slaughter the bugs right here. Xu Ming looked at the lifespan of the aliens increasing by thousands of years every second and felt that one of the main goals of this trip had been achieved, which was to kill the insects here. This growth rate is many times more satisfying than slaughtering monsters in a monarch-level territory. What's going on over there? No, everything is fine. Well, starting now, infinite summons. Summon all the tens of thousands of flying soldiers stored in the undead plane, whether they are ordinary or modified. There is only one purpose, which is to go to the front line battlefield to kill monsters. Yes. On the other side, Zhuang Yu and others who were searching for medicinal herbs were completely convinced after seeing Hong Yu kill several top-level commander-level burrowing bloodworms in an instant with one move of blood explosion. I don't dare to regard Hong Yu as a simple skeleton summoner. However, as the close contact time increased, Sang Miao and Zhuang Yu became more and more certain of some things. As for Xiaofeng, he became Xu Ming's remote storage bag, and all the insect demon crystal cores collected by Hong Yu were given to him for safekeeping. Sang Miao, who has a talent for plants, has much more experience in searching for medicinal herbs than Xu Ming, and he has actually found quite a few high-value herbs. Just when he was about to strike while the iron was hot and collect more, he suddenly discovered that the skeleton summoner following behind him started to move. In an instant, more than a dozen skeleton pterosaurs rose into the sky. Then, there were continuous summons. Having witnessed the scene of summoning the frostbone dragon before, they were not panicked, but just thought that Xu Ming must have encountered some problems. Xu Ming, what's wrong? Xiaofeng sent the message first. It's okay, the bone dragon just encountered obstacles from the insect swarm controlled by the witch country. Look, my buddy will kill it all. Xiaofeng was speechless. Since his debut, Xu Ming has been able to defeat everyone alone. He is so strong that it doesn't make sense. However, Xiaofeng would not feel discouraged. His only goal from the beginning to the end was the Zhu Xian sword. The stronger Xu Ming became, the happier he was. An hour later, they were numb. Zhuang Yu and the other two were all numb. The summoning continues. Is this skeleton summoner really a beast tamer? Is mental power infinite? Judging from the fact that there are more than 10 waves per minute, this guy must have summoned tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers. Skeleton pterosaurs, skeleton giant eagles, skeleton bats. There are all kinds of them, and the lowest one is elite level. With such strength, he can easily bring about a natural disaster of undead. Now, this is the case with the secret realm of the insect prison. Xu Ming, is the opponent so strong? It's just SO, but I'm thinking that after I leave, I won't come back, so I'll just do it to the end. Xu Ming was replying to messages while observing the scene in front of him. It was seen that at the entrance of the secret realm of the Witch Kingdom, in addition to the Beastmasters coming in, a large swarm of insects could actually be mobilized from the outside world. This was beyond Xu Ming's expectations. It seems that the difficulty of the Witch Kingdom lies in the fact that one person forms an army and uses the insect sea tactics. When Xu Ming decided to contract a beast that could fight in groups, he considered the Zerg, but ultimately did not make a choice. Even if you tamed a queen insect or ant, the taming space could only hold one, unless you stayed near the insect nest all the time. Unexpectedly, I have seen it in the Wu Kingdom. They live in a corner, settled in the Gushen swamp, and use the environment here to raise insects. Then, the leader of the contracted insect swarm will achieve the goal of driving the swarm. Although Xia Kingdom is much stronger than Wu Kingdom, there's a reason why it tolerates the other side's messing around. This thing is really annoying. Chapter 125, Abyssal Devil Chi, Confession. However, although the insect swarm tactics are difficult to deal with, we have met our match today. The sea of insects versus the sea of skeletons. Let's see who is more powerful. Originally, Xu Ming could have driven the other party out of the secret realm in one go, but Xu Ming changed his mind. Since the other party is giving me unlimited refills, why not just enjoy myself? A breath of icy air can extend the alien's lifespan by hundreds or even thousands of years. Even if he didn't collect any herbs, the alien lifespans Xu Ming harvested here would be more than what he harvested in Qianjun Forest. The skeleton sea tactics versus the oil-adding insect sea tactics. Let's see who will collapse first. Xu Ming watched for a while and decided to ignore them for the time being. It was getting dark, so he went back and rest for a night. Great Barbarian Chieftain, the Blood Turtle Priest, asked me to ask you, what's going on here? Can we still supply enough 4th and 5th level herbs this year? What's going on? How should I know what's going on? Can't you see it yourself? There are so many flying undead. Could it be that Xian Nation has penetrated the undead plane? The 5th level guard here, Damon, roared with his bare chest. Chief Barbarian, please don't joke like that. If this place is lost, none of US can bear the responsibility. The pearl scale grass and golden cicada grass produced in this secret realm account for almost half of the annual demand of the Witch Kingdom. If it is lost, it will definitely be a disaster. Moreover, because this place is too important, although the defense inside the secret realm was relatively lax before, the defense outside is definitely not weak. 3 7th-level wizard priests are stationed in the fortress, and the 8th-level wizard king can provide support at any time. Of course, the main purpose was not to prevent the secret realm from being lost, but to guard against the Xia kingdom. Go report to the Blood Turtle Witch and have all of my tribe members and insect swarms relocated here. If we lose this place, it will mean the demise of our tribe. Damon knew clearly in his heart that if he couldn't defend this place, his tribe would definitely be targeted, and death would be a relatively good outcome. Whether being sold as a slave or becoming the host of a poisonous insect, both are cruel and inhumane consequences. Great barbarian leader, the messenger was stunned for a moment, then said, I will convey your message. In addition, I will try my best to help you. Thank you. After saying that, Damon took the initiative to walk towards the battlefield. His 2 Monarch-level Zerg leaders were the main reason why he was able to intimidate the surging Zerg swarm. Order those bugs to turn around and launch a suicide attack on the Frostbone Dragon. Even if I have to bite them with my teeth, I have to bite these skeletons into pieces. When Xu Ming returned to the Tiansang ancient tree, the 3 of them had already lit a bonfire and were eating the food they brought with them. Although they all looked a little tired, they looked quite excited. Obviously, a lot was gained. Before coming here, no one would have thought that this journey to the hellish secret realm would turn out like this, just like an autumn outing. And then, it is an autumn outing where you can pick all kinds of medicinal resources. Autumn is indeed the season of harvest. You're back, go on. Xiaofeng directly threw his storage ring over, which was filled with Zerg crystal cores, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands there were. Hey, thanks. If you need anything, feel free to take it. Not yet. If I need it, I won't be polite to you. Xu Ming, we harvested 300 pearl scale grasses and more than a dozen golden cicada grasses today. Zhuangyu came over and said happily. Originally, his goal was to have about 20 plants. It looks like a good harvest. That's great. At least 600 4th-level promotion potions can be configured. However many you need, just leave one for me. Xu Ming transferred the Zerg crystal core into his oversized ring, and then returned Xiaofeng's storage ring to him. Well, Meow Meow and I both need about 50, so 50 pearl scale grasses should be enough. As for the golden cicada grass, Meow Meow only needs 1 to awaken her spirit. Qiling, are you planning to contract the golden cicada grass? That's not the case. I mainly want to take it back for research to see if it could be artificially cultivated. At this time, Sang Miao came over and answered. Well, 50 is not enough. I have used more than 100 and still haven't succeeded in advancing to the 5th level. Since you picked these herbs, let's divide them equally. I'll just take my share, and the same goes for the golden cicada grass. There is not much use for Xu Ming to have these herbs. He can only exchange them for money. It would be better to exchange them for some favors. There will probably be times when we need their help later on. Zhuangyu and Sang Miao stared at Xu Ming in silence for a long time. I don't know whether I was shocked by his generosity or shocked by his bad luck. The only thing that there is no doubt is because of Xu Ming's talent. Xu Ming ignored them and took out a handful of octopus leg skewers. He walked to the campfire and started roasting them. After sprinkling the seasoning, the aroma instantly attracted several people to come over. Xu Ming, what you roasted was sea beast meat. Zhuangyu lives by the sea, so he is naturally very familiar with this smell. Yes, you are in for a treat. The meat of the king-level giant octopus. Xu Ming replied. Although the other party lives by the sea and can eat seafood, he probably has never eaten king-level seafood, right? Is this edible? Xu Ming. You live by the sea, and you ask me if you can eat seafood? Of course you should. Don't tell me you've never eaten octopus balls. Zhuangyu shook his head. It didn't seem like he was lying. The flesh of things from the sea contains demonic energy. I won't eat them unless I'm starving to death. Sang Yao explained. Well, then you are in for a treat. This is hunted from the secret realm of Dragon Island. It is absolutely safe and pollution-free. As he said that, he handed over the grilled skewers in his hand. It's so delicious. Zhuangyu took a bite and exclaimed that it was delicious. This poor child lives by the sea and has never even eaten seafood. Sang Miao looked at Zhuangyu, then at Xu Ming, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. That, your skeleton summoner. Finally, Sang Miao brought it up hesitantly. The demonic energy of the abyss. As expected of someone who lives by the sea, his perception of demonic energy is stronger than that of ordinary people. Xu Ming admitted it directly. And you? The reason why my undead skeleton can mutate is indeed related to the abyss, but it has not been demonized, nor has it polluted me. Besides, Marshal Xia also knows about this matter. Xu Ming ate a skewer himself and confessed directly. Huh, then I feel relieved. I knew it. If they were really contaminated by the abyss or were from the heavenly demon palace, how could they appear so openly and be as powerful as you? Zhuang Yu let out a long sigh and said happily, if this doubt is not resolved, I will probably always be worried. As everyone knows, the demonic snake kingdom, which is often at war with the Biluo city, is almost certainly one of the layers of the heavenly demon palace, and all its members believe in the demonic dragon. When it comes to hatred towards the heavenly demon palace, the people in Biluo City and Hanhai Academy have much deeper hatred than those in Tian'an City. Chapter 126. Come out and fight me. Don't worry. Since you have no problem, we won't deliberately spread it to cause you trouble. At this time, Sang Miao also promised. It doesn't matter. If I spread the word, maybe I can catch some fish from the heavenly demon palace. Xu Ming really didn't care. For so many days, the demon palace had not made any moves and seemed to have completely disappeared. Could it be that I am so shameless that I have to kill him first? To be honest, this matter cannot be blamed on the heavenly demon palace. Xu Ming could not stay in the city for more than a few days and would go to the secret realm or the wild. And they changed their appearance at the same time. So what can the demon palace use to cause trouble? Fishing. Xu Ming's speeches always refresh Zhuang Yu's understanding. Well, don't you think that I am quite suitable to join the heavenly demon palace? When I take the position of the palace master of the heavenly demon palace, I will bring them over to surrender and turn over to the light. Huh? Xu Ming's wild ideas left everyone speechless time and time again. Since I have collected enough medicinal herbs, I plan to return to the base camp tomorrow to help them resist the invasion of poisonous insects. At this time, Sang Miao spoke. Well, that's fine. The Witch Nation is stepping up its support by sending troops. The insect swarms in other places may riot. You just need to guard the exit. Xu Ming only started from the Wuzong forest and drove away the insect swarms here. In addition, there are also poisonous insects in the large area of the Blood Mist Swamp. A single move can affect the entire body. Before long, perhaps all the poisonous insects in the secret realm will begin to wreak havoc. Then you should take it easy and don't get bogged down in this. Xiaofeng saw Xu Ming's purchasing methods, which was an eye-opener. He will start his own practice next. Don't worry, they're just bugs. Kill them all. The next day, Xu Ming took the basic topographic map given to him by Zhuang Yu and left with Hong Yu. Before leaving, he gave them a lot of antidotes and asked them to take them back to the base. This was Xu Ming's contribution to the injured soldiers. Xu Ming couldn't teleport with the red jade. If he put the red jade into the beast control space, the skeleton army would immediately unsummon and return to the undead plane. So, Xu Ming could only fly over like he did yesterday. At this moment, in the Wu Kingdom stronghold, the battle was still going on fiercely. A steady stream of insects were driven into the secret realm from outside, and most of them were flying insects. Some of them are not even monsters, but just ordinary bugs. They are pure cannon fodder. Obviously, at this point, they have run out of tricks. This is a 4th level secret realm, and only 4th level people can enter. They couldn't find more commander level monster insects in a short time. Moreover, even if they found them, they couldn't defeat the undead army. The current situation is similar to when the Xia Kingdom's Beastmasters faced them before, a 2-level reversal. However, they will still find a way. Many Beastmasters from the Witch Nation have already gone to the Blood Mist Swamp to seek help. They used secret methods to drive a small number of poisonous insects from the Blood Mist Swamp over to fight against Xu Ming's skeleton undead, which could also temporarily alleviate the urgent problem. The leader here, the 5th rank Beastmaster Damon, now had red eyes and murderous intent. His veins were exposed, and the tattoos on his body seemed to come alive. He had just learned that the undead disaster here was actually caused by a 4th level Beastmaster from the Xia country. It's such a shame. The Blood Turtle Witch Priest has sent an order, at all costs, either guard the secret realm or kill the Beastmaster named Xu Ming. There's actually only one choice. If Xu Ming doesn't die, these undead creatures will continue to emerge, and the secret realm will be lost sooner or later. I have been guarding this place from the early stage of the 4th level to the peak of the 5th level for more than 10 years. I have missed the birth of several children. How could I be defeated by a 4th-level Beastmaster? You despicable Xia people, if you have the guts, come out and fight me in single combat. What kind of ability is it to summon these undead spirits that blaspheme the lives of living beings? Damon sensed the vague surveillance and shouted loudly. One-on-one. Xu Ming sat on the snow wind dragon, with a layer of mist surrounding him, so he was not discovered by the other party. However, the summoning time of the Frostbone Dragon was almost up, so Xu Ming simply showed up to see what the other party wanted to do. If there is no other trick, then just die. Huh. You Wu people, you can actually fight alone? If it weren't for the disgusting swarm of insects, you would have been wiped out countless times. Xu Ming ordered the snow wind dragon to disperse the clouds and mist and appear in the air. It's indeed a Xia countryman. Fight him to death. Below, the Beastmaster of the Wu Kingdom, who was still only able to fight with swarms of insects, immediately controlled the swarm of insects, wishing to tear Xu Ming into pieces. Oh! Xu Ming looked at the various poisonous insects flying towards him and just sneered. Hong Yu beside him casually waved a blood-red light, covering the swarm of insects. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the insects exploded into blood-red fireworks in the air. This group of bugs seemed to be numerous, but they were all just some small fry at the spiritual awakening and extraordinary levels. You can only choose one between quantity and quality. Most Beastmasters in the Wizarding Nation can only train their leader insect to a level that matches their own. As for the insect swarms under their command, where would they get so many resources? Besides, a population is only allowed to have one leader. It is unheard of to find a Beastmaster like Xu Ming who can summon thousands of creatures of equal rank with a wave of his hand. In this regard, Xu Ming could only say that he had no resources and could only spend his life. Just now you said you wanted to fight alone, and now you're summoning a swarm of insects. You monkeys from the Wu Kingdom really talk nonsense, worse than dogs. I'll let you live one more day. Why did you call for help? You even threw an unhatched larvae to die. Don't be so complacent. How dare you humiliate me like this? I will definitely make you pay the price. Haha, you're just a loser. Can you only bark helplessly? Since you can't squeeze out any value, then you might as well go to hell. As Xu Ming's voice fell, all the Frostbone dragons dropped the small insects that were entangled with them, gathered above the Witch Kingdom's stronghold, and then exhaled frost together. In an instant, everything below froze into ice. Except for a few dozen people on the periphery, all the hundreds of Beastmasters from the Witch Kingdom were frozen into popsicles. Along with the densely packed insects below, all were frozen to the ground. I've been playing with you guys all day. Do you really think I can only laugh? The number of insect swarms sent in is getting smaller and smaller. It is obvious that this place has been abandoned by the top leaders of the witch country outside. Since they knew Xu Ming's name, they naturally knew the power of the creatures Xu Ming summoned. After more than half a year, its strength has increased dozens of times. It's not that they're willing to give up, it's that there is really no other way. Chapter 127 Scorpion King. After dealing with most of the remaining Beastmasters of the Witch Kingdom, the mission of this group of Frostbone dragons was considered completed, and they all returned to the plane of the undead. After a short break, you could be summoned again, but it's not necessary for now. There were still some small fish left, and they all fled in panic. Only the big leader, even though he was sprayed with icy breath, remained unafraid with his upper body naked, and glared at Xu Ming. It seems that there was no damage. This kind of physique surprised Xu Ming a little. There's a reason why the Wu Kingdom was able to occupy a place and survive tenaciously. Cockroach is a strong, surviving creature. You still want to fight one-on-one? If you give me this chance, I will recognize you as a warrior. Hee, I don't need your approval. However, I can give you this opportunity. Don't let me down. No, it's about not disappointing my beast. As he spoke, Xu Ming summoned Dabai out. Dabai looked around, but didn't see his opponent. I won't use just one beast. When Damon saw Dabai, he instantly understood what Xu Ming meant. Go ahead, give it your all. You only have one chance. Damon roared, and the ground suddenly exploded, and a monarch-level black scorpion emerged from the ground. Afterwards, the scorpion slowly merged with the big man's body, becoming a strange creature with a human upper body and a scorpion lower body. Scorpion King? Xu Ming complained secretly. The fight was still going on over there, and a four-winged centipede flew over from a distance. Then, the centipede drilled directly into the big man's body and turned into a tattoo, remaining on the big man's shoulder. The big man roared and seemed to be in great pain. This was not the end. Afterwards, the big man's body continued to crack, and a group of black insects drilled out from it, forming a set of insect armor on the big man's surface. Xu Ming, he felt a little regretful. The main thing is that this transformation process is too disgusting. I originally wanted to see what abilities the Beastmasters of the Witch Country had and experience some exotic features, but I didn't expect to end up making myself sick. Roar, die! The big man roared suddenly and rushed towards the bai. Originally, the big scorpion should be about 10 meters long, including its tail. Now the scorpion's head has become the big man's body. Moreover, the big man seemed to be able to use the scorpion's pincers and tail freely. Overall, it seems to have been greatly strengthened. Xu Ming had witnessed battles involving beast spirits before, and had even admired a real beast-eared girl in the club. However, the Witch Country Beastmaster's abnormal, changing form, fighting style of merging with insects is also an eye-opener. Dabai, leave him an intact body. Boo! Dabai was also disgusted enough that he immediately entered combat mode. The giant incarnation of thunder. Golden steel body. Wind and thunderstep. Thunderpalm. In an instant, a giant beast more than 10 meters tall turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the Scorpion King with thunder and lightning. Ai, Tintin. Damn, what the hell? Before the Scorpion King could figure out the situation, Dabai slapped him away, and his combined form disintegrated in midair. Kill the monarch-level top red-eyed scorpion and plunder the alien's lifespan for 300 years. Kill the four-winged centipede at the peak of the monarch level and plunder the alien's lifespan of 300 years. Kill the top commander-level barbarian Bulgu and plunder the alien's lifespan of 200 years. Barbarian Bulgu? Xu Ming didn't care much about the monarch-level monster insect in front of him, but he found something new. Insanity. Furthermore, it seemed that the big man was not summoned in the form of a bug, but had always been fused with him. It seems that the tattoo on the big man's body is like a blood red bull, a poisonous insect. I didn't expect that this thing could be contracted. Xu Ming gained some knowledge. However, even plants can be contracted, so it doesn't seem strange to have a contract with them. Just when Xu Ming was busy collecting the insect corpses and crystal cores that exploded from the big man, he suddenly felt the communicator vibrating and someone was calling. When he opened it, he saw that it was his long-lost leader, Marshal Xia. Marshal Xia, why are you looking for me all of a sudden? If I don't look for you, you just poke a hole in the sky, right? How can that be? Don't you know exactly where I am? I just killed a few bugs and a bunch of monkeys. No big deal. Haha, you really hit their weak spot, attracting their wizard king here, and he's confronting me from a distance. I have to say, you're really good at making trouble. First it was the Heavenly Demon Palace, then it was the Witch Country. If this continues, I dare not keep you in Xia Country. I will send you out to expand the territory. The way he said this sounded as if Xu Ming was the reincarnation of some unlucky star. However, Xiao Wushang could never have imagined that Xu Ming was involved with the 10,000 Races Alliance and was a man who aspired to become the Serpent Lord. The 10,000 Races Alliance was an existence that the Xia Kingdom had to treat with caution. As long as the other party did not make trouble in public, they could only turn a blind eye. As long as the benefits are sufficient, expanding the territory is a piece of cake. Just tell me which piece of land you want. Okay, it's almost time to come out. The Witch Nation seems to be making some moves. It looks like they are planning to completely seal off the exit to their secret realm. Seal it? Are you so afraid of me? What do you think? Why don't you try going out from over there? What are they afraid of? They can't be afraid of bugs. These bugs are like their real fathers. They love each other so much. Xiao Wushang decided to bring Xu Ming with him the next time he confronted the Witch King. Maybe he could make the Witch King angry to death with his mouth. Whatever it is, it won't be anything good. They have made up their minds that since they can't hold on, they will just break up and not let us have an easy time. You should think about it carefully. If anything goes wrong, I will withdraw immediately. I was originally planning to withdraw this year, but I didn't expect you to give me a surprise. Okay, I captured a prisoner from the Wu Kingdom. Wait for me to ask him. After saying that, Xu Ming hung up. Afterwards, Xu Ming asked Xia Feng and the others. The answer was that the pressure on the Xia Kingdom's stronghold had suddenly increased, and all kinds of chaotic swarms of insects were rushing out, as if fleeing for their lives. It looks like there's something. Xu Ming brought Hong Yu and stood beside Damon's body, thinking. He had no Wu prisoners, but he did have a fresh Wu corpse. As the saying goes, corpses don't lie. Let's get started. Xu Ming instructed Hong Yu. Hong Yu nodded, stretched out her bone claws, and a ball of gray aura rushed directly towards Damon's body. The dead awaken. Ho ho ho. Goo God, please punish this person who blasphemed this soul. In an instant, Damon realized what had happened and screamed in horror. Chapter 128, Sealing Off the Secret Realm. Haha. After you answer my questions, I will naturally send you to see your Goo God. Don't even think about it. Can you threaten a dead person? Why would I threaten you? I've already said that corpses don't lie, Hung Yu. Undead enslavement. You're going to die, but you're still being stubborn. What's more, he was still being stubborn in front of the Lich. Tell me, what the hell are you doing here? I have arranged for all the other members of my tribe to go to the Bone Erosion Pond to offer sacrifices to the Goo King in the pond. Soon, the Goo King in the Bone Erosion Pond will be born. Even though he was enslaved, Damon's tone was full of fanaticism. Goo King? King level. If you want to be promoted to the king level, you must either defeat a king level master of a higher level, or you must have other opportunities, such as bloodline or natural treasures. You have to have both strength and luck. Otherwise, how can you become a king? The Goo King in the Bone Erosion Pond naturally did not defeat other king-level beings, nor did there exist any king-level beings for him to defeat. It must be because of the special environment here that it was nurtured to the king level. What's so powerful about this Goo King? I don't know, but generally speaking, below the god level, Goo is automatically one level higher than insects. The Goo King is equivalent to a dominant demon insect. When a Goo King is born, the first thing he does is to devour all the living things around him to replenish his nutrients or turn them into his own Goo slaves. Are Goo automatically one level higher than insects? Xu Ming didn't know much about insect poison, but just by listening to this guy's description, he could feel how awesome it was. Goo is the equivalent of the Dragon Man among the Zerg. Just like the Dragon Clan among monsters, the true dragon bloodline among the Dragon Clan. Xu Ming Panda. If what Damon said is true, this Goo King can indeed sweep across the entire secret realm. The key point is that no matter when the Goo King is born, he is a time bomb that will eventually explode. However, the Wu Kingdom has now detonated it ahead of time. Moreover, they are obviously more experienced in dealing with this kind of situation. Perhaps, after the storm, they can make a comeback again. No matter what, the Witch Kingdom is more adept at using things like Goo, and the Goo King must be more compatible with them. How many days at most? This time, my people also brought the Goo blood sent by the Witch King. The Goo King will be born at this time tomorrow, at the latest. Fuck, you guys are really efficient. Xu Ming cursed, then sent the recording to Xiao Wushang. Xiao Wushang's reply was also very simple. Before dark, the secret realm will be sealed off. Xu Ming thought about it and wondered what he could change if he could go back in time. It seems that nothing can be changed. This is a time bomb. If it doesn't explode today, it will explode in the future. Seeing how Xiao Wushang sealed off the secret realm so decisively, it was clear that he was not unprepared. Obviously, he had already smelled a hint of conspiracy in the tug-of-war with the Wu Kingdom. The Wu Kingdom has been waiting for the right opportunity to deal a big blow to the Xia Kingdom. However, this time Xu Ming almost drove him out of the secret realm, so he had to launch the attack in advance. Even if Xu Ming could stop this attack and drive the Witch Kingdom out, they would still come back after Xu Ming left the secret realm. After all, Xu Ming couldn't stay here forever. When we returned to the base, we saw that under the cover of the ancient Tiansang tree, we were able to withstand the attack of the insect swarm. The garrison in the stronghold has begun to retreat in an orderly manner. What a pity the resources here. It's good enough to save my life. It's a pity that the Wu people were not driven out. Many soldiers have been stationed here for many years. Xu Ming, what's going on? Why do you suddenly want to seal off the secret realm? When Zhuang Yu saw Xu Ming coming back, he asked curiously. His intuition told him that it must be related to Xu Ming. The Wu people are holding back something big. There is a Goo King being raised in the Bone Erosion Pond, and it is about to be born. You know, Goo King is comparable to a dominant insect. After Xu Ming finished speaking, the surroundings fell into silence. Then, with a crackling sound, the speed of packing things up became even faster. Brother, where did you get this information from? Don't spread rumors recklessly and disrupt the morale of the army. At this time, someone nearby reminded. Here, I found it in the Wu country camp. I'm keeping it as a souvenir. As he spoke, Xu Ming threw out a handful of pendants that looked like they were made of some kind of teeth. He stripped these from the beastmasters of the Wu Kingdom. Originally, he wanted to look for space rings or something like that, but it turned out that all of them were poor. There are only these things, something like identification. Fuck. These are all the insect tooth pendants of the beast masters of the Wu kingdom. Damn it. Are they going to wipe out all the bases and nests of the Wu nation? Now, I feel more balanced and calm. Who was that brother just now? He was so fierce. Brother, how long have you not been online? You don't even know the number 1 4th level person in Xia country. Please tell me in detail. I've been stationed here for 3 years and my eyes are almost blind. Brother, I admire you. Let me tell you. Xu Ming took a look and found that most of them had evacuated and there was nothing he could do. So he left the secret realm directly. Come with me to see Marshal Xia. As soon as I came out of the secret realm, I saw Xia Feng waiting at the exit. Let's go. Xu Ming was not surprised that Xia Wushang came to find him. Maybe there will be some reward. After all, it is a great achievement. Why are even the city areas being evacuated? Walking out of the camp, Xu Ming asked puzzledly. Although the population of this small border town is not large, it has at least several 100,000 people. At this moment, everyone is evacuating urgently. Marshal Xia's order should be related to the Gu King you mentioned. Soon, the two arrived at Xia Wushang's temporary military tent. You did a good job on this matter. I was right not to give you any military position. You are suitable for causing trouble everywhere. After the greetings, Xia Wushang praised Xu Ming, and it seemed like he was giving himself a thumbs up. Military position? What kind of military position? What are the benefits? Pull you out of school and make you my personal bodyguard? Ahem. Xu Ming almost choked. Personal bodyguard? You are at the 8th level. Do you need me to be your bodyguard? However, Xu Ming also knew that the so-called personal bodyguard was just a layer of protective golden light, and no one would dare to provoke him after that. You look unhappy. I still like to stir up trouble everywhere. Well, that's what you said. When Xu Ming heard Xia Wushang say this, he had a bad feeling. Afterwards, Xu Ming's premonition came true. Xia Wushang took out a piece of information and asked Xia Feng to give it to Xu Ming. Xia Feng took a casual glance, and his pupils suddenly dilated. He hurriedly concealed the shocked expression on his face. Just watch it. I'll let you know so that you don't do anything stupid in the future. Then, Xia Feng dared to take a serious look. What heavenly demon palace? What saint girl? Is this thing really something you can watch? Chapter 129 Choice. What the hell? Xu Ming looked at Xia Feng's expression, as if he had seen a ghost, and couldn't help but feel confused. Then, Xia Feng handed him a top-secret file with a complicated look. The orphan left behind in Tianan City before the death of the previous saint of the heavenly demon palace? Xu Ming himself knew clearly what was wrong with him. Without the acceleration plug-in, the original Xu Ming was a loser. I don't know how many times I have died. Still ignoring the influence of demonization? Damn, this is the effect of accelerating lifespan. Snap! Xu Ming simply threw the so-called top-secret file to the ground and started to ask for a price. Now, it's not me who is begging Xia Wushang, but he who is begging me. Xu Ming. However, Xu Ming's actions scared Xia Feng, who was afraid that he would do something extreme. He truly recognized Xu Ming as his brother. He never expected that he would be involved with the Heavenly Demon Palace, and he would not believe it. Marshal Xiao, what does this mean? I originally intended to upload this information. However, your performance is so dazzling that I am reluctant to do so. I can give you the choice. Do you want to help me complete this plan, or do you want to be your Xia country genius? Are you really going to let me go undercover in the Heavenly Demon Palace, become the palace master, and then turn from darkness to light? Even Xia Wushang was speechless at Xu Ming's imagination. The original plan remains unchanged, but there are only a few people who can access this information. Moreover, if you can really become the lord of the Heavenly Demon Palace, I won't bother with you as long as you don't come to Xia country to cause trouble. We can even provide you with support. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. If I choose to take on this inexplicable identity, what benefits will it bring? If there is no benefit in doing this, it doesn't matter who you love. What do you want? Xia Wushang naturally knew Xu Ming's character very well and asked directly. Well, what is the most Marshal Xia can offer? Xu Ming knew that he would definitely lose money if he asked for the price he wanted, so he might as well listen to what the other party had to say. Whatever the reason, how about I protect you 3 times? As long as you help me find that person, even if you really betray Xia country in the future, I will keep you safe. This condition is almost equivalent to a golden ticket to immunity from death. But Xu Ming doesn't need it all. I don't think this will be useful. Then I will attack you 3 times. and I will help you kill anyone within the 7th level. This doesn't seem to be necessary. I usually like to take revenge myself. Xu Ming refused again. There was something wrong with Xiao Wushang's expression. There is no way. Both parties are standing at different heights. For Xiao Wushang, taking action for you 3 times is enough benefit and power. However, Xu Ming doesn't need it all. It would be more practical to give himself some actual scarce resources. Well, Marshal Xia, how about giving me a few buckets of true dragon origin blood? I can barely accept that. How many? How many barrels? Xiao Wushang thought he had heard it wrong. 1 or 2 drops is barely acceptable. A few barrels, what a joke. Since when can the blood of origin be measured in barrels? Even if you refine my ancient black dragon completely, you still won't be able to produce a few barrels of origin blood. Really? So rare. However, Xu Ming thought that even Xiao Long could only get a drop or 2, so he gave up the idea. Then give me the wind and thunder god iron. Do you have this? Xu Ming thought about it and realized that he didn't seem to have even the shadow of this thing, so it seemed that he could mention it. It's difficult. I can't guarantee it. 7th level undead skeleton material? No time. Xu Ming was speechless. You are at the 8th level, but you don't have anything. Are you just thinking of getting something for nothing? Xiao Wushang was even more speechless. Even after 3 attempts, he was still not as good as these mere 7th level materials. The key is that I really can't take it out. These are completely rare materials, but their value is just average. If they are not urgently needed, how can they compare to the gold medal of immunity from death? Then I'll do my best to search for the wind and thunder divine iron. If you can't find it, I'll personally kill a rank 7 skeleton overlord for you after this is over. How do you think? Okay, that's it. However, if the other party or the Heavenly Demon Palace doesn't react at all, 3 years is the limit. Good. Xu Ming didn't lose anything anyway. Besides, he was worried about helping Qian Huan find some demonic creatures or abysses. After evolving into the 1,000 illusions and 10,000 demons sky-swallowing python, Qian Huan can only rely on demonic energy to improve. Now Xiao Wushang only knows Hongyu. If he sees Qian Huan's true form, he might really think that Xu Ming is the illegitimate son of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Also, as a suspected spy of the Heavenly Demon Palace, isn't it a bit too outrageous that you have millions of military merits? Millions of military merits? Xiao Feng, who was eating melons on the side, looked at Xu Ming in disbelief. Then he thought about how many military merits he had, more than 10,000 or 20,000. This was also thanks to Xu Ming, and was the reward for exposing the conspiracy of the Demon Palace in the secret realm of the school. However, after seeing Xu Ming build an army by himself, the million military merits seemed reasonable again. In fact, if we are in a state of war, it should be far more than that. Marshal Xia, the military's material exchange list doesn't have what I need, not even the 5th level promotion potion. What can I change? I can't change the rank of a general, right? General. If you can be promoted to the 8th rank within 20 years, let alone general, even a military marshal would be fine. However, now, I have to reset your military merits. Okay, what about compensation? Forget the spirit stones, I don't need them. Millions of military merits, if converted into spirit stones, would only be worth a few million. However, even hundreds of millions of spirit stones cannot be exchanged for millions of military merits. These are all achieved through hard work, and there is no room for falsehood. In fact, there are many records of killing monsters that were not recorded by the communicator because the distance was too far. Either it's also 7th level material, or, as he spoke, Xiao Wushang took out a lavender stone. This stone is the trial teleportation stone for the true dragon's secret realm. It can be used once every 100 years to enter the secret realm of the true dragon. I found my ancient black dragon egg there. Isn't it in the secret realm of Dragon Island? The secret realm of Dragon Island? If I take the black dragon to Dragon Island, the current Dragon Clan leaders will have to kneel down to welcome me. Xu Ming. Nothing much to say, awesome. Xu Ming had no interest in the ancient dragon eggs, but he hoped to get some real dragon blood, which might be able to stimulate Qian Huan's hidden blue dragon bloodline. If the ancient blue dragon is born, Xiao Wushang's black dragon will also have to kneel. Then, Xu Ming suddenly remembered something. By the way, Marshal Xia, where is the true dragon secret realm? Have no idea. Chapter 130, let me go in and try. What? You don't know? Xu Ming immediately withdrew his hand that was about to take the trial teleportation stone. Well, the True Dragon Secret Realm was originally placed in the Dragon Palace and was one of the most important components of the Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, after the Dragon Palace was destroyed, the whereabouts of the True Dragon Secret Realm became unpredictable. In the Forbidden Demon's Sea, it's roughly that range, and the only clue is that the closer you get, the darker the stone becomes. If this stone glows purple, you can teleport in. When you were at the second level, you dared to venture into the Forbidden Demon's Sea. I admire you. No, I was just strolling along the beach and found this glowing stone. Xu Ming. Xiaofeng. What is this? The real Destiny child, right? However, apart from me, no one else has entered since then. Before the 7th level, you can enter. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Or would you rather have an Overlord-level skeleton undead material? Xu Ming thought about it for a while and made a decision. I think my luck is okay, so I'll take this one. Having said that, Xu Ming still picked up the purple stone. As the protagonist of the most influential event in the past 10,000 years, Xu Ming will naturally go to the Forbidden Demon Sea where the magic dragon fell sooner or later. The key point is that Qianhuan's Songlong bloodline must be closely related to the blood of the true dragon. If Xu Ming wanted to get it, he couldn't really kill the demigod dragons and refine it, right? If I am so awesome, it seems that the bloodline of the Songlong is dispensable. Well, I think your luck is pretty good, comparable to mine. Xu Ming, you're really good at flattering yourself. If that's the case, I won't have any scruples. Unless it's a matter of life and death, I won't consider your situation. A disaster is about to break out here, so you should leave as soon as possible. After saying this, Xiao Wushang returned to the look of the ruthless military marshal. Marshal Xia, is it not possible to seal off the secret realm? Do we need to evacuate the entire city? If Nanling City were to be abandoned completely, the border would be retreated by dozens of kilometers. Gu is different from monster insects and monster beasts. Those blockade measures cannot completely isolate the influence of the Gu King. Throughout history, whenever the Gu King was born, at least one city would be destroyed, even in the Witch Kingdom. However, they have more ways to deal with it. How about letting me go in and try? You? Such a selfless spirit is not in line with the style of the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Palace. I can't bear to let you be bait. I just think there are still a lot of resources left in there that can be harvested to avoid wasting them. That's more like it. But are you sure? Regardless, I don't want you to die for now. I'm not sure I can solve it, but I'm sure I can save my life. I can teleport. Space teleportation? Xiao Lu is so willing to give it up. It's not the principal shadow spirit. Anyway, it has this life-saving ability. If it can't be solved, I won't force it. Well, just try to collect as many resources as you can. If you can solve the problem completely, I will give you 10 of the output of this secret realm in the future. Hey, that's not bad. However, I can't stand being schemed against by the Wu Kingdom. No matter what they want to do, I can't let them do what they want. Xu Ming came out of the secret realm with the intention of going back in and revealing some of his cards to avoid unnecessary worry and people thinking that he was doomed. If you're not the only one who met the requirements of my plan, I would really be reluctant to let you take the risk. People like you should become the sharpest blade of Xia country, destined to scare all enemies. After a long silence, Xiao Wushang sighed. At this moment, he really had the idea of training Xu Ming to be his successor. No matter how sharp a weapon is, it is afraid of having impurities and cracks inside. I feel that, rather than being the blade, it is better to be the cracks and impurities within the enemy. This kind of work is more suitable for me, huh? As he spoke, Xu Ming started laughing. Considering my various identities, this metaphor is quite appropriate. Well said. Xiao Wushang looked at Xu Ming and then at Xiaofeng. In the end, without saying anything more, he gave Xu Ming a pass token and let the two of them go out. After leaving Xiao Wushang's military tent, Xu Ming and Xiaofeng separated. One is going to do something, while the other is going back to continue his training. Xiaofeng follows the path of sword intent. There is no need to rush, and there is no way to rush. What's more, he just seemed to be progressing slowly compared to Xu Ming, but he was still a leader among his peers. Xu Ming changed his appearance, then took Xiao Wushang's token and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm against the retreating crowd. When Xu Ming arrived, the blockade work was about to come to an end. However, after seeing Xiao Wushang's token, the soldiers could only open the secret realm to Xu Ming. Even though he was curious about what this person was doing in the secret realm, where the Gu King was about to be born, he didn't dare to ask more questions. Of course, he would not forget his job and would continue to block the entrance to the secret realm. When we returned to the base, it had become a ruin and we had taken away everything we could. Zhuang Yu and Sang Miao were the last group to leave. Before leaving, they sent a message to Xu Ming to say hello. After inviting Xu Ming, if I have the chance, I must visit Biluo City. I will definitely go. Xu Ming replied. Maybe Zhuang Yu would think Xu Ming was just being polite, but Xu Ming knew that he would definitely go. Whether it is the Forbidden Demon Sea or the Yellow Spring Secret Realm. If all else fails, it would be nice to go to the Demonic Snake Kingdom to collect some demonic resources. As for now, Xu Ming plans to go to the Bone Erosion Pond first to take a look. Hiss hiss hiss. Squeak squeak squeak. Chirp chirp. It seemed as if a storm of insects was blowing through the entire secret realm. The most horrific locust plague Xu Ming had seen in videos before was not even 1/10 of what is here. The key is that the bugs here are not only numerous, but also big. Except for those common poisonous insects, as long as they are of a higher rank, they are usually the size of a palm at the smallest. Once a demon insect enters the realm of demon insects, even the lowest level, the awakened spirit level, is extremely deadly to ordinary people. However, at this moment in the secret realm, whether it is ordinary insects or the highest level monarch level insect leaders, they're all fleeing in panic, trying to escape from this cage. Qianhuan transformed into a giant green grasshopper about 5 meters long. From time to time, he grabbed a handful of flying insects and swallowed them into his mouth, with juice splashing everywhere. As for Xu Ming, he relied on the protection of Qianhuan and stood among the insect swarm. Looking at the apocalyptic scene in front of me, I was a little speechless. This is none of my business. This is all the work of the Wu Kingdom. It seemed that no matter where he went, it was always like a disaster star descending, bringing disaster to the secret realm or the monster territory. However, we can also think about it from another perspective. Isn't the disaster caused by other species actually our own blessing? Chapter 131, Decline and Demise. The Bone Eroding Pond is located in the heart of this secret realm, at the very center of the Blood Mist Swamp. Although it was named Tan, it was much larger than the deep cave pools Xu Ming had seen before. The water area is not smaller than that of an ordinary lake. Moreover, the terrain is lower than the surrounding area. All the sewage and toxins in the entire Blood Mist Swamp have gathered into the pool. Over the years, it has become an excellent place for practicing poison. Unlike other places in the secret realm, this place seems exceptionally peaceful. Even above the lake, no poisonous insect dared to fly. All the insects fled with their backs facing this place. Therefore, when Xu Ming arrived, he felt it was extremely quiet, without any noise at all. Moreover, unlike the filthy tones of the Blood Mist Swamp, the water here appears exceptionally clear. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Not only are there no fish, but even the most common poisonous insects here are nowhere to be seen. Not only were there no living creatures, there wasn't even a single dead insect to be found. Bone Erosion Pond. Hong Yu, throw a few skulls in there and see if it really lives up to its name. Xu Ming summoned Hong Yu and gave the order. Yes. Then, a white summoning circle appeared in front of Hong Yu. 4 elite 1-star skeletons appeared in the middle of the magic circle. This was randomly summoned by Hong Yu. It has not been trained much and is perfect for use as cannon fodder. Immediately afterwards, under Hong Yu's command, the 4 skeleton soldiers all jumped into the bone-eroding pool with a splash. At first, there was nothing unusual about these skeletons, and one could even see them slowly sinking into the water. But gradually, something started to feel wrong. The originally white skeleton bones gradually turned gray and black. Finally, before they sank completely, all 4 skeletons turned into ashes. Click! Hong Yu's body trembled, as if she had suffered a little backlash. The summoned creature will die immediately, and the summoner will also suffer some damage. But for Hong Yu, it can be ignored. What's going on? Can it really corrode bones? The scene just now is quite consistent with the name of Bone Erosion Pond. Moreover, Xu Ming did not feel any fluctuation in his abilities, as if it was just the effect of the pool water. It's not corrosion, but it seems that the vitality has been devoured. Ruby answered. Vitality? Although the object being described is a skeleton, Xu Ming does not think there is anything wrong with the vitality. Even undead creatures are another form of living creatures. As long as the fire of their souls is not extinguished, they are living creatures. However, I didn't expect that the Gu King's ability would be in this form. At this moment, Xu Ming suddenly felt a flash of light before his eyes. The 4 skeletons actually returned to the shore intact, and Hong Yu was driving them into the pool. Wait, Hong Yu, send them back first. Xu Ming called a halt immediately. Hong Yu did not hesitate and obeyed the order. As for Xu Ming, he communicated with the spirit of time in his heart. What's going on? Shi Ling. Everything that just happened was obviously the work of Shi Ling. Time went back. There were only 4 skeletons, so there was no need to go back in time. The only explanation was that Xu Ming was tricked by accident. There's a force that is affecting your vitality. Although you cannot feel it, your lifespan has just been reduced by 10 years. It is recommended that you stay away from it. Xu Ming. Damn, my lifespan is less than 100 years in total, and I reduced it by 10 years. This kind of power really kills people without being seen. No wonder all the insects are running for their lives. Thinking of this, Xu Ming did not hesitate to put away the red jade and let Xian Huan take him away from Tan Bian, farther away, and stay in the sky. Then, of course, we need to call for help. Xu Ming knew nothing about things like Gu. Since Xiao Wushang was able to confront the Witch King, he must know some clues. Boy, is teleportation not working? I can release you before the Gu King explodes completely. Xiao Wushang teased. It must be nothing good if Xu Ming contact him at this time. Marshal Xia, this Gu King is indeed difficult to deal with. I can feel the power of vitality being devoured from afar. Xu Ming made up a reason. Life force was devoured? Are you sure? Xiao Wushang's tone suddenly became serious. Yeah, that's right. Except for me, all the poisonous insects here fled from the bone erosion pond, as if they had seen a ghost. Sure enough, I said there would be no such thing as coincidence. It turns out it was the work of the unlucky king. Come out quickly. This is not something you can handle. The king of bad luck? What kind of bad name is this? Is it that powerful? One of the 4 great wizard kings of the wizard kingdom, Wu Shuai, the master of the decline and death Gu. If he doesn't want to die, he can trade with anyone, including me. So awesome? You mean the Gu King here was created by that unlucky king? Gu is something that is refined from insects. You can think of it as a plague that spreads everywhere. The king of decline must have had someone bring the seeds of the decline and death Gu to him, letting it slowly develop here, and eventually he got what he wanted. By the way, a trap was set for Xia Kingdom, but now the trap has been broken. Even so, he made a lot of money. This offspring of the decline Gu, after being recovered, might be used to train Wu Shuai's successor. Can't get him. Xu Ming can't bear to see other people succeed in their plans, so he must get rid of him. Don't be impulsive. There's really no way to deal with it in the secret realm. The decay and death Gu feeds on life. Anyone who is infected, whether it is a monster or a human, will age quickly and die, and then spread the power of decay and death everywhere. Let me put it this way, Wu Shuai has less than 20 years left to live, and I can still live for 1,000 years, but if we really fight, he can trade 1 for 1 with me. Although there is a king-level Gu inside, it shouldn't cost much to kill it. The only way is to completely withdraw from this area, and then after all living things here are extinct, the declined Gu will naturally be taken back. Okay, I won't be stubborn. How's the evacuation going outside? They should have left the influence of the secret realm. If they dare to reach out of the secret realm, I will not let them go. That's good. I'll take another look and get ready to go out. After saying that, Xu Ming hung up the phone. High in the sky, Xiao Wushang stood on the Black Dragon, confronting the Witch King who was hundreds of miles away. Damn, I have a scary feeling. Is this kid going to do something big again? I haven't lived enough. There are a few 8th level or demigods in the world now, and I guess no one wants to provoke that immortal old man Wu Shuai. Trading 1 for 1 with a dying person is such a loss. Xiao Wushang murmured. He had already explained everything he could do and say. If Xu Ming still wanted to die, there was no way he could rescue him. The point is, under normal circumstances, who would be willing to go to such a dangerous place? Is space teleportation really enough? Chapter 132, this time it really became a disaster. After finishing the call with Xiao Wushang, Xu Ming stopped in the air and thought about the information he had just received. Death Gu devouring vitality. It sounds similar to my own plundering of life. It's just that vitality is vitality, and lifespan is lifespan. If you really compare them, there is no comparison. One is as good as the other. What Xu Ming was thinking about was whether he had any way to deal with him. No matter if he is the unlucky king or some unlucky god, just kill him. However, what was different this time was that none of his beasts seemed to be able to kill a king-level Gu head-on. If it is an ordinary monster or insect, then there is nothing to say. Dabai can just kill it with shot. But something like Gu is not something Dabai can deal with. According to Xiao Wushang, the decay and death Gu can spread like a plague. If we talk a little bit about science, it is equivalent to microorganisms. No matter how hard Dabai's fist is, it can't break up the bacteria in the air. Although it may not be correct, it seems to be the truth. No matter what the entity of the so-called death poison is, it cannot be dealt with by brute force. Even Xiao Wushang had to temporarily avoid the attack and wait for Wu Shui to die of old age, which was enough to show how powerful the other party was. Zigu's successor, Xu Ming thought for a moment and decided to wait until the Gu King was born. Whether fighting or fleeing, we must ultimately see what the other party is like. As it was getting dark, Xu Ming decided to stay nearby tonight to avoid missing anything. Unfortunately, there was nothing valuable or any clues here except the damp swampy ground, weeds, and mud. Otherwise, Xu Ming could use the time anchor point to observe. But if there's no clue at all, it will be of no use even if Xu Ming uses up all the sand of time. More than 1,000 hours of sands of time may seem like a lot, but almost every skill of the time spirit must be used. Xu Ming never has too much of this stuff. Unless, fill the hourglass of time. However, it is far from being full yet. In the night, the bone erosion pond in the distance sparkled like a diamond. It seemed that there were countless points of light swimming in the water. It is completely invisible during the day, but only at night does it begin to show signs of being there. Squeak! 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 Suddenly, Xu Ming faintly heard a few cicadas chirping. Immediately afterwards, 3 streams of light shot up into the sky and then flew in 3 different directions. One of them came straight towards Xu Ming. Isn't there only one Gu King? How come there are 3? While Xu Ming was thinking, he asked Qianhuan to lower his altitude to avoid the stream of light. However, the other party seemed to notice Xu Ming and ran straight towards him. Xu Ming, looking to me for a job. Later, Xu Ming thought that this might be an opportunity to take a closer look at what this thing is. So, Xu Ming asked Shirling to be ready to rescue him at any time, while he stretched out his hand and took the initiative to greet the other party. Snap! Faintly, Xu Ming saw a golden cicada wrapped in the light. However, after the collision, I didn't feel anything at all, as if nothing happened. Xu Ming retracted his palm, and there was a golden tattoo on the palm. Tattoo? Xu Ming had seen it before. There were quite a few of them on the faces and bodies of the Wu people. It seems that this is an external manifestation of Gu. You can raise Gu actively, or you can grow Gu passively. However, Xu Ming now seems to belong to the latter. Squeak! A cicada chirps. Your vitality is about to be plundered. You can consume the alien's lifespan to resist. Consume. Hurry up, man, I don't have much else, but I have plenty of this stuff. Consume 100 years of alien lifespan. Immediately afterwards, a golden light flashed on Xu Ming's palm, and the cicada-shaped tattoo shone brightly, as if it had been greatly replenished. Devouring vitality? I don't know how much vitality my 100-year lifespan can buy. Afterwards, Xu Ming's mind moved, and he seemed to understand why 3 of them appeared. The insects devour each other and eventually form a Gu. These 3 cicadas will have to go through a fierce battle before they can finally become the Gu King. Now, it is at most a monarch-level Gu. The other 2 are probably going to find other hosts to devour their vitality. No wonder those insects want to run away. If they don't run away, they will definitely die. Moreover, from what Xiao Wushang said, this thing can be contagious. Qianhuan, how do you feel? Just for a moment, I seemed to feel a devouring force, but it quickly disappeared. Xu Ming understood. It seems that he and Qianhuan were regarded as one, and he had paid the price. Okay, let's go to other places and see how powerful this decline and destruction Gu is. As he said that, Xu Ming asked Qianhuan to teleport him to a place with more insect to try. Kill the extraordinary 8-star sharp-blade scorpion and plunder the alien's lifespan of 18 years, X11. Kill the extraordinary 5-star red-eyed centipede and plunder the alien's lifespan for 15 years, X13. Kill the elite 4-star firefly and plunder the alien's lifespan for 24 years. Kill the commander level 1-star snake shadow glassworm and plunder the alien's lifespan of 110 years. Xu Ming. He swore that he had done nothing and was totally wronged. He just passed over the swarm of insects, and the insects fell to the ground one by one, twitching uncontrollably, and then died as if they had been sprayed with insecticide. Fuck, is this the effect of the declined goo? Xu Ming was slightly shocked. Although he usually harvested alien lifespans quickly and easily, this was the first time he experienced the pleasure of mowing the grass by himself. The key is I really didn't do anything. You can't even walk on the road, and no living creature is allowed within a radius of several hundred meters. The deaths of these creatures are all blamed on myself. Oh no, this is really a disaster. Not only is he a disaster star, but he's also a real plague god. This thing is fun for mowing the lawn, but it's not very convenient. If I take this out of the secret realm, no one will be allowed to approach me, in every sense of the word. Not to mention that some friends can only communicate remotely. Even the ladies in the club are out of reach. If it can't be controlled, Xu Ming thinks it would be better to peel this thing off. As for now, Xu Ming would naturally harvest the lifespan of the demon insects first to enjoy himself. As for Qian Huan, he can continue to devour insects, refine them into antidotes, and enrich the formula of the antidote, so as to eventually become immune to all poisons. Moreover, Xu Ming also understood why the Witch Kingdom directly sealed off the secret realm. It was to lock up all the insects in the entire secret realm and use them for the final nutritional development of the three goo, and then become the Goo King in one fell swoop. Xu Ming looked at the palm of his hand, then at the piles of insect corpses under his feet. Why do I feel like I don't match the style of painting here? Chapter 133, Scavenging for Resources. Why is it so short? Without looking, Xu Ming knew what the scenes in the other two places were like. There must be corpses everywhere, and two streams of light kept shuttling between temporary hosts one after another. No host can withstand their absorption of vitality, and all die instantly. Only with Xu Ming, when Jinshan starts eating, and what dishes he eats are all decided by Xu Ming. When he was happy, he would take it to reap the lives of insects. When he was too lazy to move, he would simply use the lifespan of other species instead. However, as far as the golden cicada is concerned, it prefers the alien lifespan, which is simply not on the same level, and the improvement to it is simply exponential. Absorbing the vitality of hundreds of thousands of insects is not as good as feeding an alien with a lifetime. Gradually, the golden cicada seemed to be shaped like Xu Ming. I tell you to open it, and I tell you to close it, and I tell you to close it. Do you understand? Xu Ming kept trying to communicate with the other party. However, the other party seemed to be mentally retarded and seemed to have only instincts. Perhaps he needed to completely merge into the Goo King to become smarter. Just think of me as your financial sponsor. What is a father? Do you understand? Squeak. This time, the golden cicada in the palm of his hand reacted. However, it was not to devour lifespan, but rather to respond. Know the meaning of dad. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Xu Ming felt a slight sense of accomplishment as he looked at the golden cicada tattoo that he had trained well. Whether you are the Witch King or the King of Misfortune, you have to call me Daddy. In case this thing cannot be controlled, Xu Ming doesn't care. He will just treat it as an experiment. He could go back to the previous time at any time and leave. Now, Xu Ming has one last thing to do, which is to wait for the three golden cicadas to completely compete with each other, merge into one, and become the Goo King. Next, Xu Ming strolled around like a street urchin in a secret place. All the herbs visible to the naked eye, whether recognized or not, were cleared away. These herbs used to grow in forests and swamps that were densely populated by insects. Not to mention whether it was dangerous or not, the swarms of insects also blocked the view. Now all the insects were being driven like dogs, squeezing towards the edge and exit of the secret realm. Some of the hidden herbs were clearly visible for him to pick. These resources are strategic resources for both the Xia and Wu kingdoms. At the very least, it will have a huge impact on the number of 4th and 5th level Beastmasters who will be promoted in the next 10 years. As one gains, the other loses. The more there are on our side, the fewer enemies there are. However, for Xu Ming, these are just numbers of spirit stones. If he couldn't exchange them for higher level resources, they wouldn't be of much use to him. Next, in addition to wandering around in the secret realm, he also occasionally paid attention to the situation outside. Everything was just as Xia Wushang said. The entire border city of Nanling was covered by the power of decline. Anyone who stays in the city and is below level 7 will suffer a loss of vitality at best, or die suddenly at worst. The experiment was conducted on a 5th level death row prisoner, and he died within an hour. Moreover, if the bodies of dead people are not dealt with, they will continue to pollute the land. If this situation continues for a few years, the Xia Kingdom will actually lose control of this land and allow the Wu Kingdom to move in. After that, this secret realm of insect prison belonged to them alone. We can go to war, but we must be prepared to lose an 8th-rank military marshal. A small border town seemed insignificant compared to an 8th-rank military marshal. Moreover, all the residents had evacuated, and the only loss was the land. Now, the Wu Kingdom has made it clear that it knows that the Xia Kingdom will not make a big move, so it dares to make some small moves. This method of cooking meat with a rolling knife made Xia Guo a little hesitant. The 8th-level forces of other countries or forces did not dare to invade the territory of Xia Kingdom easily, so as not to attract the attention of Zhu Xian's sword. And they themselves also have a certain ability to protect themselves, such as the 1-for-1 decay and destruction goo of the Witch Kingdom. The higher the level of power, the more of a deterrent it creates to each other. Moreover, there are many powerful forces surrounding Xia country, and the loss of any 8th-level person will lead to a certain degree of defensive gaps. Xu Ming's understanding of the structure of this beast-taming world became clearer as his strength increased. However, he was too lazy to think so much and add to his troubles. Checks and balances are something that the 8th level needs to consider. What does it have to do with him, a mere 4th-level person? In the past few days, I tried to get promoted several times, but failed again. Although I failed, I did gain some insights and realizations. This kind of thing really requires the right time, place, and people. Maybe, on a sunny morning, you will succeed in one go. It is also possible that, like before, you might get anxious and fail more than 100 times in a row. Now, Xu Ming is not in a hurry. He will try once a day, and he will be promoted successfully before going to the Yellow Spring Secret Realm. In the past, Xu Ming thought that it was too easy to graduate from school at the mere 4th level. Thinking about it now, I was still too naive. If I don't graduate early and start working as a bricklayer, where can I earn enough resources to buy potions? Except for Xu Ming, everyone else's potions are real consumables, and one less potion is needed as one is used. 4 days later, the turmoil in the insect prison secret realm gradually subsided. I could only faintly hear the chirping of cicadas coming from 3 directions. Squeak! 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 Stop making so much noise, it's killing me. Xu Ming directly cut off the cicada's chirping sound in his palm. If nothing unexpected happens, these are the only living creatures left in the entire secret realm. 3 golden cicadas and 1 Xu Ming. Regardless of how powerful this Gu King is, his consumption alone is enough to show that he is extraordinary. It takes devouring the vitality of so many living beings to create a Gu King. Even if the Gu King has the strength of an overlord, the price is too high. Just by strolling around, Xu Ming harvested several million years of lifespan of alien species. How many Overlord-level Beastmasters can he train with this? Of course, that's not entirely true. The higher the level, the more it becomes a matter of opportunity and suitable items for advancement rather than the length of time spent practicing. If not, there is no point in practicing for millions of years. Unless, for example, a time spirit can accumulate the sands of time simply by accelerating time, or a ruby, whose own advancement can remain unchanged, but the power of the undead plane can continue to increase. Back in the secret realm, the other 2 cicadas seem a little surprised after hearing such a short chirp. Why is this guy so short? Is it developmental impairment? Logically speaking, the 3 cicadas should have developed to a similar level, and after an evenly matched fight, the final winner would emerge. Now, if there's a guy who is obviously so weak, isn't he just waiting to be eaten? The triangle relationship, which was supposed to be stable, was broken in an instant. Eating this guy doesn't cost anything. After the strength increases dramatically, devour another guy. Then, 2 streams of light flew towards Xu Ming rapidly. Chapter 134, You Unfilial Son. Haha, do you think we're pushovers? Xu Ming could roughly understand the meaning of the golden cicada tattoo by the vibration of his palm. After waiting for so many days, the final results are finally going to be revealed, and Xu Ming is still somewhat looking forward to it. Through personal perception, Xu Ming had a general understanding of the effects and operating mechanisms of the decline goo. People who are parasitized by the decay and death insect will have their vitality continuously devoured until they die. Correspondingly, the more vitality the decay insect devours here, the more power of decay it will release and spread to the surrounding creatures. As long as there are living things around, they will continue to come. The only way to stop them is to isolate an area and completely clear it of all living things. Whether it is isolating living things or cutting through space, it's all possible. Alternatively, someone who also controls the decline and death, Xu, can control the spread of the power of decline and death. Xu Ming fed the golden cicada, the vitality transformed from its 100-year lifespan. Correspondingly, all living creatures in the surrounding area would lose a corresponding degree of vitality at the same time. As for the contractor of the decline and destruction Xu, it seems that the conversion efficiency can be greatly improved. Listening to what Xiao Wushang said, the other party only needs to consume 1 year's vitality to replace decades of people at the same level. It's really terrifying. Moreover, this is only for creatures of the same level. When facing lower-level creatures, it may not require any loss at all and can be taken away instantly, killing them without leaving any trace. For Xu Ming, it seems that he does not need to contract the decay Xu. He can achieve the same effect by just being a host. Although 1 year of your energy is equivalent to 100 years of my energy, I have tens of millions of years. How can you compete with me? In addition, the effects of the decline Xu should be different for different levels. Xu Ming was not completely clear about the details. In fact, a lot of the information above is mixed with some speculation. Squeak! The sound of a cicada interrupted Xu Ming's thoughts. A golden cicada appeared right in front of Xu Ming. Seeing a living thing in front of him, obviously, he was a little confused. Not bad. You're eating well and getting fat. Come to daddy. Xu Ming greeted the other party. At the same time, Xu Ming stretched out his hand, revealing the golden cicada tattoo on his palm. Squeak! The other party didn't quite understand what Xu Ming was doing, but out of instinct, he still rushed towards Xu Ming. 3 golden cicadas will eventually have a fight. It is more convenient to have a host as a battlefield. The fate of the decline and destruction Xu is to constantly seek out one host after another, devouring life and bringing death. When the golden cicada was about to hit Xu Ming's palm, the tattoo on Xu Ming's palm lit up instantly, and a golden cicada phantom came out to block it. It seemed that it regarded Xu Ming's body as its own private property and would not allow other members of the same clan to come over. Squeak! Moreover, he sent a feeling of grievance towards Xu Ming. It seems that he feels aggrieved about Xu Ming's scumbag behavior. Xu Ming, now I understand that a host can only be parasitized by one cicada. But it doesn't matter. Xu Ming just wanted to see what the Goo King looked like. Haha. Sao Rue, Daddy still loves you, go kill it. Afterwards, the 2 cicadas gradually became entangled with each other, as if they were devouring each other. No matter who wins in the end, they will obtain all the vitality of the opponent, and then their strength will increase greatly. After devouring another one, they can be promoted to the Goo King. Although the color of the one on Xu Ming's side is purer, it is not as huge as the previous one. These few days, I followed Xu Ming and fished for 3 days and rested for 2 days, and there was not much chance of catching any insects. In terms of quantity, it is slightly inferior. Squeak! Soon, Xu Ming received a request for help from the other party. Date 999. Xu Ming. Feeling the devouring power coming from his palm, Xu Ming was speechless. Are you asking for help? You clearly want to swallow me, you unfilial son. However, Xu Ming did not bother to argue with it and generously rewarded it with 1,000 years of life to prevent it from being killed. Even if it's just a puppy, I've raised it for a few days, so at least I'm more familiar with it. In the light ball, the 2 golden cicadas became invisible and difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Originally, the golden cicada that came from behind had the upper hand. You little bastard, you haven't developed yourself well these days. What are you doing? Look, I'm going to swallow you up. However, the next second, the slightly smaller golden cicada suddenly exploded, as if it had swallowed a ton of powerful pills in an instant. Not only did his size catch up, but his entire body was shining with golden light, and his momentum suddenly increased greatly. Before the opponent could react, he swallowed it in one gulp. I guess the other party never figured out until his death that this guy was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. In the air, after the 2 golden cicadas merged, only the one that came out of Xu Ming's body was left. Its body size had grown several times larger, and judging from its aura alone, it seemed to be far superior to that of an ordinary monarch-level demon insect. No wonder, the person before said that Goo is naturally 1 level higher than insects. However, The power of high-level goo does not lie in the direct increase in its strength, but in its methods that are more treacherous and difficult to guard against. Squeak. After the golden cicada finished digesting the food, it did not fly back to Xu Ming's palm, but chased in another direction. It wanted to devour the opponent and complete the final advancement. Moreover, Xu Ming vaguely felt that, as the other party's advancement progressed, some kind of spiritual intelligence of the other party was gradually awakening. Perhaps, the moment of successfully being promoted to the Goo King is when Xu Ming and Wu Shuai fight each other through the air. Qian Huan, follow and take a look. At this moment, a slightly smaller cicada was being chased. There was even a hint of panic in his eyes. It seemed that this situation was totally unexpected. It was clearly a three-way battle, so how come it ended before I even arrived, and I became the prey? Moreover, the latter one is a bit too strong. In the territory of the Wu Kingdom, on top of a stone tower, sat an old man who looked haggard and like a skeleton. Between the old man's eyebrows, there was a dark golden tattoo mark. If Xu Ming saw it, he would definitely be able to recognize it. It was similar to the one on his palm. Moreover, the patterns are more complex, the colors are deeper, and they carry ancient, mysterious lines. Suddenly, the old man's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a gleam of light flashed. Has the subgu undergone any abnormal changes? Many times stronger than expected, the old man whispered, but his expression was not worried, but slightly happy. It seems that such a change did not affect his plan, but instead far exceeded his expectations. Then, a flash of golden and red light appeared on the dark golden tattoo between the old man's eyebrows. The light shot straight into the sky and then disappeared without a trace. As for the old man, his skin, which was originally shaped like an old tree, seemed to have added a few more wrinkles invisibly. Chapter 135. The King of Decline and Destruction was born. It was not raised in vain. What the hell? When Xu Ming caught up with his golden Chan, he did not see the other party. However, a huge ball of golden light appeared in the air. Xu Ming was very familiar with this color. This was the scene when the two golden cicadas were fighting before. However, now there's a hint of blood mixed in with the gold. Like veins and blood vessels, they're being permeated by the golden light. Blood red abyss. Xu Ming now has a conditioned reflex to the color of blood, but he does not smell the familiar taste. Afterwards, Xu Ming summoned Hongyu again and asked her about her feelings. Master, there is no sign of demonization inside. It seems to be just some kind of blood power. Is that so? While Xu Ming was feeling doubtful, he also felt relieved. We are not afraid of the other party causing trouble, but we are afraid that even though we know there is something fishy, the other party will hide in the dark and delay taking action. If nothing unusual happened, Xu Ming would be unable to sleep and would have to give up the idea of causing trouble. Since the other party has taken action, it means that there is no way for the other party to be silent. Whatever means you have, you must use them now, otherwise you won't be able to hide them for long. In this way, Xu Ming would be more relieved. At least both sides were on the same starting line. Whether it's a mule or a horse, just take it out for a walk. Wu Shuai, what's your rank? Are you starting from the same level as me? However, in Xu Ming's opinion, Wu Shuai is in the open, while he is in the dark. If we round it off, he will definitely win. Afterwards, Xu Ming tried to communicate with the tattoo on his palm, intending to replenish some energy for his big son. He must not lose to the opponent. In an instant, another 1,000 years of the alien's lifespan was transformed into vitality and sent in as if it were free. Squeak! Suddenly, the golden light in the air burst out suddenly and expanded into a larger circle. Boom! Golden light exploded, and then a huge golden cicada shadow appeared in the sky. King-level decline and destruction goo is officially born. Faintly, one can see countless golden threads connecting all living things in the secret realm, including plants. At the same time, a thick golden thread was connected to Xu Ming's palm, and a red blood thread went straight into the void. The two seemed to be competing against each other. Child goo bloodline. Through the few words he had learned before, Xu Ming was also able to understand who the person behind the bloodline was. It seems that the other party controls and recovers the sub-goo in this way. Even the successor of the decline and desolation goo must be controlled by Wu Shuai for a certain period of time in the future. However, under the inheritance and system of the Witch Kingdom, everything seems normal. Isn't it normal for the higher level to control the lower level and the upper level to control the lower level? It's just that their approach is more direct and obvious, without any concealment. Almost everyone is infected with the unique goo of their own race as soon as they are born. It's not entirely a bad thing. In fact, it's more of a benefit. For example, the wild bull goo that Xu Ming had killed before must have increased physical qualities such as strength and physique. And now, the situation seems to be at a stalemate. For the golden cicada in the sky, one is the natural control of the blood mother goo, and the other is the father who pulled it up. It is difficult to give up both the palm and the back of the hand. Oh, it's hard to decide. Then I'll help you choose. Afterwards, Xu Ming communicated with Jin Chan. Do you want to eat more? Eat as much as you want. Naturally, Jin Chan would not refuse this. It had just been promoted to the king of goo and was in urgent need of replenishment. The stronger it is, the more capable it is of resisting the control of bloodline power. Consume 10,000 years of the alien's lifespan. Xu Ming, if I let you eat as much as you want, you will only eat for 10,000 years. I gave you the chance, but you didn't use it. However, although it only has a lifespan of 10,000 years, it is already a bit of excess nutrition for the cicada in the sky. Suddenly, the golden thread in the air became more than 10 times thicker, representing the connection between Xu Ming and Jin Chan. It's ridiculous. Originally, this represented the parasitic relationship between the goo and the puppet or host. The thicker the thread, the stronger the connection, which means the greater the damage to the host. Now, it's just the opposite, which means that the decline in destruction goo is more dependent on Xu Ming. This kind of inexhaustible excellent vitality is something that has never happened in the inherited memory of the decline and destruction goo that has been passed down in the world for tens of thousands of years. In short, the decline and destruction goo has been spoiled and doesn't care about the lives of other creatures. If anyone wants it to leave Xu Ming's body, it will get angry. Under the infusion of Xu Ming's huge lifespan, the golden cicada in the air became more solid, and the red blood threads inside appeared thinner. However, it seems unlikely to completely eliminate it. Afterwards, the golden cicada's body gradually shrank and re-entered Xu Ming's palm. At this moment, the golden tattoo became much more mysterious, and it had more vitality than Wu Shuai's dark gold, and less of the sedimentation of time. Moreover, there's a hint of blood mixed in the golden lines. Haha, that's right, I didn't raise you in vain. Xu Ming laughed out loud. I was already imagining what Wu Shuai's expression was at that moment. What kind of old immortal dared to commit fraud against me? Puff! On top of the tower, a cloud of blood suddenly spurted out of Wu Shuai's mouth. A hint of shock flashed across those cloudy yet gloomy eyes. How is it possible that the decline and destruction goo actually dares to resist the control of bloodline? And the most outrageous thing is not that it gave birth to such an idea, but that it actually did it. Just now, he wanted to let the decline and death goo increase the release of the power of decay and death through the call of blood power, so as to completely block the idea of Xia Kingdom to conquer Nanling City. As a result, the decline and destruction goo simply ignored it and had the ability to break free from the force control. It's really outrageous. How can a decline and destruction goo that has just been promoted to king level already possess the power of king level 6 stars or above? Now, it is no longer possible for Wu Shuai to simply control the golden cicada through the blood threads, unless he punishes the opponent through the power of blood. Humph, no matter what happened to you, you were just a sub-goo separated from me after all. How could it really make you so upset? While he was thinking, another golden and red light separated from his brows and headed straight for the sky. I used up half a year of my vitality and consumed 1,000 years of yours. Just consider it a small punishment and a big warning. After using the secret method, several more wrinkles appeared on Wu Shuai's face. Now, Wu Shuai's lifespan is getting shorter day by day, and he has sent many people out to look for things that can prolong his life. If not, Wu Shuai also made up his mind. At the last moment, he must take away a military marshal of the Xia Kingdom. There is no doubt that Xia Wushang from Tianan military region is the best choice. Unfortunately, Xia Wushang was also very cunning and didn't give him any chance at all. Chapter 136. The Hospitality of the Wu People. At this time, Xu Ming felt that he had trained the golden cicada well. At least it would not release the power of decay at will. Although Xu Ming could save the situation even if it was accidentally released and caused mass deaths, it would still be a bit troublesome. Just as Xu Ming was planning to choose a good angle and used the Thousand Illusions skill, heaven devouring to break through the blockade of the secret realm. A beam of blood suddenly appeared in front of Xu Ming. Then, without saying anything, it went straight into Xu Ming's palm. Xu Ming, damn, who do you think I am? You can come whenever you want. It seems that the other party has not given up yet, and is still planning to continue fighting from a distance. Xu Ming was fully focused and ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Then, I felt a devouring force consume 1,000 years of the alien's lifespan. Xu Ming, that's it? Buddy, I was waiting for you to poop a big one, but you ended up pooping a big one? Xu Ming thought that the opponent would have some special trick, some fatal blow, blood explosion, or something like that. Wouldn't he give it a try? A lifespan of 1,000 years is just a drop in the bucket. However, it is impolite not to reciprocate, and it is not Xu Ming's style to not take revenge. Moreover, the golden cicada tattoo on the palm also conveys a sense of anger. By the way, Xiao Jin, can you fight back? I fully support you. Can you please give him a taste of his own medicine? If he could kill an 8th level wizard king, Xu Ming would never let it go. What, no? Then you are such a loser. As he spoke, Xu Ming asked Qianhuan to fly towards the direction of the Wu Kingdom stronghold. Logically speaking, if we break out of the boundary here, there's a good chance that we will appear in the territory of the Witch Kingdom. Since the other party gave Xu Ming 1,000 years worth of power of decay, he naturally could not waste it. Before the effect wears off, take a trip to the territory of the Witch Kingdom. Send the warmth brought by their great wizard king to the Wizard Kingdom. Qianhuan, let's go and try to get out of here. In order to adapt to the local customs, Xu Ming directly let Qianhuan transform into a shadow mantis. This kind of insect actually has stealth skills and can fly at low altitude. It is quite fast and is quite useful. Afterwards, shadow mantis, Qianhuan, slashed with 2 sickles, directly cutting through the barrier of the secret realm and taking Xu Ming in. He could even traverse the Dragon Island secret realm, not to mention this mere 4th level secret realm. With a flash of light and shadow, Xu Ming felt that he had entered a layer of squeezed void. Then it reappeared in the real world. Oh, it's finally out. Xu Ming couldn't wait to take a breath of fresh air. Then, PFFT. Damn, what's that smell? The smell here is even worse than the blood mist swamp in the secret realm. It's like the smell of a garbage dump that has been rotting for hundreds of years and is suddenly dug up. Boo! At this time, Xu Ming saw several people walking towards him from below. All of them were from the Wu Kingdom. Each of them was shirtless, revealing the tattoo pattern on their body. Judging from the shape, it seemed to be a dark green, poisonous snake. Yes, we actually reached the witch country in one go. Then, Xu Ming said loudly to them, well, I took the wrong road. Which direction is Xiaogua? Xia people. Xu Ming did not change his body shape or skin color. He just disguised his appearance. Even if Xu Ming didn't mention it, the other party could easily recognize it. Yes, it is said that the Wu people are hospitable. I wonder if it is true. Ha! Hearing Xu Ming say this, the group of people below couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, we welcome Xia people, but it would be better if they were dead. Get started. As he spoke, a leader waved his hand, and the people behind him instantly began to call. All kinds of poisonous insects and snakes crawled out of the ground and pounced on Xu Ming. It seems that I was right to come here. After saying that, Xu Ming was too lazy to fight with them and directly let Jin Chan release the power of decay. Suddenly, screams were heard from below. Poisonous snakes and insects will kill you instantly before they get close to you. How was it possible? How could you use such a goo? Mercy! Well, more often than not, they die silently. Kill the 3-star commander-level green snake goo and plunder the alien's lifespan of 130 years. Kill the 9-star commander-level poisonous snake and plunder the alien's lifespan of 190 years. Kill the 4-star blue-eyed spider of the commander level and plunder the alien's lifespan of 140 years. Squeak! Xu Ming clearly felt that after devouring the vitality of these creatures, the Goo King in his palm actually emitted a sense of disgust. Is it because you're used to eating fine bran and can't eat whole grains anymore? Xu Ming also didn't know the difference between the vitality of various creatures and what the existence of his own alien lifespan meant to the golden cicada. In short, as long as it can be used, don't worry too much. Afterwards, Xu Ming picked a direction at random and asked Qianhuan to take him to spread the power of decline and destruction on the land of the Witch Kingdom. When those 1,000 years are up, then it will be over. Of course, if Xu Ming wanted the Goo King to shut down on his own, it would be a piece of cake. But why? Your great witch king did it himself, so he should clean up this mess himself to avoid getting into trouble every other day. If you have the guts, come and catch me. This decline goo is quite useful. Xu Ming spent so much effort to bring it out, so naturally he will not hand it over. Soon, news of the power of decline and destruction wreaking havoc on the land of the Witch Nation reached the top leaders of the Witch Nation. Such a serious matter must be the top priority. King Wu Shuaiyu? Which curse king, I didn't do it. There's a problem with the sub-goo of my decline and destruction goo, and it seems to have escaped from the secret realm on its own. The two 8th-level great wizard kings of the wizard country can transmit messages over thousands of miles through insects, which is comparable to the Xia country's communicator. At this point, let's eliminate the influence of the power of decay, first to prevent the impact from expanding. Well, have King Xian and King Jie returned. I always feel that someone is targeting the Malay nation. At this point, stability needs to be the most important thing. No, they're still searching for the longevity treasure in Huangquan secret realm. Alas, easier said than done. If I cannot escape my fate and cannot inflict heavy damage on the Xia kingdom, you guys should just tighten your defense until the next Wu Shui king is born. A moment later, Wu Shui sat on the back of a giant dragonfly and landed on the land where Xu Ming came out. Here, there's a pile of mummies scattered around. All the corpses, whether human or insects and snakes, had lost all vitality, as if they had been weathered for thousands of years. It's you. Wu Shui's face was gloomy, but there was a look of doubt in his eyes. No matter how the other party escaped from the blockade of the secret realm by himself, or how he acted as if nothing had happened after enduring his punishment, it all made him feel a little strange. Afterwards, the dark golden tattoo on Wu Shui's forehead flashed, and the land quickly returned to normal. However, while purifying the land, it was also a loss to him, although it was very minor. Chapter 137, If You Call Out, Will It Answer You? Xu Ming strolled leisurely along the way, standing on the back of the shadow mantis, Qianhuan, spreading the power of decay wantonly. However, Xu Ming still has a bottom line and will not massacre civilians. Unfortunately, in these Wu Kingdom tribes, it seems that all the people are soldiers, and there are no pure civilians. When he saw Xu Ming, he rushed over. Even if they haven't awakened, they are still charging with weapons, which shows how warlike they are. In that case, it's not Xu Ming's fault. Xu Ming only brought them the blessing of their great Witch King. As long as the other party dared to attack again, Xu Ming would continue to return it to them intact. To be honest, Xu Ming was not willing to waste time in the Wu Kingdom's Gushan Swamp, which was vast, sparsely populated, and had a very poor environment. According to legend, this is the place where the Gu god fell, and the toxins and blood from his body polluted the land within 1,000 miles. Even it flows all the way to the seaside. The sea area polluted by the poisonous blood of the Gu god cannot even be infected by the demonic energy in the forbidden demon sea. It's no wonder that the tribes here make a living by relying on poisonous insects and poisons. It's just that apart from these, there is nothing else here. If Xu Ming wanted to harvest the lifespan of alien species, those secret races that were inexhaustible to kill and the territories of monsters in the wild would be better choices. Where are you going with my decline and destruction goo? At this time, Xu Ming heard a familiar voice again. The reason for the familiarity is that the two have met many times. Every time, the opponent would attack directly without saying a word. Xu Ming would go back in time and teleport in another direction before the opponent arrived. However, for Wu Shui, he had always been dragged around by Xu Ming, and this was the first time they met. Every time he was about to find the opponent, or was about to ambush and attack, the insects under the opponent would simply tear through the space and escape. Shadow Mantis? When did this thing become able to tear space apart? Xu Ming looked at the huge dragon-like dragonfly that was hundreds of meters long in front of him, and he sighed in his heart. This is the demigod level. Even insects can evolve to this level. King Wu Shui, aren't you going to just take action? Since you know this, king, you still dare to act like this. Are you really from Xia country? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, what makes you say this decline goo is yours? If you call it, will it answer you? A flash of anger flashed across King Wu Shui's eyes. You call me the king of decline, and yet you ask why the decline and death goo belongs to me? I really wanted to attack directly and turn the opponent into ashes in a second. However, I had a hunch that if I attacked, the opponent might find a way to slip away. I don't want to argue with you. I just want to know what you really want to do, and why did Zigu choose you? You haven't even made a contract with it. If Xu Ming had made a contract with the Decline and Desolation Gu, then King Wu Shuai would really be a little cautious and would not dare to kill him directly. You let me take it away, or I'll walk around the land of your witch country. Let's see whether you can clean it up faster, or I can spread it faster. As for why it chose me, you can think that it recognizes me as its father. Good boy, call out. Squeak. Wu Shuai. I have been living with the semi-god level death Gu in my body for more than 1,000 years, but I have never been treated like this. Bah, what are you envious of? The Decline and Destruction Gu is extremely sacred and is the descendant of the Gu god. How could it be desecrated like this? After a long silence, Wu Shuai finally made a decision. I can't let you leave unless you are willing to make a contract with it and serve the Witch Nation. If my guess is correct, will I be planted with some other weird poison? Yes, but if you become my successor and guard the Wu Kingdom, the Wu Shan Gu will not pose a threat to you. Haha, let me put it this way, you can't stop me from leaving if I want to. When I come out of the secret realm, I can leave directly. I came here just to warn you not to use the blood connection of the Decline Gu to do anything to me. Otherwise, I will destroy your Wu country. Good boy, show off your skills to your seniors. As he said this, Xu Ming paid the price of 1,000 years of his alien lifespan to be devoured by the golden cicada, releasing the power of decay and death. How is it possible? This time, King Wu Shuai was really shocked. This level of power of decay would consume nearly half a year of one's vitality, even for oneself. How could the other party, a mere combination of a 4th-rank Beastmaster and a king-level decay poison, use it so easily? Could it be that this guy is the natural heir to the Decline and Destruction Gu? But why would it be a Xiao person? Wu Shuai's face was gloomy, and he seemed to be in a great psychological struggle. Reason told him that the only way to deal with the person in front of him was to strike him with lightning speed and kill him directly to prevent future troubles. However, the mysterious heart felt that such a choice would lead the Witch Kingdom into an abyss of no return. It was hard to imagine that he was an 8th-rank Beastmaster, but under him was a demigod-level demon insect, the ancient god dragonfly, and he controlled a demigod-level decay Gu, and with just a thought he could destroy all the creatures in a city. Now, he is threatened by a mere 4th-rank Beastmaster. After a long time, Wu Shuai's expression returned to calm. It seemed that he had made a decision. I will attack you one last time. I want to see with my own eyes how you resist the power of decay. If you can really resist it, I will let you go. Even after I die, you still have a chance to inherit my Decline and Destruction Gu, even if you are not from Wu country. Why bother? Since you're not giving up, come on. If the other party really uses the Decline and Destruction Gu, Xu Ming really doesn't care. However, he did not let his guard down. If this old man Dang played any shady tricks, Xu Ming would not accompany him. This king has controlled the Decline and Destruction Gu for 1,000 years, and has killed several 8th-rank Beastmasters and nearly 10 demigods. One person is enough to protect the Wu Kingdom from invasion. Before I died, I discovered a variable like you. I would not be willing to accept it if I didn't witness it with my own eyes. This time, I will not use the blood power of the decaying Gu, but will target you directly. The golden cicada in Xu Ming's body is of king level, 2 levels higher than Xu Ming. It can be said that it took the brunt of the attack for him first, and then it was Xu Ming's turn to pay for the alien's lifespan. An 8th-rank Beastmaster, using the semi-god level decay Gu to directly attack a 4th-rank Beastmaster, would have no chance of survival under any circumstances. As Wu Shuai finished speaking, a dark golden light flashed. An invisible force rushed towards Xu Ming. Soon, Xu Ming felt the familiar devouring force sweeping over him. The time spirit is always ready, and if anything goes wrong, time will go back immediately. Even if it only takes 1/10,000,000th of a second, it can still react. However, the alien in Xu Ming's body still has a faster lifespan. Consume 500,000 years of alien lifespan to resist the plunder of vitality. Chapter 138. The Old Man. Xu Ming. That's pretty powerful. I'll find another tribe to kill them later. I can't suffer this loss. The air fell into a strange silence. Ahem. In the end, Wu Shuai couldn't help coughing first. After several consecutive times of consumption, he had very little vitality left and was extremely weak. If he does this a few more times, Xu Ming will be able to complete the epic achievement of single-handedly killing the 8th-level Great Wizard King. Moreover, he was ground to death. Abbreviation, AO Lao 2. You didn't react at all? Finally, Wu Shuai couldn't help but ask. What's the reaction? Howling in pain? Or crawling in darkness? Xu Ming said calmly. Or, if you do it a few more times, maybe I'll react. The semi-god level decay, Gu seems to be just this good, a bit rubbish. If he could outlast this old man, Xu Ming would really like to give it a try. If other demigods took action, he might need to retreat, but this decline in death Gu really couldn't harm him. At least, his alien lifespan is still more than 20 million years, which is enough for dozens of times. However, looking at Wu Shuai's condition, it is estimated that he would not be able to sustain it even 10 times. Sure enough, as soon as Xu Ming finished speaking, an angry roar came from the body of Wu Shuai opposite him, as if he wanted to teach Xu Ming a lesson. There is no doubt that the demigod-level decay, Gu, was angry and was determined to make Xu Ming taste its power. However, Wu Shuai continued to communicate with the decline and death Gu to restore its calm. My dear ancestors, I still have to live for a few more years. I can't go to see the Gu god now. After calming down the death Gu, Wu Shuai looked at Xu Ming with a complicated look. If this person is from Wu country, even if he dies now, I will pass on the authentic decay and death Gu to him. There is even a secret method to quickly improve his advancement. Unfortunately, there is no if. With that move, just now, even if he was a demigod, he would lose 100 years of vitality and age 100 years in an instant. Below the demigod level, there is no possibility of survival. No matter who you are, the only ending is old age and death. However, the unidentified person in front of him was so relaxed, as if nothing had happened, and he easily endured it. God of Gu, was all this arranged by you? Please clarify. It was unclear whether the Gu god had given any clear instructions, but Xu Ming was getting a little impatient waiting. King Wu Shuai, do you still keep your word? I will bear grudges against those who go back on their words. Okay, you can leave, and I promise not to attack you again, and neither will the other wizard kings. But I want to know which country you are from. Xia country, Demon Snake country, Barbarian Bull country, Frost country, Green Cherry country, or from even more distant places. After all, you can travel through space. No need to guess, it's the nearest Xia country. There is nothing Xu Ming cannot admit. Xia country. However, what you said is not accurate. The country closest to here is not Xia. The enemies of Wu Nation are not limited to Xia Nation. Perhaps sensing Xu Ming's hostility, Wu Shuai corrected him. It doesn't matter. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. As for me, I didn't realize that the interests of Xia country should be the first priority. Really? But I'm willing to do you a favor. Before I die, please shrink the defense line against Xia country. Oh, don't you plan to take an 8th rank military marshal with you before you die? It seems that your status in Xia country is not low. Forget it. No more unnecessary speculation. It doesn't matter who you are in Xia country. I will use the next period of time to prepare for my funeral. By the way, plan the inheritance ceremony of the decline and destruction Gu. If you're interested in participating, Zigu will sense it after I die. Could it be that I am not the only so-called successor? Haha. Of course, in the more than 1,000 years that I've been in charge of the decline and death Gu, a king-level sub-Gu of the decline and death Gu will be born almost every 100 years. The one with the best talent once had the hope of surpassing my mother Gu and defeating the stronger one. However, in the end, he still became my food, allowing me to survive for another 200 years. The rest are just average. At best, they are at overlord level. Huh. Then you should prepare more and give me a few years to reach the 7th level. Otherwise, what can I use to fight? Xu Ming said casually. If it was just to inherit the real decline and destruction Gu, he didn't seem to be interested. Even the current orthodox decay, Gu can't do anything to him, so there's no need for Xu Ming to spend the effort on it. If I can't catch up by then, forget it, it doesn't matter. The decline and destruction Gu is a legacy of the Gu god, and has the potential to be promoted to god level. In fact, it is more likely than the one from Xiaoguan's family. As if sensing what Xu Ming was thinking, Wu Shuai added, if you don't inherit, that's fine. If you do, I hope you can keep a place for the Wu Kingdom tribe to live in the Gusen Swamp. Is this considered a trade-off? It's a request from a dying man. If you get the decline and destruction Gu, combined with your mobility, it will be easy to exterminate the Witch Kingdom. I can even sense that your trump card is far more than just teleportation. It has to be said that after reaching the 8th level, one's perception of the world is extremely sharp. Whether it is the judgment of good or bad fortune or anything else, there's a premonition in the dark. At this moment, Wu Shuai felt that the life and death of the Wu kingdom depended on his own thoughts. In other words, it depends on the thought of this person in the future. If he had a little compassion in his heart, the Wu kingdom would survive. Otherwise, not only the Wu kingdom, but the whole world would fall into deathly silence. He didn't know where Xu Ming's confidence and potential came from. He could only sense it roughly. Perhaps it had something to do with his near death. Above the 8th level, there's a chance to regain youth, at least in appearance. However, Wu Shuai has overdrawn too much vitality and cannot be restored. As he is about to return to the embrace of the Gu god, his premonition of good or bad fortune and crisis becomes more direct. Okay, let's talk about it later. Ordinary people don't provoke me. Why would I kill them? I'm not a murderer. Well, that's enough. In addition, I need to remind you that there may be more than just level 7 people competing for the decaying goo. It sounds like I would really be interested in this matter. Since you don't plan to make another move, I'm leaving. You go now. Wu Shuai didn't say anything else, but began to purify the power of decay and death that Xu Ming had just asked Jin Shan to release. This back and forth consumed a lot of vitality. What Xu Ming didn't know was that after he cut his flesh with such a blunt knife, it would be difficult for Wu Shuai to take Xiao Wushang away now. At most, he would make the other party age a few hundred years, which was meaningless. Seeing that Wu Shuai seemed to have completely given up the idea of tracking him, Xu Ming did not stay any longer. The Shadow Mantis scythe cut through the space and took Xu Ming away directly. Wu Shuai's eyelids twitched when he saw this. This situation, no matter how many times you see it, is outrageous. Chapter 139 Return to the Imperial Capital, Combine Work and Rest. Xu Ming randomly chose a direction and let Qianhuan travel forward through space. In the land of Wu Kingdom, the signal of the communicator is extremely low and it is impossible to determine the direction. However, as long as you keep moving forward and leave the scope of the Witch Kingdom, you'll be able to easily identify the direction. Originally, Xu Ming thought that the Wu people lived a primitive tribal lifestyle because they had to follow some special traditional customs and rejected all technological products. After learning more, I realized that I was overthinking. It is because of this land that strong interference seems to occur. Considering the legend of the Gu god, it is not surprising that there are some mysterious things. When Xu Ming traveled from the outside world into the territory of Xia State, he suddenly felt as if he was being glanced at by something. Is it a hallucination? Having witnessed so many miraculous beasts and their abilities, Xu Ming did not think that his feelings were an illusion. Obviously, there is something there. However, the other party did not take any action against them. Perhaps it was some defensive measures of Xia State itself. Otherwise, wouldn't the door be open to anyone coming in and out? After returning to Xia country, Xu Ming's communicator began to vibrate wildly. All in all, he had been in the territory of the Witch Kingdom for nearly a week, spreading the power of decline and collecting interest while playing hide-and-seek with the Witch King. These days, in the eyes of others, Xu Ming is completely out of touch. No wonder some people are worried. It must be said that although Xu Ming did not add many friends on his communicator, most of them were quite important. If Xu Ming had any accident, she would at least beat her chest and stamp her feet and mourn for him. Most of these messages were asking where he was or if he was in any trouble. Xu Ming replied one by one to report that he was safe and that everything was fine. The one who was most worried was naturally Xiaofeng, because he knew where Xu Ming had gone to cause trouble. However, after receiving Xu Ming's reply, he just replied with a to indicate that he had received it. Not as exaggerated as Shangren. Shangren called back directly. Brother, I'm so glad you're okay. I've been worried about you every day. I've lost my appetite, I can't sleep at night, and I don't even have the passion to go to the club. Okay, are you still in Tian'an? I'm back to the capital. What's wrong? Mr. Shang wants you to go back and inherit the billion-dollar family business. No, if you sell your last batch of goods in the capital, the price can be increased by 20. You're not in a hurry anyway, so I will talk slowly. Besides, if anything happens to you, there's no need for me to stay in Tian'an anymore. If you come back, I will wait for you in the capital even more. Tell me, what good stuff do you have this time? Even through the communicator, Xu Ming could feel the other party's desire for the goods. Shangren is not just about making money, but about enjoying the joy that comes from buying and selling. There should be something good to show for it. I'll talk about it when I get there. Xu Ming estimated that the tens of thousands of messy weeds in his ring should be worth some money. Anyway, as long as something has some spiritual energy, Xu Ming will just grab it away. It would be a waste to keep it. When the Decline and Destruction Gu was promoted to the king level, it even devoured the vitality of plants and trees. If Xu Ming didn't pull out, he wouldn't live long. After this battle, it will probably take some time for the secret realm of the insect prison to recover. Okay, we'll go to the old place and welcome you. Xu Ming located the position of the imperial capital, then teleported to the suburbs and changed to flying mode. He is not Lu Tongxing, who can do things without anyone noticing. After entering the city, you cannot ride flying beasts and you must not affect traffic. Xu Ming simply took a taxi there. The old place that Shangren was talking about was naturally not a club or something, but Quan Wei's High. As for the clubhouse, that's the evening show. Did you buy this box? Xu Ming had heard before how difficult it was to book a private room at Quan Wei's High. Even if Shangren wanted to pack a table of delicious food before going to Tian and study, he had to make a reservation half a year in advance. Hey, thanks to you, my grandfather gave this to me. I can use it any time. Okay, let's not talk about this. Take it. Xu Ming threw the oversized storage ring over. His own belongings could fit into a small 10 cubic meter ring. As for the oversized ones, I used them all for shopping. This is... Shangren took a look and was immediately stunned. Inside, everything was piled together like a heap of weeds. I couldn't be seeing things. 4th level pearl scale grass, 5th level golden cicada grass, as well as spiritual silver flower grass, cinnabar red grass. I only recognize a few of them. As for the rest, I don't recognize them and just pulled them out by the roots. Yes, pearl scale grass and golden cicada grass. The point is, isn't this a bit too much? This thing, the annual output is not much. It is a strategic material. It is usually taken away directly by the government, and there are not many that are released. Yes, I just went to the official secret realm to pull them out. However, that secret realm was destroyed by the Wu people. It is estimated that it will be difficult to produce anything in the past few years. Shangren listened to Xu Ming's understated description. What I was thinking in my head was, ruined by the Wu people? Why is all the harvest in your ring? With so many medicinal herbs, it's just like harvesting them like locusts passing by and plucking feathers from passing geese. The Wu people destroyed the secret realm, and I harvested herbs. These two things are not contradictory. Ah, that's true. Shangren held the storage ring tightly in his hand. This kind of thing is a vital strategic item for the entire Xia Kingdom. The 4th and 5th level promotion potions are directly related to the birth of a backbone force of the majority of 5th and 6th level beastmasters in Xia State in the future. How to proceed still needs long-term consideration. However, no matter what, it is enough for Shangren to create his own situation in the imperial capital. I don't care how you do it, and I'm not in a hurry. If you're in the imperial capital, help me keep an eye out for high-level items. If there are any, just take them directly, or some intelligence information will also be fine. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Also, help me buy a 5th level promotion potion. Well, if we didn't have the golden cicada grass, it might take some time. But with these herbs, we can get it within 3 days. In the next few days, Xu Ming rested well in the imperial capital, combining work and rest. After relaxing both my body and mind, I summarized my experiences and gains along the way, and I have a clearer view of the future path. At night, Xu Ming declined the invitation to the club. For several days in a row, all his worries were drained away. Riding on Qianhuan, he came to the wilderness outside the city alone. Tonight, he had a feeling in his heart that this was a good day to be promoted to the 5th level. Chapter 140 Level 5, Monarch. Consume 1 year of your lifespan to accelerate your own cultivation growth. This acceleration consumes an additional 4th level promotion potion, X1. Accelerating. This year, you look back on the past, and there are no distractions in your mind. Although this is the first time you try to advance to the 5th level, it is as if you have simulated it countless times in your mind. You have succeeded in advancing to the 5th level. Level upgraded to Level 5, 1 star. You spent 2 days digesting the side effects of the promotion, and the rest of the time you were fantasizing about your 5th beast. Xu Ming. Although I got promoted successfully, why do I always feel like I'm being ridiculed? Just like the previous times, he was promoted successfully without any discomfort, and had completely adapted to the new beast-taming space that had been opened up in his sea of consciousness. Moreover, perhaps because of his overflowing mental strength, the time he took to adapt to the side effects was much shorter than usual. It may be useful for others, but it is of no use to Xu Ming. Even if it takes half a year to digest the side effects, it doesn't matter to him. After the promotion was completed, Xu Ming had no time to rest and directly summoned Hongyu out. Even if it stayed in the sea of consciousness, Xu Ming could still feel the faint sign of promotion. Waves of cool and chilly feeling rushed straight into the soul. There is no power that is both powerful and does not require price. To make a contract with the undead, one must face the backlash brought by the undead. To use the death poison, one must pay the price of vitality and lifespan. However, what might be a fatal price for ordinary people seems insignificant to Xu Ming. Hongyu's loyalty is max, and she will not leak any cold and gloomy undead energy to infect Xu Ming. Besides, Xu Ming's mental strength is strong enough to ignore it. Ruby, get ready for the promotion. Yes, Master. Consume 10,000 years of life to speed up the growth of the death-cursed blood lich. This acceleration does not consume any additional resources. Accelerating. In the first year, the death-cursed blood lich had already reached the threshold for promotion. After fully integrating the essence of the Necronomicon, the projection of the law of death, it also comprehended a bit of the law of death. The death-cursed blood lich was successfully promoted to Monarch level 1 star. Learn the skill, Finger of Death, entry level. In the 1000th year, the death-cursed blood lich devoted himself to studying the power of death and the laws of death, and finally made some small gains. Skill, Finger of Death, upgraded from entry level to perfect level. 5000th year. Over the years, the death-cursed blood lich felt that his understanding of the power of death had reached a bottleneck, and realized that he needed to create more death. So, he began to focus on conquering the undead plane. Under the command of the death-cursed blood lich, more than half of the commander-level Frostbone dragons were killed, and the remaining 2,618 Frostbone dragons all advanced to the Monarch level. In the 100 millionth year, the number of Monarch-level followers under the death-cursed blood lich reached 20,000, of which more than 5,000 had been transformed by blood skeletons. The death-cursed blood lich's territory is larger than the combined territory of 5 undead kings, which has attracted the attention of an undead overlord. The level of the death-cursed blood lich has been upgraded from Monarch level 1 star to Monarch level perfection. Skill, Finger of Death, perfect concentrates the power of death, causing great damage. It has a killing effect on creatures with health below 60 and not higher than its own rank. After killing, it recovers the same amount of death power and can be used again. Xu Ming. The ground is covered with withered death. Vitality is reduced in a certain area, and the Finger of Death can kill directly. With such skills, who would dare to talk about peace in front of Xu Ming? Xu Ming will let him know what nuclear peace is. Today, Hongyu's development trajectory seems to be back on the right track of the undead path. The blood mutation brought about by the Abyss Bloodjade can only serve as icing on the cake for the time being. If Xu Ming can get higher-level Abyss resources next time, there may be more development. Skeleton transformation, summoning system, blood system, and death magic system are the relatively clear development paths at present. As for how things will develop in the future, it depends on what resources Xu Ming gets first. Hongyu, what's going on with that undead overlord? Xu Ming asked casually. An overlord-level Lich Overlord is trying to establish communication with me. Lich Overlord? You could try it and see what the other party is up to. If it is of use, you may as well contact it. Yes. Hongyu is not in the plane of the undead, and the only way she can communicate is through her skeleton subordinates in the plane of the undead. Alternatively, the other party can be summoned into this world through special means. After taking the red jade back into the beast taming space, the only thing Xu Ming could directly upgrade was Shiling. As for to buy, we have to go to the 5th level mine to take a look first. Consume 1 million years of life to accelerate the growth of the Spirit of Time. No additional resources can be consumed for this acceleration. Accelerating. In the 100,000th year, the Spirit of Time broke through the bottleneck and was promoted to Monarch level 1 star. Comprehend skills. Future Vision, entry level. In the 200,000th year, the level of the Spirit of Time was upgraded to Monarch level 2 star. Skills, Future Vision, upgraded from entry level to perfect level. In the 1 millionth year, the Spirit of Time was upgraded to Monarch level perfection. Time Hourglass. The current stored time sand can be used to go back to the past time. 11,052 hours, 34 minutes, and 21 seconds. Future Vision Perfect level allows the target to see what will happen in the next 30 seconds. 30 seconds? That's a bit short. Xu Ming, can this skill be used on any target? Yes, and it consumes much less energy than turning back time. Yeah, not bad. Although Xu Ming now has a lot of sand of time stored and can produce it in an endless supply, the more he can save, the better. The future vision can be used in battle, in conjunction with time travel, to target those who like to launch sneak attacks. Stealing a house is indeed quite fun, provided that you are stealing someone else's house. Among the four beasts, only Hongyu and Xu Ming can be upgraded directly now. Even the resources of Hongyu took more than half a year to obtain. Only Xu Ming needs to consume a huge amount of alien lifespans that are comparable to the vast amount in the vast ocean. Even for God, it would be difficult to get so much time that would cause paradoxes. But these are what Xu Ming is best at. Not only does Xu Ming not consume other resources, it can even help Xu Ming save a lot of money. Just talking about the 4th level promotion, it would cost at least several million spirit stones. As for the 5th level ones, if the quantity is the same, it would cost at least tens of millions of spirit stones. Xu Ming could only pray that his promotion to level 6 would be smoother. Resources are secondary, and the main reason is talent. Theoretically speaking, the probability of a B-level talent being upgraded to the 6th level is extremely small, and you can only rely on luck. Before he upgraded his talent to ill level, Xu Ming was too lazy to try, so as not to mess up his mentality. Chapter 141, Overlord Level, Lightning Flash. A week later, Xu Ming once again bid farewell to the splendor of the imperial capital and embarked on the journey of becoming stronger. Now, what Xu Ming is most interested in is to train his several beasts to their limits. In other words, as long as they are beastmasters, this is also their ultimate goal. Now, Xu Ming plans to get his Fenglei copper mine worth 5 billion. No, based on the reserves, it should be 10 billion. Qianhuan's earth-devouring skill has not really been put to good use except for being used to refine an antidote in the insect prison secret realm. Now, whenever Xu Ming sees a mountain, he thinks there's a mine inside, which can be used to extract priceless mineral resources. However, even if it was a mine, Xu Ming couldn't mine it at will, because there is no title deed. This land deed is not just a piece of blank paper. It is a certificate officially recognized by Daxia. In other words, all minerals in Daxia are officially owned. If you mine them privately, you will probably be investigated by a 7th or 8th level beastmaster. Before, when Xu Ming came in from abroad, he felt a sense of being monitored. Perhaps the entire territory of Xia Kingdom is under rough monitoring. Murder and arson may not be caught immediately, but illegal mining of underground minerals may not last overnight. While thinking, Xu Ming had already arrived at the area marked on the deed on the Snow Wind Dragon, Qianhuan. Fenglei Ridge. The name is so plain and simple that it almost tells you that there's a mine inside. I believe that the person who named it had already witnessed the power of Fenglei Ridge, even if he had not dug holes to mine. Last time, Mr. Shang reminded us that this is the territory of the king-level monsters. If Xu Ming is lucky, he may also get a king-level monster resource, which would be great. There are endless monsters in the wild, and they can be killed. Unstable secret realms occasionally break out in cities, and in the unattended wilderness is commonplace. Even if the whole country were to wipe out all the monsters in Xia country, they would all be occupied again the next year. Over time, the number of monsters in the wild increased, and beast tides broke out from time to time. Soon, Xu Ming arrived near the main peak of Fenglei Ridge. Not far away, among a stretch of rocky forest, there's a stone mountain several hundred meters high that is particularly conspicuous. Although it was a clear sky, there were thunderclouds above the stone mountain and bursts of thunder were heard from time to time. Thunderclouds gather in the sky above Fenglei Ridge all year round, charring the stone mountains below. Even if the ore is not mined, the lightning-struck wood on it is a good resource, provided that someone dares to mine it. Before getting close, Xu Ming had already felt a surge of momentum coming from the mountains and forests. King-level monster? For some monsters with thunder attributes, this place is like heaven. It is like a person practicing in a training room full of spiritual energy all the time, so the progress is naturally very fast. However, now that the master of this place has arrived, he will not allow the other party to occupy his nest again. Just stay wherever you want. Then, Xu Ming directly summoned Hongyu. Come on, let's clean up this place first. Death and withering. In an instant, the entire Fenglei Ridge was shrouded in gray-white death force. The originally dark trees began to turn from black to white. They withstood the thunder and lightning, but ultimately could not resist the power of death. Kill the elite 3-star Wind Thunderbird and plunder the alien's lifespan of 23 years. Kill the Commander Level 2-star Poisonous Thundersnake and plunder the alien's lifespan of 120 years. Kill the 4-star Commander Level Thunder Spider and plunder the alien's lifespan of 140 years. They were all inconspicuous little insects and animals. Those that were slightly stronger or bigger didn't dare to come near here. Kill the 1-star Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard of the Spiritual Awakening level and plunder the alien's lifespan for 1 year. Kill the 1-star Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard of the Spiritual Awakening level and plunder the alien's lifespan for 1 year. Kill the 1-star Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard of the Spiritual Awakening level and plunder the alien's lifespan for 1 year. Plundering skill, Lightning Flash, Iron-Eating Beast, and 1,000 Illusion 10,000 Demons Devouring Sky Python have already learned it automatically. Instantly, triple kill was achieved. Xu Ming. What's going on? 1 star for Xu Ling. This thing should be a beast-taming egg. However, the name of the Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard sounds very domineering. Is it raising its cubs here? Xu Ming didn't expect that he would have an unexpected gain on this trip. Lightning Flash, just by listening to the name, is a super accelerated displacement skill, which is very suitable for Dubai. Roar. Just when Xu Ming was feeling secretly proud of himself, a beast's roar brought him back to reality. However, the one who reacted faster than him was Qianhuan. He took Xu Ming through space teleportation and left the place at a high speed. What is that? It doesn't look like it's at the king level, does it? After all, Xu Ming had abused 2 king-level creatures, and he even had a Goo King on his palm, so he had a relatively good understanding of the power of the king-level creatures. However, compared with this, it is far inferior. Could it be an Overlord-level monster? Instantly, Xu Ming guessed the other party's background. Presumably, the 3 Lightning Thunder Leopards just killed were the cubs or eggs of this Overlord-level monster. Originally, this should be a king-level territory. Xu Ming naturally wouldn't think that it was Mr. Shang who was trying to trick him. The only explanation is that the original king-level monster here was promoted or was transferred from other areas or secret realms to become an Overlord-level monster. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. The question is whether this big fish can be eaten. While thinking, Xu Ming received a message from Qianhuan. The opponent's speed is just slightly slower than mine, and he has already locked onto us. Without Qianhuan's reminder, Xu Ming could feel the other party's relentless pursuit. Qianhuan traveled back and forth several times in a row, each time covering a distance of several hundred kilometers, but he was unable to get rid of the enemy at all. The opponent's way of moving is not teleportation, but solid physical speed. If Xu Ming wanted to get rid of it, the easiest way was to run to the city. Before the other party completely destroys the city, someone will definitely come to stop it, but it will cause some casualties. Moreover, Xu Ming will definitely be held accountable. However, Xu Ming would naturally not make such a choice. Each person has his own responsibility. While letting Qianhuan let it around in circles, he was thinking of countermeasures. In terms of endurance, the 1-star commander-level Qianhuan can never compare to the Overlord-level monster. Of course, this refers to a one-on-one fight. With Xu Ming's infinite power bank, Qianhuan can recover at any time. If Xu Ming wants, he can let it slip away until it can't take care of itself. Xu Ling, speed up. Since the battle is about consumption and speed, Xu Ling's acceleration skills will naturally come in handy, speeding up Qianhuan's movement and reaction speed. As long as the opponent can't teleport and kill instantly, you will never catch up. Chapter 142 Torture, Sparring. After Xu Ling accelerated Qianhuan, Qianhuan became more flexible, and even the gaps in space travel became shorter. Seeing that the distance between the two sides was gradually widening, Xu Ming felt that it was only a matter of time before he got rid of the other party. Get rid of the other party's pursuit first, and then think about how to deal with it. At this moment, Xu Ming suddenly saw a flash of lightning coming. This attack did not come from behind, but from the front. When Xu Ming thought that the opponent had run out of tricks, that guy suddenly burst out and rushed from behind to the path that Qianhuan had to pass. At this moment, Qianhuan had just finished traveling through space, and there would still be some time before the next time. The other party chose this time. If it weren't for space teleportation, Qianhuan and Xu Ming would have died hundreds of times. And now, in the eyes of the other party, Xu Ming is probably already a dead man. What can you use to block the angry attack of the Overlord? Until now, this dominant lightning thunder leopard couldn't figure it out. Is this human being seriously ill? For no reason, he released the power of death directly towards his own nest. In just a moment, the 3 monster eggs that were about to hatch were killed. As a dominant monster, he had no time to react to this sudden outburst of death power. No matter what, we must kill each other. As expected of a dominant monster, it should not be underestimated. Xu Ming gave it a thumbs up in his heart. Under normal circumstances, let alone a Beastmaster who had just entered the 5th level, even if he was at the 7th level, he would probably not be able to fight a dominant monster alone. After all, if your ability to protect your life is not good enough, even if you have 3 or 4 Overlord-level combat beasts, your home may be directly robbed. Especially when facing this kind of fast and agile creature, it is simply a nightmare for the Beastmaster. However, Xu Ming possesses abilities that even God-level Beastmasters may not possess. Although you are very strong at the Overlord level, I am a cheater. Go back in time. In a flash, before the attack came, Xu Ming went back 30 seconds. The future vision is open. In an instant, many different perspectives appeared in Xu Ming's sea of consciousness, as if he was in a room full of surveillance screens. You can observe what is happening in front of you at any point in time within 30 seconds. Moreover, each perspective will change at any time depending on your choice. One of the scenes is that more than 20 seconds later, a bolt of lightning appears from the front and directly hits Qian Huan, and then turns into ashes along with Xu Ming. This feeling is quite amazing. Although it will increase the burden on mental strength, being able to predict the future makes it simply invincible. Especially in a one-on-one duel with evenly matched opponents, it is entirely possible to achieve a dimensionality reduction attack and play tricks on the opponent. And now, the first victim is about to be born. Qian Huan, turn left and change direction. Xu Ming gave instructions when Qian Huan was about to move forward. 3 seconds later, they would reach the ambush position of the lightning thunder shadow leopard. The opponent was able to suddenly appear in front of Qian Huan and wait there. He must have used some explosive skills, and his speed was comparable to lightning. Sure enough, after Qian Huan temporarily changed direction, the future in Xu Ming's perspective changed completely. There was no further encounter with the other party, and within 30 seconds, there was no threat. Yes, it's quite practical. Going back in time is the ultimate tolerance, ensuring there will be no rollover. As for the future vision, it increases Xu Ming's initiative so that he no longer has to wait passively. Roar! At this moment, an extremely angry beast roar came from far behind. It's not just a sound, but a deterrent at the soul level. The Overlord level might of the beast intimidates all living creatures within the vast wilderness. Even in many cities of Xia country, alarms were sounded, alerting people to possible attacks at any time. Every large city is guarded by at least a 7th level Beastmaster. However, now these Beastmasters can't help but feel a little confused, not knowing why an Overlord level monster would go crazy. In recent decades, unless a super large beast tide breaks out, there will be no Overlord level monsters involved. There aren't even many king level ones. In the world of monsters, demigod level monsters have already reached some agreements with humans and will not participate in attacks on ordinary cities. Otherwise, if all the 8th level Beastmasters united and ignored them, they would be able to beat the wild demigod level monsters into a pulp. Correspondingly, an 8th rank Beastmaster would not randomly slaughter the monster populations below. The 8th level of demigod is equivalent to nuclear deterrence and strategic force. Over the past few thousand years, there have not been many cases of full-scale wars breaking out. Haha, impotent rage. Xu Ming Juka. This is just the beginning. The torture is about to begin. 3 days later, Xu Ming returned to the vicinity of Fonlei Ridge again. In front of him was a giant leopard-headed beast with wings on its back, lightning patterns all over its body, and a body length of more than 100 meters. Overlord level, lightning thunder shadow leopard. Sizzle. At such a close distance, one can almost hear the sound of ionization in the air. Facing the Overlord level monster head-on is not only because Xu Ming has the confidence to turn back time. Moreover, it was because over the past few days he had already figured out all of the opponent's moves. Whether it was a speed burst skill, a long-range thunder skill, or even a hidden aura or phantom clone. The other party used all the means, but to no avail. All the attacks were resolved by Xu Ming time and time again. Xu Ming was able to dodge the close-range claw attack of the Overlord-level monster with just a scratch on his head. There are 7 Phantom clones with exactly the same aura, and Xu Ming can always guess the real one just right. Make all the disguises of Lightning, Thunder, Shadow, Leopard look like a clown. Even if he was completely invisible, Xu Ming could still give a weird smile towards the place where he was hiding. Lightning, Thunder, Shadow, Leopard, completely emo. The look he gave Xu Ming was as if he had seen a ghost. Now, it had no time to care about its 3 dead cubs, but was wondering what the other party's purpose was. Such a treacherous method, if the opponent is a 7th level Beastmaster. Even if the opponent doesn't need to be level 7, as long as there is a level 7 attack type Beastman to assist, he might not be able to stand here, but should consider escaping. Moreover, after 3 days of high-intensity attacks, even a dominant monster would be exhausted. Looking at the opponent again, it seems to be always in its prime. Could it be that you want to exhaust yourself to death? As for Xu Ming, through this sparring partner in the past few days, he has thoroughly mastered the coordination of Shi Ling and Qianhuan's skills. It's unique for a 5th level Beastmaster to use a dominant wild monster as a sparring partner. As for completely slaughtering it, Xu Ming did think about it at first, but he lacks some powerful means of attack. Moreover, for this kind of explosive speed type, I can't hold the opponent back for the time being. Chapter 143. Waving the banner of demigod level? A mere 5th rank Beastmaster was carefully considering the possibility of killing a dominant level monster. This incident itself is outrageous enough. Roar! At this moment, the Lightning Thunder Leopard on the opposite side roared, interrupting Xu Ming's thoughts. Why? You're not going to continue the attack. Xu Ming chuckled and asked the other party. In the future vision, the other party did not make any small moves. Human, I have always lived in peace with you. Why do you take the initiative to invade my territory? The other party did not yell again, but communicated directly with mental power. Your territory? Have you forgotten that this is a human kingdom? It's just that we don't have the hands to deal with you at the moment. Besides, the Fonlay Ridge you occupied is now my mine. You want to mine the Wind and Thunder Copper Mine? Without my permission, don't even think about it. As a dominant monster, first its offspring were slaughtered, and now it is being driven out of its territory and its treasures are being plundered. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. Is that so? You're bullying me because I don't have the means to keep you? You don't think that I can't get a helper of level 7 or 8, right? I've been playing with you for so long, but I just think you're a good sparring partner for me to practice my skills with. Xu Ming didn't want to reveal too much of his own cards. But if the other party is looking for death, Xu Ming doesn't mind asking Lu Tongxing to make a trip and let him earn some extra money. Anything on the body of a dominant monster is a rare material. The 8th level might not make a move easily, but the 7th level doesn't matter, and it won't attract the attention of the demigod level monster. I am a subordinate of the demigod 7-colored dark flame phoenix. If the human race touches me, at least a city will be buried with me. The Overlord level Lightning, Thunder, Shadow, Leopard probably never thought that it would need to raise the banner of the demigod level when facing a 5th level Beastmaster. Who are you trying to scare? How dare a demigod monster attack Xia's city? If it dares to attack, Xia will make it die with it. Do you think your boss will stand up for you? Xu Ming was not surprised that a dominant monster had a demigod over its head. However, Xu Ming naturally didn't believe the other party's words. After all, Lu Tongxing had said before that if the 8th level or semi-god monsters dared to slaughter the cities of Xia Kingdom would at least let them be buried with them. Or maybe Xu Ming found it too easy to deal with and didn't take this Overlord-level monster seriously. Not to mention it, even if it was the Wu Kingdom's king Wu Shuai, riding a demigod-level ancient dragonfly, Xu Ming could remain calm and stress-free. Of course, I'm not referring to the territory of Xia country. Believe it or not, besides, even if you call in a 7th level helper, can you definitely defeat me? Oh, not within the borders. Xu Ming didn't expect to hear such information. If it is not in the country, could it be that there's an overseas enclave? At this time, the other party should not talk nonsense. If you can't beat them, the worst that can happen is that you just run away. Now, after the other party talked so much, Xu Ming roughly knew its purpose. No matter what, I will not give up this 6th level Wind and Thunder Purple Gold Mine. You can stay here if you want, but send me 180 tons of 6th level Wind and Thunder Purple Gold, and I will leave. At this moment, even the Overlord-level monsters were rendered speechless by Xu Ming's lion's loud mouth. You must have made a mistake. There's only one 5th level wind thunder copper vein in there at most. How can there be a 6th level vein? Then I don't care. Maybe you used it. Originally, this was a 6th level mineral vein, but you used it to upgrade it to the overlord level. Xu Ming's words were very convincing. If the other party had not been an overlord before coming here, he would have been intimidated by Xu Ming. You got it wrong. It is precisely because of my existence that it is possible for 6th level minerals to mutate here. What I need is the wind and thunder divine iron. Anything below the 7th level is useless to me. I stay here just to pass on my knowledge to the next generation. This was the first time Xu Ming heard about the wind and thunder divine iron from someone who needed it. It seems that this magical substance is essential for advancement to the overlord level, and it also needs to be consumed continuously. Unexpectedly, this guy can actually induce mutations in mineral veins, which is quite useful. However, it should take quite a while, and Xu Ming certainly wouldn't expect this guy to just grind away. Besides, even if they have it, they probably won't hand it over willingly. What Xu Ming values more is the information it holds about the wind and thunder divine iron. As a dominant monster with wind and thunder attributes, there should be some clues. Maybe the other person has. Roar! What do you want to do? Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if he was swept by a murderous intent, as if he had a premonition of his own death. The source of a murderous intent is self-evident. It is the human being in front of him. Everything was fine. What happened? You turn against me so easily. Are you crazy? Ahem, it's okay. Xu Ming wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and temporarily put aside his thoughts. Then even if I remembered it wrongly, even if this is not a 6th level, but a 5th level mineral vein, it still belongs to me. You occupied this place without permission. Shouldn't I take it back? No matter what, I am right. The lightning, thunder, shadow, leopard fell silent. As a dominant monster, when has he ever been reasonable? When does he need to be reasonable? Now, I can't treat him as a human being, as a 5th level beastmaster. It seems that in this confrontation, the other party is the hunter. What do you want? At this moment, Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard had already shown some signs of retreating. Not only could he not kill the other party, but he was also played tricks by the other party, which was doubly insulting. This time, the other party seemed to have really not expected me to be here. Next time, if the other party wanted to keep me, maybe there would really be a chance. I made it very clear that I came here for the mineral vein, which originally belonged to me. I need to collect enough 5th level wind and thunder copper. If you have 6th level wind and thunder purple gold, I will allow you to stay here. You can think of it as a trade. It's very fair. Xu Ming didn't want to scare it away. Whether it was the 6th level wind and thunder purple gold or the 7th level wind and thunder divine iron, the other party seemed to have a way to deal with it. At worst, I will kill it and eat its meat later. No, I can't think about it. If I keep thinking about it, the other person will get angry again. So simple. Well, I always keep my word. You must have been here for some time, so you should know better than me which areas have richer mineral reserves. Or you can help me bring it out so that I don't have to dig it myself. You take me for minor? The Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard's anger was almost out of control. Don't worry about these details. Since you want to stay here, you don't want me to destroy your nest, right? Besides, if there's wind and thunder divine iron inside, would you still care about the mine or the miners? To put it bluntly, it's because you are now at a higher level and look down on low-level resources. You have lost your original intention, brother. Xu Ming's serious chicken soup frightened the Overlord-level monster. Chapter 144, Overlord Miner. In that case, at most I can help you take out 1/5 of the Fonglay copper or here. Any more, and it won't be worth it for me to stay here any longer. Finally, the Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard gave in. Firstly, it is not easy to find another suitable place like this to raise offspring. On the other hand, I don't want to completely break up with this human. As long as I leave a little bit of my clan bloodline outside, I can enter the Divine Abyss secret realm without any worries. Everything else doesn't matter. Okay, what about the 6th level wind and thunder purple gold? As long as I'm here, it's possible that I can induce mutations in the mineral veins here. In 2 years, maybe there will be some. The Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard is not stupid and will not meet all of Xu Ming's requirements at once. Regardless of whether there is 6th level wind thunder purple gold now, it will not be taken out directly. Okay then, give me the 5th level wind and thunder copper mine first. As for the 6th level one, just owe it to me first. Just consider it as the rent you pay me. As he spoke, Xu Ming directly used his mental power to communicate with the deed. A golden mark flashed on the paper, and then returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The lightning thunder shadow leopard said nothing in the end, and turned around and flew towards Fonlay Ridge. A few minutes later, Xu Ming heard a loud bang. In the mountains and forests not far away, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked like a magnitude 9 earthquake. The ground within 100 miles was shaking, accompanied by thunder and lightning. This is the true power of a dominant monster. It can destroy cities and strongholds with ease. However, generally speaking, when people reach this stage, they will not do meaningless things and will value their lives more. Unless there are special circumstances, they will not fight to the death with humans like low-level beasts. About half an hour later, Xu Ming saw a mountain flying towards him. I saw a stone mountain being carried on the back of the lightning thunder shadow leopard, fixed with a lightning chain, and sent to Xu Ming. This mine has the richest reserves. The rest are scattered. I hope you will keep your word. It only needs an environment rich in thunder attributes here. As for the specific 5th level wind and thunder copper mine, it seems that it really doesn't care and directly takes the most essential place. Boom! Afterwards, Shirshan was directly thrown at Xu Ming's feet by the lightning thunder shadow leopard. Xu Ming took a look while riding on the back of the snow wind dragon. It was nearly 100 meters long and covered with moist soil, obviously pulled out from the ground. Moreover, although there was no direct contact, Xu Ming could already feel the paralyzing thunder coming from the stone mountain. For Xu Ming, the only use of the 5th level wind and thunder copper mine is to help to buy, get promoted, and replenish wind and thunder metal. If the needs are met, there is no point in Xu Ming asking for more. Higher level resources can no longer be purchased with a lot of money. Luck is required. Qianhuan, can such a large piece be swallowed and refined? Xu Ming asked in his heart. If it were buried underground, it might be a little difficult, but now that it's a single entity, there's no problem. Qianhuan said it was not difficult. That's good. I didn't expect that this guy being here would be a bit beneficial. The Overlord level monster miner is really amazing and easy to use. Hey, the ore is all here. You can't take it away, right? On the other side, Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard urged. No hurry. Let me try the quality first. As he spoke, Xu Ming ordered Qianhuan to start devouring, and he kept an eye on the perspective of the future horizon at all times, guarding against sudden attacks from the miners. Suddenly, a large area of illusory light appeared in front of the snow wind dragon, which was changing into thousands of shapes and gradually enveloped the entire stone mountain. Devour the earth. This is the true skill of the 1,000 illusions sky-swallowing python. Swallowing insects before was just a small thing. Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard. Isn't this a skill that the dragon in front of us should have? However, it's useless to think about this now. The unlimited number of space travels before is no longer a skill that a commander-level dragon should possess. The human being before me was becoming more and more mysterious. Xia country is indeed extremely dangerous. If he hadn't been protected by a demigod, he might have been killed many times. It is better to enter the Divine Abyss secret realm as soon as possible and join the Dark Flame Phoenix boss. After more than 10 seconds, the 100-meter-high stone mountain gradually disappeared and was swallowed by Qianhuan into his own refining space. Next, all we have to do is wait for the refining of pure 5th-grade wind and thunder copper. If the number is sufficient, Xu Ming does not plan to stay here for long and plans to go to Biluo City to take a look. When I looked up, I saw the Overlord miner staring at all this with his huge eyes. Xu Ming observed the future perspective for a while, and it seemed that he was indeed more honest and no longer planned to take action. It seems that you have discovered some great secret. Do you want to silence me? Can you refine it directly into pure metal? Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard ignored Xu Ming's joke and asked directly. Yeah, do I have to look for a metallurgical plant specifically? Level 7 is also okay. I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure. Xu Ming saw that the other party seemed to have some ideas, but he did not make any promises or say any empty words. Telling the truth directly and honestly may help you gain the other person's trust. However, Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard did not say anything else, but stared at the snow wind dragon. I kept thinking back and forth in my heart, what kind of race could have such a perfect camouflage ability and could both travel through space and refine materials? I thought about it for a while, but I had no clue. At this time, a space crack appeared in front of Qianhuan, and a large piece of irregular dark red metal was thrown out directly by it. Xu Ming endured the numbness in his hands and put the metal directly into the ring. The weight of the metal is probably only a few thousand pounds. Judging from the size and weight of the previous stone mountain, the content is estimated to be less than 1,000th. Even this is already a rich mine with a very high content. And that large piece of metal is worth 2 billion spirit stones. Normally, among the items sold in stores, it would be good if a little bit could be added as a catalyst for wind and thunder attributes, but no one would think of using it as a meal. Xu Ming estimated that this quantity should be enough. After all, the various metals that Dabai had eaten before, added together, didn't seem to be this much. It's really amazing. Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard witnessed the whole process and couldn't help but admire it. Thank you so much. You are not bad. You can actually upgrade the 5th level or to the 6th level. But it's too slow. Compared to the natural changes between heaven and earth, this is already very fast. However, even if there are mutations, the number will not be large and will definitely not meet your needs. It doesn't matter. Something is better than nothing. If you can even refine the 6th level, or I would like to believe that you can refine the 7th level metal, or do you have any clues? We'll talk about it when the time comes. You can leave now. I will continue to raise my offspring. Although the human in front of him seemed to have a chance of cooperation, Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard now just wanted to get rid of this plague god as soon as possible. Chapter 145. Possibilities beyond the peerless level. Raising offspring? So anxious. Are you going to lay eggs again now? Xu Ming asked a little embarrassedly. After all, the other party's 3 offspring were all killed by himself. Roar. Human, stop provoking me. My patience is limited. Once you reach the Overlord level, you can directly condense a monster egg by consuming some of your essence. Ahem, sorry. Ignorance is not blame, huh? It's really convenient for you to do this. I admire you. Then I will leave first and come back to collect the rent later. Having said that, Xu Ming directly asked Qian Huan to take him away. If you don't leave now, the other party will really go berserk again. Xu Ming has gained some knowledge about this way of leaving behind offspring. It should be said that most monsters that reach the Overlord level can adopt this method. However, the loss to oneself is relatively large. Moreover, the potential will not exceed one's own, and bloodline degeneration may even occur, unless it is absolutely necessary or you are on the verge of death. Generally speaking, no one would have nothing better to do than waste their essence to condense some useless things. Not to mention the spirits of heaven and earth, which were completely nurtured by heaven and earth. It is simply impossible for them to leave behind their own kind. Xu Ming didn't know why the other party was so obsessed with this matter. He just knew that the other party would not leave for the time being, so he felt relieved. Judging from the other party's tone, there really is news about the wind and thunder divine iron. This, Xu Ming really doesn't want to miss. After traveling through space for thousands of kilometers, Xu Ming let Qian Huan land on a hillside. Then, Xu Ming summoned Dabai. Dabai, it's your turn to advance. Bing. Nowadays, Dabai is no longer averse to eating metal. It seemed that he had completely understood Xu Ming's fatherly feelings. However, when seeing Xu Ming take out a piece of dark red metal that was larger than his entire body, Dabai couldn't help but have 3 question marks pop up in his head. Eat it. You're welcome. I really can't eat this. However, Xu Ming naturally would not really let Dabai hold this thing and chew it. Not to mention whether you can chew it or not. Even digesting it will take a lot of time. Dabai, it may take a while from now on, so just focus on your training. Bing. Dabai nodded. Now, as the number of times increases, it gradually understands the power that Xu Ming exerts on it from time to time. As long as you don't let it chew the iron block itself, everything will be fine. As Dabai's level gets higher and higher, his ability to withstand stress will naturally become stronger. Consume 50 years of life to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration consumes an excessive amount of 5th level metal, wind, and thunder copper. Accelerating. In the first year, the iron-eating beast saw this large irregular piece of wind thunder copper metal, and his obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in again. He was determined to fix it into regular shape. So the iron-eating beast started forging iron again. In the 5th year, during the process of striking the wind and thunder copper, the wind and thunder copper was also constantly stimulating the body of the iron-eating beast, and the iron-eating beast gained more insights into the wind and thunder elements. Skill, Thunder Palm, upgraded from perfect level to peerless level. The body of the iron-eating beast continuously absorbs the wind-lightning copper and begins to advance. In the 6th year, the iron-eating beast completed its promotion and consumed 1/10 of the 5th level wind and thunder copper. The level of the Iron Eater has been raised to Monarch level 1 star. Comprehend skills. Wind and Thunder Flash, entry level. Year 25. In these years, the iron-eating beast focused on refining the wind thunder copper to all parts of its body, and on the other hand, focused on practicing and understanding the skills Wind Thunder Flash and Lightning Flash. Moreover, the two skills can confirm each other. Skill Wind and Thunder Flash, upgraded from entry level to perfect level. Skill Lightning Flash, upgraded from entry level to perfect level. The level of the Iron Eater has been raised to Monarch level 4. Year 45. Over the years, the Iron Eater has only focused on one thing, which is to master the 3 perfect skills, Wind and Thunder Step, Wind and Thunder Flash, and Lightning Flash, and to completely comprehend the wind and thunder and transform himself into the wind and thunder. Wind Thunder Step, Wind Thunder Flash, Lightning Flash, all upgraded to Peerless level. The 3 Peerless skills begin to merge. Year 49. Skill Fusion is successful, and the Iron-Eating Beast has learned the following skills. Wind and Thunder Flash, instantly unparalleled level. And it seems that there's more than that. The Iron-Eating Beast saw the possibility of being above the Peerless level. In the 50th year, the level of the Iron-Eating Beast was upgraded to Monarch level 6 star. Speed up. Wind and Thunder Instant Flash, Peerless level. Move to any location in space at a speed that is invisible to the naked eye, and the attack is blessed by wind and thunder. Thunder creates wind, and wind controls thunder. Incarnate into wind and thunder, invisible and traceless. The moment he saw this skill, Xu Ming really wanted to bring Dabai back and let Dabai fight that leopard one-on-one. Theoretically, Baymax's speed is almost the same as teleportation, and the only thing that can limit it is its own body's endurance and recovery capabilities. Moreover, it is not restricted by spatial terrain. If anyone still bullies Dabai by relying on his advantage as a flying creature, Dabai will let the other party see what a palm technique that falls from the sky looks like. However, what Xu Ming focused on the most was the last sentence. Possibilities beyond Peerless level. There's no information about this thing, even in the library. Everything is just legends and rumors. Dabai, what is above the Peerless level? Xu Ming asked with a kind look. I don't understand. I don't understand what you're talking about. But there is something in my mind. Oops, is my brain going to grow again? Xu Ming looked at Dabai's innocent face and realized that his question was in vain. If this thing could be so easily described, it wouldn't be so rare. Through Dabai's promotion process, Xu Ming had a guess, which was to develop a type of skill to the extreme. Incarnate into wind and thunder? Although there's only a slight possibility, at least there is hope, and above the Peerless level it really exists. That's enough. With the blessing of my infinite lifespan, who else could have the chance to reach the Peerless level except myself? For most Beastmasters, if they could cultivate their beast-taming skills to perfection throughout their lifetime, it would be a great achievement. Now, in addition to the Wind and Thunder Instant Flash, Dabai also has 2 Peerless skills, the Bone-Dissolving Palm and the Thunder Palm. The Bone-Dissolving Palm was something that Dabai learned purely through hard practice. As for the Thunder Palm, the main reason is that Dabai supplemented the wind and thunder attributes, which were accumulated from resources. Next, if you want to see possibilities above the Peerless level like the wind and thunder insta-body flash, you may need to add offensive palm techniques. As for other fancy offensive skills, they don't seem to be necessary. Dabai's training route is already quite clear: extreme speed, extreme attack, and extreme defense. Defeating any enemy with just one blow is Dabai's goal. Chapter 146, Heading to Azure City. After helping Dabai get promoted, Xu Ming had solved a big problem. Next, Xu Ming only needs to focus on improving his talents and the information about the Abyss monsters. The improvement of Qianhuan requires the magic energy of the Abyss or demonized creatures. This demand alone is enough to make us rush all the way down the road to demonization. If Qianhuan's demonic form were to be exposed someday, even Xiao Wuxiang would probably doubt whether the top secret file he casually fabricated was true. Let Shangren help him purchase the 5th level mysterious magnetic mithril to further enhance Dabai's attack and physical fitness. Xu Ming took out his communicator, logged into the forum of the 10,000 Races Alliance, and began to pay attention to the useful information therein. Now, the public opinion environment in Xia State is almost entirely one of peace and prosperity. For example, when Xu Ming traveled through time, Tianan City was experiencing an unstable secret realm outbreak. Such a thing could not be reported outside of Tianan City. Recently, in the border city of Nanling, the power of death erupted and the entire city evacuated, but such a major event did not make the headlines. No need to think, it must have been covered. Everything is for harmony and stability. On the contrary, on the forum of the 10,000 Races Alliance, such news can be seen at little cost, and to a certain extent, it is very authentic. His understanding of some details is actually no less than that of Xu Ming, the participant himself. And there's a sequel. After Xu Ming returned to Xia Kingdom, Wu Kingdom seemed to feel that the secret realm was of no use and gave up on it. Now, the two countries have been fighting for the secret realm of the insect prison for hundreds of years, but surprisingly neither side has any interest in it. In addition, Wu Shuai actually fulfilled his promise and tightened the defense line against the Xia Kingdom. However, the Wu Kingdom is not the only slightly larger force on the border of the Xia Kingdom, and they're not the only ones causing trouble. In the eastern waters, the Demon Snake Kingdom on Snake Island often went ashore to plunder. It's not that Xiagua doesn't want to kill them completely, but those neither human nor demon guys actually got the protection of the monsters in the Forbidden Magic Sea. Or, they become livestock kept by monsters and are not allowed to be killed by humans. I have to say, this has actually become a unique way of continuation. There was no movement in the barbarian bull country in the west. However, they established their country in an oasis in the boundless desert in the west, and there was no trace of ghosts, let alone harassing the Xia Kingdom. This does not mean that there is peace in the west. It can be said that the only area where a formal war is taking place in Xia State is the desert border in the west. In the boundless desert, a tide of beasts was erupting. The main reason was that deeper in the desert, a tide of corpses, even more outrageous than the tide of beasts, had erupted. Over the course of history, countless corpses were trapped in the desert and turned into mummies. Now, for some unknown reason, the mummies began to revive, driving some monster races in the desert to rush towards the Xia Kingdom frantically. To the north stood endless snow-capped mountains, which formed a natural barrier between the Xia Kingdom and the Frost Kingdom. Otherwise, disputes would be inevitable. Now, it is mainly affected by natural disasters such as frost, avalanches, etc. Natural disasters are not necessarily caused by weather, but also include monsters. Whenever some Overlord-level ice monsters get unhappy, they will simply stir up a continuous snowstorm and then dive into the mountains. Even an 8th-level Beastmaster will be unable to do anything about it. The Heavenly Demon Palace seems to be planning to attack Biluo City. At this time, Xu Ming received a message from Green Tiger Sky Thunder, that is, Zhang Yu. The only use of this 5th-level Beastmaster now is to help Xu Ming pay attention to some sections that can only be unlocked by green IDs, as well as some task information. Being able to be promoted to green means that one has done some things that are not beneficial to Xia country and can gain some trust. You are talking nonsense. When did the Heavenly Demon Palace not want to take action against the Azure Sky City? Xu Ming replied as he hurried towards the nearest big city. This time is different. They took advantage of the people from the demonic serpent nation coming ashore to attract the attention of part of the eastern military region. It seems that he is planning to make a big move in Biluo City. How do you know that? It's simple. They haven't released any missions or information about Biluo City for 3 months. When you set a trap somewhere, you will definitely avoid that place unconsciously. Combined with the recent news from the demonic serpent nation, it is easy to come to this conclusion. There is some truth to that. So be it. When will you let me go completely? Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't ask you to do anything big. As long as you're useful to me, I will not let you die. If you are useless to me, I may forget you at any time. I'm afraid that when I think you're useful, you act useless, understand? Okay, then you should upgrade your level as soon as possible. The best I can do is to help you get to the yellow level. To earn contribution points from now on, you need to complete the tasks issued by the Snake Lord yourself. Let's talk about it later. Xu Ming doesn't have time to do any mission. It would be easy if he could catch a member above the green snake level. There should be enough authority and contribution points to promote Xu Ming to Green Snake 6th. In this way, Xu Ming might be able to have direct contact with the people from the Demon Palace in the 10,000 Races Alliance. Demon Palace, Azure Sky City, Demonic Snake Kingdom. Xu Ming exited the forum and sorted out the messages he had received. He felt that a storm was about to come. Although the Heavenly Demon Palace caused trouble in other places, it could only cause minor trouble within the territory of Xia State. They released contaminated beast eggs or polluted the secret realm. They were like rats crossing the street and did not dare to appear in Xia country directly. Even though the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Palace was at the peak of the 8th rank, Xu Ming felt that the other party's insistence on picking on Xia State to cause trouble was a bit like hitting a rock with an egg. But then again, Xia is the strongest country in the East Continent, with the largest territory and the largest population. Where else can they cause trouble if not here? 3 days later, Xu Ming finally arrived at the outskirts of Biluo City. The reason why it took 3 days was that not only did this city lack a teleportation array, even space teleportation was greatly restricted. Perhaps, due to the dual influence of the Yellow Spring Secret Realm and the Forbidden Demon Sea, the transmission is prone to deviations and loss of direction. Xu Ming had no choice but to teleport to a closer city, and then slowly flew to Biluo City on Xinhuan. Zhuangyu, is this guy missing? Xu Ming had already sent him a message before he came. As the host, the other party should at least treat Xu Ming to a meal, but unexpectedly there was no reply after 2 or 3 days. I invited you very warmly last time. You can't just be polite to your buddies. Chapter 147, The Secret Realm Becoming Deeper. When entering the Biluo City, Xu Ming clearly felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Those who travel on the road in broad daylight are all beastmasters with some strength. Moreover, flying is not prohibited. Generally speaking, this only happens in wartime. Ordinary people, or those working in daily life professions, seem to be taking a collective holiday and hiding at home. It seems that things are really a bit uneasy. The key point is that before Xu Ming came, apart from receiving some intelligence from Zhangyu, he did not see any information in the Xia country's media. It seems that each city defaults to resolving its own issues and not expanding the impact. In addition, due to the special geographical location of Biluo City, even if other cities want to send troops to support, it will take at least a few days. No wonder this place has become the main target of trouble by the Demonic Snake Kingdom and the Heavenly Demon Palace. I'm in Biluo City. Are you and Zhuangyu still in Hanhai College? Why'd he lose contact? There was no other choice. Xu Ming had to contact Sang Miao. After I added this girl as my friend, we didn't even talk to each other. After all, even a blind man could see that there must be something going on between Zhuangyu and her. If nothing else, Xu Ming didn't want to contact the other party. Of course, this time, I might have to trouble the other party for help. You came to Biluo City. Zhuangyu, something really happened to him. You should come to Hanhai College first. For the tone of Sang Miao's words, you can tell that the matter is a bit serious. When Xu Ming followed the navigation and arrived at Hanhai College, Sang Miao was already waiting at the door. His eyes looked tired, as if he hadn't had a good rest for several days. The security here is very strict. It doesn't look like a school, but more like a military camp. Without her guidance, Xu Ming couldn't get in. This scene made Xu Ming feel somewhat familiar. Before, when I was at Tian'an College, the conspiracy of the Heavenly Demon Palace that appeared in that small second-level secret realm was enough to close the school for 3 days. Now, the situation here seems to be more serious. It seems that apart from this kind of thing, there is nothing else worthy of the military's intervention and direct closure of the school. Unless most of the school senior leaders collectively become spies of the Demon Palace. What's going on here? Are there spies from the Heavenly Demon Palace here? Xu Ming asked speculatively. It's much more serious than that. The road is not the place to talk. Follow me first. Next, Sang Miao led the way in front without saying anything more. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two arrived at a large plant cultivation greenhouse. Here, there are various kinds of plants growing in various shapes and sizes. The key point is that many of these plants have become spiritual and demonic. Some plants, seeing the two people coming, screamed in fear, but they were trapped in the pots and unable to move. Yes, although they don't bark, they can jump out of the aqueous culture medium and run away. Some of them even stretched out their branches with a mouthful of sharp teeth at the end, intending to take a bite of Xu Ming, the human. Xu Ming. He has broadened his horizons to learn about these exotic plants. No need to ask. I guess many of them are the work of Sang Miao. Tell me, what's going on? Xu Ming hit the man-eating vine that was stretched out to him on the head, making it scream, and then he got straight to the point. Fortunately, Sang Miao was not a person who would drag his feet and answer directly. The Fourth Order Nightmare's secret realm of Han High School may be completely transformed into an abyss, and Zhuangyu is trapped inside. What happened? Was there no sign of this before? The appearance of a completely abyss-like secret realm in the urban area, namely the Disaster Abyss, is no joke. Once it is completely completed, the entire secret realm may become the entrance to the abyss. At that time, not only the secret realm and Han High Academy, but the entire Biluo city will be affected by the pollution. The impact caused by the abyss of disaster is far more serious than the escape of the demonized monsters in the secret realm. Even if all the living things inside were exterminated, it would be of no avail. Even in the process of fighting against demonized monsters, other Beastmasters and Beastmasters will be contaminated by the demonization. At the beginning, as soon as the 4th level difficult secret realm in Tian'an College showed a little sign, Lu Tongxing spent a huge price to throw it directly into the center of the earth. This is enough to show the seriousness of this matter. Now, at this point in time, it might be too late to move. Moreover, due to the special nature of Biluo City, where even a teleportation array cannot be built, it is even more difficult to teleport to a secret realm of the Disaster Abyss at will. It's unclear the moment. Before Zhuangyu lost contact, he said someone was deliberately covering up the traces of the abyss. Zhuangyu is essentially a guy with a similar temperament to Xu Ming. Both of them are the kind of people who can't sit still. Moreover, they have certain life-saving abilities. Just look at his beast control, flight, shield, damage transfer, invisibility, turtle shell. As long as you don't seek death, nothing will happen. Even the hell-level insect prison secret realm last time was not scary, let alone the nightmare-level secret realm in school. I don't know how much higher the safety factor is. There's no doubt that he must be like Xu Ming before, exploring some corners and places that ordinary people would not go to. Thus, the lid of the time bomb was opened. In essence, the events here are similar to those at Tian'an College. One is to use abyss materials to actively induce demonization, and the other is to cover up the traces of the abyss of disaster. However, the consequences here are more serious and require more intensive planning. Of course, there must be more spies involved, and they are of higher status. As for why, the Heavenly Demon Palace always chooses to cause trouble in schools. On the one hand, the school has to recruit students every year, which makes it easier to place personnel and easier to control. In addition, most students have limited exploration of the entire secret realm. If it is the secret realm of the Beastmaster Association, although it is also in the city, the more dangerous the place is, the more likely it is to attract the attention of a group of adventurous brothers. Whatever conspiracy you may have, it will be revealed to you on the same day. How long has Zhuangyu been in there? 5 or 6 days. Xu Ming. 5 or 6 days ago, he was still playing hide-and-seek with the Overlord-level Lightning Thunder Shadow Leopard. In that case, when will the feast start? Let's eat and drink, then leave. He's not dead yet. As if she noticed Xu Ming's strange look, Sang Miao hurriedly spoke. How do you know? Didn't he lose contact? Don't ask yet. Anyway, he is not dead yet. If he dies, the consequences will be more serious than the outbreak of the abyss of disaster. Is that so? Xu Ming looked at the other party's confident tone and believed it about 50. The point is, each of you has a powerful background, right? And I'm just a peasant? Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers of different races? They're so cold and trembling. Okay, what now? If I hadn't been promoted to level 5, I could have gone in and taken a look. Unfortunately, I, like you, have just reached a new level. Like Xu Ming, Sang Miao has also been promoted to the 5th level. It is estimated that he used the promotion potion made from the herbs that Xu Ming gave them. As for letting Xu Ming go back in time, it is definitely impossible and would be too troublesome. Chapter 148. Physical Exploration of the Bushes. The school leaders and teachers have all been taken away for investigation. The military will only take measures to kill the demonized monsters outside and will not take the initiative to go in. So, we can only rely on ourselves. If the defense is proper, the entire area can be completely blocked. At most, it will only cause the entire Han High College to relocate and will not affect the entire Biluo city. Can we go in now? According to the progress of the Abyss, we will be able to enter at level 5 tonight. Once the Abyss is completely completed, there will be no level restrictions and anyone can enter. Of course, at that time, most of the living creatures inside were gone, and it was a complete restart. This is a relatively good result. Just like the one thrown into the center of the earth by Lu Tongxing, it did not bring any influence from other abysses. The worst consequence is that not only will all the living creatures inside die, but the entrance to the abyss plane will also be opened. At that time, not only will the 8th level Beastmaster be able to enter, but monsters of the same level will also come out of the abyss. This is the most terrifying thing. If you're not careful, Biluo City will be completely destroyed. In the past, the best way to deal with this situation was to transfer the secret realm into the Forbidden Magic Sea in the early stages of discovery. Anyway, that's the monster's base camp. One more or one less won't make much difference. Moreover, monsters will devour each other and kill each other. Unfortunately, it's too late now. As for Lu Tongxing's bizarre method of throwing it into the center of the earth, it is purely a personal hobby. However, Xu Ming guessed that it was related to Lu Tongxing's experience of obtaining the spirit of Void Shadow. In the process of reshaping the rules, all kinds of magical creatures will be born. Lu Tongxing firmly believed in this point, so he took such action. It also indirectly benefited Xu Ming. Without Lu Tongxing's operation, Xu Ming would have no chance to contract with the Spear of Time. If it weren't for Shi Ling, Xu Ming's path would have been much more difficult. It would definitely be impossible to wander around like I do now. If you don't have the ability to save your life and still wander around, that's not being awesome, that's being stupid. Okay, let's go in tonight. Xu Ming waved his hand and made the decision directly. In addition to rescuing his younger brother Zhuangyu, Xu Ming also wanted to see the scene of the secret realm turning into an abyss. Do you really want to go in? This matter actually has little to do with you. Sang Miao was somewhat surprised that Xu Ming was so decisive. Going deep into the abyss of disaster to rescue, even brothers can do the same. On the one hand, I like Zhuangyu more, so I will save him if I can. You don't need to doubt my strength. In addition, after this matter is over, I hope you can do me a favor. This was originally the purpose of my coming here, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Okay, thanks. Sang Miao didn't ask Xu Ming what he wanted her to do, but agreed directly. If Xu Ming hadn't come, she would have gone by herself. With Xu Ming's joining, her confidence soared dozens of times. She did think about contacting Xu Ming for help, but for such a dangerous matter, she didn't have the power to ask him to take the risk. What's more, there was no time left. I didn't expect that Xu Ming would come by himself. It was a huge surprise. Soon night fell. Under the leadership of Sang Miao, Xu Ming went to the secret hall that was blocked by the military. Along the way, there was a sentry post every 5 steps and a guard post every 10 steps. Sang Miao got a special token from nowhere, which allowed her to pass through without any hindrance. Obviously, this girl also has a background. There is no way. As long as a genius is rising, even if he has no background, various backgrounds will come to him. For example, Xu Ming, although he calls himself a grassroots, his recognized identity now is a soldier under Xiao Wushang. If nothing unexpected happens, he will at least become a general. However, on Xiao Wushang's side, it was also outrageous that Xiao Wushang personally gave Xu Ming the secret identity of an orphan of the Heavenly Demon Palace. These two backgrounds alone are incompatible, but both are incredibly large. Finally, we arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. The place is brightly lit, and many formation masters have gathered here, setting up various formations around the hall. There is no point in using a lethal formation. Most of them only have a blocking effect. The main purpose is to prevent the influence of the abyss demonic energy from spreading outward and to minimize the scope of the disaster. Miss, what are you doing? At this time, a general in charge came over and was a little surprised to see Sang Miao. Didn't they say that the blockade of level 5 will be lifted tonight? I want to go in. Sang Miao answered softly. No, this is too dangerous. I won't allow it. If something happens to you, how can I explain to the marshal? You don't need to explain. This is my own decision. As he spoke, Sang Miao raised the token in his hand again. The marshal is currently destroying the invaders from the demonic serpent nation. I will be responsible for everything. Xu Ming watched this scene and had some guesses about Sang Miao's identity. But it doesn't matter. He just needs to eat the melon. Even if Sang Miao couldn't get in, he would find a way to get in himself. Finally, the general had no choice but to obey orders. At least when Sang Miao held the token, he had no right to stop her. Miss, there should be a king-level demonic beast inside now. Moreover, the entrance is controlled by spies from the Heavenly Demon Palace. You will be attacked the moment you enter. It is really dangerous. Level 5. Xu Ming asked. Yes, Many people from the Heavenly Demon Palace have risen from the 4th level to the 5th level and have been lurking there until now. It seems that Zhuang Yu really didn't know where he had discovered the lair of the Heavenly Demon Palace and directly uncovered a big conspiracy. There is no other choice but to launch it directly. This kind of luck is comparable to Xu Ming's. If I get a chance in the future and go to the Forbidden Demon's Sea to cause trouble, I must bring this kid with me. It will double my luck, and I might get some unexpected gains. However, the most important thing now is to rescue him. Let me go in first. Xu Ming spoke directly. Xu Ming had done this before, exploring the bushes with his body, so he had experience. At this time, there's no need to hide it anymore. If we keep wasting time, we'll really have to prepare a feast for this kid Zhuang Yu. Are you sure? Don't worry, I won't die. As he spoke, Xu Ming took the initiative to walk towards the entrance of the secret realm and signaled the general to open the secret realm. After hesitating for a few seconds, the other party directly opened the entrance. Ling, Qianhuan Dabai, Han Yu, be ready at any time. Xu Ming communicated with several beast tamers in his mind at the same time, and then stepped directly into the secret realm. With a flash of light and shadow, Xu Ming came directly to another space. Although it was night, the light in the secret realm was not dim. It seemed that the original rules of alternating light and dark had been completely broken and turned into an unchanging gray. Before he could even gain a firm foothold, he could feel the real murderous intent coming at him. However, Xu Ming's movements were not slow at all, and he summoned several beasts in an instant. Dabai acts as a meat shield, directly withstanding all attacks. Han Yu grabbed Xu Ming's shoulders and escaped to a safe place. Qianhuan adds a layer of protective film for Xu Ming, providing super strong comprehensive bonus. As soon as Ling entered, he released a hysteresis force field, causing the opponent's reaction and attack speed to be slowed down by 80. Chapter 149, Underworld Operation, Kindheart. When Xu Ming landed at another location, the battle on Dabai's side had already ended. Snap, snap, snap. Kill the Monarch level 8-star, semi-demonized Sea King Snake and plunder the alien's lifespan of 140 years. Kill the Monarch level 9-star, semi-demonized Howling Moon Wolf and plunder the alien's lifespan of 145 years. Kill the 8-star, half-demonized Bloodmane Dragon Lion of the Monarch level and plunder the alien's lifespan of 140 years. He killed more than 10 Monarch-level beasts one by one with his palm. There were 3 5th-level Beastmasters guarding the gate, and almost every ordinary 5th-level Beastmaster who entered would die. Unfortunately, they were all killed by Dabai at the first encounter. Not to mention the Monarch level. Even the King level is not good enough now. The only drawback is that the lifespan of these semi-demonized beasts is greatly reduced, causing the lifespan of the alien species they plunder to be halved. However, Xu Ming now has no shortage of alien lifespans. The next peak period of consumption of alien lifespan will definitely be here, with Ling, conservatively estimated to be tens of millions of years. But Xu Ming certainly wouldn't feel sorry for the lifespan of these aliens. As long as it could be converted into his own strength, it wouldn't matter how many years it took. At worst, we could just kill more of those inexhaustible monsters. Qianhuan, swallow them all. Since it is a semi-demon creature, it may be beneficial to Qianhuan's growth. Xu Ming's guess was correct. After Qianhuan devoured the corpses of those half-demonized beasts, the star level, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly increased from 1 star at the commander level to 5 stars at the commander level. If it was a completely demonized creature, the effect would probably be even more obvious. Qianhuan, if you feel uncomfortable, if you want to transform into a demon, tell me in advance, and I will take you to the demonic snake kingdom to vent your feelings. Qianhuan, it's okay. This little bit of demonic energy is not worth mentioning. Really? Well, let's keep going. Why does Xu Ming's tone sound a little regretful? The 3 5th-level Beastmasters were not killed by Dabai. Instead, they fainted due to the severe mental trauma caused by the death of all their beasts. Xu Ming took a look around and found nothing special, so he walked out of the secret realm and called Sang Miao in. Due to the influence of the abyss, even though there is only an entrance between them, the communicator cannot be used temporarily unless it is completely stabilized. Done, let's go in. When Xu Ming came out, Sang Miao was looking over here anxiously. So fast. Well, the game is to surprise the enemy. The corpse has been swallowed, so there's no need to say how many monarchs are inside. Do you know these 3 people? After re-entering the secret realm, Xu Ming asked Sang Miao. This is one of the resident teachers here. I don't know the other two. Looking at the miserable state of the three people, Sang Miao could easily guess what Xu Ming had done to them. There was no sympathy in my heart, only pleasure. It's a pity that they won't wake up for a while, and they are all assassins of the Heavenly Demon Palace, so we can't get anything out of them. Well, then let me poison them with your own hands. I don't want to cause blood to spurt everywhere. Sang Miao did not refuse. The blood splattered everywhere showed how brutal the battle had just been. The corpses were naturally cleaned up by Xu Ming. Then, a stream of emerald green light flickered around the necks of the three people. A few seconds later, all three of them died. Let's go. The place where Zhuang Yu disappeared last should be near Emerald Lake. No hurry. Xu Ming asked Sang Miao to take action simply because he wanted to leave the bodies of the three people intact, which would be more convenient. Then, Xu Ming summoned Hong Yu. After completely absorbing and digesting the Necronomicon, Hong Yu also mastered the skills of undead enslavement. However, it has a duration limit and cannot provide space to nurture the undead like the Book of the Dead. Xu Ming didn't need it either. He just needed to use undead slaves to obtain information. Then, the dead are resurrected. Undead enslavement. Two streams of cold, deathly aura shot out from Hong Yu's bone claws towards one of the corpses. Then, something happened that made Sang Miao shudder. The person who had just been poisoned by her slowly stood up. With his arms hanging down and walking in a wiggly manner, he looked like a complete zombie. At this moment, the memory of the previous death came back. During the five-school competition, he was instantly defeated by the power of death. Although Xu Ming is very capable, he always does some shady things that make people feel unbearable. However, Xu Ming naturally doesn't care what others think. Corpses don't lie. It's simple, quick, and easy to use. It is simply a must-have item for home travel, murder and robbery, torture, and forced confession. Where is Zhuang Yu? Where is your lair? How can we stop your conspiracy? Xu Ming went straight to the point and asked a series of more than 10 questions. At this time, Sang Miao also put away her frightened expression and began to wait for the answer. This girl is actually afraid of the corpse of the enemy she killed with her own hands. After Zhuang Yu discovered our disguise, he fled and his whereabouts are unknown. Our base is in a cave at the bottom of Emerald Lake, which is also the starting point of the Abyss eruption. All the means to restrict the Abyss of disaster have been removed. There is no way to stop it, and it will soon erupt completely. We have been planning for this for decades. Afterwards, the other party told him everything he knew. Although it is not very comprehensive, it basically tells you what you need to know. The current situation is like a pressure cooker that has been kept under control for decades. The lid is suddenly opened, and it explodes without any means to save it. Although the most perfect effect was not achieved, there was no other way. At least Hanhai College could only be abolished and rebuilt. The most ideal effect would definitely be to hold it in until the final stage, and when it can no longer be held in, suddenly explode and directly pollute the entire Biluo city. To be honest, this situation is very difficult. Even if there are so many spies in Hanhai College, it is still difficult to do. After all, the Eastern Military Region is no pushover. The strongest power is still in the hands of the military. Anything else you want to ask? Xu Ming couldn't think of any other questions, so he asked Sang Miao. No, almost. Sang Miao was both afraid and admired Xu Ming's methods and was completely convinced. We are all at level 5, but how come compared to him? I seem to be even inferior to the students who have just entered school. Xu Ming's sophistication doesn't make him look like a freshly graduated student at all. Instead, he seems like a seasoned veteran who has been in large adventure groups for many years. By the way, Xu Ming hasn't officially graduated yet. Anyway, he didn't plan to work as a porter, so it didn't matter whether he had a diploma or not. If he wanted, he could maintain his student status for at least 2 or 3 years. At the bottom of Emerald Lake, if it was in some other remote place, Xu Ming might let this guy lead the way. If they were at the bottom of the lake, Xu Ming didn't want to go down. He just wanted to wait for them to come up and take him away. Okay, find a place to dig a hole and bury yourself and these 2 brothers in distress. I am a kind-hearted person, and I cannot bear to see people's bodies left exposed in the wilderness. After gathering the intelligence, Xu Ming gave instructions to the zombies. He always finishes what he starts. Sang Miao Show, Chapter 150, it's really a bit outrageous. After confirming that Zhuang Yu had escaped, Sang Miao also breathed a sigh of relief. If something happens to Zhuang Yu, the consequences will be really serious. However, Sang Miao had no idea how to find Zhuang Yu next. Speaking of which, if the monsters in here rush out, the people outside should be able to hold on, right? Xu Ming asked, touching his chin. It should be possible. However, it is still in the process of becoming an abyss. Most of the monsters have been contaminated by the demonic energy and are automatically gathering at the source to undergo demonization. They will not run around. Before Sang Miao finished speaking, she saw a familiar scene. More than 10 frostbone dragons suddenly appeared in the sky. However, this time, they're all at monarch level. Could it be that, thinking back to the 1,000 commander level undead creatures they saw last time, they were already jaw-dropping? This time, will these summoned creatures be upgraded as the Beastmaster's level increases? Is this the ultimate perverted move of the undead Beastmaster? This is too unscientific. It takes a lot of effort for others to train a monarch-level beast. For Xu Ming, if one person succeeds, everyone will benefit. Who can withstand 1,000 monarch-level monsters in an instant? But now, Xu Ming owns not 1,000, but more than 20,000. 5,000 of them have been transformed by blood skeletons. The next half hour was Hong Yu's personal performance. There are 12 monarch-level undead creatures each time, not limited to frostbone dragons, but of various kinds. All creatures flying in the sky and running on the ground were summoned out in an organized manner. 1,000 is also a summon, and 5,000 is also a summon. For Xu Ming, there is not much difference. For Hong Yu, there is no difference, as her mental strength can be restored at any time. It is equivalent to practicing her skills. If the skeleton summoning technique can be upgraded to the peerless level, the efficiency will be doubled. Anyway, the creatures here will be transformed into demons if they stay here, and will die if they go out, so it is better to let Xu Ming free them in advance. As for the fish that slipped through the net, leave them to the military personnel outside. Go destroy all the monsters. There is no need for complicated instructions for these undead armies, as they cannot understand them. The only purpose of the undead army is to kill. Let's go look inside. If Zhuang Yu see these, he should know I'm here. After saying that, Xu Ming asked Sang Miao to ride on the back of the snow wind dragon, Jianhuan. The purpose of sending out the undead army, besides killing, was naturally to find the trace of Zhuang Yu. He didn't intend to fight a protracted battle here. He wanted to find Zhuang Yu and send them out within a day, and then he could explore the secrets of the abyss with peace of mind. Yeah, but you're really taking a bit too far. While riding on the snow wind dragon, Sang Miao finally couldn't help but complain. Haha, it's all thanks to the Wen family's Necronomicon. Sang Miao rolled her eyes and didn't want to talk. Seeing Xu Ming so powerful, I finally put my worries to rest. If I had known Xu Ming was so strong, I would have asked for help without hesitation. Ultimately, it was Zhuang Yu's luck. Since the 5-school competition, Zhuang Yu took the initiative to establish a good relationship with Xu Ming. Otherwise, Xu Ming would not bother to take care of this matter. Afterwards, Xu Ming also stood on the back of the snow wind dragon and followed the undead army in front of him, flying towards the depths of the secret realm. The terrain of this secret realm is completely different from what Xu Ming had experienced before. It should be said that the environment in each secret realm is completely different. The Emerald Lake mentioned by the zombie earlier, although called a lake, divides the entire secret realm into 2 large parts. The edge of the lake is connected to the foggy edge of the secret realm, and it is unknown where it flows to. Generally speaking, if the water flow is connected to the edge of the fog, the water will definitely flow away and disappear. It was just like the unstable secret realm that Xu Ming had encountered before. All the water in the entire lake poured into the secret realm, but it couldn't even flood a small hillside. Instead, it flowed directly along the edge of the secret realm to an unknown place. The Emerald Lake in this secret realm is actually connected to the edge of the fog on both sides. Not only does the water not disappear completely, but it can also remain a lake even without a water source, which is a bit magical. Perhaps this is also the reason for the abyss? Everything is just speculation. Humans still do not have a thorough understanding of the laws governing the eruption of the abyss of disaster. Perhaps there is no rule. The people most likely to master these rules are actually those crazy people in the Demon Palace. They chase after the abyss, so they naturally flock to it. They even take the initiative to study how to make the abyss come. Including this time, they were able to cover up the traces of the abyss for decades, and only they could do it. It is even possible that they actively initiated it. Soon, Xu Ming received a steady stream of kill notifications and blocked them all. There are 5,000 Monarch-level undead that have been transformed by blood skeletons. Xu Ming has no idea how the monsters in a mere 4th-level secret realm can resist them. There is no other word to describe it except one-sided massacre. King level? Come, let the king-level demonized beast come over. Xu Ming sensed that there was indeed a king level, but it did not come out. At this moment, we should be at the center of the abyss eruption, which is the bottom of the Emerald Lake. Moreover, such a king-level being must not be native to this secret realm, but is the original monarch level being demonized and overdrawn its life force and forcibly raised. No matter what, it is just a 4th-level secret realm. Even if all the demonized creatures in it run away, they will not pose any threat to Biluo City. What I am most worried about is that this place will completely become the entrance to the Abyss Plane. In that case, even if the 8th level comes, there will be no good solution. It is equivalent to burying a nuclear bomb in Biluo City forever, and no one knows when it will blow everyone up into the sky. The Demon Palace has been planning for decades to forcibly close the lid of this pressure cooker. In addition to attacking the enemy by surprise, more importantly, it also wants to increase the probability of such an incident happening. Although it is very slim, the Abyss is extremely terrifying, but there are only a few true entrances to the Abyss Plane. Once it appears, it will alert the entire world, and most of the world's power will be gathered to forcibly seal it. The Snow Wind Dragon flew for a while and finally arrived at the territory of Emerald Lake. However, the current Emerald Lake is very different from its original state. Ow, how could this happen? Sang Miao looked at the scene below and murmured in disbelief. All I saw was a dark red area of lava below. The originally clear and green Emerald Lake turned into a lava lake. No scorching temperatures, though. It also seemed as if the entire lake was filled with dark red, rotten blood. Even the surrounding land was turning into this corrupt dark red color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everything is the color of hell.